Chapter 1. Summoning the Shadow Legion to dominate Cocoa West Village. The East Sea roars with tumultuous waves. Amidst the boundless surges of water, a ship as dark as night slowly emerges from the horizon. Where sea meets sky, a dense fog blankets the ocean, and through the mist, the ominous vessel gradually comes into view, its mast reaching for the heavens adorned with several flickering lights. On the deck, by the railing, stand a young boy clad in black attire. With yellow skin and dark hair, this boy possesses a pair of striking violet eyes, calmly gazing at the raging sea while the wind tousles his hair. His name is Subai, hailing from a place known as Earth, and he is not of this world. One fateful morning, he had set off as usual, carrying his backpack and riding his electric scooter, ready to attend an early morning class. However, unbeknownst to him, the road ahead was shrouded in mist. Suddenly, a pitch-black cat darted across his path, startling him into a harsh break. The ground was slippery, and he, along with his scooter, skidded into the middle of the road, just as a truck laden with steel pipes bore down upon him. Thus, on the brink of death, Subai inexplicably found himself transported to another realm. When he finally regained his senses, he discovered he was lying upon an unfamiliar island. The island was desolate and void of life. Just as he was about to rise and investigate his surroundings, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Shadow Legion systems successfully implanted. Newcomer tasks are being assigned. Dazed, Subai widened his eyes in disbelief and muttered to himself, "System? Shadow Legion? Surely, I cannot be dreaming." Just as he was questioning his own reality, three shadowy figures abruptly emerged from the ground. Three ninjas, clad in dark garb with crimson eyes, knelt before Subai, speaking in unison, "Young master, the shadows are in position." Subai stared in astonishment at the ninjas before him, incredulous that they resembled the Shadow Legion ninjas from Jackie Chan Adventure's Shadow Ninjas. Am I truly not dreaming? As he processed the situation, it dawned upon him that he was ensnared in a narrative akin to that of a novel. Not only had he traversed realms, but he had also acquired a powerful ability, a grand start indeed. System, show me the newcomer tasks. Initiating first system binding, opening host attribute page, initializing newcomer task page. Name, Subai. Subordinates, 3 ninja warriors. Special abilities, none. Items, none. Buffs, none. Thus, the information regarding Subai was starting from scratch, with merely 3 ordinary shadow ninjas at his command. Newcomer Task 1. Proceed to Cocoa West Village and defeat 6 sword-style Xiao Ba. Reward: 10 ordinary shadow ninjas and 5 giant claw ninjas. Newcomer Task 2. Vanquish the fishman Arlong, forcibly consume his soul, and recruit him into the Shadow Legion. Reward: 1,000 ordinary shadow ninjas and a Marine 6 style skill card. Note: completing the above 2 newcomer tasks grants the host a chance to spin the lucky roulette, with a high probability of obtaining a devil fruit. As Subai contemplated the daunting tasks laid out before him, his mind was overwhelmed with disbelief. Was he truly expected to confront Arlong with just the 4 of them? Arlong, once an officer of the Sun Pirates, now captained the Arlong Pirates, a notorious crew intent on dominating the East Sea. He was characterized by his greed and brutality, valuing wealth above all else, and harbored a deep-seated racial superiority complex, believing fishmen to be inherently superior to humans. If Subai rashly provoked Arlong, he would surely be courting death. Confronting Arlong Hedon is unwise. I should first deal with his subordinate, Xiao Ba, he resolved. Arlong's crew comprised 3 formidable officers: the octopus fisherman 6 sword-style Xiao Ba, the kiss fisherman Hio, and the soft-boned fishman karate master Coby. In addition to these 3, Arlong's ranks also included Nami, the future navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, known as Cat Burglar. How to deal with 6 sword-style Xiao Ba. Just as Subai wrestled with his thoughts, he suddenly spotted a pitch-black pirate ship gliding across the surface of the sea. Just what I needed, a ship delivered right to my doorstep. Cocoa West Village, on the deserted coastline. After docking the ship, Subai made his way alone towards a small tavern on the western edge of the village. The tavern was a bustling hub, rife with unsavory characters, making it the perfect venue for gathering intelligence. As he pushed open the tavern's heavy door, he was met with a sight of fearsome fishmen and pirates indulging in wine and feasting upon the flesh of sea kings. At that moment, the fishmen and pirates paid little heed to Subai, a mere 16 or 17-year-old boy, as they reveled in their debauchery at the bar center. Subai's target, the Arlong pirates' officer 6 sword-style Xiao Ba, was merely devouring a piece of sea king meat. This sea king meat is absolutely delectable. Boss, bring me 2 more plates, I'll pack them for Coby. Xiao Ba, a rare breed among fishmen, was an octopus fishman with a trumpet-like mouth and 6 arms. Exuding an amiable demeanor, despite his formidable appearance, his silvery gray hair resembled a starfish, and the emblem of the Sun Pirates was emblazoned on his forehead when not in battle. He was known for his friendly disposition. As Xiao Ba prepared to leave, Subai's eyes glinted with cunning. He subtly beckoned, and 2 shadow ninjas emerged from the tavern's dim corners. "Hey, Xiao Ba, you dropped something?" Feigning innocence, Subai pointed to a scabbard on the floor, alerting Xiao Ba to his supposed loss. Simple-minded and trusting, Xiao Ba followed Subai's gesture. Realizing that his scabbard had fallen to the ground, he hurriedly bent down to retrieve it. "Thanks." Just as Xiao Ba stooped to pick up his scabbard, a ninja hidden in the shadows swiftly darted forward, a black-blue hand emerging from the bar's corner. In a mere 2 seconds, the ninja had deftly dripped a few drops of poison onto the uneaten piece of sea king meat. With a smirk, Subai replied to the octopus fishman, "Not at all," and promptly exited the tavern. Chapter 2. Devouring Xiao Ba, completing the newcomer task. Once outside the tavern, Subai summoned his 3 shadow ninjas, instructing them to keep a vigilant watch on Xiao Ba. The moment Xiao Ba departed, they were to launch an attack. "Rest assured, young master, we know what to do." The 3 shadow ninjas knelt before him, forming shadows that melded seamlessly with the earth. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ba, a perilous fate was approaching. He joyfully exited the tavern, one hand clutching the packaged sea king meat destined for Coby, striding confidently toward the Arlong Park. However, after walking a distance of over a mile, he sensed someone tailing him. "Hey, whoever's behind me, don't hide. I see you." From the underbrush 5 or 6 meters behind him, 3 black-clad ninjas, armed with shurikens and daggers, glared menacingly at him. As Xiao Ba puzzled over the identity of the 3 figures, the underbrush rustled once more. Emerging from the foliage was Subai, wearing a mocking expression as he grinned. "Fishman Xiao Ba, we meet again." Although the good-natured Xiao Ba was about to wave hello, he suddenly realized that this boy was allied with the 3 ninjas. "Who are you and what do you want?" Xiao Ba asked, his tone tinged with irritation, his trumpet-like mouth pouting as he glared with his round eyes. His 6 arms instinctively grasped the 6 swords at his waist, ready for a fight. In his estimation, Subai posed no threat. The real danger lay in the 3 ninjas beside him. Just as Xiao Ba gripped his swords, a sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through his abdomen, as if a tempest were raging within him. "Yuval, what is happening?" The intense agony silenced Xiao Ba mid-sentence, his silver-gray hair standing on end as cold sweat poured from his forehead. His once steadfast grip on the swords weakened, dropping them to the ground as the poison took hold. Seeing his opportunity, Subai swiftly commanded his 3 shadow ninjas to attack the fishman Xiao Ba. Poor Xiao Ba, incapacitated by the poison, could only watch helplessly as the shadow ninjas charged toward him with their weapons drawn. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ba lay battered and bloodied, gasping on the ground. Upon witnessing the scene, Subai's lips curled into a subtle smile, for he had just heard the mechanical voice of the system echoing in his ears. "Ding! The host has successfully completed the novice task 1, and the system rewards are being distributed. Name: Subai. Underlings: 13 ordinary shadow ninja soldiers and 5 shadow giant claw ninja soldiers. Special ability: none. Items: none. Buffs: none." Gazing at the information displayed on the system page, Subai nodded in satisfaction. The newly added shadow troop, the shadow giant claw ninja soldiers, were among the most formidable entities within the 9 great shadow troops from the animated series Jackie Chan Adventures. A flicker of excitement ignited in Subai's piercing eyes with a slight shift of his mind. The shadows beneath his feet instantly multiplied several times, giving rise to one shadow soldier after another. With a robust and imposing physique, their muscular contours and defined lines were evident, and at the ends of their strong, sturdy arms were two sharp and enormous claws. These were the renowned soldiers of the Shadow Troop, the giant claw battalion, perfect amalgamation of agility and absolute strength. At that moment, the fishman Xiao Ba, lying in a pool of blood and gasping for breath, stared in disbelief at the giant claw soldiers before him, a surge of intense fear welling up within him. "Cough, cough, who are you people?" In response to Xiao Ba's inquiry, Subai remained silent. With a simple gesture of his eyes, the giant claw soldiers beside him swiftly reacted, four of them positioning themselves, two on the left, two on the right, one in front, and one behind, firmly pinning Xiao Ba to the ground, rendering him utterly immobile. Observing the despair etched on Xiao Ba's face, Subai couldn't help but smile and say, "Xiao Ba, for now, I have no intention of killing you. You still hold some value for me. Join me as my subordinate, and I shall bestow upon you the power of darkness." As the young master of the Shadow Troop, Subai strode confidently towards the fishman Xiao Ba, extending his arm forcefully to press against Xiao Ba's forehead, marked with the sun emblem. A torrent of overwhelming dark power surged from his arm, spilling forth relentlessly. As time elapsed, more and more dark energy enveloped the fishman Xiao Ba, ultimately causing him to fall back into the pool of blood, irrevocably branded with a mark of the Dark Troop. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first talent from this local realm. The host is rewarded with 6 renowned blades known as Liang Kuai Dao Wu Shigong, Fei Sha, Zhou Shi, Yin Shun, Hua Zhou, Bin Lei, and Shan Zhao. The system rewards were distributed at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, 6 swift blades lay quietly in Subai's system backpack. "Xiao Ba, it's time to rise." Subai called out coldly to the fishman Xiao Ba upon hearing the command. Xiao Ba swiftly stood up from the blood-soaked ground and respectfully bowed to his young master. "Xiao Ba, did you not practice the 6-blade flow? I happen to have 6 renowned blades from Liang Kuai Dao Wu Shigong. Take them and put them to use." Unreserved in his generosity towards his subordinate, Subai directly retrieved the 6 swift blades from his system backpack and handed them over to the Shadow Xiao Ba. Grasping one blade in each of his 6 arms, Xiao Ba felt the continuous surge of killing intent emanating from the blades. "And I, 6-blade flow, sheath-foot strange sword." Under the command of the Shadow Xiao Ba, the 6 swift blades danced chaotically, creating a scene reminiscent of a blooming garden. Then, from the trumpet-shaped mouth of Shadow Xiao Ba, a voice emerged once more. "And I, octopus jar technique, octopus open door." The tips of the 6 blades swiftly converged, and in a flash, they shot forward with lightning speed towards the empty expanse ahead. In an instant, 6 afterimages whizzed past, severing a tree thick enough for 2 people to embrace in half. "And I, 6-blade waltz." Just as the severed tree was about to topple, the 6 sturdy arms of Shadow Xiao Ba twisted like a helix, causing the 6 blades to spin under his command, creating a scene akin to a meat grinder, reducing the tree before him to mere powder in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Subai observed the significant enhancement in the power of Shadow Xiao Ba. Feeling elated, and promptly instructed Xiao Ba to lead the 5 shadow, giant claw ninja soldiers towards the evil dragon park. As for Subai himself, he set forth with his 13 ordinary shadow ninja soldiers towards the eastern side of Cocoa West Village, the very location where the fishman Coby conducted his daily training in fishman karate. Fishman karate? I shall certainly experience it firsthand. Chapter 3: Evil Dragon Garden, devouring the entire Cocoa West Village. Fishman Karate Dojo. Hundreds of robust and strong fishmen, clad in white karate uniforms, gathered in the central open space. All eyes were fixed intently on Coby, who wore a black belt, as he tirelessly demonstrated the fishman fist technique time and again. Sweat beads the size of pearls emerged on Coby's forehead, yet he felt no fatigue, brimming with enthusiasm. Compared to the frail humans, our fishmen possess superior physical attributes. As all gazes converged upon Coby, he closed his eyes, clenched his fists tightly at his waist, and summoned his strength, the unique might of the Fishman clan surging within him. The essence of Fishman karate, the formidable thousand-tile straight punch, landed with resounding force. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of overlapping wooden boards, towering nearly 2 meters high, shattered into splinters under the impact of his Fishman martial arts. This spectacle elicited thunderous applause from all present as Crocodile, a master of Fishman karate and trusted lieutenant of the notorious Arlong of the Arlong pirates, truly deserved a bounty that should be elevated to at least 10 million berries based solely on his strength. As Crocodile reveled in the accolades, the entrance of the dojo was violently kicked open, the iron door flying several meters away and crashing to the ground with a deafening noise. Standing at the threshold was Subai, hands in pockets, surveying the assembled fishmen with an air of indifference. Behind him, 13 ordinary ninjas from the Shadow Legion brandished sharp kunai and shurikens, poised for battle. Which of you is the worthless subordinate of Arlong, Crocodile? Subai's voice echoed throughout the expansive dojo, igniting a fierce glare among the fishmen, who bared their teeth in anger. Who was this audacious newcomer daring to seek his demise here? I am Crocodile. And who might you be, boy? The black-belted Crocodile stepped forth from the crowd, his face twisted in a menacing scowl, his eyes ablaze with a murderous intent. As a former member of the Sun Pirates and now a cadre of the Arlong Pirates, he would not tolerate any disrespect toward Captain Arlong, even from a mere youth. With just your motley crew of a dozen, you dare to provoke us? You must be very bold. Prepare to meet your end. From the throng, a towering shark fishman clenched his fists, positioning his right hand at his waist while adopting a combat stance, charging towards Subai and his entourage. In response, a slight smirk graced Subai's lips as he uttered a single word: die. In an instant, the 13 ninjas of the Shadow Legion surged toward the overconfident shark fishman. A barrage of shurikens flew, transforming the arrogant shark and the hundreds of fishmen behind him into a veritable sieve. On the battlefield, only Crocodile remained, standing defiantly amidst the chaos. Thousand-tile straight punch, he bellowed, clenching his fists as ominous cracking sounds emanated from his knuckles. He assumed the stance of Fishman karate and unleashed a flurry of strikes towards the ninjas of the Shadow Legion, swiftly toppling 2 of them. Just as Crocodile prepared to deliver a finishing blow, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The 2 fallen ninjas exchanged knowing glances, a hint of mockery flashing in their eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, they threw smoke bombs to the ground, enveloping the area in a thick, white mist that contained substances to paralyze and hallucinate. Caught off guard, Crocodile inhaled the mist and immediately felt his strength drain away. He desperately unleashed a thousand-tile straight punch into the fog. But the 2 ninjas had already melded into the shadows. His all-out attack met with nothingness. Soon after, the paralyzed Crocodile fell to the ground, utterly immobilized. Subai approached him with a devilish grin, extending his arm imbued with dark power, forcefully pressing it against Crocodile's chest, marked with the emblem of the Sun Pirates. The eerie, terrifying dark energy enveloped the now terrified Crocodile. As time passed, the Sun Pirate's insignia on his chest was overshadowed by the mark of the Shadow Legion, transforming Crocodile into a member of Subai's elite cadre, much like the shadowy figure known as Little 8. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the second talent from this domain. You are rewarded with the Fishman Karate secret techniques, 10,000-tile straight punch, shark-tile straight punch, and Wulai Guan. Subai exhibited a flicker of interest at the system's reward. The technique Wulai Guan was none other than the ultimate skill of the sea hero Jinbei. In the incident at Fishman Island, the sea hero Jinbei executed the profound techniques of Fishman karate with remarkable prowess, penetrating the massive body of the whale fishman, Mianjing, whose size dwarfed even mountains. He even managed to repel one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, also known as Big Mom. This exemplifies the formidable nature of this secret technique. Should Coby master all these skills, while it may not guarantee he becomes a warrior as formidable as Jinbei, he would certainly have no trouble contending with a Navy Vice Admiral. Coby, stop feigning ignorance and get up quickly. Upon hearing Subai's command, the shadowy Coby promptly rose from the ground. At that moment, he resembled the young figure he once was upon joining the Shadow Legion. Bowing respectfully to Subai and addressing him, "Young master, your Fishman karate requires further refinement. I possess several tomes regarding its techniques. Take these for now, and once you have solidified your foundation, you may teach me." The shadowy Coby accepted the tomes from Subai with great reverence, subsequently following him with a devoted demeanor. I recall that Arlong has a fishman known as Xiao, who is capable of shooting water cannons. I wonder what his strength is like. Is he worthy of being my subordinate? The mention of the kissing fishman Xiao conjured an image in Subai's mind of a brazen fishman with deep blue skin and trumpet-like lips. While his verbal prowess was commendable, such skills alone would likely render him unqualified to join my Shadow Legion. Chapter 4. Fierce Battle with Arlong, Shark on Gear. Evil Dragon Park. At the heart of the park, within a music fountain, the cadre of the evil dragon pirates, the kissing fishman Xiao, donned in flamboyant shorts, exposed his muscular upper body while leisurely soaking in the pool, his eyes comfortably closed. To the south of the pool, at the entrance of Arlong Park, an aged bulletin board displayed several yellowed bounty notices. The most striking among them was the bounty for the captain of the evil dragon pirates, Arlong, amounting to a staggering 20 million berries. Additionally, the bounties for the 3 cadre members were also posted, the kissing fishman Xiao at 5 million berries, Coby at 9 million berries, and the octopus fishman, Xiao Ba, at 7 million berries. For notorious pirates, the bounty amounts signify their strength, and placing the bulletin board at the entrance was a deliberate act by Arlong and his cadre. Whenever Colonel Mouse visited Evil Dragon Park to conduct business with Arlong, he would carefully consider his tone and demeanor upon seeing these bounties. Xiao, why haven't you called Xiao Ba and Coby over yet? From within the towering shark palace, the saw shark fishman Arlong strode out with purpose, glancing outside to see Xiao lounging comfortably in the pool. Boss, I've already sent someone to fetch Xiao Ba and Coby. They will be here shortly. Just as Xiao finished speaking, the perimeter of Evil Dragon Park saw the shadowy Xiao Ba, wielding 6 swift blades, accompanied by 5 shadowy claw ninjas, advancing silently towards the Blabbermouth King. Xiao Ba, who are those 5 behind you? Crabfish men? Typically, Xiao Ba would enter the park carrying takoyaki and packaged sea king meat. But today seemed unusually different. This peculiarity did not escape the keen observation of the captain, Arlong, who silently reached for his large sawn knife, preparing for any eventuality. Hey, Xiao Ba, I'm calling you. Respond. Xiao, oblivious to Xiao Ba's unusual demeanor, puffed his trumpet-shaped lips, gathering a concentrated blast of water, which he swiftly shot towards Xiao Ba's feet as a warning. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful water blast struck the ground beneath Xiao Ba, shattering the solid stone slabs. Yet Xiao Ba remained unfazed and continued to advance with his 5 ninja companions towards Xiao. Hiss. Xiao Ba, what's going on with you? Xiao gasped in surprise, bewildered by Xiao Ba's odd behavior. At this moment, Arlong's expression darkened, suspecting that Xiao Ba had been manipulated, as it was uncharacteristic for him to ignore Xiao's water blasts. No. Octopus Xiao Ba is pitch black. The shadowy Xiao Ba lifted his head and inhaled deeply, filling his mouth with dark ink, as he forcefully contracted his abdomen. The air previously inhaled, mixed with the inky substance, was expelled towards the direction of the kissing fishman, Xiao. Puff, puff, puff. The inky liquid shot towards Xiao's pool, instantly covering him with a face full of ink. The battle was imminent. Confirming his suspicions, Arlong swung his large sawn knife, charging towards the shadowy Xiao Ba. Seeing this, Xiao Ba let out a cold snort, gripping his 6 sharp blades tightly, positioning their tips together, ready to confront the oncoming Arlong. 6-blade style, octopus canister technique. A surge of killing intent emanated from the 6 blades as they clashed with Arlong's impending assault. 6-blade style, new spring opening slash. Seizing the moment as Arlong sidestepped, Xiao Ba swung his arms with all his might toward Arlong. Boom. A thunderous sound of metal clashing echoed through the air as Xiao Ba's powerful strike was forcefully blocked by Arlong's sawn knife. With ease, Arlong deflected Xiao Ba's attack, revealing a glint of ferocity in his eyes. A sinister grin spread across his face, his jagged steel teeth grinding ominously. Shark on darts. Arlong's right arm, gripping the sawn knife, bulged with muscle as he propelled himself towards Xiao Ba like a torpedo, his weapon swirling like a ship's propeller, accelerating his attack. As Arlong charged, Xiao Ba's crimson eyes glinted with ferocious intent. Raising his trumpet-shaped lips, he unleashed a jet of jet-black octopus ink towards Arlong, seizing the opportunity to launch his counterattack with his 6 arms, each wielding a blade, spinning rapidly towards Arlong. Clang! Another deafening clash reverberated, sending Xiao Ba stumbling back several steps as he barely managed to parry Arlong's onslaught. At that moment, Xiao Ba was internally injured, blood trickling from his lips. Yet he glared defiantly at the domineering Arlong before him. Shark on gear. As the saying goes, one should strike when the opponent is down. As Xiao Ba lay gravely injured, unable to wield his blade, Arlong erupted into a terrifying, blood-curdling laugh, his mouth agape. In an instant, he lunged forward once more, turning to bite at Xiao Ba. With wide, furious eyes, Xiao Ba exerted every ounce of strength to defend himself. In that critical moment, 5 shadowy ninja soldiers emerged behind Xiao Ba, forming a protective wall. They raised their massive pincers, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds, challenging Arlong to see whether his iron teeth could withstand their might. Arlong charged forward like a cannonball, his gaping maw aimed at the pincered ninjas. In a mere instant, 3 of the shadowy ninjas fell to his frenzied assault, while the 2 remaining were gravely wounded, perilously close to demise. Isn't that Arlong, captain of the dragon pirates, with a bounty of 20 million berries? A sudden voice rang out from the entrance of Evil Dragon Park. Chapter 5, Colonel Rat. The scum of scum. The one daring enough to mock Arlong was none other than Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, draped in a black cloak. A smirk played on his lips as he observed Xiao Ba, battered and bloodied on the ground, igniting a fierce anger within him. Coby, assist Xiao Ba. The rest of you 13, go help as well. The shadowy Coby cracked his knuckles, grinning maniacally as he charged towards Arlong, the captain of the dragon pirates. Meanwhile, the 13 ordinary ninjas of the Shadow Legion stood respectfully in place before vanishing into the darkness. Coby, how has he become like Xiao Ba? Arlong, momentarily distracted by Subai's voice, was astonished to see Coby, his most trusted subordinate, now serving this young boy. What could this mean? Did this boy possess the powers of a devil fruit? Fishman karate, thousand-tile punch. As Arlong pondered, Coby clenched his fists, positioning his left hand in front and placing his right fist at his waist, adopting a unique stance of Fishman karate. Seizing the opportunity while Arlong was distracted, he executed a fluid series of movements culminating in the essence of Fishman karate, the thousand-tile punch, aimed directly at Arlong's face. Boom. The punch landed with lightning speed, leaving Arlong no chance to evade. A sharp crack resonated as his serrated teeth were knocked out, blood cascading from his mouth. Coby, your mastery of Fishman karate has significantly improved. Arlong's crimson eyes ignited with murderous intent as he mockingly spat out the bloodied remnants of his teeth, casting a sinister grin towards Subai. The transformation of Xiao Ba and Coby surely had something to do with this boy. If I eliminate this brat, Xiao Ba and Coby will undoubtedly regain their senses. With clarity in his mind, Arlong bared his jagged teeth and, filled with exhilaration, gripped his large saw blade tightly, charging fervently towards Subai. Shark on darts. Employing the same tactic, Arlong launched himself forward, using the ground's recoil to propel himself towards Subai. Just as he was about to collide with the boy, he was taken aback to find Subai entirely unfazed, even sporting a hint of mockery upon his face. Human brat, die. Furious, Arlong summoned all his strength, swinging his massive saw blade in a furious arc, creating an impenetrable barrier aimed at Subai. Arlong, do you know I am the young master of the Shadow Legion? Subai gazed at the approaching Arlong with a playful expression, a peculiar smile emerging before he vanished into the shadows, disappearing from sight. Boom. Arlong's full force attack met nothing but air, his fury intensifying as he hurled his saw blade aside. He discarded several serrated teeth into his hand, desperately searching for Subai's presence. Arlong, my young master is not someone you can simply encounter at will. Just as Arlong, consumed by rage, scanned the area for Subai, Coby and the now recovered Xiao Ba, alongside a throng of shadow ninjas, converged upon him. In an instant, Arlong, captain of the dragon pirates, found himself surrounded by the Shadow Legion. Help! Come to my aid! Seeing the Shadow Legion drawing ever closer, Arlong's expression turned frantic. His face contorted in rage as he bared his teeth, charging desperately toward the ordinary shadow ninja on his left. In his contemplation, he believed that only by breaking through the encirclement first could he subsequently unite with other fishmen to vanquish the adversaries before him. The shark iron teeth technique. It must be said that as the captain of the dragon pirates, who bore a bounty of 20 million berries from the Navy, the individual prowess of the fishman Arlong was indeed formidable. Armed with a pair of serrated steel teeth, he forcefully broke through the blockade set by Coby and the others, igniting a spark of admiration in Subai, who observed from afar. If only he could recruit Arlong and nurture him carefully, his strength would undoubtedly rival that of the high-ranking members of the Seven Warlords of the Sea. Just as Subai was keenly focused on the intense standoff between Arlong, Coby, and Xiao Ba, a thought suddenly struck him. Where had the kissing fishmanship run off to? Had he gone to seek reinforcements or fled in terror? With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Subai once again concealed his form in the shadows, beginning to wander through every corner of Arlong Park in search of the elusive kissing fishman Xiao. Eventually, Subai discovered Xiao in a desolate ruin within Arlong Park, visibly flustered, cradling a blue-skinned, trumpet-shaped snail phone. Buru, Buru. This is the Navy's 16th Division. I am Colonel Mouse. Speak quickly. Hidden in the shadows. Subai observed as Xiao contacted Colonel Mouse of the Navy. Even if Colonel Mouse were to lead a fleet to provide support, what difference would it make? By the time he and his fleet arrived at Cocoa West Village, Subai would have already incorporated the dragon pirates into his ranks and consumed the entire village. Would it be beneficial to recruit Colonel Mouse into the Shadow Corps for future infiltration of the Navy? After pondering for a moment, Subai ultimately shook his head. Mouse lacked both capability and integrity, rendering him unworthy of joining the Shadow Corps. Subai would rather enlist Colonel Monka, the axeman of the East Blue Navy base, than associate with the despicable Mouse. Moses. Colonel Mouse, I am Xiao, an officer under Arlong. Today, a group of people has caused trouble at Arlong Park. Would you consider dispatching a fleet to assist? The reward is certainly negotiable. Upon hearing the mention of a reward, Colonel Mouse's eyes widened with excitement. His lecherous demeanor vividly apparent as he feigned contemplation before replying, for justice, for the safety of the public, I, Colonel Mouse, will spare no effort and will dispatch a fleet immediately. You must prepare. Yes, prepare in advance. The preparation Colonel Mouse referred to was not for Xiao to ready himself for the Navy's arrival, but rather for Xiao and Arlong to ensure the reward was prepared in advance. Truly, what a wretched individual Colonel Mouse was. As Subai continued to deride Mouse from his hidden corner, he made his way toward the location of the kissing fishman Xiao. Chapter 6, Dragon Fruit Mythical Beast Type Jiaolong Form. Oblivious to the impending crisis, Xiao was engrossed in his conversation on the snail phone. Just as he concluded his dialogue with Colonel Mouse, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his throat, an inexplicable liquid splattering forth. Terror-stricken, Xiao widened his eyes in disbelief, reaching for his neck, only to find his palm stained crimson with blood. Ugh, who are you? Subai leisurely tossed his dagger to the ground, looking at the kissing fishman Xiao with a mocking gaze. Are you inquiring about my identity? I am Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps. Perhaps it was Subai's dark sense of humor, but as Xiao's life force ebbed away, he removed his black cloak, draping it over Xiao's head as if to preemptively declare his demise, before vanishing into the shadows. The kissing fishman Xiao, struggling, ultimately succumbed to death. At that very moment, in Arlong Park, Arlong was fiercely battling against Xiao Ba and Coby. Shark on gear, shark on darts. At this juncture, Arlong was consumed by fury, single-handedly overpowering both Shadow Xiao Ba and Shadow Coby. Every time Xiao Ba attempted to unleash the Six Sword Style's ultimate technique, Six Sword Waltz, Arlong's sudden onslaught would interrupt him, leaving him in a state of frustration. Coby faced a similar plight. Whenever he readied himself to execute the essence of Fishman Karate with Thousand Tiles Punch, Arlong would swiftly intervene. Shadow, you all take advantage of the moment when Arlong's foot touches the ground to restrain him, giving Xiao Ba and Coby the opportunity to attack. The ordinary ninjas of the Shadow Corps and the 5 giant claw ninjas instantly understood and swiftly melted into the darkness, seeking the perfect moment to strike at the unsuspecting Arlong. Six Sword Style, Six Sword Waltz, Fishman Karate, Thousand Tiles Punch. The ninjas of the Shadow Corps, having received Subai's guidance, successfully restrained Arlong's assault speed. In those fleeting moments, Xiao Ba and Coby unleashed their ultimate techniques in unison. Bang! Boom! The resounding clash echoed through the air as Arlong, the captain of the dragon pirates, was sent hurtling backward from the combined assault of Octopus Xiao Ba and Coby. The towering shark palace bore the brunt of the impact, a massive hole punctured through its structure, several supporting beams collapsing as a result. Now's your chance, Coby. Quickly strike the last supporting beam beneath the Shark Palace with Fishman Karate. At Subai's command, Coby sprang into action, merging seamlessly into the shadows before emerging from within the Shark Palace. Thousand Tiles Punch, flowing water, with a fluid and graceful motion. Coby executed what appeared to be a gentle strike, yet it brought the nearly 3-meter-thick supporting beam crashing down. In an instant, the Grand Shark Palace began to tremble precariously, ultimately collapsing in a cacophony of destruction. The weight of nearly 100 tons of debris descended directly upon Arlong. Even with his extraordinary fishman physique and iron-like bones, Arlong found himself gasping for breath under such immense pressure. Shadows, swiftly rescue Arlong. Do not let him perish. Several dark figures quickly darted into the earth, extracting the near-lifeless Arlong from the rubble and presenting his feeble body before Subai. Observing Arlong's pitiful state, Subai burst into laughter, then approached the unconscious Arlong, stretching forth his arms imbued with dark power, pressing firmly against the fishman's left chest, where the mark of the Sun Pirates resided. The eerie and mysterious dark energy began to seep into Arlong's skin. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as the dark power gradually consumed the remnants of Arlong's defiant spirit. The Sun Pirates emblem on Arlong's left chest, along with the Dragon Pirates mark on his left forearm, were enveloped by the dark energy released by Subai. Transformed, Arlong, nourished by this dark power, witnessed his injuries heal at an astonishing rate. Clink. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the third local talent. Rewarded with a devil fruit, dragon fruit, mythical beast type, koi dragon form. The value of this reward surpasses the sum of the previous two, if utilized appropriately. This devil fruit could potentially cultivate a formidable individual on par with the 4 emperors or a marine admiral. The first reward from the system was 6 renowned blades, good sharp knife 50 crafts, perfectly complementing octopus Xiao Ba. The second reward consisted of 3 types of fishman karate manuals, suitably pairing with Coby. Might the intention behind this third reward be intended for fishman Arlong? Subai gazed at Arlong with a somewhat intricate expression. If this devil fruit were entrusted to him, would it be squandered? To Subai, this devil fruit seemed rather superfluous, rather than wasted on himself. It would be wiser to enhance his subordinates. He could always seek a more fitting devil fruit for himself later. After considerable contemplation, Subai ultimately resolved to bestow this devil fruit upon Arlong. Arlong, consume this mythical beast type, koi dragon form devil fruit. And do not let my good intentions go to waste. Subai, ever generous towards his subordinates, immediately produced the devil fruit. With a mere thought, the devil fruit materialized in his hand. A deep blue fruit, resembling dragon scales, adorned with spiral patterns both on its skin and within its flesh, lay before Arlong. Like a treasure, he eagerly reached out to grasp the devil fruit, examining it closely. Then, under the watchful eyes of Subai, octopus Xiao Ba, and Coby, he opened his jagged maw and swallowed it whole. The moment Arlong's tongue brushed against the devil fruit, it transformed into a wave of warmth that surged into his body. The extreme sourness and unrelenting stench of the devil fruit's taste were akin to a concoction of foot wrappings never washed, rusted iron scraps, and the innards of maggots feasting in filth, simmered together for 49 days, an amalgamation of flavors that could only be described as utterly revolting. Now, Arlong had become a koi dragon man, having ingested the devil fruit. As he immersed himself in the sensations of his transformation, a naval fleet, flying the banner of justice, landed on the shores of Cocoa West Village, with the most despicable Colonel Mouse disembarking first. Chapter 7. Slaying Colonel Mouse, Mastering the Marine 6 Styles. The rat-like Colonel Mouse, brimming with arrogance, pulled out a cigar the width of his thumb, lit it, and placed it between his teeth. Where's that guy? With Arlong's strength, what kind of trouble could he possibly encounter? In the mind of Colonel Mouse, the troubles associated with the so-called kissing fish merman should be connected to the villagers of Cocoa West Village. Ever since the dragon pirates invaded the East Sea, Cocoa West Village and over 20 surrounding villages have descended into a nightmare. Initially, Arlong and his subordinates would ruthlessly plunder and slaughter innocent villagers. However, after facing multiple crackdowns from the stationed naval fleet in the East Sea, they became more astute, beginning to bribe officials within the naval division. Colonel Mouse, frequently accepting bribes from Arlong, chose to turn a blind eye to the rampant behavior of the dragon pirates across over 20 villages in the East Sea. In truth, he was powerless. With his limited strength, Arlong could easily eliminate him with a mere flick of his finger, were it not for the fear that the naval headquarters might dispatch more formidable officials. The dragon pirates would have long since wiped out the station's 16th Naval Division in the East Sea. It is likely they would summon us to apprehend a few rebellious villagers. Just as Colonel Mouse leisurely made his way toward Dragon Park, within the confines of Dragon Park, Subai and his group had already commenced the process of engulfing the entire Cocoa West Village into the Shadow Kingdom. Inside Dragon Park, once again cloaked in a dark robe, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, knelt on the ground, pressing his palms against a massive stone embedded in the earth. A continuous stream of dark energy emanated from his body, rapidly radiating outward in all directions. During the process of Subai unleashing dark powers, he must not be interrupted, lest all his efforts be in vain. Along, remain by my side. Xiao Ba and Coby, go to the west of Evil Dragon Park to investigate. A group is approaching us. If they are the Navy, capture their leader and eliminate the rest. Upon hearing Subai's command, Shadow Xiao Ba and Shadow Coby instantly vanished into the ground, heading towards the direction where Colonel Mouse and his crew were located. As time passed, nearly 2/3 of the vast Cocoa West Village had been enveloped by the Shadow Kingdom. The villagers, now under the influence of dark powers, bore the unique mark of the Shadow Kingdom, and upon receiving this mark, they became its subjects. A dark force corroded their hearts and souls, subtly guiding them to unwaveringly obey Subai, the young lord of the Shadow Corps, sharing in his glory and downfall. Just as Subai continued to harness his power to fully draw Cocoa West Village into the Shadow Kingdom, to the west of Evil Dragon Park. Where Colonel Mouse and his crew were, they strolled towards the park, blissfully unaware of the impending doom. Suddenly, as a soldier in Navy uniform followed Colonel Mouse, he felt a sudden trip beneath his feet, causing him to lose control and crash to the ground. The unexpected commotion drew the attention of all Navy soldiers present. As they turned to look at the fallen soldier, 13 shadow ninjas emerged from the nearby woods, brandishing rifles and shooting towards the Navy. Bang! 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 The rapid-fire tongues of flame erupted, piercing the bodies of all the Navy soldiers, claiming dozens of lives in the blink of an eye. Who are you? I am Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division of the Navy. Please don't kill me. The once arrogant Colonel Mouse instantly morphed into a visage of terror. Kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, even as blood oozed from his forehead, desperately hoping the cloaked figures would spare his life. Come with us. Shadow Xiao Ba and Shadow Coby exchanged glances of disdain, approaching Colonel Mouse on either side, grasping his shoulders, and slowly sinking into the ground, entering the Shadow Kingdom. In an instant, they brought the terrified Colonel Mouse before Subai, who had successfully pulled the entirety of Cocoa West Village into the Shadow Kingdom. Subai gazed upon the cowardly, weaselly Colonel Mouse before him, feeling a wave of disgust wash over him. Ding! The host has successfully completed the newcomer task 2. System rewards are being distributed. Name, Subai. Subordinate forces, Shadow Arlong, Shadow Xiao Ba, Shadow Coby, 1013 Shadow Ninja Soldiers, and 5 Shadow Giant Claw Ninjas. Special abilities, none. Items, Navy 6 Styles Skill Card. Buffs, none. Subordinate influence, EC Cocoa West Village. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing newcomer tasks 1 and 2. The host receives 1 chance at the lucky roulette. With the submission and completion of the System-S newcomer tasks, the rewards were quickly distributed, and Subai promptly chose to use the Navy 6 Styles Skill Card. With a mere thought, the card transformed into a brilliant azure light, merging into Subai's being. A wealth of experience and techniques related to the Navy 6 styles flooded his mind, and in an instant, he fully grasped all the capabilities of the Navy 6 styles. Shave. As the simplest technique among the Navy 6 styles, shave is essentially a form of near-instantaneous movement, easily mastered with minimal practice. Subai vanished from his position, transforming into a blur as he swiftly approached Colonel Mouse. Finger gun, staring at the cowardly Colonel Mouse. An unbidden rage ignited within Subai. Without a trace of pity, he concentrated all his strength into his index finger, launching a swift, hardened strike. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, Colonel Mouse's body was pierced, blood gushing forth from numerous wounds. The Navy's 16th Division Colonel Mouse is dead. After effortlessly dispatching the traitorous Colonel Mouse, Subai disdainfully flicked the dirty blood off his fingers. Cocoa West Village is now entirely consumed by the Shadow Kingdom. Yet, where is the little thief cat Nami? Just as Subai pondered this, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly resounded. Chapter 8. Bounty Notice Issued, Seeking the Alvida Pirates. Newcomer tasks are being issued again. Newcomer Task 3. Forcefully devour the soul of the future Navy Colonel Coby and develop him as an informant within the Navy. Reward, 50 Troll Core Ninjas. Newcomer Task 4. Defeat the captain of the Alvida Pirates, the grotesquely overweight Alvida. Reward, 5 underwater treasure maps and 500 ordinary Shadow Core Ninjas. Newcomer Task 5. Eliminate Navy Axe Colonel Monka. Reward, 10 Nightbat Core Ninjas. Note, upon completing the above 3 newcomer tasks, the host will receive 1 chance at the lucky roulette, with a high probability of obtaining armament Haki. Gazing at the 3 tasks issued by the system, Subai furrowed his brow. The whereabouts of the Alvida pirates in the East Sea are notoriously elusive. Finding them within a short time frame will likely prove challenging. The Iron Stick Alvida is the first enemy encountered by Monkey D. Luffy in his quest for the Pirate King. A character who idolizes beauty, adorning her pirate ship with swan heads and hearts, convinced she is the most beautiful woman at sea. However, in reality, she possesses small eyes, a large mouth, a face riddled with freckles, claws for fingernails, sagging breasts, a round figure, and stumpy limbs, topped with a red and white cowboy hat. Dressed in a shirt and pirate coat, with nearly every finger adorned with rings of red and blue gemstones, a pistol at her waist, and a massive iron club slung over her shoulder. Her temperament is brutal and fierce, often resorting to violence against her subordinates. Just her presence is akin to a tank, which is why Luffy refers to her as a fearsome old hag. It is time to set sail. I shall leave 500 ordinary Shadow Core Ninjas and 5 Giant Claw Ninjas to guard Cocoa West Village. I suspect that soon. The Navy headquarters will dispatch a formidable fleet to replace Colonel Mouse, as Subai strategized on how to trace the Alvida pirates across the vast ocean. The life card of Colonel Mouse, stored at the 16th Division, spontaneously turned to ash, sending all soldiers within the division into a state of panic as they rushed to report the incident to the Navy headquarters. Upon learning of the incident, the Admiral of the Naval Headquarters promptly dispatched 2 fleets engaged in operations in the East China Sea to gather intelligence near Cocoa West Village. During their reconnaissance, the fleets encountered the Shadow Brigade, which was preparing to set sail, upholding the tenets of justice and the eradication of evil. The naval forces opened fire on the vessel occupied by Subai and his crew. Ultimately, both naval fleets were sunk by the Shadow Brigade's young master, Subai, along with his companions, Xiao Ba, Arlong, and Coby. As the situation escalated, the naval headquarters placed significant emphasis on the events at Cocoa West Village, assigning Brigadier General Blibley of the 77th Naval Division to lead 5 fleets in pursuit of the pirates. However, Subai and Arlong had already departed from Cocoa West Village, leaving Brigadier General Blibley empty-handed. Subsequently, the naval headquarters issued a new bounty notice for the evil dragon pirates. The captain, the sawtooth sharkman Arlong, had his bounty raised to 30 million berries. The cadre member, the octopus fishman Xiao Ba, saw his bounty increase to 10 million berries, while Coby, the cadre member who was a soft-boned fishman, had his bounty set at 15 million berries. A mysterious figure clad in black, suspected to be a newly appointed cadre of the evil dragon pirates, whether human or fishman remains uncertain, was assigned an initial bounty of 5 million berries. At this point, the Navy remained oblivious to Subai's true identity, attributing the deaths of Colonel Mouse and all soldiers from the 2 naval fleets to Captain Arlong and his subordinates. However, the admiral who authorized the bounty was perplexed by the discovery of the deceased kissing fishman, Gio, upon Brigadier General Blibley's landing at Cocoa West Village. Logically, as a member of the evil dragon pirates, he should not have been killed so easily. Consequently, the Navy attributed Gio's death to the internal struggles within the evil dragon pirates, concluding that the newly appointed cadre in black, who had risen to power over Gio's lifeless body, must possess strength exceeding the 5 million berries bounty placed on Gio. Hence, Subai's initial bounty was set at 5 million berries. The Cocoa West Village incident was classified as a pirate uprising, and as time passed, it gradually faded from public memory. In the East China Sea, within the territory of the Goya Kingdom, a grand ship sailed steadily across the tumultuous waters, its mast proudly displaying a pirate flag adorned with hearts and skulls. "Captain, we have reached the waters of the Goya Kingdom." A diminutive boy with a round face, wearing glasses and possessing a portly figure, nervously relayed the information he had gathered to the robust female captain before him. "Coby, how many times must I tell you? Next time, address me as the most beautiful Captain Alvida of the sea." A resounding thud echoed as the stout Captain Alvida furiously swung her spiked club, striking young Coby, who immediately lost consciousness. Shortly after, several pirates approached with buckets of water to rouse him. "Cough, cough. You insufferable, most beautiful Captain Alvida of the sea, I promise to remember your words." Upon hearing Coby's flattery, the irate Captain Alvida's fury subsided slightly. She reclined in her chair, extending her thick legs toward Coby, signaling him to massage her. "Coby, hurry up, or do you wish to be punished again?" With a pallid expression, Coby struggled to suppress his nausea and reluctantly placed his hands on the captain's hefty legs, exerting all his strength to massage her. "Coby, did you not eat? Your strength is feeble." With a volatile temper, Captain Alvida raised her spiked club again, bringing it down on Coby, who was knocked unconscious once more. "You lot, come here and splash some water on him. This boy truly cannot take a beating." Upon hearing Captain Alvida's command, several pirates quickly set aside their tasks, rushing over with buckets to revive Coby yet again. "Wah, I want to go home. Damn that fat Captain Alvida. I will become a Navy officer and send you to impel down." With his spirit utterly crushed by Captain Alvida's beatings, Coby wept bitterly, a seed of vengeance against her taking root in his heart. Chapter 9, The Wrathful Alvida. Coby becomes a member of the Shadow Brigade if looks could kill. Young Coby would have ended Captain Alvida's life countless times by now, while he begrudgingly continued to massage her. A pitch-black ship approached swiftly across the vast expanse of the sea, heading towards Alvida's pirate crew. "Captain, the most beautiful Captain Alvida of the sea. There's a pirate ship approaching us." The swordsman on lookout duty promptly reported the sighting of the Shadow Brigade's vessel to the stout Captain Alvida. Upon receiving this news, Alvida's green bean-like eyes widened in surprise, quickly morphing into a mocking grin as she cackled. Ha ha ha. I shall see which foolhardy pirate crew dares to provoke the most beautiful Captain Alvida of the sea. Sea Captain, it appears there are only 4 individuals on that ship. The lookout relayed his observation, prompting Alvida to laugh even more recklessly. These rascals must be mere small-time thieves. Our number of slaves is about to increase. As the shadowy ship of the Shadow Brigade drew closer, Arlong, the fishman, bared his jagged teeth in a menacing grin, filled with an insatiable thirst for battle. Young master, allow me to handle that fat woman. I promise I won't kill her. Arlong's eyes burned with fierce combat spirit, gripping his large saw-like sword. The glimmer of dragon scales faintly visible on his clenched fists. Adrift upon the vast ocean for over 2 weeks, training daily against mere dummies and sea kings, Arlong found himself on the brink of boredom. By chance, he encountered a pirate crew, and he seized the opportunity to beseech the young master, Subai, for permission to engage with the opposing pirates, eager to hone his skills and alleviate his tedium. Arlong, ahead lies the Eureka pirate crew. Among them is a pink-haired youth named Coby. Bring him to me. As for that wretched woman, Eureka, do not kill her, merely send her flying. Subai held no interest in the grotesque figure of Eureka. Initially, he wished for Arlong to eliminate her. But recalling the system's explicit directive to send the corpulent and unsightly Eureka flying, he reconsidered. This arrangement likely pertained to the slippery fruit, should Eureka come to possess it. Subai might consider recruiting her into his shadowy legion. Xiao Ba, assist Arlong. Only Coby and Eureka may survive. Dispose of the rest and cast them into the sea to feed the sea kings. Obediently, Xiao Ba knelt, then gradually melded into the darkness, joining forces with Shadow Arlong as they surged toward the Eureka pirate crew. As the ships of the Shadowy Legion made contact with Eureka's vessel, the silhouettes of Xiao Ba and Shadow Arlong materialized beside Coby and Eureka. You must be Coby, the one the young master mentioned. With your pink hair, diminutive stature, and round face, you are unmistakable. After confirming his identity, Xiao Ba swiftly rendered Coby unconscious with a decisive strike and whisked him away into the shadows, heading toward the location of the young master, Subai. Simultaneously, a fierce battle ignited between Shadow Arlong and the corpulent Eureka, perhaps due to her considerable inadequacy. Shadow Arlong felt no need to draw his formidable chainsaw. Instead, he opted to showcase his devil fruit abilities in a sparring match with this foe. Shark Dragon on darts. The form of attack remained consistent, as the fishman Arlong clenched his fists, scales resembling those of a dragon materializing on his knuckles, before propelling himself toward the corpulent Eureka like a torpedo. Bang! Under the influence of the dragon fruit, the strength of the fishman Arlong surged dramatically, and with a single, effortless punch, he reduced the spiked club in the hands of the elderly woman, Alvida, to mere powder. How infuriating! This scoundrel is none other than Arlong, captain of the dragon pirate crew. Why is he here instead of in Cocoa Village? Due to the messenger seagull failing to deliver the latest newspaper to Alvida, she remained blissfully ignorant of Arlong and his crew's recent exploits. Had she been aware that Arlong's bounty had risen to 30 million berries, she would not have dared confront him directly, even with tenfold courage. Presently, Alvida's bounty stood at 5 million berries, comparable to the previous kissing fishman, Chu, and perhaps even inferior. After all, Chu, being of fishman lineage, possessed innate strength surpassing that of an ordinary human, complemented by his formidable water cannon attacks. By normal standards, Chu's bounty should approximate 7.5 million berries. Old hag, cease your resistance. I shall send you flying. Arlong sneered derisively at Alvida. But as he uttered the words old hag, Alvida, consumed by fury, instantly entered a frenzied state. She grasped her pistol and unleashed a barrage of bullets, emptying the entire magazine, before retrieving 2 larger spiked clubs from the depths of the ship, hurling them towards Arlong with ferocity. Arlong, if you cannot speak, then do not. I shall tear that foul mouth of yours apart. I, Alvida, am merely speckled with freckles, yet I am the most beautiful woman upon the seas. Even the warlord Boa Hancock cannot rival my beauty. In her rage-fueled state, Alvida's eyes blazed crimson as she drove the 30 million berries bounty fishman, Arlong, into retreat. Coby, assist Arlong and refrain from uttering irrelevant remarks. At this moment, Shadow 8 had brought Coby to Subai's side. Subai, the cold and aloof leader of the Shadow Army, fixed his indifferent gaze upon the trembling Coby. Coby, you aspire to join the Navy, correct? I shall help you achieve that dream. Subai broke into a rare smile as he seized the young boy's arm. A tremendous wave of dark power surged forth from his being, akin to an unceasing river, flowing into Coby's body. In an instant, Coby's soul was completely consumed by this dark energy, and he became an integral part of the Shadow Army. Chapter 10. Dragon Fruit, Ancient Type, Wind God Pterodactyl Form. Just as the dark energy entirely enveloped Coby's soul, the long-awaited mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. On acquiring the 4th talent from the local realm, you are rewarded with a devil fruit, animal type, dragon fruit, ancient type, wind god pterodactyl form. Good heavens! Subai exclaimed in delight, realizing the system had granted him another devil fruit, specifically the ancient type in the form of the wind god pterodactyl. Although the rarity of this fruit paled in comparison to Arlong's mythical beast-type dragon fruit, should the user develop its potential adequately, it could rival Arlong's prowess. It is worth noting that users of similar fruits typically possess formidable capabilities. For instance, Kaido's calamities, the Flame Calamity, Ember, boast a bounty of 1,390,000,000 berries, having consumed the ancient type, toothless pterodactyl form of the dragon fruit, the Plague Calamity, Queen, with a bounty of 1,320,000,000 berries, has consumed the ancient type, Brachiosaurus form, and the Drought Calamity, Jack, with a bounty of 1,000,000,000 berries, has consumed the ancient type, Mammoth form of the elephant fruit. If I were to give this devil fruit to Coby and have him join the Navy, the intrinsic value of this fruit alone would earn him favor with high-ranking officials such as Sengoku, Steelbone, and Tsuru. With this thought in mind, Subai decisively retrieved the devil fruit from the system's inventory, urging Shadow Coby to consume it in his presence. In truth, consuming even a portion of the devil fruit grants access to its powers entirely. Subai understood this principle, yet insisted Coby consume the entirety of the fruit, requesting him to describe its flavor afterward, a reflection of Subai's mischievous nature. Thank you, young master. Coby expressed heartfelt gratitude as he accepted the wind god pterodactyl form of the devil fruit from Subai's hand. The fruit resembled a dagger, its surface a sandy hue, with spiraling patterns on the skin and flesh twisting counterclockwise. Eager to enhance his strength, Coby's eyes sparkled as he opened his mouth wide and bit into the fruit. Ugh! The taste of this devil fruit is truly, dreadful. Subai observed with a mischievous grin as Coby struggled to consume the entirety of the fruit. Upon finishing, Coby's complexion turned a ghastly shade, tinged with a hint of black, as he collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably, even probing his throat with his fingers in an attempt to expel the fruit. Coby, does it not feel utterly delightful? Quickly, describe the flavor of this devil fruit. Coby, desperate to cleanse his stomach, regarded Subai with a peculiar gaze. Responding with an air of grievance, the taste of this devil fruit is akin to a century-old fermented herring, blended with fungus-coated foot skin, then boiled with sweat-soaked stinky socks for 99 days, resulting in a particularly sour flavor. I suggest you try it yourself, young master. Listening to Coby's vivid description nearly made Subai retch himself, let alone tasting it. The peculiar concoction sounded more repulsive than consuming excrement. Coby, have you lost your senses? Are you itching for a reprimand? A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Subai's deep purple eyes as he executed the Navy's 6 styles, utilizing Shavan Stormleg to instantaneously appear beside Coby, delivering a swift kick that sent Shadow Coby flying several meters, fortuitously landing near the wretched Arlida. You vile hag, I have endured you for far too long. Facing the woman who had tormented him, young Coby's eyes blazed with vengeful fury. Trembling, he picked up a pistol discarded by the pirates and aimed it at the direction of the loathsome Arlida, firing repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted, and several bloodied holes appeared upon Arlida's corpulent form, crimson liquid gushing forth from the wounds. Little Coby, how dare you betray me? I shall not spare you. Arlida, her visage twisted in rage, gritted her teeth against the pain, brandishing her spiked club, poised to crush Coby. Fishman Karate Ultimate Technique. As the formidable mace in Arlida's grasp was on the verge of making contact with Coby's body, a shadowy figure, Kurobi, arrived just in time. With his left hand transformed into a palm position defensively before him and his right hand coiled into a fist at his waist, he assumed an impressive martial arts stance. In response to Arlida's fierce assault, he unleashed a technique from the Fishman Karate, the Sharkwave Fist. Since joining the Shadow Legion, Kurobi's capacity for learning, as well as his strength, speed, and overall physicality, had seen a remarkable enhancement. He devoted himself tirelessly to honing his body and skills, and now he could execute the Sharkwave Fist flawlessly. Gathering all his strength into his legs, Kurobi propelled himself into the air, his fists descending upon Arlida like a torrential storm. In an instant, he had left her battered and bruised. Eren, this fellow is yours to handle. Upon hearing Kurobi's words, Eren swiftly responded. His hands transformed into dragon claws, which then morphed into fists, delivering a devastating dragon fist towards Arlida. With a resounding impact, Eren's fist struck Arlida's corpulent form, sending her hurtling hundreds of meters away until she became a mere speck, landing on the shore of an unknown island. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the novice mission 4. System rewards are being distributed. Name, Subai subordinates, Shadow Aaron, Shadow Xiao Ba, Shadow Kurobi, Shadow Coby, 15-13 ordinary Shadow Ninjas, and 5 Giant Claw Ninjas. Abilities, Navy 6 Styles Special Abilities, none items, 5 Undersea Treasure Maps buffs, none territorial influence, Cocoa West Village in the East Sea. The next destination is Shell's Town, where we shall deal with Navy Captain Axmonka and simultaneously arrange for Coby to join the ongoing recruitment at the Navy base. Chapter 11. Roronoa Zaro. In the Navy cafeteria at the Navy base in Shell's Town, a young man donned in a purple suit and white shoes, with a rubber bracelet on his left wrist, was voraciously devouring a luxurious steak adorned with top-tier caviar. Boss, put it on my tab. My father is Colonel Monka. This young man, small in stature with curly yellow hair that resembled an inverted enamel bowl, exuded an air of arrogance, his smirk and somewhat cleft chin epitomizing that of a spoiled rich kid. This, Colonel Monka. The head chef sighed in resignation. Every time Balumeb came to dine, he would order an extravagant feast and then demand a tap. The owner dared not approach Colonel Monka for payment, compelled instead to waive his bill. As Balumeb exited the restaurant, he held his pet wolfhound, Sulo, with his left hand while brandishing a pistol in his right. He strutted down the street, flanked by a cohort of Navy soldiers tasked with ensuring his safety. Balumeb, arrogant and flamboyant, reveled in the fear and avoidance he inspired in passers-by. Just then, as he leisurely walked with Sulo, a soldier behind him received a sudden call from a Din Mushi, urgently informing him that Captain Axmonka summoned them back to the Navy base due to the sighting of a completely black pirate ship landing on the coast of Shell's Town. Is there a mission from Dad? You all go ahead. I'll continue exploring the town. Just as Balumeb was about to dismiss the soldiers, Sulo suddenly turned aggressive. The wolfhound's fur bristled, breaking free of Balumeb's grip, and lunged towards a nearby little girl, baring its teeth in a frenzy. The girl fell to the ground in terror, crying out in fear. Beast, get away. At that moment, as the wolfhound's sharp fangs neared the girl, a green-clad swordsman, adorned with 3 swift blades at his waist, appeared just in time. With a flash of steel, the swordsman swiftly drew his blades, their cold light flashing as he expertly dispatched the mad wolfhound, saving the girl's life. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Balumeb, his face darkened with rage, shouted, "Who dares to slay my beloved Sulo? Capture this brat!" Witnessing the demise of his cherished pet, Balumeb erupted in fury, his eyes blazing with wrath as he commanded the soldiers to seize the audacious swordsman. "What is your name, little girl?" The green-clad swordsman, initially contemplating escape, realized that his actions were to protect the girl. If he fled, Balumeb would surely turn his wrath upon her. Therefore, he chose to surrender, allowing the Navy soldiers to bind him. Thank you. My name is Ligia. What is your name, big brother? The young girl, Ligia, with a white headscarf and a purple striped shirt, her brown hair braided in large, watery black eyes, politely bowed in gratitude to the swordsman. "Aha, I am Roronoa Zaro. Little Ligia, do not worry about me." Zaro reassured her gently as he was led away by the Navy soldiers to be imprisoned at the base. Subsequently, Balumeb had Zaro tied to the execution grounds at the Navy base, declaring that if Zaro could endure a month without food or water under the elements, he would be released without punishment. Meanwhile, during Zaro's ordeal, at the coast of Shell's Town, Captain Monka had found no one aboard the stranded pirate ship, leading him to return with disappointment. Is that our target? Beneath the concealed shade of trees, Shadow Aaron and Shadow Xiao Ba gazed solemnly at Captain Axmonka, incredulous that this seemingly formidable yet feeble individual was their intended target. That fellow is of average strength. Anyone among you could defeat him. However, our primary objective in Shell's Town is to bring this town under the dominion of the Shadow Kingdom. This operation aims to incorporate the entire Shell's Town into the Shadow Kingdom, subsequently absorbing Ligia and Balumeb to become part of the Shadow Legion. After all, relying solely on Coby is insufficient. By integrating Ligia and Balumeb, they could serve as Coby's aides, assisting him in ascending the ranks within the Navy. Zaro should be tied up at the execution ground now. Should I devour his soul and bring him into the Shadow Legion? Just as Subai contemplated making a move against Zaro, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. In the world of One Piece, the souls of the Straw Hat Pirates members are temporarily impervious to devouring. Only after the host has consumed 90 of the territory in the current world can he attempt to target the members of the Straw Hat crew. Upon reading this notification, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, shook his head and abandoned the idea of consuming Zoro's soul. It appears that the ambition to devour the protagonists cannot be realized. Kurubi, have you thoroughly investigated the situation at the nearby naval base? Which division is Admiral Kizaru most likely to appear in? In the mind of Subai, the only way to ensure that Coby flourishes within the Navy and gains their substantial support is to draw the attention of the high-ranking officials to his worth. Coincidentally, Admiral Kizaru is currently on a mission at the Navy base in the East Sea. Subai and his companions merely need to create a commotion in Shellstown, and it is assured that Admiral Kizaru will come rushing over. By the time Kizaru arrives at Shellstown at lightning speed, Subai and his group will have already vanished into the Kingdom of Shadows, evading capture. They will then seize the opportunity during Kizaru's search for pirates to have Coby enlist in the military. Understanding the value of Coby's fruit abilities, Kizaru will undoubtedly adhere to Subai's plans, bringing Coby back to headquarters to recommend him to Sengoku and Admiral Akainu. If Coby receives the Navy's dedicated training, Subai's objective will be achieved. Axeman Colonel Monka will serve as the initial sacrifice. The sharp purple eyes of Subai, the heir to the Shadow Corps, ignited with a fierce and violent flame. He quietly summoned his subordinates, Shadow Coby and Shadow Xiao Ba, instructing them to bring Legia and Barumabur to his side. As for the task assigned to the fishman Arlong, it was to incite chaos in Shellstown and publicly execute Axeman Colonel Monka, subsequently using his Navy Den Mushi to provoke the Navy headquarters. Chapter 12. Decapitation of Axeman Colonel Monka. Admiral Kizaru descends. In Shellstown on the Central Avenue, Arlong swaggered down the third main street, his fishman appearance eliciting fearful and peculiar glances from the townsfolk. Quick! Go inform Colonel Monka that the notorious captain of the dragon pirates, Arlong, with a bounty of 30 million berries, has appeared on the streets. The patrolling Navy soldiers, upon spotting Arlong, immediately extracted their Den Mushi and dialed Colonel Monka's number. Brew, brew, brew. The Den Mushi transformed into the fierce visage of Colonel Monka, who commanded, Moses, Moses. This is Colonel Monka, speak quickly. The Navy soldier relayed the news of the fishman Arlong's presence to Colonel Monka. Surprised by the sudden appearance of a pirate with a bounty of 30 million berries in Shellstown, Monka hurriedly donned his Navy uniform and cape, leading a squad of soldiers toward the third main street. How dare this fishman Arlong cause trouble in Shellstown? He must be tired of living and seeking imprisonment. With a menacing demeanor, Colonel Monka recalled the pain he endured when he was merely a Navy recruit, suffering at the hands of Captain Kuro of the Cat Pirates. All pirates deserve death. Infuriated, Colonel Monka's eyes turned crimson as he took deep breaths, leading his soldiers swiftly to the third main street. Just as Monka arrived at the central point from the west, Arlong was also making his way from the east, both converging at the center of the Third Avenue. The axeman Colonel Monka and the fishman Arlong locked eyes for a prolonged moment before the battle erupted. All soldiers, fire at the pirate fishman Arlong, with a decisive command. The soldiers swiftly responded, raising their rifles and aiming at Arlong. A cacophony of gunfire erupted as countless bullets were unleashed toward him. Dragon Fist, Steel Tooth Rocket. Arlong, the shadow fishman, bared his serrated teeth and, channeling his strength, dislodged several steel fangs, gripping them in his hands as he struck toward Monka's grim visage. His fist moved with lightning speed, slicing the air and inflicting multiple gashes upon Monka's face, blood oozing from the wounds and trickling down his iron jaw. Curse you, Arlong. Die. Infuriated, Monka's eyes blazed as he tensed, channeling all his strength into the arm wielding the great axe, which he then swung down with ferocious intent toward Arlong. If he were confronting a pirate with a bounty in the millions, that pirate would undoubtedly flee from such a lethal strike. However, Arlong was no ordinary pirate. After consuming the dragon fruit, his powers had surged. Standing firm, Arlong's previously tense fist transformed into dragon claws, which he then shaped into a three-clawed dragon fist. Adopting the martial arts stance learned from Coby as he met Monka's descending axe head-on. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding clashes echoed through the skies and amidst the fierce combat. A cloud of dust engulfed the battlefield as axeman Colonel Monka, the pride of Shellstown, was sent flying several meters by Arlong's dragon fist, shattering his famed title into mere remnants scattered upon the ground. At that moment, Colonel Monka was in disarray, his arm broken and bloodied. Utterly stripped of the arrogance he had displayed before the battle, replaced instead by sheer terror. Gazing up at the advancing fishman Arlong, Monka, abandoning all dignity, knelt before him, repeatedly bowing to the ground in hopes that Arlong would spare his life. Give me your Den Mushi. Upon hearing Arlong's demand, Monka felt as if he had received a reprieve. He quickly retrieved the Den Mushi from the ruins of his cloak and handed it respectfully to Arlong. Just as Monka prepared to flee, he suddenly noticed Arlong dialing the phone number for the East Sea's 95th branch, where Admiral Kizaru was on duty. A series of bruise sounds echoed as Monka's din-din mushy was answered by a Navy colonel from the 95th branch. At that moment, Arlong grinned malevolently and declared, "Keek keek. I am Arlong, captain of the Dragon Pirates, currently in Shell's Town, and beside me is the infamous axeman Colonel Monka. Come, listen to his exquisite cries of despair." In an instant, Arlong became a blur, swiftly moving behind Colonel Monka and, with overwhelming force, drove his three-clawed dragon fist through Monka's chest. The agonizing pain forced a howl from Monka, sending the other end of the din-din mushy into a frenzy, followed by silence. Beep, beep. Moses, this is Admiral Kizaru. Are you the captain of the Dragon Pirates, Arlong? You are even more arrogant than Fisher Tiger of the Sun Pirates. Very well. Admiral Kizaru then abruptly ended the call. Yet Arlong was acutely aware that Kizaru was racing across the East Sea at the speed of light towards Shell's Town. Monka, my task is complete. You may now perish. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Arlong's eyes as he twisted the three-clawed dragon fist embedded within Monka, ultimately making contact with a warm, pulsating heart. Pff. With a slight exertion of force, Eren shattered Colonel Monka's heart. As the heart exploded, the renowned Colonel Monka gazed at Eren with a face of sheer terror, ultimately collapsing helplessly to the ground, expiring with his final breath. During the encounter between Eren and Colonel Monka, Shadow Xiao Ba and Shadow's Keluobi led their contingent of shadow soldiers through the town of Xieltsi, successfully capturing Barumabur and Xyleia, delivering them into the presence of Subai. Barumabur, your hairstyle is truly hideous. Xyleia, fear not, for I am a benevolent soul. The young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, approached Xyleia with an expression of innocence, gently taking her hand and imparting dark powers to her. In an instant, Xyleia became a member of the Shadow Legion. Simultaneously, Subai's previously gentle demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation as he looked disdainfully at Barumabur beside him, firmly pressing his hand upon the fellow's unkempt yellow bowl cut and slowly bestowing dark powers upon him. Chapter 13. The informant embedded in the Navy, Eren's bounty increases. As the dark powers surged forth, Barumabur ceased his futile struggles, fully integrating into the Shadow Legion. Upon becoming a part of the Shadow Legion, the previously brash and foolish glint in his eyes vanished, replaced by an infinite depth, empowered by dark forces. He was no longer the naive and arrogant scion he once was. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the 5th talent from this local realm. You are rewarded with a devil fruit, superhuman type, culinary fruit. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the 6th talent from this local realm. You are rewarded with a devil fruit, natural type, lightning fruit. In Subai's mind, 2 mechanized voices from the system resonated, followed by 2 beams of red and yellow light that only he could perceive, revealing 2 devil fruits nestled within the system's enclosure. One was a superhuman type fruit, and the other a natural type fruit, distinct from the animal type fruits previously granted by the system. Subai contemplated that the culinary fruit should be given to Xyleia, while the lightning fruit, slightly inferior to Admiral Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi, would be reserved for Barumabur. In the original narrative of One Piece, after growing up, Sharika assumes the role of a waitress in the cafeteria of the Navy's 153rd Division. With her significantly improved culinary skills, she has garnered considerable popularity among the naval personnel. The system's reward of the culinary fruit is perfectly suited for her. As for the other fruit, the Logia-type lightning fruit, Subai perceives it as a lesser version of the Goro Garo no Mi. Lightning itself is merely a discharge phenomenon, in essence. The speed of lightning corresponds to the motion of its electrons. While this speed may be exceedingly rapid, it is undoubtedly inferior to the speed of light. Perhaps Admiral Kizaru might take an interest in the abilities of Barumbaru. Within the naval ranks, individuals possessing the abilities of natural-type devil fruits are highly esteemed. The higher echelons of the Navy, including Sengoku, Garp, Steelbone Kong, and Suru, upon discovering that Balumeb possesses the lightning fruit, are likely to groom him as a second Kizaru. Given that Admiral Kizaru has long contemplated retirement, the knowledge of a successor would undoubtedly motivate him to invest his utmost effort into cultivating Balumeb. Consequently, Balumeb is poised to thrive within the Navy headquarters. With his rank and status inevitably rising, pairing Balumeb with Coby may well prove to be a sagacious choice. As for Lilica, who wields the culinary fruit, Subai envisions the Navy adhering to a philosophy of resource maximization, assigning her to the Navy cafeteria as a chef or potentially as the head chef. This arrangement would ensure that the Navy's daily sustenance falls under the control of the Shadow Corps. Balumeb, Consume this devil fruit entirely and analyze its flavor in meticulous detail. The more thorough, the better. With utmost reverence. Balumeb straightened his posture and carefully accepted the lightning fruit offered by Subai. He examined the fruit, which resembled a twisted bolt of lightning, radiating a brilliant yellow hue, with subtle spiral patterns on its skin and flesh. Overcome with excitement, he opened his mouth wide and took a hearty bite. Instantly, as his sharp teeth pierced the skin of the lightning fruit, a cascade of vibrant yellow juice burst forth, reminiscent of a dam breaking. The moment Balumeb tasted the essence of the devil fruit, tears of regret welled up. He realized that his initial bite should not have been so excessive. Embracing the philosophy that short pain is preferable to prolonged suffering, Balumeb steeled himself against the violent churn in his stomach and swiftly consumed the entire fruit. Albeit with great difficulty, managing a wry smile toward young Master Subai. Young Master, the flavor of this devil fruit is indescribable. It resembles excrement laced with disinfectant, further tainted with the bitter taste of expired peanut butter and moldy natto, and upon ingestion, it bursts forth with an unpleasant explosion. Subai frowned in response to Balumeb's analysis of the devil fruit's flavor before shifting his gaze to Lilica. Lilica, this devil fruit is meant for you. With a gentle demeanor, Subai conjured a devil fruit that was reddish-brown in color and shaped like a spatula, its spiral patterns facing downward, while the flesh inside was bright red, spiraling upward. Lilica, you need not describe the taste, just take a bite. Drawing a dagger from his waist, Subai swiftly sliced the culinary fruit into 8 pieces and handed the central segment to Lilica. Thank you, young master. Lilica graciously accepted the piece with her delicate hands, parting her ruby lips as her pearly teeth descended to bite into the flesh. A pungent odor instantly overwhelmed Lilica's taste buds, and upon tasting the devil fruit, her complexion slightly paled. She fought against her nausea and swallowed the entire piece. Subai gently ruffled Lilica's hair before turning serious as he addressed all the officers present. Coby, Lilica, Balumeb. You 3 will remain in Shell's Town to respond to the Navy's conscription call. Alron and I shall retreat now, for Admiral Kizaru is soon to arrive. Just as Subai finished speaking, a brilliant golden light appeared on the distant horizon. With no time for further discourse, Subai promptly led his contingent of Shadow Corps soldiers and officers into the shadows, swiftly returning to their ship and setting sail. By the time Admiral Kizaru reached Shell's Town, Subai and his crew had already escaped thousands of nautical miles away, aided by the ocean currents. Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing newcomer tasks 3 and 5, system rewards are being dispensed. Name, Subai underlings, Shadow Alron, Shadow Xiao Ba, Shadow Kruby, Shadow Coby, Shadow Lilica. Shadow Balumeb, 15-13 ordinary Shadow Ninjas, and 5 Shadow Giant Claw Ninjas, 10 Nightbat Ninjas, 50 Troll Ninjas. Abilities, Navy 6 Styles Special Abilities, none items. 5 Undersea Treasure Maps buffs, none territory, Cocoa West Village, Shell's Town. In the week following Subai's departure, the Navy once again updated the bounty on the Evil Dragon Pirates. Captain Alron of the Evil Dragon Pirates was suspected of possessing a Zoan-type devil fruit ability, resulting in his bounty soaring to 50 million berries, while the bounties of his subordinates, including the enigmatic Subai, remained unchanged. Chapter 14, The Dog and Chicken Charms. The brave marine warrior Usopp, East Sea, Westrop Village. Subai led his Shadow Corps to land on a deserted coastline, their objective this time being to infiltrate the residence of the wealthy young Lady Koya, targeting the notorious captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro. Ding! Newcomer tasks are once again being issued. Newcomer Task 6. Devour the soul of Kuro, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, and bring him under your command. Reward, Conqueror's Haki and Basic Observation Haki. Newcomer Task 7. Devour the soul of the hypnotist Zango, and develop him into an undercover agent within the Navy. Reward, 10 copies of the Imitation Pacifista and 100 firearms crafted from Sea Prism Stone Note, upon completion of the above 2 newcomer tasks. The host will receive 1 opportunity to spin the lucky roulette. Upon seeing the lucky roulette mentioned on the system task panel, Subai fell into deep contemplation. Having been so focused on completing his novice tasks that he had forgotten he still held 2 chances to utilize the lucky roulette. System. What can I draw from the lucky roulette? Ding. The lucky roulette contains a variety of abilities and items from the world of One Piece, including Devil Fruits, Supreme Grade Blades, 3-color Haki, Fruit Awakening skill cards, Swordsmanship skill cards, Navigation blueprints, Permanent log poses, and the Poseidon, as well as items from the world of Jackie Chan adventures, such as the 12 Zodiac Charms of the Master, the powers of the 8 Great Demons, the masks of the 9 Generals of the Shadow Corps, Lo Pei's Scroll, Basara Chang's Jade Prosthetic Limb, Old Dad's magical pufferfish, the Cup of Life, the Divine Armor. The Bracelet of Shiva Temple, the Book of Time. As the system's mechanical voice concluded, the lucky roulette materialized vividly before Subai's eyes. A dazzling array of items laid out within its segments, dazzling him with its variety. Whether it was the 12 zodiac charms of the master, the Devil Fruit Awakening skill cards, or the powers of the 8 great demons, he found himself desiring nearly every single item. System, I wish to use the lucky roulette. Without further ado, Subai directly requested the system to activate the lucky roulette. Creak, creak, creak. The massive wheel began to turn slowly, accelerating until the lettering became indistinguishable. Only then did the system's prompt sound. Does the host wish to pause? Without hesitation, Subai chose to affirm. As the Wheel of Fortune gradually slowed down, a striking red pointer stood proudly at the top of the spinning wheel. The symbols of the mouse, tiger, sheep, monkey, the magical pufferfish jerky from Old Dad, the Hanafuda cards, and the jade prosthetic of Ba Sechong. Watching the wheel decelerate, Subai held his breath, tension mounting within him. Time passed agonizingly, and finally, the wheel came to a halt, with the prominent red pointer landing on the dog talisman of the 12 zodiac charms of the Holy Master. The dog talisman symbolizes immortality and eternal youth, representing the most formidable auxiliary charm among the Holy Master's zodiac charms. Once possessed, one would no longer fear the specter of death. Indeed, it was a stroke of luck for Subai to draw such a powerful charm right at the beginning, decisively. He retrieved the dog talisman from the system's package and permanently sealed it within his second avatar in the Shadow Kingdom. Even if this current form of Subai were to be obliterated by an enemy, he could swiftly emerge anew from the Shadow Kingdom, endowed with the terrifying power of immortality. Just imagine, when the enemy, having paid a grievous price, believes they have triumphed over Subai, only for him to rise again. Leading his Shadow Legion from the depths of the Shadow Kingdom, what expressions would they wear? System, strike while the iron is hot. Let me spin the Wheel of Fortune again. Go, go, go. With Subai's command, the Wheel of Fortune began to spin once more, accelerating rapidly. The once striking red pointer transformed into a blue one. But Subai paid it no heed. After a brief moment, he called for it to stop. The wheel slowed down and finally came to a gentle halt. The prominent blue pointer indicating the Rooster Talisman of the 12 zodiac charms of the Holy Master. The Rooster Talisman represents flight and is considered a decent auxiliary charm among the zodiac charms. It grants the bearer the ability to levitate using mental power and manipulate floating objects, akin to a lower-tier version of the floating fruit ability possessed by the Golden Lion Shiki. With the Dog Talisman and now the Rooster Talisman in his possession, Subai felt fortunate indeed and hurried to complete his tasks before continuing to draw. Comforting himself, he extracted the Rooster Talisman from the system's package and sealed it within his second avatar in the Shadow Kingdom. Upon completing the sealing, Subai gazed indifferently at his palm, then clenched it. The Rooster Talisman's power swiftly manifested, elevating him into the air. This sudden turn of events left Xiao Ba, Arlong, and Coby in stunned silence. Could their young master truly fly? After experiencing the Rooster Talisman's ability, Subai felt elated and promptly assigned 500 ordinary shadow ninjas to guard the coastline, tasked with protecting the ships. He then led his cadre toward the direction of Zilaba Village. Zilaba Village featured a large slope at the entrance, built specifically by the villagers to fend off marauding pirates. However, for Subai and his Shadow Legion, it posed no challenge. Once inside the quaint village, Subai scanned his surroundings with a cold demeanor, initially expecting no one to be present at the entrance, only to be surprised by the sight of 3 diminutive figures. These 3 figures were none other than the earliest companions and subordinates of Usopp, the sniper of the Straw Hat Pirates, Onion Head, Radish Head, and Green Pepper Head. Ha ha ha, Usopp should be nearby as well, Subai mused. As members of Usopp's crew, where they were, Usopp's presence was sure to follow. Indeed. Just as Subai advanced further into the village, a coin-sized clay pellet shot forth from the lofty treetops. Smiling slightly, Subai effortlessly pinched the pellet between his fingers. Truly a brave warrior of the seas. This compliment lifted Usopp as spirits, hidden among the branches, and he burst into laughter. Chapter 15. Rescue Miss Kaya. Annihilate the Black Cat Pirates. With half-closed purple eyes, Subai contemplated the clay pellet in his hand, then, with a flick of his finger, sent it soaring like a bullet toward Usopp in the treetops. Oh no, I'm falling. Usopp cried out in pain as the pellet struck his calf, causing him to lose his footing and tumble from the branches. With a resounding thud, Usopp, adorned with a sniper-esque goggles and a light brown scarf, his dark curly hair framing his long nose, crashed heavily to the ground. Subai signaled, and Arlong and Xiao Ba swiftly moved in. lifting Usopp up from either side. "Master, this long-nosed fellow has arrived." As Arlong and Xiao Ba brought the dazed Usopp before him, Subai opened his purple eyes slightly. He retrieved a tattered, yellowed bounty notice from his pocket and handed it to Usopp. "Usopp, this is the bounty notice for Kuro, the captain of the Black Cap Pirates. Do you think he resembles the butler Clabatel from Miss Kaya's household?" Releasing Usopp, Arlong and Xiao Ba stepped back. And the first thing Usopp did upon regaining his freedom was to cautiously take the faded bounty notice from Subai, scrutinizing it intently. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. The bounty of 16 million berries for Kuro, the former captain of the Black Cap Pirates, marked as executed, bore an uncanny resemblance to Clabatel, Miss Kaya's butler. "Stranger, what are you implying?" Usopp, concerned for Miss Kaya's safety, summoned his courage to question the purple-eyed youth, Subai. "The Black Cap Pirates will invade Zilaba Village soon," Subai replied meaningfully, before utilizing the Rooster Talisman's flight ability to ascend into the sky and float away. Usopp remained stunned, watching Subai's retreating figure, lost in thought as he summoned his 3 small crew members to devise a plan to protect Miss Kaya. In Zilaba Village, at Miss Kaya's home, with golden hair, pale skin, and a slightly sickly complexion, Miss Kaya lay on her sickbed, gazing vacantly at the azure ceiling. Reminiscing about the joyful moments spent with her parents in her childhood, tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes as she recalled their inexplicable passing. A devastating blow that had left her health in decline, rendering her bedridden. Daily, she relied on the help of her butlers, Mary and Clabatel. "Is Usopp not coming today?" Miss Kaya sighed, clutching her little bear, disappointment evident on her face. She gazed out the window, where the sunlight bathed the scene in warmth. A gentle breeze rustling the leaves, yet her heart was heavy. Brave warriors of the sea have arrived. Upon hearing Usopp's voice, Miss Kaya smiled knowingly. Her spirits lifted as she gazed towards the towering trees in the courtyard, where she spotted Usopp climbing along the branches in her direction. "Usopp, be careful not to fall." "Oh no." Before Miss Kaya could finish her warning, Usopp slipped and tumbled from the tree, landing in a most comical manner. His absurd appearance dispelled Miss Kaya's earlier melancholy, replacing it with joy at his visit. Usopp gradually rose from the ground, dusting himself off before hastening to Miss Kaya's window to share his latest discoveries from his voyages. Miss Kaya's laughter rang like silver bells, her every expression tugging at Usopp's heartstrings and solidifying his resolve to protect her. As the tale unfolded, it soon approached its conclusion. Usopp, with a furrowed brow, gazed at the enchanting lady before him, contemplating whether to reveal his encounter with Subai. "Kaya, I met a peculiar fellow at the village entrance." Usopp donned a serious expression as he adjusted his sniper goggles, relaying Subai's words and his own analysis to Miss Kaya, who, as she listened, found it increasingly hard to believe. Yet, a memory from 3 years prior surfaced in her mind, a snippet of news she had read. In the East Sea, the naval fleet besieged the Black Cap Pirates, suffering catastrophic losses, with the sole survivor, Monka, capturing the notorious Captain Kuro and escorting him to the naval headquarters for execution. Coincidentally, it was during the same period that Clabatel became the second butler of the Kaya household. "Usopp, are you suggesting that Butler Clabatel is the perpetrator behind my parents' murder?" Miss Kaya's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions as she regarded Usopp. Clabatel had shown her unparalleled care over the past 3 years, surpassing even Butler Mary. The notion that he might be the assassin of her parents was difficult to fathom. Usopp himself found it hard to believe that Clabatel was a villain. Yet he pondered why Subai would impart such information without cause. As their minds swirled with uncertainty, a knock echoed on Miss Kaya's door, followed by Clabatel's voice. "Miss Kaya, your afternoon rest has arrived. It is time to take a break." Clabatel gently pushed the door open, his tall, slender figure clad in a meticulously tailored black suit adorned with gold patterns, his round glasses perched on his nose, and a slick hairstyle completing his appearance. He presented 2 glasses of freshly squeezed orange juice to Miss Kaya and Usopp outside the window, gently reminding her to rest early. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Usopp, he exited the room. Yet, as Clabatel closed the door, his previously gentle demeanor transformed into one of ominous shadows. Habitually adjusting his glasses, a faint smirk crept upon his lips. "It seems the plan must be executed ahead of schedule. I wonder where that fellow Subai might be. Even if he discovers my true identity, it shall bear no consequence. Miss Kaya will not easily trust outsiders." With this thought, Clabatel's smile widened with satisfaction as he discreetly retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket, dialing the current captain of the Black Cap Pirates, Zango, to inform him of an impending invasion of West Rob Village in 3 days' time. "Brew. Captain Kuro, this is Zango." "Understood. I will lead the crew to West Rob Village in 3 days." Chapter 16. Usopp's Mighty Hammer. The Infighting of the Black Cat Pirates. 3 days, neither a short nor lengthy span, elapsed in the blink of an eye. Outside Westrop Village, specifically at the edge of the Great Slope, the Black Cat Pirates launched a fierce assault. Though their ship had yet to dock, they had already positioned their cannons to fire upon the village. Boom, boom, boom. As the cannon fire erupted, a significant portion of Westrop Village was engulfed in flames. The sudden onslaught caught the hard-working villagers off guard, sending them into a frenzied panic. Just as chaos threatened to engulf the village, the captain of the guard swiftly realized the pirates had invaded. Rallying hundreds of strong villagers to arm themselves and rush towards the slope, hoping to leverage the terrain to fend off the pirates. 3 little scamps, brave sea warriors. It's time to set sail. Usopp rallied his 3 small crewmates, joining the guard as they surged toward the slope. Meanwhile, within the opulent mansion of Miss Kaya, Plebattle, in the guise of Captain Kuro, personally brought a glass of drug-laced orange juice to Miss Kaya, softly urging her to rest early, assuring her he would return shortly. Miss Kaya, rest well. I shall return soon, to collect your life. As Miss Kaya drank the specially concocted juice, a look of panic crossed her face as she gazed at Kuro. She could scarcely believe that this man, who had cared for her so devotedly for the past 3 years, was the infamous captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Though she yearned to resist, to reach for the transponder snail by her bedside to call for help, the effects of the drug overwhelmed her, and she succumbed to a deep slumber upon her soft bed. Observing the unconscious Miss Kaya, a flicker of amusement graced Kuro's stern visage. The moment to reap the fruits of his labor, the Kaya family's fortune, was imminent. Now, he needed only to eliminate the villagers of Westrop, and his plan would be complete. Adjusting his glasses once more, he swiftly transformed his hands into claws, 10 sharp blades extending like talons. As his bloodthirsty nature began to emerge. Cat's Claw, Shadow Step. The moment Captain Kuro stepped out of the grand entrance of Kaya's mansion, he unleashed his murderous nature. In the blink of an eye, he effortlessly dispatched the 2 guards stationed at the gate, and then, with astonishing speed, he charged towards the great slope at the village's entrance. In Syrup Village, at the top of the slope, the current captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Zango, led his crew in a frenzied dash towards the hill. Among them was one of the crew's most formidable fighters, the Siamese cat Sam. Under Zango's hypnotic influence, Sam's strength surged, allowing him to forget his pain as he wielded his clawed hands, nimbly evading arrows and large stones hurled by the villagers, sprinting up the slope. As Sam raced up the incline, his trusty partner, the tabby cat Budgie, also fell under Zango's spell. Budgie, already possessing impressive speed, strength, and agility, now unleashed his full potential, single-handedly shattering boulders tumbling down the hill. Disaster! The Black Cat Pirates are attacking. Everyone, run! The captain of the guard, realizing the futility of resisting the pirates, solemnly commanded the villagers to retreat into the heart of the village, striving to escape this calamity. Just as the villagers surrendered, a figure who had remained in the background, Usopp, stepped forward. With fierce determination in his eyes, he showed no fear of the ferocious pirates. Slingshot. Galaxy Pebble. Usopp produced a lightweight green-painted slingshot from his pocket, gripping it firmly with his left hand while drawing steel balls from his pouch with the right, firing them at the approaching pirates. With a cacophony of sounds, dozens of projectiles flew forth, and with each shot, a pirate fell, rolling down the slope. How dare you obstruct the Black Cat Pirates? That fool must die. The hypnotist Zango, witnessing Usopp's solitary stand against his crew on the slope, seethed with anger. Fearing that Captain Kuro would blame them for their incompetence, he immediately ordered Sam and Budgie to cooperate and swiftly ascend the slope to eliminate Usopp. Usopp's 5T Hammer. As Sam and Budgie neared the slope, the long-nosed Usopp, suppressing his inner fear, feigned calmness and retrieved a massive black iron hammer from behind, resting it on his shoulder. Budgie, my goodness. This guy can lift a 5-ton hammer. Should we avoid him? The hammer bore the painted 5T symbol, and upon seeing it, Sam was greatly alarmed, urgently urging Budgie to steer clear of this terrifying figure. As the Black Cat Pirates slowed their advance, Captain Kuro finally reached the slope's entrance. Casting a shadowy gaze upon Sam, Budgie, and the minions. A bunch of useless fools. What good are you? In a foul mood, Kuro employed his shadowless steps to swiftly approach Usopp from behind, his claw-like hands moving rapidly. Claw strike. In an instant, Kuro executed his move, and Usopp, caught off guard, cried out in anguish as he turned to see it was Butler Clabader who had ambushed him, only to succumb to unconsciousness from regret. You worthless scum. Unable to even ascend the slope, what use are you? After dispatching Usopp, Kuro's fury intensified as he glared at the Black Cat Pirates on the slope. Kuro, Sam began, eager to explain, but before he could finish, Kuro unleashed his shadowless steps, wielding his sharp blade mercilessly, ending Sam's life without hesitation. The burly Buji, witnessing his partner's demise, was engulfed in terror, yet upon seeing Kuro's indiscriminate slaughter of his men, fury ignited within him. He brandished his large machete, charging towards Kuro. Kuro scoffed disdainfully and growled, "Sickle death." Chapter 17, The Slaughter of the Cat Brothers. Can Kuro be so easily felled? As Kuro's most powerful technique, sickle death matched the speed of one of the Navy's 6 powers, the shave, covering 100 meters in under 4 seconds. However, this formidable move had a fatal flaw. Once initiated, Kuro could not discern friend from foe. Anyone in close proximity would be subject to indiscriminate attack. As one of the combatants in the Black Cat Pirates, Buji understood his captain's prowess and temperament all too well. With Kuro's bloodthirst unleashed, if he did not resist, he would surely meet the same fate as Sam, perishing beneath Kuro's claws. Humph. Buji, 3 years have passed, and your strength remains stagnant. What use are you? Kuro's derisive smile deepened upon seeing Buji dare to defy him. Adjusting his glasses that had slipped down his nose, he rapidly executed his shadowless steps towards Buji. Cat kill, rock impact. Infuriated by Kuro's taunts, Buji's eyes blazed with rage, and his robust arms surged with power as he heaved a massive boulder from the slope, hurling it towards Kuro. Boom, boom, boom. The boulder crashed down, sending clouds of dust swirling, the deafening impact echoing through the air. The rotund Buji anxiously monitored the dust cloud, fists clenched before his chest, bracing for Kuro's impending assault. Buji, guess where I am? Just as Buji remained tense, a sinister voice emerged from behind him, followed by the swift glint of steel as Kuro's claw descended, slicing through Buji's carotid artery and windpipe with blinding speed. Ugh! Buji, in agony, clutched his gushing neck, collapsing to the ground, gazing up at the arrogantly looming Kuro, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness and terror, ultimately succumbing to the shadows of death. After effortlessly dispatching the 2 Cat Brothers, Kuro unleashed sickle death once more, launching indiscriminate attacks on nearby personnel. The one-sided massacre continued for nearly half an hour. The slope of Syrup Village flowed with blood, strewn with corpses. Just as Kuro ambled leisurely towards the direction of the hypnotist Zango, from the shadows beneath the trees on the right side of the slope, members of the Shadow Brigade emerged. Then, the young lord of the Shadow Brigade, Subai, along with his 3 officers, Arlong and Xiao Ba, floated towards Kuro, announcing, "Butler Clabater, oh no, I should address you as Captain Kuro. I am the Subai that Usopp spoke of." Upon hearing Subai's provocative words, Captain Kuro furrowed his brow, cautiously crossing his claws before him, adopting a battle stance as he remained vigilant against any sudden assault from Subai and his companions. Wait, is that Arlong, the fishman? As Captain Kuro lifted his gaze toward the violet-eyed youth, the first figure to capture his attention was the fishman Arlong, adorned with azure skin, sharp fangs, and a saw-like elongated nose. Upon seeing Arlong's silhouette, Kuro felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Rendered speechless and rooted to the spot, how could Arlong, the captain of the Arlong pirates, suddenly appear in Syrup Village? Why is he so subservient to this young boy? Who exactly is this youth? Captain Kuro's expression was one of complex intrigue as he scrutinized the levitating Arlong. Despite his exceptional intellect, he could hardly fathom how a notorious pirate, whose bounty soared to 50 million berries, could survive in the East Blue, a sea often ravaged by the Navy where the average bounty for pirates was merely 3 million berries, only to now bow before a youth. Arlong, with your prowess, should you not reign freely in the East Blue? Why then, do you stoop to serve this greenhorn? Upon hearing Captain Kuro's inquiries, the floating Arlong could not help but bare his jagged teeth in a sinister grin, throwing back his head as he let out a cackling laugh. Kuro, you question my motives? Ha ha ha, it is solely due to the power bestowed upon me by the young master. Arlong leisurely articulated his response, swiftly drawing forth his razor-sharp, glinting saw blade, shark blade, and transforming into a shadowy blur as he charged toward Captain Kuro. Dragon's Wrath, on darts. The powers of the dragon fruit manifested, enveloping Arlong's arms in a layer of robust blue scales, infusing him with extraordinary strength. His muscular arms bulged, and the veins in his hands throbbed as he gripped the shark blade, resembling gnarled roots of an ancient tree. With a fearsome roar, Arlong unleashed a terrifying sound, wielding the shark blade with all his might, aiming to cleave Kuro in 2. This is bad. Shadow Step. Captain Kuro's face turned pale as he discerned the rapid approach of Arlong. Summoning his strength, he executed the Shadow Step, desperately attempting to evade Arlong's onslaught. Kuro, do not think you can escape. just as Captain Kuro sidestepped Arlong's attack. Two shadowy figures emerged abruptly behind him. Shadow Soba and Shadow Coby had arrived to assist Arlong, unleashing their signature moves upon the unsuspecting Captain Kuro's back. 6-sword style, 6-sword waltz, Fishman karate, 1,000-tile punch. Boom, boom, boom. Following the assault, Captain Kuro was sent hurtling backward over 10 meters, crashing through several trees as thick as a bowl, ultimately landing heavily on the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. In that moment, the battlefield was filled only with the rustling leaves in the wind. Arlong, Soba, and Coby, along with the hypnotist Zango, who had nearly met his end at Kuro's hands, all held their breath, eyes fixed intently on Kuro's position. This guy, surely he cannot withstand our full-force strike? Soba observed solemnly, the swirling dust obscuring his view. Yet he sensed that Captain Kuro, with a bounty of 16 million berries 3 years prior, would not fall so easily. Chapter 18, Devouring Captain Kuro's Soul. Regaining the devil fruit. As expected, at the moment when the dust began to settle, the fallen Captain Kuro struggled to rise from the ground, swaying as he straightened his back, adjusting the shattered lenses of his glasses. The Arlong pirates, thriving in the East Blue for so many years, not only boasted a formidable captain in Arlong but also possessed capable officers. Just as Captain Kuro uttered these words, the smile that had graced his face vanished, replaced by a glint of coldness and ferocity in his eyes. Catstep. In a moment of disorientation, Captain Kuro, clad in a black suit, swiftly sprang into action, transforming into a fleeting shadow. With agile footwork, he executed his elusive steps, brandishing 10 gleaming blades with reckless abandon. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed over 10 meters, appearing before the fishman, Xiao Ba. With a gasp, Xiao Ba's eyes widened in terror. His 3 pairs of muscular arms surged with strength, as he gripped the 6 renowned blades of Liangquai Daowu Gong in his claw-like hands, raising his arms in a desperate attempt to block Captain Kuro's sudden onslaught. Yet, Kuro's movements were too swift. The sharp edges of his blades sliced through Xiao Ba's skin, piercing his muscles with ease. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed Xiao Ba, who grimaced and let out a pained wail. Just as Kuro withdrew his blade, poised to strike again, Xiao Ba activated the unique ability of the Shadow Legion, swiftly transforming into a shadow and slipping into the darkness beneath him, traversing the Shadow Realm until he emerged beside Subai. Young master, I underestimated Captain Kuro's strength. Subai, the leader of the Shadow Legion, calmly assessed Xiao Ba, then extended a delicate, white arm from beneath his black robe to press against Xiao Ba's bleeding wound. Utilizing the vitality generated by the dog talisman, he staunched the bleeding and healed the injury. While the healing capability of the dog talisman may not rival that of the horse talisman, its life force significantly hastened the healing process of the afflicted. Xiao Ba, retreat for now. Allow me to test Kuro's prowess. Subai signaled for Xiao Ba to seek refuge in the Shadow Realm for recovery, while he, alongside Arlong and Coby, would address the challenge posed by Captain Kuro. Xiao Ba, with his trumpet-like mouth and round, glimmering eyes, transformed into shadow form, obediently retreating into the Shadow Realm, filled with remorse. My strength is still inadequate. Next time, I shall surpass my current self. This thought flickered through Xiao Ba's mind as he vanished into the shadows. Returning to the battlefield, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, strolled leisurely to the side of the fishmen Arlong and Coby. He invoked the powers of the Chicken Talisman, soaring into the air before employing one of the Navy 6 styles, Saru, propelling himself towards Captain Kuro. Kuro, I am here. Where are you looking? Mastering the Navy 6 styles. Subai, now empowered by the dog talisman, possessed a physique and strength that far surpassed the average Navy lieutenant, with Coby, a master of fishman karate. As his sparring partner and mentor, Subai's abilities even eclipsed those of pirates with bounties reaching 50 million berries, rendering even Arlong insignificant in his presence. Captain Kuro, more alert than a cat, felt an uncharacteristic shiver as he faced the young master of the Shadow Legion. Despite his battle-hardened experience, he sensed an unprecedented pressure emanating from the youthful Subai, one that instilled in him a fleeting desire to submit. As the notorious Captain Kuro of the East Sea, prideful and defiant, he would not easily bow his head. Subai, what is your purpose in Syrup Village? Kuro inquired warily. Upon hearing the question, Subai raised an eyebrow, responding with calm assurance, my primary intention in Syrup Village is to recruit you into my ranks. I offer you the position of strategist in my legion, to join me in overthrowing the Navy, vanquishing pirates, and unifying this world. What say you? Upon hearing Subai's aspirations, Captain Klo's eyes widened in astonishment. He scrutinized the youthful figure before him in disbelief, unable to fathom that such audacious words could emanate from this young lad. How could Subai, with his current capabilities, presume to unify the world by toppling the navy and vanquishing pirates? He was simply not a match for the 4 emperors or the 3 admirals of the navy. Captain Clo stood solemnly, questioning the boy before him, only to meet Subai's meaningful gaze. The young man then erupted into laughter, responding, "Can you guess why Arlong chose to align himself with me?" Upon hearing his name, the fisherman Arlong instinctively stepped beside Subai, clenching his fist to demonstrate the powers of the dragon fruit, showcasing his abilities to Captain Clo. He then proclaimed, "Clo, I am now a dragon man with the dragon fruit, mythical beast type, serpent dragon form. My devil fruit powers have been bestowed upon me by the young master." Upon witnessing the blue dragon scales that adorned the fists and arms of the fisherman Arlong, Captain Kuro's eyes widened in astonishment once more. As one whose intellect rivals that of Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, he was acutely aware of the immense value embodied in the Sarayo fruit. Should fisherman Arlong adeptly harness the powers bestowed by the Sarayo fruit, he could very well ascend to the ranks of a formidable pirate, rivaling even the powerful vice-captain of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. What truly left Captain Kuro in a state of shock was Arlong's final declaration. The remarkable abilities of the Sarayo fruit had been granted by this young boy standing before him. Who, then, was this youth? The value of the Sarayo fruit transcended monetary worth, and yet he could so casually bestow it. What audacity! Subai, what is your true origin? You are far more cognizant of the Sarayo fruit's worth than I, and yet you offer it so freely? Upon hearing Captain Kuro's exclamation, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, erupted into hearty laughter before dismissively responding, "Kuro, should you choose to join my Shadow Corps, I too shall endow you with formidable power, and a future brimming with endless wealth and glory awaits you." Subai's words seemed to possess an enchanting quality, reverberating within Kuro's heart time and again. "Kuro, I can grant you everything you desire, even boundless longevity. All that is required is your allegiance to my Shadow Corps." As the young master of the Shadow Corps, Subai wielded an extraordinary hypnotic ability. Despite Captain Kuro's high intellect, he ultimately succumbed to Subai's manipulation of his innermost desires. Chapter 19, The Cat Fruit, Mythical Zoan, White Tiger Form. Observing Captain Kuro's dazed expression, a triumphant smile crept across Subai's lips. Unhurriedly, he approached Kuro, extending his pale arm from beneath his dark cloak and gently pressing it against Kuro's chest. A formidable surge of dark energy emanated from Subai, flowing steadily into Kuro's being. As time swiftly passed, the moment all the dark power Subai unleashed entered Kuro's body, a long-forgotten mechanical voice of the system resonated. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 7th talent from the local realm. Reward, 1 devil fruit, cat fruit, mythical zoan, white tiger form." At the moment the mechanical sound of the system echoed, Subai stood frozen in place. This time, the system had bestowed upon him the cat fruit. Mythical beast type, white tiger form, a devil fruit of immense power. If Captain Kuro were to harness the abilities of this fruit, it would propel him to unimaginable heights. With extraordinary intelligence coupled with formidable strength, he would be a force to reckon with alongside Arlong, who possessed the sea dragon fruit, dominating even the vice-captains under the 4 emperors. Gazing at the pure snow-white fruit, resembling a cat's paw and adorned with spiral patterns, Subai felt a surge of joy. With a mere thought, the white tiger fruit materialized in his hand. "Kuro, this is the animal type cat fruit. Mythical beast type, white tiger form. Consume it, and you shall gain powers akin to Arlong's." Though the white tiger fruit was a rare treasure, Subai remained indifferent. The loyalty of his subordinates was unwavering. Their significant enhancement in strength would inevitably elevate the overall might of the Shadow Brigade. As the young lord of the Shadow Brigade, Subai could draw upon the inexhaustible dark energy generated by the brigade and the Shadow Kingdom to fortify his own prowess. With the system's aid and the potential to acquire top-tier abilities from the worlds of One Piece and Jackie Chan adventures via the Grand Wheel, why cling so desperately to the mere powers of a devil fruit? As per tradition, Kuro was to consume this devil fruit and provide a detailed account of its flavor. Kuro eagerly extended his hands, accepting the white tiger fruit from Subai's grasp. He suppressed his excitement, examining the fruit's pristine surface with meticulous attention. During his 3-year infiltration of the Koya household, Kuro, having assumed the role of a steward, had perused countless tomes, including the Encyclopedia of Devil Fruits. The encyclopedia was replete with annotations on various types of devil fruits, including the white tiger fruit belonging to the cat fruit family. This mythical beast fruit was emblematic of Eastern divine beasts, a fierce deity of war, ranking among the top 10 devil fruits of the animal type. "Thank you for this generous gift, young master." Kuro's eyes gleamed with an intense yearning for power as he cradled the devil fruit in his palm. With a single bite, he could unlock the full potential contained within. Subai regarded Kuro with a piercing gaze, watching as he opened his mouth and savagely tore into the flesh of the devil fruit. Under Subai's directive, despite its notoriously unpleasant taste, Kuro devoured every morsel, even savoring the remnants on his fingers. My lord, the flavor of this white tiger fruit is far more exaggerated than described in the Encyclopedia of Devil Fruits, almost 1,000 times worse, Kuro exclaimed. The first bite unleashed a torrent of juices that erupted in his mouth, a foul, briny fish odor assaulting his senses, quickly followed by a hint of sweetness. Before he could appreciate the fleeting sweetness, he felt his taste buds expand exponentially, overwhelmed by an inexplicable metallic rustiness mingled with the rancid, acidic stench of rotting sea creatures. The bizarre flavor left him utterly numb, and by the time he reached the last bite, the initial rancid taste had vanished, replaced by a bitter and spicy amalgamation akin to dragon's breath chili intermingled with bile. Observing Kuro's pale visage, Subai's malicious amusement was thoroughly satisfied. He stifled a laugh, offering a reassuring pat on Kuro's shoulder. Now, Kuro, why not see if you can manifest the abilities of the devil fruit? Upon hearing Subai's reminder, Kailu swiftly responded, holding his breath and focusing on the changes within his body. He then concentrated his energy in his dantian, gathering all his strength into his fists. With a clang, the black claw gloves adorning Kailu's hands shattered, and the 10 sharp blades affixed to them fell to the ground, replaced by 10 formidable white, keratinous tiger claws. Influenced by the powers of the devil fruit, Kailu could now manifest these razor-sharp claws at will, and their hardness far exceeded that of the previous blades. This newfound ability liberated Kailu from the burden of carrying and donning gloves, allowing him to launch attacks on his foes at any moment. Moreover, Kailu could distinctly sense a surge of formidable power burgeoning within him, an invisible force compelling him to engage in battle, to crave combat. Arlong, engage in a spar with Kailu and assess his current fighting prowess. The fishman Arlong, standing beside Kailu, nodded in acquiescence. He immediately activated the powers of the sea dragon fruit, his fists transforming as azure dragon scales manifested upon his skin. With a resonant roar akin to that of a dragon, he charged toward Kailu. Kailu, brace yourself. In their previous skirmish, Arlong had grappled with Kailu for quite some time without managing to defeat him. Now, with the chance for combat once again bestowed upon them by the young master Subai, Arlong was determined to make a notable impression. Sea dragon on darts. Not only did his fists exhibit the dragon transformation, but even the robust muscles of his arms were adorned with shimmering azure scales, bulging with immense strength as they swung toward Kailu. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, with dust swirling chaotically across the battlefield, obscuring the sky. Arlong maintained a vigilant expression, acutely aware that despite unleashing a fierce onslaught, none of his strikes had managed to land on Kailu. Arlong, I am right here. Shadow step extreme. Amidst the swirling dust, a shadowy figure darted back and forth. At this moment, Klo, empowered by the abilities of the white tiger fruit, experienced a surge in strength beneath his feet, shattering his previous record of 4 seconds per 100 meters to an astonishing sub-3 seconds, with the potential for even greater speed. Chapter 20. Recruiting the hypnotist Zango, bestowed with new powers by the system. As Klo maneuvered through the airborne dust, the fishman Arlong glared with wide eyes. Unhurriedly, he drew forth his sharp great knife, Zhanfeng, positioning it defensively before him. He held his breath, focusing intently on Klo's movements. Arlong, if you possessed observation Haki, I might harbor some concerns, but for now, you are no match for me. Klo, weaving through the dust, smirked wickedly. His previously relaxed hand suddenly clenched into a fist, activating the white tiger fruit's powers as 10 razor-sharp, keratinous claws erupted from his knuckles. Klo maintained his momentum, concealed within the dust, rapidly employing his shadowless steps as he hurtled toward Arlong. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out as Arlong, who had been holding his breath, opened his eyes at the moment Klo charged toward him. Utilizing his fishman's heightened senses and the significant enhancement of his perceptions from the dragon fruit, he reacted swiftly, swinging Zhanfeng to intercept Klo's assault. Klo, my dragon fruit is no less formidable than yours, Arlong boasted, his core muscles tensing as he forcefully stomped the ground. Nearly 20 times in the blink of an eye, then propelled himself toward Klo like a cannonball. Dragon bullet, Klo cursed internally. Realizing he had no time to execute his shadowless steps, he decisively abandoned the technique, crossing his arms defensively across his chest, claws outward, attempting to utilize their sharpness and his enhanced physique to withstand Arlong's onslaught. With a thunderous explosion, Klo was struck by Arlong's dragon bullet, sending him flying backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and uncontrollably coughing up blood, marking the end of this sparring match. Observing Klo lying on the ground, Subai smiled slightly, executing the Navy's sixth technique, shave, to swiftly reach his side. He placed his palm on Klo's forehead. Channeling the magic of the Dog Talisman, a visible light beam of pale green surged into Klo's body, revitalizing him. Klo, you have not mastered the abilities of the White Tiger Fruit for long, so naturally you cannot defeat Arlong yet. Once you fully grasp the powers of the Devil Fruit, even the Marine Admirals, Kizaru and Akainu, may not stand a chance against you. Subai comforted Klo, guiding him on how to harness the properties of shadows. He then arranged for Klo to retreat into the Kingdom of Shadows to recuperate, suggesting he take the opportunity to impart some combat strategies to the fishman Xiao Ba. As Klo's figure fully melded into the Kingdom of Shadows, the purpose of Subai and his companions' journey to Zilaba village was already half accomplished. Their ultimate goal was to recruit the current captain of the Black Cat Pirates, the hypnotist Zango, into the Shadow Legion and integrate him into the Navy. Arlong, bring me that fellow with heart-shaped glasses. Subai's eyes gleamed as he pointed coldly towards Zango's location. Upon seeing this, Arlong immediately understood. Unleashing the abilities of the dragon fruit, his legs adorned with azure dragon scales, muscles bulging as he accelerated towards Zango. Zango had been hiding within the Black Cat Pirate's cabin, peering through the window to observe the duel between Klo and Arlong. However, upon witnessing Klo kneeling before Subai, he was thunderstruck. Unable to believe that the once proud Klo would choose to surrender. Just as he watched Klo consume a devil fruit, he saw Arlong charging toward him. And panic set in. Zango hurriedly drew the blade ring, hypnotic ring, from his pocket, adopting a combat stance to meet Arlong's advance. Hey, you with the heart-shaped glasses, surrender now, or I'll knock your teeth out. Arlong laughed derisively, eyeing the slender figure with gray hair, dressed in a blue coat and olive green trousers. Sporting a blue wide-brimmed hat and heart-shaped glasses, brandishing the blade ring. Zango, heart racing, lowered his hat's brim, extending his arms and spreading his palms, attempting to hypnotize Arlong with the fine threads of the blade ring. 1, 2, Zango. Zango, I shut tight with tension, recited his hypnotic incantation. Hoping to subdue the powerful foe before him, Arlong. Are you joking? Just as Zango was nervously casting his spell, Arlong suddenly appeared beside him, ominously stating, Zango. Startled, Zango trembled in fear, his eyes wide open to behold Arlong's sharp teeth and jagged snout. His legs quaked as he suppressed his panic, attempting to retreat swiftly. Alas, his intentions were swiftly perceived by Arlong. Unhurriedly, Arlong unsheathed his great knife Shanfeng, his murderous intent palpable as he advanced towards Zango, declaring, if you choose to surrender, I shall take you to meet our young master, and you will gain immense power, just like Klo. Arlong's words were laced with temptation. As Zango hesitated, the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, arrived with the magic of the Chicken Talisman, materializing before Zango within the Black Cat Pirate's cabin. Zango, I am interested in your abilities. Become an officer in my Shadow Legion, and I will bestow upon you tremendous power, just like him, Arlong, and Klo. Subai's words were like the last straw for Zango. His enticing proposition solidified Zango's inner resolve. He willingly removed his blue wide-brimmed hat, bowing graciously before Subai, addressing him as young master with utmost respect. Very well, once you bear the mark of our Shadow Legion, you shall be wholly integrated among us and bestowed with formidable power. Those who recognize the times are wise. Subai greatly admired Zango. Stepping beside him with a contented demeanor, he placed his hands on Zango's shoulders, a surge of dark energy emanating from Subai, flowing like a gentle stream into Zango's body. Chapter 21. Completing the mission, comprehending Conqueror's Haki and Observation Haki. As the dark energy poured in, a layer of unique tattoos from the Shadow Legion began to materialize on Zango, the ink deepening until it enveloped his entire being. Just as the dark energy fully consumed Zango's soul, the mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 8th talent from the local realm. The host is rewarded with a devil fruit, superhuman type, dance fruit. The addition of yet another devil fruit did not astonish Subai. He meticulously examined the brief information regarding the dance fruit within his system inventory. After gaining a clear understanding, he focused his thoughts, and a devil fruit, adorned with swirling patterns, materialized within the confines of his dark robe. With unwavering determination, Subai, maintaining a composed demeanor, extracted the precious dance fruit from his robe and presented it to Zango, the hypnotist, with a casual remark. Zango, this is the superhuman type, dance fruit. Consume it, and you will gain formidable power akin to that of Klo and Arlong. From the information displayed by the system, It was evident that the superhuman type, Dance Fruit, bore similarities to Perona's Ghost Fruit and Foxy's Slow Fruit, primarily in their shared ability to exert effects on entities other than the user, thereby achieving control or influence over their states. However, these fruits also share a common vulnerability. The efficacy of their effects is directly tied to the user's condition. Should the user be defeated, incapacitated, or perish, the abilities applied to other beings would cease to function. This was akin to the notorious Shiki the Golden Lion, whose floating island, buoyed by the Float Fruit, plummeted to the ground after being vanquished by Luffy. Similarly, in the kingdom of Dressrosa, the family subordinate Sugar of Donquixote Doflamingo reverted to her original form after being frightened into unconsciousness by Usopp due to the powers of the Hobby fruit. This particular devil fruit, being associated with dance, should surely align with your inclinations. Although Zango prides himself as a hypnotist, his expertise in dance far surpasses his skills in hypnosis. Perhaps it would be more fitting to label him a dancer. Young master, I am deeply grateful for your generous gift, Zango exclaimed, trembling with excitement as he removed his burgundy heart-shaped glasses, revealing his tear-filled heart-shaped eyes. His emotions oscillated between shock and joy, and he instinctively extended his hands, cautiously accepting the superhuman type, Dance Fruit from Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, with a look of astonished reverence. Gazing at the weighty Dance Fruit in his hands, Zango could not help but widen his eyes, leaning in for a closer inspection. The fruit bore resemblance to a banana, its exterior a deep burgundy, adorned with a textured spiral pattern. As he delicately sliced the skin with a fruit knife, the pale pink flesh within was revealed, exuding a delightful aroma. Zango, according to the traditions of the Shadow Brigade, you must consume the entire devil fruit and subsequently provide a detailed description of its flavor. Under the watchful eyes of Subai, Black Shadow Arlong, Black Shadow Luo, and Black Shadow Luobai, the hypnotist Zango excitedly cradled the devil fruit in his hands. With all his might, he opened his mouth wide and took a bite into the pale pink flesh that promised an explosive flavor. As Zango's sharp teeth pierced the fruit skin, a foul odor immediately surged into his nostrils and mouth. This scent bore a curious, invigorating effect, and even before he had fully swallowed, he felt a tempest raging within his stomach, his digestive system vehemently resisting the fruit's entry. Coughing and gagging, Zango lamented that the devil fruit was even more repugnant than excrement. Tears welled in his eyes as his face contorted in disgust. He fought back the urge to vomit, pinching his nose with his left hand while he chewed and swallowed the remainder of the fruit in large bites. In less than a minute, the enormous fruit was completely devoured. Zango, how was the taste? It must have been exquisite, right? Subai inquired, his face alight with a mischievous grin. Zango slowly rose from the ground, clearing his throat several times. He took a deep breath, his gaze oddly fixed on Subai, the young master of the Black Shadow Brigade, and pitifully replied, Young master, I once doubted the tales of the devil fruit's horrid taste, but now it feels as if I have fallen into a cesspit and was forced to choke on its contents. Then had my mouth filled with a vile mixture of chili and mustard, foul, fishy, spicy, and excessively salty. Delighted by Zango's misfortune, Subai laughed heartily and patted his shoulder in a comforting gesture. At that moment, the magic of the dog talisman activated, and a gentle green energy flowed into Zango's body, alleviating his discomfort. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the newcomer task 6. System rewards are being distributed. Name, Subai subordinates, Black Shadow Arlong, Black Shadow Xiao Ba, Black Shadow Luobai, Black Shadow Bai, Black Shadow Jia, Black Shadow Lu Meibo, Black Shadow Luo, Black Shadow Zango, 1, 513 ordinary Black Shadow ninjas, and 5 Black Shadow Giant Claw ninjas, 10 Nightbat Brigade ninjas, 50 Troll Brigade ninjas. Abilities, Navy 6 styles, Conqueror's Haki, and Basic Observation Haki special abilities, Dog Talisman. Chicken Talisman items, 5 Undersea Treasure Maps buffs, Nun Territory, Cocoa West Village, Shells Town, West Rob Village. Successfully completing Newcomer Task 6 granted Subai the system rewards of Conqueror's Haki and Observation Haki, further enhancing his strength. Conqueror's Haki? I should find some opponents to practice on. Conqueror's Haki is the rarest form of the 3 Haki types, a kingly quality that cannot be cultivated through training. Those who wield Conqueror's Haki can intimidate and incapacitate their foes merely through their presence, yet if mismanaged, it may affect those around them. Conversely, if the Haki reaches a higher level, it can exert an overwhelming pressure. With a thought, Subai summoned over 1,000 Black Shadow ninjas from the Black Shadow Kingdom, standing alone amidst the crowd. The effect of his Conqueror's Haki surged forth, emanating a regal pressure that enveloped the surrounding ninjas. In an instant, the overwhelming aura caused the assembled ninjas to lose their composure, their eyes rolling back as they fell to the ground in various positions, unconscious. Chapter 22. The Extraordinary Power of Observation Haki. Departing for Orange Town. Beholding the fallen ninjas, Subai laughed boisterously, astonished at the sheer might of Conqueror's Haki. A mere release of his inner pressure had rendered 1,000 combatants incapacitated. If Conqueror's Haki is so formidable, what wondrous effects will Observation Haki yield? Cloaked in black. Subai felt elated as he removed his hat, his purple eyes narrowing as he focused, swiftly unleashing the sharp expansion of Observation Haki. Observation Haki. A formidable ability within the world of One Piece, is one of the 3 forms of Haki alongside Conqueror's Haki. According to the explanation of Silver's Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirate King Gold, Roger, Haki is a latent power possessed by all humans in the world of One Piece. An inherent ability akin to presence and intimidation. However, the vast majority remain unaware of this power or fail to manifest it throughout their lives. The power that allows one to keenly sense another's presence is known as Observation Haki. Once this power is honed, one can perceive the positions, numbers, and imminent actions of enemies beyond their line of sight. Observation Haki is closely tied to one's mental state. It requires calmness for effective use, as emotional turmoil or loss of rationality hinders its application. Observation Haki boasts various functionalities, significantly enhancing the user's 5 senses, including the ability to perceive attacks, predict opponents' next moves, gauge the strength of beings, sense their emotions and thoughts, and identify the positions and numbers of unseen objects, all fundamental capabilities of Observation Haki, varying in range and intensity from person to person. In the narrative of the Sky Island Skypiea, the master of the natural type Rumble Fruit, who refers to himself as God, Enel, adeptly wields the initial stage of Observation Haki. Through the lightning abilities bestowed by his Devil Fruit, combined with his mental network, he expands his capacity to eavesdrop on the conversations and thoughts of every inhabitant of the island. Should anyone harbor rebellious thoughts, he swiftly administers God's judgment, eliminating those with treacherous intentions. The prowess of Observation Haki can even allow one to glimpse into the future. However, attaining such a level is exceedingly arduous, to the extent that even Rayleigh has remarked that there are individuals capable of foresight through their Observation Haki. In the arc concerning the 4 emperors, one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, Katakuri, possesses the extraordinary ability to glimpse into the future. During his fierce battle with Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy's Observation Haki also reaches a level where he can perceive fragments of the future. Evading and anticipating attacks are merely fundamental applications of Observation Haki, not true foresight. This highlights the immense difficulty in elevating Observation Haki to the realm of future perception, a feat that some may pursue their entire lives without ever achieving. Centered around Subai, his released Observation Haki radiates outward, instantly enveloping the entire village of Syrup. Every nook and cranny within the village falls under Subai's vigilant gaze, even the droplets of water trickling from leaves, the worms emerging from the soft soil, and the trembling mice hiding in the grass are all perceptible to him, as long as they lie within the range of his Haki. With only the addition of Armament Haki, he would complete the trifecta of Haki in the world of One Piece. Logically, he should be able to continue spinning the lucky wheel now, right? The system's mechanical voice, however, remains silent, leaving Subai puzzled. He has successfully recruited the hypnotist Zango into the Shadow Corps. Shouldn't that count as the completion of Newbie Task 7? Why has the system not yet issued his reward? Just as Subai contemplates this, the mechanical voice of the system finally resonates, kindly explaining that Zango has yet to join the Navy. Thus the completion of Newbie Task 7 is still pending. Subai, momentarily taken aback by the system's explanation, soon realizes that arranging for Zango to enlist in the Navy should be a trivial task, given Zango's superhuman ability derived from the Dance Fruit. He would undoubtedly capture the attention of the Navy's higher-ups. Ding! Newbie tasks are being issued once more. Newbie Task 8. Defeat the East Blue Tyrant, Captain Kuro of the Kuro Pirates, and recruit the demon, Akin, into the Shadow Corps. Reward: one of the 12 Zodiac charms from Jackie Chan Adventures, the Yin-Yang Balanced Tiger Charm. Newbie Task 9. Annihilate Buggy's pirates in Orange Town and surrender Buggy and his crew to the Navy. Reward: Basic Armament Haki. Newbie Task 10. Defeat the Navy Colonel stationed in Logue Town, Smoker, who wields the Smoke Fruit ability, and implant the Shadow Corps mark within him. Reward: one of the 12 Zodiac charms from Jackie Chan Adventures, the Immense Strength Ox Charm. Note: upon completing the above 3 newbie tasks, The host will be rewarded with 2 spins on the lucky wheel. The newbie tasks conclude here. For Subai, the immediate priority is to arrange for the hypnotist Zango to join the Navy. After completing the system's newbie task 7, he can then utilize the lucky wheel to acquire a new ability. Setting sail for Orangetown, where there is a Navy branch, will allow Zango to respond to their recruitment. Once he has roughly plotted the course, Subai gestures grandly, and his subordinates from the Shadow Corps instantly receive the command. They promptly and orderly slip into the Shadow Kingdom, and in the blink of an eye, they appear aboard a grand ship, proudly flying the flag of the Shadow Corps. The crew navigates away from Usopp's hometown, Syrup Village, and sets off towards Orangetown. The East Blue's azure waves crash relentlessly against the ship. And with the harsh weather and tempestuous storms buffeting them, this voyage proves far more arduous than previous ones. It is precisely in this moment that Subai yearns for a skilled navigator among his ranks, one who can steer the ship through the tumultuous seas with ease. He ponders the capabilities of Akin, the captain of the Kuro pirates. Could he be trusted as a navigator? Or would it be wiser to designate him purely as a combatant within the Shadow Corps? Chapter 23, The Floating Restaurant Baratie. 1 month later, in the East Blue. Within the Samba Seas, the gentle breeze sways, the sky is a brilliant azure. And the scorching sun casts its rays upon the tumultuous waves that crash against Subai's ship. Arlong, Coby, steer the helm. We are setting sail for the renowned floating restaurant, Baratie, located nearby, to indulge in a delightful lunch. The young master of the Shadow Corps, Subai, casually declares. His capable subordinates, Arlong and Coby, spring into action upon hearing his command, skillfully maneuvering the wheel and swiftly redirecting the ship towards the eastern waters, where the illustrious Baratie awaits. Baratie, a famed floating restaurant in the One Piece manga, resembles a colossal multifunctional vessel, with fish-shaped bows adorning both ends. To prevent the destruction of the restaurant's interior during battles, vast semicircular platforms, termed fins, are constructed on either side of the ship, enabling it to shift seamlessly into combat mode. As the most renowned restaurant in the East Blue, many flock to Baratie to savor the delectable dishes crafted by its owner and head chef, Redleg Zeph. Even significant figures within the Navy often dine here. Who possesses superior culinary skills, Zeph or Sanji? Perhaps recruiting Redleg Zeph into my Shadow Corps as a chef would be an excellent choice. Dressed in a tailored black suit with a crisp white shirt and a wine-red bow tie, the handsome Subai adjusts his cufflinks with a playful smirk. Leaning against the ship's railing with poise, he gazes meaningfully towards the horizon, where colossal sea kings leap from the depths. The days spent at sea have imparted upon Subai the taste of endurance, 3 days of sea king barbecues and 5 days of lavish feasts. Though diverse in species and preparation, have rendered him somewhat weary of the monotony of flavors. Now, Subai's heart longs for a top-tier chef to prepare exquisite meals, allowing him to command his subordinates leisurely without worrying about the daily sustenance. After an entire day and night of relentless sailing, Subai's ship finally spots the illustrious floating restaurant, Baratie. Coby and Chopper, you two steer the ship in closer. Later, Zango, Kuro, Arlong, and I will board Baratie for a splendid culinary experience. The dashing young master, Subai, softly commands. Simultaneously, a dark circle materializes on the deck, from which 2 figures emerge, Kuro and Chopper, now fully healed, bowing respectfully to Subai. Following his orders, Chopper and Coby promptly take the helm to dock the ship, while Kuro stands protectively behind Subai, serving as both bodyguard and steward. After summoning Xiao Ba and Kuro, Subai's thoughts shifted, and he instantly conjured over 300 ordinary ninjas from the Shadow Legion to remain on the ship. After changing into new attire, he instructed them to accompany him aboard the Baratie to meet the illustrious Redfoot Zeph. Observing his subordinates clad in various tattered garments, Subai sighed in exasperation, covering his face. He retrieved several pristine black suits from his system bag and distributed them to Kuro, Arlong, Crocodile, Zango, Xiao Ba, and the others, signaling them to change into more presentable outfits. The group quickly donned the suits, and in an instant, a cadre of sharply dressed individuals emerged. Kuro, transformed from his previous appearance, now sported a suave slick-back hairstyle akin to Subai's, complemented by sleek black glasses, a white-collared shirt, a pure black suit, and a burgundy-patterned tie, exuding the aura of a mafia don. In stark contrast, the fishman Arlong wore a black top hat and dark sunglasses. Although dressed in a white shirt, the collar was unbuttoned, revealing his muscular chest, with rolled-up sleeves presenting a rebellious demeanor that commanded respect among the group. Xiao Ba's attire was the most extravagant. He had somehow acquired a gold chain as thick as a thumb, draped around his neck. At his waist, he brandished a pistol adorned with emeralds on his right side, while 6 sharp quick-blade 50 knives were sheathed on his left. In this moment, Xiao Ba resembled a veritable tycoon, eliciting uncontrollable laughter from Subai and Arlong. Dressed to the nines, they strutted boldly into the Baratie restaurant. "Welcome. Please follow me this way, gentlemen." As Subai's party crossed the threshold, a burly chef, towering over 2 meters, sporting a bushy beard, a pink scarf around his neck, and a white apron, greeted them with exaggerated deference, escorting them to a grand circular dining table. "Esteemed guests, allow me to introduce myself. I am Patty, the chef of Baratie. Here's the menu. Please feel free to make any requests." Patty flashed a broad smile, respectfully presenting the thick menu to Subai, who quickly grasped his intentions. With a flourish, Subai produced a hefty stack of berries from his pocket, declaring, "Patty, bring me all the restaurant's signature dishes and fine wines. Consider the rest as your tip, and do ensure that we are not disturbed during our meal." Upon seeing the considerable sum in Subai's hands, Patty was momentarily taken aback. Then, regaining his composure, he solemnly accepted the berries and confidently patted his chest, assuring, "Please wait a moment. I will arrange for the kitchen to prepare the ingredients." Indeed, Patty's efficiency was commendable. Within half an hour of placing the order, the kitchen delivered a sumptuous array of dishes: grilled Titanic Sea King meat, steamed colossal northern giant squid, the exquisite Winotauris Bruggeschtein, seafood risotto, seafood treasure curry soup, elephant bluefin tuna, Emma's caviar, and Charlotte's black pepper steak. An overwhelming feast awaited, and as the last dish arrived, the group eagerly indulged without concern for decorum. While they reveled in their culinary delights, a massive naval warship clashed with a small pirate vessel nearby, and amidst the cacophony of cannon fire, a dark cannonball, influenced by unknown forces, crashed into the room occupied by the chef Redfoot Zeph. "Ouch. Which scoundrel did that? This is unbearable." Chapter 24. The Troublemaker Iron Fist Hoppity, Sanji's Furious Rebuke. The thunderous cannon fire sent patrons of Baratie into a frenzy. Kuro and Arlong rose to investigate, only to be yanked back into their seats by Subai. "No need to worry. It's merely the Navy dealing with a small pirate crew. Let us continue enjoying our meal without concern." Given their leader's assurance, Kuro and the others resumed their feast with gusto. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Baratie, a squad of fully armed naval soldiers entered, escorting a dapper couple in elegant attire, none other than Lieutenant Hoppity, known as Iron Fist, and his girlfriend. Under the guidance of Chef Patty, they gracefully took their seats by the window, savoring exquisite steak. "Look, seated there is Lieutenant Hoppity of the Naval Headquarters. They truly make a handsome couple. So dashing. So elegant." Hoppity, feigning modesty, basked in the compliments, his lips curling upward as he gazed adoringly at his companion. With a smooth flick of his fingers, he summoned the waiter. In the kitchen, the golden-haired Sanji, upon hearing the commotion, retrieved a fine bottle of red wine, wrapping it in a pristine white cloth. Nonchalantly, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, he approached Hoppity's table, elegantly pouring the rich wine into their glasses. "Cheers," Hoppity exclaimed, cradling his glass and swirling it gently before clinking it with his companions. As the crisp sound of their glasses echoed, Hoppity savored his sip, eyes closing in ecstasy. Delicious. This flavor, this aroma, it must be the earthiness of Mikkel from the northern lands. A hint of acidity with a rich spiciness, surely, this must be the finest wine. A Tauris Bruggeschtein. Am I correct, waiter? Though Hoppity's voice was not loud, the entire restaurant heard him, and all gazed in astonishment. He basked in pride, hoping for Sanji's affirmation. "No, sir, that is not the case. Your soup will cool down. Please drink it before it goes to waste." Dressed in a sharply tailored black suit, Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette, then placed the wine bottle firmly on the table, unveiling the label, which entirely contradicted Hoppity's expectations, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Sanji produced a silver soup spoon, placing it in Hoppity's hand, urging him to finish the clear soup before it lost its flavor. "By the way, I am not a waiter. I am the sous chef of this establishment, Sanji. The waitstaff left yesterday." After handing the spoon to Hoppity, Sanji turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. He sauntered leisurely towards the kitchen, coolly reminding Hoppity to drink the soup before it grew cold. Hoppity, bewildered, stared at Sanji's retreating figure, while the enchanting lady beside him stifled a laugh, her melodious giggles piercing through Hoppity's heart like sharp needles. He had intended to showcase his knowledge before everyone, but instead, he had suffered a humiliating setback, igniting within him a blaze of unnameable fury. How dare that wretched man embarrass me publicly? It was utterly unforgivable. At that moment, beneath his table, a small, multi-legged insect was incessantly writhing at his feet. Observing the squirming creature, a wicked smile crept onto Hoppity's lips. He raised his foot and crushed the insect, then discreetly tossed its lifeless body into the pristine soup before bellowing, "Waitstaff, do you serve such infested broth to your patrons?" At this juncture, Subai and others seated in the corner cast knowing glances toward Hapiti, fully aware that he was slandering Sanji in an attempt to provoke trouble. Zango, the hypnotist, understood the implication and resolved to intervene, instructing himself to rescue Sanji and accompany him to the Navy headquarters to enlist. "My apologies, dear customer, but I am no entomologist," Sanji replied with a sardonic smirk, his eyes keenly discerning the root of the issue. His response elicited laughter from the other diners, including Hapiti's girlfriend. As the mocking laughter enveloped him, Hapiti's temper flared uncontrollably. His eyes bulged with rage as he slammed his fist down, shattering the sturdy wooden table into splinters. With a loud crash, the table collapsed, spilling the porcelain bowl of soup onto the floor. Sanji, kneeling with a pained expression, retrieved the insect's corpse from the soup and, with a hint of indignation, remarked, "Is it not possible to simply remove the corpse and enjoy the soup? This took 3 days and nights to perfect." In response, Hapiti furiously stomped down on Sanji's hand, which was still on the soup, and arrogantly retorted, "I am a paying customer. Do you not understand that the customer is king?" Hapiti's beautiful girlfriend attempted to dissuade him from escalating the situation, but he disregarded her, violently shaking her off and throwing her onto the ground. "Can money fill a stomach? I ask you, can wealth truly satisfy hunger?" Fuming, Sanji spat out the cigarette he had been smoking, his eyes flashing with fury. He unleashed a flurry of powerful kicks, rendering Navy Lieutenant Hapiti unconscious, blood seeping from his wounds. Do not waste food. Defying a chef at sea is tantamount to courting death. Remember this well. With those words, he carelessly discarded the briefly unconscious Hapiti aside and, displaying gentlemanly decorum, bowed apologetically to Hapiti's elegant girlfriend, feeling deeply remorseful for having startled such a refined and lovely woman. Chapter 25, The Famished Demon Akin. Just as everyone believed the commotion had settled, the doors of the Baratie restaurant swung open once more, and a soldier clad in a blue and white naval uniform rushed in, urgency etched across his face. He hurried to Hapiti's side and shook him awake. "Lieutenant Hapiti, there is trouble. We let Captain Krieg's men escape. To track down Krieg and his crew, we dispatched 7 men, and it was no easy feat." Upon regaining consciousness, Lieutenant Hapiti's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned, "How is that possible? When we captured him 3 days ago, he was on the brink of starvation, and we did not feed him anything afterward." His voice was not particularly loud, yet every diner in the restaurant heard him. The patrons clutched their heads in terror, trembling as they whispered, "Krieg's crew? Aren't they known as the most formidable pirate group in the East Sea?" Upon receiving news of the imminent arrival of the Krieg pirates at the floating restaurant Baratie, the once elegant dining patrons were thrown into a state of chaos, much to the chagrin of Lieutenant Hapiti of the Navy. "I sincerely apologize, Lieutenant," a Navy soldier began to utter, but was interrupted as an uninvited guest strode into the restaurant, clad in a deep green t-shirt, draped with a coat adorned with a red serpentine design, and matching trousers. He wore a blue and white striped bandana atop his head. In his left hand, he wielded a cane with a spherical end, while his right brandished a double-barreled pistol. A fierce glint flickered in his otherwise dull eyes as he ruthlessly fired several shots at the Navy soldiers standing with their backs turned to him. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed, plunging the restaurant into an eerie silence. The patrons, gripped by fear, covered their mouths, terrified that even the faintest sound might provoke the wrath of this menacing pirate. "Anything will do, as long as it is food. I am on the verge of starvation, Chef." These words came from the combat commander of the Krieg pirates, known as the Demon, Akainu. At that moment, he bore an expression of utter despondency. With his left hand clutching his growling stomach and his right leg nonchalantly propped on the dining table, instructing the obsequious chef, Patty, who stood beside him, to hasten and procure some sustenance. Upon witnessing the fearsome visage of the ghost mannequin, both the chefs and patrons present were struck with terror. Yet, in a corner of the restaurant, Subai and his companions remained utterly indifferent, savoring the exquisite delicacies laid before them, completely unconcerned by the turmoil between Akin and the chefs. "Chloe, this fellow is our target at the Baratie restaurant. After we indulge in this culinary feast, I need you to bring him to me," Subai instructed. Chloe, meticulously slicing a prime steak, carefully set down his silver cutlery upon hearing Subai's command. He elegantly picked up a pristine white napkin to dab the grease from the corner of his mouth, and then replied in a leisurely manner, "Rest assured, young master, I shall take care of this matter." Hearing Chloe's assurance, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, felt quite pleased. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the Straw Hat Pirates standing at the entrance of Baratie, prompting him to instruct Xiao Ba and Coby to invite Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp to join their meal. Heidi, I require another 10 bottles of exquisite red wine and 10 portions of boneless steak, along with 10 servings of grilled sea king meat, accompanied by some vegetable salad. After having incapacitated the famished and weary ghost mannequin, Chef Heidi, with a fawning expression, hastily approached Subai. He swiftly recorded the requested dishes and hurried back to the kitchen. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates, having received the invitation from the fisherman Xiao Ba and Coby, approached Subai's table with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. After witnessing Subai leisurely devour a large piece of exquisite medium-rare steak, their wariness diminished significantly, and they eagerly scrambled for the delicacies on the table. In no time, they forged a surprisingly close camaraderie with Subai and his companions. Although the relationships between Arlong and Nami and Usopp and Kuro were tense, after several rounds of drinks, such concerns faded away, and they embraced each other like brothers. Observing the harmonious interactions among everyone, Subai continued to delicately slice into his prime steak with his knife and fork, a faint smile gracing his lips. The dynamics among the pirates were not as filled with intrigue as one might expect. The Straw Hat crew was indeed quite entertaining. Just as Subai was in high spirits, reflecting on the pleasant atmosphere, he noticed the chef, Patty, furiously kicking Demon Akin while shouting, "If you can't afford to pay, then you're not a guest. Our restaurant doesn't welcome the destitute. Do not let me see you again. Get out." Patty exuded the demeanor of a formidable pirate, causing Lieutenant Hobody of the Navy to tremble in fear, muttering to himself, "I've had enough. I no longer wish to be entangled with such a restaurant. I shall never return." With his head hung low, Lieutenant Hobody led his troops out of the Baratie restaurant, defeated. Meanwhile, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, signaled his subordinate, the hypnotist Zhang, to follow Hobody, ready to employ his abilities if necessary to ensure Hobody's safe return to the Navy headquarters, thereby leveraging his connections to join the Navy. Subai and his companions watched Zhang depart, unfazed by any feelings of sadness, as they continued to indulge in the exquisite cuisine. After about half an hour, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, elegantly set down his knife and fork and picked up a white napkin to wipe the grease from his mouth. He then raised his head and instructed his subordinates, Xiao Ba and Coby, to leave the restaurant immediately and swim after the small boat used by Demon Akin, heading towards the lair of East Sea Overlord, Captain Krieg. Xiao Ba, Coby, do not alert the snake. Once you reach Krieg Pirate Crew's stronghold, transmit a message back through the Shadow Kingdom. Xiao Ba and Coby promptly stood up and hastened toward the restaurant's entrance, leaping into the tumultuous sea to stealthily follow Akin's small boat toward an island shaped like a giant python. Chapter 26. The Most Powerful Pirate Fleet, Admiral Krieg. East Sea. Samba Sea area, Akmish Island, the current lair of the Krieg Pirate Crew. So it was that chef who saved your life, allowing you to return? Is that correct, Akin? At that moment, the exhausted Demon Akin trembled before Captain Krieg, who questioned him with an expression devoid of any emotion. Startled, Akin stammered, "Why yes, but I can hardly believe our main ship has become like this since we retreated from the Grand Line." Grateful to Chef Sanji, Akin wished to explain to Captain Krieg, but fearing for the life of his savior, he wisely abandoned the thought and cleverly changed the subject. Krieg, lounging with his legs crossed, regarded Akin with amusement, a knowing smile creeping across his face as he anticipated Akin's next words. Keeping his head bowed, Akin's eyes flickered with determination, having served alongside Krieg for several years. He understood the captain's thoughts all too well. "Captain Krieg, allow me to lead the way to the Baratie restaurant." Appreciating Akin's perceptiveness, Krieg subtly lowered the twin barrels of his concealed gun hidden beneath his ebony armor, feigning concern for his subordinate. He burst into hearty laughter, then waved his hand, signaling all troops to board the ship and set sail for the Baratie restaurant. The azure waves danced beneath a misty sky, dark clouds looming overhead. At the boundary of the sea, a faint silhouette emerged, a small black dot. Luffy, who was serving as a waiter in the restaurant, held a large pile of miscellaneous items in his arms, his expression serious as he tilted his head to gaze intently at the surface of the ocean, remaining still for an extended period. This peculiar behavior attracted the attention of several diners in the restaurant. "Hey, Straw Hat Kid, what are you staring at?" the patrons jestingly inquired, but upon receiving no response from Luffy, they followed his gaze outside, only to discover a small black dot on the turbulent sea, resembling a pirate ship that was drawing ever closer to the location of Baratie. Suddenly, an eerie silence fell over the restaurant as all customers and chefs held their breath, fixated on the approaching pirate vessel. At that moment, A female customer's complexion shifted dramatically, and she let out a piercing scream filled with terror. That's the ship of the Krieg pirates, the Dreadnought Saber. Instantly, a wave of fear enveloped the entire restaurant. The diners, unable to continue their meals, sprang to their feet, clamoring to escape Baratie. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Our Baratie restaurant is equipped with comprehensive defensive measures. Chef Zeph and sous chef Sanji earnestly attempted to soothe the panicked patrons. Meanwhile, the Dreadnought Saber, carrying the members of the Krieg pirates, approached the floating restaurant Baratie. Having detected the presence of the Krieg pirates, Baratie had already deployed its battle platforms on either side, initially intended for defense. However, in an ironic twist, these platforms inadvertently became a landing stage for the pirates. Large groups of pirate soldiers leaped from the Dreadnought Saber, swiftly surrounding the entire floating restaurant. The chefs of Baratie, brandishing colossal forks and knives, stood guard nearby, determined to prevent the influx of the marauding pirates. Cough, Akin, help me inside, murmured Krieg. The formidable leader with a hulking frame, violet hair, and a white bandage wrapped around his head, draped in a fur coat and encased in formidable black armor. With great effort, his subordinate, Demon Akin, supported him as they trudged heavily toward the entrance of Baratie, under the watchful eyes of both pirates and chefs. Creak. The thick wooden doors of the restaurant emitted a jarring sound as Krieg and Akin struggled to push them open. Breathless and laboring, they slowly raised their heads to face the chefs, beseeching, "I apologize. Could you please provide me with water and food? I have money, whatever amount you need. I cannot recall the last time I had a meal. Please, I beg you for water and sustenance." With the assistance of Akin, Captain Krieg adopted a demeanor so humble that it left the chefs and patrons of the restaurant in disbelief. This man, devoid of courage and dignity, was indeed the infamous Captain Krieg, the notorious leader of a pirate fleet dominating the East Sea with 50 ships at his command. Faced with the scorn and derision of those around him, the starving Captain Krieg was powerless to retort or reprimand them. Darkness enveloped him, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed uncontrollably. This sudden turn of events horrified his loyal subordinate, Akin, who, in a state of desperation, widened his eyes and pleaded loudly towards the chefs. "I implore you, please save our captain. He is on the brink of starvation, having gone days without food. If this continues, he will perish." Despite Akin's desperate cries, the patrons and chefs remained unmoved. Chef Patty even burst into laughter, responding to Akin with a mocking tone. "Ah, how delightful. Is this the true face of the notorious villain, Captain Krieg? You wish for us to save you? Dream on. Call the Navy immediately. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do not feed him anything, just capture him." Listening to Chef Patty's cruel remarks, Akin's fist clenched in anger. Just as he was about to explode, he was met with the cold jeers of nearby customers. Patty is right. Who knows what Krieg might do if he regains his strength? He has done so many evil deeds. If he starves, it serves him right. The ridicule persisted, and Akin hung his head in shame, tears of regret streaming down his face. At that moment, however, the young lord of the Shadow Legion, Subai, signaled his companion Klo to present a plate of steak and an unopened bottle of red wine to Akin and Krieg. "Young master, that blonde-haired sous chef has already brought a large portion of seafood fried rice to Krieg. Should I still deliver the steak?" Just as Klo stood to carry the steak and wine to the fallen Krieg, the sous chef Sanji emerged from the kitchen, leisurely carrying a heaping mound of seafood fried rice and a large glass of purified water. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he carelessly placed the food in front of Krieg. "Take it, Akin. Let him eat." Chapter 27. Defend the Baratie. Captain Krieg's ambition. After receiving Sanji's generous gift, Captain Krieg devoured the steaming seafood fried rice before him with unabashed gratitude, the towering mound of rice hardly a challenge for his ravenous appetite. In less than 10 minutes, not a single grain remained. Revived, he declared it the finest seafood fried rice he had ever tasted. With a contented smile, he tenderly caressed his bulging belly. Then suddenly, with a fierce glare, he bellowed at the crowd before him, and, to everyone's astonishment, he struck his savior, Sanji, sending him flying with a single punch. Akin, who witnessed the assault on his benefactor, gaped in disbelief, his body trembling with anger as he questioned Captain Krieg. "Captain Krieg, this is not what we agreed upon. I brought you here under the condition that you would not harm this establishment, let alone that man, who saved our lives." Ignoring Akin's protests, Captain Krieg let out a derisive laugh, his expression darkening as he reached out with his robust arm, seizing Akin's right shoulder with a grip like a vice. "Akin, are you attempting to instruct me?" A surge of force rendered Akin's right shoulder numb, and despite his desperate struggles, Krieg maintained his vice-like hold. only releasing him once Akin succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. "Thank you for the hospitality, it was exquisite, truly a rebirth." Captain Krieg grinned maliciously, surveying the terrified patrons who screamed in panic and fled the restaurant, abandoning their meals in a hasty escape. In an instant, the once bustling eatery was left with only Subai, Luffy, and their companions, while the other customers vanished without a trace. "This establishment is rather fine. This ship now belongs to me." Hearing Krieg's intent to attack Baratie, the downed Sanji struggled to sit up, his face pale, blood trickling from his lips, and his eyes filled with a mix of scorn and fury directed at Krieg. "So it is true," he remarked. "Our ship has fallen into disrepair. We are indeed in need of a new one. Once your business is concluded, I suggest you vacate the vessel." With that, Krieg clenched his teeth, pointing at the ship. The dreadnought Saber docked outside Baratie and continued, "I currently have around 100 subordinates aboard, all of whom are starving and grievously injured. Prepare 100 servings of water and food immediately. Some have already perished from hunger. Bring it to me at once." Krieg's arrogant tone irked the chefs. And at that moment, the hot-tempered chef, Karn, erupted in furious protest. "You knew those pirates were going to attack the ship, yet you still expect us to assist them? I refuse." In response to Karn's defiance, Krieg narrowed his eyes, his voice icy as he retorted, "Refuse? Do not misunderstand. I am not placing an order. I am commanding you, and no one is permitted to resist me." At his words, the violent chefs, Potty and Karn, exchanged dark glances, and in perfect synchrony. They hefted their massive forks and knives onto their shoulders, rallying their fellow chefs to encircle the arrogant Captain Krieg. Just as they were about to charge, Chef Potty swiftly retrieved a lobster cannon wrapped in white cloth from beneath the front desk, hoisting it onto his shoulder and aiming it at Krieg. Greeting him with a sardonic inquiry, "Mr. Krieg, have you had enough to eat? How about trying this dessert? A steel delicacy, it's quite delectable. Food poisoning cannon, fire." Chef Potty bellowed, his raspy voice echoing as he squeezed the trigger. A brilliant golden beam erupted from the cannon's barrel, hurtling towards Captain Krieg. Bang, bang, bang. The Baratie restaurant was engulfed in golden light, followed by deafening explosions. Caught off guard, Captain Krieg had no time to react before he was struck by several shells from the lobster cannon, the force propelling him backward into the ruins of the cannon pit. "Damn you, wretched chef." He coughed amidst the smoke. The restaurant, now filled with debris, had its once orderly wooden tables and heavy doors reduced to splinters. The chefs erupted in jubilation, raising their massive utensils in celebration of Chef Potty's triumph over the infamous East Blue tyrant, Captain Krieg. Before them stood the notorious Captain Krieg. Yet he was no match for Potty. With Potty in the restaurant, safety was assured. Bathed in the adulation of his fellow chefs, Potty beamed with pride. Standing tall with the lobster cannon, a triumphant smirk on his face. It seems the East Blue tyrant Krieg is not so formidable after all. Oh dear. I've damaged the restaurant's doors and so many tables. I shall surely be scolded by the boss. Just as everyone believed the crisis had been averted. The dissipating smoke revealed a chilling voice cutting through the air. "Foolish chefs, how dare you serve me such a dreadful dessert? This restaurant is utterly pathetic." From the ruins, a furious Captain Krieg slowly rose, his head lifted ominously, fist clenched, his body trembling with rage. His chest heaved violently, and his bloodshot eyes glimmered with uncontrollable fury. Akin to a beast poised to strike. "You lot, prepare to die." Firepower coverage. In a fit of rage, Captain Krieg ripped off his fur-lined cloak, revealing a gleaming suit of black gold armor, from which numerous dark cannon barrels emerged, aiming at the chefs within the restaurant, unleashing a torrent of fire upon them. The sound of gunfire erupted, and the chefs, caught in the relentless barrage, fell into a pool of blood, gasping in agony. "You refuse my courtesy and choose punishment instead? Quickly summon your head chef to deliver 100 servings of food and water to my ship, or I shall unleash a massacre today." Chapter 28. The unbearable sight of Arlong, the humiliated Captain Krieg. Captain Krieg mockingly glanced at the injured assembly, nonchalantly removing his black gloves to reveal his diamond-encrusted alloy gauntlets. Then with a tone dripping with scorn and warning, he roared, "No one is permitted to defy me. I am the strongest in the East Blue. I possess a steel arm more powerful than any other, an ultra-alloy body more durable than any, and a diamond fist capable of obliterating all. Equipped with a variety of weapons, commanding a fleet of 50 ships and 5,000 men, I have yet to lose a single battle. I am the man most worthy of the title of captain." Listening to the arrogant words of Admiral Krieg, the straw hat-wearing youth, Luffy, felt a slight displeasure wash over him. He cracked his knuckles, eager to step forward and showcase his strength against Admiral Krieg. However, to his surprise, he was shoved aside by the restaurant's head chef, Redfoot Zeph, who was carrying an enormous package. "Get out of the way, Straw Hat." With an indifferent gaze, Redfoot Zeph approached Admiral Krieg, casually placing the hefty parcel he had on his shoulder onto the ground. "There should be enough here for 100 people. Hurry and move it to the ship." Upon recognizing the infamous Redfoot Zeph, Admiral Krieg's eyes widened in alarm, and he stammered, "Why, you're Zeph? The unparalleled pirate who serves as captain while being a chef? You're still alive." Observing Krieg's astonishment, Zeph remained unfazed, replying coldly, "And what of it? My current life revolves around cooking." Admiral Krieg scrutinized Zeph from his elevated position. Upon noticing Zeph's wooden prosthetic leg, he burst into boisterous laughter, mocking, "Old man, your words sound quite appealing. But it seems that rather than choosing a life as a cook, it's more accurate to say you have no choice but to be one." Indeed, Redfoot Zeph was a pirate who had traversed the Grand Line for a year and returned unscathed. It was said that his kicking skills were extraordinary. Allowing him to fight without using his hands, his powerful legs could easily shatter rocks and leave marks on steel. The name Redfoot referred to the blood that stained his shoes when he knocked down his enemies. "Ha ha ha, Redfoot Zeph, you are the man who once ventured into the Grand Line and returned safely. You must possess the logbook chronicling that entire year of sailing. Hand it over to me." Unfazed by Krieg's threats, Chef Zeph maintained a serious expression as he focused ahead. Retorting sharply, "The logbook is indeed in my possession, but I cannot give it to you. It represents the pride of all my companions who sailed with me, and handing it over to you would carry too much weight." Expecting Zeph to comply with his request, Admiral Krieg was taken aback when Zeph boldly rejected him in front of so many witnesses. Where could he place his face? "Old man, do not refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I have never failed to acquire what I desire." Just as Admiral Krieg was about to issue another warning to Redfoot Zeph, the fisherman Arlong, seated beside Subai, could no longer contain himself. With a fierce expression, he glared at Admiral Krieg, removing 2 rows of sharp teeth from his mouth, ready to teach the arrogant Krieg a lesson. Claiming to be the overlord of the East Sea with a paltry bounty of 17 million berries? "You certainly have a lot of nerve," Arlong muttered, but his words were overheard by the keen-eared Admiral Krieg. Turning to face Subai and his companions with a furious expression, he spat through gritted teeth, "You dare to look down on me? You are courting death." Then, Admiral Krieg raised his muscular shoulder, from which his armor began to rise, revealing several gleaming cannon barrels that aimed directly at Arlong's position, unleashing a barrage of firepower. P.K. Poison gas bomb. Hearing Admiral Krieg's words, Arlong instinctively covered his mouth and nose, only to realize that the so-called poison gas bomb was merely a ruse. The true assault resembled a Gatling gun, unleashing an almost endless stream of bullets that caught the unsuspecting Arlong off guard, leaving him bloodied. Witnessing his comrade's plight, Kuro, standing beside Subai, cracked his knuckles, sharp tiger claws protruding from between his fingers. He adjusted his slipping glasses, preparing to rush to Arlong's aid. However, just as he was about to move, he was pulled back by Subai, the heir of the Shadow Corps, who cautioned, "Kuro, do not underestimate Arlong. His bounty of 50 million berries is not without merit." As Subai had predicted, after enduring Admiral Krieg's relentless barrage, Arlong straightened his back with renewed fury and unleashed the power of his dragon fruit ability, transforming into a half-dragon form in the blink of an eye. Dragon on darts. With his webbed hands transformed into fists, countless azure dragon scales rose upon his skin. With powerful legs, he surged toward Admiral Krieg. As Arlong charged in his direction, Admiral Krieg's expression changed drastically. He prepared to draw his battle gun from his ebony armor to defend himself, but alas, Arlong's speed was too swift. Before Krieg could assume a defensive stance, he was sent flying. Amidst the astonished gazes of the restaurant patrons, Admiral Krieg clumsily rose from the ground, his face flushed with humiliation and fury as he glared at Arlong, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "How dare you treat me in such a manner?" Observing Krieg's defiance, Arlong's eyes grew increasingly fierce. He slowly withdrew his serrated blade, chopping edge, and charged once more towards Admiral Krieg. "Krieg, today marks your demise. Prepare to meet your end." Serpent Dragon on gear. Faced with Arlong's relentless assault, Admiral Krieg appeared somewhat flustered. Suppressing his inner terror, he drew forth a massive war gun weighing over 2,000 pounds, positioning it defensively before him to brace for Arlong's onslaught. Chapter 29, The Black Ship. The arrival of Mihawk, the Hawkeye. The fierce battle reignited. With Admiral Krieg gripping the war gun tightly, his expression tense as he beheld Arlong's rapid approach. In a fit of indignation, he bellowed towards the heavens. And with a sudden surge of strength, he channeled an immense force into the war gun. Effortlessly lifting the 2,000-pound weapon, he swung it towards Arlong's direction. Obsidian explosion. War gun. Upon contact with Arlong, the gun, filled with gunpowder, erupted with a tremendous explosion, propelling Arlong several dozen meters away and embedding him deeply into the deck of the Baratie. Krieg, just how many weapons do you conceal? Arlong, drenched in blood, let out a bitter laugh, struggling to rise from the deck. Clenching his fists, he unleashed the full extent of his serpent dragon fruit powers. War. Toothbone. Dragon fist. Seething with rage, Arlong's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he moved with the swiftness of the wind, swiftly closing the distance to Admiral Krieg. Instinctively, Krieg snatched at the cloak on the ground, hoping to shield himself with the spiked cape crafted from steel. Yet, Arlong regarded this feeble defense with disdain, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth as he taunted, "You think this will block my full-force strike? Krieg, you underestimate me gravely." Under the terrified gaze of Admiral Krieg, Aaron's dragon fist descended with astonishing speed, instantly piercing a large hole through the Sword Mountain's cloak. Subsequently, his fist struck forcefully against Admiral Krieg's obsidian armor with a series of resounding thuds. Boom, boom, boom. After suffering a powerful blow from Arlong, the once arrogant Admiral Krieg spewed blood and lost control, flying backward until he tumbled out of the Baratie restaurant, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. At that moment, Krieg lay limp on the semicircular combat platform outside the restaurant. Observing this, Arlong approached him with a menacing gaze. Just then, the fiercely loyal ghost mannequin suddenly erupted. "Arlong, if you wish to lay a hand on my captain, you'll have to step over my dead body." Seeing Akin's unwavering loyalty, a ruthless glint flickered in Arlong's eyes as he clenched his fists, strands of pale yellow dragon energy swirling around his arms. Just as Arlong prepared to forcefully eliminate Admiral Krieg, the young master of the Shadow Troop quietly instructed, "Arlong, just teach Krieg a lesson. Now is not the time to kill him." Arlong hesitated momentarily before striding towards Ghost Mannequin, delivering a single punch that knocked him unconscious. "Krieg, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might just show you some mercy." Admiral Krieg, horrified, believed he would perish at Arlong's hands. Yet upon hearing Arlong's mocking words, he cast aside his pride and shame, collapsing to his knees and repeatedly bowing in supplication, "Boss Arlong, I was momentarily foolish. I beg you, spare my life." As he witnessed the pitiful sight of Krieg, a sneer of disdain crossed Arlong's face. He slowly lifted his foot and kicked Krieg squarely in the face, growling, "Even if I let you go today, do not let me see you again. Now, get lost." Humiliated and furious, Krieg gritted his teeth and nodded submissively, retrieving the provisions and water for 100 men left by the red-footed Zepp, along with the unconscious Akin, and retreated in disgrace to the ship, the Dreadnought Saber. Before departing, Krieg cast a venomous glance at Arlong's back, suppressing his inner fury as he hastily withdrew. "Young master, why not let me deal with that Krieg? With his treacherous nature, having suffered greatly today, he is bound to seek revenge." Having just concluded the battle, the fishman Arlong casually brushed off the dust from his suit and returned to the restaurant, perplexed as to the young master Subai's intentions. Even if the Krieg pirates return, their impact on us will be minimal. Their strength is just enough for that straw hat kid next door to hone his skills. Upon hearing Subai's words, Arlong fell silent. He promptly sat back at the table and lifted a glass of exquisite red wine, indulging in its rich flavor. Just as the patrons of the restaurant rejoiced in celebration of their victory, a violent tremor shook the exterior of the Baratie restaurant, followed by the distinct sound of cracking wood from the outer deck. "What is happening? What struck us?" Red-footed Zepp, the chef and owner, puzzledly commanded his loyal aides. "Patty and Karn, go outside and see what is going on." The two obediently nodded and hurried out. As they stepped beyond the restaurant doors, they witnessed the battered Dreadnought Saber crashing against the semicircular combat platform, and nearly 100 pirates armed with cannons, rifles, and swords leapt down, struggling to board the restaurant's combat area. "Damn it, that Krieg is relentless, returning for revenge." Alarmed, Chefs Patty and Karn rushed back into the restaurant to inform everyone of the Krieg pirates' return. Upon hearing this news, red-footed Zepp's face contorted with rage, his braided beard standing upright like two sharp swords aimed at the restaurant's entrance. "This is bad, Luffy. Johnny and Joseph are still on the ship. We must go rescue them." Suddenly recalling that his bounty hunter companions were still aboard the Mary, the three-sword-style swordsman Zoro urged his captain Luffy to hurry and save them. As the Straw Hat crew rushed out of the restaurant, a coffin-shaped black ship bobbed through the turbulent seas, flanked by two candles emitting eerie green flames. Inside, a dark cross stood, and seated upon a chair was a formidable swordsman wearing a black top hat adorned with white fur. That man is known as the strongest swordsman in the world, Dracule Mihawk. Chapter 30. Swordsman Zoro meets his end at sea, the invincible Mihawk. On the semicircular combat platform outside the Baratie, The pirates of the Krieg crew gazed in horror toward Mihawk's location. Krieg, his face twisted in fury, snarled. That bastard chased us all the way from the Grand Line to the East Blue. Is he here to kill us? While the Krieg pirates trembled in fear. Luffy stood on the Baratie deck, bewildered as he gazed at Mihawk. Who is that guy? He asked Zoro, who patiently explained. That man is the one I've been searching for. He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the strongest swordsman in the world, Dracule Mihawk. Dracule Mihawk? A fierce glint shone in Luffy's eyes as he scrutinized Mihawk's nonchalant demeanor, igniting an urge within him to challenge the swordsman. Mihawk, renowned as the strongest swordsman, had short black hair and sharp yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle. His chiseled face bore a short black beard, and he wore a black top hat with white fur. A wine-red patterned shirt beneath a black cloak, white trousers, and black boots. Most striking was the small cross-shaped dagger hanging from his chest and the black blade, Yoru, sheathed on his back. Luffy, that man is my opponent. Zoro's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Mihawk. Drawing 3 swords from his waist, 2 held firmly in his hands, and the third clenched between his teeth. Mihawk, you destroyed the 50 ships of the Krieg pirates, didn't you? Since you seem so unoccupied, how about a duel? Zoro, donning a green bandana, exuded an overwhelming battle intent, prompting Mihawk to glance over with interest from his coffin boat. To challenge me? How foolish. It is pitiful for the weak to presume they can compete. As soon as Mihawk's voice fell, he swiftly vanished from the coffin ship and materialized on the semicircular combat platform outside the Baratie restaurant. If you are indeed a top-tier swordsman, even without engaging in a duel, you must perceive the disparity in our strengths, do you not? Should I commend your bravery for daring to challenge me with your blade, or should I attribute it to sheer ignorance? With his hat brim lowered, Mihawk crossed his arms and cast a derisive glance over Zoro, who stood before him, his heart devoid of any inclination to battle. This green-haired individual hardly qualified as a first-rate swordsman, unworthy of a contest with himself. My ambition compels me to confront you, alongside a promise made to a dear friend. Noting Zoro's stubborn resolve to face him, the glimmer of appreciation flickered in Mihawk's eyes. He then removed the small cross-shaped dagger that hung from his chest, withdrew it from its wooden sheath, and gripped the hilt with the blade's keen edge directed at Zoro. Unlike those foolish beasts that exert themselves to hunt rabbits. Despite your modest renown as a swordsman, you find yourself in the weakest of the 4 seas, the East Blue. This small dagger suffices to end you. Upon hearing Mihawk's scornful remarks, Zoro's countenance darkened instantly, his chest swelling with indignation as he bellowed, there must be limits to your contempt. Do not wait until death is upon you to feel regret. In his furious state, Zoro completed his statement, veins visibly throbbing on his forehead. His iron grip tightened around the sharp longswords, and with a surge of power from his robust legs, he propelled himself at astonishing speed towards Mihawk, crossing 3 longswords in an assault aimed at Mihawk's chest. Onigiri. As Zoro's 3 sharp swords descended towards Mihawk, a flicker of triumph illuminated his previously shadowed gaze. For he felt victorious. This so-called world's greatest swordsman was not as formidable as he had imagined. The speed is utterly inadequate. Can one hope to defeat me with such sluggishness? It is nothing short of folly. In the face of Zoro's all-out strike, Mihawk remained impassive, standing resolutely as he raised his right hand. The small cross-shaped dagger deftly intercepted the point where Zoro's 3 swords converged, effortlessly neutralizing Zoro's ultimate move. What? My brother's onigiri was actually deflected? That is a technique that, once unleashed, guarantees the enemy's defeat. What on earth is happening? Surely, I'm not dreaming. On the combat platform deck outside the Baratie restaurant, Johnny and Joseph, as Zoro's subordinates, stood in stunned disbelief. They gazed incredulously at Dracule Mihawk, the man donning a black top hat, brandishing a crucifix-shaped dagger. Who was this individual, capable of effortlessly countering Zoro's signature move? Zoro was utterly immobilized. What had this man done? No one had ever seen through this technique before, yet here it was, thwarted by what appeared to be a mere toy-like knife. Was there truly such a vast chasm between my abilities and the world's greatest swordsman? Despite Zoro exerting every ounce of his strength, he found himself unable to advance further. At that moment, his 3 swords were firmly held at bay by Mihawk's diminutive dagger, leaving him with no room to maneuver. Unwilling to accept defeat, Zoro swiftly retreated and, summoning his resolve, once again swung his longsword towards Mihawk. How presumptuous! In the face of Zoro's frenzied and fierce onslaught, a flicker of disdain crossed Mihawk's eyes. With a derisive snort, he effortlessly parried all of Zoro's strikes with his small blade. 3-sword style, hunt. Zoro, drenched in sweat, was filled with rage. Gasping for breath, he raised his sharp longsword, adopting a battle stance reminiscent of the character, preparing to launch another assault on the formidable swordsman, Mihawk. Kid, I told you just now. Your speed is far too slow, even slower than a snail. Mihawk's yellow pupils narrowed slightly. In an instant, his crucifix dagger pierced through Zoro's seemingly fierce attack and struck solidly into Zoro's robust chest. Vivid crimson blood erupted from the wound, instantly staining Zoro's green shirt a deep red. Chapter 31. Encouragement from the world's greatest swordsman. The moment the crucifix dagger pierced through Zoro's chest at the hands of Mihawk, time seemed to come to a standstill, and the eyes of all onlookers widened in disbelief. Kid, do you wish to be pierced directly through the heart? Why do you not retreat? Blood continued to seep from the wound, and the excruciating pain coursing through him caused Zoro to break out in a cold sweat. Defiantly raising his head, he gritted his teeth and trembled as he replied, "Who knows? It feels as though if I take even a single step back, many important vows and matters will be shattered, as if I could never return to this moment." Mihawk was somewhat moved by Zoro's words. He reined in the scorn in his gaze and regarded this fearless newcomer with admiration. "You are correct, but this is what we call failure." Upon hearing Mihawk's statement, Zoro let out a long sigh, slowly lowering his head. Then, with a self-deprecating smile, he met Mihawk's yellow eyes with unwavering determination and declared, "In that case, I am even less likely to retreat. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not take a single step back." Such astonishing resolve, choosing death over defeat. "Boy, state your name. I shall remember you." Mihawk looked at Zoro with renewed appreciation. He slowly withdrew the dagger from Zoro's chest and, out of respect for the swordsmanship, removed his black hat, revealing his dark hair. His expression turned serious as he gazed at the unyielding Zoro. Zoro, his forehead glistening with perspiration, endured the intense pain from his wound as he straightened his back. He aligned the hilts of his 3 swords, forming the character for you, and then boldly proclaimed, "Roar no Zoro. It has been a long time since I encountered a strong opponent in these eastern seas. I shall remember your name, and I will honor the code of swordsmen by using this world's strongest black blade to settle this." Mihawk replaced his black hat and his eyes sparkled with an unusual light as he slowly drew the black blade, Yoru, one of the 12 supreme grade swords, from behind him. With a firm grip on the uniquely patterned hilt, he aimed a razor-sharp edge at Zoro. 3-sword-style secret technique, 3,000 worlds. Unwilling to be easily defeated by Mihawk, Zoro forced every ounce of his strength, enduring the agony from his wound, and raised his swords, spinning them in a whirlwind before charging at Mihawk with all his might. Bang, 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 with the deafening sound of metal clashing. 2 of Zoro's 3 swords shattered upon fierce contact with Mihawk's black blade, Yoru. Only the sword clenched in his mouth, Watakimanji, survived the onslaught. Aware of his defeat, Zoro decisively discarded the broken swords and swiftly retrieved Watakimanji, sheathing it with a wry smile. "I have lost. It is of no consequence. I never imagined I would be defeated. Is this truly the power of the world's greatest swordsman? How terrifying." Then, under Mihawk's watchful gaze, Zoro opened his arms as if liberated, exposing his bloody chest fully to Mihawk's scrutiny. To bear a wound on one's back is a swordsman's disgrace. Mihawk's proud and profound eyes gleamed brilliantly as he calmly regarded Zoro, pondering the intense obsession this fledgling swordsman had for the way of the sword. Though Zoro was not yet a first-rate swordsman, he possessed a tenacity that outstripped many of them. Given time, he would surely become a formidable figure. If he spared Zoro's life today, he might one day grow into a renowned swordsman, providing Mihawk with a worthy opponent to spar with. Why not? With this thought, a slight smile crept onto Mihawk's lips, perhaps out of a newfound appreciation for Zoro or a desire to witness his growth into a legendary swordsman. In that moment, as he raised Yoru, he hesitated, lingering for a second, and it was this very pause that granted the near-fallen Zoro a chance to survive. "You are not yet destined to die. My name is Dracule Mihawk. Understand the world, know yourself, and strive to grow stronger, Roar no Zoro. In the years to come, I shall await you on the throne of the strongest in the world. Try to surpass this sword with your newfound strength and indomitable spirit. Try to surpass me, Roar no Zoro." Once on the brink of death, Zoro gradually regained consciousness upon hearing Mihawk's encouraging words. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength to shakily raise Watakimanji, demonstrating his unwavering resolve to Mihawk. "Luffy, I am truly sorry for causing you distress. If I cannot even become the world's greatest swordsman, it would surely burden you. In the future, I, Roar no Zoro, shall never taste defeat again. Until I vanquish him and claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman, I shall not yield. Ahem. Do you have any objections, Pirate King?" Zoro articulated his heartfelt ambition with difficulty, and beside him, the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, upon hearing these words, broke into a wide grin, revealing his signature smile, and exclaimed joyfully, "He, no objections." As Zoro received treatment from Usopp and Nami, Mihawk, the Hawkeye, sheathed his black blade. Yoro, with deliberate slowness, swiftly returning to his coffin ship, prepared to depart with the tide. At that moment, however, the impudent Admiral Kurozumi, aboard the Deladano de Sabre, mockingly addressed Mihawk. "Hey, Hawkeye, weren't you here to take my head, to claim the title of the Overlord of the East Blue?" Mihawk, cold and detached, turned to face Kurozumi. His expression grave as he replied, "Did I ever say such a thing? Today has been enjoyable. I intend to return and rest." Kurozumi's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes blazing with fury as he provocatively bellowed, "Don't be so self-assured. Although you've had your fun, I have yet to make my move. Therefore, before you depart, prepare to meet your end." Chapter 32, The Shadow Brigade's Young Master versus the World's Greatest Swordsman. The foolhardy Kurozumi flung open his tattered cloak, revealing an arsenal of weaponry concealed beneath his ebony armor. In an instant, countless dark muzzles aimed at Mihawk, unleashing a volley of fire. Truly, a remorseless individual. Mihawk stood impassively, his gaze icy, as he drew Yoro once more, casually slicing towards Kurozumi. In the blink of an eye, a formidable wave of sword energy surged forth towards Kurozumi's position. Run. Help. Is anyone coming to save me? The sword energy unleashed by Mihawk obliterated the Deladano de Sabre, sending pirates tumbling into the sea, floundering helplessly in the water. Some fortunate souls clung to driftwood, struggling to survive, while others, grievously injured, succumbed to the tumultuous waves. Observing the disheveled state of Kurozumi's crew, Mihawk's cold demeanor remained unchanged as he re-entered his coffin ship. Just as he was about to depart, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, Subai, ominously appeared by his side. "Who are you? When did you arrive beside me?" "I didn't even notice you," Mihawk inquired, his tone laced with wariness. Subai chuckled heartily, tugging at the collar of his white shirt with nonchalance, replying, "I am Subai, here to test the mettle of the world's greatest swordsman." Another fool, it seems. Growing increasingly irritable from the incessant provocations, Mihawk felt veins pulse on his forehead. He swiftly drew Yoro from his back and, in a flash, swung the blade towards Subai's position. Shave. Skyward. Observation Haki. Faced with Mihawk's furious strike, Subai dared not confront it directly. His powerful legs propelled him against the ground, executing dozens of rapid kicks to generate immense rebound force for high-speed movement. Just as he reached Mihawk's side, he activated his flight ability through the chicken charm, soaring into the air, and then unleashed his observation Haki, enveloping Mihawk entirely. Seeing his strike fail to eliminate Subai, Mihawk's cold gaze morphed into one of ferocity. A mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he swung his blade once more, sending a flurry of lethal sword energy hurtling towards Subai. Nighthawk. Black Blade. Slash. At the moment Mihawk wielded his dark blade, Subai recognized the futility of evading such an attack. Thus, he invoked the powers of the Shadow Legion, manifesting a pitch-black circle beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the realm of shadows. Through this dark domain, he swiftly materialized behind Mihawk. Despite several strikes, none could inflict the slightest harm upon Subai. The previously ferocious gaze of the eagle-eye Mihawk gradually transformed into one of calm contemplation. This individual not only possessed the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth, but also demonstrated a proficient command of observation Haki. Slaying him would prove to be a formidable challenge. Truly, he was the world's greatest swordsman. Had my evasion been even a second slower, I would have surely met my demise. In this battle, I willingly concede defeat. In response to Subai's apparent display of humility, Mihawk revealed a hint of amusement. He scrutinized the elegantly attired purple-haired youth before him and inquired nonchalantly, "You are a devil fruit user, are you not? To master observation Haki before even leaving the East Blue speaks volumes of your prowess. You stand as a dominant force in this region." Grateful for Mihawk's commendation, Subai bowed humbly and then exclaimed with a broad smile, "It is a tremendous honor to receive praise from the world's greatest swordsman." Observing Subai's smile, Mihawk found himself momentarily lost in thought, reminiscent of a certain figure he had encountered in Logue Town, the man whose imminent execution heralded the dawn of the grand age of piracy. That same smile reflected in Subai's visage bore uncanny resemblance to the man he recalled. "Subai, I shall remember you. I await your next challenge in the Grand Line," Mihawk declared. As soon as he finished speaking, he casually removed the small cross-shaped dagger hanging from his chest and tossed it to Subai. He then swiftly returned to his coffin ship, setting sail into the distance. "Subai, this dagger is a gift for you. Do not forget to challenge me when you enter the Grand Line. Ha ha ha." Mihawk's spirits soared as he sailed away, feeling that his journey to the East Blue had been well worth it. Meanwhile, Admiral Krieg, who witnessed Mihawk's departure, wore a shadowy expression. Standing on the shattered remnants of the deck of the Daradano de Sabre, he crossed his arms defiantly over his chest, surveying his wailing subordinates nearby. In a low, fierce tone, he declared, "Brothers, though we've encountered some minor troubles, it is nothing of consequence, merely an old, discarded ship that has become even more chaotic. Look closely at the ridiculous appearance of that sea restaurant, Baratie. With the ship, we need not fear the Grand Line. It is far easier to approach enemy vessels than masquerade as a naval ship or a surrendering vessel. We can launch surprise attacks and strike from the shadows." How splendid! In the mind of Captain Krieg, the absurd appearance of the floating restaurant Baratie could lead enemies to become complacent. Once their vigilance waned, it would be the opportune moment for his pirate crew to launch a surprise attack. Who would suspect that such a ludicrous vessel harbored pirates? However, one of the young pirates beside him timidly voiced a concern. What if formidable foes like Mihawk emerged in the Grand Line? Perhaps we ought to abandon the Grand Line. Being rulers of the East Blue is quite appealing. This sentiment resonated with many of his fellow pirates. You worthless cowards, are you truly afraid of that Mihawk fellow? Do you honestly believe someone could sever a grand ship in two? That man must surely be a wielder of a devil fruit. Listening to Captain Krieg's analysis, the pirates fell into a contemplative silence. Their desires were slowly ignited by Krieg's words, while the fear that once loomed over them began to dissipate. Listen closely. There are many devil fruit users regarded as legends in the Grand Line. When Mihawk sliced the ship, he must have employed some extraordinary technique. That straw-hatted lad, once he enters the Grand Line, will be no different from any ordinary pirate. Yet, Redleg Zeph managed to navigate the Grand Line for an entire year. I am certain that old fellow possesses methods to deal with such monsters. Undoubtedly, those methods are documented in his nautical logs, and perhaps even information about the legendary treasure, One Piece. Chapter 33, The Return of the Krieg Pirates aboard the Sardine warship. The fervor within Krieg's crew was thoroughly awakened. Their spirits high as they clamored excitedly, eagerly eyeing the floating restaurant Baratie across the deck. Morale is high. You lot, seize the restaurant for me. Charge. Observing the enthusiasm of his subordinates, a sly glimmer of satisfaction crossed Captain Krieg's eyes. He raised his arm in a rallying call and, leading the charge, threw aside his ebony armor. Countless dark cannon muzzles were aimed at the defiant chefs, and he hefted his 2,000-pound war spear, surging toward the location of Baratie. In response to the full-scale invasion by the Krieg pirates, the chefs of the Baratie prepared themselves, their spirits undeterred and ready for battle. Patty, Karn, go retrieve the weapons from the fish head compartment. Upon receiving the command from Chef Zeph, Chefs Patty and Karn excitedly dashed into the compartment filled with combat supplies and frozen ingredients. After 5 or 6 minutes, the decorative fish head adorning Baratie miraculously detached from the vessel. The Baratie's naval weaponry, Sardine Warship No. 1. From the mouth of Sardine Warship No. 1 emerged 3 30-centimeter cannon barrels. With a resounding boom, cannonballs were loaded into the chambers, and a barrage of cannon fire erupted, raining destruction upon the approaching pirates, reducing many to mere remnants, their blood and flesh mingling with the sea. Captain Krieg, behold the might of the Baratie's pride, the power of our naval weaponry. Let it become the broth of the sea, perish. With fierce expressions, Chefs Patty and Karn maneuvered Sardine Warship No. 1, charging full speed toward Captain Krieg. Bang! Another deafening explosion echoed as everyone braced for the outcome, expecting Captain Krieg to be crushed beneath the warship. As the dust settled, the figure of Captain Krieg, clad in ebony armor, emerged unscathed. I am Captain Krieg, the strongest man destined to conquer all seas. You think to defeat me with this gaudy little fish head? Such delusions are laughable. Emotionless, Krieg stood tall on the deck like a steadfast pine, his powerful right hand gripping the war spear, while his muscular left arm effortlessly intercepted the charging Sardine warship. Why won't Sardine Warship No. 1 move? Patty and Karn, witnessing Krieg's effortless defense, turned pale with fear. Trembling uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. No amount of pressing the throttle could change the fact that Krieg's brute strength was utterly terrifying. Remember this. I, Captain Krieg, am the true overlord of the East Blue. I have no time to play games with you wretched chefs. Enraged, Captain Krieg howled to the heavens, his body taut with fury. In a display of overwhelming strength, he lifted the ton-heavy Sardine Warship No. 1 above his head and hurled it toward the direction of the Baratie. The massive vessel soared through the air like a cannonball, hurtling toward the floating restaurant Baratie with tremendous speed. On the deck of the semicircular combat platform surrounding the Baratie restaurant, the dapper sous chef Sanji inhaled deeply from his cigarette before murmuring an apology. I sincerely regret any mishaps that may affect the restaurant, Patty, and Karn. Suddenly, the sound of pork head meat shoot echoed, accompanied by a series of resounding thuds. Just as the bluefin tuna #1 was about to descend, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Sanji's mouth, disposing of the nearly finished cigarette, but he swiftly reacted, leaping into the air with remarkable speed, and then forcefully kicked towards the cabin beneath the bluefin tuna #1. In a fleeting moment, Sanji delivered a series of powerful kicks to the hull of the flying fish #1, causing the vessel to pivot midair and crash towards the direction of Captain Krieg's pirate crew. "Run! That bizarre ship is coming down!" someone shouted. I can't move my legs. Someone help me." The colossal flying fish #1 descended like a meteor, smashing onto the deck of the Baratie restaurant with a resounding thud. The force of the impact sent several members of Krieg's crew, who were attempting to ascend to the battle platform, tumbling back into the sea. "Damn it, Sanji. Are you trying to kill your own crew? We almost lost 2 of our strongest fighters just now, you fool." Patty and Karn, both disheveled, emerged from the wreckage of the flying fish #1, struggling to return to the Baratie's deck, where they unleashed their fury upon Sanji, who stood nonchalantly at the edge of the deck, smoking a cigarette, as Patty and his comrades berated Sanji. Several pirates from Krieg's crew had already boarded the Baratie's battle platform, brandishing their weapons with mocking grins. "You filthy cooks should return to the land and find a kitchen to work in. Don't think we're just any ordinary pirates. We are the mightiest fleet under the rule of the East Blue's overlord, Captain Krieg." In response to this provocation, Patty and Karn, filled with rage, grabbed their oversized forks and knives, rallying the chefs to charge at the menacing pirates. A fierce battle erupted as Patty and Karn combined their strengths, leading the chefs to deliver a resounding thrashing to the invading pirates, forcing them to retreat in fear. This is the power of the chefs at sea. "You pirates shall be driven from the Baratie." As the pirates exchanged anxious glances, uncertain of their next move, the captain of the 2nd Division of Krieg's crew, Iron Wall Bearer, managed to ascend to the deck's edge. With an expression of indifference, he reprimanded, "What are you fools doing? You can't even handle a few stinky cooks? What use are you to me?" Chapter 34, Captain of Krieg's 2nd Division, Iron Wall Bearer. As the 3rd strongest member of Krieg's crew, Iron Wall Bearer prided himself as the man of absolute defense. He was a towering figure, employing a round shield as both armor and weapon, covering most of his body while leaving only his limbs and head exposed for mobility. His shield was adorned with numerous exquisite pearls, and a pearl crown graced his head, complemented by pink pearl earrings. His commitment to embodying the essence of defense was evident, as even his joints and the backs of his hands and feet were shielded by circular plates and sturdy pearls. Is that the captain of the 2nd Division, Iron Wall Bearer?" The beleaguered pirates gazed in awe at Bearer's imposing figure, as if witnessing a lifeline in their dire predicament. They instinctively parted to create a path for him. Pleased with their deference, Bearer strutted forward, approaching Patty and Karn with an air of arrogance. Killing Fist, Pearl Gift. Bearer's eyes glimmered with disdain as he effortlessly unleashed 2 powerful punches, sending Patty and Karn flying uncontrollably, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness. "I am the Iron Wall, undefeated in 61 battles without a single scratch. To emerge unscathed is the hallmark of a true warrior, and I am that warrior. The Iron Wall of Krieg's fleet. Even as a shield bearer, I remain a handsome man." Having easily dispatched Patty and Karn, Bearer stood tall, exuding arrogance, and raised his middle finger towards Redfoot Zeph and Sanji. "With 2 pieces of scrap metal, I have enhanced my defenses. You can call me a turtle, but it fits." Without requiring Redfoot Zeph to intervene, Sanji, the sous chef, leisurely approached Bearer, his expression devoid of warmth as he scrutinized Bearer's ridiculous appearance, unable to suppress a laugh. Enraged by the cook's audacity to mock his striking figure, Bearer's eyes widened in fury. "You bushy eyebrow. Stop your incessant prattling. If you have the ability, defeat me without a scratch. Even the cannons of a navy ship couldn't harm me, let alone your feeble kicking techniques." Pan-fried meat slice. King shoot. Observing Bearer's arrogance, Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling before launching a powerful kick directly onto Bearer's shielded arm. Perhaps due to the formidable force behind Sanji's kick, Bearer could not fully block it. The tremendous impact caused his arm to go numb, pushing him back significantly, and the shield collided with his head, ringing in his ears. "Is this unscathed? No. Wait. There seems to be a wound. Some liquid is seeping out." Sanji initially believed his full-force attack had not harmed Bearer, but upon closer inspection, he noticed a gash on Bearer's forehead, crimson blood trickling forth. "Is this blood?" Bearer felt the warm liquid flowing down his forehead. He reached up to touch it, confirming it was indeed blood. Witnessing the injury to his capable subordinate, Captain Krieg, who had been observing from nearby, gasped in shock. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he muttered, "This is bad. Bara is going to go insane." As Bara's demeanor grew increasingly frenzied, the nearby pirates nervously reassured him, "Mr. Bara, are you all right? It's just a little blood. You weren't harmed by that cook. Please, stay calm." Bara paid no heed to the pirates' attempts at comfort. Staring blankly at the blood in his hand, drenched in cold sweat, he trembled, "My iron wall has been breached. These scoundrels are far too dangerous." Completely unraveling, Iron Wall Bara clenched his fists, slamming the shield strapped to his back with a series of thunderous thuds. The friction ignited a brilliant flame. Danger! Danger! Defense mode activated. Flame Iron Wall form. Bara charged towards Sanji and Luffy, engulfed in flames. The intense heat radiating from his shield forced Sanji and Luffy to retreat, unwilling to confront Bara in his frenzied state. Flame Pearl, Grand Special. The raging flames swiftly ignited the deck of the Baratie, a floating restaurant, with the fire spreading outward from its center. The chefs, witnessing the chaos, panicked and ran about, grabbing wooden barrels from the kitchen in a desperate attempt to douse the blaze with seawater. With the combination of flames and a fiery shield, I have become an indomitable fortress. Observing the increasingly brazen fiery figure of Baratie, Sanji, the sous chef, was infuriated. After all, the restaurant was a venture he and Red Leg Zeph had painstakingly established. How could a mere pirate reduce it to ashes? Hey, Turtle Man, no reckless fire starting. Sanji's forehead throbbed with fury as he propelled himself into the air, his powerful legs striking like whips against Baratie's pearl shield. With a thunderous crash, the fiery Baratie staggered from the impact. Just as Sanji prepared to follow up with another kick, Baratie regained his footing and roared, a gift from the flaming pearl. He swung his flame-imbued round shield towards Sanji's direction. Sanji reacted quickly, executing a backflip to evade the attack, then supporting himself on the ground, his legs spinning like propellers in midair. Feast table kick set, under saddlemate. Initially, it seemed Sanji's target was the fiery Baratie, but unexpectedly, he aimed for the massive mast behind Baratie. With a powerful kick, the base of the mast splintered, collapsing forward and crashing down upon Baratie's head, rendering him incapacitated. Chapter 35, Sanji's Mercy, The Sea Battle, E&D. Witnessing his formidable allies' defeat, Admiral Krieg was consumed by rage as he retrieved a massive meteor hammer from his black steel armor and swung it furiously towards Sanji. Still reveling in his victory over Baratie, Sanji remained oblivious to the impending threat. Shadow Step, Shovel Death. Just as the meteor hammer was about to strike Sanji, a shadowy figure darted across the Baratie deck, effortlessly neutralizing Krieg's furious blow with a single claw. Claw, Arlong, take care of this guy, but don't kill him. Hearing their master's command, the battle-hungry Claw and Arlong exchanged glances before simultaneously activating their devil fruit abilities, swiftly transforming into their beast forms as they approached Admiral Krieg with deliberate steps. Stay back. My black steel armor is equipped with nearly 100 weapons. If you come any closer, I won't hold back. Having previously suffered a beating from Arlong, Krieg was now gripped by fear. As Claw and Arlong drew nearer, rage surged within him. He flung aside his sword cape, activating the unlimited firepower mode of his black steel armor, and unleashed a barrage of cannonballs toward them. A relentless storm of cannonballs rained down upon Claw and Arlong, who deftly maneuvered to evade the majority while absorbing a few unavoidable hits thanks to their beastly resilience. In a matter of moments, they stood before Krieg, who was stunned by their approach. Claw, White Tiger Fist, Die. Dragon, on darts. Despite the formidable hardness of Krieg's black steel armor, it was no match for Claw and Arlong. They combined their devil fruit powers into their fists, with Claw forming tiger claws and Arlong forming dragon fists, unleashing a tempest of blows upon Krieg. Under the onslaught, not a single part of Krieg remained intact. His once reliable armor was shattered, leaving him an ordinary man with brute strength but no defenses. Please, spare me. I swear I will never again covet the Baratie. As Claw and Arlong prepared to strike once more, a battered and tearful Krieg fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Spare you? What about the innocent civilians and Navy personnel you harmed? Did you spare them? Claw adjusted his black-framed glasses, an icy resolve glinting in his eyes. Had it not been for his lord Subai's orders to spare this man, the so-called East Blue Overlord would have long since perished beneath the barrage of fists. How surprising that Krieg, self-proclaimed ruler of the East Blue, finds himself in such a pitiful state. If you wish to live, go plead with the chefs of Baratie. As Krieg groveled, disregarding his dignity, Subai, the master of the Shadow Legion, regarded him with disdain, initially contemplating whether to recruit Krieg into the Shadow Kingdom. He ultimately dismissed the idea. Such a feeble being was hardly worthy of joining his ranks. Upon hearing Subai's words, Admiral Krieg felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He shamelessly crawled to Sanji's feet, repeatedly bowing an apology, indifferent even as blood streamed from his forehead. At that moment, he fervently hoped for Sanji's mercy, for only then could he escape this terrifying place and return stronger to exact his revenge. You are not to be trusted. Begone. The farther from Baratie, the better. Sanji, possessing a fundamentally kind nature, despite his immense fury, ultimately refrained from delivering a fatal blow to the pleading Admiral Krieg. Instead, he merely knocked him unconscious with a single kick, instructing Demon Akin, the captain of Krieg's pirate crew, to take him away, far away, with no intentions of returning to trouble the floating restaurant Baratie. We shall never return, and we are grateful to Mr. Sanji for sparing our captain. Akin was taken aback by Sanji's decision not to kill Admiral Krieg. However, he soon realized that someone who would spare even the most vicious of pirates surely would not take a life without cause. Overwhelmed with guilt, Akin knelt respectfully on the deck, bowing deeply 3 times towards the people of Baratie before assisting the unconscious Krieg and the incapacitated Bala, who had been struck by the mast, towards the location of their backup boat. Akin, you may have misheard my earlier instructions. I only permitted you to take Admiral Krieg. I did not authorize you to take anyone else. Do not mistake my words. Struggling under the weight of Krieg and Bala, Akin swayed precariously, on the verge of collapse. Upon hearing Subai's clarion voice, he jolted, and without hesitation, he discarded Bala, returning to the small boat with Krieg on his back. He then rowed vigorously against the fierce winds and tumultuous waves, gradually disappearing from the sight of those left behind. Young master, did you not say you wanted to recruit that demonican into our ranks? He has already fled by boat. How can we pursue him now? As Akin vanished with Krieg, Arlong anxiously inquired of his master. Subai chuckled heartily, gesturing for him to remain untroubled, assuring him that Xiao Ba and Coby, lying in ambush on Akmish Island, would bring Akin back. Coby, clean up the battlefield. Dispose of those pirates into the sea to lure some sea kings and marine beasts. Tonight, we feast on seafood. Upon receiving Subai's command, the suit-clad Coby rolled up his sleeves without hesitation. He tightened his fists, sharp bone spikes protruding from his knuckles. With unparalleled agility, he dispatched all the pirates on the Baratie deck into the ocean within a few breaths. As the sin of blood spread, countless sea kings and marine beasts flocked to the scene, only to be captured in a net, ultimately becoming a delicacy at Baratie's evening banquet. Chapter 36, Bug Fruit. Mythical beast type, Hercules beetle form. In the East Sea, Akmish Island. Akin returned to the headquarters, bearing the still unconscious Admiral Krieg. Exhausted, he collapsed on the ground, his gaze vacant as he contemplated how to rebuild the fleet. Amidst his thoughts, Xiao Ba and Coby, who had long been lying in wait, emerged from the shadows. Coby, the young master instructed us to bring this Akin fellow back. What should we do with the unconscious giant beside him? Observing Krieg, Coby's dark brows furrowed as he replied coldly, this man has committed numerous atrocities. The young master may have spared him, but that does not mean we will. He holds no value and lacks the qualifications to join our ranks. It would be best to eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Xiao Ba nodded in agreement. As the first member of the Shadow Corps, he understood his young master's disposition and thoughts thoroughly. Since their departure from Evil Dragon Park to the floating restaurant Baratie, those with potential or strength were often recruited into the Shadow Corps. Krieg, drenched in blood and not marked by the Shadow Corps insignia, was a clear indication of how little regard the young master held for him. Such a worthless individual, claiming to be the overlord of the East Sea? Truly laughable and pitiable for someone so ignorant of the broader world. Just as Coby was about to approach Akin, an oval-shaped shadow abruptly appeared beneath his feet, revealing Subai, Coby, and Arlong emerging from it. Akin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, turned sharply upon hearing the commotion behind him, only to find Subai's handsome visage before him. Gazing upon Subai's seemingly harmless face, Akin felt a genuine surge of fear. His body trembled, and he suddenly sprang to his feet, gripping his twin hammers and adopting a defensive stance, warily regarding Coby and Arlong. What do you intend to do? You promised to spare my life, and that of the captain. Observing Akin's alert demeanor, Subai's violet eyes glimmered with appreciation. Even in such a perilous moment, Akin remained loyally protective of Admiral Krieg, a loyalty that moved Subai and intensified his desire to recruit him. Akin, you have already shown great forbearance. What future lies ahead if you continue to follow Admiral Krieg? Will you persist in being his lackey, plundering innocent civilians and merchant ships? Or will you repeat the same treachery, feigning surrender to the Navy and winning by deceit, day after day, living in a daze? Subai's words were sharp and incisive. Following the events at Baratie, Akin underwent a profound transformation. Perhaps, as Subai suggested, there was no future in continuing to follow Admiral Krieg. But at this moment, he felt like a stray dog with nowhere to turn, uncertain of his next steps. A wise bird chooses the right tree to perch upon. And a loyal minister selects the right master to serve. I invite you to join my Shadow Corps. Will you accept? As the young master of the Shadow Corps, it would be effortless for Subai to inscribe the insignia upon a ensuring his unconditional obedience. Yet Subai detested such coercive control. He relished the genuine recruitment process, seeking to touch the depths of another's soul with words and move them emotionally to bring them to complete submission. This was Subai's true intent. In an effort to recruit the demon mannequin, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, humbled himself to an extraordinary degree. Upon hearing Subai's words, Akin felt an overwhelming sense of surprise and excitement. When he glanced behind Subai at Klo and Alone, both of whom exhibited equally courteous demeanors, Akin's heart warmed. And he promptly accepted Subai's invitation. With his goal successfully achieved, a swell of pride surged within Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps. His once piercing gaze now shimmered with delight, and the corners of his mouth curled upward in satisfaction. He then approached Akin with deliberate calmness, rolled up the sleeves of his suit, and placed his fair hand gently upon Akin's right chest. As time progressed, a vast dark power emanated from Subai's being, flowing through his arm and gradually entering Akin's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 9th talent from this dimension. As a reward, the host receives a devil fruit, Zoan type, bug fruit, mythical beast, Hercules beetle. This time, the system's reward was yet another Zoan type devil fruit, which inspired Subai to contemplate the formation of a beast corps. If the Shadow Corps had more individuals with Zoan type powers, he could potentially establish a new brigade composed entirely of Zoan users, thereby challenging the beast pirates led by the 4 emperors. Kaido, with a novel idea taking shape, Subai gazed at the Hercules beetle fruit within the system's package. This particular devil fruit was unique. It resembled a male Hercules beetle, with a prominent horn extending upward from its center, which forked at the tip. The fruit's surface was a deep crimson, adorned with spiral patterns, and 2 green leaves provided a striking contrast at its base. Products from the system are always of the finest quality. Initially, Subai had concerns about whether the ability implanted into Akin would suit his image, but upon seeing the Hercules beetle fruit nestled within the system's package, his worries dissipated entirely. This fruit was tailor-made for Akin. Akin, consider this devil fruit as a gift for joining us. Consume it, and you shall possess the strength to move mountains. Akin, astonished, watched as Subai conjured a devil fruit from thin air and presented it to him. His eyes widened in disbelief, muscles tensing with excitement as he reached out to accept the Hercules beetle fruit. Thank you for your generosity, young master. As Akin examined the Hercules beetle fruit, admiring its exquisite spiral patterns and the sweet aroma wafting from its flesh, his anticipation grew, and he eagerly opened his mouth to take a bite. The Hercules beetle fruit was only the size of an apple, and Akin devoured it in just a couple of bites. However, as he savored the taste, an intense, repugnant insect flavor surged from his stomach, assaulting his senses. Chapter 37, The Wheel of Fortune, The Power to Heal All. The putrid insect flavor, mingled with a salty, spicy juice, churned violently in Akin's stomach. His face turned pale as he clawed at his throat, desperately attempting to expel the devil fruit he had just consumed. But alas, the fruit had already fused with him, rendering his efforts futile. The taste of the devil fruit was hundreds of times worse than feces, akin to a sandwich crafted from sweat-soaked, rancid socks, combined with a century-old rusted anchor and hundreds of wriggling maggots from a festering pit, an experience that lingered uncomfortably in his stomach. The flavor of the bug fruit, Hercules beetle, caused Akin's stomach to cramp painfully, and he crouched on the ground, clutching his abdomen, coughing and gagging. This state of distress persisted for several minutes until he finally began to regain his composure. Observing the newly initiated Akin, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, glinted with a fierce light in his eyes. He called upon Klo and Alone, standing beside him, signaling them to engage Akin in training to help him swiftly master the abilities of the devil fruit. Since the young master has spoken, we shall not hold back. Akin, prepare yourself. First to step forward was Klo, who possessed the white tiger fruit. He elegantly bowed to Akin, adjusted his black-rimmed glasses that had slipped down his nose, and in an instant, his feet moved with blinding speed, arriving before Akin. White tiger claw attack. Just as Akin managed to react, Klo's fist, imbued with tremendous force, approached swiftly. In a moment of crisis, Akin, having just begun to grasp the powers of the devil fruit, instinctively sidestepped and raised his fist for defense. Bang! 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 Klo unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, each met with Akin's determined blocks. After a series of fierce exchanges, a fatigued Klo opted to withdraw. Casting a serious glance at Alone. Having been prepared for battle, Alone immediately understood the cue. He grinned widely, revealing his jagged teeth, and unleashed the powers of the sea dragon fruit, transforming into his half-beast form as he advanced towards Akin. Faced with the ferocity of Alone, Akin did not dare to underestimate him. He crouched low, warily retrieving a cane from behind, crossing it defensively in front of himself while attempting to manifest the powers of the devil fruit. Power of the Hercules. A massive force erupted from Akin's chest, and he felt a transparent, hard carapace enveloping his body, significantly enhancing his defense, rendering him undeterred by Alone's fierce onslaught. Sea Dragon Charge. Noticing Akin's transformation, Alone's lips curled into a smirk. In an instant, he lunged towards Akin, his legs propelling him like cannonballs. With incredible speed, Alone's fist shattered Akin's defenses, sending him hurtling backward for dozens of meters. The fierce confrontation concluded with Alone's overwhelming victory. Alone, your recent training has clearly paid off. At this level, your bounty of 50 million berries seems rather low. The Navy should certainly elevate it to at least 75 million berries, Subai remarked, offering praise to his capable subordinate. He then activated the Navy's 6 styles, using Sora to swiftly reach Akin, lifting him up and kindly brushing off the dust from his clothing. Now that you've begun to harness the powers of the devil fruit, with additional training and familiarity, you may soon find yourself on par with Alone, or perhaps even surpass him. Listening to the encouragement from his young master, Akin's eyes gleamed with determination. He respectfully bowed to both Alone and Klo before instinctively standing behind Subai. Young master, how shall we deal with Admiral Krieg? Just as Klo posed his query, the system in Subai's mind emitted a familiar mechanical sound. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the novice tasks 7 and 8. The system rewards are being distributed. Name, Subai. Underlings, Shadow Arlong, Shadow Xiao Ba, Shadow Kelluobi, Shadow Coby, Shadow Legia, Shadow Belumber, Shadow Kalu, Shadow Zhangao. Shadow A Jean, 15-13 Ordinary Shadow Ninja Soldiers, and 5 Shadow Giant Claw Ninja Soldiers, 10 Night Bet Corps Ninja Soldiers, and 50 Troll Corps Ninja Soldiers. Abilities, Navy 6 styles, Conqueror's Haki, and Basic Observation Haki. Special abilities, Tiger Talisman, Chicken Talisman, Dog Talisman. Items, 5 Undersea Treasure Maps, 10 Replica Pacifistas, and 1,000 firearms crafted from Sea Prism Stone. Buffs, none. Underlying forces, East Sea Cocoa West Village, Shellstown, and West Rob Village. Having successfully completed novice tasks 7 and 8. Subai received the system rewards of 10 Replica Pacifistas, 1,000 firearms crafted from Sea Prism Stone, and one of the Zodiac Talismans from the animated series Jackie Chan Adventures. The Tiger Talisman, which can achieve yin-yang balance. The incorporation of Replica Pacifistas and Sea Prism firearms will significantly enhance the strength of the Shadow Corps, enabling them to effortlessly confront even the most ordinary pirate crews possessing devil fruit abilities. Furthermore, the Tiger Talisman, which facilitates yin-yang balance, holds profound significance for Subai, as it can orderly regulate the concealed violent emotions and overwhelming murderous intent within him. Even in the future, it will play a critical role. As the Shadow Corps continues to expand its influence, instances of slaughter and violence will inevitably arise, necessitating the ability of the Tiger Talisman to mitigate the impact of negativity within the ranks. Upon receiving the rewards from the system, the heir of the Shadow Legion, Subai focused his mind, and the magnificent Lucky Wheel appeared before him. An array of treasures was meticulously arranged within the segments of the wheel, and despite having encountered it twice before, he couldn't help but gasp in awe at the sight once again. Fruits of Space, Fruits of Time, the Supreme Blade. Banishment skill cards, Awakening skill cards, the abilities of the 8 Great Demons, the masks of the 9 Generals of the Shadow Legion, Divine Armor, the Bracelet from Shiva Temple, the Chronicle of Ages, Hanafuda cards, and the Jade Prosthetic of Basa Chang. System, activate the Lucky Wheel. Chapter 38, Departing for Orange Town. Delivering the Clown Buggy Pirates to Impel Down. With a command from Subai, the system's Lucky Wheel commenced its operation, creaking and groaning. The wheel began to spin slowly at first, gradually increasing its speed until the objects within the segments became indistinct. Just as Subai could no longer discern the inscriptions on the wheel, the system's prompt sounded, "Would the host like to pause?" Observing the rapidly spinning Lucky Wheel, Subai closed his eyes and whispered a prayer. Then, with resolute determination, he declared, "Yes. Stop the Lucky Wheel." As he spoke, the deep green pointer on the wheel hesitated briefly, then gradually slowed its rotation. Rabbit Charm, the ability of the Mountain Demon Bagong. The ability of the Thunder Demon Jiangsu, Horse Charm, Terra Mask, Manny Mask, the ability card of Listening to All Voices, Dragon Charm, Fruits of Time and Space, Fruits of the Hurricane, Fruits of the Qilin, Hanafuda cards. As the Lucky Wheel's rotation decelerated, Subai's heart raced with anticipation, and he dared not breathe. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and the striking deep green pointer finally came to rest on the Horse Charm, one of the 12 zodiac charms of the Divine Master. Possessing the ability to heal all, the Horse Charm symbolizes healing and restoration, allowing the bearer to eliminate all abnormal influences from external forces and ensuring the bearer is not eroded by external forces, restoring them to their optimal state. Among the 12 zodiac charms of the Divine Master, it is a formidable auxiliary charm, second only to the dog charm in strength. When used on a person, the Horse Charm can eradicate all ailments and injuries. When applied to objects, it can restore damaged items to their original condition. However, it is crucial to note that while the Horse Charm effectively removes ailments from the bearer and the recipient, it does not grant immunity to injuries or illnesses, meaning that high-intensity attacks can still harm the bearer. Nonetheless, when combined with the Dog Charm, this flaw can be perfectly compensated for. For Subai, this Lucky Wheel result was nothing short of extraordinary. The healing powers of the Horse Charm were astonishing, and when paired with the vigorous vitality released by the Dog Charm, it could even achieve the miraculous feat of reviving the dead. Should the Shadow Legion engage in warfare against other pirate crews or naval fleets in the future, the power of the charms would enable them to annihilate their foes with 0 casualties. With a thought, the Horse Charm from the system materialized in Subai's hand. As he gripped it tightly, a soft blue light emanated from the charm, filling him with a gentle warmth that healed all the ailments and injuries he had accumulated during his training. Without the influence of ailments, my strength has at least increased by about 10%. Tasting the sweetness of success, Subai promptly summoned all his subordinates, including Coby and Ligia, who were undercover in the Navy, as well as Barumabur and Zango. He looked at his gathered cadre and, without further ado, waved his hand, transferring the healing power of the Horse Charm and the vibrant energy of the Dog Charm to each of them. Coby and Barumabur, who had been undercover at the Navy headquarters and were under the careful tutelage of the legendary Vice Admiral Karp and Admiral Kizaru, had been diligently honing their strength and combat skills, resulting in numerous ailments and injuries accumulated in their bodies. Now, receiving the invigorating energy from the Horse Charm and Dog Charm, their physical condition rejuvenated, becoming remarkably light and comfortable, with slight enhancements in their stamina, strength, and agility. Coby, I never expected that the legendary figure in the Navy, the Iron Fist Vice Admiral Karp, would take you as his disciple. Be sure to keep your identity concealed. I will seek the right opportunity in the future to draw your Master Karp into our Shadow Legion, allowing the two of you to reunite. Barumabur, being chosen as a disciple by the unfathomable Admiral Kizaru is a privilege. Remember to keep your identity hidden as well. I will also look for the right moment to recruit Admiral Kizaru and all the naval admirals and vice admirals into our Shadow Legion. Now, both of you, take care of Ligia and Zango. If their ranks are elevated, it will undoubtedly benefit you in the future. Subai briefly instructed before sending Coby, Barumabur, Ligia, and Zango back to their respective naval branches, cautioning that lingering too long might raise suspicions. Coby and his companions bowed respectfully and swiftly entered the Shadow Kingdom, utilizing the established points to teleport back to their naval bases and headquarters. After personally seeing off Coby and his group, Subai turned his attention to his capable subordinates, Arlong, Klo, Xiao Ba, Coby, and the newly appointed cadre, Ajin. He meaningfully advised, our next mission is to head to Orange Town and eliminate the Clown Buggy Pirates before detouring to Logue Town and entering the Grand Line. I have heard that Logue Town is under the jurisdiction of Colonel Smoker from the Navy headquarters, who possesses the Smoke Fruit ability. Ordinary attacks will be ineffective against him. Smoker is the opponent I specifically selected for you. Only when all members aboard can defeat him will we qualify to venture into the Grand Line. Listening to their master, the newly appointed cadre Ajin instinctively straightened his back, solemnly vowing to enhance his overall strength before reaching Logue Town, ensuring he would not hinder the team's progress. As a user of the Smoke Fruit, Smoker can transform into smoke at will or solidify his form at any moment. To combat such natural fruit users, ordinary attacks are futile. Only Seawater, Sea Stone, and Haki can inflict damage. Seawater and Sea Stone render Devil Fruit users powerless, while Haki can be applied to any surface of the user's body, enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities and allowing direct strikes against natural fruit users in any form. Subai's words sparked immense interest in Haki among Arlong and Klo. Observing their enthusiasm, Subai smiled and waved his hand, continuing. Once we eliminate the clown buggy pirates in Orange Town, I will conduct a 3-month training course on Haki for all of you. Whether you master it within this short period depends on your diligence. Chapter 39. Akin's Wings, effortlessly resolving the battle. East Sea, Origin Archipelago, Orange Town. Due to the incursion of the buggy pirate crew, the once thriving populace of Orange Town has been compelled to abandon their homes, fleeing with their families to distant lands. Consequently, the now desolate Orange Town has completely succumbed to the pirates, transforming into a haven for their reckless exploits and a base for their unrestrained activities. In the heart of Orange Town, a small dog, entirely white, sat obediently at the entrance of a pet food center, idly wagging its short tail in anticipation of its owner, Grandpa Hecke's arrival. As the little dog, Shushu, amused itself, a massive lion named Leaky, with crimson eyes and a coat of green fur adorned with a purple mane, ambled down the central street, carrying its trainer, Mocha, on its back. The expansive streets of Orange Town allowed Leaky and Mocha to stroll leisurely until noon, when Leaky's stomach rumbled with hunger. At the end of the street, they spotted the pet food center, prompting Mocha to steer Leaky towards it, eager to indulge in a feast. Upon catching sight of Leaky's imposing figure, Shushu instinctively stepped back in fear. However, recalling the effort Grandpa Hecke had put into establishing the little shop, Shushu halted its retreat and summoned the courage to bark defiantly at the lion. How dare this little creature obstruct my path? Leaky, dispose of it. Mocha's disdainful gaze fell upon Shushu, and with a casual scratch of his white, plush-like hair, he commanded Leaky to eliminate the audacious little dog. With determination, Shushu lunged at Leaky, clawing and biting at its paws, but only managed to grasp a few tufts of green fur, inflicting minimal harm. In retaliation, Leaky swatted Shushu away with ease, sending the small dog tumbling several meters. Nevertheless, Shushu refused to concede, staggering back to Leaky's side to sink its teeth into its ankle once more. Enraged by the bite, Leaky's eyes blazed even redder, and it let out a furious roar, swiftly swiping its paw and sending the battered Shushu crashing against the stone wall outside the pet food center. With a resounding thud, dust and debris filled the air, and the injured Shushu lay amidst a pool of its own blood, barely clinging to life as it helplessly watched Leaky and Mocha swagger into the pet food center. Mocha suggested, Leaky, we've plundered this little shop enough. It's an eyesore now, let's set it ablaze. Responding to Mocha's proposal, Leaky roared excitedly and returned to the entrance of the pet food center, clutching a bag of pet food in its mouth. In a miraculous display, Mocha produced 3 flaming torches from his cloak and theatrically tossed them into the air, juggling them before planning to throw them into the ransacked pet food center. Just as the torches were about to descend into the store, Akin, an officer from the Shadow Brigade, appeared just in time, unleashing his devil fruit powers and sprouting wings to deflect the flaming sticks away. Bullying a little dog is hardly a feat. What a ridiculous duo. A foolish big cat and a perverse man in a plush suit. Akin's words ignited the wrath of Leaky and Mocha, who glared furiously and charged towards him without hesitation. As Leaky, with its drooling maw wide open and eyes ablaze with fury, hurtled towards Akin, the latter remained motionless, raising his arm as his transparent wings expanded to shield him. With a resounding crash, Leaky and Mocha collided with Akin's protective wings, disoriented and dazed from the impact. With such feeble strength, if you were to encounter a Long and Brother Claw, you wouldn't even have the chance to speak, exclaimed Akin, readying for the next move. In the midst of the chaotic encounter between the lion-like Leaky and the beast tamer Mocha, who were still reeling from the earlier confrontation, Akin made a decisive move. With his powerful legs, he struck the ground forcefully 14 times, harnessing the reaction force to propel himself into the air. As he soared, a dark carapace resembling that of a beetle enveloped his fists, exuding an overwhelming force as he plummeted towards the ground, raining down a flurry of punches upon Leaky and Mocha. The relentless barrage fell upon them like a tempest, leaving the arrogant beast tamer and the lion-like Leaky unconscious, their bodies collapsing into the earth. Easily dispatching 2 members of the buggy pirates, Akin summoned hundreds of shadow ninjas from the Kingdom of Shadows. He gestured for the ninjas to securely bind the incapacitated duo and transport them to the young Lord Subai. The ninjas swiftly complied, initially using ropes the thickness of a thumb to wrap Leaky and Mocha like dumplings. However, feeling a twinge of doubt, they reinforced their bindings with iron chains, securing their limbs before carrying them back to the ship docked in the harbor. The defeated cadres of the buggy pirates proved to be comparatively weak. Akin pondered the situation of his comrades, hoping that Brother Arlong and Brother Kuro were faring better. Arlong was engaged in a fierce battle against Captain Buggy, who wielded the powers of disintegration, and it was sure to be a monumental clash. As Akin prepared to return to the ship and await news from Arlong and Kuro, he inadvertently spotted the injured puppy Xiao, lying in a pool of blood, barely clinging to life. Overcome with compassion at the sight of the battered creature, Akin gently cradled Xiao in his arms and retreated into the Kingdom of Shadows, soon appearing before the young Lord Subai, imploring him to use his healing powers to save the little one. Chapter 40. The Comical Acrobat. One Strike to Defeat. In the back alleys of Orange Town, the well-proportioned mobster Kuro adjusted his glasses, which had slipped down to the bridge of his nose, with a leisurely demeanor. He rolled up the white sleeves of his shirt and elegantly made his way towards the headquarters of the Buggy Pirates, in a tavern nestled among the backstreets. The moderately built Kabaji, the chief strategist of the Buggy Pirates, was indulging in a hearty drink. With his left side of long hair obscuring one eye and the right side slicked back, he donned a blue and white checkered scarf. His brown coat, tattered at the sleeves and lacking a lining, hung loosely over his frame, while bandages were wrapped around his waist. Clad in white trousers and white lace-up shoes, he had placed his unique unicycle and sword beside the bar for easy access. As he reveled in his drink, his acrobatic quartet and the mighty trio burst into the tavern, breathless and frantic. They reported to Kabaji, "Sir, there's a guy outside who has knocked out dozens of our brothers and claims he intends to hand you over to the Navy." Enraged by the news, Kabaji shattered his glass in fury, seized his sword and unicycle, and swiftly rode out of the tavern, heading straight for the location of Crocodile. Our chief strategist is furious. That man is in for a world of trouble. He clearly does not know the meaning of peril by daring to provoke our esteemed Kabaji. Let us follow him. The acrobatic quartet and the mighty trio eagerly trailed behind Kabaji, regarding him as the second most formidable member of the Buggy Pirates after their captain, Buggy himself. They anticipated that the man in the suit, who was clearly out of his depth, would surely be left in tatters upon encountering Kabaji. In the heart of the alley, Kabaji, consumed by rage, confronted Crocodile. Witnessing his injured subordinates groaning in agony nearby, Kabaji's fury intensified. He unsheathed his sharp sword and charged towards the suave Crocodile. Acrobatics. Fire breather. Just as Kabaji's sword was about to make contact with Crocodile's body, he unleashed a torrent of fire mixed with alcohol. Crocodile deftly evaded the attack, refusing to allow Kabaji to succeed. "You truly are as cunning, despicable, and insidious as the intelligence report suggested," Crocodile remarked. In response, Kabaji, undeterred, laughed heartily and began spinning his sword rapidly, raising a cloud of dust to obscure his movements. "What sort of acrobatics is this? Merely a whirlwind of dust? Do you think I am unaware of your hiding place? You underestimate me." At that moment, Kabaji, concealed within the dust cloud, launched a decisive assault, his sharp blade thrusting toward Crocodile's chest. Shadow step. Retreat. Anticipating Kabaji's next move, Crocodile swiftly shifted, evading the carefully planned lethal strike with ease. "If you have the prowess, don't hide. To dare confront the Buggy Pirates alone, should I commend your audacity or lament your foolishness?" Frustrated by his repeated failures to harm Crocodile, Kabaji's anger boiled over. His eyes glinted with malice as he tightened his grip on the unicycle, furiously pedaling and swinging his blade, relentlessly pursuing Crocodile. "Prepare to experience my most powerful acrobatics. Here it comes." Acrobatics. Divine Wind 100 spinning tops. Kabaji, now just 3 meters from Crocodile, produced dozens of small spinning tops from his pocket and hurled them with tremendous force. These tops were specially crafted weapons with sharp steel tips, and a hit would result in grievous injury. As the tops hurtled toward him, Crocodile maintained his icy composure, executing his unique technique, the shadow step, to effortlessly evade the oncoming barrage. Observing Kabaji's comical display of acrobatics, Crocodile, without employing his devil fruit abilities, inquired with a hint of amusement, riding a unicycle, "Do you possess any other tricks? This is rather dull." Provoked by Crocodile's taunting words, Kabaji could no longer contain himself. He let out a furious howl, then pedaled furiously, commencing a series of acrobatic performances. Acrobatics. Rooftop leaper. In a fit of rage, Kabaji ascended the towering structure to his left and leaped from above, aiming to crash down on Crocodile. Acrobatics. Summer fireworks. Growing weary of Kabaji's ridiculous antics, Crocodile adjusted his suit collar and unleashed the power of his devil fruit, his fist sprouting 10 sharp bone claws. With minimal effort, he raised his hand, causing Kabaji, who was plummeting, to tremble in fear. Unicycle aerial slash. With a deafening clash of metal, Kabaji's sword shattered into fragments, and he was pierced through the chest by Crocodile's bone claws, rendering him unable to continue fighting, his eyes rolling back as he fell unconscious. That was close. I nearly eliminated him. Now to bind him and return him to the ship for the young master, while leaving Buggy to Arlong to deal with. Crocodile, having effortlessly dispatched the second strongest member of the Buggy Pirates, smirked with satisfaction. He then summoned over 300 shadow ninjas from the Shadow Kingdom, instructing them to bind the unconscious Kabaji and deliver him to the young master, Subai. The shadow ninjas acted with remarkable efficiency, swiftly securing Kabaji and heading toward the port. There are some lowly thugs causing trouble nearby. Let us take care of them as well. Shadow Step, Scoop Death. Chapter 41. The True Fragmented Clown Buggy. At the Buggy Pirates' stronghold, news of the defeats of Chief Strategist Kabaji and Beast Tamer Mocha, along with Lion Ricky, reached Captain Buggy. Upon hearing the news, his eyes bulged with rage, and he overturned the table in fury. To dare provoke the Buggy Pirates is sheer hubris. Bring out my buggy cannon. The acrobatic trio swiftly sprang into action, rushing to the armory and laboriously maneuvering the heavy buggy cannon out. Load it, ignite it, and obliterate Orange Town. I want those insolent fools to meet their demise in an explosion. Enraged, Buggy bellowed, unleashing the power of his chop-chop fruit, and with a sweeping motion, commanded the cannon to fire. The underlings excitedly loaded the cannon with Buggy shells, lighting the thick fuse with a match. The hemp rope fuse ignited swiftly, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Fiery light flared up in various locations both on the ground and in the sky, as shells erupted like a volcanic explosion, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that rapidly spread in all directions around Orange Town. The searing air currents flattened countless buildings, while dust and debris danced chaotically in the swirling heat, and the acrid black smoke enveloped the entire Orange Town. Captain Buggy, Orange Town has become a desolate wasteland. We have 3 buggy bombs left. Shall we continue to fire? Witnessing the once towering town reduced to ruins by his own cannon fire, the Jester Buggy felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration surge within him. He touched his bright red nose and, nonchalantly, addressed his acrobatic trio of subordinates. We have 3 buggy bombs left. Let us not waste them. With so many shells fired, the entirety of Orange Town has been leveled, and that audacious fool is surely buried within. Hearing their captain's words, the members of the Buggy Pirates cheered exuberantly, calling for a celebratory feast that evening. Just as all the pirates basked in their joy, a shadowy figure suddenly darted out, followed by the deep, gravelly voice of Arlong. Fools, are you celebrating merely because a few buildings have collapsed? Arlong's words, though not excessively loud, resonated with a penetrating force that ignited Buggy's fury from afar. How dare you belittle my buggy bombs? This is nothing short of seeking your own demise. Men, turn the cannons and fire. At Buggy's command, his henchmen sprang into action, aiming their 50 centimeters caliber buggy cannon at Arlong's position, swiftly loading the massive buggy bomb into the barrel and igniting the fuse in one fluid motion. As the pirates aimed their cannon at him, Arlong smirked confidently, transforming into his half-beast dragon form with the power of his devil fruit, and readied himself for the impending attack. Boom! The buggy cannon erupted with a thunderous explosion, and a crimson buggy bomb shot forth at high speed. Arlong, unperturbed, crossed his arms defensively over his chest and mockingly scoffed. You think this little cannonball can defeat me? How absurd. Dragon on darts. Arlong's light blue webbed hands transformed into claws, his muscular arms bulging as he swiftly swung out, effortlessly intercepting the near supersonic cannonball. As the pirates stood in stunned disbelief, Arlong grinned wickedly and hurled the buggy bomb back toward the Buggy Pirates. Look out. He is throwing the buggy bomb back. Run. As the buggy bomb hurtled back towards them, the Jester Buggy was struck with panic, frantically urging his crew to retreat. Fragmented blades. With little time to fully retreat, Buggy was compelled to draw 6 short-handled throwing knives used in his acrobatics. Utilizing the powers of his fragmentation fruit, his white-gloved hands detached from his arms, grasping the flying knives and sending them towards the incoming buggy bomb. With another thunderous bang, the buggy bomb adorned with Buggy's graffiti was pierced by the short knives, exploding midair and releasing thick smoke that enveloped the battlefield, toppling Buggy and his crew to the ground. At that moment, only Arlong stood proudly, hands behind his back. Amidst the chaos, you wretched scoundrel, you have enraged the great Buggy. I am the fragmentation man of the fragmentation fruit. You shall perish, covered in dust and debris. Buggy struggled to rise from the ruins, his face twisted in anger as he roared to the heavens. He then unleashed the powers of his devil fruit, splitting himself into several pieces and launching towards Arlong at high speed. First, Buggy's hands grasped the short knives, attempting to flank Arlong and inflict damage. However, Arlong remained unfazed, effortlessly dodging Buggy's well-prepared attack with a simple somersault. Next, Buggy's legs stealthily positioned themselves behind Arlong, ready to deliver a swift kick to his lower back. Such petty tricks of ambush, and you dare claim to be a devil fruit user? How laughable. Arlong easily caught Buggy's incoming feat. Recalling the intel provided by young Master Subai about Buggy's abilities, understanding the limitations of Buggy's fragmentation powers, Arlong swiftly produced a length of rope from his pocket. Binding Buggy's legs together. With his feet bound, Buggy found himself immobilized, his face contorted with embarrassment as he desperately attempted to reclaim his legs from Arlong's grasp. Yet, as his white-gloved hands reached towards Arlong, they too were captured and bound in the same manner. Fragmentation, Heba, devoid of his hands and feet. Buggy could only resort to attacking with his head, but the disparity in strength between him and Arlong was insurmountable. As Buggy's head approached Arlong, it was swiftly ensnared by a black sack that Arlong had prepared. "Oh, let go of me. I can't see." Inside the black sack, Buggy's head flailed angrily, while his body lay sprawled in the rubble, resembling a writhing caterpillar. This comical display elicited hearty laughter from Arlong, who rewarded Buggy's head with a resounding slap. Chapter 42, The Pet Dog of the Shadow Brigade. Good fortune should not flow to outsiders. At the harbor, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, leaned against the ship's railing, gazing across the shimmering sea, the cool ocean breeze caressing his face. His thoughts drifted far away with the wind. Moments ago, Akin returned with two of Buggy's crew members bound, Lion Ricky and Beast Tamer Mocha, whose abilities were rather average, lacking any remarkable skills. After a brief glance, Subai dismissed any notion of recruiting them into the Shadow Brigade. However, he found himself quite fond of the little dog Shushu that Akin brought back. Using his horse talisman ability, he healed Shushu's injuries and then employed the dog talisman to bestow vitality upon it. With the combined energies of the horse and dog talismans, Shushu's fur became bright and gleaming. Gratefully, the little dog circled around Subai's legs, wagging its short tail enthusiastically, occasionally rolling on the ground to expose its belly. "Little one, join my shadow kingdom, and I shall take good care of you." Perhaps understanding Subai's words, the little dog obediently sat before him, lifting its small head and gazing up with big, sparkling eyes, eagerly anticipating its place in the Shadow Kingdom. What a clever child. Observing the gentle demeanor of the little dog, Xiao, Subai suppressed a smile, then extended his hand to stroke the pup's head, delicately transferring dark energy to it. Perhaps due to Xiao's petite size or its willing cooperation in receiving this dark power, this was the swiftest transfer Subai had ever accomplished, completing it in merely 3 breaths, successfully ushering the little dog into the Shadow Kingdom. Since Subai was integrating Xiao into the Shadow Kingdom rather than the Shadow Legion, the system did not emit the mechanical sound of reward distribution. Having the previous experiences of Xiao Ba and Coby in mind, Subai was aware that even if he forcibly included Xiao in the Shadow Legion, the rewards would be meager, perhaps a few bags of dog food or items like collars and chew toys. As Subai cradled the little dog in his arms, gently caressing it, the dashing Coby was seen carrying the unconscious Sui Kabaji back aboard the ship, treating the situation with utmost decorum as he placed Kabaji on the deck before respectfully bowing to Subai. "Young master, this is Kabaji, the chief strategist of the Buggy Pirates, known as Tui." Finding Kabaji, who bore a striking resemblance to a spirited youth, rather distasteful, Subai kicked him lightly and promptly abandoned the idea of incorporating him into the Shadow Legion. Although Kabaji was the strategist of the Buggy Pirates, possessing both intellect and strength, when compared to 10,000 tricks Coby, he was hardly significant, perhaps even less than 1% of Coby's worth. "Coby, you've worked hard. You may take your leave and rest." Gently stroking the little dog's head, Subai turned towards the ship's left side, where the remnants of Orange Town lay in ruins. At that moment, Arlong was likely bringing the clown Buggy back. As if his thoughts conjured reality, a shadowy figure darted forth from the central ruins of Orange Town. Arlong, employing one of the 6 forms of the Navy that Subai had taught him, Saru, returned successfully to the ship, carrying the clown Buggy, wrapped in a burlap sack. Noticing Akin and Coby standing nearby, Arlong understood that he had returned the latest from the operation. With a hint of apology, he bowed to young Master Subai and respectfully brought forth the bound clown Buggy. "You wretched scoundrel, how dare you treat Lord Buggy this way? My bones are about to shatter." Buggy bellowed, only to fall silent upon seeing his equally bound and battered subordinates. Buggy, a user of the Chop Chop fruit, a former intern on the Roger pirate ship, and a sworn brother of Shanks, pondered the potential bounty increase should he be handed over to the Navy. Upon hearing Subai's words, he widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that the seemingly harmless youth before him harbored such malice and possessed profound knowledge of his identity. What are you talking about? I don't know any Roger pirates or Shanks. As Buggy feigned ignorance, Subai merely smiled, choosing not to expose him. After all, in the face of truth, any lie is but a paper tiger, easily punctured. Ignoring Buggy, Subai winked at Arlong, who promptly approached Buggy and rendered him unconscious with a swift chop. Following that, he summoned several shadow ninjas from the Shadow Kingdom, instructing them to restrain the devil fruit-empowered clown Buggy with sea-stone handcuffs and leg irons. Confine Buggy and his subordinates in the cabin, then set course for the nearby Navy's 32nd Division. Subai's decision to head to the Navy's 32nd Division stemmed from recent intel that Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Kazara had jointly requested that their disciples, Coby and Helmeppo, be dispatched to the Navy's East Blue Branch as officers. Ostensibly, this was to hone their skills, but in reality, it was an effort to capture more pirates and accumulate merit for future promotions. This intelligence was crucial for Subai. Delivering the entire Buggy Pirates crew would provide Coby and Helmeppo with a substantial opportunity for advancement, regardless of whom he handed them over to. He was determined to ensure the Buggy Pirates were delivered to the Navy base, thus embracing the notion that the fruits of labor should not be shared with outsiders. Subai commanded his shadow ninjas to hasten their paddling, swiftly making their way to the Navy's 32nd Division. After several days of diligent labor by the shadow ninjas, Subai and his companions arrived at the vicinity of the Navy's 32nd Division. Disembarking on the island, they seamlessly disguised themselves as bounty hunters, delivering the entire Buggy Pirates crew, including their captain, to the jurisdiction of Coby, the local Navy officer. Chapter 43, The Armament Haki, Journey to Lobetown. East Blue. Navy's 32nd Division. Coby personally saw off the Black Cloak bounty hunters as they exited the Navy base, just as he and Helmeppo escorted Subai aboard the ship. A mechanical sound resonated in Subai's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the Novice Task 9. System rewards are being distributed. Name, Subai Affiliated Forces, Shadow Arlong, Shadow Xiao Ba, Shadow Kruby, Shadow Coby, Shadow Lijia, Shadow Helmeppo, Shadow Kruby, Shadow Zongao, Shadow Akin, 1513 Ordinary Shadow Ninja Soldiers, and 5 Shadow Giant Claw Ninjas, 10 Nightbat Corps Ninjas, 50 Troll Corps Ninjas. Abilities, Navy's 6 forms, Conqueror's Haki, and Beginner Observation Haki, Beginner Armament Haki. Special abilities, Tiger Talisman, Horse Talisman, Chicken Talisman, Dog Talisman. Items, 5 Undersea Treasure Maps, 10 Imitation Pacifista, 1,000 Firearms crafted from sea stone. Buffs, non-affiliated territories, Cocoa Village, Shellstown, West Rob Village, Akmish Island, Orange Town. Having successfully completed the Novice Task 9, the Shadow Legion's leader Subai received the system reward of Armament Haki. Further enhancing his strength, Armament Haki, he ought to find a Logia-type Devil Fruit user to practice against. Subai, cloaked in black, raised a playful smile, quietly instructing Helmeppo to immediately demonstrate the abilities of the Lightning Fruit. Though puzzled, Helmeppo obediently transformed into a lightning state. Helmeppo, it's been a while since I last got to hit you. My hands are itching. Brace yourself. Hearing his master's words, Helmeppo's vacant gaze flickered with a hint of fear, but then he considered his current form as a Logia type of lightning. Realizing that not even bullets could touch him, how could Subai's fists possibly harm him? Young master, feel free to strike. I want to dodge. Observing the disdainful Barumabur before him, Subai decisively unleashed his armament Haki, his fists transforming into a deep obsidian hue. He then delivered a swift and forceful strike to Barumabur's head, causing the latter to roll his eyes back and faint, collapsing uncontrollably into the embrace of Coby beside him. Witnessing their young master effortlessly incapacitate Barumabur, who had assumed the form of a natural lightning element, Coby, along with Arlong, Klo, Ajin, Xiao Ba, and Kruby, stood in stunned amazement, their eyes filled with admiration for Subai. Soon after, Klo and Arlong in unison inquired, "Young master, did your fists turn black just now because you invoked the legendary armament Haki? The very Haki that can effortlessly capture the fluid form of a natural devil fruit user." Having witnessed their master Subai manifest the armament Haki they had long yearned to learn, Arlong and Ajin were overwhelmingly excited and gathered around him, eager for Subai to impart this coveted skill. For Subai, teaching the armament Haki to Arlong, Klo, and Ajin was not a formidable challenge. However, prior to their training, he needed to ensure that everyone comprehended the essence of armament Haki and the specific capabilities it encompassed. In the world of One Piece, the armament Haki is a formidable power that emphasizes strength, belonging to one of the 3 categories of Haki alongside Conqueror's Haki, which is mastered by Subai, and Observation Haki. Armament Haki significantly enhances an individual's defensive capabilities, functioning as an invisible armor that envelopes the user's body. Furthermore, it can evolve into offensive prowess, assisting the wielder in combating Devil Fruit users, even allowing them to make contact with the tangible forms of Logia-type users during their intangibility. However, while Armament Haki enables the user to interact with the physical forms of Devil Fruit users, it does not weaken them or render their powers inactive like Sea Prism Stone does, nor does it impede their ability to utilize their powers. If a Logia user wishes to evade an attack from an Armament Haki user, they can simply transform ahead of time to avoid it. The strength and capacity of Armament Haki vary significantly, dependent on the individual. Generally, the greater the amount of Haki, the higher the strength of the armament, which in turn expands the range of attack and defense, albeit at a faster consumption rate. As a form of Haki that can be acquired through rigorous training, Armament Haki is among the most commonly encountered types in the second half of the Grand Line. Known as the New World, functioning almost as a universal skill that even some lower-ranking Navy personnel can grasp. Mastering Armament Haki is no simple feat. One must first comprehend the iron block technique from the Navy's 6 styles before I can provide detailed instruction on how to wield Armament Haki. Listening to their young master, Alone and the others eagerly returned to the ship's cabin to practice. Meanwhile, recently promoted Navy Lieutenant Coby, carrying Barumabur on his shoulder, noticed the absence of others around him and respectfully bowed to Subai, quietly pleading, "Young master, I too wish to learn Armament Haki. Captain Garp has not taught me this." Seeing the eager glint in Kobe's eyes, Subai let out a hearty laugh and gently tapped Kobe's head, playfully chiding him. "Ha ha ha. You are truly a treasure trove unaware of its value. Vice Admiral Garp is a hero of the Navy, since he has taken you as his disciple. How could he possibly withhold the teachings of Armament Haki? The reason he hasn't taught you yet is primarily due to your insufficient strength. You haven't even mastered the Navy's 6 styles and already seek to reach for the stars." Subai's words filled Coby with embarrassment. Yet a determined glimmer shone in his eyes. He resolved that after escorting the buggy pirates to Navy headquarters, he would stay by Master Garp's side, mastering the Navy's 6 styles to perfection. "Coby, I hold great expectations for you and Barumabur. Next, we will set sail for Logue Town and then enter the Grand Line. I hope you both can soon be promoted to a Navy base within the Grand Line. We shall meet there." Listening to their young master, Coby was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He lifted his head, gazing steadfastly at Subai, and slowly declared, "Young master, I will do my utmost to enhance my strength and will never hinder our shadow troop." With that, Coby respectfully took his leave from Subai and carried the unconscious Barumabur back to Navy Branch 32. Chapter 44, The Golden Thief, the treasure left by Unanimous. In the East Sea, the winds roared and the waves surged. A pitch-black ship glided steadily across the waters, its tall mast rising vertically, at the top of which was a circular observation platform, with a flag and signal light representing the shadow troop suspended from its apex. "Young master, it seems there is an island nearby, concealing all the treasures of the Golden Thief Unanimous." At the ship's bow, the demon mannequin sat cross-legged, intently studying a yellowed treasure map. This map was a reward from a mission recently completed by Subai, and due to the difficulty in deciphering its routes and locations, he had distributed it among his subordinates for analysis during their leisure. Coincidentally, as the shadow troop sailed through the East Sea, the current topography matched the contents of Akin's treasure map. Upon making this discovery, Akin promptly relayed the information to Subai. Upon hearing the news, Subai immediately instructed his ninja crew responsible for rowing and steering to navigate the ship towards the island marked on the treasure map. Dubbed Golden Island, the treasure map bore several prominent red characters declaring it to be the burial place of the Golden Thief Unanimous. Unanimous was a legendary pirate renowned across the seas, reputed to have led his crew in plundering countless ruthless pirates, seizing all the gold from their ships. Before his demise, he buried all the gold he had amassed on Golden Island, which is said to contain approximately 1/3 of the world's gold, an unfathomable sum indeed. Set sail for Golden Island. The treasure of Unanimous belongs to our shadow troop. Akin, filled with excitement, activated his devil fruit ability, sprouting wings, and soared into the sky, circling above the shadow troop ship several times before gently landing back on the deck, his exhilaration finally subsiding. "Young master, you mentioned Unanimous buried gold amounts to about 1/3 of the world's wealth. How much could that be? 50 Navy ships might not suffice to contain it. If only I could possess such wealth, I could recruit a vast army and establish a formidable fleet for our shadow troop, then lead you directly into the Grand Line to crown you as the Pirate King." Observing Akin's spirited demeanor filled with anticipation, Subai chuckled heartily. Moving closer to him and lightly patting his shoulder. If we truly managed to claim all the gold that Unanimous buried, I would assemble a fleet of 10,000. Appointing you, Kuro, and alone as captains. What do you think? Upon hearing his young master's words, Akin nearly fainted from excitement, bowing repeatedly with utmost respect. What an honor. What an honor. To be valued by you, young master, is my supreme glory. Subai smiled faintly, raising his arm to signal the ninja at the helm to turn the ship towards the direction of Golden Island, hastening their journey. Just as the Shadow Troop's ship sped forward, a deafening explosion erupted approximately 300 nautical miles southwest of their location, accompanied by a blinding beam of light, creating an immense commotion that alerted Subai and his subordinates to enter a state of vigilance. Kuro, alone, Akin, Xiao Ba, and Coby prepare for battle at any moment. The rest of you, do not interfere, continue sailing. Several days later, the Shadow Troop's ship arrived at the Bay of Golden Island, and one by one, Subai and his crew disembarked, stepping onto the soft, muddy land, making their way towards the location marked on the treasure map, the Whale. Unanimous lifelong treasure lay buried, with the route from the southern hills leading west towards the Whale, its tail pointing east. The place where Subai and his companions disembarked was the southern hills, a realm dominated by towering trees and a profusion of flora. The wilderness teemed with ferocious beasts and formidable birds, while the deep thickets occasionally echoed with the roars of tigers and the cries of gibbons. To an ordinary person, this might seem an impenetrable domain. Yet for Subai and the Shadow Brigade, this perilous forest bore little distinction from any other. They merely needed to exert themselves a bit more, engaging in a few skirmishes with the local fauna along the way. Go, Xiao Ba, keep up. Coby, don't lag behind, the spirited Ajin urged, leading Xiao Ba and Coby ahead to forge a path. Subai, as the leader, positioned himself centrally, while Kwa and Arlong flanked him on either side, slightly behind, ensuring his safety. In the shadowy and terrifying depths of the forest, there often emerged some oblivious beasts, drawn by the sin of humanity, only to be effortlessly dispatched by Akin and Klo. The southern hills span nearly 200 square kilometers, and worn from their journey, Subai and his companions indulged in a feast as they walked, consuming every edible creature they encountered, be it flying through the air, scurrying on land, or swimming in water. Young master, we are approaching the location of the Whale. Due to the inability of the Shadow Legion to traverse uncharted territories, Subai and his party leisurely made their way, taking 3 days and 2 nights to finally arrive at the site marked on the treasure map. Gazing upon the colossal stone sculpture of a whale, with its head facing west and its tail east, Akin, in a flurry of urgency, hastily gathered everyone to head towards the ancient castle in the east. That castle must be the place where the golden thief Unanimous buried all his gold. I shall first utilize my devil fruit powers to fly over and take a look. No sooner had Akin spoken than he unfurled his wings and soared into the air, propelled by the winds, heading towards the castle. Yet, within half an hour of his ascent, a brilliant golden beam shot forth from the direction of the castle, accompanied by a deafening explosion that sent shockwaves, nearly toppling Xiao Ba and Kro. Dreadful. Akin may be in danger. Klo and Arlong, hurry and check on him. Faced with this unforeseen circumstance, Subai, anxious for Akin's safety, promptly commanded his capable subordinates, Arlong and Klo, to provide assistance. The two swiftly complied, their feet transforming into a blur as they dashed towards Akin's position like a tempest. Chapter 45, The Severely Injured Akin Dare to Bully Our Shadow Legion? On Golden Island, near the castle, Akin, in his Hercules beetle form, gradually descended at the castle entrance. Just as he was retracting his wings, a swordsman, resembling an Indian warrior, suddenly appeared in the open plains. This swordsman bore a sharp machete at his waist, his skin dark and yellowed, adorned with an eagle feather headdress, and 2 ponytails draping beside his cheeks. His small eyes, flat nose, thick lips, and a necklace of canine teeth complemented the knee-length robe made of beastly suede painted in red and green hues, cinched with a brown leather belt, exposing his calves. And he wore large green shoes. Kid, this is the territory of Adragos. Who allowed you to intrude? Get out. The swordsman's rude remarks ignited Akin's fury, his eyes widening in anger as he retorted, what nonsense is Adragos? It doesn't matter whose territory this is, since I, Akin, have arrived. This place belongs to our Shadow Legion. You, old hat, better leave, or I'll teach you a lesson. The swordsman was named Gallus, a premier swordsman hired at great expense by Adragos, a user of the ultrasound devil fruit, to guard the castle's perimeter and prevent others from entering. Cobra Indian Slash. Seeing Akin refuse to back down, Gallus unsheathed his machete without hesitation, his eyes filled with fierce intent as he unleashed a powerful strike towards Akin. Giant Power Sheath Wings. Akin reacted swiftly, utilizing his devil fruit abilities to grow wings, enveloping himself in a transparent cocoon that effortlessly blocked Gallus's attack. Eagle Indian Slash. With a fiery rage ignited in his eyes, Gallus launched himself into the air, leveraging the ground's force to execute a sword technique aimed at the cocoon Akin had formed. Boom, 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 as the fierce clashes resounded. Numerous cracks appeared on Akin's transparent cocoon. Sensing danger, Akin swiftly unfurled his wings, sending Gallus flying several meters away. He then retracted his wings and employed the iron block, one of the Marine's 6 styles taught by his master, enhancing the hardness of his fists. Giant Power Black Fist. In that instant, as Akin swung his fist with all his might, he embodied his devil fruit powers once more, covering his fists in an additional layer of transparent, hard scales, making them as formidable as basic Haki, striking towards Gallus's chest like a cannonball. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as Akin's fist, imbued with immense strength, slammed into Gallus's chest, sending him crashing several meters away, ultimately colliding with a stone pillar before coming to a halt. Cough! You are an Zoan-type devil fruit user. Blood trickled from the corner of Gallus's mouth as he glared viciously at Akin, struggling to rise, coughing up blood, and then bellowed in fury, Fierce Tiger Indian Slash. In a fit of rage, Gallus's eyes turned crimson, tearing the sleeves of his robe to reveal his muscular arms. Gripping his machete tightly, he charged towards Akin with incredible speed. Just as Gallus rushed towards Akin, a dark-skinned pirate with a mane of fiery orange hair emerged from the castle behind Akin. This pirate was Adragos, the ultrasound devil fruit user who had hired Gallus to assist in the search for unanimous treasure. Edgaros, a towering figure with a wild mane resembling a lion, was clad in golden armor over a white shirt, the collar open to reveal a hairy chest. A broad green belt cinched his waist, and a long black cloak flowed down nearly to the ground, paired with brownish black trousers and shoes. Emerging from the castle, Adragos was in a foul mood, frustrated that the whale indicated on the treasure map pointed west while the castle lay to the east. Finding nothing within the desolate castle made him wonder where to search for the gold buried by the infamous thief Unanimous. As his irritation grew, Adragos stepped out, only to witness his costly swordsman, Gallus, badly injured and battling an unfamiliar foe. Instantly, his volatile emotions ignited. He bared his jagged teeth, gathering energy before unleashing a dazzling beam of yellow light from his foul mouth, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom, striking Akin squarely in the back. Ultrasound bomb shot. Caught off guard, Akin was instantly blasted hundreds of meters away by the ultrasonic cannonball shot by Adragor. As the dazzling beam slowly extinguished, Akin, severely wounded and near death, rolled on the ground several times before finally coming to a halt. However, he had already lost the ability to continue fighting, unable even to muster the strength to stand. Gallus, such an obscure pawn, could inflict such heavy injuries upon you? It seems I must consider hiring other formidable swordsmen to assist me in my quest for treasure. Witnessing the disheveled appearance of the swordsman he had hired at great expense, Adragor's eyes flashed with disdain, just as he prepared to eliminate Akin once and for all. Clo and Alone from the Shadow Legion fortuitously arrived. From a distance, they spotted Akin, battered and lying in a pool of blood, barely clinging to life. Who could be so foolish as to harm a member of the Shadow Legion so grievously? Is it you, the one with the lion's mane? Or perhaps you, the one with the chicken feather? A glimmer of malice ignited in Alone's eyes as he and Clo simultaneously activated their devil fruit abilities, swiftly transforming into their half-beast forms, advancing towards the bewildered Adragor and Gallus. Chapter 46. The Superhuman, Adragor, user of the Soundwave fruit. Upon hearing Alone refer to him as the lion's mane, Adragor, enraged, threw his head back and howled at the sky. He unleashed the power of the Soundwave fruit, firing a shot of ultrasonic cannonballs towards Alone and Clo. A golden beam of sound waves coalesced in Adragor's mouth before erupting forth. Alone, the user of the dragon fruit, manifested a layer of pale blue dragon scales on his legs, his powerful leg muscles bulging as he deftly evaded Adragor's furious attack. Is this all you have? I suggest you unleash your full strength, or else you'll be beaten to the point where your mother won't recognize you. Hearing Alone's arrogant words, Adragor's eyes turned crimson with fury. His face contorted as he ripped open all the buttons of his white shirt, anxiously tousling his unruly orange hair. A dark red beam of sound energy formed in his mouth, aimed directly at Alone, and he unleashed it with force. sweeping the area in an attempt to eliminate the boastful Alone. Blue Dragon. Flight. Alone's forehead sprouted sharp black horns, and pale blue dragon scales nearly enveloped his entire body, making him resemble a true dragon. With a roar, he propelled himself into the air, soaring dozens of meters high, effortlessly dodging Adrager's ultrasonic cannonball. Witnessing Alone ascend into the sky, Adrager seethed with rage, shifting his gaze towards Klo, the user of the white tiger fruit. He looked at Klo's tall and handsome stature and shouted, "Hey, kid. Your companion has fled. Why do you still linger? Are you waiting to die? If so, I'll gladly take your life." Adrager clearly saw Klo as an easy target. Unperturbed, Klo stood calmly, slowly turning his head to face Adrager, and coldly replied, "Since you insist on seeking your own demise, I shall oblige." Klo swiftly removed his black suit and rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, activating the powers of his devil fruit. His already powerful arm muscles bulged as veins erupted like gnarled roots, and his upper body transformed to reveal the form of a white tiger, his robust chest muscles bursting through his shirt. At this moment, Klo's stature grew to about 5 meters. His fists morphed into powerful tiger paws, and 10 sharp steel claws erupted from the insides of his paws. He raised his head and let out a series of tiger roars before dashing forward like a bolt of pure white lightning towards Adrager. Adrager, taken aback by Klo's transformation into a devil fruit user, staggered backward in shock. Realizing he had nowhere to retreat but against the castle wall, he was forced to counterattack, channeling all his energy to gather a massive pale blue energy sphere in his mouth. As Klo charged towards him, Adrager decisively fired the sound energy sphere. This orb was a life-saving weapon he had painstakingly developed. Upon detonation, it would flatten everything within a 3-kilometer radius, leaving no trace of life. Perhaps sensing the threat posed by the sound energy sphere, Klo swiftly evaded, while Alone soared down from the air, scooping up the barely conscious Akin and carrying him to a height of over 100 meters. These scoundrels are flying into the sky. Adrager, astonished, saw Klo and Alone, along with the near-death Akin, hovering in midair. With a deafening explosion, the sound energy sphere shot southward, as it had not struck any objects. A minute or two later, it landed in the southern hills, instantly leveling the entire area. Within a 3-kilometer radius, the hills were turned to flat land, and a chasm over 100 meters deep formed at the explosion's epicenter. This guy is a user of the Soundwave fruit. He requires time to channel his attacks. The longer he charges, the greater the destructive power. We cannot allow him to gather such a massive energy sphere, otherwise none of us will stand a chance against him. Klo, held by Alone's strong arms, exhibited a glint of intelligence in his eyes as he surveyed the fierce Adrager preparing to channel another sound energy sphere. Realizing that Adrager was about to attack again, Klo urged Alone to set him down, confident he had a plan to deal with Adrager. Hearing Klo's words, Alone activated the abilities of the dragon fruit to descend swiftly, gently placing Klo on the ground while he took Akin back to the Shadow Kingdom, dispatching ninjas to tend to Akin's grievous wounds. Having ensured Akin's safety, Alone returned to the battlefield. Approaching Klo, he inquired how they might defeat Adrager, the user of the Soundwave fruit. Klo replied, "Adrager needs time to charge his sound energy spheres. We should engage him in close combat to interrupt his casting. For someone with our physical prowess, his ordinary Soundwave attacks would feel like mere tickles." Considering Klo's analysis, Alone found the strategy plausible. He gathered all his strength into his legs and fists, swiftly maneuvering behind Adrager, and struck with a powerful punch before Adrager could react. Alone's Dragon Fist, enhanced by one of the Marine 6 forms, Iron Body, had a hardness comparable to steel. His punch sent Adrager flying several meters away, forcibly interrupting his spell casting. Adrago was forcefully hurled several meters away, crashing to the ground, and the ultrasonic orb he had painstakingly gathered dissipated into nothingness. This incited a profound fury within him as he opened his fearsome maw once more, ready to coalesce another ultrasonic orb to deliver a lethal strike against Alron. Hey, Lion's Head, indecisiveness on the battlefield is a grave sin. As Adrago concentrated on forming the ultrasonic orb, Klo executed the abilities granted by the white tiger fruit, his muscular legs propelling him swiftly behind Adrago. He then unleashed a powerful punch, once again interrupting the incantation. Chapter 47, The Shadow Legion's Young Master, Akin versus Adrago. Infuriated by the repeated interruptions, Adrago hastily retreated to the side of Gorith, retrieving a handful of gold coins from his pocket and presenting them to Gorith, signaling him to fend off Klo and Alron in close combat. Once he had gathered sufficient energy for the ultrasonic orb, he would exact vengeance upon Klo and Alron for the humiliation he suffered today. Gorith, having forsaken the dignity of a swordsman for the sake of wealth, gripped his sharp cutlass tightly, forcing himself to stand firm as he aimed the blade at Klo. With swift and agile footwork, he swung his massive sword towards Klo's neck. Cobra Indian Split Slash. The bounty on swordsman Goroth was a mere 4 million berries. With his meager strength, how could he possibly contend with Klo, who had long since made a name for himself in the East Sea? As the Indian-styled swordsman charged toward him, Klo cast a serious glance at Alron, who instantly understood the cue. Drawing his great saw blade, Zhanfeng, Alron leaped into the air, intercepting Goroth before he could strike Klo. Swordsman, your opponent is me, Alron, the fishman with the dragon fruit ability. Upon hearing Alron's self-introduction, Goroth's demeanor shifted instantly. He scrutinized Alron from head to toe, his eyes widening with shock. Who was Alron? After all, he was a pirate of the highest caliber in the East Sea, and recently, the Navy had elevated his bounty to a staggering 50 million berries. No matter how formidable Goroth considered himself, he was but a mere 4 million berries worth of power. A confrontation with Alron would surely lead to his demise. With this realization, Goroth's heart wavered. Even with a heavy pouch of gold coins in his possession, he found no solace. If he were to engage Alron in battle, defeat was inevitable. And all the gold he had painstakingly accumulated would ultimately become the treasure of another. Between life and wealth, the timid Gallus ultimately chose life. His previously swift steps gradually slowed, coming to a halt as he turned away, fleeing towards the direction of the whale. This unexpected decision left everyone present in a state of shock. Klo and Aaron understood Gallus's intentions with just a glance, while their opponent, Edrago, was in a frenzy, desperately calling out to Gallus in an effort to bring him back. However, Gallus remained unfazed, continuing his frantic escape until he vanished into the depths of the jungle. Damn traitor, infuriating indeed. Once I deal with these two scoundrels before me, I will make it my mission to eliminate the traitor. Edrago's eyes brimmed with vigilance as he found himself alone. Seizing the moment while Klo and Aaron had not yet approached, he swiftly gathered ultrasonic orbs in his mouth. As Klo and Aaron drew near, he had completed his charge. Ultrasound bomb, machine gun. Edrago transformed the gathered ultrasonic orbs into hundreds of bullets. Taking cover against the stone wall outside the castle, and aimed at Klo and Aaron, unleashing a barrage of firepower. With a cacophony of explosions, the ultrasonic bullets shot forth like a tempest towards Klo and Aaron. However, Aaron, utilizing the powers of the sea dragon fruit, manifested a layer of hardened dragon scales over his skin, effectively shielding him from all the bullets. Meanwhile, Klo transformed into his white tiger form, withstanding the onslaught of ultrasonic bullets thanks to his robust physique. With both Klo and Aaron impervious to the ultrasonic assault, they closed in on Edrago. Sensing the impending danger, Edrago attempted to flee deeper into the castle, but just as he turned, a dark figure flashed by. The young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, had arrived. Gazing upon the grotesque and menacing Edrago, Subai's eyes glinted with a fierce light, his purple pupils narrowing as he coldly growled, "Dare to harm my Shadow Legion members? Today, I shall return this paramecia-type sound fruit to the sea." With that, Subai instantly vanished, employing the marine technique shave to appear before Edrago in the blink of an eye. In Edrago's state of bewilderment, Subai unleashed a powerful Conqueror's Haki, causing Edrago's legs to buckle and him to kneel before him. If developed properly, the sound fruit could become a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Yet here you are, squandering its potential on such pathetic displays. Subai's voice, though not loud, carried a tone of disdain, resonating with authority akin to that of a sovereign surveying the ants beneath him. Trembling under the weight of Subai's Haki, Edrago was drenched in cold sweat. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed at Subai's youthful, frosty visage, feeling a surge of panic. His vision blurred, and he could vaguely see a reaper clad in a black and red robe, advancing towards him with a colossal scythe. "Edrago, I shall not kill you just yet. I demand that you engage my subordinate in a fair battle. If you prevail, you may leave with all the gold buried by the legendary thief Unanimous. However, should you fail, the paramecia-type sound fruit will once again grace the depths of the ocean." With a mere thought, Subai summoned dozens of fully armed ninja soldiers who emerged from the Shadow Kingdom, supporting the severely injured Akin towards Subai. Upon seeing Akin, battered and bruised, Subai's purple eyes narrowed, a fierce flame igniting within. Wordlessly, he extended his arms from his dark cloak, resting them upon Akin's shoulders, channeling healing energy from the talisman into him. In an instant, Akin, who had been on the brink of death, regained his strength, standing tall beside Subai, filled with vigor and ready to confront Edrago. "Akin, your Hercules beetle form can undoubtedly overpower this lion-headed foe. Fight boldly." Chapter 48, Revenge and Redemption. Unanimous final words. Encouraged by his master's words, Akin felt as if flames were igniting within his chest, eager to prove himself through battle. Akin, unleash your true power. Show me your recent training progress. If this scoundrel resorts to any underhanded tactics, we will intervene. Subai's deep purple eyes sparkled with anticipation. Hoping for a satisfactory display from Akin. Giant power. Insect cannon. Overcome with excitement, Akin activated the powers of the bug fruit, encasing his body in a thick layer of transparent chitin. He then stepped forward, expressionless, facing a Drago and assuming a fighting stance. To ensure absolute fairness in this battle, Subai swiftly moved to a Drago's side, using the talisman's magic to heal all his wounds. With both a Drago at full strength and Akin brimming with energy, the outcome of their confrontation remained uncertain. Ultrasound bomb. Flame. A Drago, with his unruly orange hair, opened his maw filled with jagged teeth and quickly condensed a small ultrasonic orb. He then ignited a match from his pocket and tossed it into the orb, aiming at Akin's general direction before launching it. The fiery ultrasonic orb drifted lazily towards Akin. And just as it neared within 3 to 5 meters, it detonated, releasing a torrent of intense flames in all directions, scorching towards Akin. As the fierce heat approached, Akin decisively retreated several steps, sprouting transparent wings from his sides. He unfurled the wings to shield himself, blocking all the incoming flames from reaching his body. Giant power. Insect cannonball. Akin crouched low, his powerful leg muscles flexing as he wrapped himself in his transparent wings, curling into a ball and aiming at a Drago. With a mighty push, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, speeding towards a Drago, who was still conjuring the ultrasonic orb. A Drago, realizing the imminent threat, quickly prepared to defend himself, unable to evade as he was forced to fire the incompletely formed ultrasonic orb. Boom! As a deafening explosion echoed through the air. Smoke billowed and dust swirled, just when Drago thought that Ajin would be vanquished by his sonic cannonball. Amidst the enveloping haze, Ajin's figure suddenly emerged. Still curled in a defensive posture, and once more aimed at Drago with deadly intent. This time, Drago was caught completely off guard. His eyes widened in panic as he beheld Ajin drawing ever closer. Overwhelmed by fear, his legs buckled beneath him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. It was this very terror that allowed Drago to narrowly evade Ajin's insect cannonball assault. The force of Ajin's attack shattered the outer walls of the ancient castle, from which he emerged slowly, his gaze fiercely fixed upon the pallid Drago. With the strength of a titan, Ajin, empowered by the formidable shell of a beetle and the iron block technique of the Navy's 6 styles, moved with the swiftness of lightning to stand before Drago, delivering a crushing blow to his jaw. The impact sent Drago soaring several meters into the air, his deeply sunken eyes rolling back in terror, his jagged fangs shattered, gushing crimson blood that flowed incessantly from the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Drago had utterly lost the capacity to continue the fight. The duel concluded with Ajin's resounding triumph. Ajin, remember that the vanquished possess no dignity nor choice. It is time to fulfill the words I spoke earlier and let the superhuman-type sonic fruit rise once more upon the ocean. Obediently, Ajin approached the unconscious Drago, his gaze devoid of any compassion for the notorious pirate before him. In this moment, his pent-up fury erupted forth. With fists enveloped in the impenetrable armor of the beetle's shell, he struck down upon Drago's tousled orange hair with the ferocity of a tempest. A sharp crack resonated through the air as Drago's skull shattered like a ripe watermelon under the force of Ajin's blow, scattering its red and white contents. Ajin's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty malice, his body drenched in the crimson essence of his foe, reminiscent of a beast poised to devour its prey. Any ordinary person witnessing this would surely be struck with terror, an image both horrific and awe-inspiring. After effortlessly ending the life of Adrager, Akin, Klo, and alone converged before Subai, gazing at these 3 formidable allies. Subai nodded with gratitude and subsequently invoked the magical power of the horse talisman to heal their wounds one by one. They then set out to search for the treasures buried by the notorious golden thief, Unanimous, who had been bounty hunted by the Navy for a staggering 60 million berries. Indicating his extraordinary prowess, it was essential for them to approach the quest for his hidden treasures with a sense of reverence. Since Adrager had not uncovered any signs of gold within the castle, Subai and his companions decisively returned to the whale's location. Upon discovering a small upward curve at the end of the whale's tail, they swiftly made their way towards the tallest chimney mountain on Gold Island. The chimney mountain towered into the clouds. While it might pose a challenge for an ordinary person, it was trivial for Subai, alone, and Akin, who possessed flight capabilities. The trio, accompanied by Klo, Xiao Ba, and Krolobi, soared to the summit of the chimney mountain. There, in a secluded area, They stumbled upon a small courtyard that once belonged to the Golden Thief, Unanimous. Upon entering Unanimous' courtyard, they were met with stark emptiness. Apart from a fireplace in the living room, the remaining rooms were bare, featuring only 4 empty walls. As the group pondered their next move, Subai, tapping into his observation Haki, decisively kicked open the fireplace that leaned against the wall. Beneath it lay a concealed passage, leading his comrades into the hidden corridor. They navigated through a lengthy hallway and entered a cramped room covered in dust. At its center stood a wooden chair, upon which sat the skeletal remains of a pirate. The very skeleton of the Golden Thief, Unanimous himself. After a brief examination of Unanimous's remains, Subai refrained from lingering on the site and continued to utilize his observation Haki, striving to sense any treasures in the confined space. However, despite his efforts, he could not detect any gold. Just as Subai began to feel weary from his attempts, Akin suddenly pointed to peculiar inscriptions on the wall and began to translate. To those who come seeking gold, my name is Unanimous, once known as the Golden Pirate, but now merely a man awaiting death. I have returned all the gold to its rightful owners. I fought valiantly and fulfilled my childhood ambitions, ultimately constructing this unprecedented mountain of gold. Yet, in the presence of this gold, I recall the words of someone who once said, "Gold does not laugh. It is like a stone." Indeed, what I risked my life for was not gold itself, but the adventure of seeking it. There is no gold left here, but there are treasures far more precious. While they may hold no value for others, I find immense satisfaction in them. Please do not desecrate this place. It is where I have buried my lifelong treasures. After reading Unanimous's final words, Subai of the Shadow Brigade let out a hearty laugh. He then dispatched several ninjas from the Shadow Brigade, instructing them to give Unanimous a proper burial, allowing him to rest in peace. As for the gold, it was of little consequence. The true benefit of this journey for the Shadow Brigade was the invaluable experiences gained, marking the greatest treasure of all. Chapter 49, The City of Beginnings and Endings, Rogue Town. In the East Sea, at the Polaris Archipelago, lies Rogue Town. Known as the birthplace and execution site of the Pirate King Gold Roger, Rogue Town is often referred to as the City of Beginnings and Endings. This locale attracts countless pirates aiming to venture into the Grand Line, serving as both a breeding ground for nefarious deeds and a bustling metropolis. Were it not for the oversight of White Hunter Smoker, it would likely descend into utter chaos. At the harbor of Rogue Town, numerous naval warships and fishing vessels from distant seas are anchored, among which lie a few pirate ships. A sight that has long ceased to astonish the frequent visitors of this port. Even some naval soldiers turn a blind eye to this occurrence. Proceeding through the port and onto a grand avenue leads one to the central street, and continuing along this thoroughfare brings one to the Rogue Town Square, the most bustling area of the town, situated in front of a grand edifice resembling a city hall. It is here that the execution platform of the Pirate King, Gold Roger, once stood. Amidst the dense clusters of buildings in Rogue Town, a dark alley leads directly to the dilapidated tavern known as Gold Roger. Within the time-worn and crumbling establishment, the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, along with his subordinates Arlong, Jean, Klo, Xiao Ba, and Coby, revel in merriment as they clink their glasses and indulge in copious libations. Within the tavern's bar, an elderly man adorned with a dark purple knitted hat, small black round glasses, and golden hoop earrings was concocting drinks. His stature was somewhat hunched, standing at approximately half the height of Arlong, around 1.3 meters. He was clad in a flowing white robe, a green beaded necklace resting upon his neck, brownish-black trousers, and dark green cloth shoes. This elder, named Raoul, was a native of Rogue Town and had once been a close childhood friend of the legendary Pirate King, Gold Roger. Their bond was exceptionally profound. When Roger chose to challenge the Grand Line, Raoul had initially scoffed at his ambition to conquer it. However, upon learning of Roger's triumph over the Grand Line, he experienced an exhilarating joy that belied his age, subsequently renaming his tavern to Gold Roger Tavern. Boss, let us have 5 more bottles of rum and 1 fruit cocktail. Upon hearing the command from Subai, the heir of the Shadow Troop, Raoul slowly rose from behind the bar to retrieve the rum from the cabinet. At that moment, a massive skull beside the bar captured the attention of Subai and his companions. Boss, what is the story behind that large skull on your bar? And could you provide a brief introduction to those bounty posters of notorious pirates on the wall? In response to their request, Raoul, hunched over, handed the drinks to Arlong and the others, then solemnly gazed at the skull, saying, "This is the fate of a notorious figure known as the Giant Killer. A villain who slaughtered 100 pirates, yet was dispatched to the afterlife by Gold Roger with a single blow. Roger's assault was as swift as lightning. The giant killer was famed for wielding an enormous blade, yet the outcome was decided in an instant. As Raoul grew more animated, he lifted the skull, pointing to a scar on its forehead, and continued, "Behold, this is the mark left from that encounter." This individual was notorious, and in his final moments, he uttered, "Roger. I concede to you. May the legacy of pirates endure forever." As for the bounty posters on this wall, for instance, Eric Dorn, known as the King, with a bounty of 340 million berries, Shaluba Shaluba, the world's fastest gunman, with a bounty of 530 million berries, and the great evil monk Khan's brothers, boasting a bounty of 290 million berries. All of them are formidable warriors with terrifying strength, yet before Gold, Roger, they appeared as vulnerable as infants. Listening to Raoul's tales stirred the blood of the Shadow Troop, prompting them to order 10 more bottles of rum. After feasting and drinking to their heart's content, Subai and his companions bid farewell to Raoul and proceeded towards the commercial street of Rock Town. The commercial street was bustling with activity, teeming with individuals from all corners of the world. Upon reaching the street, the Shadow Troop made their way directly to a boutique at the corner, owned by a man named Hangu. His unique tripod hairstyle and distinctive speaking style set him apart, and the clothing displayed in his store was both exquisite and affordable. Consequently, Subai led his cadre in selecting hundreds of garments, nearly emptying the entire inventory of the boutique. After all, as the saying goes, a person is judged by their attire, just as a Buddha is adorned with gold. Should the Shadow Troop ever find themselves on a bounty poster, appearing in a comical and disheveled state would be utterly disgraceful. "Welcome back. I am overwhelmed with joy," Hangu exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face as he respectfully escorted Subai and his companions out of the boutique. Once outside, Subai contemplated taking Ajin and Alron to a nearby weapons shop. After all, both Ajin and Alron relied on weaponry for combat. Alron's large serrated sword, Zhanfeng, was merely crafted from ordinary iron by a common blacksmith, lacking the hardness even to the bone spikes that emerged from Kuro's fists after utilizing his devil fruit powers. Similarly, Ajin's pair of crutches were nothing more than ordinary iron rods welded to 2 iron balls, adequate for dealing with ordinary low-tier pirates and naval soldiers, but utterly insufficient in a significant battle against renowned blades. After considering these factors, Subai signaled to Xiao Ba and Kuro to explore freely while he led Ajin and Alron into the armory to select weapons that would accompany them in future endeavors. In the heart of Rogtown Square, there exists a weapon shop with an exceptionally low footfall. Subai entered the shop, accompanied by Arlong and Ajin. The aura they exuded thrilled the shopkeeper, who seemed to sense a potential business opportunity. "Welcome. My establishment has been in operation for over 200 years, offering a diverse array of weaponry. Please, take your time to browse." Observing the shopkeeper's sycophantic demeanor, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, scrutinized him closely. Chapter 50. The Swift Blade of 50 Crafts, Murder, and Plunder. The shopkeeper, known as Mai Dao, was a balding middle-aged man, his sparse black hair resembling the wings of a hen. He was not particularly tall, with small beady eyes, a red nose, and a wide mouth. As he attended to Subai and his companions, he wore a blue kimono paired with blue and white striped shorts, from which tufts of leg hair were visible. Subai couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain at the shopkeeper's disheveled appearance. "Do you sell canes and large cleavers here? Money is not an issue, but I insist on quality." Upon hearing Subai's words, Mai Dao, visibly excited, patted his chest and led Ajin and Along to a hidden weapons vault. This vault was brimming with various weapons, including the canes and cleavers that Ajin and Along favored. "Dear customers, you may choose any weapon here. If nothing meets your satisfaction, I can arrange for the blacksmith master of Rogtown to forge something for you." Mai Dao's demeanor was exceedingly cordial. Under his guidance, Ajin and Along entered the vault, meticulously selecting their preferred weapons. After about half an hour, Ajin withdrew 2 sleek black canes from a wooden barrel. According to Mai Dao, these canes were crafted from a material as hard as sea stone, with intricate engravings to enhance grip. And both ends featured spherical caps that could connect to form a single long staff. Ajin was enamored with the canes, prompting Subai to produce a stack of high-denomination berries from his pocket and hand them to Mai Dao, purchasing the canes as Ajin's weapon. As for Along, after some deliberation, he unearthed a massive saw blade from a dusty corner. This imposing blade measured 2 meters in length, its razor-sharp serrations glinting ominously. It had not gathered dust due to poor quality, but rather because it was forged from the densest obsidian iron found in the Upside-Down Mountain, weighing nearly 1,000 pounds, rendering it virtually unmovable for most. The saw blade was meticulously crafted by a renowned blacksmith over 7 years, initially believed to rival the legendary Swift Blade of 50 Crafts. However, Its weight posed a challenge, and the blacksmith tragically passed away, unable to find a suitable wielder. It was only now that Arlong recognized its potential and decided to purchase it. After completing the transaction, Subai, Ajin, and Arlong exited the vault. Just as Ajin and Arlong were about to turn to leave, Subai, with a serious expression, addressed Ma Yidao. "Shopkeeper, I have heard whispers of a cursed blade here. Might you present it to me? Additionally, I wish to see your heirloom." A flicker of wariness crossed Ma Yidao's eyes at Subai's request. He approached the section of blades priced at 50,000 berries and retrieved the Sanji, handing it to Subai, grasping the blade S-sheath. Subai closed his eyes, allowing himself to feel the unsettling energy emanating from the cursed sword. Perhaps the blade did not acknowledge him. As he sensed an overwhelming discomfort while holding the Sanji, Subai knew he could wield the power of the Shadow Brigade to suppress the cursed blade. Yet he was not proficient with swords. Even if he could quell the curse, it would merely serve as a decorative piece. This cursed blade is not suited for me. I shall pass. In time, someone else will come to claim it. No sooner had Subai spoken than Ma Yidao produced his treasured heirloom. Perhaps due to the earlier reward of the swift blade of 50 crafts, known as Shuezo, to Xiao Ba, the heirloom presented was another of the swift blade series. Named Shali, Subai delicately accepted Shali from Ma Yidao, closing his eyes once more to caress the blade's surface as if it were the skin of a beloved. His fingertips traced the exquisite sheath adorned with 5 resplendent yellow gemstones, showcasing its opulence. Looking closely at the blade, it was slender and sharp. With a unique curve and devoid of an opening, its blade pattern differing from those of Zoro's Wado Ikamanji and Xiao Ba's Shuezo, attributed to varied sharpening techniques. The handle was crafted from shark skin from the Grand Line, wrapped with fine red cord from the fur tribe, while the pommel was forged from rare or from the Eastern Kingdom, featuring 2 prominent rivets for both decoration and function. Shopkeeper, to regard this magnificent blade as merely an heirloom would be a grave waste. Upon hearing Subai's remark, Ma Yidao's expression shifted. His gaze complex as he regarded Subai's deep purple eyes. Recently, a self-proclaimed EC's greatest swordsman visited Rogue Town, wielding a blade that is also one of the Swift Blade series. If you wish to acquire Shali, you must exchange it for that swordsman's blade. Exchanging one treasure for another was the final offer from Ma Yidao. With this knowledge of another pirate possessing a blade of the Swift Blade series, Subai immediately departed the weapon shop, leading Arlong and Ajin towards the direction of Rogue Town's harbor. In the information provided by the weapons store manager, it was revealed that the self-proclaimed sword master of the East Sea, a pirate named Tychula, has a bounty of 55 million berries placed on him by the Navy. He has committed numerous crimes in the Origin Islands, and with the aid of his formidable sword, the Flame Demon, one of the renowned 50 Blades, he annihilated 3 Navy ships sent to apprehend him, thus gaining notoriety. This audacious fellow dares to claim the title of Sword Master of the East Sea, clearly unaware of the existence of greater talents beyond his own. Upon our arrival at the port, we shall each seek out this individual. Whoever finds him will be responsible for dealing with him, and we shall present his head to collect the bounty. As for his precious sword, it should be brought back to me. Chapter 51. Capture, the Superhuman Series, user of the slippery fruit, Yalida. At the port of Rogue Town, numerous vessels came and went, among which Navy warships and merchant ships predominated, while pirate ships disguised themselves as legitimate vessels, blending in seamlessly. The operatives Aaron and Akin from the Shadow Legion hurried to the port, gazing at the ships unloading cargo nearby, momentarily at a loss. With so many vessels in the Rogue Town harbor, where could they possibly find the self-styled swordmaster of the East Sea, Tychula? As Aaron and Akin aimlessly wandered the port, inquiring about the whereabouts of the pirate swordsman, night fell, and the lighthouse beamed its bright light, yet they still failed to locate the swordsman. Aaron, what shall we do? This port is vast. Where can we search for this fellow? Akin, furrowing his brow in despair, sought Aaron's counsel. After a moment of silent contemplation, Aaron had a thought and summoned over 300 ninja soldiers from the Shadow Kingdom, instructing them to search for a swordsman-like pirate amidst the night. According to the bounty notice, this individual possesses short, orange-red hair, a cross tattooed on his shoulder, dons attire reminiscent of a samurai, and wears wooden clocks, making him relatively easy to identify in the bustling crowd. As Aaron issued his command, the shadow ninjas swiftly vanished into the night, weaving through every ship in the harbor. Ultimately, they discovered the pirate swordsman at the western corner of the port. This individual was the captain of the swordsman pirate crew, commanding over 50 swordsmen. Upon receiving this intelligence, Aaron and Akin rushed towards the western part of the port, arriving beneath the swordsman pirate crew's ship after approximately 10 minutes. Gazing at the grand vessel adorned with a figurehead resembling a sword, Eren leapt onto the deck without hesitation, followed closely by Akin, who soared onto the deck with wings sprouting from his sides. "Who are you two? Dare to intrude upon our swordsman pirate crew? Prepare to meet your end." 3 small pirates, tasked with night patrol, instantly spotted Eren and Akin and swiftly approached with their large blades, threateningly brandishing their swords, eager to teach them a lesson. Observing the trio of lackeys before him, Eren disdainfully rolled his eyes. With a mere thought, several ninjas from the Shadow Legion emerged, effortlessly dispatching the small-time pirates. After dealing with the minions, Eren and Akin hurriedly made their way to Tychula's quarters. At that moment, the swordsman Tychula was still lost in slumber. But his instinctive vigilance and sense of danger jolted him awake. Grasping his prized blade, the flame demon, he stood alert behind the door, quietly awaiting the arrival of Akin and Eren. Bang! With a resounding crash, Akin kicked the door to splinters. As the moonlight flooded the room, Akin's piercing gaze fell upon the ambushing swordsman Tychula. Without hesitation, he unleashed the powers of his devil fruit, enveloping himself in a hard exoskeleton, and swiftly raised his arm to block. Clang! 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 In a matter of moments, Tychula struck at Akin 3 times, yet failed to inflict any significant damage. At most, he left a few faint scratches on Akin's tough exterior. Now it's my turn. Akin quickly distanced himself from Tychula and transformed into his Hercules beetle form. With a fierce glare directed at the poised swordsman, he rapidly adjusted his footing and, aided by his transparent wings, lunged towards Tychula. Hercules power charge. A deafening impact echoed through the air as Tychula was sent flying onto the deck, landing in a disheveled heap. His internal energy surged violently, causing him to uncontrollably spit out several mouthfuls of blood before collapsing into a pool of crimson, unconscious. Observing the self-proclaimed greatest swordsman of the East Sea so easily vanquished, Akin muttered disdainfully, "With such meager skill, you pale in comparison to that swordsman Gallus I encountered on Golden Island, who at least managed to inflict some damage. This fellow can't even breach my defenses. Perhaps he should be known as the greatest useless swordsman of the East Sea." Having effortlessly dispatched Tychula, Eren stormed out of the cabin. His body splattered with pirate blood, a newly acquired serrated blade, the saw edge, slung over his shoulder. He approached Tychula's motionless form and, with a swift stroke, severed his head. Retrieving the flame demon, he led a group of pirates to the entrance of the naval base to exchange their bounty. Once they received their reward, they joined Subai, the young leader of the Shadow Brigade, presenting him with the prized blade. Subai inspected the flame demon, lightly tracing the patterns on its sheath. Feeling unimpressed, before placing it into the system's inventory, he then returned to the weapons shop with Akin and Eren. "Shopkeeper, I have brought you the flame demon." The weapon shop operated around the clock, and upon hearing Subai's voice, the shopkeeper rushed out barefoot, eagerly taking the flame demon from Subai's hands. "This is the personal blade of Tychula, the greatest swordsman of the East Sea, with a bounty of 55 million berries. I can't believe you managed to defeat him and bring back his weapon." The shopkeeper lavished praise upon Subai and his companions before respectfully ushering them inside. Brewing a pot of fine tea, and then personally presenting the long-prepared gravel from the safe. "This blade brings me a sense of comfort, and its design aligns perfectly with my aesthetic. The luxurious embellishments suit my status as the young lord of the Shadow Brigade. A fair trade indeed. Thank you, shopkeeper." Subai beamed at the gravel, meticulously wiping the sharp blade with a pristine handkerchief. He then coldly instructed Eren and Akin, "Chloe just informed me that he encountered your Lita in Rogue Town. You too. Make an effort to bring her to me." Chapter 52. The Fiery Culinary Competition, Chef Carmen. At the southernmost edge of Rogue Town lies a coastal seafood market. Currently, Chloe, a cadre member of the Shadow Brigade, was leisurely wandering through the bustling marketplace, which offered a diverse array of fish, in addition to East Sea varieties. It also featured fish from the other 3 seas, as Rogue Town is the closest point to the Grand Line, near Reverse Mountain, often attracting fish from other regions. "Boss, if you sell coastal fish, the prices must be reasonable, right?" Chloe, intrigued by the fresh catches, eagerly examined the fish on display, poking at their gills with excitement. Without a second thought, he produced a stack of berries and signaled the fishmonger to bring him several of each type. The fishmonger, Shoppy, a towering half-fishman with impressive musculature, recalled catching a fish weighing over 500 pounds, a feat that would require several ordinary men to manage. Yet for Shoppy, it was merely child's play. "Young man, if you love fish so much, you should see the rare ones I caught last night." Shoppy's words piqued Chloe's interest, and he followed him onto a fishing boat crowded with onlookers. Chloe swiftly employed his shadowy steps to reach the front of the crowd, eager to glimpse the rare fish. Indeed, Xiao, you've caught a colossal bluefin tuna. The bluefin tuna is an exceptionally rare catch, requiring over 1,000 fishing vessels working day and night for at least 2 weeks, and even then, success is not guaranteed. The bluefin tuna, residing only in the confluence of the South Sea and Reverse Mountain's turbulent waters, boasts a spindle-shaped body with a deep blue back and a pale gray belly. It features several small fins along its dorsal and pelvic areas and 2 sharp horns on its head, with a notable trunk-like appendage measuring over half a meter, primarily used for respiration and detecting minute food particles in the ocean. As the crowd marveled, Xiao prepared to have the bluefin tuna unloaded from the boat when Sanji, the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates, eagerly interjected, "How much for that? Please sell it to me." Xiao glanced at Sanji and replied with a smile, "I'm afraid not. It's not for sale. I've decided to use it as a prize for the upcoming culinary competition." Noticing Sanji's disappointment, Xiao softened his tone. Stepping closer and patting his shoulder, "Today marks the annual cooking contest in the East Sea, where all chefs gather to compete. If you truly desire this bluefin tuna, why not participate in the competition?" Upon learning that the grand prize for the culinary competition was a magnificent elephant tuna, Sanji, as a chef, was utterly captivated. This competition would draw chefs from all over the East Sea, providing him not only the opportunity to hone his culinary skills against his peers but also to acquire further cooking techniques. Most importantly, he could obtain the rare elephant tuna. It was a threefold advantage. Who could resist such an enticing prospect? As Sanji made his way to the registration area for the culinary contest, he was approached by a stunningly dressed woman on the street near the fish shop. This enchanting figure was named Carmen, a renowned chef of the East Sea, who declared herself the #1 chef of the East Sea. She had triumphed over countless illustrious chefs with her exquisite and flamboyant culinary prowess. The reason she sought out Sanji was due to a newspaper feature that proclaimed the sous chef of the seaside restaurant to be the true #1 chef of the East Sea. Thus, she had rushed over to challenge him to a culinary duel. The beautiful Chef Carmen possessed an elegant figure, with a delicate face and almond-shaped eyes, exuding a mature charm. Her striking blue smoky makeup accentuated her features, and her hair blazed like flames in vibrant pink. A yellow-striped headband adorned her forehead, while her ears and neck were adorned with emerald pendants and a necklace. In one hand, she held a yellow fan, and she was clad in a strikingly red, low-cut, one-piece dress that revealed her ample décolletage. The hem of her dress nearly swept the ground, with a daring slit that showcased her graceful feet, which were encased in red high-heeled shoes. Her entire demeanor radiated elegance, evoking admiration from all who beheld her. "My name is Carmen, the #1 chef of the East Sea," the passionate woman, known as the Flame Carmen. Beside the beautiful Chef Carmen, her 2 disciples leaned forward, lavishing praise upon their master while striking poses they deemed cool. With an air of arrogance, they introduced themselves to Sanji, stating, "I am Leo, the first disciple of Master Carmen, and I am Jose, the second disciple." The commotion created by the alluring Chef Carmen attracted the attention of everyone on the street, including Sanji, who turned to gaze at Carmen. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with hearts, and he knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "To think such a beauty is searching for me. I am truly blessed. It is an honor to meet you, Miss Carmen." Overwhelmed with excitement, Sanji lavished her with compliments and grasped Carmen's delicate hand, leaning in as if to kiss the smooth, fair back of her hand. Just as this lecherous Sanji approached, Carmen shouted, "Stop," and swiftly wielded a frying pan, striking him on the head. As Sanji's head spun in confusion, Carmen retrieved a rolled-up newspaper from her long skirt and tossed it to him. She then calmly remarked, "This is a special report from when you were at the Baratie restaurant. It claims that the sous chef there is the finest chef in the East Blue and absurdly states that you cannot compare to our renowned culinary skills. After that, I searched for you everywhere, scouring every corner of the East Blue, which took me 10 years, though it was only 10 days. I intend to defeat you in the cooking competition and claim the title of the true #1 chef of the East Blue. Compete with me, Sanji." Listening to Carmen's words, Sanji appeared bewildered and coldly replied, "I have no interest in being the #1 chef of the East Blue. If you wish to take that title, then by all means." Sanji was far more intrigued by the rare prize of elephant tuna at the cooking competition set for 1 o'clock that afternoon, a type of fish he had never cooked before and was eager to try. Chapter 53. The cooking competition concludes. Miss Carmen joins the Shadow Brigade. As time passed, the annual festival at the seafood market commenced, and the cooking competition officially began. The shop owner of the fish market, Xiao, who organized the event and provided the prizes, enthusiastically took to the stage, declaring, "The annual festival and cooking competition is now grandly opened. All esteemed chefs of the East Blue have gathered here. And this year's prize is the elephant tuna. Renowned as the treasure of the ocean and miraculous ingredient, who will emerge victorious and claim the title of the #1 chef in the East Blue? Let us anticipate. As Xiao Ba finished his announcement, the crowd erupted into applause, which he relished. He briefly introduced the judges responsible for tasting the dishes and continued. The rules of this cooking competition are quite simple. It will begin with one-on-one matches, where the chef with the highest total score from the judges will win, leading to a knockout round to determine the ultimate champion. After Xiao Ba succinctly explained the rules, he announced the first round of contestants. First, we have Lizard Xiao, who has traveled from the distant East Blue border, facing our representative from Rogue Town, Waikili. The match between Lizard Xiao, who excels in fish dishes, and Waikili, a grilling expert, will be one to watch. As host Xiao Ba animatedly described the match, in the audience, the Shadow Brigade's officer, Klo, fixed his piercing gaze upon the beautiful chef Carmen among the contestants. Klo thought that Carmen's culinary skills were second only to Sanji's, and he could easily recommend her to his master, bringing her into the Shadow Brigade as their ship as chef. Once the cooking competition concluded, he planned to take Carmen back to his master, but whether she would be accepted into the Shadow Brigade depended solely on her fate. While Klo hesitated over recommending Carmen to his master, the competition progressed, with both Sanji and Carmen advancing through the rounds, ultimately reaching the finals. As victory drew near, the beautiful chef Carmen gracefully swayed her slender waist, showcasing her exquisite cooking techniques, presenting her dishes to the judges in a fluid manner. After careful tasting, the judges unanimously awarded her a score of 9, igniting fervor among the audience. Meanwhile, Sanji, the former sous chef of the Baratie restaurant, remained unfazed, methodically preparing his ingredients, frying them, reducing the sauce over high heat, thickening it, seasoning, and finally plating and garnishing before presenting it to the judges. Eagerly, the judges accepted the dishes Sanji offered, lifting their spoons to savor a small taste of the broth. The rich, aromatic flavors enveloped the essence of the fish, enhanced by a hint of lemon, leaving them yearning for more after the first bite. As they savored a piece of meat, the juices burst in their mouths, the delightful aroma tantalizing their taste buds, as if they were cradled in the embrace of the ocean itself, an unforgettable experience. It was simply delectable, leaving them wanting more. The judges devoured every dish Sanji prepared, even cleaning the plates and edible garnishes. Ultimately, the judges regarded Sanji, who remained calm with a cigarette in his mouth, with solemn expressions. They responsibly retrieved their markers and unanimously scored him a perfect 10, declaring him the champion of this cooking competition. Sanji's victory and the coveted prize of the elephant tuna were assured, and as he embraced the prize and posed for photos with the judges, Carmen called out, "Sanji, I cannot forgive myself. I have always wished to compete with you, diligently honing my culinary skills to stand on equal footing with you. Yet, 10 years have passed, and your dreams remain unchanged, while I foolishly believed I could triumph over you. I cannot forgive myself for such folly." In a moment of deep emotion, the beautiful chef Carmen shed silent tears, her gaze firmly fixed on Sanji. With resolute determination, she declared, "I have lost. Your cooking is exquisite. You are the #1 chef in the East Blue, and I wholeheartedly accept that." Hearing Carmen's praise, Sanji's eyes sparkled with pink hearts once more, and he was thrilled at the thought of embracing Carmen, only to be struck on the head by her first disciple, Leo, wielding the frying pan. "Sanji, let this be the end for today. Next time we meet, be prepared. I will not lose again." Looking at Carmen's enchanting visage, Sanji felt a surge of pride, raising the corners of his mouth in a triumphant smile. With unwavering confidence, he replied, "If it is you, Miss Carmen, who challenges me, I would be more than willing to accept. Until we meet again." As Sanji ascended to the throne of champions, the culinary competition hosted in Rogue Town officially came to a close. The participants and spectators orderly exited the venue. Meanwhile, Kuro, an officer of the Shadow Brigade, executed his shadowy steps and instantaneously appeared beside the beautiful chef, Miss Carmen. Without uttering a word, he rendered Carmen and her 2 disciples unconscious, hoisting them onto his shoulder and vanishing into the Shadow Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, Kuro returned to the grand ship of the Shadow Brigade, placing the still unconscious Miss Carmen and her 2 disciples on the deck before striding directly toward the cabin to meet his young master, Subai. "Young master, I discovered an exceptionally skilled chef at the culinary competition. Her culinary prowess is second only to Sanji, making her the second best chef in the East Sea." Observing Kuro's arrival, Subai remained seated at his desk, listening intently as Kuro recounted the events of the culinary competition. After Kuro finished, Subai coldly remarked, "She indeed qualifies to join the Shadow Brigade, but her 2 useless disciples do not. Let them join the Shadow Kingdom for now. Hearing his master's words, Kuro's eyes gleamed with delight. Young master, we currently have no chef on board. Miss Carmen's arrival will perfectly fill this vacancy, alleviating our daily concerns over meals. Chapter 54, The Culinary Encyclopedia, The Future World's Best Chef. A glimmer of insight flashed in the deep violet eyes of Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade. Kuro's words held merit. Miss Carmen's culinary skills, second only to Sanji's, warranted her inclusion in the Shadow Brigade. With her aboard, the daily meal dilemma would cease to be a concern. Furthermore, as the most beautiful chef in the East Sea, her presence would offer exquisite enjoyment, a delightful prospect indeed. Kuro, where is Miss Carmen? I wish to meet her. As Subai expressed his desire to see Miss Carmen, Kuro swiftly led him to the deck, where Miss Carmen and her two disciples were just regaining consciousness. Upon realizing their unfamiliar surroundings, fear gripped them. Where is this place? I am the renowned chef of the East Sea, Flame Carmen. What do you intend to do with us? Observing Carmen's panicked demeanor, Subai slowly removed his intimidating black cloak. His deep violet eyes, gentle as water, captivated Carmen's heart instantly. Noticing her agitation subside, Subai amiably rolled up his shirt sleeves and spoke softly, Miss Carmen, welcome aboard the Shadow Brigade's vessel. My name is Subai, the young master and captain of the Shadow Brigade. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us as our ship's chef. Subai directly offered his olive branch to Miss Carmen. Initially taken aback, she blushed and lowered her head shyly. Then, as if recalling something, she spoke hesitantly, Subai, I have made a promise to Sanji. When I next meet him, I intend to defeat him with my culinary skills. If I join your ship now, I worry it may hinder my progress. Subai chuckled heartily at Carmen's concerns. Then, with a magnetic voice, he replied, Sanji and his crew are about to enter the Grand Line. If you remain in the East Sea honing your culinary skills, how will you ever surpass him? The Grand Line is filled with countless ingredients. Do you not wish to personally explore and cook with them? Subai's words struck a chord, igniting Carmen's interest. She gazed at his handsome face, and with a radiant smile, she shyly replied, if I could enter the Grand Line, then joining your Shadow Brigade would not be out of the question. Seeing that he had successfully persuaded the beautiful chef, Subai's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He leisurely approached Carmen and gently placed his pale hand on her bosom. A surge of immense dark power flowed through Subai's arms into Carmen, and within 5 or 6 minutes, she became a full-fledged member of the Shadow Brigade. Her two disciples, too, were elevated to citizens of the Shadow Kingdom, granted access to the kitchen to assist Carmen with her culinary tasks. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 10th talent from this world, rewarding the host with a complete set of the culinary encyclopedia and a fine set of kitchenware produced by the system. The system's reward was not a devil fruit, but rather the significant culinary encyclopedia for Chef Carmen. This encyclopedia comprises 108 volumes, each measuring 60 centimeters in height, 50 centimeters in width, and 80 centimeters in length, meticulously detailing all the ingredients available for cooking in the world of One Piece. Over 3,000 pages are dedicated solely to mineral ingredients, alongside countless cooking techniques: stir-frying, braising, frying, steaming, simmering, baking, roasting, smoking, sautéing, marinating, boiling, stewing, and blanching, all included. In addition to the culinary encyclopedia, the system also awarded a stunning set of kitchenware designed for cutting and cooking ingredients, featuring over 10 types of knives, including a boning knife for separating meat from bones, a bread knife for slicing bread or other hard on the outside, soft on the inside foods, a steak knife for effortlessly slicing meat, and a vegetable knife for peeling, cutting, and chopping vegetables, along with a yanajba for sushi preparation. Even the greatest chefs of this era have never wielded such luxurious kitchenware, highlighting that Miss Carmen's decision to join the Shadow Brigade was indeed astute. With the guidance of the culinary encyclopedia and the support of these tools, surpassing Sanji to become the world's foremost chef is merely a matter of time. Carmen, consider these gifts a reward for your new affiliation. If you master the contents of the encyclopedia, the title of the world's best chef will undoubtedly belong to you. Having witnessed her young master Subai effortlessly conjure a mountain of books and an exquisite set of kitchenware, Carmen's eyes widened in astonishment, her charming face flushed with excitement. Trembling with enthusiasm, she eagerly reached out to accept the entire set of kitchenware. These tools are simply exquisite, akin to works of art. Thank you for your generosity, young master. Carmen could hardly contain her excitement as she withdrew a sharp, elegant boning knife from the collection. With a flirtatious glance, she signaled to her disciples, Leo and Jose, who hurriedly fetched a skeletal frame of a sea king from the kitchen. Observing this, A smile crept onto Carmen's lips as she gracefully maneuvered the knife, executing a dazzling display of skill. In mere moments, she skillfully separated the meat from the bones of the Sea King skeleton. The next time I encounter Sanji, I will surely surpass him in culinary skills. With unwavering determination, Miss Carmen retrieved a pristine white napkin from her waist, meticulously wiping the grease off the bone knife in her hand. Once she finished, she sheathed the knife slowly and arranged her entire set of kitchen utensils on the most prominent table in the back kitchen, preparing to commence the culinary delights for lunch. Observing Miss Carmen's graceful movements and exquisite cooking skills, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, smiled to himself, appreciating the presence of a dedicated chef aboard the ship. It was indeed a welcome change from the previous days of erratic meals and simple fare. Chapter 55, The Bounty Hunter Daddy with a Child, The Arrival of Yalida. In the bustling square of Rogtown, the most crowded area, Shadow Legion officers Eren and Akin mingled among the throng, searching for Yalida, the wielder of the slippery fruit. Yalida had transformed remarkably since consuming the fruit, shedding her former image of a plump woman to become a slender and alluring beauty. Thus, it was no surprise that Eren and Akin struggled to locate her in the sea of people. Chloe had mentioned Yalida's presence in Rogtown, yet despite scouring the area, they had seen no sign of the once rotund woman. Determined to find her, Eren and Akin wandered through the town, only to attract the attention of the notorious bounty hunter known as Daddy with a Child. Fully armed, Daddy tracked them to the outskirts of Rogtown, where the desolate environment provided an excellent backdrop for confrontation. He emerged slowly, drawing 2 pistols from his waist, demanding their surrender and warning them against futile resistance. With a bounty of 50 million berries on Eren, the fishman, and 10 million on Akin, the demon man, Daddy contemplated how claiming their heads could lead to overnight wealth. Daddy's full name was Daddy Mastatson, once a promising naval lieutenant renowned for his sharpshooting skills. He had abandoned the path of naval promotion to remain by his daughter's side, becoming a nameless bounty hunter instead. He typically captured minor pirates to sustain his livelihood. Once, Daddy's marksmanship was feared across the East Sea, attracting challengers who met grim fates at his hands. However, his legendary undefeated streak was shattered by the sharpshooter Jesus Burgess of the red-haired pirates. That defeat left a profound psychological scar, causing Daddy to fade from prominence and become a mere bounty hunter. Are you not the famed naval lieutenant Daddy from the East Sea? I have heard tales of your prowess, and yet here you are. Eren remarked. You believe you possess the strength to claim Atkins and my heads? I doubt you have what it takes. As Daddy prepared to pull the trigger, Eren and Akin swiftly activated their devil fruit abilities. Eren transformed into a dragon form, his body cloaked in a layer of hard, pale blue scales, while Akin morphed into the form of a Hercules beetle, his body encased in a tough, dark shell. They glared fiercely at Daddy. I never anticipated that you both had acquired devil fruit powers. The Navy should undoubtedly adjust your bounty upwards. Daddy's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he faced them, his finger poised to pull the trigger. The deafening gunfire erupted, and bullets made of sea stone soared toward Eren and Akin. Akin was struck in the shoulder, blood flowing profusely, while Eren narrowly evaded the attack through instinctive foresight. Damn it, you have sea stone bullets. Akin seethed, glaring at Daddy, then activated his insect fruit power, sprouting wings and soaring into the air, deftly evading all the bullets fired in his direction. Power. Meteor strike. Hovering above, Akin aimed at Daddy below, brandishing 2 sticks as he spun rapidly, descending at high speed toward his target. Daddy, sensing the imminent threat, fired several shots, all of which Akin deflected with his sticks. Flustered by the ease with which Akin neutralized his assault, Daddy was at a loss when suddenly a melodious female voice rang out from behind him. Slippery. Slide. Charm. The slippery fruit user Yalida appeared unexpectedly, using her powers to envelop herself and Daddy briefly. Akin, descending rapidly, slid off Daddy and crashed into the ground, dizzy and disoriented. Eren, long time no see. Do you still recognize me? The most beautiful woman on the seas, Yalida? I am now the user of the superhuman slippery fruit. Her voice, akin to silver bells, drew Eren's serious gaze toward her. Yalida had transformed into a stunning figure, adorned in a vibrant bikini with low-rise red jeans, a red and white hat perched atop her head, and a purple cloak draping behind her, making her an enchanting sight. The effects of the slippery fruit had altered her appearance significantly, captivating all who beheld her. You say you are Yalida? You do resemble her. But I hardly recognized you after such a transformation. Eren marveled. The first time he had encountered Yalida was 6 months prior, when she bore freckles and a stocky build. Now, she had become strikingly beautiful, a testament to the potency of the slippery fruit. Is that all you have to say? I've merely lost some freckles. I remain the most beautiful woman at sea, even without the devil fruit. Alvida replied with unabashed vanity. Chapter 56. Daddy with a child joins the Shadow Legion. Eren, now in his dragon form, rolled his eyes at Alvida's self-indulgent remarks, then coldly inquired, Alvida, as a pirate, how did you end up entangled with bounty hunters? Observing the vigilant gazes of Arlong and Jane, the enchanting Eureka burst into a hearty laugh. Subsequently, with her left hand placed on her hip and her right index finger extended, she pointed at Arlong and scolded him fiercely. How dare you cast away the most beautiful woman upon the sea? Such a lack of tenderness and appreciation for the fairer sex shall not go unpunished. As for this elder, I share no connection with him. Rescuing him was merely a matter of convenience. Upon learning that there was no relationship between Alvida and the bounty hunter Daida, Eren felt a slight release of tension within his heart. With a piercing gaze, he exchanged a glance with Akin beside him, and the two immediately resumed their confrontation. Eren faced Alvida, while Akin engaged Daida, igniting a fierce battle once more. Mighty Hercules, power, insect shell. Akin unleashed his insect shell technique again. He crouched down with his robust legs, and in an instant, his well-defined leg muscles stretched, enveloping his body in translucent wings that emanated from his sides. Curling into a compact form, he aimed at the distant Daida, who held dual pistols. With a powerful thrust, Akin propelled himself explosively toward the prepared bounty hunter Daida, resembling a rocket ready for launch. Seeing this, Daida swiftly pulled the trigger, firing several blazing sea stone bullets at the rapidly approaching Akin. As the bullets neared, Akin, suspended in midair, displayed no hesitation. He deftly drew his cane from his waist and, in a flurry of motion, deflected all the bullets aimed at him. Subsequently, he crashed onto Daida like a cannonball. The severely wounded Daida was sent flying dozens of meters, tumbling several times before gritting his teeth and slowly rising from the ground. He ripped off his coat, revealing 30 pistols strapped to his chest and waist. You, having mastered the power of the devil fruit, have significantly increased your strength. The Navy headquarters should adjust your bounty to at least 35 million berries to match your current prowess. Breathing heavily, Daida wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, swiftly reloading his 2 short guns and emptying their magazines towards Akin. He then retrieved several more guns, repeating the process until all 30 pistols were expended. A storm of bullets. In an instant, countless sea stone bullets raced toward Akin's position. Akin, sensing the urgency, unfurled his translucent wings to shield himself and leapt into the air, attempting to evade Daida's gunfire. My bullets are not so easily dodged. Just as Akin hung in midair, the bullets Daida fired inexplicably curved and continued their trajectory toward him. Caught off guard, Akin was unable to evade in time. A bullet pierced his left calf, leaving 3 gaping wounds that bled profusely. Indeed, the renowned marksman of the East Sea possesses remarkable skill, able to manipulate the trajectory of his bullets. With grievous injuries to his shoulder and calf, Akin found it increasingly challenging to defeat the formidable bounty hunter Daida. As he pondered his predicament, another member of the Shadow Brigade, Klo, swiftly arrived. With graceful poise, Klo positioned himself protectively behind Akin, energetically stating, "The young master is just ahead. You must go to him for healing. Leave this foe to me." Seeing Klo come to his aid, Akin was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Struggling to stand, he once again utilized the powers of the devil fruit, sprouting wings and soaring toward the direction of Subai, the leader of the Shadow Brigade. Observing Akin's blood-soaked condition, Subai wasted no time. He raised his hand and invoked the healing powers of a talisman. A gentle green aura enveloped Akin, and the wounds that bled profusely healed instantly, leaving no trace of scars on his skin. Having effortlessly healed his subordinate Akin, Subai's gaze turned serious as he observed the fierce battle between Klo and Daida. A desire to recruit talent blossomed within him. This renowned marksman of the East Sea was not someone he couldn't bring into the brigade. Klo, do not kill him. I wish to recruit him into our Shadow Brigade. Upon hearing the command from his young master, Subai, Kuro slightly tempered his offensive stance. At that moment, he unleashed his unique skill, the Shadowless Step, spiraling around Daida repeatedly. Following this, the power of the white tiger fruit erupted, and Kuro transformed into a ferocious white tiger, pouncing toward Daida with astonishing speed. Taken completely by surprise, Daida was forcefully knocked down by the white tiger form of Kuro. Just as Daida prepared to draw his gun from his waist to retaliate, Kuro, in his tiger form, denied him any opportunity. With a heavy paw imbued with overwhelming force, he struck down, sending Daida crashing into the ground. The infamous bounty hunter of the East Sea, known as Daida the Babysitter, if you do not grant me the chance to fire, how can you hope to triumph over me? At this point, Daida had yet to master the observation Haki. rendering him unable to discern Kuro's next move after employing the Shadowless Step. You are Kuro, captain of the Black Cat Pirates, known as the Master of Schemes? You have also acquired the powers of a devil fruit. This bounty must exceed 50 million berries. Observing that the bounty hunter Daida still had the strength to speak, a fierce glint flashed in Kuro's eyes, habitually adjusting his glasses that had slipped down his nose. He once again activated his fruit's ability, channeling an aura of lethal intent into his solid fists as he aimed a devastating blow at Daida's chest. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of violent impacts echoing, Daida, lying in a pool of blood, rolled his eyes back, his hands limp at his sides. And the short gun he relied upon slipped from his grasp, after enduring Kuro's relentless assault. The once renowned Daida of the East Sea had definitively lost the capacity to continue fighting, succumbing to unconsciousness. Young master, this fellow has passed out. We can directly recruit him into the Shadow Corps. Witnessing this, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, swiftly approached Daida's side, rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, and extended his pale, muscular arms to gently caress Daida's chest. Chapter 57, The User of the Slippery Fruit. Alvida joins the Shadow Corps. As a torrent of formidable dark power surged into Daida's body, the once celebrated sharpshooter of the East Sea, nicknamed Daida the Babysitter, was irrevocably integrated into the Shadow Corps. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 11th talent from the local dimension. Rewarded with a basic observation Haki skill card and a sniper rifle named Sunset, endowed with the power of the animal-type vulture fruit. Had Daida possessed the observation Haki during his confrontation with Kuro, he would not have been easily defeated by Kuro's Shadowless Step. Now, with the system's reward of the observation Haki skill card, Daida's strength will see substantial enhancement. Should he engage Kuro again, the outcome remains uncertain. In addition to the observation Haki skill card, the system also granted a sniper rifle imbued with the powers of the animal-type vulture fruit. This sniper rifle does not require a magazine, as long as the user aims the scope at the enemy's location. It will unleash a fierce assault based on the user's intent. Once fired, the rifle's barrel will emit several vultures born of scorching flames, which will then soar toward the enemy. To avoid being struck by the fiery vultures, the sole method is to defeat them mid-flight. There exists no other alternative. As a brilliant golden light and a dazzling red glow flashed, the system's inventory revealed the observation Haki skill card and the vulture fruit sniper rifle Sunset. System. Apply the observation Haki skill card to Daida and materialize that sniper rifle for me. Upon receiving the command from the host, Subai, the system rapidly complied. Utilizing the skill card on Daida. With a radiant golden light, an entire set of knowledge regarding observation Haki emerged in Daida's mind. He closed his eyes, absorbing the essence of the observation Haki, and after approximately 10 breaths, the system successfully implanted the skill card's effects. Daida had now grasped the initiation and application of the observation Haki proficiently. Daida, how does it feel to comprehend the observation Haki? Furthermore, I have something else to present to you. A smile graced Subai's handsome visage as he conjured the sniper rifle into existence, then leisurely handed it to Daida. Overwhelmed with emotion, Daida knelt on one knee, respectfully extending his hands to carefully receive the sniper rifle bestowed by his young master. This sniper rifle, named Sunset, is distinguished by its association with the animal-type vulture fruit's powers. During combat, one need only align the rifle's scope on the enemy, and with a mere thought, the sniper rifle will inflict tremendous damage according to the user's true intent. As Daida listened intently to his young master elucidate the rifle's functions and usage, he was utterly astounded, unable to fathom that this seemingly ordinary sniper rifle possessed the powers of a devil fruit. Upon receiving the sniper rifle, Daida eagerly aimed the barrel at the distant house, where a flag fluttered in the wind. With a mere thought, he heard a series of intense gunshots, as 3 fiery projectiles erupted from the dark muzzle, striking the flag with astonishing swiftness and precision. This accuracy. I barely aimed properly, yet I still hit the target. This sniper rifle is simply extraordinary. Daida caressed the intricate designs and components of the firearm with great affection, his excitement palpable. Without hesitation, he shed the 20-odd handguns he had been carrying, keeping only the sniper rifle as his primary weapon and a handful of seastone pistols as secondary arms. Meanwhile, in his dragon form, Alone was engaged in a fierce battle with the slippery fruit user, Yalida. With a sudden transformation, Alone, adorned with 2 sharp black horns protruding from his forehead, launched himself into the air, propelling towards Yalida. Observing this, she attempted to utilize her devil fruit powers to evade his onslaught, but as fate would have it, her efforts were in vain. As Alone descended rapidly, his light blue webbed hands morphed into fists, gradually enveloped in a layer of dark, armed Haki. With a roar, Alon's powerful fist struck Yalida's abdomen, sending her reeling. Blood spewing from her mouth as she was propelled several meters away, collapsing onto the ground, her eyes rolling back in a faint. Witnessing Yalida's incapacitation, Alon emotionlessly approached her side, lifting her effortlessly and returning to the side of Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade. Indeed, the superhuman slippery fruit had transformed Yalida from an unattractive, corpulent figure into an alluring beauty, a testament to the capriciousness of fate. Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, approached the unconscious Yalida, gesturing for Alon to set her down. He extended his pale arm and pressed it gently against her voluptuous form, channeling dark energy into her. A chilling aura emanated from Subai as his once fair arm darkened during the transmission of this power. Although Yalida lay unconscious, inexplicably, the time it took for Subai to absorb her soul far exceeded prior instances. Was it the immense potential of the superhuman slippery fruit that interfered with his dark energy transmission? What is happening? Previously, it would take no more than a few dozen minutes to complete this absorption, yet now 2 or 3 hours had elapsed with no progress in consuming Yalida's soul. Could it be that her fruit's abilities were negating the dark energy I was sending? Contemplating this, Subai wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and activated his Conqueror's Haki, firmly suppressing Yalida's soul with his imposing presence. He then intensified the flow of dark energy, and as seconds turned into minutes, a shadowy aura enveloped Yalida. Ultimately, her soul was entirely consumed by the dark power, rendering her a complete and utter member of the Shadow Brigade. Chapter 58, The Navy's White Hunter, Smoker, User of the Smoke Frit. After completely devouring the soul of the superhuman-type user, Alvida, Subai wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, feeling somewhat fatigued. He then unleashed the energy of the Horse Charm spell to heal Alvida and Eren of their injuries. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 12th talent from the local dimension. The host is rewarded with a spiked club imbued with the Zoan-type ability of the bullet and fruit. The mechanical voice of the system resonated, followed by a dazzling flash of red light, revealing the spiked club nestled within the system's inventory. Upon seeing this, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, promptly manifested the club and beckoned to Alvida beside him. Alvida, consider this spiked club a gift for your induction into our ranks. Its most notable feature is the Zoan-type ability of the bullet ant fruit. If you can fully harness its potential, combined with the powers of the slippery fruit on the battlefield, you will undoubtedly be invincible. Upon hearing her master's words, Alvida's almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise, and she playfully licked her alluring red lips with her delicate tongue. A flush crept onto her enchanting face as she softly replied, "Master, you are truly thoughtful. I excel at wielding a spiked club, and this one looks splendid." The spiked club in Subai's grasp was robust and formidable, forged from the hardest steel known to man. Its entire body was a glossy black, devoid of patterns, measuring approximately 80 centimeters in length and weighing 50 kilograms. The head was shaped like a spindle, covered in spikes, while the handle was wrapped with a small red cord crafted by the fur tribe for better grip. The end was fitted with a pointed tip, useful for securing the handle and, if necessary, for attacking adversaries. The club was highly lethal, capable of delivering blunt force trauma and penetrating armor. Should it strike an unsuspecting enemy on the battlefield, it could inflict grievous wounds and, in severe cases, result in instant death. Alvida's eyes sparkled with delight as she grasped the spiked club from Subai's hands. Her cheeks flushed as she swung it with exuberance, perfectly attuned to its weight and length. "Thank you, master. I adore this spiked club." Although Alvida had become slender and delicate after consuming the slippery fruit, she still possessed the strength to wield the massive weapon with ease, creating a striking contrast that left Subai visually stunned, perhaps sensing her master's gaze. A rosy hue returned to Alvida's exquisite features as she tilted her head, her captivating eyes sparkling with mischief. She parted her sensuous lips and spoke softly, "Master, shall we prepare to embark on the Grand Line?" Responding to Alvida's inquiry, Subai snapped back to attention and replied coolly, "There's no rush. We will first meet the renowned white hunter smoker of the Navy. If we do not defeat him, our journey to the Grand Line will be fraught with difficulty." At that moment, Eren, the fisherman who had recently mastered Haki, was filled with excitement upon learning that their young master intended to challenge Smoker. He bounced on his feet, eager to confront Smoker and unleash a barrage of Haki-infused punches. "Eren, Smoker wields the power of the smoke fruit. Now that you have mastered Haki, defeating him shouldn't be overly difficult. Your performance will determine our fate. Should you underestimate him and fail, the entire Shadow Legion will remain in the East Blue for 2.5 years before we set sail for the Grand Line." Subai intended for all combatants of the Shadow Legion to possess the strength to defeat Smoker. However, given that Ajin, Kuro, Xiao Ba, And Coby had yet to master Haki. A confrontation with Smoker in his smoke form would likely end poorly for them. Rather than face defeat and then strive to regain strength, it would be wiser to first complete the system-assigned Novice Task 10, then enter the Grand Line. Gradually honing the skills of the cadre. The Grand Line was home to numerous powerful foes, such as Crocodile, one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, and others like Mr. 1 Foot Des Bones, Mr. 2 Foot Bon Clay, Mr. 3 Galdino, King of the Iron Barrel Wapple, Bellamy with the Spring Fruit, and Inner with the Rumble Fruit. These formidable adversaries would provide ample experience for the cadre to enhance their abilities significantly. Moreover, Subai could bestow upon them great strength. Master, since you say so, I assure you I will not underestimate him. I will defeat the Navy's White Hunter Smoker and establish the name of the Shadow Legion. Hearing the resolute words of his capable subordinate, Aaron, Subai nodded with satisfaction. He then waved his hand, leading all his officers into the Shadow Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, they reappeared in the central plaza of Rogue Town, boldly presenting themselves before the Navy. The notorious fishman Aaron, with a bounty of 50 million berries, the octopus fishman Xiao Ba with a bounty of 10 million berries, and the soft-boned fishman Coby with a bounty of 15 million berries, and Alvida with a bounty of 5 million berries, rushed to inform Captain Smoker of their presence. The sudden appearance of the notorious pirates at the Navy base startled the soldiers on guard, who immediately drew their weapons as the fearsome crew approached the gates. However, ordinary bullets proved ineffective against Aaron and his companions. White Fist. Just as they were about to step through the gates, the roar of motorcycles filled the air, and 2 streams of white smoke surged towards Aaron's position. Reacting swiftly, Aaron transformed into his dragon form, propelling himself into the air to narrowly evade Smoker's attack. The infamous pirate from the East Blue, former officer of the Sun Pirates, now captain of the evil Dragon Pirates, and suspected Zoan Fruit user, Aaron, had willingly walked into the fray. If I don't arrest you, it would be a wasted opportunity. Chapter 59, Smoke vs. Aaron. The agile use of Haki by Aaron. As the White Hunter Smoker, the officer in charge of Rogue Town, laid eyes on the notorious pirate Aaron, his excitement was palpable. His eyes sparkled as he solidified his fists in smoke form, drawing his weapon, the 10 hands, to guard himself. If I can capture you lot, I'm certain to be promoted within the Navy to the Grand Line. Smoker, a user of the smoke fruit, was confident in apprehending the Shadow Legion. Aaron, noticing Smoker's eagerness, mockingly retorted, Smoker, do you think you can claim my head for glory at Navy headquarters? Defeat me first. Aaron's words infuriated Smoker, who let out a furious roar and charged at Aaron, transforming entirely into smoke and rushing towards him, attempting to ensnare him with a binding technique. Whitesnake. In the form of smoke, Smoker's dual arms transformed into that of a colossal serpent, charging towards Arlong. A fierce glint flickered in Arlong's proud gaze, as his robust leg muscles tensed, propelling him to evade Smoker's onslaught. However, Smoker's attack possessed a tracking ability, rendering Arlong's evasive maneuvers futile. Frustrated by his inability to escape, Arlong decided to shift from defense to offense. With a furious determination, Arlong clenched his teeth, channeling all his strength into his right arm. He unleashed the power of Haki, enveloping his fist in a layer of obsidian sheen, and delivered a thunderous blow towards Smoker's serpent-like arm. The sound of intense collisions reverberated as Smoker's arm suffered significant damage, eliciting a pained grunt from him. Quickly retreating to gain distance, Arlong, sensing a momentary advantage, sought to press the attack, only to be met with Smoker's counter. As Arlong charged recklessly towards Smoker's position, the smoke user transformed into his smoke form, his legs becoming jets of vapor, propelling him at astonishing speed toward Arlong. Meanwhile, Smoker's previously injured arms had fully healed thanks to the restorative properties of his smoke. With tension coursing through his body, his left fist clenched and his right hand wielding the sea stone-embedded weapon Show, he surged forward like a cannonball aimed directly at Arlong. As Smoker closed the distance, a flicker of fear pierced through Arlong's fierce demeanor. In a moment of desperation, he transformed into his dragon form, propelling himself off the ground with tremendous force. Soaring into the air. Hovering mid-flight, his blue web fists morphed into weapons. Cloaked once again in black Haki, he launched himself downwards, akin to a cannonball, aiming directly at Smoker. Witnessing Arlong ascend, Smoker's brows furrowed, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The pirate fishman had consumed the mythical dragon fruit, and should he escape, he would undoubtedly become a future threat. He must not be allowed to leave Rogue Town alive. Undeterred by his previous failure to strike Arlong, Smoker summoned his fruit's powers once more. Exuding an overwhelming aura filled with lethal intent, he transformed into an expansive cloud of white mist, engulfing Arlong entirely. In a panic, Arlong pounded his Haki-clad fists against the mist, but to no avail. As Arlong grappled with his predicament, Smoker conjured a massive white western dragon from the smoke. Its body formed from condensed vapor. The dragon boasted twisted horns, eyes akin to copper bells, flaring nostrils, and jagged, menacing teeth, its neck adorned with white fur, short forelimbs, expansive wings, and powerful hind legs, all cloaked in white scales, poised to lunge at Arlong. What manner of creature is this? Such information was never recorded. Arlong instinctively recoiled at the sight of the terrifying dragon. Yet, the thought of failing against Smoker and condemning his entire crew to 2.5 years of toil in the East Blue ignited a surge of panic within him. Steeling himself against the fear, he brandished his weapon, Sawtooth, and charged recklessly towards the monstrous dragon. In his dragon form, Arlong's eyes blazed crimson as he let out a thunderous roar. Gripping his massive sword Sawtooth tightly in his right hand while clutching jagged steel teeth in his left, he relentlessly stomped against the ground. Harnessing the Earth's reaction and his dragon's soaring capability, rocketing towards the dragon's head. Under Smoker's command, the white smoke dragon opened its gaping maw, intending to swallow Arlong whole, constraining his movements and ultimately crushing him within its belly. However, Arlong was resolute. He would not allow such a fate to befall him. Smoker, do you truly believe this foolish dragon can hinder my ascent as a true dragon? Such an idea is utterly laughable. In mid-air, the furious Aaron, filled with rage yet laughing maniacally, propelled himself like a torpedo towards the direction of the smoky dragon. Not only that, during his aerial thrust, the massive saw blade saw edge in his hand whirled in a spiral motion, akin to the propeller at the rear of a speedboat, wildly stirring the surrounding air and accelerating his strike to an unprecedented velocity. Smoke, white dragon, devour. Under Smoker's directive, the smoke dragon opened its gaping maw, intent on swallowing the dragon form of Arlong whole. However, Arlong, suspended in midair, exhibited no fear. Instead, he brandished his great saw blade, saw edge, and plunged it into the body of the colossal dragon. Just as Smoker prepared to finish off Arlong, a shocking turn of events unfolded. Arlong, having been swallowed, wielded his saw blade with ferocity, piercing through the dragon's abdomen and emerging triumphantly from its core. What? How is this possible? How did you escape from the smoke dragon's belly? This is absolutely inconceivable, Smoker exclaimed, his expression morphing into one of astonishment as he witnessed Arlong's escape. It was until he noticed the Haki coating Arlong's hands clutching the great saw that he finally comprehended the truth. Arlong had literally torn his way out of the smoke dragon's belly. Chapter 60. The Captured Maiden, Naval Chief Petty Officer, Dasky. After effortlessly dispatching the smoke dragon, a creation that had cost Smoker considerable effort, Arlong cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon Smoker, who held the weapon 10 hands, and began to advance towards him menacingly. Damn it, you've mastered the Haki technique. I must report your abilities to the Navy headquarters. That bounty of 50 million berries is far too low for you. It should start at 80 million berries at the very least. As Arlong approached, Smoker, the user of the smoke fruit, felt a flicker of anxiety beneath his fierce and murderous gaze. In his mind, he realized that Arlong's true strength far surpassed his own. He feared he might fall today at the hands of this notorious pirate. My sense of justice does not permit retreat. You shall not pass into the Grand Line without stepping over my corpse. Gazing at the resolute naval captain before him, Arlong's eyes glimmered with mockery. A slight smile curved his lips as he hoisted the great saw blade onto his shoulder and stepped forward, addressing Smoker with a resonant voice. What does your justice entail? Is it the protection of nobility and celestial dragons, or the safeguarding of the common folk? Should a conflict arise between the two, which side would you choose to uphold? Arlong's probing question left Smoker momentarily speechless. He regarded Arlong with a serious expression before responding earnestly. In my view, the welfare of the common people and the nobility, including the celestial dragons, is equally important. If a choice must be made, I will steadfastly uphold the side of justice. Smoker's words resonated with conviction, prompting Arlong to view him with newfound respect. However, he quickly recalled the ideologies instilled in him by his master, Subai, which revealed that the majority of the Navy served the interests of the nobility and celestial dragons, often disregarding the plight of innocent civilians. In conflicts between the common people and the elite, even if the nobility were at fault, the Navy would unhesitatingly defend their interests. Smoker, if you can maintain your inner sense of justice impartially, perhaps we could become close allies. At that moment, while Arlong engaged Smoker in dialogue, Chief Petty Officer Dasky rushed onto the battlefield, sword in hand, visibly anxious as she beheld the formidable fisherman Arlong and his notorious companions from the East Blue Kuro, Ajin, Yerlida, Coby, and Xiao Ba, fear and anger swirling within her. Dasky, What are you doing here? This is not a place for you to meddle. Leave immediately and call for reinforcements from the Navy's 91st branch. Vice Admiral Hargover D. Sorrow and Vice Admiral Fire Mountain are in the East Blue on a mission. They will surely come to aid us. Upon hearing Smoker's command to Dasky, Subai, the leader of the Shadow Corps, exchanged a knowing glance with Kuro, who promptly transformed into his white tiger form and, with astonishing speed, dashed toward Dasky's position. Dasky, be careful. That guy is Kuro, the former captain of the Black Cap Pirates. Get away, Smoker cautioned, attempting to impede Kuro's advance with his smoke fruit abilities. Yet, Arlong, standing as the chief general of the Shadow Corps, would not allow Smoker to hinder Kuro's assault. Smoker, don't forget to taste my fist, Arlong declared. Delivering a powerful punch imbued with Haki, Smoker was compelled to defend himself, retracting the smoke he had released as he sought to evade Arlong's relentless assault. However, Arlong was ready and unyielding, and Smoker found himself unable to dodge, enduring several punishing blows. In mere moments, Smoker lay battered and bruised, while Kuro effortlessly captured Dasky, Smoker's capable subordinate. Master, I've brought her back, Subai exclaimed, surveying Dasky, who now held the rank of Chief Petty Officer within the Navy. With deep brown eyes and chin-length black hair, adorned with red rectangular glasses, her beauty was striking, her gentle yet spirited gaze radiating resolve. She wore a purple floral shirt embroidered with pink cherry blossoms, layered beneath a blue coat with white fur trim, effectively concealing her curvaceous figure. While fitted jeans and black shoes completed her attire, in her hand she clutched the renowned sword Shiyu. Dasky, what a lovely name. I've taken the liberty of safeguarding your transponder snail. Subai slowly removed the black cloak draping over him, revealing his handsome visage and deep violet eyes, causing Dasky's heart to flutter momentarily. Yet, realizing this captivating figure was a pirate, she quickly reined in her feelings, chastising him with indignation. Let me go. I will see to it that you are all imprisoned and impelled down. Dasky's naive bravado provoked hearty laughter from Subai, who swiftly reached into her blouse, retrieving a small transponder snail, and teasingly pinched her blossoming bosom, leaving her flustered and furious, yet utterly powerless to resist, as she scolded him fiercely. If you dare insult me again, I shall not hold back. Subai jested, warning the chattering Dasky. Her face paled in terror at his words, and she obediently fell silent, though the resentment within her remained unvoiced. With piercing eyes, she glared at Subai, as if her gaze could inflict harm. He would likely have perished countless times. Arlong, what skill is there in capturing a mere girl? If you possess any courage, confront me, Smoker. Release Dasky at once. Subai smirked at Smoker's words, soaring effortlessly before him, and spoke leisurely. If you can defeat Arlong fairly, we shall release Dasky and promise not to venture into the Grand Line for 2 years. However, should Arlong prevail, I shall require you to join the Shadow Corps. Chapter 61, Subjugation, the Navy's White Hunter Smoker and Tashiji. Before the strikingly handsome youth stood Smoker, the user of the smoke fruit, who felt an unprecedented sense of pressure emanating from Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade. This overwhelming aura of dominance compelled him to instinctively agree to the challenge of facing the infamous pirate Arlong. Smoker, I implore you to unleash your full potential. Subai's deep violet eyes bore into Smoker, heightening his already tense emotions and planting seeds of retreat in his mind. However, in a bid to rescue his subordinate Tashiji, he was left with no choice but to confront Arlong. Just as Smoker assumed a fighting stance, Subai swiftly appeared beside him. A surge of vitality and healing energy flooding into Smoker's body, eradicating the chronic ailments he had accumulated over the years. Now, the battle between you two may commence. With the healing capabilities of the talisman, Subai mended the injuries of both Smoker and Arlong, retracting the Conqueror's Haki that enveloped Smoker. He then soared into the air, overlooking the impending clash. In peak condition, Smoker felt invigorated. The aches and ailments from previous battles vanished. He eagerly regarded the restless Arlong as the latter unleashed the powers of the sea serpent fruit, charging towards him. Unfazed, Smoker transformed into smoke and bellowed, "Smoke, white bear." Dense white smoke radiated from Smoker, enveloping the battlefield. As the smoke coalesced, several robust white bears, towering over 3 meters, emerged, thumping their chests in a frenzied charge towards Arlong. Once again, first it was the white dragon, now it's the white bear. In the sea serpent form, Arlong readied his massive sawtooth blade, saw edge, swiftly maneuvering behind the lead white bear. With a fierce slash, he cleaved the smoke bear in two. Seizing the moment while the bear's form was still disintegrating, Arlong unleashed a devastating assault, his fists cloaked in armament Haki crashing down upon the bear's skull, reducing it to mere dust. Having dispatched the lead bear with ease, Arlong followed suit with the remaining smoke bears. Smoker, I found you. Show yourself. After eliminating the smoke bears, Arlong employed Sara, one of the 6 forms taught by Subai, to navigate through the fog, ultimately locating Smoker, poised for battle. Smoke, bomb, machine gun. Choosing to engage in close combat, Smoker once again morphed into smoke, rapidly approaching Arlong. The white mist around him solidified into fists, bombarding Arlong in a barrage reminiscent of a machine gun. Dragon fist, erupt, machine gun. As countless fists rained down upon him, Arlong responded defiantly, converting his pale blue flippers into fists, enveloping them in dark armament Haki and retaliating with a series of punishing strikes that left Smoker reeling. If I can't subdue you with armament Haki, what will become of my pride? Smoker, brace yourself. In a furious state, Arlong drew his sawtooth blade, slashing at the smoke form of Smoker. In an instant, Smoker was torn apart by Arlong's formidable technique. As his form disintegrated, Arlong unleashed a devastating blow to Smoker's abdomen. With a resounding crash, Smoker was sent flying like a kite with severed strings, crashing into several buildings before landing heavily amid the debris. His ribs shattered, his organs devastated. He was on the brink of death, struggling to breathe. Captain Smoker, you wretched pirates, I shall annihilate you. Tashigi, captured by the Shadow Brigade, seethed with rage, her delicate features contorting into a fierce expression. Observing her, Subai chuckled softly, utilizing the talisman to fly to the nearly lifeless Smoker's side. He extended his pale arms, pressing them against Smoker's sunken chest, channeling dark energy. Radiating a terrifying dark power, Subai's violet eyes gleamed with a fierce light as an overwhelming force erupted from him, coursing through his arms and into Smoker's body. Helpless and battered, Smoker succumbed to the encroaching darkness, and with each passing moment, his soul was consumed, rendering him a part of the Shadow Brigade. Next, it is Tashiji's turn. Subai's voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder among the members of the Shadow Brigade. Claw, positioned beside Tashigi, swiftly incapacitated her with a chop and brought her to Subai's side, gently placing her down. Excellent work, Claw. Gazing at the beautiful Tashigi, Subai's deep eyes sparkled with admiration. This young lady possessed a resilient spirit, and with proper cultivation, she could potentially rise to the ranks of the world's top swordsman, rivaling the likes of Mihawk. Join us in the Shadow Brigade, and I shall bestow upon you boundless power. With a serious demeanor, Subai placed his hand upon Tashiji's voluptuous form, infusing her with potent dark energy. In mere moments, her soul was entirely engulfed, and like her superior Smoker, she became a member of the Shadow Brigade. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the 13th talent from this native plane. You have received a Demon Fruit Ability Development Skill Card. Chapter 62. Developing the Smoke Fruit's Abilities, Notable Blade Guyu. The system's cold, mechanical voice rang out, and a card radiating brilliant golden light flew into Subai's system inventory. This Demon Fruit Ability Development Skill Card held immense significance for Smoker, the user of the Smoke Fruit. Currently, Smoker's mastery over the Demon Fruit was limited to materializing smoke and transforming his own body into smoke, representing the fundamental capabilities of a Logia-type fruit. Beyond that, he had scarcely explored other aspects of the Smoke Fruit's potential. This skill card was undoubtedly intended for Smoker's use, and the extent to which he could develop the abilities of the Smoke Fruit would depend on his own aspirations and mastery of the fruit's powers. Under the guidance of Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, a skill card infused with the brilliance of a devil fruit ability transformed into a blinding beam of light, swiftly penetrating Smoker's body. Having been healed by Subai's horse talisman, Smoker experienced a surge of visions in his mind, each fragment proving immensely beneficial in developing his smoke fruit powers. Toxicity, compression, duplication, reconnaissance, containment, battlefield control, asphyxiation, invisibility. Smoke, originally a blend of soot and natural mist, in chemical terms refers to particulate matter, while mist pertains to a liquid state. If the smoke were to possess lethal properties, it could effectively eliminate foes in vast expanses on the battlefield. Conversely, compressing the oxygen within the smoke, or expelling it through high-density smoke, could lead to suffocation of enemies, rendering it a formidable weapon in combat. With fervor, Smoker sat cross-legged, eyes shut, deeply absorbing the invaluable insights regarding the development of his devil fruit abilities that had suddenly emerged in his consciousness. Within just a few minutes, he adeptly grasped and mastered the crucial skills of asphyxiation, toxicity, reconnaissance, and duplication. As previously discussed, asphyxiation and toxicity need no further elaboration. The reconnaissance ability, as the name suggests, allows Smoker, as a smoke fruit user, to release smoke within a designated area, enveloping it entirely. Any enemy that inadvertently steps into this realm would be under Smoker's meticulous surveillance. Even the sound of their heartbeat would be distinctly perceptible to him. The duplication ability resembles the White Dragon and White Bear Smoker conjured during combat. Once mastered, he could create duplicates that mirrored his own appearance and behavioral traits, delegating tasks to them while attending to other matters himself, requiring only a fraction of his focus to control their actions. However, the duplication's drawback lies in its power being merely 80 of the originals, and the more duplicates created, the weaker they become. Yet, their advantage is their capability to assist in tasks or combat, with any combat experience gained being relayed back to the original, effectively serving as a training aid. Smoker, how do you find this gift I have bestowed upon you? Your current prowess rivals that of the brigadier generals within the Navy headquarters, perhaps even surpassing some of the weaker rear admirals. Upon hearing his master's words, Smoker's eyes widened in astonishment, quickly realizing that the fragments of insights in his mind were the work of Subai. I am immensely grateful, Master. As Smoker knelt in gratitude, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Ding. The host has acquired the 14th talent from the local dimension, rewarding the host with an intermediate swordsmanship skill card and the famed Blade Guyu. A radiant red card flew into Subai's system inventory, proving particularly beneficial for Dasky, who currently held the position of petty officer within the Navy. Compared to Smoker, her abilities were significantly inferior, while she could handle bounties of up to 1 million berries. Confronting those worth over 10 million posed a considerable challenge, often resulting in her defeat, necessitating Smoker's intervention. Dasky, your strength must be elevated. Otherwise, how will you reclaim those renowned blades from notorious pirates? Feeling the weight of her master's critique, Dasky's lovely face flushed with embarrassment. Adjusting her red-framed glasses, she bowed respectfully, resolutely assuring, Yes, Master, I will diligently hone my swordsmanship to reclaim those famed blades from the notorious pirates. Observing the bashful young woman, Subai smirked slightly. Following his direction, a dazzling red beam erupted from the system inventory, swiftly entering Dasky's body. Instantly, she shivered. Her mind flooded with countless memories and experiences related to sword techniques. The transmission of swordsmanship knowledge lasted over half an hour, filling her mind with expertise. Though her abilities had yet to reach the level of a top-tier swordsman, the knowledge she acquired was substantial. Her enhancement was merely a matter of time. How do you feel? If you commit to practicing swordsmanship earnestly every day, in less than 2 years, you shall rise to the ranks of a world-class swordsman. And those scattered renowned blades will surely be reclaimed. Dasky's cheeks flushed at her master's encouragement, nervously adjusting her glasses before lowering her head, affirming confidently, Rest assured, Master. I will not disappoint your expectations. Seeing her shy demeanor, Subai laughed heartily, then retrieved the famed Blade Guyu from his inventory. With both hands, he presented it to Dasky with utmost reverence, advising, as a swordsman, one must never rely on a single blade. Should it break in battle, another is essential for self-defense. Remember, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing Newcomer Mission 10. System rewards are being distributed. Name, Subai subordinates, Shadow Arlong, Shadow Xiao Ba, Shadow Coby, Shadow Coby, Shadow Ligia, Shadow Beiruember, Shadow Klo, Shadow Zhongyao, Shadow Ajin, Shadow Yalida, Shadow Dida, Shadow Carmen, Shadow Smoker, Shadow Dasky, 1, 513 ordinary Shadow Ninja Soldiers, and 5 Giant Claw Ninja Soldiers, 10 Nightbet Ninja Soldiers, 50 Troll Ninja Soldiers. Abilities, Navy 6 Styles, Conqueror's Haki, and Beginner Observation Haki, Beginner Armament Haki. Special abilities, Ox Talismans, Tiger Talismans, Horse Talismans, Chicken Talismans, Dog Talismans. Items, for Sea Bottom Treasure Maps, 10 Peacekeepers, 1, 000 Sea Prism Stone Firearms, and the renowned Blade Shaley among others. Buffs, None Territory, East Sea Cocoa West Village, Shells Town, West Ra Village, Akmish Island, Orange Town, Golden Island, Rog Town. With a chilling mechanical voice, Subai successfully completed all newcomer tasks. Upon completing Newcomer Mission 10, the system rewarded him with the Ox Talisman, one of the 12 Zodiac Talismans from Jackie Chan Adventures. With the power of the Ox Talisman, he felt an overwhelming surge of brute strength, capable of shattering solid ground with a mere stomp and pulverizing mountains with a casual punch. The potency of the Ox Talisman was formidable. A single strike against a weaker opponent could leave them utterly incapacitated. After mastering the art of the Cow Talisman, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Subai's deep purple eyes. With a focused mind, he summoned the system's lucky roulette, which materialized before him. As he gazed at the myriad of exquisite items displayed on the wheel, a hint of longing flickered in his gaze. Eagerly, he called out to the system, requesting the activation of the Lucky Roulette. System, I wish to use the Lucky Roulette quickly. At his command, the Lucky Roulette sprang to life. Accompanied by a crescendo of thunderous sounds, the wheel spun faster and faster, causing the sections containing the items to blur, leaving Subai momentarily dazed. Just as he concentrated, preparing to hone in on the item locations, the mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Would the host like to pause? Hearing the system's gentle prompt, Subai closed his eyes and silently prayed before responding with unwavering determination. Lucky Roulette, stop immediately. Upon his command, the system's Lucky Roulette stuttered for a second before the brilliant golden pointer began to decelerate. Among the items it had to offer were the Mouse Talisman, the Blue Moon Demon Spell, the Sky Demon Shimu's ability, the Rabbit Talisman, the Terra Mask, the Manny Mask, the ability card for listening to the voices of all things, the Pig Talisman, the Phoenix Fruit, the Xuanwu Fruit, the Demon Fruit Extraction Device, and the Wind Demon's Howling Wind ability. As the roulette slowed, Subai felt a surge of tension. He held his breath. Mouse Talisman, grant me the Mouse Talisman. The Wind Demon's Howling Wind ability would suffice too. And if all else fails, a Demon Fruit would be acceptable. As the pointer glided past items he coveted, beads of sweat formed on Subai's forehead. He fixated on the pointer, which was about to come to a halt. Gradually, the radiant golden pointer of the system's Lucky Roulette came to rest on the Demon Fruit Extraction Device. As the name suggests, this device is primarily designed to extract the abilities of a Demon Fruit user from their body, converting it back into a Demon Fruit. Gentle reminder, if a Demon Fruit user has their ability extracted and fails to find a new Demon Fruit to replace it within 24 hours, they will inevitably perish. If they do find a new fruit within that time, it is as if they have acquired a new ability. The item drawn from the Lucky Roulette held profound significance for Subai and, by extension, for the Shadow Legion he led. The ability to extract powers from any Demon Fruit user was an unfathomable concept. For instance, if the user of the Bomb Fruit, Mr. 5 from Baroque Works, limited his power to simple attacks like nose bombs or foot bombs, Subai could extract that ability and bestow it upon his subordinates, vastly enhancing their capabilities beyond Mr. 5's own. Moreover, Subai's subordinates would stand a chance of acquiring the Demon Fruit Ability Development Skill Card or the Demon Fruit Ability Awakening Skill Card, thus significantly boosting the strength of the Shadow Legion. Just imagine if each member of the Shadow Legion, under Subai's leadership, could possess the most elite, powerful, and threatening Demon Fruit abilities in the world. What an awe-inspiring spectacle that would be. Even the combined might of the Admirals, the 5 Elders, the 4 Emperors, the 7 Warlords, and the God Knights, not to mention the return of the Roger Pirates, would stand no chance against the Shadow Legion. Recalling the Paramecia-type Soundwave Fruit user, Edrago, whom he encountered on Golden Island, Subai lamented, if only I had acquired the Demon Fruit Extraction Device sooner. That Soundwave Fruit would have been splendid. With this thought, a new idea burgeoned in Subai's mind. The Grand Line is teeming with Demon Fruit users. He could easily seize their abilities, thereby strengthening and expanding his Shadow Legion. This notion took root in Subai's mind, blossoming into an obsession. The future of the Shadow Legion promised further expansion, with an increasing number of members for whom he, as the leader, must provide. The Grand Line is rife with Demon Fruit users. It would be effortless to hunt them down and claim their powers. However, Subai was discerning about which abilities to pursue. For animal-type users, he would only hunt ancient and mythical types, with exceptions for special circumstances. For natural-type users, he would ensure their immediate elimination to acquire their abilities. As for Paramecia-type users, his interest would depend on the strength and potential of their abilities. If they possessed abilities lacking in combat utility, such as ABI's Whisper Fruit or Psychu's Color Fruit, he deemed it unnecessary to extract them. It was time to depart from Rogue Town and set sail for the Grand Line. Before embarking on the Grand Line, Subai summoned the newly appointed officers Smoker and Tashiji, instructing them to remain in Rogue Town and capture more high-bounty pirates to enhance their military ranks. Should anyone in the Navy obstruct their promotion, they could seek assistance from fellow Shadow Corps officers Coby and Balumeb, one a disciple of Vice Admiral Garp, the other a disciple of Admiral Kizaru, both certainly capable of resolving their predicaments. Once their achievements and ranks met the standards, they were to apply to the Navy headquarters for a journey to the Grand Line, where they would await their arrival. Listening attentively to their young lord's orders, Smoker and Tashiji nodded solemnly. Subsequently, they both invoked the power of darkness, vanishing into the Shadow Realm, and reappeared at the Navy base in Rogue Town, methodically organizing the soldiers to apprehend all pirates present in the town. The current atmosphere in Logtown was tumultuous, with undercurrents swirling ominously. After instructing Smoker and Dashiji, Subai focused his mind and re-entered the system space. Having recently acquired the Devil Fruit ability extraction device, he had tasted the sweetness of success and promptly commanded the system to activate the Lucky Wheel once more. The array of enticing items included Dragon Talismans, Pig Talismans, Hurricane Fruits, Earth Fruits, Long-Necked Dragon Fruits, Zebra Fruits, the powers of the Moon Demon Talisman, the Earth Demon Talisman, Thunder Su Masks, Basar Chang's Jade Prosthetics, Dad's Magical Pufferfish Jerky, and the Cup of Life. Subai's desire was particularly strong for the Rat Talisman and Dragon Talisman, followed by the powers of the Moon Demon Talisman and Earth Demon Talisman, and finally the Nika Mask and Razzo Mask. System, proceed to activate the Lucky Wheel. And may I draw the Rat Talisman or Dragon Talisman this time? Upon receiving Subai's command, the system obediently initiated the wheel, which began to spin faster and faster, accompanied by a series of creaking sounds. Just as the items on the wheel became indistinct, the system's mechanical voice gently prompted, "Host, would you like to pause the Lucky Wheel?" Without hesitation, Subai growled, "Pause immediately." As the wheel slowed, he held his breath, eyes fixed on the pointer, which glided slowly, his heart racing with anticipation. The brief seconds felt like hours, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he panted anxiously. Finally, the pointer came to a steady stop on the Dragon Talisman, the very item he so fervently desired. The Dragon Talisman, among the 12 zodiac talismans possessed by the Holy Master, is renowned for its lethal and destructive prowess. It can unleash the Dragon Blast, a high-energy explosion capable of causing immense damage. Embedded in the palm, it serves as an energy cannon, controllable at will, with power adjustable from a semi-armor-piercing blast to a precise laser cutter. As the Holy Master's personal talisman, the Dragon Talisman is acknowledged as the most formidable in combat. With the Dragon Talisman's power, my strength ascends to new heights. Encountering ordinary pirates, I need not even move. A single Dragon Blast will send them soaring. The items drawn from the Lucky will have profound significance for Subai. The Devil Fruit ability extraction device speaks for itself. And acquiring the Dragon Talisman significantly enhances his combat capabilities, allowing him to confront even slightly stronger Devil Fruit users without hesitation. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing all novice tasks. The system will now issue new main tasks and selectable side tasks. Details are as follows. Chapter 65, New Main Tasks and Side Tasks. Subai had initially thought that completing the novice tasks would conclude his opportunities for rewards, but upon hearing the system mention tasks, his spirit brightened, and he listened intently. Main task distribution in progress. Host, please wait patiently. Main task 1. Proceed to Alabasta and annihilate the Baroque works. Reward, 1 chance to spin the Lucky Wheel. The Soul Departure Goat Talisman from Jackie Chan Adventures, and 2 treasure map scrolls. Main task 2. Gain the trust of the Millennium Dragon Tribe and establish a Dragon Knight Corps. Reward, 1 Super Moose plushie, a Bull Warrior mask, and the electrifying Gaze Pig Talisman from Jackie Chan Adventures. Side task 1. Hunt down Eric, who wields the superhuman scythe fruit. Reward, Basar Chang's Jade Prosthetic Left Foot. Side task 2. Eliminate Admiral Nelson Roy of the 8th Navy Division. Reward, Dad's Magical Pufferfish Jerky. Upon hearing the tasks issued by the system, Subai did not hesitate to accept them all. Given his journey to the military ship island to locate the Millennium Dragon Tribe, they would inevitably enter Admiral Nelson Roy's jurisdiction. As the overseer of the 8th Navy Division, Admiral Nelson Roy had long been a tyrant in these waters, with civilians fleeing in terror at the mere mention of his name. The issuance of Side Task 2 was a clear mandate for Subai to act as a champion of justice. Admiral Nelson Roy had a formidable mercenary named Eric in his employ, a user of the superhuman scythe fruit, and they shared a corrupt arrangement. Matters the 8th Navy Division could not handle would fall to Eric, who required only sufficient payment from Nelson. Subai's expression turned grave, in his view. Eric was ambitious and ruthless, unworthy of inclusion in the Shadow Corps, yet his mastery of the scythe fruit made him a target worth hunting. As for who should consume this superhuman scythe fruit, he pondered. Xiao Ba pursued the way of the sword, rendering the fruit unhelpful to him, whereas Coby, skilled in fishman karate, would benefit greatly from such a power. Thus, it seemed prudent to have Coby consume the superhuman scythe fruit for now, with plans to exchange it for a rarer devil fruit in the future. Upon determining the future ownership of the Superman series scythe fruit, the young lord of the Shadow Brigade, Subai, waved his hand and summoned several hundred ninjas from the Shadow Kingdom. He instructed them to assist Smoker in capturing pirates. subsequently handing over the apprehended pirates to the Navy in exchange for bounties, which would then be used to procure essential supplies for their voyage to Battleship Island 3 days hence. The Legion of Ninjas accepted their mission with reverence, kneeling briefly before vanishing into the shadows. In the following 3 days, a tempest of bloodshed engulfed Log Town. Every pirate that entered, regardless of their bounty, faced the relentless pursuit of the Navy. Should any pirate boast a bounty exceeding 50 million berries that Smoker could not handle, the Shadow Brigade's officers, Arlong, Kuro, and Akin, would intervene. If they too were unable to subdue the foe, it would ultimately fall to Subai to resolve the matter. This 3-day purge resulted in the slaughter and capture of 98% of the pirates in Log Town, with the remaining 2% either fortunate enough to evade capture or escaping due to Subai's special instructions. The Straw Hat crew faced a formidable onslaught from the Navy as well, but were fortunate to be saved by the secretive intervention of Revolutionary Army leader Monkey D. Dragon, allowing them to sail unscathed towards the Grand Line. Monkey D. Dragon, what is the purpose behind your formation of the Revolutionary Army? Is it truly as you claim, to overthrow the world government and establish a harmonious, free, and equal new world filled with dreams? While Colonel Smoker and his allies besieged the Straw Hats, Subai utilized his observation Haki to locate the concealed Monkey D. Dragon. Engaging in a brief contest to gauge each other's strength, Subai finally posed the question that had long troubled him. The world government is merely a puppet of the elite. To maintain their dominion, they established the world government, and I intend to dismantle it, pulling down those self-proclaimed elites and establishing a truly harmonious new world, one devoid of oppression and exploitation, free of war and hunger, where every individual possesses equal rights and freedom. Tirelessly striving towards their ideals, listening to Dragon's impassioned rhetoric, Subai, as the young lord of the Shadow Brigade, smiled subtly. He had no desire to interrupt Dragon's dreams. In Subai's eyes, such ideals could not be realized overnight. Even if the world government were overthrown, it would not guarantee the emergence of a harmonious world. Only by encompassing the entire world within the Shadow Kingdom could one truly forge a new world. With that said, until we meet again. After bidding farewell to Monkey D. Dragon, Subai swiftly traversed to the Navy base where Smoker was stationed. Observing the towering stack of bounty posters on Smoker's desk, Subai coldly inquired, have these pirates been dealt with, or not? The notorious pirate with a bounty of 60 million berries was eliminated by Arlong. Why has the bounty not been issued? Upon hearing Subai's inquiry, Smoker's expression grew pained as he replied, My lord, the bounty posters on the desk are all for pirates who have been captured or killed. The last notorious pirate's bounty has not been issued, and I cannot be blamed for that. The Navy headquarters allocated us 1.5 billion berries, all of which has been dispersed. We still have 1 billion berries worth of bounties pending, and we must wait until next month for the Navy headquarters to send more funds. Chapter 66. The new bounty is released, setting sail for Battleship Island. At the current Navy base in Log Town, aside from basic infrastructure expenses, all remaining funds were dedicated to paying pirate bounties. Originally, the Navy headquarters had reserved 1.5 billion berries for Log Town, but following Subai's command to initiate a 3-day pirate eradication operation, that entire sum found its way into the coffers of the Shadow Brigade. In addition to the bounties, they also seized nearly 200 million berries during their plunder of pirate crews. Therefore, the remaining 1 billion berries was of no immediate concern. As for the Shadow Brigade's visibility in Log Town, had Arlong and the others seen an increase in their bounties? Surely the Navy headquarters was aware of Arlong's status as a dragonfruit user, was it not? In response to Subai's inquiry, Smoker, holding first-hand intelligence, opened the top drawer of his desk and carefully retrieved several new bounty notices from the Navy headquarters, presenting them to Subai. My lord, this stack contains the latest pirate bounties delivered by the messenger Seagull this morning. Please take a look. Subai accepted the latest bounties from Smoker and meticulously perused them, ultimately discovering the updated bounties for Arlong, Kuro, Akin, Shachi, Coby, and himself. Shadow Brigade, Purple-Eyed Youth, Subai, suspected rare devil fruit user. Latest bounty increased to 50 million berries. Shadow Brigade, Sawtooth Fishman, former captain of the Dragon Pirate crew, Arlong, Zoan-type, mythical beast, dragon fruit user. Latest bounty increased to 90 million berries. Shadow Brigade, former captain of the Black Cat Pirate crew, 100 plans Kuro, Zoan-type, mythical beast, white tiger fruit user. Latest bounty increased to 78 million berries. Shadow Brigade, former first mate of the Krieg Pirate crew, Demon Mannequin, Zoan-type, bug fruit, mythical beast, Hercules beetle fruit user. Latest bounty increased to 59 million berries. Shadow Brigade. Former captain of the Urita pirate crew, Superman type. Slip fruit user, Urita. Latest bounty increased to 12 million berries. Shadow Brigade. Octopus Fishman. Former officer of the Dragon pirate crew, Six-Sword style Shachi. Latest bounty increased to 13 million berries. Shadow Brigade. Softbone Fishman. Former officer of the Dragon pirate crew, Fishman Karate Master, Coby. Latest bounty increased to 20 million berries. As Subai gazed at his bounty, which had risen from 500,000 berries to now 50 million, a glimmer of light ignited in his deep purple eyes, and he could not help but exclaim. To have so thoroughly uncovered the devil fruit abilities of Akin, Arlong, and Kuro, one must admit that the Navy's intelligence network is indeed formidable. In Subai's perspective, the bounty amount set by the Navy appears somewhat imprecise. The formidable Arlong, possessing the power of armament Haki and capable of transforming into the form of a dragon at will, deserves a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. Meanwhile, Crocodile, who is slightly inferior to Arlong, should command a bounty around 85 million berries. Concealing some strength has its merits. It prevents the attention of the Navy's elite. If Admiral Akiji or Akaina were to come after the Shadow Brigade, it would lead to an unnecessary and arduous battle. With this thought, Subai exhaled lightly and gestured for Smoker to continue leading the Navy in their pursuit of pirates. As for the members of the Shadow Brigade, they immediately set forth towards Battleship Island. The members of the Shadow Brigade, following orders, hoisted the sails, set sail, and departed for Battleship Island. The ninja soldiers efficiently took the helm, turning the ship's bow as the grand vessel of the Shadow Brigade powered ahead towards the waters surrounding Battleship Island. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and a tempest brewed. In the waters of the northern Mariana Islands, a large ship, entirely painted black, struggled to navigate through the dim and turbulent sea. The climate in this area was highly unpredictable. Just moments ago, the skies were clear and the waters calm. But in the span of mere minutes, monstrous waves surged forth, and a violent tempest threatened to obliterate every vessel within its grasp. Curse be it. The closer one drew to the Great Passage, the more bizarre the weather became. If we sail 50 nautical miles further, we should be able to spot the guiding light. The guiding light is a distinctive marker of the Great Passage, its illumination signifying the entrance to this fabled route. Crossing the point of the guiding light is tantamount to stepping onto the threshold of the Great Passage. Young master, sail 50 nautical miles ahead. Then proceed east for another 100 nautical miles, and we shall reach Battleship Island. Upon hearing the helmsman, Xiao Ba's report, Subai nodded, signaling him to maintain control of the ship and stabilize it amidst the raging storm before heading towards Battleship Island. Just as Xiao Ba adjusted the vessel's course, 5 naval ships suddenly emerged not far from the shadowy troop. Naval ships, are they here to apprehend us, or did they stumble upon us during their mission? Logically, our movements should remain undetected. Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, furrowed his brow, casting a wary glance at the 5 naval vessels. They had only just entered the waters governed by the 8th Naval Division when the fleet arrived to capture them. Something felt amiss. There was certainly more to this situation. Arlong, Jean, accompany me to investigate the naval forces. If they truly intend to attack us, we shall ensure they return from whence they came. With the command issued, Subai invoked the power of the chicken talismans, soaring into the air. At that moment, Arlong transformed into his dragon form, soaring through the clouds, while Jean, not to be outdone, swiftly morphed into a rhinoceros beetle, his transparent elytra unfurling as he joined Subai and Arlong in the sky. The trio sped towards the naval ships, while chaos reigned among the sailors aboard, leaving them oblivious to Subai and his companion's presence. What is happening? The Navy seems indifferent to our presence. Wait, who is that little girl? At Jin's astonished remark, Subai turned his gaze towards the deck of the naval ship, spotting a young girl clad in a yellow coat, adorned with a dragon tooth pendant, stealthily maneuvering towards the ship's railing while hiding behind an empty barrel. Chapter 67, The Whisper Fruit User, ABIs. Recognizing the girl concealed within the barrel, Subai's memory flashed back. She was ABIs, a devil fruit user of the Whisper Fruit. ABIs had a close affiliation with the Millennium Dragon. If we rescue her, we could establish contact with her dragon kin. With this thought, Subai exchanged glances with Arlong and Jean, signaling them to engage the 2 ships on the left and the 2 on the right, diverting their firepower, while he would personally confront the central ship housing ABIs. Dragon Fist, Erupt, Machine Gun. Hovering in the air, Arlong clenched his formidable fists, diving towards the Navy vessel on the left. In an instant, he reached the nearest ship, and before the astonished sailors could react, his barrage of punches penetrated the ship's deck, shattering its mast and swiftly crippling its propulsion capabilities. This is bad. This guy is the notorious fishman along with a bounty of 90 million berries. Quickly use the Din Din Mushi to alert Admiral Nelson Roy. Just as a soldier, who had been lucky enough to hide, prepared to summon aid from Admiral Nelson Roy at the 8th Naval Division, Arlong. Having heard the buru-buru sound of the Din Din Mushi, swiftly turned on his heel, punching through the ship's cabin and seizing the hiding sailor. Thinking of calling for help. Are you? With a fierce glare, Arlong grasped the Din Din Mushi in the sailor's hand and, with a slight exertion of force, crushed it to oblivion. Seeing his last hope shattered, the sailor summoned his courage, brandishing his knife in an attempt to strike Arlong pirate. Die. But just as the blade was about to descend upon Arlong, he shot a menacing glance at the soldier, then casually swung his fist, knocking the sailor unconscious. Having effortlessly dealt with all the Navy personnel aboard the first ship, Arlong ascended once more, charging towards the second vessel on the left. Meanwhile, on the right, a gene, now in the form of a Hercules beetle, unfurled his transparent elytra, effortlessly severing the mast of the naval ship. With the mast cut down, the sails fell free, causing the ship to decelerate and sway violently, instilling panic among the crew. In the midst of their terror, a gene, in his beetle form, hovered above the ship, drawing 2 pistols from his waist and swiftly dispatching all the Navy soldiers in mere moments. In less than 5 or 6 minutes, Arlong in his dragon form and a gene in his beetle form had effortlessly dispatched 4 naval vessels. Their speed so remarkable that the sailors aboard the central ship barely had time to react, just as the naval crew finally gathered their wits to prepare a counterattack. Above their warship, Subai, with a piercing gaze and suspended in the air through the power of the chicken talisman, rolled up the sleeves of his black robe. He extended his arms, palms open, unleashing the explosive force of the dragon talisman. Boom, 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 boom. Several golden beams of explosive energy struck the central warship, instantly scorching the deck and creating several large holes. Furthermore, the sonar chamber and ammunition depot within the vessel erupted violently under the intense heat of the dragon's blast. Thick smoke billowing from the ship's interior. Not good. Quickly extinguish the fire. The ship is going to sink. Hurry and bring out the emergency boats. As the warship teetered on the brink of sinking, the naval soldiers aboard were frantic, resembling ants on a hot pan. They scurried about in panic, some carrying buckets to douse the flames, others collapsing in despair, and a few attempting to seize weapons to retaliate against Subai, while others prepared to escape on the emergency boats. Amidst this chaos, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, dashed to the side of a little girl named Abis. We are here to rescue you. Hold on tight to me, and I will take you away from here. Gazing at Subai's handsome visage, Abis's eyes sparkled with trust. She believed this older brother was a good person. Without hesitation, she cast aside an empty wooden bucket and wrapped her arms around Subai's waist, ascending into the air with him. As they departed, Subai coldly regarded the naval soldiers on the ship who were firing at him. Fearing for Abis's safety, he unhesitatingly unleashed the dragon's explosive power once more. And with a series of blinding flames, the already precarious warship lost its ability to sail and began to sink. The soldiers aboard the vessel were in a state of panic, jumping overboard in an attempt to reach the emergency boats. However, with only a limited number of boats available, the soldiers who had plunged into the sea swam desperately toward them, leaving the laggards mercilessly abandoned. This painfully realistic scene caused Subai's brows to furrow as he turned away and soared toward his own ship. Arlong, Jean, you two should return. Abis. Are you hurt? Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, looked at Abis with concern. He gently ruffled her slightly tousled blonde hair and cast the horse talisman, a soothing healing energy flowing from his hands. This immediately healed Abis's injuries and alleviated her weariness. Are you pirates? Abis, initially believing her situation would be safer after being rescued by Subai, became pale upon seeing the pirate flag hanging on the Shadow Legion ship, feeling as if she had just escaped from a tiger's den only to fall into a wolf's lair. Observing Abis's anxious demeanor, the fearsome-looking Arlong approached her slowly and feigned anger, saying, "What? Do we look like bad people? Why are you so afraid of us? We want to eat you." After speaking, Arlong exaggeratedly opened his jagged mouth, nearly frightening Abis to tears upon seeing his rows of sharp teeth. Arlong, stop teasing her. Look how scared you've made her. To soothe Abis's emotions, Subai snapped his fingers toward the kitchen, and Miss Carmen, who was preparing food, quickly understood and brought out a plate of exquisite desserts for Abis. Chapter 68, Daily Basic Training, Arrival at Warship Island. Famished, Abis's fear dissipated upon seeing the delightful treats, replaced by a yearning for sweets and gratitude towards Subai and Carmen. Abis, Why did the Navy capture you? Could it be that you are a notorious villain? The little girl, while dining, turned pale at Arlong's question. After regaining her composure, her rosy cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, "Humph. I am not a villain. I haven't done anything wrong. The Navy captured me to learn about Lord Dragon, but I won't tell them anything." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Subai's deep purple eyes. He gestured to Alvida beside him to inquire further about Lord Dragon. Understanding his cue, Alvida approached ABI's, her alluring figure swaying gracefully. "Little ABI's, Lord Dragon is the 1,000-year dragon, right? Where are you from? If your home is nearby, we can drop you off on our way to the Grand Line." Children easily become homesick, and Alvida's words stirred such feelings in ABI's. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she timidly replied, "Lord Dragon, and I live on Warship Island, which is nearby, at the entrance to the Grand Line." Having already contemplated a journey to Warship Island, Subai seized the opportunity, saying, "Since it's on our way, let us set off for Warship Island and stock up on supplies." With their young master's command, the helmsman Xiao Ba and Coby swiftly turned the ship toward the direction of Warship Island, near the Grand Line's entrance. The sea was tumultuous, the waves sparkling brilliantly under the sunlight. At the bow of the ship, a Jean sat comfortably, clad in a cool blue-striped tank top and white shorts, fishing with a specially crafted long fishing rod. A Jean, if you catch fish or sea creatures later, remember to bring them to the kitchen for dinner. On the deck, two large orange umbrellas provided shade as Carmen and Alvida lounged on sunbeds, engrossed in fashion magazines, dressed in revealing bikinis and stylish sunglasses. Their smooth skin glistened with olive oil, creating a stunning sight aboard the Shadow Legion S ship, which left the men aboard, Coby, Xiao Ba, Arlong, Klo, and Dida, hot and bothered, compelling them to work out vigorously to expend their energy. As the Shadow Legion ship sailed smoothly, its crew carried on with their respective tasks. In the spacious captain's cabin, Subai reclined leisurely by the window, gazing at the horizon where the sea met the sky and birds soared freely. He sighed contentedly. If every day were filled with such enjoyment, how wonderful that would be. After a moment of reflection, Subai redirected his gaze, clenched his fists, and stepped out of the captain's cabin, heading toward the gym where everyone was gathered. "Arlong, how many times can you lift the 3,000-pound barbell in one go? Coby, how has your training in Fishman Karate progressed? Have you mastered the fundamental techniques I provided you last time? Let us spar later to assess your recent development. Xiao Ba, how is your six-blade swordsmanship coming along? Have you reached the level of a second-rate swordsman? Once we enter the Grand Line, we will encounter numerous skilled swordsmen. If you continue to be as you are now, it would be better for you to remain in the East Blue and protect your home, rather than risk embarrassment in the Grand Line. Dida, how well do you now resonate with the sniper rifle Sunset? When we arrive at Battleship Island, the responsibility for long-range firepower will fall entirely on you. Should the Navy breach a distance of 300 meters, I will hold you accountable." As soon as Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, entered the gym, he unleashed a barrage of scolding upon his subordinates. Arlong, Xiao Ba, Coby, and Dida were filled with shame, hastily silencing their chatter and returning to their training. Observing his subordinates reinvesting themselves into their practice, Subai felt a sense of satisfaction and approached a piece of fitness equipment, empowered by the incredible strength bestowed by the Goat Talisman. He effortlessly lifted a barbell weighing 10,000 pounds with one hand. Even with the Goat Talisman's power, I must break through my own limits. Daily strength training is indispensable. With a clear target in mind, Subai shed his black robe, revealing his bronze, muscular physique. He then gripped the 10,000-pound barbell tightly, performing over 3,000 squats in rapid succession, causing Arlong, who was lifting 3,000 pounds, to feel a wave of embarrassment, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. After a brief session of strength training, Subai sought Coby's guidance on Fishman Karate, then drew his renowned sword, Gravel, to spar with Xiao Ba, and finally turned to Dida to learn marksmanship. Relying excessively on the system's power would lead to significant setbacks in the future. Excellent physical techniques and abilities are essential to ensure one is not easily defeated in battle, making daily foundational training crucial. After completing a full day of foundational training, Subai returned to the shower room to cleanse himself, enjoying the sensation of warm water cascading over him. He reflected on strategies for capturing the superhuman with the scythe fruit, Eric. This cunning individual would be difficult to apprehend, and failure on the first attempt could lead to even greater challenges in subsequent efforts, so success on the first try is paramount. In the central waters of the Northern Mariana Islands, the silhouette of Battleship Island appeared before the members of the Shadow Brigade. The skies were clear and the sea serene as a cadre of the Shadow Brigade, exerted himself to successfully catch a massive, milk-white bull-headed sea king, measuring over 100 meters in length, with a gaping maw ready to swallow a gene hole. The creature was swiftly dismembered by a gin's transparent sheath fins before it could make contact. "Miss Carmen, we can indulge in a feast tonight," exclaimed a jubilant Gene as he brought the fresh sea king meat to the kitchen. Hearing Gin shout, Miss Carmen, basking in the sun, gracefully stepped forward, slipped on her stylish flip-flops, and donned a simple white shirt before returning to the kitchen to prepare the sea king meat for the evening's feast. The delectable meat of the bull-headed sea king rivals that of a 5-grade Wagyu. If the cheek meat is fried, it will surely leave everyone astounded. In the kitchen, Miss Carmen tied on an apron and effortlessly wielded a boning knife, skillfully removing the cheek meat in a matter of moments. She then coated the meat with a special batter and dipped it into the scorching oil, retrieving it once the batter had reached a perfect crispness, ready to be plated. The remaining meat would be primarily prepared as cumin black pepper barbecue, with a portion reserved for a bone broth. As Miss Carmen continued her culinary endeavors, the Shadow Brigade had successfully arrived at the port of Battleship Island. Upon sighting the pirate ship docked at the harbor, the island's residents armed themselves, ready to fend off the pirates. Just as tensions escalated, a melodious voice rang out from the ship, belonging to the little girl ABI's, who excitedly called out to the neighbors, "I'm back." Seeing ABI's safely aboard the pirate ship brought a sigh of relief to the residents of Battleship Island. The village chief, Grandpa Bogdan, emerged from the crowd, gesturing for the villagers to lower their weapons, reassuring them that these pirates were not foes. "Good child. You've returned home safely. I am truly delighted." ABI's joyfully leaped off the Shadow Brigade ship and rushed into Grandpa Bogdan's embrace. He had always regarded her as his own granddaughter, showering her with affection while gently stroking her head, before expressing gratitude to Subai and his companions. "Thank you so much for bringing ABI's back. I must properly host you." Just as Grandpa Bogdan was about to invite Subai and his crew to his home for meat buns, Miss Carmen had completed cooking the Sea King meat in the kitchen. With a mere thought, all members of the Shadow Brigade received the message about the meal. Subai promptly invited Grandpa Bogdan and the villagers to board the ship and indulge in this rare and exquisite feast. "Grandpa Bogdan, the dishes prepared by Sister Carmen are the most delicious in the world. You must try them." Upon hearing ABI's enthusiastic words, the initially hesitant Grandpa Bogdan felt his resolve wavering. With Subai and Arlong assisting him aboard the Shadow Brigade ship, the grand culinary celebration finally commenced. On the deck of the Shadow Legion ship, numerous tables adorned with pristine white tablecloths were set, laden with an array of exquisite delicacies and fine wines procured from Rog Town and beyond. At the heart of the tables lay the main course, succulent seafood. Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, adhering to the values of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, invited Grandpa Bogdan and the little girl Abis to dine first, after which the others indulged in the feast. The sumptuous banquet continued until midnight, with the guests becoming thoroughly inebriated. A slightly tipsy Grandpa Bogdan took it upon himself to regale Gene and Subai with tales of the legendary Warship Island. It is said that the island's inhabitants are descendants of a lost civilization that sank beneath the waves thousands of years ago. On this lost island resided a dragon species known as the Millennium Dragon, whose bones were believed to hold the secrets of immortality. The first king of the lost island, Iskentankbo, had 3 sons, the eldest, Bojhots, the second, Bojpopoko, and the youngest, Bojbojobobo. One day, the king instructed his sons to seek out the fabled star tree said to exist in Dragon Valley. Thus, Bojhots ventured to the sea, Bojpopoko to the mountains, and Bojbojobobo to the forest. As the tale unfolded, Subai and Gene could barely keep their eyes open. Had it not been for the sight of little Abis quietly sneaking away with a large bundle of food from the Shadow Legion ship, they might have succumbed to slumber. Arlong, Klo, and Yalida, accompany me. We must follow Abis. The rest of you stay aboard the ship to keep watch," commanded Subai. Arlong, Klo, and Yalida, who had been comfortably napping on the deck, sprang into action upon hearing their master's command, arming themselves and following Subai into the forest. In the midnight forest, the sounds of howling tigers and chattering monkeys echoed ominously, sending shivers down Abis's spine. The dark, eerie surroundings made her pale with fright, her body trembling uncontrollably. Each time she hesitated, memories of the hungry dragon in the mountain cave surged within her, igniting an inexplicable strength that urged her onward. "I cannot falter. The dragon is waiting for me. I must be brave and continue forward. Soon I shall see the dragon." Abis steeled herself against her fear, taking one laborious step after another toward the mountaintop. After what felt like an eternity, she finally reached the cave's entrance. pushing aside the overgrown weeds with all her might. With her bundle of food in tow, she approached the frail dragon. Chapter 70, The Revitalization of the Dragon. Alliance of the Millennium Dragon Clan. Seeing the lethargic dragon, Abyss felt a pang of empathy as she gently caressed its head. Utilizing the powers of the whispering fruit, she leaned close to the dragon's ear, informing it of the delectable food she had brought, assuring it that consuming the feast would surely restore its strength and perhaps even jog its memory of its kin's whereabouts. Abyss, you've burdened me once more. I am immensely grateful. The aged dragon struggled to express its gratitude. Abyss, understanding the dragon's words, smiled shyly, scratching her head in embarrassment. It's no trouble at all. We're the best of friends. Friends never find each other burdensome. Now, quickly eat all this food. Abyss unwrapped her bundle, feeding the dragon piece by piece. The elderly creature labored to chew, but gradually, the entire package was consumed, bringing a radiant smile to Abyss's face. Dragon, I must tell you. I recently encountered a band of remarkably kind pirates who rescued me from the clutches of the Navy. They prepared this feast for me, Grandpa Bogdan, and all the villagers. Wasn't it delicious? As Abyss shared her recent adventures with the dragon, 5 naval ships, propelled by the currents and winds, slowly approached the harbor near Warship Island. Leading the fleet was Colonel Mora, a tall figure with bronze skin and a sharply defined visage, adorned with a thick mustache. His steely gaze was as formidable as a blade, instilling fear in those who beheld him. The recent sinking of the 5 naval vessels was a disgrace to our 8th Naval Division. Admiral Nelson Roy has ordered the apprehension of all members of the Shadow Legion and the capture of the girl, Abyss, who knows the whereabouts of the Millennium Dragon. Hearing Mora's words, the soldiers behind him gripped their weapons tightly. Among them were survivors of the previous naval disaster, who knew all too well that had it not been for the meddling of Arlong, Jean, and Subai, they would not have lost so many comrades. This vendetta must be avenged. Reports indicated that the Shadow Legion had landed on Warship Island and that Abyss had returned as well. Our mission is twofold, to arrest the members of the Shadow Legion and to capture Abyss alive. The Shadow Legion members may be killed if necessary. Fury ignited within Mora, his eyes ablaze as he gazed toward the village on Warship Island, his heart ablaze with wrath for the cursed members of the Shadow Legion. With a command, hundreds of armed naval soldiers surged toward the village. As their feet touched the sandy shores, Subai, sensing the impending threat through his observation Haki, signaled to those remaining on the Shadow Legion ship, Little Ba, Klo, Jean, and Dida, to address the unwelcome naval intruders. Jean, if you encounter that Paramecia-type side fruit user, spare his life. I wish to extract his devil fruit ability. Subai instructed, and Jean and Dida nodded in understanding. Arming themselves and making their way toward the beach. They believed these foolish Navy soldiers were seeking their own demise. Just as the Shadow Legion and the Navy were poised for conflict, Subai, accompanied by Arlong, Klo, and Yalida, entered the cave at the mountain's peak. Their sudden arrival caught both the dragon and Abyss off guard. As the dragon prepared to defend Abyss, the little girl quickly interjected, Dragon, these are the kind pirates I spoke of. They rescued me from the Navy. As the benefactor of ABIs approached, the aged Lord Long finally relaxed his vigilance and reverted to a lethargic state. His half-alive semblance evoked a pang of sorrow in Subai. Without hesitation, Subai strode purposefully to Lord Long's front, extending his hands. With his left hand, he invoked the power of the Dog Talisman, infusing Lord Long with vibrant vitality, while his right hand wielded the Horse Talisman, healing all of Lord Long's injuries. As the invigorating energy of the Dog Talisman and the restorative force of the Horse Talisman coursed through Lord Long's body, the once feeble and near-death creature seemed to experience a renaissance. His once pallid fur transformed to a deep ebony, his withered limbs regained their robust fullness, and his dull scales and skin regained their luster, presenting a visage reminiscent of his prime. In disbelief, Lord Long exclaimed, I cannot fathom that I have returned to my youthful vigor. This is indeed my pinnacle state. With renewed exuberance, he let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens, his eyes wide and sparkling as he scrutinized Subai closely. Subsequently, he bowed his head and softly growled, signifying his gratitude. ABIs. Please convey to Lord Long that the Navy surrounding Battleship Island seeks to capture the millennia-old Dragon Clan for substantial gain. My purpose here is to rescue the ancient dragon lineage, and I hope Lord Long can temporarily assist us in repelling the Navy's onslaught. Upon hearing the words spoken by Subai, the face of the whispering fruit user, Abyss, changed dramatically. She relayed Subai's message to Lord Long, who, upon learning of the Navy's treachery towards the Millennium Dragon Clan, erupted in furious indignation. With a mighty roar that pierced the heavens, he then lowered his head once more, signaling Subai to mount. Lord Long expressed his profound anger, vowing to send the oblivious Navy soldiers into the Calm Belt to become fodder for Sea Kings. He implored Subai to lend his aid in rescuing the Millennium Dragon clan, promising that once the Navy's assault was repelled, there would be ample rewards. Chapter 71. Those who dare to anger the Shadow Legion shall be punished, no matter the distance. Subai, who had already harbored intentions to ally with the Millennium Dragon clan, felt a surge of joy within upon hearing Lord Long's plea, maintaining an outwardly solemn demeanor. He resolutely agreed, proclaiming, "The Navy seeks to harm the entire Millennium Dragon clan for their own selfish gain. Such vile acts cannot be tolerated. As the young master of the Shadow Legion, I will rally all members to repel the Navy's forces at the 8th Branch headquarters." Subai's declaration earned him Lord Long's favor. In a state of peak exhilaration, Lord Long let out a triumphant roar that echoed for what felt like an eternity. Soon, dark figures appeared on the horizon, growing larger until they revealed themselves to be 4 robust male Millennium Dragons. "I have summoned 4 loyal brothers. The rest of our kin are en route to Military Ship Island. Let us first deal with this contingent of Navy soldiers. And later we shall assault the 8th Branch headquarters to capture Admiral Nelson Roy and deliver him to the Sea Kings." The young girl, Abyss, translated Lord Long's plan, which was exceptionally coherent. Subai, nodding in agreement, commanded his aides, Arlong, Ajin, and Yalida, to ride the Millennium Dragons towards the sandy shores of Military Ship Island to confront the invading Navy troops. Lord Long, "The Navy forces that have arrived pose no real threat. With the Shadow Legion's might, we will defeat them in less than an hour," Subai stated confidently. With a thought, he summoned 513 ordinary Shadow Ninjas, 5 Giant Claw Ninjas, 10 Nightbat Ninjas, and 50 Troll Ninjas, instructing them to assist Arlong and Ajin in repelling the Navy's advance. Observing Subai's grand display, Lord Long's azure eyes shimmered with intrigue. He contemplated whether leading the Millennium Dragon clan into the Shadow Legion would grant them protection. "Abyss, mount Lord Long's back. Let us take a closer look near the beach." The obedient Abyss climbed onto Lord Long's sturdy back. Once she was settled, Subai too mounted another Millennium Dragon, and together they soared through the skies, swiftly arriving at the sandy shores of Military Ship Island. There, on the golden beach, Navy soldiers equipped with advanced weaponry formed a combat formation, unleashing a barrage of gunfire from their newly developed machine guns against the approaching Shadow Ninjas. Countless bullets tore through the ninjas' bodies, yet they pressed forward undeterred. What foolish creatures! The bodies of the ninjas are composed of dark energy. Even when pierced by bullets, they can heal instantly. Unless subjected to immense destructive force that reduces their bodies to powder, no amount of gunfire can inflict fatal harm. Ajin, a senior officer of the Shadow Legion, stood resolutely on the beach, surrounded by a throng of ninjas. His piercing gaze brimmed with lethal intent, and a cold demeanor settled upon his features, a slight sneer curling his lips. Even standing still, he projected an overwhelming aura that unsettled the opposing navy. That man is the infamous demon man Ajin, with a bounty of 59 million berries. If we can take his life, we will surely gain favor from Admiral Nelson Roy upon our return. Brothers, charge with me. As the Navy soldiers recklessly rushed towards him, Ajin's eyes gleamed with disdain. Spitting on the ground, he activated his devil fruit powers and transformed into a Hercules beetle, sprouting wings and extending transparent elytra several meters long, charging at the Navy formation with astonishing speed. In an instant, the Navy formation crumbled before Ajin's onslaught. The soldiers, who had previously boasted of claiming Ajin's head for glory, now wished for additional legs to escape the imminent peril. In the blink of an eye, dozens of the ruthless 8th Branch Navy soldiers were cleaved in half by Ajin's razor-sharp elytra, their severed limbs and blood littering the ground. The golden beach transformed into a scene reminiscent of hell. The surviving Navy soldiers stared blankly at Ajin, unable to fathom the brutality displayed before them. In mere moments, he had mercilessly claimed the lives of numerous comrades, instilling a terror that rendered them momentarily paralyzed, forgetting their advance. Damn it. This guy's strength is far beyond what we anticipated. The bounty of 59 million berries is far too low. His prowess must be at least worth 70 million. Colonel Mora, clad in a blue and white justice cape, glowered with resentment, realizing the futility of their current strength against such a formidable pirate. He contemplated retreating to the Navy base to seek reinforcements from Admiral Nelson Roy, known to possess a powerful devil fruit user capable of subduing Ajin and perhaps even taking his head as a trophy. With a grim countenance, Colonel Mora signaled his soldiers to fall back towards the ships. With their current capabilities, they were no match for the Shadow Legion. Rather than waste their lives in vain, it would be wiser to regroup and return to dispatch this ruthless pirate crew at a later date. Do you think we of the Shadow Legion can be trifled with? You shall not leave without a taste of our might. Just as Colonel Mora organized his troops to retreat, Subai, with a grim expression, emerged from the skies on his Millennium Dragon. He extended his alabaster arm from beneath his black cloak, targeting 3 ships preparing to set sail, unleashing 3 massive dragon blasts that tore through the air. Chapter 72, The Navy's Revenge, the arrival of the superhuman scythe fruit user. The dazzling dragon's explosive beam instantaneously sank 3 naval warships. This unforeseen turn of events left Colonel Mora, already contemplating retreat, utterly petrified, causing him to lose control of his bodily functions. A foul stench emanated from his trousers, but in that moment of sheer terror, he was oblivious to such details. Please spare our lives. I promise never to return, never to assist in wrongdoing, nor to harm the ancient dragonkin. The once arrogant Colonel Mora now resembled a dog begging for mercy, weeping and kneeling on the deck as he repeatedly knocked his forehead against the ground, hoping that Akin and Subai would grant them clemency. Dragon Lord, should we spare their lives, or is it your decision to make? Subai, the heir of the Shadow Legion, entrusted the power of life and death to the Dragon Lord. Gazing at the pitiful figure of Colonel Mora, the Dragon Lord, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the Navy, felt a flicker of compassion within its large, azure vertical pupils. It then let out a low growl. Very well. This individual has not harmed my kin, so I shall spare their lives for now. Should they dare return, I will not hold back. Subai regarded the woeful Colonel Mora with a knowing gaze. Since the Dragon Lord chose to show mercy, he too would allow these individuals a chance at survival. Whether they would return to seek revenge remained uncertain. If they did, Subai would not hesitate to add more wicked souls to his tally. You may leave at once. Upon hearing Subai's command, Colonel Mora and his subordinates felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. They scrambled back to their warship, swiftly took the helm, adjusted their course, and activated the turbocharged engines, departing hastily towards the base of the 8th Naval Division, fearing that Subai might change his mind if they delayed. As the battered naval ships vanished into the horizon, Subai, the heir of the Shadow Legion, solemnly instructed his officers, if all goes as expected, the 8th Naval Division will deploy more forces to the battleship island, possibly even a vice-admiral. You must remain vigilant in combat and ensure the safety of the ancient dragonkin and the inhabitants of the battleship island. Following the recent events, the Dragon Lord's admiration for Subai had reached its zenith, although they had known each other for less than 2 days. Subai's willingness to protect the ancient dragonkin earned him the Dragon Lord's unconditional trust. Dragon Lord, your kin should begin arriving at the battleship island from around the world soon. It is untenable for the ancient dragonkin to live in constant fear of hunters. Thus, I propose an alliance, allowing the entire ancient dragonkin to join my Shadow Kingdom. In return, I shall lead my formidable Shadow Legion to protect them, guaranteeing that no ancient dragon shall ever be hunted again. Looking into Subai's sincere purple eyes, the Dragon Lord's resolve wavered. It trusted the words of this young man. Yet the matter of an alliance was significant. As a solitary dragon, it could not make decisions for the entire clan, so it tactfully declined Subai's request, stating, "This matter requires the presence of my kin before we can discuss it further. Please allow us some time to consider." Subai had anticipated this response, so he refrained from further persuasion. He approached Abis, the girl with the power of the whispering fruit, and softly asked if she wished to protect the ancient dragonkin for eternity. The little girl, Abis, paused for a moment before answering with unwavering determination, "I have decided to dedicate my life to safeguarding the ancient dragonkin, even in death. I will instruct my descendants to continue this duty." Hearing such heartfelt words from the young girl filled Subai with joy. He gently placed his pale hand on Abis's small head and spoke softly, "Little Abis, without formidable power, how will you protect the Dragon Lord and the ancient dragonkin?" Abis was momentarily at a loss for words. Just as she struggled to respond, Subai continued, "I can bestow upon you great power, enabling you to guard and protect the ancient dragonkin. The price of this power is to join my Shadow Kingdom, pledging your unwavering allegiance to me." The King of Darkness. Without hesitation, Abis replied, "I am willing to become a citizen of the Shadow Kingdom. As long as I can possess the strength to protect the ancient dragonkin, I would brave any danger, even if it meant facing a mountain of blades or a sea of fire." Her touching declaration moved the Dragon Lord deeply, tears shimmering in its large azure eyes. Just as it was about to shed a tear, a pitch-black cannonball soared from the sea and struck it squarely on the massive head. Boom, boom, boom. Several more black cannonballs fell, landing on the other ancient dragons. The sudden onslaught left little Abis pale with fright, instinctively retreating behind Subai. "I can't believe the Navy arrived so swiftly." The Dragon Lord and 4 other ancient dragons were severely wounded by the Navy's cannon fire. However, Such injuries were trivial for Subai, who possessed the healing power of the horse charm. He strode confidently to the Dragon Lord's side, casually laying his hand on it and channeling the healing energy within. He repeated this process for the other 4 ancient dragons, and in an instant, their injuries healed, leaving them even stronger than before. As the ancient dragons marveled at their recovery, more cannonballs were fired from the Navy ships on the sea. For the well-prepared members of the Shadow Legion, these projectiles posed little threat. Clow, Coby, Little Eight, Dida, Yalida handled those incoming cannonballs. Arlong, Ajin, accompany me aboard the warship. I wish to see who has the audacity to challenge our Shadow Legion. As Subai, Arlong, and Ajin soared into the air, a transparent air scythe swiftly approached Subai's chest. Chapter 73. The Navy's Young Lieutenant, Zoe, the Zoan-type poison butterfly user. While in flight, Subai suddenly sensed a murderous intent. His fierce purple pupils glinted with a chilling light as he activated his armament Haki, enveloping his upper body in a dark aura. Clang! Clang! The transparent air scythe struck Subai's chest with tremendous force, yet for the powerful Subai, this attack was child's play, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Moreover, with the healing abilities of the horse charm and the immortality granted by the dog charm, he was untouchable. Finally, you've arrived? The Paramecia-type scythe fruit user, Eric. At this moment, Subai's eyes sparkled with excitement and fervor. A slight smile graced his lips as he led his capable subordinates, Arlong and Ajin, in a swift dash towards the naval warship. Ajin, the ship on the left is entrusted to you. There may be a vice admiral or other devil fruit users dispatched from the naval headquarters aboard. Proceed with utmost caution. If you find yourself overmatched, signal Dida and Xiao Ba for assistance. Turning to Arlong, he continued, the ship on the right is your responsibility. I need not elaborate. Whatever methods you employ, ensure you obliterate those warships and send them to the depths. Upon receiving their master's commands, Ajin and Arlong exchanged eager glances. Their spirits ignited as they soared through the sky, resembling meteors plummeting towards the naval fleet stack. As they landed, both sides erupted into chaos, facing thousands of well-equipped naval soldiers who formed disciplined formations and raised their weapons, unleashing a storm of fire towards Ajin and Arlong's position. With this paltry firepower, you think you can defeat me, the demon man, Ajin? Such delusions. Enraged, Ajin activated the powers of the Hercules beetle fruit, transforming into his beetle form. His body became cloaked in a pitch-black, armored exoskeleton, and transparent wing casings extended from his sides. Like a cannonball, he charged into the dense cluster of naval soldiers. Mighty Hercules, meteor strike. With a resounding explosion, the majority of the naval soldiers collapsed like bowling pins, sprawled across the blood-soaked ground, gasping for breath. In his beetle form, Ajin bore a fierce expression, retracting his transparent wings as he surveyed the scene, his fury ignited by the fearless naval soldiers surrounding him. You fear not death? Then I shall send you all flying. In a fit of rage, Ajin's eyes blazed crimson, and a sharp, hardened horn sprouted from his forehead, resembling a drawn sword. With remarkable agility, he dispatched dozens of oblivious naval soldiers in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on the right flank of the naval fleet, Arlong, transformed into his dragon form, was wreaking havoc. His fists drenched in the blood of his enemies, he stood like a devil risen from the depths of hell, yet still faced relentless waves of soldiers charging at him. Why do these fools not tremble in fear? Logically, they should hesitate, just as questions swirled in Arlong's mind. Subai's voice resonated above him. Arlong, aboard your warship, there are 2 devil fruit users. The reason these soldiers are so fearless relates to those 2 powers. Simultaneously, aboard the warship where Ajin fought, Subai detected the presence of a devil fruit user as well, noting that the ship housed only one, making it potentially easier to confront than Arlong's situation. 2 devil fruit users on the ship? While I can handle it, it may prove time-consuming. Watch me summon reinforcements. As Arlong continued his rampage, he unleashed a thunderous roar, summoning another high-ranking member of the Shadow Legion, Klo, who wielded the white tiger fruit. Novice, do you really need me to deal with a few naval soldiers? I sense a devil fruit user aboard this warship. Klo adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. His brow furrowed as he swiftly transformed into his white tiger form, eyeing the direction of the ship's cabin warily. Arlong, there's a devil fruit user hiding in the ship's cabin and another in the command room. Which one will you confront? Utilizing his observation Haki, Klo pinpointed the location of the hidden devil fruit user. He and Arlong promptly assigned their targets and charged towards the command room and cabin without delay. Arlong, in his dragon form, would engage the devil fruit user in the cabin, while Klo, in his white tiger form, would tackle the one in the command room. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Upon the deck of the warship, The dragon like Arlong surged forward with fervor, sending the naval soldiers scattering in disarray. He forcefully carved a path, barreling straight into the ship's cabin. As he pushed open the cabin door, a blinding red light erupted, prompting Arlong to swiftly react. Raising his arm to block the sudden onslaught. What sort of skill is ambushing? He thought, just as he steadied himself and lifted his gaze. He was taken aback to discover that his opponent was a female officer dispatched from naval headquarters, her cape of justice indicating her rank as a second lieutenant. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Second Lieutenant Yajia Loli from the naval headquarters. I possess the abilities of a poison butterfly human. Having consumed the animal-type poison butterfly fruit, I am here today to apprehend you and the other members of the Shadow Brigade. Arlong, with a vigilant expression, scrutinized the naval lieutenant before him. Just as he clenched his fist to launch an attack, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation in his arm, followed by a sharp pain that compelled him to glance at it. To his alarm, he discovered that the arm he had used to block Yajia Loli's assault was now tinged a toxic purplish red, accompanied by a persistent, dull ache. Inwardly panicking, Arlong quickly distanced himself from the poison butterfly fruit user, Yajia Loli, and tore a strip of cloth from his attire to tightly bind his poisoned arm, hoping to impede the spread of the toxin. With urgency coursing through him, he drew forth his massive saw blade, saw edge, gripping it firmly as he lunged towards Second Lieutenant Yajia Loli. Dragon form, on darts. In his dragon form, Arlong experienced a significant enhancement in combat prowess, speed, defense, and reflexes. He positioned the sharp blade saw edge horizontally before him, coiling his body tightly. With powerful legs, he pounded the ground repeatedly, utilizing the resulting force to propel himself through the air like a cannonball, aiming directly at Yajia Loli. Poison butterfly, mist infection. The alluring Second Lieutenant Yajia Loli sprouted a pair of enormous butterfly wings from her back. As Arlong's attack descended, she reacted swiftly, her wings fanning out to release countless specks of toxic powder, which, propelled by the wind from her wings, rushed toward Arlong. With a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, veins bulging on his forehead, Arlong held his breath as he entered the cloud of toxic powder. Summoning immense strength, he swung his blade forcefully at Yajia Loli's wings. Bang, bang, bang. As a seasoned second lieutenant in the Navy, Yajia Loli adeptly employed her Haki, enveloping her wings in a dark coating just in time to absorb Arlong's powerful strike, albeit at the cost of injuring her wings. Your strength is indeed formidable to warrant a bounty of 90 million berries from the naval headquarters. But alas, today you face me. Prepare to meet your end. With a defiant expression, Yajia Loli shed her cape and assumed a combat stance, channeling her strength into her legs. In an instant, she transformed into a whirlwind of purple, propelled by her wings as she charged toward a long poison butterfly form, barefoot butterfly shadow. In rapid motion, Yajia Loli executed agile spins, her feet shattering the warship's deck. Utilizing the rebound, she leapt into the air, aiming a kick at Arlong's head. The toxin coursing through Arlong's veins caused his eyes to redden. Yet in a moment of desperation, he steadied himself, raising saw edge to meet her impending strike. Clang! With a deafening explosion, Arlong was sent flying from the cabin by Yajia Loli's blow, landing on the deck in a disheveled heap, akin to a kite severed from its string. He gasped, then coughed up several mouthfuls of dark blood. Arlong, I shall deal with you first before turning my attention to your companion, the animal-type mythical beast user. By G. Clo. I wonder whose abilities will prove more entertaining in comparison to yours? Just as Yajia Loli prepared to finalize Arlong's fate, Subai swooped in from the central warship, effortlessly blocking her lethal strike. Subsequently, he invoked the healing power of the horse talisman, restoring Arlong's injuries and enveloping him in a protective layer of healing energy for 12 hours. Arlong, unleash your full potential. For the next 12 hours, you shall be immune to any toxins. After uttering this, the air of the Shadow Brigade swiftly returned to the central warship, revitalized. Arlong flexed his stiffened arms and neck, his eyes gleaming with a fierce resolve as he advanced steadily toward Yajia Loli. Without the aid of toxins, what do you possess to contend with me? Yajia Loli, brace yourself. Dragon fist, erupt, machine gun. Arlong roared to the heavens, exuding an aura of terror. His pale blue-webbed hands transformed into fists, enveloped in dark Haki, and he unleashed a barrage of punches toward the naval officer, akin to a machine gun. Boom. Taken by surprise, Yajia Loli was unable to react to Arlong's relentless assault. Without mercy, he struck her, causing her to spew blood and fly uncontrollably several meters, ultimately crashing into the remnants of the warship after shattering its mast. As Yajia Loli prepared to rise from the deck, the fallen mast of the warship crashed down upon her, rendering her unconscious under its weight and stripping her of the ability to continue fighting. I wonder how Klo is faring. First, let us secure this one. Arlong, having effortlessly concluded the battle, summoned several robust ninjas from the Shadow Brigade, who emerged from the shadows of the deck, readying their binding tools to restrain the unconscious Yagia Loli and escort her back to the Shadow Kingdom. As Arlong prepared to head toward the command cabin where Klo was located, he spotted Oni-Man Jane, wielding a cane as a weapon, struggling against two rear admirals from the naval headquarters aboard a large warship to the left. You two against one? What sort of skill is that? Watch me summon reinforcements. In the midst of a fierce battle, Akin's thought stirred, prompting the shadows of Yalida, Daida, Xiao Ba, and Krolobi from the Shadow Brigade to receive a distress signal. They instantly appeared on the deck of Akin's warship, ready to fight alongside him. Akin, the demon man with a bounty of 59 million berries, Yalida. The slippery fruit user with a bounty of 12 million berries, Xiao Ba. The six-sword fishman with a bounty of 13 million berries, Krolobi. The fishman master of barehanded karate with a bounty of 20 million berries, and Daida, the bounty hunter with a child in tow. What was he doing here? Rear Admiral Bekhans Hiliquil of the Navy, a man transformed by the superhuman copper fruit, looked at the renowned sharpshooter Daida Masterson with a puzzled expression. Why are you mingling with the Shadow Brigade? Have you joined them? Chapter 75, Sharpshooter vs. Copperman, a one-sided victory. Daida Masterson, a former colleague of Bekhans, did not respond to the inquiry. With a serious demeanor, he stood resolutely behind Akin, holding his sniper rifle, Sunset, thus declaring his allegiance. This revelation pained Bekhans, a rear admiral, deeply. Once a formidable Navy sharpshooter, Daida had now sunk to associating with pirates. After 3 years apart, Bekhans never anticipated their paths would cross in such a manner. For absolute justice, I, Bekhans Hiliquil, vow to personally escort you to Impel Down. Upon hearing Bekhans' grand proclamation, Daida's expression darkened with anger. Without hesitation, he raised Sunset and aimed at Bekhans' head, firing several rounds. Bang, bang, bang. As the barrage erupted, smoke enveloped the battlefield. Bekhans stood defiantly amidst the chaos, his bronze skin marked with white scars from Daida's bullets. I am a copper man, thanks to the superhuman copper fruit. Your bullets feel like mere tickles. They hold no power against me. Bekhans' boastful words ignited fury in Akin, whose eyes widened with rage. A terrifying aura emanated from him, as if a vengeful spirit had emerged from the depths of hell, overwhelming Bekhans. I am a rear admiral of the Navy. How dare you, a mere pirate with a bounty of only 59 million berries, threaten me? It's utterly laughable. As Akin provoked him, veins bulged on Bekhans' forehead, his eyes glinting with cold fury. He activated the powers of the copper fruit, his skin transforming to a greenish hue, his bones and muscles densifying as he became a copper man. He charged toward Akin with the agility of a seasoned Navy combatant, employing the Sora technique. Copper, super, 10,000-ton strike. Just as he was about to collide with Akin, Bekhans propelled himself downward like a meteor, crashing toward Akin. Unable to evade, Akin instinctively unfolded his transparent wings for protection, only for them to shatter under Bekhans' monumental impact, leaving him defenseless and in despair. You wretched scoundrel, perish! In a fit of rage, Akin prepared to confront Bekhans, but Daida, standing behind him, once again raised Sunset, murmuring softly before swiftly pulling the trigger. A flock of flaming vultures erupted from the barrel, soaring toward Bekhans, despite Bekhans' attempt to dodge. The fire vultures pursued him relentlessly, striking him down and leaving him in a shower of embers. Daida Masterson, it has been years since we last met, and your strength has significantly improved. How about we settle this with a duel? If I lose, do as you please. If you lose, you must obediently return with me to the Navy headquarters, where I will personally deliver you to the fiery depths of Impel Down. Yalida, the slippery fruit user, attempted to dissuade Daida from accepting Bekhans' challenge, cautioning against impulsive actions that could lead to unnecessary trouble. Yet Daida, undeterred by her well-meaning advice, clung to the pride of a sharpshooter, accepting Bekhans' challenge. To refuse would mean stagnation in his craft, forever trapped at a plateau. Bekhans, you have never bested me in the martial arts competition at Marineford. Even now, with the powers of the copper fruit, you are still far from my equal. Daida's disdainful words ignited Bekhans' anger, disregarding his rank as a rear admiral as he spat curses, vowing to break Daida's hands, rendering him unable to wield the gun again. Enough of your nonsense, Daida Masterson. Prepare yourself. In a rage-fueled transformation, Bekhans' body became even harder, as he charged at Daida like a rampaging bear. Anticipating this, Daida swiftly utilized his observation Haki, darting around with agility, evading Bekhans' onslaught while unleashing the fire vultures in pursuit. The battle raged with fervor, Bekhans relentlessly pursuing Daida, who was desperately fleeing. Just when it seemed they would be locked in a stalemate, Daida swiftly retrieved dozens of Sea Prism stone bullets from his waist pouch, loading them into his twin pistols at lightning speed. Fire Vulture, Dark Assault. Daida pulled the trigger of his sniper rifle, sending forth colossal flaming vultures toward Beckhan's. As they obscured Beckhan's vision, Daida seized the moment to draw his twin pistols, rapidly firing the Sea Prism stone bullets until both guns were empty. Bang, bang, bang. As the deafening gunfire rang out, Beckhan's, barely recovering from the Fire Vulture's assault, was caught off guard by the barrage of Sea Prism stone bullets. They pierced his body, ignoring the powers of his devil fruit, leaving him battered and bleeding, his life force dwindling with each drop. Chapter 76. The future Marine Vice Admiral, Mozambia. Daida, who had effortlessly secured victory, expressionlessly raised his sniper rifle, Sunset, and swiftly pulled the trigger, poised to deliver the final, lethal blow to Beckhan's. However, at that critical moment, a shadowy figure suddenly flashed past the gravely injured Beckhan's. This dark silhouette quickly pulled Beckhan's aside, and in an instant, a sharp glint appeared as several flaming vultures were cleaved to dust by a sword imbued with the might of armament Haki, transforming into a brilliant display of fireworks in midair. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mozambia, a graduate of the 17th class of the Navy headquarters and currently serving as the acting officer in charge of the G3 branch with the rank of Rear Admiral. Upon receiving a distress signal from the Navy's 8th branch base, I came here to offer assistance. Little did I expect that the once illustrious Daida Masterson would now conspire with pirates, even attempting to eliminate former comrades. Such treachery is utterly unforgivable. Mozambia is a man of dark complexion, sporting short, deep gray hair, with a scar approximately 10 centimeters long gracing his left cheek, a remnant from his early days in naval service. He is clad in a brown suit, complemented by a blue shirt and tie, with a standard navy coat draped over his shoulders. A leather belt cinches his waist, from which a sharp katana hangs, and below, he wears white jeans and polished crocodile leather shoes. Daida, holding the sniper rifle Sunset, gazed seriously at Rear Admiral Mozambia, acutely aware that he was facing a master of martial arts, not a wielder of devil fruit powers. A martial arts expert, you say? I seem to recall your name from years past. It is surprising to see you now holding the rank of Rear Admiral. At this rate, your promotion to Vice Admiral cannot be far off. With heightened vigilance, Daida unleashed his observation Haki, quietly gauging Mozambia's strength, while engaging him in conversation to divert his attention. Had you remained at the Navy headquarters, you would have achieved the rank of Rear Admiral as well. Alas, you have embarked on a path of no return. Mozambia's observation Haki surpassed Daida's, and he scoffed at Daida's cautious probing. If Daida wished to test his strength, let them meet on the battlefield. To have defeated Beckhan's Hierarchy, who consumed the copper fruit, I must indeed regard you with newfound respect, but that alone will not suffice to contend with me. Beckhan's Hierarchy is a recently promoted Rear Admiral, yet he still lags significantly behind the seasoned Mozambia. His defeat by Daida, attributed to overconfidence, is not shameful. Should he commit himself to training within the Navy headquarters, he could easily surpass Daida in the future. Mozambia tore off his navy coat, gripping the sheath with his left hand and the hilt of his katana with his right. With a slight crouch, he executed the sword technique from the Navy's 6 powers, drawing his katana and slashing towards Daida's position. Daida, be cautious. Just as Mozambia's blade was about to make contact, the fishmen Xiao Ba and Coby appeared, swiftly interposing themselves before Daida, shielding him. Xiao Ba unleashed the 6-sword style, while Coby employed the fishman karate technique, jointly parrying Mozambia's fierce assault. 6-sword style, new spring opening sheath. Fishman karate, 10,000 tiles straight punch. The pink-skinned octopus fishman Xiao Ba puffed out his trumpet-shaped mouth and hailed deeply, and then expelled a jet of dark bubbles towards Mozambia. Meanwhile, as Mozambia prepared to slice through the dark water cannon, Xiao Ba danced and whirled, wielding 6 blades with impeccable precision, launching himself like a vortex towards Mozambia. Simultaneously, Coby, dressed in a karate uniform, stood resolutely, his left fist clenched at his waist, while his right hand formed a vertical palm before him, his legs firmly positioned in a horse stance, exuding martial prowess. He summoned all his strength, executing a fluid series of fishman karate moves as he lunged toward Mozambia. In an instant, the two figures surged toward Mozambia, and he found himself besieged by Xiao Ba and Coby's combined onslaught. With a thunderous crash, the sound of impact echoed through the air as Rear Admiral Mozambia was sent flying, only stabilizing himself after crashing against the ship's cabin wall. Is this the extent of your combined might, Xiao Ba of the 6-sword style and Coby, the master of fishman karate? If so, I shall not hold back. Prepare to meet your demise. Having been struck back, Mozambia was merely testing Xiao Ba and Koby's abilities. Now, having assessed their strengths, he initiated a fierce counterattack. Armament Haki, Black Blade Samurai, Swift Tiger. A terrifying malice flashed in Mozambia's eyes as he unleashed potent armament Haki. Enveloping his katana and bulging bicep, propelling himself toward Coby, the Fishman Karate Master. Flame Vulture, Dark Assault. From his position shielded by Xiao Ba and Coby, Daida decisively pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of flaming vultures forged from intense heat, hurtling toward Mozambia at near supersonic speed. A mere trick. Prepare to be shattered. Seeing the flaming vultures approach, the veteran Rear Admiral Mozambia smirked disdainfully, skillfully spinning his katana and effortlessly slicing the vultures into fragments before continuing his rapid advance toward Coby. This is bad. Coby is in danger. In the face of Mozambia's aggressive onslaught, Coby adopted a martial stance, calmly closing his eyes and attuning his senses to the impending descent of Mozambia's blade. Just as the katana was a mere 10 centimeters from Coby's body, a surge of formidable armament Haki erupted from within him, and he swiftly executed the Fishman Karate technique, while eye-piercing, launching a powerful strike toward Mozambia's chest. Chapter 77, Devil Fruit Star Rating. Confronted with Coby's formidable move, Rear Admiral Mozambia dared not meet it head-on. He was forced to evade, swiftly sidestepping Coby's strategy of exchanging injury for injury. What a group of lunatics. I must return to the Navy headquarters and relay intelligence regarding your Shadow Corps to the Admiral. A chill enveloped Mozambia's face as he seethed with anger, sheathing his katana. He then hoisted the copper fruit user, Bekon's Hiraquir, onto his shoulder and activated the Navy's Jeppo technique, traversing through the air and escaping several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Daida, still aiming his sniper rifle sunset at the fleeing Mozambia, was abruptly thwarted by Subai, the Shadow Corps young master, stationed on the central warship. Coby, your ability to master the armament Haki in the heat of battle is commendable and worthy of praise. I hope you will continue to strive for excellence. Subai first offered succinct praise to Coby before issuing commands for Alvida and Akin to promptly make their way to the central warship. He then gestured to Daida, Xiao Ba, and Coby, instructing them to ride the Millennium Dragon to the Navy's 8th Division base and return with the head of Admiral Nelson Roy. Upon receiving the orders, the 5 officers swiftly set off. Alvida, aided by Akin, successfully arrived at the central warship, while Daida, Coby, and Xiao Ba mounted the Millennium Dragon, heading toward the Navy's 8th Division base. With the prowess of Daida, Xiao Ba, and Coby, senior officers of the Shadow Brigade, dealing with a mere naval base would be a walk in the park. Subai merely needed to await the arrival of their triumphant report. I shall gladly accept the capabilities of the superhuman scythe fruit. On the deck of the central warship, Subai, clad in a flowing black robe, revealed his pale arms as he unleashed a series of dragon blasts directed at Eric. The force of his attacks left Eric battered and bruised, unable to evade the onslaught. Just as Eric began to discern the trajectory of Subai's dragon blasts, Subai suddenly unleashed the power of Conqueror's Haki, overwhelming Eric with an immense pressure that forced him to his knees, rendering him incapable of rising again. With a cold gaze, Subai approached Eric, the rather unsightly wielder of the scythe fruit. He effortlessly drew his renowned blade, gravel, and with a mere flick, severed Eric's carotid artery, causing crimson blood to spurt forth like a high-pressure water jet. Demon Fruit Extraction Device, manifest, Subai commanded, and the device materialized in his palm. Just as Eric's life force began to ebb away, Subai activated the extraction device. A blinding beam of light shot forth, and the superhuman scythe fruit, once possessed by Eric, began to solidify within the glass chamber of the device. As time passed, the fruit, characterized by its purple hue and spiraled patterns, successfully appeared within the Demon Fruit Extraction Device. Is this the superhuman scythe fruit? It seems rather unremarkable compared to ordinary devil fruits. Subai mused as he scrutinized the fruit in his hand. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Superhuman scythe fruit. Rarity rating, 2 stars. Confounded by the report, Subai inquired, what does rarity rating mean? If the scythe fruit is rated at only 2 stars, does that imply it is of little value? The system promptly elucidated. The rarity of demon fruits is classified into a 16-star system, where 1 star indicates a fruit with no combat capabilities, 2 stars denotes a fruit with combat abilities but of mediocre quality, and 3 stars signifies a rare fruit with significantly enhanced combat and auxiliary capabilities compared to 1 and 2-star fruits. A 4-star fruit is a treasure worth developing, while 5 stars represent an epic fruit with world-altering powers. A 6-star fruit is unique, surpassing all others, granting the wielder dominion over reality itself. After absorbing this detailed explanation, Subai instinctively asked, in that case, what rarity ratings do the dragon fruit of Arlong, the white tiger fruit of Klo, the Hercules beetle fruit of Ajin, the wind god pterosaur fruit of Coby, the lightning fruit of Belumabur, the dance fruit of Zango, and the slippery fruit of Yalida hold? What about the bullet ant fruit from Yalida's Wolf Fang Club and the vulture fruit from Daida's sniper rifle? What about Abyss's whisper fruit? The system paused for a brief moment before swiftly fetching the relevant data, displaying it on the panel as follows. Arlong, animal system, mythical beast type, dragon fruit. Rarity, for stars, Klo, animal system, mythical beast type, white tiger fruit. Rarity, for stars, Ajin, animal system, mythical beast type, Hercules beetle fruit. Rarity, for stars, Coby, animal system, ancient type, wind god pterosaur fruit. Rarity, for stars, Legia, superhuman system, culinary fruit. Rarity, for stars, Belumabur, natural system. Lightning fruit. Rarity, for stars, Zango, superhuman system, dance fruit. Rarity, for stars, Yalida, superhuman system, slippery fruit. Rarity, 3 stars, Yalida's exclusive Wolf Fang Club. Animal system, bullet and fruit. Rarity, 3 stars, Daida's exclusive sniper rifle sunset. Animal system, vulture fruit. Rarity, 3 stars, Abyss, superhuman system, whisper fruit. Rarity, 1 star. Gazing at the extensive list of rarity ratings, Subai read with a mix of bewilderment and curiosity, ultimately asking, even the mythical beast-type demon fruits are rated at merely 4 stars. What kind of demon fruit could possibly achieve a 5-star rating? Would the magma fruit of Akainu, the quake fruit of Whitebeard, or the dark fruit of Blackbeard reach that level? In response to Subai's inquiry, the system processed the information for a few seconds before presenting the data regarding the Marine Admiral Akainu's magma fruit, the Yonko Whitebeard's quake fruit, and the future acquisition of the dark fruit by Blackbeard, as follows. Marine Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki, natural system, magma fruit. Rarity, for stars, Yonko Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Superhuman system, quake fruit. Rarity, 5 stars, natural system, dark fruit. Rarity, for stars. Upon reviewing the system's data, Subai's eyes widened in surprise. He found it hard to believe that the formidable Akainu, a high-ranking Marine officer, possessed a 4-star rated magma fruit despite its incredible destructive potential. Conversely, the quake fruit held by the renowned strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, rightfully received a 5-star rating, which Subai deemed appropriate. As for Blackbeard's dark fruit, which was also rated at 4 stars, Subai felt a twinge of confusion. However, before he could voice his concerns, the system's cold mechanical voice chimed in again. The star rating of demon fruits is categorized into 3 tiers within each level. For instance, Whitebeard's quake fruit is rated as a low-tier 5-star fruit, while Akainu's magma fruit is an upper-tier 4-star fruit. Although there is a distinction between the two, it does not imply that high-star fruit users can effortlessly dominate those with lower ratings. Factors such as injury, age, poisoning, paralysis, and ambushes can influence outcomes, allowing lower-rated fruit users the chance to overcome higher-rated ones. The system's rarity ratings are merely for reference. The host should not overly fixate on them, as the star rating reflects the potential for development rather than the inherent strength of the user. It is imperative that the host does not neglect the cultivation of physical combat, swordsmanship, and Haki skills in favor of relying solely on the abilities of demon fruits. After listening to the system's detailed explanation, the young lord of the Shadow Legion, Subai, revealed a glimmer of cold light in his eyes. He gazed meaningfully at the scythe fruit in his hand, and with a thought, the devil fruit was placed into his system's inventory. When Coby returned, this devil fruit would be bestowed upon him as a means to enhance his combat prowess. For Coby, who primarily trained in fishman karate, the scythe fruit would merely serve as an auxiliary tool. After effortlessly defeating the scythe fruit user, Eric, Subai gradually retracted his emitted Conqueror's Haki. A flicker of murderous intent ignited within his deep purple pupils as his observation Haki expanded widely. He sensed that within the command cabin of the naval warship on his right, Kuro was being overwhelmingly pressured by another devil fruit user from the Navy. Furious upon learning this, Subai waved his hand, signaling Arlong and Akin, as well as Yalida, to assist Kuro. If they were unable to overcome the naval officer together, they were to relay the message back and not to overexert themselves. In the command cabin of the warship, Kuro, transformed into a white tiger, was currently in a wretched state, hunched over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. He was battered and bloodied, glaring with malice at the naval rear admiral. Dalmatia, who had the abilities of the dog fruit in its spotted dog form. The white tiger fruit, a mythical beast type, was indeed a waste on someone like him. It would be better to return it to the sea. Dalmatia's eyes ignited with a fierce glint as his previously indifferent expression twisted into a snarl. His muscular arms tensed, channeling all his strength into his index finger, which gathered formidable power akin to a bullet. He aimed to strike Crow's chest with his hardened finger at breakneck speed. Severely injured and nearing death, Crow could not evade in time. He could only watch helplessly as Dalmatia's finger weapon approached him. In his final moments, as his strength waned, Crow was forced to revert from his beast form. Facing the impending attack, he chose to close his eyes and await his fate. Yet, as he awaited death, he realized that Dalmatia's strike had yet to connect. Crow, what are you doing with your eyes closed? Quickly move aside and don't hinder our battle. At that critical moment, Arlong rushed into the command cabin from the deck, using all his strength to block Dalmatia's finger strike. In his dragon form, Arlong wielded the large saw blade saw edge, effectively neutralizing Dalmatia's assault, granting Crow a chance to escape. Quickly find the young lord, heal your wounds, and return to assist. Following Arlong's urging, Crow staggered out of the spacious command cabin, making his way toward his young lord's location. Along the way, he encountered Alvida and Akin, who were also rushing to provide support. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, Akin and the others hurried to join Arlong's side. Reinforcements have arrived. Arlong, Akin, Alvida, and even Crow, the senior officer of the Shadow Legion, have all gathered. Now, let me take you all down. Upon seeing the members of the Shadow Legion, Dalmatia's eyes sparkled with intensity. He immediately unleashed his armed Haki, enveloping both arms in pitch-black energy. Then activated his observation Haki and propelled himself towards Arlong using the Navy's 6-style soarer. As Dalmatia dashed towards him at lightning speed, Arlong also activated his armed Haki, covering his arms, gripping the handle of saw edge tightly, and swinging it forcefully at Dalmatia. Arlong, do not underestimate me. My strength rivals that of a vice-admiral. You should surrender at once. Dalmatia, in his spotted dog form, moved with incredible speed. Before Arlong could react, Dalmatia's rapid punches struck the surface of saw edge. The impact sent a jolt through Arlong's arms, rendering them numb. Seeing Dalmatia poised to attack again, a furious Arlong quickly unleashed his serrated steel teeth, attaching them to his fist-like claws, and launched a desperate counterattack aimed at Dalmatia's face. Boom, boom. Given Dalmatia's proximity to Arlong, the sudden onslaught struck his cheek. The sharp teeth tearing through flesh, blood cascading down his face, plunging Dalmatia into a frenzy. How dare you injure me? You have some audacity, prepare to die. Dalmatia, bloodied and enraged, glared with his crimson, bloodshot eyes and roared skyward. He then unleashed a fist, imbued with armed Haki, that crashed into Arlong's abdomen like a cannonball. The tremendous force sent Arlong flying uncontrollably backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing against the command cabin's hard wall. It was only with the wall's cushioning that Arlong managed to stabilize himself, thanks to the healing abilities bestowed by the young lord. I will not be rendered incapable of fighting by this scoundrel's punch. As his injuries healed instantaneously, Arlong clutched his stomach and painstakingly rose from the ground. Though his wounds mended, the pain remained tangible, and sweat poured from him as he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and launched himself toward Dalmatia once more. Seeing Arlong daring to attack again, Dalmatia's expression twisted into a mocking smile. With a glint of malice in his sharp gaze, he swiftly drew a gleaming large blade from his waist, enveloping it in dark-armed Haki. He then concentrated all his might into his arm, swinging it down towards the rapidly approaching Arlong. Arlong, be careful. Slip, miss, dodge. At that critical moment, Alvida, observing the battle nearby, swiftly activated her slip fruit ability. Pink rings enveloped Arlong, causing Dalmatia's powerful strike to bizarrely slide off Arlong. Great Titan. Power. Meteor crash. Just as Dalmatia was momentarily distracted, Akin, in his rhinoceros form, utilized his devil fruit ability, curling into a ball and launching himself off the ground with powerful legs, hurtling towards Dalmatia at breakneck speed. Boom, boom, boom. The unprepared Dalmatia was sent flying by Akin's charge, crashing heavily to the ground with a painful thud. Just as he attempted to rise and continue the fight, his transponder snail began to ring. Bro, this is General Squirrel. I am currently on Footvolton Island in the Grand Line, where urgent reinforcements are needed to combat the invasion of the Whitebeard pirates. All naval personnel receiving this message, please come to assist immediately. The sound of the telephone bug resonated loudly, audible to everyone present, as General Squirrel's powerful voice echoed throughout the assembly. Meanwhile, Dalmatia, after absorbing the message from General Squirrel, exhibited a flicker of complex hesitation in his bright eyes. Injured yet resolute, he staggered to his feet, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. He sheathed his massive blade with a casual motion, preparing to depart the cockpit. During this moment, Akin, in his stag beetle form, attempted to intervene, only to be restrained by Arlong and Alvida. Akin, let him go. Even united, the three of us may not stand a chance against him. It would be wiser to return to our young master and assess our spoils of war, Arlong advised. Frustrated, Akin pouted, stowing his cane behind him. His gaze filled with fierce resentment as he watched Dalmatia's retreating figure. The naval battle concluded with Dalmatia's withdrawal, and aboard the left-side vessel under Akin's command, Rear Admiral Bekhans Hiraquil, possessing the abilities of the copper block fruit, was rescued by the seasoned Rear Admiral Mozambia. This rescue left Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, feeling somewhat regretful. The copper block fruit was a high-grade fruit rated at 3 stars, far superior to Elik's scythe fruit. Had Subai acquired the abilities of the copper block fruit, he would not have chosen to let Elik consume the scythe fruit, as possessing a more powerful devil fruit made the lesser one seem trivial. On the right-side vessel under Alrong's command, Ensign Yajialoli, endowed with the animal-type poison powder butterfly fruit, was captured by the ninjas of the Shadow Legion after her defeat and transported to the Shadow Kingdom. Her devil fruit was rated at 3 stars, a mediocre level for Subai, who found it somewhat disappointing, lacking flavor yet too valuable to discard. He decided to incorporate her into the Shadow Kingdom, where she could potentially assist Coby, Barumabur, Zango, and Liko while remaining undercover within the Navy, perhaps yielding unexpected benefits. With this thought, Subai decisively summoned his ninjas, instructing them to retrieve Yajialoli from her confinement in the Shadow Kingdom. In no time, a group of ninjas escorted the naval ensign, Yajialoli, before Subai. Observing the shapely figure of the naval ensign, a glimmer of imperceptible intrigue flashed in Subai's indifferent eyes as he unceremoniously extended his pale arm, pressing it against her ample bosom. As waves of formidable dark energy surged into Yajialoli's body, her soul gradually succumbed to the darkness, ultimately becoming a part of the Shadow Kingdom. Subai refrained from integrating her into the Shadow Legion primarily due to the limited potential of her devil fruit abilities, which paled in comparison to Alvida and Xiao Ba in terms of combat prowess. Yajialoli, with your animal-type poison powder butterfly fruit abilities, you overly rely on your devil fruit powers, neglecting your physical combat skills and swordsmanship, rendering you quite inadequate. Should you continue down this path, it will not serve you well. Upon returning to Marineford, engage with Coby, Barumabur, and the others to exchange training experiences. If we meet again and your skills remain at this level, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Chapter 80, The Alliance of the Millennium Dragon Tribe. The Piercing Ice Pig Talisman. Having dealt with the attacking warships and the scythe fruit wielder Elik, Subai led the Millennium Dragon Tribe into senior officers, along with ninjas, back to the battleship island. Now, they awaited Coby and the others to return with Admiral Nelson Roy's severed head. Observing Subai's calm demeanor, Long Yi, Abisi, Alrong, and Akin breathed a sigh of relief, believing the crisis concerning the Millennium Dragon Tribe had been temporarily averted. Coby had just sent word that he, along with Dida and Xiao Ba, had successfully annihilated the Navy's 8th branch base, and that the notorious Admiral Nelson Roy was now deceased. The threat to the Millennium Dragon Tribe had been neutralized. Upon hearing this good news relayed by Subai, Long Yi let out an elated roar, his thunderous dragon cry serving as a guiding beacon amidst the fog. Before long, hundreds of Millennium Dragons from around the world began to converge upon the battleship island. As Long Yi witnessed his kin arriving after enduring great hardships, he excitedly flapped his wings, lifting the benefactor Subai onto his back, soaring into the sky to meet the other Millennium Dragons. Brother Subai, do not worry about communication. I will convey every word without omission, Abisi assured. Perched on another robust Millennium Dragon, alleviating Subai's prior concerns about potential barriers in communication, Long Yi carried Subai to the esteemed elders of the Millennium Dragon Tribe, embellishing the tale of the Navy's intent to annihilate their kin. Upon hearing this alarming news, the elders were incensed, immediately clamoring for a counterattack against the Navy's 8th branch. Just as the Millennium Dragons were roused with indignation, 3 dark figures suddenly emerged from the shimmering sea, growing larger until Dida, Xiao Ba, and Coby stood before Subai and the Millennium Dragons. Young master, this bag contains the severed head of Admiral Nelson Roy, Coby declared, tugging at his blood-stained black belt, before handing the blood-soaked bag to Subai. Nonchalantly, Subai passed the bag to Long Yi, indicating that Admiral Nelson Roy had met his end and it was time to discuss alliances with the Shadow Legion. Long Yi scrutinized the contents within the bag, confirming the identity of the severed head before exclaiming, "Brothers, the officer in charge of the Navy's 8th branch, who sought to harm our tribe, now rests within this bag. He was slain by the senior officers of the Shadow Legion, and this young friend on my back is the young master of the Shadow Legion. Without his protection, our tribe would have undoubtedly faced a catastrophic blow from the Navy." Listening to Long Ye's words, the elders of the Millennium Dragon tribe cast grateful glances towards Subai. Among them, an elderly dragon with silvery hair approached, expressing heartfelt thanks. The Whispering Fruit user Abisi quickly translated, "Young friend, we are immensely grateful for your salvation of our Millennium Dragon tribe. Should we ever face adversity again, we shall not hesitate to offer our lives in your service." Regarding the words spoken by the aged elder of the Millennium Dragon, Subai inwardly scoffed. Such pleasantries are easily uttered by anyone. However, as time progresses, whether genuine assistance will be rendered to the Shadow Legion remains uncertain. Instead of concluding the discussion in a lackluster manner, it would be more prudent to propose an alliance at this moment, thereby binding the Shadow Legion and the Millennium Dragon clan to the same chariot of fate. The recent maritime battle came to a close with the Navy's defeat, and it is inevitable that more troops will be dispatched from Marin Vondo to apprehend our Shadow Legion while simultaneously launching a massacre against the Millennium Dragon clan. In my view, we could establish a coalition army. Should one party face oppression from the Navy, the other must intervene to assist. Does this sound agreeable? Upon hearing Subai's words, a glimmer of insight flickered in the large, bell-like pupils of the elderly Millennium Dragon elder. Having offended the Navy, it was certain that they would deploy additional forces to resolve the issues concerning both the Millennium Dragon clan and the Shadow Legion. The Millennium Dragon clan is typically scattered across the globe, making them susceptible to being picked off one by the Navy. If an alliance with the Shadow Legion is not formed, it is highly probable that the Millennium Dragon clan could be entirely annihilated by the Navy. However, should they ally with the Shadow Legion now, bolstered by the formidable strength of the Shadow Kingdom and the Shadow Legion, they could ensure the survival of the Millennium Dragon clan, or even foster its growth. What you propose holds merit, young friend. If that is the case, an alliance is indeed feasible. Today, I hereby announce that the Millennium Dragon clan officially forms an alliance with the Shadow Legion, sharing both hardships and triumphs. Should either party betray this pact, let them be struck by thunder and cast into the depths of the dragon's lair, never to rise again. With the declaration of the aged Millennium Dragon chief, Subai's system interface indicated that Main Quest 2 had been successfully completed, accompanied by the issuance of a reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing Main Quest 2. System rewards are being distributed. Name, Subai subordinates, Shadow Arlong, Shadow Xiao Ba, Shadow Kuluobai, Shadow Coby, Shadow Li Jia, Shadow Beilu Meibo, Shadow Kuluo, Shadow Zongao, Shadow Ajin, Shadow Yaer Li Ta, Shadow Dida, Shadow Kamin, Shadow Cmogu, Shadow Dasichi, 1, 513 ordinary Shadow Ninjas, and 5 Shadow Giant Claw Ninjas, along with 10 Nightbet Legion Ninjas and 50 Troll Legion Ninjas. The aforementioned are the officers and soldiers of the Shadow Legion. Characters from the Shadow Kingdom are not included here. Abilities, Navy 6 styles, Conqueror's Haki, and Primary Observation Haki, Primary Armament Haki. Special abilities, Bull Talisman, Tiger Talisman, Dragon Talisman, Horse Talisman, Chicken Talisman, Dog Talisman, Pig Talisman. Items, Devil Fruit Ability Extraction Device. For underwater treasure maps, 10 Imitation Pacifista, 1,000 firearms crafted from sea prism stone. A fine sword known as Gravel, a super Mustal, and a Bull Warrior's Mask. Buffs, Nun Territory, EC Cocoa West Village, Shells Town, Zilliba Village, Akmish Island, Orange Town, Golden Island, Rog Town, Battleship Island. Allies, Millennium Dragon Clan. Chapter 81, Departure for Spring Island. New side quest. Upon completing the main quest issued by the system, the host, Subai, soon heard the cold mechanical voice resonate. Ding. Congratulations, host, on finishing the system's side quest 1 and 2. Current rewards have been granted. Please check them promptly. Glancing at the items in his system inventory, Bossa Chang's jade prosthetic left foot and Old Daddy's magical pufferfish jerky, Subai momentarily fell into contemplation. Unsure of how these items could serve him, deciding instead to let them gather dust in his inventory. The system detected that the host had completed all the side quests it had released and announced that new side quests were now available. Please check and prepare to accept or decline. Side quest 1. Acquire the Diamond Clock on Clockwork Island reward. Shiva Temple Bracelet side quest 2. Annihilate the Poker Card Pirate Crew reward. Old Daddy's magical octopus leg as Subai reviewed the newly released side quests. He realized it was time to set sail for Clockwork Island, postponing his plans for Upside Down Mountain for another half-month. System, I shall accept both side quests. Could you provide me with a permanent compass to Clockwork Island? In response to Subai's request, the system clearly stated it would not issue a compass for the island's location. However, among the previously granted treasure maps, one contained detailed information about Clockwork Island, including the coastline length, island area, and terrain features. The diamond clock from Clockwork Island could serve as a decorative piece for the Shadow Brigade, while dealing with the poker card pirates could be accomplished quite effortlessly. Just as Subai dismissed the poker card pirates, a flash of inspiration struck him, prompting him to summon his ninja soldiers and command them to gather intelligence on the poker card pirates along with their latest bounty notice. He recalled that within the poker card pirate crew were 2 devil fruit users. Their captain was known as King Bear, a Paramecia-type steel fruit user, while a female member, Sweetheart Queen, wielded the powers of a Paramecia-type sticky fruit. Of these 2, Sweetheart Queen could be recruited into the Shadow Kingdom, whereas King Bear's devil fruit power could simply be extracted and discarded. As Subai contemplated these matters, the ninjas of the Shadow Brigade respectfully presented all information regarding the poker card pirates. Captain of the poker card pirates, King Bear, Paramecia-type steel fruit user, bounty, 11,600. 000 Barry's only female crew member, Sweetheart Queen, Paramecia-type sticky fruit user, bounty, 7,800. 000 Barry's crew member, Skunk Number 1, alias Stink, bounty, 6,000. 000 Barry's crew member, Jester, bounty, 9,900. 000 Barry's crew member, Pig Jacks, bounty, 3,200. 000 Barry's. After scrutinizing the bounty notices and intelligence, Subai scoffed at the figures. The strongest among them, King Bear, had a bounty of only 11,600. 000 Barry's. With such a level, how could he possibly contend with Arlong and his crew? Was it due to his steel physique or his iron will when taking hits? Indeed, upon learning of Daida's recruitment into the Shadow Brigade, the Navy should soon issue a bounty on him. He pondered what his initial bounty would be and whether it might surpass the 10 million berry mark. While Subai mused about Daida's potential bounty, his senior officer, Yalita, eagerly burst into the captain's cabin, brandishing an ancient, tattered treasure map, urging Subai to examine it closely, for it contained information about a priceless treasure. This treasure map, it must be the map to Clockwork Island. If there is indeed a priceless treasure, it must be the diamond clock. Observing Yalita's flushed face brimming with excitement, Subai laughed heartily and instructed her to head to the cockpit and inform the helmsman, Coby, to set sail towards the southern direction of Clockwork Island. Obeying her master's command, Yalita dashed to the cockpit, presenting the treasure map to Coby, who was at the helm. The young master has just ordered us to embark for Clockwork Island to seize the priceless treasure, the diamond clock. Though Coby remained silent, he obediently adjusted the direction of the Shadow Brigade ship, steering towards the indicated path on the treasure map. According to the map, they were approximately 300 nautical miles from Clockwork Island. If they maintained a swift pace, they could arrive within a day and a night. Should they encounter countercurrents or monsoons, it might take around 2 days. I shall do my utmost to navigate the Shadow Brigade ship, with boundless anticipation for the diamond clock. Yalita joyfully embraced Coby before skipping off to her quarters, leaving Coby momentarily flustered in the cockpit. Meanwhile, as Coby diligently steered the Shadow Brigade ship, Miss Carmen, enjoying a sunbath on the deck, meticulously perused the latest newspaper delivered by a seagull and the latest bounty notices from the Navy. Alabasta had not seen rain for 2.5 years, causing immense suffering among the populace. Under the leadership of Kosa, the people had formed a rebellion, declaring their intent to overthrow the royal family. The current emperor of Amazon Lily, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the pirate empress and captain of the Kuja pirates, Boa Hancock, had her bounty raised to 130,000 berries. Rear Admiral Mozambia of the Navy has been promoted to the rank of Vice Admiral, assigned to serve in the Grand Line. Former Navy Lieutenant, bounty hunter Daida with a child, Dottie Masterson, has joined the Shadow Brigade, with a current bounty of 30,000 berries. After finishing the thick stack of newspapers, Carmen exhaled deeply and summoned Daida, who was aiming at a seagull, to show him the latest Navy bounty notice, where his name, Dottie Masterson, prominently featured. I anticipated my name would appear on the Navy's bounty list, but I did not expect my first bounty to reach as high as 30,000 berries. It seems my head is quite valuable. Chapter 82. The poker card pirate crew, distributing opponents. Daida nonchalantly tucked the bounty notice into his pocket, then resumed aiming his sniper rifle, Sunset, at the soaring seagull 100 meters away. Just as he pulled the trigger, the Shadow Brigade ship finally broke through a veil of white sea mist, revealing the towering, screw-shaped clockwork island before them. With a command from Subai, the master of the Shadow Brigade, helmsman Coby and Xiao Ba drove the ship with full power, ascending the spiral slope of Clockwork Island. Your marksmanship has improved greatly, Daida. You will handle skunk number 1 among the poker card pirates, known as Stink. Listening to the praise from his young master, Daida swiftly stowed away his sniper rifle, setting sun, and humbly nodded, assuring the completion of the task. A mere bounty of 6 million berry for a petty thief was well within his grasp. All right, continue your training. I will find Arlong and a Jean. After departing from Daida, Subai strode purposefully towards the ship's gym. Upon pushing open the gym's grand doors, he was greeted by a haze of mist, where Arlong, bare-chested, was laboriously squatting with a 5-ton barbell, breathing heavily. 1997, 1998, 1999, 2000. Not wishing to disrupt Arlong's intense focus, Subai turned his attention to a Jean, who was equally engrossed in practicing his staff techniques, completely oblivious to Subai's arrival. This led Subai, who had intended to call out to a Jean, to reconsider. With both Arlong and a Jean entrenched in their training, he pondered whether Klo was occupied as well. Peeking around in search of Klo, he discovered him in a corner, vigorously running on a treadmill while bearing a 1.5-ton sandbag. The speed of 3 seconds per 100 meters was insufficient for Klo, who understood that if he did not seize the opportunity to enhance his strength, the gap between him and Arlong and a Jean would only widen. All 3 of them are training. Perhaps I should seek out Alvida for a conversation. Exiting the gym with caution, Subai made his way toward the deck. On his journey, he fortuitously encountered Coby, who was changing shifts, and summoned him over. Coby, how are you adapting to the scythe fruit's powers? If it's not suiting you, would you prefer a more potent devil fruit? We are soon to arrive at Clock Island, where the notorious poker pirates are entrenched. Their captain, King Bear, possesses the powers of the iron fruit, rendering his body as hard as steel. If the scythe fruit's abilities are not to your liking, I could extract King Bear's iron fruit for you. What do you think? Coby's eyes flickered with hesitation as he pondered Subai's words. Young master, I have now mastered the armament Haki. While the iron fruit held by King Bear is indeed formidable, it feels somewhat redundant for me. The scythe fruit, though limited in potential, suits my current needs quite well. After contemplating Coby's response, Subai nodded thoughtfully. You make a valid point. The iron fruit may indeed be excessive for someone who has mastered armament Haki. Therefore, adapt to the scythe fruit for now, and if a more suitable devil fruit presents itself in the future, we can consider exchanging it. Observing Coby's humble demeanor, Subai continued, you will handle the poker pirates member, Pig Jacks. I trust you will manage without issue, correct? Upon hearing the assignment, Coby recalled the bounty for Pig Jacks. Set at only 2 million berry. Such a minor thief, I can easily deal with him. Rest assured, young master, I will accomplish the task. With Coby's assurance, Subai felt reassured. He exchanged pleasantries with him before continuing on deck. Alvida, what are you up to? Do you need assistance with sunscreen? Alvida, basking in the sun, immediately straightened upon hearing her young master's voice. She donned a delicate sun-shielding garment and sauntered over in her stylish flip-flops. Young master, is there something you require? If you wish to help me apply sunscreen, I wouldn't mind. With a playful smile, she began to untie the strings of her bikini, causing Subai's cheeks to flush as he hastily declined the offer. Alvida, we will soon arrive at Clock Island, where the poker pirates reside. Have you heard of them? I would like you to confront the Sweetheart Queen, the only female member of the poker pirates and one of their 2 devil fruit users. Do you have confidence in defeating her? Seeing her young master blush, Alvida burst into laughter. I am aware of the Sweetheart Queen, a Paramecia-type user of the sticky fruit with a bounty of 7.8 million berry. For someone of her caliber, a single blow from my Wolf Fang Club would suffice. You can trust me to handle her. Pleased with Alvida's bold assurance, Subai nodded in satisfaction and hurriedly made his way to the helm, where the fishman Xiao Ba was steering the ship. Xiao Ba, we are approaching Clock Island, where the poker pirates are situated. I plan for you to take on their high-ranking member, the clown, who has a bounty of 9 million berry. How do you feel about this challenge? Are you confident in defeating him? Listening to his young master, Xiao Ba contemplated for a moment before declaring, Young master, I am familiar with the poker pirates. The clown's bounty of 9 million berry is small fry. I can certainly handle him. Rest assured. Content with Xiao Ba's response, Subai patted his sturdy shoulder and strode purposefully back to the gym. After a thorough assessment, the 4 high-ranking members of the Poker Pirates had been assigned their respective opponents, and now it was time to address their captain, King Bear, the user of the Iron Fruit. After suffering defeat at the hands of the Zoan-type dog fruit user, Dalmatia, during their time on Military Island, Klo had diligently honed his skills. This time, he would face King Bear. Pushing open the gym doors once more, Subai found Klo, a Janeth, and Arlong finishing their training. Upon seeing their young master, they promptly gathered around him, bowing respectfully. Klo, how was your training? Were you able to break the 2.5-second barrier for 100 meters? I have a task for you, so follow me. Arlong and a Jane. Feel free to continue your activities. Klo followed Subai out of the gym with utmost obedience, donning a pristine suit. He instinctively adjusted his black-framed glasses, then steadied himself and stood tall, listening intently to Subai's directives. Our Shadow Brigade will soon arrive at Clockwork Island, where a pirate crew known as the Poker Pirates resides. You should be aware of them. I intend for you to confront their captain, the formidable Bartholomew Kuma, wielder of the Paramecia-type Iron Fruit. Do you have the confidence to defeat him? If you feel incapable, I can send Arlong and Ajin instead. But consider why you are my first choice and provide me with your answer. Klo, possessing a high intellect and emotional acuity, immediately recalled his recent defeat to Dalmatia at Battleship Island, a loss to the current Navy Vice Admiral that he considered a disgrace. This motivated him to train relentlessly, striving for the day he could redeem himself. Rest assured, young master, I will defeat Bartholomew Kuma, even if I must exert every ounce of my strength. I cannot face my comrades in the Shadow Brigade again if I fail. Although the bounty on Captain Kuma was a mere 11.6 million berries, he had dominated Clockwork Island for years, regularly honing his physical prowess and raiding other pirate crews. Klo estimated Kuma's strength to have surpassed 50 million berries, compounded by his mastery of the Iron Fruit, making victory a daunting challenge. Klo, as a user of the Zoan-type White Tiger Fruit, you find yourself at a disadvantage against a Paramecia-type user like Kuma. Before the battle, I will bestow upon you a layer of healing power. So fight boldly without fear of injury. With Subai's assurance, Klo felt emboldened and confidently pledged to defeat the scoundrel Kuma, intending to adorn the Shadow Brigade's ship with a splendid diamond clock from Clockwork Island. Seeing Klo's resolute demeanor, Subai smiled, then invoked the power of the Chicken Talisman, soaring into the air and circling Clockwork Island twice before returning to the deck of the Shadow Brigade. After making 2.5 loops along the spiral slope, we will enter Clockwork Island. Prepare for skirmishes, as numerous henchmen will likely obstruct our path. With that, Subai leisurely retreated to the captain's quarters, delegating all combat tasks to the senior officers. Once Klo dealt with Kuma, he would merely need to retrieve the Iron Fruit ability using the extraction device. The Shadow Brigade, piloted by Xiao Ba, surged forth with full power, swiftly navigating the spiral slope. Soon, a formidable steel gate loomed before them, blocking all outsiders from entering Clockwork Island and preventing locals from escaping. The steel gate appears to weigh hundreds of tons, perfect for testing the eye of the electric beast pig talisman. Clad in a black cloak, Subai swiftly utilized the Marine 6-style Saru, darting to the right railing of the Shadow Brigade. He gazed at the impregnable steel gate, a hint of disdain glimmering in his deep purple eyes. As the ship approached within 100 meters of the gate, he unleashed the capabilities of the pig talisman. Boom, boom, boom. 2 searing lasers shot forth from his eyes, unceremoniously striking the steel gate. The gate, with a melting point of approximately 1,500 degrees Celsius, melted into a pool of molten iron. The Shadow Brigade then glided into Clockwork Island amidst the astonished expressions of the Poker Pirates' henchmen. Trouble. Enemies are invading. Quickly inform Captain Kuma, Sweetheart Queen, and the others. As the Shadow Brigade sailed further, the panicked henchmen retrieved their exclusive phone bucks, relaying the situation at the entrance of Clockwork Island to Captain Kuma. In a fit of rage, Kuma dispatched his 3 most capable subordinates, Pig Jex, Skunk One, and Sweetheart Queen, to eliminate the audacious intruders. How dare they wreak havoc on my territory? I shall personally execute them. After receiving their captain's orders, the trio hastily descended the mountain in a hot air balloon, racing toward the entrance of Clockwork Island. Clockwork Island is entirely enclosed. The Navy would not enter without reason. I suspect the invaders are well prepared, for anyone capable of breaching the steel gate must possess considerable strength. We are likely in for a tough battle. Chapter 84, The Fishman Karate Secret Technique, Wool-Eye Convergence and Fiery Vulture. Indeed, Sweetheart Queen's assessment proved astute. While the trio led thousands of henchmen in search of the intruders, The Shadow Brigade had already docked at the shore. They disembarked and, utilizing their observation Haki, made their way toward the Poker Pirates trio. Alvida. Head toward the northern side of the forest. You will encounter Sweetheart Queen by a stream in about 10 minutes. Krolobi. Pig Jax is located to the east of the forest, accompanied by over 300 henchmen. Dida, your opponent Skunk One is nearby. Stay put for about 5 minutes. And you should cross paths with him. Klo actively extended his observation Haki, enveloping the relatively small forest in his perception. He distinctly detected the whereabouts of the 3 Poker Pirates officers and relayed the information to Dida, Krolobi, and Alvida. Upon receiving intelligence about her adversaries, Yalida grasped her bullet and mace and took the lead, heading towards the northern part of the forest. Observing this, the Fishman Karate Master Coby swiftly unleashed the powers of the Scythe Fruit, transforming into an ethereal scythe weasel as he sped towards the eastern edge of the forest. Meanwhile, Didar Mastarson, armed with the sniper rifle Sunset, remained stationary, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. He attentively absorbed the rustling sounds of the trees swaying in the wind and the faint footsteps resonating from the ground. Didar, we shall take our leave for now. Should any difficulties arise, please inform us promptly. The young master has bestowed upon us healing powers. Dealing with the Poker Pirates should pose no significant challenge. Transforming into his white tiger beastman form, Crow, accompanied by the six-sword-style swordsman, Xiao Ba, continued their ascent towards the pinnacle of Clockwork Island. At the very moment they emerged from the forest, a fierce battle erupted in the vicinity where Didar and Kroby were stationed. In the vicinity of Kroby, he encountered the formidable Jax from the Poker Pirates. Upon spotting Kroby, Jax transformed without hesitation into a colossal, spiky mass of flesh, rolling menacingly towards him. With unwavering composure in the face of Jax's oncoming assault, Kroby clenched his left fist while extending his right hand into a vertical palm, firmly establishing his stance. He assumed a martial arts posture and executed a fluid series of karate techniques. Water coalesced around his hands, enveloping his fist with a tremendous force akin to that of a cataclysmic upheaval, and struck fiercely against the meaty sphere formed by Jax. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom. After enduring a powerful karate strike from Kroby, the formidable Pig Jax was sent reeling backward, his massive frame crashing into a pile of minions before finally regaining his balance. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he glared furiously at Kroby. You! How dare you strike me? Truly, you are ignorant of your own insignificance. In a fit of rage, Pig Jax's visage twisted grotesquely as he retrieved several spiked balls, each the size of a large egg, from his satchel. Channeling all his strength into his arms, he propelled the spiked balls toward Kroby's head, arms, and knees at an incredibly sharp angle, like cannonballs fired from a cannon. Fishman Karate, Thousand Wave Punch, Side Gale. As the spiked balls hurtled towards him, Kroby remained unfazed. He assumed a martial arts stance and, utilizing the powers of the Scythe Fruit, infused his fist with sharp, slicing air. He then unleashed the Thousand Wave Punch, a signature move of the Fishman Karate Masters. Like a tempest, the punch descended upon the spiked balls, reducing them to mere powder in an instant. Kroby effortlessly dismantled Pig Jax's ultimate technique. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? If not, prepare to experience the true essence of Fishman Karate. Witnessing his prized attack so easily countered, Pig Jax trembled in terror, his body shaking uncontrollably. As Kroby advanced toward him, he gestured frantically for his minions to impede Kroby's approach, while he himself planned a strategic retreat, seeking aid from Captain Bear King. However, escape would not come so easily. Side Gale, Fishman Waterflow Fist. Observing Pig Jax's despondent expression, Kroby smirked slightly. He enveloped his fists and arms in dark armament Haki and transformed into a swift-moving scythe, hurtling toward Pig Jax. Overcome with fear, Pig Jax collapsed to the ground, weeping and begging for mercy, hoping for Kroby to spare his life. Yet, Kroby had no interest in hearing the pleas of such a vile, cunning pirate. Perhaps in your next life. With a swift stroke of his scythe, Kroby severed the carotid artery of the once dreaded pirate who had tyrannized Clockwork Island for many years, ultimately meeting a grim fate, his body and head severed from one another. After dealing with Pig Jax, Kroby turned his attention to the nearby minions, who had followed Pig Jax in his nefarious deeds. None were to be spared. The Fishman Karate Master unleashed his technique, Fishman Karate, Warai Kwan. His strikes fell like a tempest, and effortlessly, Kroby dispatched the small henchman. Bloodied and towering, he stood amidst the corpses, resembling a fearsome demon from the depths of hell. Now, it was time to ascend to the peak of Clockwork Island to rendezvous with Klo and the others. Simultaneously, in the heart of the forest, where Dida had taken his stand, the battle between him and Stunk No. 1 had just concluded. The lecherous Stunk No. 1, upon catching sight of Daida. Cackled as he opened a gas canister behind him, attempting to incapacitate Daida with toxic fumes and achieve a victory without confrontation. However, his ploy was easily perceived by Daida. Flame Vulture. Daida raised his sniper rifle, Sunset, and fired several flaming vultures towards Stonk No. 1's location. Upon contact with the gas, a formidable explosion erupted, engulfing Stonk No. 1 at the epicenter, who had no time to evade and was incinerated to ashes. I had anticipated more strength from this opponent. It was disappointing to find him so weak. With that dealt with, I must now join the others at the mountain summit. Chapter 85, A One-Sided Slaughter, The Annihilation of the Playing Card Pirates. Dottie Mastatson, with a bounty of 30 million berries, after effortlessly eliminating the high-ranking officer Stonk No. 1 from the Playing Card Pirates raised his sniper rifle, Sunset, and strode purposefully towards the peak of Clockwork Island. Meanwhile, by the stream on the northern edge of the forest, the superhuman abilities of the Slip Fruit were being tested as Yalita faced off against the Sticky Fruit user. Sweetheart Queen. This notorious pirate, with a bounty of 12 million berries, indeed possessed formidable strength, yet if this were all she could muster, she would not suffice to contend with me. Sweetheart Queen activated her powers, shedding her clothing to transform into a puddle of pink goo, deftly evading Yalita's bullet and spiked club attack. Curse her, always escaping. I'll catch you yet, Yalita fumed, her temper flaring. She lifted her spiked club high above her head, and with a titanic force, swung it towards the gooey Sweetheart Queen. In an instant, the spiked club, imbued with earth-shattering pressure, shattered the gooey form of Sweetheart Queen into pieces, seemingly inflicting tremendous damage. However, Yalita was acutely aware that the Sweetheart Queen could revert to her human form at any moment. Without the power of Sea Stone or Haki, no harm could be done to her true self. Realizing brute force would not suffice, Yalita resolved to employ cunning instead. As her fury began to subside, inspiration struck. She recalled how young Master Subai had taught her to deal with the Sweetheart Queen aboard the Shadow Brigade. Upon discovering her in goo form, one could confine her within a sealed container. Once trapped in a confined space, she would be unable to revert to her human shape, effectively capturing her. As Yalita pondered the logistics, she stumbled upon a wrecked ship near the rocky shore, its broken hull littered with sharp iron pipes. These rusted pipes provided her with a brilliant solution for dealing with the Sweetheart Queen. If she enjoys being goo, let's see if she can squeeze into these pipes. Whispering her plan, hundreds of ninjas from the Shadow Brigade swiftly took their positions, each armed with a jar, prepared to apprehend Sweetheart Queen. Sweetheart Queen. Let us see how you handle this. Yalita feigned rage, raising her spiked club overhead, then casually struck the ruined ship beside her. The ship splintered dramatically, sending a barrage of sharp pipes flying towards Sweetheart Queen. Unfazed, Sweetheart Queen raised her brow and transformed into goo, easily dodging the incoming projectiles. However, just as she relaxed her guard, a pipe, thick as an arm, hurtled towards her backside at a precarious angle. As the pipe approached, Sweetheart Queen anticipated the move and quickly morphed back into goo, compressing her form to slip inside the swiftly moving pipe. Yet, as she prepared to escape, she found both ends of the pipe sealed tightly with glass jars. Caught off guard, she plunged headfirst into one of the jars, where she was swiftly apprehended by the quick-reacting ninjas. Sweetheart Queen, had it not been for the young master's orders to bring you back, I would have buried you in the depths of the stream, ensuring you could never escape that jar. After subduing Sweetheart Queen, Yalita commanded her ninjas to escort the captured gooey form back to the Shadow Brigade, delivering her to the young master. After giving instructions to the ninja warriors, the statuesque Yalita proudly straightened her chest. She raised her gaze towards the pinnacle of Clockwork Island, where the highest point, the Diamond Bell, glimmered radiantly under the sun's rays. Just moments ago, the eastern and southern parts of the forest erupted with violent explosions, indicating that Daida and Coby had likely dealt with their respective adversaries. It was time for me to follow in their footsteps towards the summit of Clockwork Island. As Daida, Yalita, and Coby hastened towards the peak, the six-sword-style swordsman, Xiao Ba, encountered his foe halfway up the mountain, a senior officer from the poker pirates, known as the Clown, with a mere bounty of 9 million berries. This little rogue dared to obstruct my path? Words were futile. Let the true skill speak for itself. Glaring at the grotesque visage of the Clown, Xiao Ba swiftly unsheathed the 6 renowned blades hanging from his waist. Without hesitation, he executed one of the Navy's 6 styles, shave, propelling himself like a cannonball with powerful thrust of his legs. Wielding his 6 swords, he spun through the air, charging towards the Clown. Behold my flying needle attack, he declared, dismissing the Clown's capabilities. Yet, the Clown showed no sign of fear. He quickly drew his own sword and produced dozens of sharp steel needles from his pocket. Flinging them towards Xiao Ba's trajectory, the needles whistled through the air. In response, Xiao Ba swiftly combined his 6 swords, creating an impenetrable barrier that deflected all the incoming steel needles. The sound of the needles clattering to the ground echoed sharply. The clown's expression soured at this sight, trembling. He gripped his sword tightly. As Xiao Ba's onslaught approached, he fearfully shut his eyes and swung forward with all his might in a desperate attempt to block Xiao Ba's strike. Do you truly believe you can withstand my full force attack? You underestimate me, Xiao Ba. With his face contorted in a fierce grimace, Xiao Ba channeled all his strength into the arm, grasping the sword, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupting from him. In a swift motion, the 6 sharp blades pierced through the clown's body. The senior officer of the poker pirates, the clown, has met his demise. Chapter 86, Paramecia, Steel Fruit. After effortlessly dispatching the high-ranking officer Joker of the poker pirate crew, the 6-sword-style swordsman Xiao Ba sheathed his renowned blade with a cold, indifferent gaze fixed upon the highest peak. He then commenced his ascent towards the summit. Meanwhile, atop the peak of Clockwork Island, the captain of the poker pirate crew, King Bear, was bombarded with reports of his subordinates' defeats, igniting a furious wrath within him. He immediately summoned all his minions, preparing to launch an assault against the Shadow Brigade. As King Bear and his underlings readied themselves for battle, a resounding voice abruptly echoed from the entrance of the ancient castle where the poker pirates were stationed, capturing everyone's attention. The steel fruit user, King Bear, turned to see Klo, now transformed into his white tiger form, defiantly perched on the threshold, his piercing gaze locking onto King Bear's. Great Bear, you must be the steel fruit user with a bounty of 11.6 million berries. I am Klo, and I have come to take your life. Without further ado, Klo unleashed his shadowless step, his feet dancing with rapidity, covering 100 meters in a mere 2.5 seconds as he lunged towards King Bear. Recognizing the hostility in Klo's approach, King Bear instantly activated his steel fruit ability, hardening his entire body. As Klo charged, King Bear retaliated with a powerful punch. Do you truly believe I would engage you in a direct clash? Just as King Bear's iron fist was about to make contact, Klo nimbly dodged, weaving around him. With his fist sprouting sharp, hardened bone spikes, Klo struck fiercely at the lower ribs of King Bear's back. The impact caught King Bear off guard, yet his steel physique allowed him to endure Klo's full-force blow. However, as he prepared to counterattack, he was startled to find Klo had mysteriously vanished. Where has that fellow gone? How did he disappear into thin air? Just as King Bear turned in confusion, he was horrified to see his hundreds of minions sprawled lifeless in a pool of blood. As realization dawned, Klo reappeared before him, launching a swift white tiger fist, special scorching bowling ball. In response to Klo's sudden onslaught, King Bear rapidly retaliated, his iron fist heating up to a molten state, and he struck with devastating force towards Klo's white tiger fist. A thunderous clash ensued, yet Klo's white tiger fist proved superior, propelling the massive King Bear several meters away. King Bear crashed against a stone pillar, barely regaining his footing. How dare you insult me like this? I shall kill you. In a fit of rage, realizing he could not overpower Klo in close combat, King Bear swiftly dashed to the cockpit of the prepared clockwork iron cannon, maneuvering the basic controls to aim its barrel at Klo. Die, you wretched fool. From the cockpit, King Bear decisively pressed the cannon's firing button, unleashing a deafening roar as a 30 centimeters black cannonball, propelled by gunpowder, soared towards Klo. What the hell? A cannonball is coming my way. Klo instinctively gasped, and in a moment of peril, he executed his shadowless step, narrowly evading the cannonball's assault. However, before he could celebrate his narrow escape, a second and third cannonball followed in quick succession, forcing Klo to dodge once more. While evading, he noticed that the base of the clockwork cannon was immobile, and an idea sparked in his mind. He dashed to the bottom of the cannon's barrel to take cover. Inside the cockpit, King Bear could no longer see Klo's figure. He rotated the cannon's barrel in confusion, unable to locate Klo. Just as he poked his head out in bewilderment, Klo, in his white tiger form, clenched his fists and struck down upon him. Clang! King Bear's iron head endured a heavy blow, leaving him dazed as he gazed at Klo. Unexpectedly, Klo yanked him out of the cockpit, taking his place inside. How does it feel to fire the cannon? Let me have a go at it. Prepare yourself. Klo swiftly operated the basic controls, redirecting the cannon's barrel to aim at King Bear's colossal form, and fired a shot that struck true. The captain of the poker pirate crew, King Bear, was blasted away by the very weapon he had created, the clockwork cannonball, crashing through the castle's walls before spiraling uncontrollably into the tumultuous sea below. After vanquishing King Bear, Klo promptly transmitted a message to the young master of the Shadow Brigade. Upon learning of King Bear's fall into the ocean, Subai quickly summoned 1,000 ninja soldiers, instructing them to bring sea floor stone handcuffs to retrieve King Bear. Over 1,000 ninjas undertook the recovery mission at sea, eventually bringing the nearly lifeless King Bear to Subai's side. Observing the grotesque and fearsome visage of King Bear, Subai's deep violet eyes revealed no hint of compassion. He activated the devil fruit extraction device, and as a brilliant beam of light illuminated the apparatus, the steel fruit, once possessed by King Bear, began to materialize within the glass dome of the device. As time passed, the steel fruit, a steel gray with spiraling patterns covering its surface, successfully manifested within the extraction device. Without hesitation, Subai retrieved the steel fruit from the transparent glass, examining it closely. The fruit, resembling a square piece of steel with sharp edges and spiraling patterns rotating counterclockwise, was now his. Since Klo doesn't require this steel fruit, I shall bestow it upon Xiao Ba. Chapter 87. Devouring the Sweetheart Queen, completing the side quest. The young master of the Shadow Brigade, Subai, stored the steel fruit within his system pouch and activated the Chicken Talisman spell, soaring towards the pinnacle of Clockwork Island. During the flight, he gazed down upon the vast expanse of land and turbulent seas below, and an ocean arose within him to incorporate the entire northern Mariana Islands into the Shadow Kingdom. Merely occupying a few villages rendered the Shadow Kingdom's influence too limited. The northern Mariana Islands, with their extensive waters, appeared to be an excellent prospect. Although the area of the seas was substantial, the total land area of the islands was relatively small, and the population, along with its formidable individuals, was not overly abundant, making it easier to control. Contemplating this, Subai immediately summoned the thousands of ninjas from the Shadow Legion to commence preparations for annexing Wake Island and the entire northern Mariana Islands. The northern Mariana Islands comprise a total of 32 islands, with the largest island housing approximately 10 million inhabitants, while the smallest boasts around 800,000. Regardless of the island, the population and area are incomparable to Rogue Town. Thus, the ambition to swiftly incorporate the entire northern Mariana Islands into the Shadow Kingdom posed significant challenges. Consequently, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, called upon senior officials, including Arlong, Ajin, Klo, Alvida, Coby, and Xiao Ba, instructing them to lead the ninjas to occupy at least 8 islands within 1 week. Upon receiving Subai's decree, the senior officials promptly directed the ninjas towards the island with the least population. Meanwhile, Alvida, a user of the slippery fruit, entrusted a glass jar containing the Sticky Queen, a paramecia-type fruit user, to Subai before their departure. Gazing at the Sticky Queen within the jar, Subai's expression remained impassive as he exerted a slight force, effortlessly shattering the glass. The gooey form of the Sticky Queen swiftly emerged, transforming into her human shape and donning splendid attire, her demeanor alert as she regarded Subai. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion. Alvida's capture of you was orchestrated by my design, as I recognized your abilities and sought to recruit you into the Shadow Legion. In response to Subai's words, the Sticky Queen's delicate brows furrowed. She had been quite content in the Poker Pirates, only to have her crew annihilated by the Shadow Legion upon their arrival at Wake Island. Now, they spoke of recruiting her. What manner of recruitment was this? One moment, they slaughtered her captain and comrades, and the next, they sought to enlist her. What did they take her for? Declining the offer, she prepared to depart. After uttering these words, the Sticky Queen swiftly reverted to her gooey form, attempting to escape from Subai. However, just as she transformed, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped her, akin to the weight of countless mountains, nearly suffocating her. Sticky Queen, I freed you from the jar, so I have no worries about your escape. Did you truly think my words were a negotiation? If you refuse my hospitality, then I shall not be courteous. Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, regarded the Sticky Queen, who lay weakened before him, adorned in a black robe. He approached her, extending his pale arms from the sleeves of his cloak, forcefully pressing against her proud bosom. If you were willing, you would not have to endure the torment of your soul that is to come. Waves of formidable dark energy surged through Subai's white arms into the Sticky Queen's body. At that moment, her soul engaged in a fierce struggle against the dark forces, which were too potent to be hindered by her feeble spiritual strength. Within the body of the Sweetheart Queen, dark forces rampaged uncontrollably, relentlessly tearing at her soul. As time progressed, her spiritual strength waned significantly, ultimately consumed entirely by Subai's dark powers. Thus, the superhuman series, the Sticky Fruit user, Sweetheart Queen, became a member of the Shadow Legion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 15th talent from the local dimension, rewarding the host with 3,000 ordinary ninja soldiers from the Shadow Legion, 500 ninja soldiers from the Nightbat Legion, and 500 from the Troll Legion, as well as a skill card for the development of devil fruit abilities. The system's cold, mechanical voice echoed, and a card shimmering with brilliant golden light flew into Subai's system pouch. This skill card for developing devil fruit abilities held immense significance for the relatively weak sticky fruit user, Sweetheart Queen. The system indeed exhibited a degree of humanity. The resources rewarded for acquiring local talent, 4,000 ninja soldiers, were all intended to strengthen the Shadow Legion, with the final skill card specifically benefiting Sweetheart Queen. It seemed the system was quite supportive of my endeavors to consume the waters of the Northern Mariana Islands, with the influx of fresh blood into the Shadow Legion. Subai, as the young master, promptly commanded the newly joined ninja soldiers to proceed in batches towards the locations of senior officials Eren, Klo, Akin, and Yalida, assisting them in capturing the 32 islands within the Northern Mariana Islands. Upon receiving Subai's orders, the ninja soldiers swiftly responded, moving in an orderly fashion towards the islands occupied by the senior officials. During their transit, 500 ninja soldiers from the Nightbat Legion ascended into the sky in unison. A spectacular scene that left young Master Subai in awe. Should our forces deploy the Nightbat Legion to secure aerial supremacy during warfare, how would you respond? Watching the silhouettes of his ninja soldiers gradually fade into the horizon, Subai shifted his focus, once again invoking the Chicken Talisman spell. With a powerful push from his legs, he soared at great speed towards the pinnacle of Clockwork Island. In an instant, Subai reached the summit of Clockwork Island, effortlessly retrieving the dazzling diamond clock and placing it into his system pouch. Just as he secured the clock, the system's cold, mechanical voice resonated once more. Having successfully completed the mission of annihilating the poker card pirates and seizing the diamond clock from Clockwork Island, he pondered what new side quests might be issued next. Chapter 88, The Plan to Assemble the Giant Legion, a new side quest. Subai held his breath in anticipation, curious about the upcoming side quest that the system would present to him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Side Quest 1 and Side Quest 2 issued by the system. Rewards have been dispensed, please check in a timely manner. Gazing at the Shiva Temple bracelet and the old man's magical octopus leg in his system pouch, Subai inquired with confusion, System, what specific functions does the Shiva Temple bracelet possess? Could you provide a brief introduction? Also, what utility do the old man's magical octopus leg and magical pufferfish have in the world of One Piece? Listening to Subai's inquiries, the system's cold mechanical voice responded once again. Regarding the Shiva Temple bracelet, it explained, this is a pair of bracelets preserved on a statue within the Shiva Temple. Wearing this bracelet allows the user to grow an additional pair of arms, derived from the deity Shiva in Indian mythology. As for the old man's magical octopus leg and magical pufferfish, the system replied, these items hold no significance in the world of One Piece and are merely for the host's collection. Should the host manage to gather all magical artifacts used by the old man, this system will bestow upon the host an exquisite gift package. Upon hearing the system's words, the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, was filled with excitement. The Shiva Temple bracelet was indeed a remarkable item, allowing the user to grow 2 additional arms, thus significantly augmenting their strength. Collecting all artifacts used by the old man to receive an exquisite gift package piqued his curiosity. He wondered what treasures it might contain. If it included a small pistol belonging to Sheriff Blake or a pair of oversized suspenders from True, it would render the effort of collecting artifacts unnecessary. Upon learning of the host Subai's thoughts, the system promptly communicated, rest assured, esteemed host, the exquisite gift package contains items that will undoubtedly enhance your strength. As for Tulu's oversized suspenders, Parker's mask, the snake's bodysuit, and Sheriff Blake's small pistol, these trifling items will be distributed as supplementary rewards in other missions. After hearing the system's explanation, Subai felt a slight sense of relief and immediately signaled the system to issue the forthcoming side quests. Side quest distribution in progress. Please be patient, esteemed host. Side quest 1. Traverse the Upside-Down Mountain and bring the whale Lapuna into the Shadow Kingdom. Reward, Dad's Magical Lizard Jerky. Side quest 2. Journey to the Little Garden and defeat the 2 captains of the giant pirate crew, Blue Demon Dory and Red Demon Bragi. Reward, a gemstone from the Bhutan Temple. Observing the side quest released by the system, Subai furrowed his brow. Dory and Bragi, the Blue Demon and Red Demon, had been locked in a duel for over a century in the Little Garden without a clear victor. These 2 were formidable warriors from Elbaf and former captains of the giant pirate crew, their strength renowned. Over 100 years ago, Their bounty had soared to 100 million berries. After enduring a century of fierce battles, their prowess was likely to have reached even greater heights. If Arlong, Jean, and Kuro were to confront the likes of Dory and Bragi, they would likely falter within 100 exchanges against these seasoned pirates. Should Arlong and his crew fail to subdue Dory and Bragi, I shall take it upon myself to deal with them and recruit them into the Shadow Legion. The legendary pirates, with their historical bounty, are more than qualified to join my ranks. Currently, my forces lack giants, and if I could bring these two under my command, the overall strength of the Shadow Legion would be significantly bolstered. Contemplating this, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, envisioned the formation of a giant legion. In addition to Dory and Bragi, there were also Casey and Oimo from the Judiciary Island, as well as Herr Ding from the Dressrosa incident, along with his shipwright Stanson, Navigator Rod, Chef Goldbug, and Ship Dr. Gertz, not to mention the Vice Admirals from the Navy's Giant Brigade, Vice Admiral John Gando, Vice Admiral La Kevel, and Vice Admiral Longzi. The Ancient Giant, the Legendary Oars, and Junior Oars, one of the captains under the Whitebeard Pirates. If I were to recruit all these giant warriors into the Shadow Legion, our collective strength would surge, rendering us unfazed even in the presence of the four emperors. With the events on Clockwork Island concluded, once Arlong and his crew have assimilated the entirety of the Northern Mariana Islands into the Shadow Kingdom, we shall set sail for the Grand Line. The Upside-Down Mountain, with its turbulent currents, promises an adventure, and bringing the whale Lapuna into the Shadow Kingdom could prove to be a judicious decision. With these thoughts in mind, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, initiated a message to his senior officers, Arlong, Jean, Yalida, Kuro, Little Eight, Kruby, Sweetheart Queen, and Dida, inquiring about the status of their island devouring endeavors. Arlong, who was secretly executing the devouring plan, was the first to receive the message. He promptly set aside his current tasks and swiftly replied to Subai, "Report, young master. We have successfully devoured one island with a population of 800,000 and two islands with populations of 3 million. We are currently consuming the island of Kaladak, which boasts a population of 4 million. We anticipate completing the task in 3 days." Upon hearing Arlong's report, Subai's previously furrowed brow relaxed. He was greatly pleased with Arlong's efficiency. At this rate, within half a month, the entire Northern Mariana Islands would be under the Shadow Kingdom's banner. At that time, the influence of the Shadow Kingdom would multiply nearly 100-fold, and as the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai would receive a continuous influx of dark power. With this formidable dark energy, Subai's strength would see a substantial enhancement. Once he reaches a threshold of dark power, any excess could be shared with his senior officers. And if there were still surplus, it could be distributed among the other ninjas in the Shadow Legion, thereby incrementally strengthening the entire force. Chapter 89. Journey to the Upside-Down Mountain, Strengthening the Shadow Legion. 3 weeks later, the Northern Mariana Islands had completely succumbed to the Shadow Kingdom's influence. As the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai was able to harness a wave of resplendent dark power daily. As the population of the islands fell under the sway of this dark force, the power relayed back to the Shadow Kingdom grew exponentially, gradually creating a virtuous cycle. System. I wish to review my personal information panel. Upon hearing Subai's request, the system promptly complied, reorganizing a data report based on Subai's current strength and the number of senior officers within the Shadow Legion. Name: Subai subordinates: Shadow Arlong, Shadow Little Eight, Shadow Kruby, Shadow Coby, Shadow Ligia, Shadow Barumabur, Shadow Kuro, Shadow Zongyao, Shadow Jean, Shadow Yalida, Shadow Dida, Shadow Carmen, Shadow Smog, Shadow Dasky, Shadow Sweetheart Queen. 4. 513 ordinary Shadow Ninjas, and 5 Shadow Giant Ninjas, 510 Nightbat Ninjas, 550 Troll Ninjas. Note: the personnel of the Shadow Kingdom are not included here. Abilities: Navy 6 styles, Conqueror's Haki, Beginner Observation Haki, Beginner Armament Haki, Beginner Swordsmanship, Beginner Fishman Karate, Beginner Marksmanship. Beginner Navigation Skills. Special Abilities: Ox Talisman, Tiger Talisman, Dragon Talisman, Horse Talisman, Chicken Talisman, Dog Talisman, Pig Talisman. Items: Devil Fruit Ability Extraction Device, 3 Underwater Treasure Maps, 10 Replicas of the Pacifista, 1,000 Firearms crafted from Sea Prism Stone, 50 Gravel Blades, 1 Super Moose Plushie, a Bull Warrior Mask, Dad's Magical Octopus Leg, Dad's Magical Pufferfish Jerky. A Devil Fruit Ability Development Skill Card, the Gemstone Prosthetic Left Foot of Basa Chong, a Bracelet from Shiva Temple, a Diamond Clock from Clockwork Island, and the Superhuman Steel Fruit. Buffs: Nun Territory, Isik Kuyashi Village, Shells Town, West Ra Village, Akmish Island, Orange Town, Golden Island, Logue Town, Northern Mariana Islands, including Clockwork Island and Battleship Island. Allies, Millennial Dragon Clan. Viewing the data displayed by the system, Subai felt a wave of contentment wash over him. With the Northern Mariana Islands completely devoured, it was time to embark on the journey to the Grand Line. The majestic Red Land and the turbulent Upside-Down Mountain await the Shadow Legion. For the time being, I shall leave 3,000 ordinary ninjas and 500 Nightbet ninjas on the Northern Mariana Islands, while all remaining personnel, including senior officers, will accompany me to the Grand Line. Upon hearing the command from Master Subai, the senior officials Arlong, Ajin, Klo, and Xiao Ba raised their arms in excitement. Klo and Xiao Ba, responsible for steering, quickly returned to the cockpit, navigating the Shadow Brigade towards the entrance of the Grand Line. The Shadow Brigade surged through the turbulent sea, boldly passing the guiding lighthouse, drawing ever closer to the Red Soul continent. The weather and magnetic fields grew chaotic, with thick white sea mist obscuring everyone's view, causing temporary distress for Klo and Xiao Ba, who were acting as navigators. Master, according to the charts, the Upside-Down Mountain should be nearby. But the fog is so dense that we can't find its entrance. If we proceed further, we risk crashing into the rocks, Xiao Ba reported. Listening to their concerns, Subai's deep-set eyes sparkled with inspiration. He whimsically considered whether the Dragon Charm and the Pig Charm could shatter the hard rock walls of the Red Soul continent. Call Yalida, Arlong, and Ajin to the bow. I wish to test the sturdiness of the Red Soul continent. Xiao Ba, adjust the ship's course along the edge of the continent to search for the entrance to the Upside-Down Mountain, Subai commanded. After giving his orders, he strode out of the cockpit, leading Yalida, Ajin, and Arlong to the bow. Through the dense mist, they gazed at the towering cliffs of the Red Soul continent, igniting a passionate flame within Subai's eyes. Yalida, use the ability of the slippery fruit to envelop our Shadow Brigade in a protective film. Ajin and Arlong, test your recently developed abilities against the rock wall of the Red Soul continent. Upon hearing their master's instructions, Yalida, with her alluring lips pursed, extended her fair hands, utilizing the slippery fruit's powers to cover the entire hull of the Shadow Brigade with a slick film. Thus, even with Xiao Ba and Klo pushing the ship to full power, they need not worry about colliding with rocks. Dragon God, Terror, Destruction, Hercules, Violent, Machine Gun. Just as the Shadow Brigade was about to collide with the Red Soul continent, Arlong transformed into a dragon, soaring through the air. With his terrifying jaws agape, he unleashed a dragon roar blast at the rock wall, the immense force shattering a large section of it, successfully averting disaster. Not to be outdone by Arlong's display, Ajin transformed into Hercules' beetle form, translucent wings unfurling from his sides. He leaped into the air, hovering momentarily, then, with his wings creating fierce gusts, he propelled towards the rock wall. Ajin's fists, enveloped in armament Haki, targeted a fractured section of the wall. His punches rained down like a machine gun, shattering the hard surface into fragments, reducing any loosened boulders to mere dust. Impressive, indeed. You are truly my right and left hands. I entrust you with any adversaries we encounter on the Grand Line. I have complete faith in you. Subai laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. He activated the chicken charm, propelling himself into the air. Soon after, he unleashed the Dragon Charm's power, a searing dragon blast striking the rock wall of the Red Soul continent. In an instant, the targeted area turned charred, the nearly 1,000 meter long and 50-meter deep section reduced to powder by the force of the blast. Truly, this is the most potent charm in the hands of the master. The destructive power of the dragon blast is nothing short of terrifying. In the following moments, Subai retracted the dragon charm, his piercing gaze fixed on the pinnacle of the Red Soul continent. The pig charm activated swiftly, unleashing 2 scorching lasers from his eyes, which struck the formidable peak. In a flash, the towering summit was leveled, countless boulders tumbling down, all obliterated into dust by Subai's fiery lasers, swirling away with the ocean breeze. Were it not for the vast expanse of the Red Soil continent, I would have forged a new route into the Grand Line. Just as Subai pondered this, his senior officers Arlong, Ajin, and Yalida stood in awe, clearly shaken by the recent display of power. Their master's strength is truly formidable. This is the rock peak of the Red Soul continent, renowned for its toughness, yet it was effortlessly obliterated, leaving not even larger debris. As Arlong, Ajin, and Yalida remained astonished, Klo, at the helm in the cockpit, relayed the message to everyone. We will reach the base of the Upside-Down Mountain in another 300 meters. The upstream currents may present some danger. Please brace yourselves. With the wind at their backs, the Shadow Brigade swiftly approached the foot of the Upside-Down Mountain. Gazing at the narrow waterway ahead, Chloe took a deep breath, straightened the ship's wheel, and directed the vessel into the passage. The turbulent upstream currents and hidden whirlpools caused the Shadow Brigade to sway perilously, nearly colliding with the rocky walls on either side. Thankfully, with Yalida's slippery fruit ability assisting them, the ship avoided severe damage. Now it's time to charge ahead. Hold on tight. 3, 2, 1, go. Amidst the tumultuous currents, Coby deactivated all devices designed to accelerate their voyage and activated the emergency landing apparatus. As the Shadow Legion surged to the pinnacle of the upside-down mountain, the rear landing mechanism deployed, revealing a colossal parachute that flawlessly moderated the descent of the Shadow Legion. If all proceeded as expected, a whale known as Labo would obstruct their path ahead of Twin Cape. According to the side quest's demands, they needed to incorporate it into the Shadow Kingdom, and it was imperative that Eren and the others did not slay it. With a flicker of thought, Subai promptly issued orders to his senior officers, instructing them to remain unfazed by whatever they might encounter and to refrain from acting rashly. The Shadow Legion surged down the rapids, revealing a pitch-black elliptical peak before them. Just as Eren and Akin prepared to unleash their devil fruit abilities to shatter the mountain, Yalida intervened just in time, reminding them of the Master's earlier commands, which they had nearly forgotten. Listening to Yalida's warning, Eren and Akin, now in their beastly forms, were drenched in cold sweat, narrowly avoiding the breach of their Master's directives. Thankfully, Yalida had spoken up. Otherwise, they would have erred gravely. As Eren and Akin celebrated their narrow escape, their master, Subai, stood resolutely at the bow, gazing at the immense body of the whale lava before them. He immediately commanded helmsman Coby to maneuver the ship to the side of this peak and signaled Yalida to employ her slippery fruit abilities to avert a collision with the mountain. Slip away, ornate. Under the adept coordination of Coby and Yalida, the Shadow Legion deftly navigated past the flanks of Labu. Just as everyone began to celebrate their successful evasion of the colossal mountain, Yalida suddenly spotted a gigantic eye peering at them from the side of the peak. What? Is that an eye? Master, that is not a mountain. It is a colossal island whale. Yalida's scream captured the attention of everyone aboard. Eren, Akin, Coby, Dida, and the others were equally taken aback upon seeing the enormous whale's eye. They cautiously drew their weapons, readying themselves for combat at Subai's command. What are you afraid of? The giant sea creatures do not frighten us, nor should we fear this island whale. Our objective remains to incorporate this island whale into the Shadow Kingdom. Hearing their master's decree, the senior officers exchanged bewildered glances, yet they refrained from voicing further inquiries. Since their master had given orders, they were to execute them, though the challenge of assimilating this colossal island whale into the Shadow Legion loomed dauntingly. The whale's size was likely greater than that of a small island, and the prospect of resistance suggested that it would take more than half a month to devour its soul. In response to his subordinates' concerns, Subai pursed his lips thoughtfully and signaled Coby to steer the Shadow Legion to the whale Laba's mouth. Through Laba's devouring, they could enter its body and encounter the guardian of Twin Cape, Colocus. Dida, fire a few shots at that whale's eye to provoke it thoroughly. Otherwise, it will not open its mouth to swallow us. Upon receiving Subai's command, Dida swiftly raised his sniper rifle, Sunset, aimed at the whale's enormous eye, and unleashed several flame vultures. The searing projectile struck Labu's eye, causing it to throb painfully. With an enraged roar, Labu opened its cavernous maw, engulfing the Shadow Legion entirely within its belly. Subai invoked the powers of the ox and chicken talismans, stabilizing the vessel to prevent it from capsizing within Labu's stomach. Is there really a place for people to inhabit in here, filled with gastric fluids? Akin wondered, glancing around in confusion, observing his naive expression. Yalida swiftly struck him on the head with her bullet and club, admonishing him for daring to question their esteemed master's decision. Ouch. Yalida, why did you hit me? Just as Akin protested, the Shadow Legion sailed into a space of azure seas and skies, revealing a small island before them. Chapter 91, A Contest of Medical Skills. The Ox Talisman is truly overpowered. The small island spanned a mere 500 square meters, with a quaint wooden cabin situated at its center. Flanking the cabin were 2 stately coconut trees, adorned with 3 or 4 ripe coconuts, and beneath their shade lay a reclining chair. Master, there is an old fellow sleeping on the island ahead. Under Coby's steady piloting, the Shadow Legion docked alongside the small island. At that moment, Yalida and the others spotted Colocus, the guardian of Twin Cape, peacefully slumbering. They hastily relayed this information to their master, Subai. Upon receiving the news, Subai raised a hand, signaling everyone to remain still. This old man was not to be trifled with. They needed his assistance to successfully navigate out of the whale's belly. Akin, Coby, Eren, you 3 will accompany me ashore. The rest of you will remain on the ship. Listening to their master's directive, Akin, Coby, and Eren swiftly gathered their weapons and followed Subai off the vessel. Meanwhile, Alvida, Xiao Ba, Sweetheart Queen, Daida, and Coby obediently stayed aboard, vigilant against any sudden attacks from sea kings or monstrous creatures, with gastric fluids surrounding them. It seemed unlikely that any fierce sea kings would emerge. Perhaps their master's concerns were somewhat excessive, just as Sweetheart Queen murmured her thoughts. A colossal giant squid erupted from the greenish ocean of gastric fluid, its menacing visage marked by blue ring patterns and numerous long, suction cup-adorned tentacles lunging toward the Shadow Legion's ship. Flame Vulture, Daida, stationed at the ship's rear, reacted swiftly upon spotting the giant squid. He promptly raised his sniper rifle. Sunset targeted the squid's tentacles and unleashed a barrage of flame vultures. The fiery projectile soared through the air, arcing gracefully before crashing into the squid's appendages. With a pained wail, the injured giant squid writhed in agony, its once ferocious gaze now filled with fear as it glared at Daida's grim expression. In a frantic bid, it attempted to retreat back into the gastric ocean, seeking escape. Daida, do not let this creature escape. It is a rare species from the West Sea. The giant blue-ringed octopus, its flesh is exquisite and firm. Capture it quickly. We shall feast tonight. Listening to Miss Carmen's words, Daida's lips curled slightly, his deep gaze sharpening in an instant. He once again lifted the sniper rifle named Sunset, aiming at the back and head of the giant blue-ringed octopus, firing several shots from the flame vulture. With a series of deafening explosions, the giant blue-ringed octopus let out a reluctant wail, its eyes rolling back as it completely lost its vitality. Its massive body sank slowly into the ocean of gastric juices. The helmsman, Coby, quickly operated the harvesting device to retrieve the corpse of the giant blue-ringed octopus, which was then entrusted to the swordsman, Xiao Ba, for cutting and sent to the kitchen for Miss Carmen to clean and cook. Tonight's dinner would be a special treat, and Carmen would handle the cooking. As the crew members in charge of guarding the Black Shadow Corps celebrated the prospect of a feast on a small island, Subai led Klo, Akin, and along to the side of the Twin Cape's guardian, Kurokas. The guardian of Twin Cape, the ship's doctor of the pirate king Roger, Kurokas, surely I am not mistaken? Kurokas, who had been feigning sleep, suddenly opened his eyes wide upon hearing the young man beside him clearly state his identity. He sat up from his reclining chair, looking seriously at the young man clad in a black robe. You are the renowned young lord of the Black Shadow Corps? At such a young age, your bounty has reached a staggering 50 million berries, and you have managed to recruit notorious East Blue pirates like Arlong and Klo under your banner. Truly remarkable. Hearing Kurokas's praise, Subai's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. He spoke in a gentle tone. As the personal physician of Pirate King Roger, your medical skills must be exceptional. I wonder how they compare to my healing powers? Kurokas, perceiving Subai's intention to spar in medical skills, chuckled softly and strode confidently into the wooden hut. He changed into a pristine white coat, gathered a complete medical kit and some medicines, and then led Subai's group aboard a small sailboat to the severely injured internal organs of Whale Labu. This is the spleen area within Whale Labu's abdominal cavity. Since you wish to test your medical skills against mine, let us compete to see who can bandage wounds more effectively and achieve better healing results. Upon hearing Kurokas's self-assured words, Klo, Akin, and Arlong could not help but laugh. In the entire world, their young lord's healing abilities were indeed extraordinary. Not only was his healing speed impressive, but the effects were remarkable, even alleviating fatigue and repairing hidden ailments. Even the strongest doctor in the world would likely concede defeat. With you, an old man in your 60s or 70s, merely donning a clean white coat, wearing a mask and gloves, and carrying a medical kit, do you think you can outdo our young lord in medicine? It would be akin to a fool trying to show off in front of a master. Kurokas nodded in response to Subai's words. Putting on his white gloves and mask, he took bandages and medicines from his kit and began to meticulously treat Whale Labu's wounds. Observing Kurokas's careful treatment, Subai smiled silently. It must be said that being selected as the ship's doctor by the Pirate King Roger, his medical skills were indeed among the best in the world. The way he cleaned the wounds was exceptional, but unfortunately, he had encountered someone like himself. It seemed it was time for him to show his prowess. Subai donned a white coat in a theatrical manner, and, at the moment Kurokas finished bandaging a wound, he approached a vein that was oozing blood. With a gentle touch of his fair hand, he invoked the power of the horse talismans, channeling his healing energy into the wound. In the blink of an eye, the injury was fully healed, leaving no trace of damage. Chapter 92. Whale Labu joins the Black Shadow Kingdom. With a smug expression, Subai showcased the healed wound to Kurokas, who was left speechless. his eyes wide with astonishment as he examined the previously bleeding vein in Laba's spleen area. You are a devil fruit user? The surgery fruit or the healing fruit? But that shouldn't be possible. I cannot sense any devil fruit energy emanating from you. How can your healing abilities be so astounding? Seeing Kuroka's bewildered expression, Subai laughed heartily and placed his hand back on Whale Labu's spleen, once again activating the healing power of the horse talismans. A soft green light enveloped the area, and all injured parts within Whale Labu's spleen were restored to health. Kuroka's, who possesses superior medical skills, you or I? Haha. Kuroka's, stunned once again, felt his cheeks flush. He gazed at Subai's youthful and handsome face with a complex expression. If Captain Roger were still alive, this young man might have been able to cure the captain's ailments and hidden afflictions. Alas, times have changed, and Captain Roger had passed away many years ago. I concede that your medical skills far surpass mine. The student has outdone the master. It seems I, an old man, should be phased out by the times. Kuroka spoke with a somber tone as he removed his white coat, just as he prepared to stow the medicines back into the kit. Well, Laba suddenly began to thrash wildly, ramming its head against the red soil continent. The intense tremors caused everyone present to sway back and forth, and Akin nearly toppled into the ocean of gastric juices. Laba was starting again. I've told it countless times that Captain Yuchi and the others will not be returning. Hearing Kuroka's mention Captain Yuchi, Subai approached with a complex expression and inquired, Captain Yuchi, is he the captain of the musical-loving Rumble Pirates? What do you mean by they will not return? Could it be they perished in the Grand Line? Recalling old acquaintances, Kuroka's expression turned slightly gloomy. He nodded and replied in a low voice, years ago, when the Rumble Pirates entered the Grand Line, their ship was damaged upon descending Reverse Mountain. They docked near Twin Cape for over a month. It was during that time that I, as the guardian of Twin Cape, became good friends with them. Afterward, they repaired their ship and prepared to continue their journey in the Grand Line. At that time, Captain Yuchi entrusted the young Whale Labu to me, saying that when they completed their voyage and returned here, they would take Laba back. Yet decades have passed without a word from the Rumba Pirates. It was only when I became the ship's doctor for Roger's crew and searched for news that I learned Captain Yuchi and his crew succumbed to a plague, meeting their demise in the Grand Line. When I returned to Twin Cape to inform Whale Labu of this news, Labu could not accept it. Therefore, it often goes mad, ramming its head against the red soil continent, yearning to return to its homeland. Listening to Kuroka's tale, Subai fell silent. He raised his hand, signaling a long, Klo, and Akin to follow him. They would first lead the Black Shadow Corps ship out of Whale Labu's belly and then find a way to calm it down. That above is the exit. If you follow it, you can leave through Laba's body. Never mind, I'll lead you out. With Kurosaka's as their guide. It wasn't long before the Shadow Legion vessel emerged from the body of Labu. They arrived near Twin Cape, where they witnessed Laba frantically ramming its head against the red Earth continent. Despite the blood streaming and the numerous wounds adorning its head, it showed no signs of ceasing. Labu, stop this madness. You cannot shatter the red Earth continent. The Romar pirates have perished in the Grand Line, and Captain Yuchi has succumbed to the plague. Labu, possessing a semblance of humanity, paused momentarily upon hearing Kurosaka's words. Its vast eyes glistened with tears, unwilling to accept the demise of the Romar pirates. Thus, it exerted all its strength to continue crashing against the red Earth continent. Time and again, even as its skull lay exposed, it persisted. Witnessing the tragic state of the Whale Labu, the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, did not hesitate to leap onto Labu's head. He extended his fair hand and placed it upon Labu, invoking the power of the horse talisman. Instantly, the healing energy enveloped Labu, mending all its wounds. Surprised by the transformation, Laba let out a loud roar, seemingly in gratitude for Subai's assistance. However, after the roar, Laba resumed its futile assault on the red Earth continent. Subai bore no anger. Instead, he continued to utilize the horse talisman as power to heal Labu's injuries. Thus, Laba kept ramming into the continent, while Subai tirelessly healed its wounds. As time passed, Laba grew exhausted. Yet it had failed to create even a dent in the unyielding red Earth continent. Labu, you are utterly drained, and it is futile to continue this endeavor. Rather than wasting time here, why not join my Shadow Kingdom? If you agree to join, I will take you to the Grand Line to seek out the Rumbar pirates and Captain Yuchi. What say you? Upon hearing Subai's invitation, the Whale Laba hesitated momentarily. Its immense eyes turned towards Kurosaka's, who smiled and nodded in encouragement to join the Shadow Kingdom. With that, Laba ceased its indecision. Swimming ahead to the front of the Shadow Legion vessel, affectionately emitting a low call towards Subai. Seeing Labu's acceptance, Subai activated the Chicken Talisman as power, soaring onto Labu's head once more. He then extended his fair hand, channeling an overwhelming surge of dark energy through his arms into Labu's body. Waves of dark power flowed into Labu, which offered no resistance, calmly absorbing the changes within, ultimately becoming a part of the Shadow Kingdom. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the system's side mission 1. Current rewards have been issued. Please check promptly. Gazing at the father's magic lizard dried within the system package, Subai paused in silence before regaining his composure. He turned and approached Kurosaka's, extending his arm to invoke the powers of the Horse Talisman and the Dog Talisman, healing all the ailments within Kurosaka's aging body. He then infused him with the vibrant energy generated by the Dog Talisman. Chapter 93, Whiskey Peak, All Bounty Hunters. An overwhelming wave of healing energy surged into Kurosaka's age form. He quietly absorbed the sensations of rejuvenation as the ailments accumulated over years vanished, leaving him healthier than a man in his 30s. I feel decades younger. I am nearly as vigorous as I was in my prime. Overjoyed, Kurosaka dashed into the wooden cabin, retrieving his trusty steel fork and swinging it with ease, where he once would tire after mere minutes. He now wielded it for over 10 minutes without losing breath. How extraordinary! If only Captain Roger had encountered you sooner, he surely would not have fallen into the clutches of the Navy. Observing Kurosaka's excitement, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, laughed heartily. He then approached Kurosaka's with a serious demeanor, stating, Kurosaka's, I wish to invite you to join my Shadow Kingdom. Will you? I shall lead the Shadow Legion to dominate this world, and I hope you will witness as I ascend to the pinnacle of power. Kurosaka's, taken aback by Subai's ambitious declarations, stood in stunned silence. The aspirations of this young man seemed daunting. As to rule the world meant contending not only against the Navy, but also the 7 warlords of the sea, the 4 emperors, the Revolutionary Army, and all pirates across the seas. I am willing to join your Shadow Kingdom, but you must truly consider the path you are choosing. It will pit you against the entire world. The world government and the Gora CI will pursue your Shadow Legion at all costs. Think carefully, once the bow is drawn. There is no turning back. A hint of a smile graced Subai's lips as he remained silent, yet Kurosaka discerned the resolve in his expression. Seeing Subai's determination, he felt compelled to withhold further objections. Kurosaka, welcome to the Shadow Kingdom. Draped in a black cloak, Subai extended his pale arms, gently placing his hands upon Kurosaka's shoulders. A torrent of dark energy surged from his being, swiftly assimilating Kurosaka's soul. Thus, the former ship doctor of the Roger Pirates, the guardian of Labu the Whale, and the warden of Twin Cape, Kurosaka, fully integrated into the Shadow Kingdom. After successfully incorporating Colokas into the Shadow Kingdom, Subai began to prepare for his voyage. Following the direction indicated by the compass, he would sail northward to reach Whiskey Peak. Situated at the entrance of the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak appears to be a welcoming haven for pirates, yet in reality, it is a gathering place for bounty hunters. A multitude of bounty hunters from the 4 seas congregate here, preying upon the newly arrived, ambitious pirates who dare to enter the Grand Line, executing them for the bounty, while also serving as a covert branch of the Baroque Works criminal organization. I recall that the captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard, Kareem, is seemingly the mayor of this town. His unwavering loyalty to the Alabasta Kingdom certainly qualifies him for inclusion in the Shadow Kingdom. Following him are the agents of Baroque Works, Mr. Nine and Miss Monday. Although their prowess may be lacking, their willingness to stand by their friend, Princess Vivi, in times of peril renders them deserving of a place in the Shadow Kingdom. The young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, closed his eyes in contemplation, striving to recollect the events surrounding Whiskey Peak. He vaguely remembered that after being intoxicated by bounty hunters disguised as townsfolk, the Straw Hat crew witnessed Zoro awakening faintly and subsequently defeating those known as Miss Wednesday, Princess Vivi, and Kareem, who bore the codename Mr. 8, along with Mr. 9, adorned with a crown, and the muscular Miss Monday. In the subsequent narrative, Mr. 0, Crocodile from Baroque Works, upon discovering Vivi's undercover identity, dispatched his subordinates Miss Valentine, a superhuman with the float fruit ability, and Mr. 5, a superhuman with the bomb fruit power, to capture her. Ultimately, these two were indirectly defeated amidst the clash between Luffy and Zoro. Thus, I will soon encounter Princess Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom, Captain Kareem, as well as agents Mr. 9 and Miss Monday at Whiskey Peak, alongside the devil fruit users, Miss Valentine and Mr. 5. Among these 6 individuals, Vivi, Kareem, Mr. 9, and Miss Monday can be integrated into the Shadow Kingdom, while Mr. 5's bomb fruit will be reclaimed. As for Miss Valentine, she shall be temporarily inducted into the Shadow Legion. Should her potential prove insufficient, her status can always be downgraded to that of the Shadow Kingdom later on. After contemplating everything, the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, commanded the helmsman, Coby, to navigate the vessel with maximum power, hastening their journey towards the Whiskey Peak indicated by the compass. Upon receiving the young master's directives, Coby decisively engaged all acceleration settings, activated the auxiliary turbocharger, and raised 3 sails designed for speed, propelling the ship at an extraordinary velocity towards the Whiskey Peak. After sailing at full speed for 2 days and nights, the Shadow Legion finally arrived at Whiskey Peak. It appeared that another pirate crew had also arrived at the port, seemingly the infamous Shadow Legion. The Shadow Legion? That infamous crew consisting of the fishman Arlong, the mastermind Crocodile, the demon Akin, the enchantress Alvida, and the sharpshooter Dida, all with bounties exceeding 10 million. If we were to capture these rogues and hand them over to the Navy for the bounty, we would never have to worry about our future again. At the harbor of Whiskey Peak, a throng of bounty hunters gathered, masquerading as humble townsfolk, exuberantly waving to welcome the arrival of the Shadow Corps, including the esteemed officials Yalida, Akin, and the sweetheart queen, Xiao Ba. Upon witnessing this scene, they too responded with enthusiastic waves, oblivious to the underlying tension. My lord, I just spotted several notorious bounty hunters at the harbor, including the infamous moving prison rapture bro, the former naval rear admiral known as the one-eyed wolf Crodo Beans, and the man dubbed the most vicious bounty hunter of the South Sea, Sicily Christini. These individuals are all disguised as townspeople, and I suspect their intentions are far from benign. Chapter 94. Turning the Tables, The Dilemma of Princess Vivi. Listening to the warning from his senior officer, Dida Mastassen, the young master of the Shadow Corps, Subai, felt a glimmer of insight in his deep-set eyes. He had long suspected that the townsfolk of Whiskey Peak were merely bounty hunters in disguise, yet he had remained silent to observe whether his subordinates would uncover the truth. Can you fathom why they are so fervently welcoming our presence? The slippery fruit user, Yalida, quickly grasped the implication of Dida's words and promptly replied to her master, these individuals are all bounty hunters in disguise. Their enthusiastic reception stems from the considerable bounty on our heads. Not one of us bears a reward less than 10 million. To them, we are like a succulent morsel, ripe for the taking. Subai nodded in understanding, then softly stated, since these individuals aim to capture us, let us turn the tables. We shall indulge at the banquet, feigning drunkenness, and once the mastermind behind this scheme reveals himself, we will ensnare them all. Upon hearing the strategy articulated by their young master, the senior officials of the Shadow Legion were aflame with excitement. This cunning scheme was far superior to confronting all the bounty hunters in the town head-on. It promised not only the joy of feasting but also the satisfaction of ensnaring the enemy in one fell swoop. With the plan tentatively established, the Shadow Legion's vessel docked at the inner port of Whiskey Peak town. Subai, the young master, disembarked with his cadre, and just as they were about to disperse, the town's mayor, Akarlam, approached Subai with a sincere expression. He warmly extended his blessings for the Shadow Legion's arrival in Whiskey Town and subsequently invited them to a banquet hosted for the entire town. Captain Subai, this evening we shall hold a grand banquet in the town's central auditorium. I sincerely hope you and your companions will grace us with your presence. The most beautiful maidens of the town will be in attendance, and a splendid array of exquisite delicacies and fine wines from the oceans will be served. Feigning astonishment, Subai grasped Akarlam's hands with fervor and replied gratefully, it is an honor indeed. We shall certainly attend the banquet this evening. Let us not miss the occasion. With Subai's words, Akarlam's objective was achieved, and he donned a facade of cordiality, uttering polite phrases while referring to Subai as brother in an attempt to foster camaraderie between them. Brother Subai, I must tell you, the maidens of our town possess exquisite figures, and the variety of wines and dishes is simply abundant. Do be careful not to overindulge this evening, ha ha ha. Thus, Mayor Akarlam guided Subai and his entourage on a brief tour of the town, introducing them to the nearby cactus peaks and the local commercial street before leading them to a guest house designated for their accommodation. The members of the Shadow Legion took a brief respite in the guest house for several hours, and as twilight descended, they made their way to the grand auditorium to partake in the banquet as promised. With the resounding blast of celebratory cannon fire and the dazzling flicker of neon lights, the atmosphere of the banquet hall was gradually enlivened. Xiao Ba, Keliobi, Alone, and Akin jovially clinked glasses with the local residents, while Chloe and Dida, ever the epitome of refinement, savored the steaks before them, occasionally raising their glasses in toast with those nearby. The lovely trio of Sweetheart Queen, Miss Carmen, and Yalida found themselves the object of adoration from a throng of besotted men, exchanging laughter amidst their clinking goblets. Brother Subai, let us share a toast. Mayor Akarlam approached Subai, holding a bottle of rich, high-proof wine, pouring a generous measure into Subai's empty glass and then filling his own. They raised their glasses and drank heartily. Excellent tolerance for liquor. Another round at Carlum sought to intoxicate Subai, pouring drink after drink. Subai was well aware of his intentions, but, in the spirit of subterfuge, accepted every offering. As the alcohol flowed into his system, the healing powers of his magical talisman swiftly neutralized the effects of the spirits. After consuming nearly 2 large barrels of wine, Akalum, with his face flushed and on the verge of collapse, noticed Subai feigning dizziness. Immediately, with a loud thud, Subai slumped onto the table, much to Akalum's delight, who hastily gestured to the nearby townsfolk to assist the guest in finding a place to rest. Simultaneously, senior members of the Shadow Brigade, including Klo, Akin, Xiao Ba, Coby, Yerlita, Miss Carmen, Sweetheart Queen, Arlong, and Dida, also pretended to be inebriated, collapsing onto the table. Finally, they had managed to incapacitate these pirates, if the drinking continued. I might have been on the verge of vomiting. Mayor Akalum, clutching his bulging belly, gritted his teeth as he approached Arlong, the one with the highest bounty, intending to draw his weapon and eliminate him immediately. However, at that critical moment, Miss Wednesday, who held a higher rank than him, forcefully pushed open the Grand Hall's doors. Appearing anxious as she confronted Akalum, she declared, Akalum, Arlong cannot be killed, nor can any of the Shadow Brigade members. Mr. Zero has issued an urgent order upon learning of the Shadow Brigade's presence in Whiskey Peak, instructing us to escort these individuals to Alabasta. Perhaps we can extract crucial intel regarding Crocodile through them. Upon hearing Princess Vivi's words, Akalum clenched his jaw and reholstered his weapon, which relieved the fainting Arlong, who had been prepared to unleash the powers of his dragon fruit in self-defense at the moment Akalum aimed to shoot. Mr. Zero wants us to escort the Shadow Brigade to Alabasta? He cannot possibly know our identities, can he? Princess, if you return to Alabasta, it would be akin to walking into the jaws of a tiger. We absolutely cannot go back. Vivi's expression darkened. She understood all too well that returning to Alabasta would result in her capture by Crocodile and his high-ranking officers. Yet, Crocodile had specifically requested Miss Wednesday and Mr. A to escort the Shadow Brigade members to Alabasta. If they disobeyed, their identities would undoubtedly be exposed, regardless of whether they went or stayed. Their identities would be at risk. What were they to do? Moments ago, Mr. 9 and Miss Monday informed me that the massive island whale, Laboon, which had been obstructing the exit of Reverse Mountain, had vanished, allowing the Straw Hat Pirates from the East Blue to enter the Grand Line. We must prepare to ambush the Straw Hat Pirates. Chapter 95, The Massacre, The Bounty Hunter's Lament. Hearing Princess Vivi relay this news, Akalum's expression shifted between uncertainty and resolve. Originally, their plan involved capturing Laboon and using it as a food reserve in Whiskey Peak. Given the whale's enormous size, it could sustain all the bounty hunters in Whiskey Peak for at least 2 to 3 years. The Straw Hat Pirates, led by Monkey D. Luffy, whose bounty had reached an astonishing 30 million berries, had come knocking on their door. How could they allow such a prime opportunity to slip away? He decided to summon all the bounty hunters in town for another welcoming feast, re-establishing their former practices to ensnare these pirates all at once. Akalum's plan was straightforward. If they were unafraid of Arlong, a high-ranking officer of the Shadow Brigade with a bounty nearing 100 million berries, how formidable could the Straw Hat Kid, with his meager bounty of 30 million, truly be? First, they would bind the members of the Shadow Brigade and conceal them in the cellar. Then organize a welcoming banquet anew, executing the same strategy to capture the incoming Straw Hat crew. Princess Vivi approved of Akalum's plan. Subsequently, she enlisted Mr. 9 and Miss Monday to disguise themselves as residents of the town, blending into the crowd as they prepared to welcome the Straw Hat Pirates at the port. Mr. 9. I've heard that the Straw Hat Kid possesses the abilities of a devil fruit. Will our plan proceed smoothly? The Shadow Brigade members, with their exorbitant bounties, were effortlessly subdued and confined to the cellar. Something about this does not seem quite right. Miss Monday, disguised as a nun, expressed her concerns, while Mr. 9, unfazed, replied, Humph, who says a high bounty equates to strength? That Arlong, with his fearsome visage, is undoubtedly stained with the blood of countless innocent civilians. Perhaps his high bounty is a consequence of slaughtering the populace of several islands. A glimmer of realization flickered in Miss Monday's eyes at Mr. 9's words. They held merit. If the members of the Shadow Brigade were indeed powerful, how could they have been so easily intoxicated and restrained? These individuals were likely no more formidable than the pirates who had previously visited Whiskey Peak. After dispelling the doubts within, Mr. 9 and Miss Monday concealed themselves among the crowd, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Straw Hat Pirates. Meanwhile, in the central hall cellar of the town, The feigning drunkard Subai roused the senior officials beside him. Moments before, he had enveloped the entire town with his observation Haki, drawing all bounty hunters to the port. It was now their moment to strike. Each was to find their target. Kuro was to capture Mr. Nine, who wore a crown and wielded a baseball bat. Akin was tasked with apprehending the muscular and dark-skinned Miss Monday, while Arlong and Yerlita would accompany me to seize Mayor Icolum, Sweetheart Queen, and Dida. Coby was assigned to apprehend Miss Wednesday Princess Vivi. Those without specific tasks were to unleash chaos at the port, ensuring not a single bounty hunter who dared to pursue us escaped unscathed. Draped in black ropes, Subai effortlessly shattered the iron chains binding him with the power of the ox charm. He then unsheathed his famed blade, gravel, and with a few deft gestures towards his subordinates. The chains and ropes binding them were severed. Once tasks were assigned, the group forcefully burst through the cellar's iron door and charged toward the port. Utilizing the power of the chicken charm, Subai soared toward the port with Arlong and Yerlita. Within mere moments, they found themselves suspended above the throng of people below. A slight smirk graced Subai's lips, his deep-set eyes glinting with a fierce light. Those who dared to capture members of the Shadow Legion would soon experience the might of Dragon Blast and Pig Laser. As Subai hovered in the air, he gently lowered Arlong and Yerlita, unbound, and unleashed the powers of the dragon and pig charms. Two scorching beams of light erupted from his pale palms, crashing down upon the port, followed by an onslaught of high-temperature lasers that decimated the unsuspecting bounty hunters below. What is happening? That figure hovering above is Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion. How did he escape from the cellar? Run, the lasers are coming again. Some perceptive bounty hunters recognized the threat, their faces etched with terror as they beheld Subai's imposing figure, with the Dragon Blast and Pig Laser poised to strike once more. The infamous bounty hunters had no time to consider the imminent arrival of the Straw Hat Pirates. They wished for nothing more than to flee. As the bounty hunters prepared to escape toward the streets, the senior officials of the Shadow Legion, Kuro, Akin, Little Eight, Coby, Dida, and Sweetheart Queen, stood at the street's entrance, coldly awaiting their arrival. Hello. Thank you for the warm welcome. Now it is our turn to entertain you. Akin flashed a wicked smile, decisively transforming into the form of a Hercules beetle, spreading his wings and charging toward the mass of bounty hunters. Simultaneously, Kuro, not to be outdone, transformed into a white tiger and lunged toward the group of bounty hunters on the right. Next, Little Eight drew 6 gleaming blades from his waist and rushed into the fray among the bounty hunters. Coby, wielding the side fruit's abilities, firmly planted himself, employing the long-range attack of the weasel to decimate any adversaries daring to approach him. Dida, aiming his sniper rifle Sunset, took aim and fired, unleashing a volley of flaming projectiles that pierced through a multitude of bounty hunters' foreheads. Sweetheart Queen transformed into a gooey form, ensnaring numerous foes and rendering them immobile, turning them into easy targets for Dida, who swiftly eliminated them. The Shadow Legion was utterly terrifying. Flee to the port. Do not attempt to scamper back to the town. The bounty hunters, mercilessly slaughtered by the senior officials of the Shadow Legion, had lost their will to fight and were solely focused on escaping the clutches of these ruthless killers. Chapter 96. Princess Vivi joined the Shadow Kingdom. The bounty hunters, thoroughly demoralized by the carnage inflicted by the senior officials of the Shadow Legion, were desperate to escape. Seeing their comrades in disarray, the Baroque Works agents, Mr. Nine and Miss Monday, quickly stepped forward, arming themselves and rallying a group of fearless bounty hunters to resist the Shadow Legion's officers. The muscular woman with dark skin? She is Akin's target, while the fellow beside her, wearing a crown and wielding 2 iron baseball bats, is Kuro's objective. We shall handle the remaining bounty hunters. The battle was imminent. Kuro, in his white tiger form, charged toward Mr. Nine, who promptly raised his 2 baseball bats in defense. Shadow Fist, Raiden, Tiger Mountain. Kuro dashed forward like a tempest, reaching Mr. Nine in the blink of an eye. His fists, enveloped in dark Haki, struck fiercely at Mr. Nine's waist. Boom, boom, boom. In mere seconds, Kuro unleashed a flurry of punches, each one landing with the force of a cannonball, sending Mr. Nine spiraling backward, crashing into the ruins. Unconscious and unaware of his fate. Oh no, I didn't hold back enough. He shouldn't die so easily, right? Just as Kuro sped toward the ruins to assess Mr. Nine's condition, Akin in his beetle form had already engaged the formidable Miss Monday, her muscles taut and veins bulging like gnarled roots. The intimidation radiating from her alone caused Akin to suppress his earlier arrogance. Your muscles are impressive. I am eager to witness your strength. Prepare yourself. Hercules, power, meteor strike. Akin soared into the air, his transparent wings unfurling, deftly evading all of Miss Monday's attacks. Suspended above, the demon Akin locked his fierce gaze on Miss Monday below. He swiftly drew two staffs from his waist and, using his wings, began to spin rapidly, plummeting toward her with incredible speed. As Akin descended, Miss Monday reacted swiftly, channeling her strength into her arms and hurling debris from the ruins at him. Akin, seeing this, expertly wielded his staffs to shatter the rubble into dust. Is this all you have to harm me? You overestimate your own strength. Boom, boom, boom. As a deafening crash resonated through the air, the plummeting Akin collided directly with Miss Monday, the tremendous impact rendering her eyes white and stripping her of any ability to continue fighting. Our mission with Chloe was complete. It was time to check on the young master. Akin dragged the seemingly lifeless Miss Monday to Chloe's side, who was also pulling the unconscious Mr. Nine. They exchanged a knowing glance before synchronously heading towards the direction of their young master, Subai, just as Akin and Chloe concluded their battle. The high-ranking members of the Shadow Legion, Sweetheart Queen and Dida, along with Coby, timely intercepted Princess Vivi, who was attempting to flee. Thinking of escape? Where do you intend to go? Realizing her flight was futile, the codenamed Miss Wednesday, Princess Vivi, clenched her teeth in frustration, brandishing her peacock necklace and rapidly spinning the cord connected to it as she charged towards Dida. Note: the peacock chain, derived from the most precious peacock feathers, can extend at will to form various techniques with the ability to regenerate. Vivi's primary weapon, a maneuverable blade controlled by her pinky ring, resembles the feathers of a peacock's tail and is typically concealed within her sleeve for immediate access. Do you take me for an easy target? If so, I shall teach you a lesson. As Vivi charged towards him, Dida wore a cryptic smile, raising his sniper rifle to aim at the peacock necklace in her grasp. He pulled the trigger, and a flurry of fiery vultures erupted from the barrel, soaring and crashing into the peacock necklace. Clang! With a crisp sound, Vivi's weapon shattered into fragments. Curse be it! How could he destroy my weapon? Without her weapon, Vivi understood she was no match for Dida. Swiftly, she placed her finger to her lips and whistled for her mount, Kuro Duck. Observing the predatory gazes of Dida, Coby, and Sweetheart Queen, she wasted no time mounting Kuro, determined to break through the blockade. Do not struggle. Escape is impossible. Sweetheart Queen transformed into a sticky form, clinging tightly to both Princess Vivi and Kuro Duck, significantly impeding their speed. Subsequently, Coby unleashed the powers of the scythe fruit, executing a fishman karate technique. The razor-sharp air scythe, propelled by the force of his punch, struck directly at Vivi and Kuro Duck. In an instant, both collapsed, rendered incapable of movement. Meanwhile, at the Shadow Legion's young master Subai's location, Eren easily dealt with Mayor Karlum. Chloe, Akin, and Coby eliminate all the bounty hunters in town, then report back to me. Upon hearing their young master's command, the high-ranking members of the Shadow Legion quickly reacted, scattering to seek out the remaining bounty hunters. Approximately half an hour later, they returned to Subai, bringing with them the still unconscious Mr. Nine, Miss Monday, and Princess Vivi. Young master, everyone you requested is here. Subai nodded in satisfaction, his expression devoid of emotion as he approached Princess Vivi. Extending his pale arms, he pressed down upon her proud chest, a torrent of dark power flowing into her being like a gentle stream. After several minutes, she became a part of the Shadow Kingdom. Following this, Subai applied the same method to incorporate Miss Monday, Mr. Nine, and Karlum into the Shadow Kingdom. Chapter 97, The Rescue of Alabasta Kingdom. A reunion with the Straw Hat crew. Observing the four individuals emanating an aura of darkness, Subai beckoned them closer, then inquired loudly, Princess Vivi, I suspect your time undercover in the Baroque works has not been pleasant? Living in constant fear, I heard that your boss, Mr. Zero Crocodile, specifically requested you and Karlum to escort all of us from the Shadow Legion to the Alabasta Kingdom, correct? Subai's observation Haki enveloped the entire Cactus Island, allowing him to hear every conversation in Whiskey Peak Town. Thus he was well aware of the secret between Princess Vivi and Karlum. Indeed, young master, the Alabasta Kingdom has been plagued by drought, its citizens suffering greatly, and the rebels have risen against the oppression, with all fingers pointing towards the Baroque works. I, along with Karlum, have infiltrated this organization to investigate the situation and gather evidence of the Seven Warlords of the Sea Crocodile's conspiracy to overthrow the kingdom, seeking aid from the world government in the process. Listening to Princess Vivi's words, the young master Subai fell into deep contemplation. Based on her infiltration method in Baroque works, even if she acquired evidence to prove Crocodile's intentions to subvert the Alabasta Kingdom, would the world government truly extend a helping hand? They might very well assist him in eliminating Princess Vivi and her royal family. Mr. Zero demands that you escort all members of the Shadow Legion to the Alabasta Kingdom. What are your thoughts on that? If we fail to resist, will you escort us? Or will you refuse this command? Subai's inquiry cast a shadow over Princess Vivi's lovely face. Regarding Mr. Zero Crocodile's peculiar demand, she and Akarlam had ultimately decided to verbally agree while attempting to delay their arrival at the Alabasta Kingdom as much as possible, thereby gathering more intelligence on Baroque works. In response, Subai laughed heartily, not perceiving this delay as a viable strategy. According to the original storyline, Crocodile had already uncovered the true identities of Vivi and Akarlam, the Princess of Alabasta and the Captain of the Royal Guard, daring to infiltrate Baroque works. In my view, Crocodile must be aware of your identities. His request for you to escort the entire Shadow Legion to the Alabasta Kingdom seems to stem from his wicked amusement. Should you refuse his command? It is highly probable that higher-ranking officials have already arrived at Cactus Island. If you comply, no matter how much you delay, it would be akin to walking into a trap. Upon hearing their young master's analysis, Vivi and Akarlam's expressions fluctuated between confusion and realization, ultimately leading them to look up at Subai with earnest eyes. Young master, with the Alabasta Kingdom embroiled in internal strife and its citizens suffering. As the Princess of Alabasta, I must take the initiative to protect its people. However, the strength of Crocodile and the Baroque works is far too formidable. We have no means to contend with them and can only beseech you to assist us. In Subai's profound gaze, a glimmer of shrewdness flickered. He had long harbored ambitions of engulfing the entire Alabasta Kingdom. Yet the prospect of leading the Shadow Troop recklessly into action could potentially draw the attention of the world government. Fortunately, with Princess Vivi of Alabasta seeking aid, their notorious Shadow Troop could readily present themselves under the guise of rescuing the kingdom, aiming to drive away one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, along with his Baroque works. Vivi, now that you have become a part of the Shadow Kingdom, your affairs are our collective responsibility. The likes of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, cannot stir much trouble before me. Let us depart for Alabasta without delay, listening to her lord's willingness to assist the kingdom. Princess Vivi was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Wiping her tears, she gestured for Ikalam, Mr. Nine, and Miss Monday to enter the Shadow Kingdom alongside her. Arlong, mark this island where we currently reside, ensure it falls within the Shadow Kingdom's domain. As for the rest, join me at the port to welcome our old friends, the Straw Hat Pirates. The senior members of the Shadow Troop obediently followed Subai to the port, where the remnants of battle and the corpses of bounty hunters had been meticulously cleared away, leaving the arrival of the Straw Hat crew undetected. Upon entering the Grand Line's first stop, Whiskey Peak on Cactus Island, Nami, the Straw Hat crew's navigator, murmured in confusion, "Why is there not a single soul around?" Suddenly, Zaro, the swordsman, widened his eyes, his keen sense detecting a faint scent of blood in the air. It was evident that a fierce battle had recently transpired, and the absence of life on the island was likely linked to this conflict. Perhaps all had perished. Long time no see, my old friends. We of the Shadow Troop have only just arrived at this island, and I never expected to encounter you here. Subai's spirits soared as he spotted the Straw Hats, and he rushed forward to envelop Luffy in a hearty embrace. Shortly thereafter, Ghost Man Jean approached his benefactor Sanji with greetings. Meanwhile, Usopp, Nami, and Zoro were welcomed by Daida, Yurita, Xiao Ba, Kuro, and Queen's sweetheart. Subai, my brother, it has been too long. It's only been half a year since we parted ways at the Baratie. Your Shadow Troop's bounty has skyrocketed. Arlong is nearing 100 million. You truly are formidable. Luffy's envious praise brought a smile to Subai's lips. He then threw an arm around Luffy's shoulder and enticingly remarked, "Luffy, while at Twin Cape, we unexpectedly captured a giant blue-ringed octopus. If Sanji and Miss Carmen were to prepare a feast from it, the flavor would be simply exquisite. Let us host a banquet tonight to celebrate our reunion." Chapter 98. Arrival at Little Garden, Blue Demon Dongli and Red Demon Brogy. As Sanji conversed with Ghostman Jane, he leaped with excitement upon hearing about the capture of the giant blue-ringed octopus, rushing to Subai's side. With a gentlemanly bow, he declared, "Please allow me to prepare this octopus." Seeing Sanji's earnest eyes, Subai waved his hand, granting him the right to cook, and signaled for Miss Carmen to assist Sanji, ensuring the octopus would be transformed into a culinary masterpiece for the evening's banquet. "It is my utmost honor to cook alongside you, Miss Carmen," Sanji exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration at the sight of Carmen in her cheongsam. He yearned to kiss her delicate hand, but was met with swift reprimands from her 2 apprentices wielding a frying pan and a shoehorn. "Sanji, it's good to see you again. This preparation of the giant blue-ringed octopus shall be our little contest. Carmen, clad in a striking red cheongsam, led her apprentices back to the kitchen, while Sanji followed, love-struck, igniting a fierce culinary competition. The massive octopus was meticulously divided into numerous pieces, each transformed into a unique dish. Sanji primarily prepared the octopus as tempura, sashimi, grilled meat, and a rich seafood soup, while Miss Carmen opted for various techniques: pan-frying, deep-frying, baking, roasting, smoking, and stewing to create cumin black pepper fried octopus legs, garlic fried octopus, French baked octopus, daikalo with smoked octopus slices, and tea mushroom stewed octopus soup. As night fell, the Straw Hat crew and the Shadow Troop gathered at the table, where an array of dishes was served. Luffy, wielding silver cutlery, drooled in anticipation, particularly enamored with Sanji's braised octopus. Before anyone could take a bite, he shoved a piece into his mouth. Why aren't you all eating? This is delicious. Hurry up and try it. Watching Luffy's gluttonous antics, Subai smiled and, with knife and fork in hand, leisurely savored the cumin black pepper fried octopus legs, a dish that perfectly suited his palate. Throughout the banquet, aside from the clinking of glasses and boisterous chatter, Subai devoted himself to relishing the meal. The festivities continued into the deep of night, with both Subai, the lord of the Shadow Troop, and Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hats, enjoying the revelry to the point of drunken stupor, sleeping soundly until the following noon. Luffy, you finally woke up. We are preparing to head to Alabasta. Will you accompany us? The record pointer here requires about 3 days to store its magnetic force, and the Shadow Troop possesses 2 pointers, one of which I can share with you. Just awakened, Subai sought to invite Luffy and his crew to join, but Nami, the Straw Hat navigator, politely declined, citing unfinished navigational charts for the area. With their refusal to travel together, Subai smiled and waved goodbye, bidding them farewell. We shall take our leave now. Until we meet again. After parting ways with the Straw Hat crew, Subai and the Shadow Troop boarded their ship, the Shadow Troop, and set sail towards their next destination, Little Garden. Little Garden, also known as the Island of Antiquity, is a remarkable island situated within the Grand Line. Due to the treacherous maritime conditions of the Grand Line, inter-island communication is minimal, leading each island to cultivate its own unique civilization. Some islands boast advanced societies, while others remain unchanged for millennia, frozen in time. The chaotic and harsh climate of the Grand Line has rendered the extraordinary possible. This island retains its prehistoric essence, populated not only by colossal dinosaurs but also by various large beasts. Whether animal, plant, or insect, everything here is gargantuan, resembling a garden of giants. Hence the name Little Garden. In the small garden, warriors from the New World, namely the Blue Demon Dory and the Red Demon Broggy from the giant nation of Elbaf, have engaged in a protracted battle lasting a century, driven by their honor and dignity as warriors. Our objective this time is to defeat them and subsequently recruit them into the Shadow Corps. Now, who among you would volunteer to face the Blue Demon Dory and the Red Demon Broggy? In response to the inquiry from our young master, Subai, the highest bounty hunter, Aaron, promptly stepped forward, aiming to confront the Blue Demon Dory. Meanwhile, 2 key members, Klo and Akin, also presented themselves, targeting the Red Demon Broggy. Observing his trusted subordinates, Subai nodded appreciatively, granting Aaron's request. He then turned his gaze towards Klo and Akin, stating with clarity, "Let Akin handle the Red Demon Broggy. Klo, I have other tasks for you, and Xiao Ba and Kurobi will also have separate assignments." Upon hearing Subai's arrangements, Xiao Ba, Kurobi, and Klo raised their heads in compliance, curious about the forthcoming tasks their young master would assign them. According to my recent investigations, high-ranking officers Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine from the Baroque Works initially intended to land on Whiskey Peak. However, upon learning of our annihilation of all bounty hunters, they regrouped with 2 other senior members, Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week, planning to ambush us in the small garden. Therefore, I propose that Klo confront the superhuman wax fruit user, Mr. 3, while Kurobi takes on the superhuman explosion fruit user, Mr. 5. As for Miss Valentine, Xiao Ba shall handle her, and I will personally deal with Miss Golden Week. What do you think? Any objections? If you feel incapable, do not hesitate to voice your concerns now. The gathered members expressed no reluctance to Subai's arrangements, unanimously agreeing before returning to their respective stations to prepare for their landing on the small garden. The waves surged and the sky merged with the sea as the Shadow Corps vessel cut through the waters, revealing the lush island of the small garden before them. As the mist dissipated, the officers of the Shadow Corps successfully landed on the sandy beach of the small garden's periphery. Chapter 99, The Battle Among the Giants. The Baroque works in action gazing at the ancient island, with towering primordial forests, ancient dragonflies the size of calves, and long-necked dinosaurs reaching heights of dozens of meters. The members of the Shadow Corps were left awestruck. The small garden teems with colossal dinosaurs and ferocious beasts. Our aim is the blue demon Dory and the red demon Bragi. We must not squander time on other matters. Let us strike swiftly and be cautious of potential ambushes by the Baroque works. With a sweeping gesture, Subai signaled his senior officers to disperse. Those with tasks should execute them immediately, while those without assignments may hunt large beasts in the small garden to replenish the ship's food supply. I have heard that the meat of the Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops on this island is exquisite. You may hunt as much as you can, if we have ample provisions. A campfire cookout tonight would be splendid. Upon hearing Subai's words, the ship's chef, Miss Carmen, glimmered with excitement and, without delay, led her 2 apprentices into the depths of the dense forest, accompanied by comrades Dida and Sweetheart Queen. In this ancient island, I am certain I will find the ingredients I desire, for our ship's coffee beans and black pepper are nearly depleted, and I can gather some as well. As Miss Carmen and her group ventured deeper into the forest, in another part of the woods, where the fishman Aaron, a user of the sea dragon fruit, resided, he encountered several massive Tyrannosaurus rexes shortly after entering. Do you take me for a soft target? Dare to set your sights on me, and you shall meet your demise. Aaron declared fiercely, unsheathing his great chainsaw sword. Saw edge, he swiftly transformed into his sea dragon form, his eyes bulging with rage as he charged towards the leader of the Tyrannosaurus. Before Aaron, the formidable Tyrannosaurus Rex stood, its muscular form taut and marred by numerous grotesque scars. It opened its foul, drooling maw and roared defiantly at the heavens, then propelled itself with tremendous force from its powerful legs, charging toward Aaron with remarkable speed. Witnessing the Tyrannosaurus Rex strike first, Aaron, in his serpentine form, remained unfazed. He cloaked his arms in the aura of armed color, and with a sudden surge of strength, circled swiftly behind the colossal creature. With precision, he brought down his razor-sharp chainsaw blade, unceremoniously severing the Tyrannosaurus Rex's muscular leg. A howl of agony erupted from the beast, which, despite its severed limb, could not control its massive body, crashing helplessly to the ground. In an instant, Aaron swung his chainsaw once more, the cold gleam flashing as he effortlessly decapitated the creature. The remaining Tyrannosaurs, witnessing the swift demise of their leader, were gripped by terror and attempted to flee. Yet, blinded by bloodlust, Aaron would not permit their escape. With sheer velocity, he swiftly obstructed their path, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he twirled his lethal weapon. Within mere moments, the entire Tyrannosaurus pack was annihilated. The bounty of flesh from so many Tyrannosaurs should suffice for half a year's worth of sustenance, drenched in the crimson blood of the fallen beasts. Aaron stood amidst the pool of gore, retrieving a white towel from his belongings to meticulously clean his chainsaw blade. With a flicker of thought, hundreds of ordinary ninja soldiers materialized, laboriously transporting the carnage. I shall leave this to you. I must seek out Chigwe Dongli. After briefly assigning the task of transporting ingredients, Aaron resumed his quest to locate the blue demon, Dongli. Meanwhile, Akane, tasked with confronting the red demon, Brokey, encountered a herd of Triceratops along the way. Upon sighting him, the creatures charged at him as if they had encountered an enemy, their bulging eyes filled with fury. However, Akane effortlessly dispatched them, turning them into provisions. According to the young master's instructions, it appeared that the formidable pirate, Brokey, was residing in a cave not far ahead. A pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries would undoubtedly pose a challenge. I must devise a strategy. As Akane contemplated his plans, he traversed through the primeval forest and arrived at the vicinity of Brokey's cave. The colossal figure resting soundly before him must be the red demon, Brokey. Truly a giant of the giant clan, I feel as insignificant as an insect in his presence, standing at a towering height of 21.3 meters. Brokey possessed a prominent nose, a large mouth, small eyes, and a beard that flared out like a brush. He was clad in Viking warrior attire, complete with a golden belt, a fringed cloak, knee-length trousers, and a horned helmet. Even in slumber, he gripped his shield in his left hand and an axe in his right, ever prepared to engage in battle against Dongli. If I were to disturb his rest, he might awaken in a furious rage. Should Brokey be without his sharp bruiser battle axe, perhaps his combat prowess would diminish significantly. As Akane pondered how to confront the giant warrior, Aaron, in his dragon form, found himself similarly perplexed before the slumbering Dongli. Dongli stood at an imposing height of 22.6 meters, adorned with a lengthy beard and dressed in Viking warrior garb, a purple cloak draping over his shoulders, a helmet crowning his head, a colossal sword in his right hand, and a round shield in his left. Are all warriors of the giant clan this tall? How terrifying. Faced with the sleeping Dongli, Aaron's expression darkened as he grappled with the dilemma of how to proceed. If he could not secure a swift victory, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of Dongli. At that moment, an eruption from the volcano at the center of the small garden reverberated with a thunderous roar, akin to a blaring alarm, instantly awakening the two giant warriors. Dongli and Baratie opened their eyes with excitement, seizing their weapons and rushing toward a clearing in the forest. Within mere breaths, the two were engaged in battle once more. This marked our 466th encounter. I shall surely triumph over you, and the honor of Elbaf warrior village shall shine upon me. Hearing Baratie's declaration, Dongli scoffed, swinging his massive sword at Baratie with fervor, retorting, "Do you truly believe you can claim the honor of Elbaf warrior village? Do not dream. I, Dongli, shall utterly defeat you and bask in the glory of Elbaf." The battle between Dongli and Baratie erupted instantaneously, their colossal weapons clashing with resounding metallic sounds. Baratie, gasping for breath, attempted to intimidate Dongli with his narrowed eyes. But Dongli remained unfazed, exerting even greater force, forcing Baratie to retreat repeatedly, narrowly avoiding fatal strikes from the giant sword. After hours of fierce combat, the two warriors found themselves evenly matched, ultimately collapsing to the ground, exhausted and falling into a deep slumber. This is a prime opportunity. Both are utterly fatigued, and if we strike now, we can surely defeat them. Just as Akane and Aaron prepared to act, Mr. Five and Miss Valentine from the Baroque Works, who had been lying in ambush nearby, emerged with excitement in their eyes, gazing at the slumbering giants. Dongli, with a bounty of 100 million berries, and Baratie, also with a bounty of 100 million berries. If we eliminate them, we shall effortlessly claim a bounty of 200 million berries. The user of the bomb fruit approached Dongli, using his pinky to dig in his nostril, extracting a few revolting boogers, which he hurled at the giant. The moment they struck Dongli, they exploded with tremendous force, akin to powerful explosives, leaving him dazed and bloodied. Cough, cough. What is happening? Who are you? Baratie, wake up. We have enemies. Baratie stirred from his slumber at Dongli's call, slowly opening his eyes to find Miss Valentine, elegantly standing before him with an umbrella, light as a feather, 1 kilogram floating. Utilizing her float fruit abilities, Miss Valentine leaped gracefully, altering her body weight to a staggering 10,000 kilograms, crashing down onto Baratie's back, causing him to spew blood and nearly lose consciousness. Those damned fiends, they dare to ambush us. I will make you pay. Enraged, Dongli and Baratie struggled to rise, seizing their weapons once more, charging toward Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. Unfazed, Mr. Five launched more repulsive boogers at Dongli's massive sword, which shattered upon impact with the explosive mass. Simultaneously, Miss Valentine skillfully employed her float fruit powers, evading Baratie's razor-sharp bruiser axe with ease, then adjusting her weight to several tons and smashing down on Baratie once again. With a resounding crash, Baratie was once more pinned to the ground by Miss Valentine. A profound humiliation for a being of his stature, standing at 3 meters. You all shall perish. Die, you wretched fools. The red demon Baratie was utterly consumed by madness, his eyes aflame with a crimson hue, his body quivering in anger as he raised his round shield and the blizzard battle axe high above, aiming for the vicinity of Miss Valentine. With a fierce thrust, he brought them crashing down. Your attacks are utterly ineffective against me. What a waste of effort. It's simply laughable. Just as Miss Valentine taunted the red demon, Akin, who had been lurking nearby, could no longer bear the scene. He swiftly transformed into the form of a Hercules beetle, unfurling his translucent wings and darting towards Miss Valentine at remarkable speed. Enveloping his arms in a dark, armed color, Akin shot forth like a cannonball, striking the unsuspecting Miss Valentine with tremendous force. The ambushed Miss Valentine was sent hurtling away, akin to a kite severed from its string, tumbling across the ground until she finally steadied herself. Who are you? A senior officer of the Shadow Brigade, the former combat commander of the East Sea Creek Pirates, Demon Mannequin? Why are you here in the flower garden? Shouldn't you have been captured by Mr. 8 and Miss Wednesday? A gasp escaped Miss Valentine's lips, her eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld Akin. However, a moment of realization struck her. The identities of Mr. 8, Icolum, and Miss Wednesday, Princess Vivi, must have been compromised, or else they would not have allowed a member of the Shadow Brigade to roam free. I care not how you arrived here, but those two have already caught the attention of our Baroque Works. If you are not afraid of the wrath of our boss, Mr. Zero, feel free to come. Miss Valentine coldly threatened Akin. In response, Akin erupted into a hearty laugh, as though he had just heard the most absurd joke in existence. With a serious gaze fixed upon Miss Valentine, he spoke deliberately. Our young master has decreed that the blue demon Dory and the red demon Brokey will soon join the Shadow Brigade. Now that I am here, I shall not turn a blind eye. If you two choose to retreat now, you may yet preserve your lives. But once our young master arrives, your fates will be sealed. Upon hearing Akin's words, Miss Valentine felt no fear. She stifled a ringing laugh and replied boldly. A mere little pirate worth 50 million berries dares to call himself a young master? He cannot be compared to my boss, Mr. Zero. Akin, you shall perish. I intend to claim your head as a bounty for the Navy. After uttering these words, she placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. Then activated the powers of the float fruit, lightening her weight and soaring into the sky, before targeting Akin with a sudden increase in weight, plummeting at high velocity. Hercules' shield of strength. Akin encased himself in transparent wings, layering them with armed color. He steadied himself, channeling his strength into his legs and shoulders to brace for Miss Valentine's tremendous weight. Boom, boom, boom. The several tons of Miss Valentine descended rapidly from the sky, crashing onto Akin. He felt a jolt of pain throughout his body, but managed to withstand her full force. Is this your limit? If so, allow me to show you the might of my fists. After enduring Miss Valentine's onslaught, Akin wiped the blood from his lips with his forearm, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he prepared for his counterattack. Hercules' violent machine gun. Akin's fists, covered in armed color, locked onto Miss Valentine's position. His translucent wings unfurled to block her escape, unleashing a barrage of punches like a rapid-fire machine gun. This is bad, I can't escape. Although Miss Valentine's float fruit allowed her to adjust her weight freely, it did not enhance her defenses. Upon finding herself encircled by Akin's translucent wings, her heart sank, realizing the gravity of her situation. As Akin's relentless punches bore down on her, she was forced to raise her sun umbrella in a futile attempt at defense. Bang, bang, bang. Miss Valentine's umbrella shattered instantly against Akin's onslaught, and with a series of thunderous impacts, her petite frame was struck mercilessly. The force sent her spiraling backward for hundreds of meters as she attempted to lighten her weight to mitigate the damage. Alas, her efforts proved fruitless. The impact of being hurled hundreds of meters resulted in a near-fatal crash onto the ground. This one is to be captured as per the young master's orders. She cannot be killed just yet. I wonder how things are faring with Arlong and the others. Akin spat out the blood pooling in his mouth and stepped towards the barely conscious Miss Valentine, his thoughts summoning dozens of ordinary soldiers from the Shadow Brigade, who swiftly bound the defeated Miss Valentine and took her back to the Shadow Kingdom. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, gazing upon the gravely injured blue demon Dory, Arlong, in his dragon form, stood resolutely before him, glaring fiercely at the explosive fruit user, Mr. 5. Without uttering a word, he drew the large chainsaw from his back and charged at Mr. 5. Who dares to obstruct me? Wait, you are a senior officer of the Shadow Brigade. A Zoan-type mythical beast, dragon fruit user, fishman Arlong? How did you end up here in the flower garden? Were you not captured at Whiskey Peak? Mr. 5's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Arlong. He slowly removed his sunglasses, scrutinizing Arlong closely, and upon confirming that he was the notorious bounty of 90 million berries, he unhesitatingly picked his nose and hurled the booger bombs at Arlong. Booger bombs. As a few dark, viscous boogers hurtled toward him, Arlong, with a face of disdain, swiftly dodged aside. Utilizing sheer strength and speed, he reached Mr. 5's side and, gathering all his energy, delivered a punch to Mr. 5's waist at lightning speed. The impact was explosive. With no time to evade, Mr. 5 decided to embrace the chaos, activating the powers of his explosive fruit to transform into an explosive being, showing no fear of Arlong's assault. Boom, boom, boom. Upon contact with Mr. 5's body, Arlong's punch triggered a violent explosion, the fierce shockwave sending the unsuspecting Arlong flying, while Mr. 5, who had taken the blow, felt a searing pain in his waist, akin to having his kidney ripped out. Damn Arlong, you've nearly killed me. I'll turn you into mere fragments under a barrage of explosions. You shall perish. With rage boiling over, Mr. 5 glared fiercely at the battered Arlong, conjuring a large mass of thick green phlegm. Gathering all his strength, he aimed at Arlong's position and spat out several globules of saliva in quick succession. Could you not be so disgusting? Is there no normal technique in your arsenal? Enduring the excruciating pain, Arlong shifted his footwork rapidly, deftly employing the Marine's six-form sword to dodge the onslaught of explosive phlegm. As it struck the ground, it detonated with a tremendous explosion, a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Arlong, startled by the sight, thought to himself that had he braced for it, he would have been obliterated. The power of the paramecia-type explosive fruit was indeed formidable, yet it felt like a waste for someone like him to wield it. Gasping for breath, Arlong glared at Mr. 5, desiring to close in and unleash a flurry of punches, but the man was akin to a walking powder keg. Even the slightest contact would send him flying. Arlong was momentarily at a loss. "Leave this to me, Arlong. You should assist the others." Just as Arlong was at his wit's end, Kuro in his white tiger form emerged from the nearby forest. Kuro's original mission was to confront Mr. 3, the user of the wax fruit, while Crocodile's task was to tackle Mr. 5 before him. Unfortunately, plans had gone awry. Mr. 3 had yet to appear, and Crocodile was obstructed by a frenzy of rampaging giraffes, unable to advance. The young master instructed you to locate Mr. 3. Crocodile could use your support. Those frenzied giraffes are likely under Miss Golden Week's control, as she and Mr. 3 are partners. Since Miss Golden Week has revealed herself, Mr. 3 must be nearby. Listening to Kuro, Arlong nodded, exchanged a few brief words, and then dashed into the dense forest, racing toward the herd of giraffes. The senior officer of Baroque Works. "The paramecia-type explosive fruit user shall be dealt with by me." Observing the lower bounty of Kuro compared to Arlong, Mr. 5 erupted in laughter, mocking. "Arlong boasts a bounty of 90 million berries, and he has fallen before me. You, with your mere 75 million berry bounty, think you can stand against me? I suggest you take a good look at yourself." Unfazed by Mr. 5's taunts, Kuro maintained a calm smile, lowering his head to adjust the black-framed glasses that had slid down his nose. His gaze toward Mr. 5 bore no trace of emotion, akin to looking at a lifeless corpse. Chapter 102. The explosive fruit user changes hands. Witnessing that his mockery had no effect on Kuro, Mr. 5's anger flared, and he dug out several boogers from his nostrils, flicking them toward Kuro. Booger bombs. As the boogers soared toward him, Kuro furrowed his brow slightly, executing the shadowless step to evade Mr. 5's explosive attack, before morphing into his white tiger form, sharp bone spurs protruding from his fists, aiming for Mr. 5's waist. "Why do you all insist on targeting my kidneys?" Mr. 5 grumbled, stepping back while his left hand went into his pocket, withdrawing a pistol aimed at Kuro's trajectory, intent on delivering a lethal shot. "White tiger, rapidly stab." Kuro moved with agility, deftly avoiding the bullet's path, then swiftly repositioned behind Mr. 5, unleashing a devastating punch infused with colossal force into Mr. 5's left side. The impact sent Mr. 5 flying several dozen meters, crashing through two ancient trees before barely regaining his footing. Struggling to rise, he coughed up blood and glared at Kuro with hatred. "You brought this upon yourself. Now die?" In a fit of rage, Mr. 5 disregarded his wounds and charged at Kuro, leaping into the air, his powerful right leg descending like a giant axe toward Kuro's head. Foot blast, annihilation. In the face of Mr. 5's all-out assault, Kuro reacted swiftly, crossing his robust arms defensively against Mr. 5's kick. After successfully blocking the attack, he quickly activated his armament Haki and, using the shockwave from the explosion, retreated several meters, creating distance between them. "Is this the best you can do? Your explosive fruit powers are the only reason that fool Arlong got hurt." A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Kuro's shadowed eyes as he smirked slightly, relying solely on speed to appear behind Mr. 5, driving the sharp-boned spurs through his back, inflicting grievous injury in the blink of an eye. "I'll let you live for now. Hurry and deliver this to the young master, or I'll be in trouble." Observing the nearly lifeless form of Mr. 5, Kuro summoned several ordinary ninjas from the Shadow Legion, instructing them to escort the ailing man to the young master. The ninjas obediently lifted Mr. 5, swiftly disappearing into the realm of shadows, soon arriving before the young master, Subai. Subai regarded Mr. 5 with a cold expression, remarking icily, "To have the paramecia-type explosive fruit wasted on you is a travesty. If you could develop this devil fruit's power to a level of 25, perhaps I would consider incorporating you into the Shadow Legion." With a resigned shake of his head, Subai retrieved the devil fruit ability extraction device from his system pack. He swiftly activated the device, and a blinding beam of light emanated from within. The superhuman-type explosive fruit, once possessed by the high-ranking Baroque Works officer Mr. 5, gradually materialized within the glass dome of the apparatus. As time progressed, the explosive fruit became increasingly solidified until the extraction device successfully completed its task. The fruit, deep purple in hue and resembling an apple, was adorned with spiral patterns on its skin and featured a string-like appendage at its apex. This superhuman-type explosive fruit now lay prominently within the transparent glass dome of the extraction device. Without uttering a word, Subai reached out and grasped it, cradling it in his hands for a meticulous examination. System, please assess the star rating of the explosive fruit. Upon receiving Subai's command, the system promptly reacted, its database whirring into action. A dark purple flash appeared on the panel. Superhuman-type explosive fruit, rarity level, 4 stars. As Subai had anticipated, the explosive fruit was indeed a formidable entity. Regrettably, it had fallen into the hands of the inept Mr. 5, reducing this immensely powerful devil fruit to a mere semblance of trash. It is not the devil fruit that is worthless, but rather the abilities of the one who wields it. To whom should this devil fruit be entrusted? Perhaps I shall first consult Xiao Ba and Crocodile for their thoughts. If their responses are unsatisfactory, I may consider offering it to the blue demon Dong Li or the red demon Baratie. After examining the explosive fruit, Subai stored it within the system's package. The ninja soldiers had just escorted Miss Valentine, the user of the float fruit, into the Shadow Kingdom. With this in mind, he decided to first consume her soul before addressing the hidden Miss Golden Week and Mr. 3, the user of the wax fruit, who were concealed in the depths of the forest. Comparing the float fruit to the Tun fruit wielder, Mach Bei, under the command of Doflamingo, which of the two would prove superior? He resolved to incorporate this individual into the Shadow Army. Should their strength develop too slowly, they would be relegated to the Shadow Kingdom. A group of ordinary ninja soldiers brought the unconscious Miss Valentine before Subai, the young master of the Shadow Army. He regarded her, clad in a yellow skirt, with a cold gaze, extending his pale arm to press against her ample bosom, unleashing a torrent of dark power. As time passed, more and more dark energy flowed into Miss Valentine's body, ultimately consuming her soul and fully integrating her into the Shadow Army. Subai instructed the system to designate her as a provisional member of the Shadow Army, meaning that this acquisition of local talent would yield no rewards. System, please assess the star rating of the float fruit. The system's database swiftly processed Subai's command, presenting the complete star rating data. Float fruit, also known as the light heavy fruit, rarity level, 3 stars. Upon reviewing this information, Subai shook his head in disappointment. As far as he knew, Miss Valentine's control over the fruit's abilities seemed to be limited to weights between 1 kilogram and 10,000 kilograms. He pondered whether this was the maximum capability of the devil fruit or merely her own limitations. He decided to nurture Miss Valentine for the time being, planning to seize the Tun fruit from its wielder when the opportunity arose, while the relatively lower-rated float fruit could later be given to someone more deserving. Chapter 103. The Feigned Defeat of Arlong, the Pompous wax fruit user. After incorporating Miss Valentine into the Shadow Army, Subai lowered his head, contemplating how to draw out the other senior members of the Baroque Works organization. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was exceptionally gifted in both strength and intellect. Such talent must be brought into the Shadow Army. The remaining members of the warlords also needed to be recruited by any means necessary. The mere mention of the warlords conjured images of the world's foremost swordsman, Dracule Mihawk, and the pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, in Subai's mind. He had made a pact with Mihawk during their encounter at the floating restaurant, promising that a great battle would ensue in the future. As for the Empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, Subai's infatuation was purely superficial, driven by his desire for her beauty. First, he needed to locate the senior members of Baroque Works, Miss Golden Week and Mr. 3. The blue demon, Don Krieg, and the red demon, Baratie, were both severely injured. Even if they wished to flee, they were powerless. Once he dealt with Miss Golden Week and Mr. 3, he could return to handle them later. Subai commanded the members of the Shadow Army in the small garden to assemble swiftly. Senior members each led hundreds of ninja soldiers to conduct a thorough search of the dense forest. As time progressed, the entire area became shrouded in darkness. And guided by Subai's observation Haki, they eventually discovered a house made of wax on the eastern side of the forest. Akin, Arlong, and Kuro swiftly followed Subai's orders and raced toward the eastern edge of the forest. Within moments, the fastest, Kuro, reached the location, soon followed by Xiao Ba, Akin, and Arlong. The user of the wax fruit, Garl Dinho, possessed the ability to create wax from his body, shaping it at will into various forms or objects. However, wax is vulnerable to fire, rendering the user susceptible to heat. In hot environments, their physical condition would weaken. Notably, Objects crafted from wax could be harder than steel, showcasing high plasticity, allowing for the creation of various tools such as wax figures and keys for locks. The young master informed them that Garl Dinho's weakness was fire. His wax creations were as hard as steel, and only fire could counteract his abilities. Listening to Kuro, Akin, and Arlong exchanged glances and whispered, "Fire attack? Who among us excels in fire techniques? How about we take on the distraction while Kuro and Xiao Ba ignite the flames to block his escape?" Clad in a suit, Kuro adjusted his slipping glasses, a sharp glimmer flashing in his deep-set eyes. With the roles clearly defined, they proceeded to execute the plan. The immediate priority was to capture Garl Dinho, the wax fruit user, along with his accomplice, Miss Golden Week. "Let us split up," Kuro suggested. Akin and Arlong will engage Garl Dinho to prevent his escape, while Xiao Ba and I will set fire nearby. Once the flames spread, I'll signal you to withdraw, leaving Garl Dinho trapped within the inferno, making it easy to capture him for the young master. Akin and Arlong nodded in agreement, efficiently making their way toward the eastern forest, soon discovering the wax-constructed house, which was square and as hard as iron. Even when Akin and Arlong combined their efforts, they could only breach one wall. Wax fruit, wax figure gallery, multiple clones. Garl Dinho lounged within his wax house, savoring Darjeeling tea when the sudden turn of events startled him. Upon seeing the figures of Arlong and Akin, he swiftly reacted, transforming into a wax form and creating dozens of wax puppets identical to himself. "Want to deal with me? Then you must find me first." Garl Dinho laughed arrogantly, blending into the multitude of wax puppets. Akin and Arlong gazed at the wax imposters, bewildered and unsure of how to proceed. "Since you cannot locate me, do not blame me for being ruthless." Hidden among the wax puppets, Garl Dinho smirked wickedly, his eyes gleaming with malicious delight. As Akin and Arlong continued their futile search for him, he unleashed the powers of the wax fruit once more, conjuring sharp harpoons and arrows that shot toward Arlong from cunning angles. Wax fruit, armory, adhesive sculpture. The sharp harpoons and arrows sped toward Arlong's back. And just as he was about to be struck, his partner Akin reacted swiftly, unfurling his transparent wings to block all incoming projectiles. "Arlong, don't search anymore. He is hiding right here." Listening to Akin's words, the wax fruit user, Garl Dinho, silently lamented his predicament as his cover was blown. He decided to abandon his concealment, promptly retracting all of his candle puppets. He then unleashed the full extent of his fruit's capabilities, enveloping his body in a robust armor of wax, transforming into the candle armor giant, Mr. 3. Covered entirely in hardened candle armor, Garl Dinho proudly raised his head and roared defiantly at Akin and alone before mockingly proclaiming, "Since you seem so eager for death, I shall oblige. This armor is my most exquisite masterpiece. To perish at its hands would indeed be a glorious honor." After uttering these words, Garl Dinho swiftly changed direction and charged towards Akin. In response, Akin swiftly transformed into the form of a Hercules beetle, unfurling his transparent elytra and soaring into the air to narrowly evade the powerful assault of the candle armor giant. Observing Akin's panicked retreat, Garl Dinho's spirits soared, and he emitted a series of derisive cackles before quickly pivoting to charge at Alone nearby. Champion's Fist, Plow Punch. Garl Dinho, in his candle armor giant state, unleashed a barrage of punches, overwhelming Alone and sending him hurtling away. Is this the strength of a pirate with a bounty of 90 million berries? How utterly feeble. The Navy must have lost their senses to offer such a high bounty on a worthless fool like you. Chapter 104. A Persuasion from Garl Dinho, Akin's cold retort. Hearing the taunts of Garl Dinho, Alone, who had been knocked to the ground, revealed a glint of malice in his sly eyes. His act of weakness was merely a ruse to coordinate with Kuro and Xiao Ba, who were igniting chaos nearby. After all, Garl Dinho's wax defenses were formidable. If they could not secure a swift victory, it would surely instill doubt in the wax man, jeopardizing their capture plan. "You insufferable wax man, watch as I crush you." Suspended in midair, Akin's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he bared his teeth and shouted furiously. He then drew two sturdy metal canes from his waist and plummeted directly towards Garl Dinho's position. Extra-large service, candle wall. In the face of Akin's tempestuous onslaught, Garl Dinho disdainfully smirked. From his legs, a large pool of molten wax formed and rapidly solidified into the shape of a wall, standing defiantly before him. "Do you truly believe that a wall made of wax can withstand my assault? You underestimate me far too much." As Akin plummeted through the air with great speed, he let out a fierce roar. All the strength within him converged in his arms, his bronze-colored muscles bulging prominently, veins protruding like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. He resembled a cannonball, swinging a metallic staff with all his might and smashing it against the waxen wall, with a thunderous crack that echoed through the heavens. The wax wall created by Galdino shattered into pieces, successfully thwarting Akin's assault. You have managed to shatter the wax wall I created, I must admit. You are stronger than Arlong. Why not join our Baroque works? Our boss, Mr. Zero, will undoubtedly nurture your talents, Galdino suggested. Hearing Galdino's words, Akin could not help but chuckle. Your boss, Mr. Zero Crocodile, is nothing more than a trivial figure. Can he possibly compare to my master? Can Crocodile freely bestow upon himself the rare, mythical Zoan devil fruit? There is simply no comparison. What is Crocodile to me? What qualifications does he have to be mentioned in the same breath as my master? I would say that remaining with Baroque works is a waste of your talents. You would be better off switching allegiances and joining our Shadow Corps, as you will inevitably find your way to us. Galdino found Akin's words amusing. Unaware of the true strength of Subai, the master of the Shadow Corps. Naturally, he subconsciously regarded Mr. Zero Crocodile as the strongest, preferring to follow one of the 7 warlords of the sea rather than the obscure Subai. To be frank, are you aware of the kingdom of Alabasta? It is currently embroiled in internal strife. It won't be long before our boss ascends to the throne, and we, the senior officials, will receive our respective positions according to rank. If you join Baroque Works now, I can recommend you to the boss to become Mr. 4. Akin smirked, retracting his metallic staff to his waist. He cracked his knuckles, then stepped purposefully toward Galdino, stating, Galdino, those who recognize the times are true heroes. You should be aware of my background. I was merely the combat commander of the Krieg pirates in the East Blue, lacking any devil fruit abilities and as weak as mud. However, I caught the attention of Subai, the master of the Shadow Corps, who generously bestowed upon me the rare animal-type mythical Zoan Hercules beetle devil fruit. You should know better than I how precious this devil fruit is. Not only did I receive the master's favor, but even the fishman Arlong acquired a rare devil fruit, animal-type mythical Zoan sea dragon fruit, while Coby received the Paramecia scythe fruit, and Little 8 obtained the Paramecia steel fruit. Can Crocodile, who can casually grant devil fruits to his subordinates, boast of such audacity? Galdino was rendered speechless by Akin's words. He stared at Akin in disbelief, searching for any hint of deception in his eyes. Yet, Akin spoke only truth, which began to shake Galdino's resolve. Impossible. I refuse to believe your words. How could Subai the Shadow Corps possess such audacity to freely grant rare devil fruits? Enough of your nonsense, Akin. If you refuse to ally with Baroque Works, then perish. Enraged, Galdino melted into a pool of wax, from which rose a towering cake-like structure. Atop this tower, a giant Halloween pumpkin slowly descended, releasing wax mist that would gradually transform its opponents into wax figures. Special Service Wax Feast. The white wax mist enveloped both Galdino and Akin. In the nearby forest, Arlong was unfazed. He quickly drew his large saw blade, saw edge, and propelled himself forward with great speed towards Galdino. However, upon contact with the white wax mist, parts of his body became bizarrely encased and immobilized by wax. As the mist spread, Arlong's movements were severely restricted, ultimately rendering him a mere wax sculpture. Arlong, what have you done to him? You cursed Galdino. Galdino, his expression frosty, scoffed, Akin, in 3 minutes, your comrade Arlong will suffocate. If you cannot save him within that time, then, I am truly sorry. Listening to Galdino's taunts, Akin seethed with anger, bowing his head in resentment. He focused on the situation, inquiring about Kuro and Little 8's progress with the fire. Upon receiving confirmation that they had completed their task, Akin's worries dissipated, and he grinned widely. He then activated the abilities of the Hercules beetle fruit, enveloping himself in transparent wings. With a powerful push, he launched himself like a cannonball towards Galdino. Hercules' shield. With the transparent wings as protection, Akin effortlessly blocked the wax mist. He coated his arms and fists with a dark, hardened Haki, then accelerated, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Galdino, the wielder of the wax fruit. The once impenetrable wax armor shattered under Akin's relentless barrage, leaving Galdino battered and bruised. Chapter 105. The Color Trap, Miss Golden Week. After defeating Galdino, Akin propelled himself off the ground, using the recoil to leap into the air, skillfully avoiding the encroaching wax mist. With a fierce swing of his metallic staff, he smashed the Special Service Wax Feast in half. As the feast collapsed, a roaring inferno ignited in the nearby forest. With Akin's transparent wings stirring the flames into a frenzy, the fire rapidly spread, engulfing both Galdino and the wax-encased Arlong. Damn it, it's fire! You cunning fiends! Amidst the overwhelming inferno, the wax fruit user, Galdino, found himself besieged by searing heat waves. He was compelled to unleash the powers of his devil fruit, enveloping his body in a layer of insulating white wax armor. This armor, however, was steadily melting away, unable to endure for long, yet it ensured his survival, at least for a brief period. Meanwhile, Arlong, encased in wax, began to regain his mobility as the candles covering him melted into liquid due to the intense heat. As time progressed, Arlong swiftly activated his devil fruit powers, transforming into a dragon-like form. With a powerful push of his legs, he soared into the sky, effortlessly escaping the fiery abyss. At that moment, only Galdino remained trapped within the flames. He continued to utilize his wax fruit abilities, applying insulating wax armor to his body while laboriously making his way toward the edge of the inferno. Upon reaching the perilous boundary, he was met by the high-ranking members of the Shadow Brigade, Arlong, Kuro, Akin, and Xiao Ba, who had been waiting for some time. Galdino, how does the taste of fire feel? Arlong's face was cold as frost, and with a disdainful snort, he summoned dozens of towering troll ninja soldiers from the Shadow Kingdom. With a single command, these formidable trolls, wielding seastone chains, advanced toward the heavily burned Galdino. Galdino struggled to rise, attempting to activate his wax fruit abilities. But Arlong granted him no opportunity. With a close-range rising dragon fist, he struck Galdino down to the ground. Following this, the trolls swiftly approached, extracting their thick seastone chains, and bound him tightly, rendering him helpless. After being bound by the seastone iron chains, Galdino felt utterly powerless and collapsed onto the ground. Arlong, Akin, Kuro, and Xiao Ba, upon witnessing this, called upon the troll ninjas to lift him and carry him directly to their young master. The wax fruit ability user Galdino has been dealt with, but his companion, Miss Golden Week, remains elusive. Kuro, employ your observation Haki to search for her. Heeding Arlong's words, Kuro nodded, focusing his mind as he gradually radiated his observation Haki outward. Soon, he discovered the figure of Miss Golden Week within a small room crafted from wax candles. Upon discovering the presence of Miss Golden Week, Crocodile summoned Alone, Akin, and Little Eight, and they ventured into the depths of the forest. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they finally arrived outside the candle house. At that moment, Miss Golden Week was still inside, savoring Darjeeling tea, blissfully unaware that danger had silently approached. Why was Mr. 3 taking so long to complete his task? Normally, he would be sipping tea by now, and the freshly poured Darjeeling was on the verge of cooling. As Miss Golden Week muttered to herself, Alone and Akin, high-ranking members of the Shadow Corps, kicked open the door of the candle house. With fierce expressions, they glared at Miss Golden Week, who was seated beside the coffee table, and proclaimed, "You must be the high-ranking officer of the Baroque Works, Miss Golden Week. Your partner, Mr. 3, has been dealt with. I advise you to surrender quickly to avoid bodily harm." Startled by the intimidating figures of Alone and Akin, the young girl, Miss Golden Week slowly rose from her seat, her voice trembling, which left Alone and Akin astonished. In that moment of distraction, Miss Golden Week swiftly retrieved her palette from behind her and dipped her brush into vibrant colors, directing her strokes toward Alone. Laughter of yellow. Unprepared. Alone was splattered with yellow dye, and just as he raised his arm to wipe it off, uncontrollable laughter erupted from him, bewildering Akin and Crocodile. Meanwhile, Miss Golden Week wielded her brush again and painted a red mark on Akin's back. The red of the bullfight. Those touched by the yellow would be compelled to attack the red target Miss Golden Week had drawn. Consequently, in a fit of uncontrollable laughter, Alone charged toward Akin, who was forced to retaliate, leading to an immediate scuffle between the two. Your abilities are quite strange. Are you a devil fruit user? No, I do not sense the presence of a devil fruit. How do you exert such influence over them? While observing the struggle between Alone and Akin, Crocodile furrowed his brow and could not help but inquire, yet Miss Golden Week merely smiled disdainfully, offering no response. A dreamlike, seven-colored rainbow. With her oil paintbrush, Miss Golden Week began to sketch circles of rainbows in the sky. Those who beheld the rainbow would transform into their dream selves. Startled, Crocodile's eyes glazed over upon seeing the rainbow, and he began to emit a peculiar cackle, fantasizing about possessing all the treasures in the world. Only one remains. I shall use green paint against you. Miss Golden Week smiled slyly at Little Eight, who stood by the door, and with a swift motion, she painted a green mark on the astonished boy. The calmness of green. This hue, born from the mixture of the laughter of yellow and the sadness of blue, would compel those touched by it to desire tea. Witnessing his companions, alone, akin, and Crocodile, succumb to bizarre states, Little Eight felt a surge of urgency to assist them. However, after receiving the green mark, he could only uncontrollably walk to the coffee table, pour himself a cup of Darjeeling tea, and leisurely enjoy the rice crackers. To have defeated my partner, Mr. 3, it seems these individuals possess some skill, but alas, they have encountered me. Since I have dealt with them, I shall contact the boss to dispatch other operatives for the harvest. Chapter 106, The Devil of Thunder, Subai. Just as Miss Golden Week pulled out her telephone bug to dial Crocodile's direct line, Subai, the young lord of the Shadow Corps, pushed open the door of the candle house. Observing Crocodile, akin, Little Eight, and alone in their subdued states, he waved his hand, casting a healing charm upon them that instantly awakened them from their trance. To have controlled 4 of my high-ranking officers, your abilities surpass those of Mr. 3 and Mr. 5. Have you considered joining my Shadow Corps? Miss Golden Week scoffed at Subai's invitation, disdainfully pursing her lips before swiftly hanging up the telephone bug and brandishing her palette, preparing to paint Subai. Unfazed by her insolence, Subai laughed heartily. He then bent his fingers, summoning thousands of ninjas from the Shadow Corps, signaling them to bind the young girl and bring her into the Shadow Kingdom. Thousands of ninjas filled the candle house, their fierce gazes fixed upon Miss Golden Week, instilling fear in her young heart as she nearly burst into tears. Breathe deeply. Do not be anxious. Dizziness is normal. Breathe deeply. Subai consoled her while placing his pale arm upon her head. An overwhelming dark power flowed into Miss Golden Week, and as time passed, she became fully integrated into the Shadow Kingdom. Subsequently, Subai instructed his ordinary soldiers to extract Mr. 3, the wax fruit user, from the Shadow Kingdom, wishing to recruit him into the Shadow Corps. The potential of the wax fruit was considerable. Mr. 3 had developed its powers to a notable level, demonstrating his diligence in earning him a place among the Shadow Corps. As Mr. 3 was escorted before him by a multitude of ninjas, a flicker of admiration crossed Subai's otherwise indifferent gaze. He extended his pale arm, gently resting it on Mr. 3's shoulder, and a surge of dark power, akin to a roaring sea, flooded into his body, relentlessly consuming his soul. Mr. 3 screamed in agony, his spirit battling against the encroaching darkness. Unfortunately, the dark force proved too overwhelming. Ordinary soul power could not withstand it. After approximately 10 minutes, Mr. 3's soul was entirely devoured by the dark energy. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the 16th talent from this local dimension. You have been rewarded with 1 opportunity on the Lucky Spin Wheel and 1 Devil Fruit Ability Development skill card. Upon hearing the cold, mechanical notification from the system, Subai's eyes widened in shock. He gazed at Mr. 3 with newfound warmth. At long last, he could spin the lucky wheel again. Filled with joy, Subai focused his mind, and the lucky spin wheel materialized before him, adorned with an array of splendid treasures, neatly arranged within its segments. Even having witnessed it several times before, he could not help but exclaim in awe. The exquisite collection of treasures included the Monkey King puppet, magical face cream, the Annals of Time, the Rick Tajeb scriptures, nameless magical slips, the Eye of Aurora, the gloves of the Greenbeard pirate, the power of the Thunder Demon Zhong Su, the mask of General Cabo from the Hunter Ninja Corps, the mask of General Manny from the Mantis Ninja Corps, the Hurricane Fruit, the Time Fruit, the Space Fruit, the Time-Space Fruit, the unique move overlord of the Giant Clan, and the power of the Mountain Demon Bagong. Gazing at the dazzling array of treasures, Subai commanded with unwavering resolve, "System, activate the lucky spin wheel." Upon receiving Subai's command, the system responded promptly, and the lucky spin wheel began to turn. Initially, its pace was slow, but as time progressed, it picked up speed until the treasures within the segments became indistinguishable, finally stabilizing in its rotation. Ding! Does the host wish to pause? Hearing the system's inquiry, Subai momentarily held his silence, taking a deep breath and silently praying, before responding with conviction, "System, I choose to pause the lucky spin wheel." Once the system registered Subai's command, it immediately decelerated and halted the lucky spin wheel. The once rapidly spinning wheel suddenly jolted, and the pointer gradually slowed, pausing momentarily over each treasure segment for a brief second, heightening Subai's anxiety. Please, not the magical monkey hair from my father. I would be truly mortified. As he watched the pointer inch forward, beads of sweat formed on Subai's brow. A level of tension he had never felt even in battles against marine admirals. The pointer traversed over the gloves of the Greenbeard pirate, the Rabbit Talisman. The power of the Thunder Demon Zhongsu, the Mouse Talisman, the Mask of General Cabo, the Hurricane Fruit, the Chilan Fruit, the Mask of General Manny, the Phoenix Fruit, the Gluttonous Fruit, and the abilities of the Mountain Demon Baga. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and the bright crimson pointer on the system's lucky spin wheel ultimately came to rest on the power of the Thunder Demon Zhongsu. The Thunder Demon, also known as the Thunder Devil, corresponds to the Zhun trigram in the Bagua, and the immortal deity who subdued him is Lord Chao, with his divine token being a clapper. Zhongsu ranks fourth among the 8 demons. He is the third brother of the Holy Master and the third uncle of the Little Dragon, wielding the power of thunder and lightning, capable of flying through the storm. He possesses immense strength, capable of launching electric orbs and transforming lightning into electric staffs to attack foes. I am the Thunder Demon Zhongsu. Who has summoned me? A faint blue phantom emerged from the system's lucky spin wheel, gradually solidifying as the Thunder Demon Zhongsu thundered his inquiry towards Subai. The Thunder Demon Zhongsu was characterized by blue skin, a visage resembling that of a hippopotamus, a human form with blue spiky protrusions atop his head, 5 fingers on each hand, 2 toes on each foot, and clad in armor reminiscent of ancient Roman style, with defined abdominal muscles and blood-red eyes. In the depths of Subai's profound gaze, an unusual glimmer flickered as he scrutinized the Thunder Demon Zhongsu's form. Maintaining his composure, he calmly declared, "The one who has awakened you is I, Subai, the young lord of the Shadow Brigade. I require your power to dominate this realm. If you bestow all your strength upon me, I shall ensure your rebirth as the master of this world." Chapter 107. Mastery of Thunder and Confrontation with the Giant Clan Warrior. The phantasmal form of the Thunder Demon Zhongsu regarded Subai with disdain through his bell-like crimson eyes, his haughty demeanor irritating the young lord of the Shadow Brigade. Subai suppressed his indignation, forcing a strained smile, hoping the Thunder Demon Zhongsu would recognize the situation and willingly surrender his power. By what virtue do you presume to be the current young lord of the Shadow Brigade? Do you believe mere words can compel me to relinquish my thunderous magic? Your audacity is remarkable. Seeing the Thunder Demon Zhongsu's blatant disrespect, Subai, filled with rage, chuckled bitterly. Without hesitation, he unleashed his dark powers. An overwhelming tide of darkness surged toward Zhongsu's phantom, enveloping him instantly. Bound by the immense dark energy, the Thunder Demon Zhongsu struggled, glaring fiercely at Subai. Threatening him with a growl, "You release me at once, or I swear, when I break free, you shall be my slave." Observing Zhongsu's obstinacy, Subai's expression turned cold as a glacier, his lips curling into a derisive smile. With a subtle curl of his pale fingers, the dark energy erupted once more, consuming the Thunder Demon Zhongsu's phantom soul like a relentless tide. "Ah, you wretched fiend, cease this at once. I will not forgive you." Subai merely smirked, flicking his finger to quicken the absorption process. The Thunder Demon Zhongsu, now gripped by terror, hastily shifted his tone from arrogant defiance to desperate pleas for mercy. "I gave you a chance, but you squandered it. Now, begging for mercy is futile." The dark energy, like a colossal wave, engulfed the Thunder Demon Zhongsu's soul, inflicting excruciating agony. Realizing Subai's determination not to relent, Zhongsu's expression warped in fury, lamenting, "My brothers will surely avenge me. Wait for your reckoning." With his final words, the dark energy completely consumed him, and a surge of pure, thunderous power flowed back into Subai's body. This raw energy raged within him, yet felt gentle as a stream, cleansing impurities from his meridians and invigorating his muscles. Merely possessing Zhongsu's thunderous power elevated Subai's strength to a new echelon. If he were to gather the magic of all 8 demons, could he ascend to become the sovereign of this realm? The powers of the Earth Demon Diku and the Moon Demon Zhualan seem particularly intriguing. I wonder when I shall grasp them. With a casual snap of his fingers, a brilliant blue current of electricity erupted, striking a nearby boulder with pinpoint precision, obliterating it into dust that scattered upon the wind. I wonder how the might of this thunderous power compares to Enel's rumble fruit. Contemplating this, a spark of battle intent ignited in Subai's deep-set eyes. He was eager to ascend to the Sky Island and challenge Enel, the wielder of the Rumble fruit. First, I must complete the system's side quest and recruit the giant clan warriors, Chingue Dongli and Hongue Buloki, into the Shadow Brigade before setting sail to the next island. Subai retracted his formidable thunderous energy, summoned his senior officials, who were foraging for food in the garden-s thicket, and swiftly headed toward the location of the giant clan warriors, Chingue Dongli and Hongue Buloki. These two had been gravely injured by the explosive fruit user Mr. 5. Their strength diminished to a fraction, while it would be easy for Arlong and Kuro to take advantage of their weakness. It was not Subai's style to exploit the vulnerable. He intended to conquer these two giant warriors through strength, compelling them to willingly join his ranks. Chingue Dongli and Hongue Buloki, the formidable captain of the giant soldier pirates, were notorious pirates with a bounty of 100 million berries, having fought to a stalemate on this ancient island for a century. Upon hearing Subai's words, the injured Dongli and Buloki were filled with rage, struggling against the excruciating pain in their wounds as they contemplated teaching this audacious youth a lesson. Are the giants truly this fierce? I have come to invite both of you to join my shadow troop. I hope you recognize this opportunity. As Subai's voice echoed, Dongli and Buloki erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the most absurd joke. They mocked in unison. You, a mere sprout, believe you can defeat us? Even in our weakened state. The honor of the giant clan is not something you can trample upon. Subai, unperturbed by their derision, simply smiled wryly. With a sweeping gesture, a soft green beam enveloped Dongli and Buloki, activating the healing powers of the horse talisman. Their injuries healed instantaneously. I do not wish for you to use your injuries as an excuse for your defeat. Prepare yourselves. A glimmer of blue lightning flickered in Subai's deep purple eyes as he activated the chicken talisman, lifting himself into the air. With arms raised, the power of the thunder demon surged forth, causing the heavens to roar and dark clouds to gather. Multiple streaks of fierce purple lightning shot from the clouds, targeting Dongli and Buloki. Realizing the dire situation, Dongli and Buloki attempted to flee, but could not outpace the speed of light. In less than a second, they were struck by the overwhelming purple lightning, their massive forms collapsing to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Dongli, Buloki, do you yield? Subai approached the two fallen giants, flicking his finger to channel pure, healing energy into them. Their charred bodies began to sprout flesh at an observable rate, healing completely, even erasing scars from past battles. You are a devil fruit user? No, with such diverse abilities, you cannot merely be a devil fruit user. The warriors of Elbaf would rather die than submit. Chapter 108. Side Quest, Snake Talisman, and the Lucky Spin Wheel. Seeing Dongli and Buloki's obstinacy, Subai felt a flicker of irritation. He waved his hand again, completely healing their injuries with the horse talisman, then, in a fit of anger, unleashed the dragon talisman, a searing blast piercing through their chests. Do you yield? Struggling to rise, Dongli and Buloki clutched their hollow chests, their eyes wide with fury as they roared, "Warriors of Elbaf, we shall never submit." Witnessing their stubbornness, Subai's anger turned to irony. He once again invoked his healing powers to restore the gravely injured Dongli and Buloki, then unleashed the laser eyes of the pig talisman, inflicting further grievous wounds upon them. Subsequently, Subai utilized the horse talisman to heal them once more, followed by the powers of the cow talisman, Conqueror's Haki, and armament Haki, along with the might of the Shadow Troop's ninjas, repeatedly subduing the obstinate giants until their proud spirits were thoroughly ground down. Do you yield? If not, I have other means to deal with you. Listening to Subai's words, Dongli and Buloki embraced. Weeping, they dared not utter another refusal. They would rather face death than endure the cycle of injury and healing that awaited them. Since you concede, then join my ranks. Subai, with a sinister grin, flew to Dongli's forehead, extending his pale arms to gently press against his shining brow. A torrent of dark power surged into Dongli's colossal body. Observing this, Buloki attempted to raise his weapon in resistance, but Subai's brow furrowed, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki, a powerful aura enveloping Buloki, overwhelming him with fear until he collapsed, unconscious. Simultaneously, Subai released a surge of dark energy, consuming the soul of the compliant Dongli, thus integrating him into the Shadow Troop. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 17th talent from this dimension. The system rewards you. After incorporating Dongli into the Shadow Troop, Subai swiftly flew to Buloki's side, again placing his pale arms upon him. The overwhelming dark power streamed into the unconscious Buloki, As time passed, Baluki's soul gradually diminished under the overpowering dark force, shrinking to a tiny dot before being entirely consumed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the 18th talent from this dimension. The system rewards you. As the cold mechanical voice of the system chimed in, a brilliant yellow beam entered the system's task panel. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed Side Quest 1 and Side Quest 2. Current rewards have been distributed. Please check promptly. New side quests are being issued. Please wait. Gazing at the items within the system package, gem from the Bhutan Temple and adds magical lizard jerky. Subai's expression brightened slightly, a proud smile gracing his lips. System. What functions does the gem from the Bhutan Temple possess? Enlighten me. The system, unfazed by Subai's inquiry, explained, this gem is housed within a temple in Bhutan, enhanced by the powers of a millennia-old Buddha, endowing it with special abilities. If affixed to the arm, it can transform into a hand cannon or hammer, inflicting significant damage on foes. Subai's eyes lit up at the system's explanation. The gem from the Bhutan Temple was indeed a treasure, perfectly suited for non-devil fruit users. It could unleash the gem's full potential while also safeguarding the user's life. This gem was tailor-made for Daski, who, as a non-devil fruit user, was steadily increasing her strength. Should she face a formidable swordsman who might disarm her, this gem would serve as her protector against severe injury or death. Gazing at the resplendent jewels enveloped within the system's package, Subai's spirits soared. He couldn't help but reminisce about Daski and Smog, pondering when these two would finally venture into the Grand Line. Following the natural progression of events, it wouldn't be long before he encountered them in Alabasta. The bracelet of Shiva Temple could be entrusted to the Fishman Karate Master, Coby, or to the firearms expert, Daida. As for the gems from the Bhutan Temple, they would be reserved for Daski. Regarding the specific ownership of the bracelet of Shiva Temple, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, was still deliberating. Would Coby become even more formidable if he possessed an additional pair of arms while executing Fishman karate techniques? And if Daida were to sprout an extra set of limbs? He could conceal them within his trench coat, taking advantage of the enemy's unguarded moments to deliver a swift and lethal shot. After much contemplation, Subai ultimately decided to bestow the bracelet of Shiva Temple upon Daida for his use. For this adept marksman, an extra pair of arms would equate to wielding 2 additional shotguns, enabling him to operate his sniper rifle, Sunset, while simultaneously firing 2 handguns. Just as Subai finalized the ownership of the bracelet of Shiva Temple, the system's cold, mechanical voice abruptly resounded. Branch mission allocation in progress. Host, please review carefully. Branch Mission 1, Devour Drum Island Reward. One of the 12 Zodiac Talismans of the Holy Lord. The Snake Talisman. Branch Mission 2, acquire the Paramecia-type Munch fruit possessed by the Pirate Wapple Reward. 1 chance to spin the lucky roulette. Upon viewing the branch missions issued by the system, Subai's previously furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. It had been quite some time since he had obtained any new talismans, and he was determined to secure the Snake Talisman and the opportunity to spin the lucky roulette from this round of missions. Chapter 109, Departing for Drum Island. Anticipating an encounter with Blackbeard. After perusing the information released by the system regarding the side quests, the host, Subai, concentrated his mind and signaled the system to display the specific rewards obtained from the recruitment of local talents. Upon receiving the host's command, the system promptly responded, revealing the details of the rewards for enlisting Qingue Dong Li and Hongue Buluo Ji into the Shadow Legion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 17th local talent, Qingue Dong Li. This system rewards the host with 2,000 ordinary ninja soldiers from the Shadow Legion and 1,000 ninja soldiers from the Troll Legion, as well as the exclusive Elbaf Honor Cross pendant. Upon viewing the first message displayed by the system, Subai nodded in satisfaction. Incorporating Qingue Dong Li into the Shadow Legion significantly bolstered its ranks, bringing the total number of ordinary ninja soldiers to 6,513, and it would not be long before it surpassed the milestone of 10,000. As for the Elbaf Honor Cross pendant awarded by the system, this item held immense benefits for Qingue Dong Li. As a member of the Elbaf Kingdom, Dong Li had always believed that fighting with all one's might was the highest honor for a warrior, and he firmly believed that the gods of Elbaf favored the victors. The pendant could enhance Dong Li's stamina by 25 and his combat power by 30 during battles. Although this enhancement may seem modest, in a life and death struggle, even the slightest advantage could alter the course of the entire battle. The enhancement effect of the Elbaf Honor Cross pendant was quite impressive. After equipping it, Qinggui Dongli's strength could increase by at least 40. A century ago, his bounty was an astounding 100 million berries, and now it should exceed 3 billion, making him a formidable force within the Shadow Legion. Subai was exceedingly pleased with the items rewarded by the system, and then prompted the system to reveal the rewards for enlisting Hongguei Buluoji. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 18th local talent, Hongguei Buluoji. This system rewards the host with 1,000 ordinary ninja soldiers from the Shadow Legion, 1,000 ninja soldiers from the Hunter Legion, 500 alien ninja soldiers, and an Elbaf honor cross pendant. Listening to the system's cold, mechanical voice, Subai raised an eyebrow. The rewards issued this time were rather unremarkable. The Elbaf honor cross pendant was likely to be standard issue for both Hongguei Buluoji and Qinggui Dongli. The ordinary ninja soldiers from the Shadow Legion and those from the special troops could be seen as the system's commendation for Subai. With the increasing number of senior officials in the Shadow Legion and the total number of ninja soldiers surpassing 10,000, it was time to conquer some large islands to nourish the dark powers of the Shadow Kingdom. System, I wish to view my personal information panel. In response to Subai's request, the system swiftly complied, reorganizing a data report based on Subai's current strength and the number of senior officials within the Shadow Legion. Name: Subai Affiliated Forces, Shadow Arlong, Shadow Xiao Ba, Shadow Kaluo Bai, Shadow Coby, Shadow Li Jia, Shadow Bei Lu Mei Bo, Shadow Kaluo, Shadow Zangao, Shadow Ajin, Shadow Yaer Li Ta, Shadow Dita, Shadow Kamen, Shadow Siamogu, Shadow Desi Chi, Shadow Sweetheart Queen, Shadow Galdinua, Shadow Miss Valentine, 513 ordinary ninja soldiers from the Shadow Legion, 510 ninja soldiers from the Nightbat Legion, 1010 ninja soldiers from the Troll Legion, 1005 ninja soldiers from the Hunter Legion, and 500 alien ninja soldiers. The above figures represent the personnel of the Shadow Legion. The individuals from the Shadow Kingdom are not included. Abilities: Navy 6 styles, Conqueror's Haki, and beginner-level observation Haki, beginner-level armament Haki, beginner-level swordsmanship, beginner-level fishman karate, beginner-level marksmanship, beginner-level navigation. Special abilities: Ox Charm, Tiger Charm, Dragon Charm, Horse Charm, Chicken Charm, Dog Charm, Pig Charm, and all magical powers of the Lightning Demon Su. Items: Devil Fruit Ability Extraction Device, 3 treasure maps, 10 units of a replica pacifista, 1000 firearms crafted from sea stone, the gravel sword, a super moose plushie, the mask of the bull warrior, the magical octopus leg of the old man, the magical pufferfish jerky of the old man, the jade prosthetic left foot of Basa Chanth, the bracelet from Shiva Temple, the diamond clock from Clockwork Island, the Superman type steel fruit, the magical lizard jerky of the old man, and gemstones from the Bhutan Temple. Buffs: non-affiliated territories, Cocoa Village in East Sea, Shells Town, Zilaba Village, Akmish Island, Orange Town, Golden Island, Rog Town, Northern Mariana Islands, including Clockwork Island and Warship Island, Whiskey Peak, and Little Garden. Allies: Millennial Dragon Clan. Gazing at the data displayed by the system, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, felt an immense sense of joy, his brow relaxing. It was time to set sail for Drum Island, the snowy land, the birthplace of Tony Chopper, and the domain of Wapple, the user of the Superman type Munch fruit. The Shadow Legion is on its way. Dong Li and Buluo Ji. You shall remain on Ancient Island for now, familiarizing yourselves with the powers bestowed by the Elbaf Honor Cross Pendant. When I require your assistance, I shall send word. After briefly outlining the mission of the 2 formidable warriors from the giant clan, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, waved his hand decisively, summoning all the senior officials aboard. He then signaled for Coby and Xiao Ba to take the helm, setting sail for Drum Island. At this juncture, he pondered whether they might encounter the infamous Blackbeard and his crew, who had wrought destruction upon the Drum Kingdom. Should fate lead them to cross paths, he might seize the opportunity to claim the dark fruit, as its attributes were far more suited to him, allowing him to wield it with greater efficacy. Standing alone at the stern of the Shadow Corps ship, Subai gazed out at the tumultuous sea and the soaring seagulls. Ambition stirred within him, taking root and flourishing. As the Shadow Corps departed from the bay of Ancient Island and steered towards Drum Island, a colossal island-eating goldfish unexpectedly emerged from the surging waters, opening its cavernous maw as if to swallow the entire crew. Perfect. Let us test my newfound mastery of lightning on this beast. Chapter 110. Fury against the island-eating goldfish. Arrival at the waters of Drum Island. Suspended in midair, Subai's black cloak billowed in the fierce sea breeze, his piercing gaze radiating a fierce glint. His pale arm extended from the cloak, fingers curling slightly as a torrent of electric power surged into his palm, crackling with pale blue lightning. Observing the enormous island-eating goldfish preparing to engulf the Shadow Corps ship, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Subai's mouth. With a mere thought, he thrust his hand forward, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of lightning. The sky, once clear, darkened ominously as thunder rumbled, resembling an impending apocalypse. Thunder, annihilation. The overwhelming surge of lightning struck the massive goldfish, and with a deafening wail, the creature, comparable in size to a small island, was reduced to charred remains, its vast carcass floating on the surface, exuding the aroma of roasted meat. Along, Coby, akin. Please prepare this giant for the kitchen so Miss Carmen can cook it for tonight's banquet. Upon hearing the news of the evening feast, the senior officials on board brightened, eagerly engaging in the task of butchering the colossal goldfish. Due to its sheer size, Coby and the others toiled for 5 to 6 hours to extract the delectable fish belly and fins, leaving the remaining innards and other parts to the ninja soldiers of the Shadow Corps. A bounty of fish meat was sent to the kitchen, where Miss Carmen worked tirelessly, her spatula sparking with fervor. With the assistance of numerous shadow ninja, the cooking persisted for over 2 hours, culminating in a splendid banquet featuring exquisite dishes and fine wine. All the senior officials gathered to celebrate the successful conclusion of their voyage from Ancient Island. The festivities continued late into the night and only subsided when the crimson sun began to rise, illuminating the pale blue sky dotted with remnants of stars. The once turbulent sea regained its azure brilliance, and it was only then that the Shadow Corps members, intoxicated, began to clean the disheveled dining tables. Xiao Ba and Coby, the helm is yours now. We shall first set sail for Drum Island, devouring the Drum Kingdom into the Shadow Kingdom before heading to Alabasta. Xiao Ba and Coby, entrusted with steering the ship, assured Subai with hearty pats on their chests, confident that with the guidance of the permanent log posts, their course to Drum Island and Alabasta would be flawless. They simply needed to take turns at the wheel and hoist the sails, which would not prove arduous. Pleased, Subai nodded, sweeping his hand in a casual gesture that infused Xiao Ba and Coby with a surge of pure healing energy, instantly mending their recent battle injuries and the hidden ailments from their training. Following this, an intense wave of pure dark power flowed into them, soothing their hangover and unclogging their meridians. At that moment, Xiao Ba and Coby felt invigorated. The itching and stinging sensations that had plagued their bodies vanished entirely. Under the nurturing dark power, their strength experienced a slight augmentation, with Xiao Ba even breaking through his previous limitations to initially grasp the ability of observation haki. I have mastered observation haki. Thank you for your generosity, young master. Xiao Ba knelt eagerly, adopting a gesture unique to the fishman to express his loyalty to Subai. Meanwhile, Coby, envious of Xiao Ba's newfound ability, concentrated on the transformations within himself, feeling the dark power continuously fortifying his muscles and bones, crucial for someone like him who relied on physical prowess as a weapon. Thank you, young master. Coby also assumed the fishman's gesture to convey his loyalty to Subai, who nodded in satisfaction. He then strode out of the cabin towards the deck. Surely, those women must be sunbathing. As anticipated, on the deck, Yarlita, Sweetheart Queen, Miss Carmen, and Miss Valentine lounged in the sun, clad in an array of alluring bikinis, their long, fair legs draped lazily over the edges of their sun loungers. They basked in the warmth, donning dark sunglasses while perusing the latest fashion magazines. You're here, young master. Miss Golden Week, sketching at the edge of the deck, greeted Subai politely. He affectionately pinched her cheek, signaling her to continue her artwork. You all seem to be enjoying life quite comfortably, lying about in the sun, sipping fresh orange juice, and browsing fashion magazines. Such a lifestyle is likely beyond the reach of many royal families. Upon hearing Subai's remarks, the lounging female crew members quickly sat up, playfully removing their sunglasses and adorably teasing Subai. This unexpected display of charm left Subai, who had initially intended to impose rigorous training upon them, flustered, prompting him to retreat hastily to the gym. In the gymnasium of the Shadow Legion, Aaron was engaged in an impressive bench press, lifting weights that would be mere trifles for him. He repeated the same exercise hundreds of times, a testament to his rigorous training regimen. Nearby, Chloe was fervently running on a treadmill, while Akin practiced his staff techniques, both drenched in sweat. Observing this, Subai refrained from interrupting them. In the corner of the gym, The newly recruited Galdino leisurely sipped Darjeeling tea, occasionally gesturing towards Dida, who was honing his shooting skills. Dare to point out Dida's technique? It seems your marksmanship is superior. Why not call him over for a friendly competition with your sea stone bullets? Upon hearing Subai's suggestion, Galdino was startled, spraying his tea in surprise. He awkwardly rose from the sofa and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "Young master, I possess a modest understanding of firearms, but challenging Brother Dida would be ill-advised. My skills are merely for boasting." Just as Subai was about to reprimand Galdino, news arrived from Xiao Ba and Klo, who were in charge of navigation. They reported that the Shadow Legion had entered the waters of Drum Island and would soon arrive at the port. Chapter 111. A Missed Opportunity with Blackbeard. Devouring the Drum Kingdom. Drum Island, a winter isle along the Grand Line, is renowned for its advanced medical facilities. However, under the tyrannical rule of King Wapol, the country's top 20 doctors were summoned to serve him in the royal family, while other physicians faced oppression, arrest, and exclusion at the hands of the military. Wapol's actions showed a blatant disregard for the welfare of his subjects, depriving them of essential medical resources, resulting in widespread discontent. Young master, we are approaching the port of Drum Island. It is time for us to prepare to disembark. At the pinnacle of the mast of the Shadow Legion, Aaron, armed with a telescope, beheld a pristine island amidst the tumultuous waves of the sea. The island, enveloped in a blanket of white, was adorned with several flat-topped mountains that resembled chimneys. According to the information conveyed by the recorded and permanent pointers, as well as the nautical charts, there was no doubt that this island was magnetic Drum Island. Under the swift maneuvers of helmsman Xiao Ba and Coby, the Shadow Brigade's vessel surged forward with full throttle towards Drum Island, swiftly entering the temporarily deserted harbor within mere minutes. The young lord of the Shadow Brigade, Subai, nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing this, gesturing with a grand sweep of his hand to summon over 3,000 ordinary ninjas of the Shadow Brigade, commanding them to conceal themselves near the harbor to guard the ship. The remaining senior officials accompanied him as he disembarked. This side quest was not particularly arduous. However, the primary objective of their expedition to Drum Island was to apprehend the notorious Blackbeard. Having spent decades within the Whitebeard pirates, Blackbeard had committed the heinous act of causing the death of his comrade, Thatch, in his insatiable pursuit of the dark fruit, which led to a bounty on his head from the entire crew and a relentless pursuit by the 2nd Division Captain, Fire Fist Ace. Contemplating this, Subai's deep purple orbs gleamed with intensity. He arranged for Alvida and the Sweetheart Queen to disguise themselves as commoners and infiltrate the market to gather intelligence regarding the Drum Kingdom and Wapol. Subsequently, he tasked Crow, Galdino, and Aranakin to lead 300 Nightbat ninjas to the ancient castle atop the peaks of Drum Island, to ascertain whether the superhuman Wapol, capable of the powers of the Eat fruit, still resided there. The remaining members were to assist in the consumption of Drum Island. Upon Subai's command, all senior officials and ninjas present stood tall, dutifully contributing their strength. A formidable surge of dark energy radiated outward from beneath Subai's feet. At the current pace, the total consumption of Drum Island would take approximately a week, perhaps even less if unimpeded. Meanwhile, as Subai devoted himself to unleashing dark powers to engulf Drum Island, Alvida and the Sweetheart Queen, disguised as outsiders, navigated through the bustling market, successfully uncovering information about the Drum Kingdom. Following the death of the former king, Wapol ascended to the throne and immediately imposed harsh taxes, indulging in extravagant luxuries while enforcing a tyrannical policy that left the populace in dire straits, forcing them to revolt. Countless insurgent groups arose, but upon their initial clash with the royal army, all insurgents were swiftly annihilated by Wapol, who wielded the powers of the Eat fruit. Alongside his cruel officials Crocodile and strategist Jess, after the annihilation of the national uprising forces, Walpole's dictatorial policies intensified significantly. In a bid to showcase the king's supreme authority, he ordered the arrest of the nation's 20 most esteemed physicians and confined them to the royal palace, forming the organization of 20 doctors. Subsequently, he commanded his military to expel, arrest, and slaughter the remaining physicians, underscoring the stark contrast between the king and the common people. Shortly after ascending to the throne, Walpole imprisoned his chief of the garrison, de Luton, intending to execute him in secret. However, before he could carry out his plan, the kingdom of Drum was invaded by a notorious pirate crew led by the infamous Blackbeard, who wreaked havoc, plundering and slaughtering indiscriminately. The atrocities committed by Blackbeard and his crew terrified Walpole, prompting him to abandon his kingdom's populace overnight and flee to the sea with a select group of loyalists to escape the marauders. Following this, Walpole established the White Iron Pirate Crew, while de Luton, elected by the people, took temporary charge of the kingdom's affairs. In the midst of unleashing dark powers to consume Drum Island, Subai, upon receiving reports from Yalida and Sweetheart Queen, felt a pang of regret in his deep purple eyes. He sighed softly, murmuring to himself, lamenting his late arrival and the missed opportunity to apprehend Blackbeard. Uncertain of the pirates' whereabouts, disheartened by the failure of his primary mission, Subai hastened the release of dark energies, commanding Aaron and Akin to locate Walpole swiftly, to capture him and bring back his subordinate, the Gona Gomu fruit user, Chromalamone, while instructing them to eliminate the remaining rabble. As Subai's mood soured amidst the release of dark powers, de Luton, the captain of the garrison, fortuitously led militia forces to the vicinity. Upon detecting the ominous presence of shadowy ninja assailants, he promptly initiated an attack. The sudden turn of events left Subai momentarily flustered. Yet upon learning that the assailant was de Luton, a smile crept upon his lips. De Luton, a Zoan-type user of the bulbul fruit in its wild bull form, possessed commendable strength. Subai's amusement stemmed from his admiration for de Luton's abilities and his benevolent heart. In the original narrative, after the Straw Hat Pirates defeated Walpole's White Iron Pirate Crew, de Luton was elected king of Drum Island, which he later renamed the Sakura Kingdom. Seeing de Luton come to him, Subai mused that he would reluctantly integrate him into the Shadow Kingdom, with Drum Island and the future Alabasta as covers. The Shadow Kingdom and its shadow troops would evade early assaults from the world government and the Navy. As Subai continued to unleash dark powers, he concluded his current endeavor, manifesting a formidable Conqueror's Haki that instilled terror, forcing de Luton and his militia to kneel, drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 112. Zoan-type bulbul fruit. De Luton the king. As the future king of Sakura knelt before him, Subai, the enigmatic heir of the Shadow Legion, smiled wickedly, extending his pale hand, fingers slightly curled. A surge of electricity danced in his palm. Zoan-type bulbul fruit, wild bull form, let us see if you possess the strength to be the king of Sakura. With that, Subai retracted the Conqueror's Haki enveloping de Luton. The garrison captain, freed from his forced submission, laboriously rose from the snow, brushing off the frost and glaring fiercely at Subai's direction. You scoundrel, our kingdom does not permit pirates to enter. Be gone. Enraged, de Luton's eyes glowed an ominous red as he roared to the heavens, swiftly activating his devil fruit powers. His form transformed into that of a wild bull. Muscles swelling to an impressive size, and with two horns sharp as blades, he charged with great force, propelling himself from the ground like a cannonball towards Subai. In response to de Luton's fierce assault, Subai disdainfully waved his hand, signaling his elite officers and ninja troops to refrain from intervening. Stand down, I shall handle this myself. As the bull-shaped de Luton closed the distance, Subai's earlier despondency transformed into exhilaration, a smirk gracing his lips, his deep gaze revealing a hint of mockery. Dark thunder, thousand-feathered bird. Subai thrust his hand skyward, unleashing a torrent of thunderous energy that tore through the dense clouds above, summoning the wrath of the skies. Small, feather-like bolts of purple lightning rained down around de Luton. The magnetic force generated by the lightning incapacitated de Luton, causing him to stumble uncontrollably forward. After rolling several times, he finally managed to regain his footing, albeit disheveled and muddy, with a murderous glint in his eyes. Drawing a massive shovel from his back, de Luton activated his devil fruit powers once more, propelling himself towards Subai with renewed vigor. Observing de Luton's relentless pursuit, Subai's purple eyes sparkled with admiration. He withdrew the thunderous energy and instead unleashed the dragon's burst ability from his dragon charm, sending forth beams of intense heat. De Luton, in motion, swiftly evaded the blast with remarkable agility, showcasing his ability to reach speeds of 6 seconds per 100 meters, a testament to his diligent training with the devil fruit's capabilities. As Subai retreated, increasing the distance between them, he harnessed the power of the pig charm's laser eyes, launching another barrage towards de Luton. Panting heavily, de Luton rolled to the side to avoid the lasers and quickly rose to continue his charge at Subai. Despite the chaotic exchange, Subai found himself moved by de Luton's unwavering resolve and determination. Standing resolute in his black cloak, Subai activated his armament Haki, rendering his body as hard as iron. The bull-shaped de Luton swung his iron shovel at Subai's head. Clang! With a resounding crack, de Luton's shovel shattered upon impact with Subai's head, leaving him stunned and staring in disbelief at the broken remnants on the ground. This is impossible. Are you a devil fruit user? You must be. You wield the power of thunder and shoot devastating lasers, undoubtedly a Paramecia or Logia type. As he gazed at the terrified visage of Dalyutin, The young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, could not help but smile knowingly. He shook his head and then extended his hand outward. A formidable surge of thunderous power surged forth, drawing Daliadin towards him. Damn pirates, release Daliadin at once. We shall fight you. A group of several hundred armed militiamen, witnessing Daliadin's peril, gritted their teeth and, suppressing their inner fears, charged towards the direction of the Shadow Legion. Observing this, Subai let out a cold snort and casually hurled a thunderball backwards. The thunderball seemed to possess a will of its own as it landed before the militiamen, erupting in a cacophony of thunder and lightning. The overwhelming force of the thunder incapacitated the militiamen, rendering them paralyzed and causing them to collapse, slipping into a temporary unconsciousness. What have you done to them? I will kill you for this. Daliadin, witnessing the fall of his comrades, was beside himself with rage. He struggled with all his might to resist, yet he remained firmly suppressed by Subai's overwhelming force. Join my Shadow Kingdom, and I shall bestow upon you unparalleled glory. Subai's body radiated an immense dark power, his pale hand gripping Daliadin's neck like an iron claw. Waves of pure darkness surged into Daliadin's body through Subai's arms. Terrified, Daliadin fought desperately against the encroaching darkness, his soul straining to withstand the invasion. However, as time passed, his soul weakened under the relentless assault of the dark power, ultimately succumbing to its all-consuming grasp. Thus, the Zoan-type bull fruit user, the future king of the Sakura Kingdom, and the current captain of the defense team, Daliadin, was irrevocably absorbed into the Shadow Kingdom. Subai loosened his iron grip slightly, allowing Daliadin to gasp for breath. After regaining his composure, Daliadin approached Subai respectfully and greeted him. Please tell me about the recent events on Drum Island. You must be aware of the Blackbeard pirates, yes? Do you know why they have come to Drum Island and the specifics of their intentions? Upon hearing his young master's inquiry, Daliadin reverted from his bull form and spoke candidly, revealing everything he knew. Blackbeard, having lost his father at a young age, lived with his mother and two sisters until they mysteriously vanished. Subsequently, he joined the crew of the infamous Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. Recently, it seemed he had returned to Drum Kingdom to seek revenge on Wapol, a user of the Munch fruit, due to his newfound powers from the dark fruit. However, Wapol managed to escape, and after annihilating Drum Kingdom, Blackbeard left. Chapter 113, Smoker's Scheme, the Navy enters the Lion's Den. Listening to Daliadin's analysis, a laser-like intensity pierced through Subai's deep-set eyes. Perhaps the secrets concealed within Marshal D. Teach were intricately linked to his missing sisters. Has there been an individual wearing an orange cowboy hat, named Ace, arriving at Drum Island recently? After pondering for a moment, Daliadin replied, Young Master, are you referring to Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? He visited Drum Island a while back in search of Marshal D. Teach but left empty-handed. Subai sighed in disappointment. His journey to Drum Island had indeed been a waste of time. He had aimed to absorb the powers of the dark fruit, only to find that Blackbeard had long since fled. Furthermore, he had not encountered Luffy's older brother, Ace. Young Master, Blackbeard has devastated Drum Kingdom, causing significant repercussions. Several kingdoms have united to demand that the Navy dispatch forces to hunt him down. It is likely that the world government will soon send someone to track Blackbeard's whereabouts. Upon hearing Daliadin's words, Subai furrowed his brow. He did not wish to confront the Navy on Drum Island, for it would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle. We must hasten our pace. We need to locate and eliminate Wapol, the user of the Munch fruit, and then support your ascension as the king of this nation. Following that, we shall integrate all of Drum Island into the realm of the Shadow Kingdom, just as Subai prepared to issue commands to expedite the absorption of Drum Island. 5 massive Navy warships slowly entered the harbor on the eastern side of Drum Island. At the forefront stood a figure with a cigar, none other than Smoker. Recently promoted to the rank of Commodore and a user of the smoke fruit, Smoker had tirelessly hunted pirates in Logtown to accumulate merit. Recently, he had collaborated with the Navy base in the North Sea to apprehend a notorious pirate with a bounty of 70 million berries, which had garnered him significant acclaim. He was subsequently promoted to Commodore by Admiral Sengoku and dispatched to the Grand Line to investigate the destruction of Drum Kingdom. Accompanying Commodore Smoker on this mission was his close aide Dashiji, along with Commodores T-Bone and Brand-New, and the Colonels Gibbon, Gorilla, and Silver from the other 4 warships. The world government closely monitored the devastation of Drum Kingdom, initially intending to send Admiral Kizaru, but he was on leave. Meanwhile, Admiral Akainu was occupied in the North Sea combating pirates and the Mafia, and Admiral Akiji was engaged in battle with the Kaido pirates, rendering them unavailable. Thus, the responsibility for investigating the Drum Kingdom incident fell squarely on Smoker's shoulders, for which he was immensely grateful, promising to fulfill the task with utmost diligence. According to intelligence, the mastermind behind the destruction was Marshal D. Teach, whose power should not be underestimated. We must proceed with caution. Standing at the bow of the ship, Smoker puffed on his cigar, gazing intently at the snow-covered drum island, his emotions a tumultuous blend of joy and concern. He was thrilled about his recent promotion but apprehensive about whether their fleet possessed the strength to confront Blackbeard. The young master was on Drum Island. He needed to find an opportune moment to recruit T-Bone, Brand New, Gibbon, Gorilla, and Silver into the Shadow Kingdom to better undermine the Navy's power. A glimmer of ruthless determination flashed in Smoker's profound gaze as he regarded T-Bone and Brand New on the deck, both of whom possessed considerable abilities and were undoubtedly worthy of joining the Shadow Kingdom. Smoker, we are preparing to disembark. A soldier's voice broke through his contemplation, prompting Smoker to nod thoughtfully. Utilizing his devil fruit powers, he transformed into smoke and leaped off the warship, soaring towards the port of Drum Island. The instant his feet touched the ground, he distinctly sensed a faint dark power emanating from the earth, which resonated with the darkness within him. It would not be long before Drum Island became a part of the Shadow Kingdom. Smoker was overwhelmed with emotions as he led Tashigi and a contingent of soldiers towards the direction of the town. Meanwhile, Pone and Bran were also embarking on their respective journeys to other towns. As they dispersed, Smoker had a fleeting thought and relayed a message to his subordinate, Subai, informing him that during the Navy's landing on Drum Island, he had deliberately brought along several formidable officers, including influential brigadiers and colonels. Upon hearing this, Subai, who was currently channeling dark powers, paused briefly before a satisfied smile crept upon his lips. He nodded approvingly and, with a mere thought, transmitted a surge of pure dark energy into Smoker's body as a reward. You have performed admirably. Soon, I will dispatch Aaron and Akin to intercept them. Just feign ignorance, and leave the rest to us. With that, Subai returned to his tasks, commanding his trusted aides, Aaron and Akin, to proceed to the port and bring the Navy Brigadier, Pone, and Bran to him. He also ordered Dida, Galdino, and Coby to apprehend the colonels, Gibbon, Gorilla, and Big Silver. Upon receiving their orders, the high-ranking officers promptly reacted, rushing towards the location of the Navy officials. At that moment, Navy Brigadier Pone, Bran, and Colonels Gibbon, Gorilla, and Big Silver were blissfully unaware of the impending crisis, still busy arranging their soldiers for patrols and gathering intelligence about Blackbeard from the townsfolk. As time passed, the dark energy unleashed by Subai had already engulfed a significant portion of Drum Island. Simultaneously, on the tumultuous sea, a pirate ship resembling a submarine stealthily approached the waters of Drum Island. Chloe, the Paramecia Userwapple is here. You, along with Little Eight, your Lita, and Sweetheart Queen, prepare to head to the port and bring him and that mushroom fruit user, Chromalaman, to me. Chapter 114, Devouring the Navy Brigadier and Colonel. At the port of Drum Island, 5 Navy warships were anchored. Colonel Gorilla was leading 300 armed soldiers in the vicinity. Just as he began to relax, Dida, a high-ranking officer of the Shadow Legion, lifted his sniper rifle, Sunset, and aimed it at Gorilla's head, firing a shot. Startled from his drowsiness, Colonel Gorilla swiftly sidestepped, relying on his extraordinary reflexes to narrowly evade the fierce assault of the fire vulture. Just as he sighed in relief, he noticed the fire vulture hovering in midair, preparing to strike again. Reluctantly, Colonel Gorilla unsheathed his sword, quickly stepping back, and gripped the hilt with both hands, exerting all his strength to cleave at the fire vulture. Several fire vultures were severed in half, scattering like stars in the night sky. Who dares to ambush me? Enraged, Colonel Gorilla's fur bristled, his eyes wide with fury, exuding a terrifying killing intent that caused Dida, hiding nearby, to furrow his brow. Without hesitation, he hefted his sniper rifle and shot towards Gorilla's location. In the blink of an eye, several fire vultures were unleashed, soaring directly towards Colonel Gorilla. They moved with remarkable speed and ruthlessly crashed into his back. Damn it! Where are you hiding? Show yourself! Colonel Gorilla howled in agony, his eyes ablaze with rage. Dida, wielding the sniper rifle Sunset, burst into laughter upon seeing this, leisurely stepping out from his hiding spot. Little Gorilla, I didn't expect you to rise to the rank of Navy Colonel. Do you remember me? The highly alert Colonel Gorilla turned back, astonished into silence upon recognizing Dida. Is that you, Dida Masterson? Hearing the Colonel's inquiry, Dida remained silent. But a glimmer of shrewdness flashed in his eyes as he exclaimed, I never anticipated encountering you again on Drum Island. Alas, times have changed, and so have we. Gazing at the familiar face, Colonel Gorilla's expression turned complex. It was unexpected that a comrade he once fought alongside had now become a pirate. As a Navy colonel, he could not betray justice for personal feelings. You stand with pirates, while I serve the Navy. Our meeting can only end with blades drawn. Surrender, Daida, and perhaps your sentence will be lenient. In response to the colonel's plea, Daida smirked mockingly, scrutinizing him meaningfully before retorting, "You wish for my surrender? I would rather have you join our Shadow Legion. Words are futile. Let our actions speak." After delivering his words, Daida swiftly retreated, distancing himself from Colonel Gorilla, and raised his sniper rifle, taking aim once more. The rifle's barrel erupted in a flurry of blue flame vultures, far more lethal and swift than their red flame counterparts, targeting Gorilla's right shoulder, left thigh, and sword-wielding hand. Seeing this, Colonel Gorilla retaliated, drawing his sword, but the blue flame vultures evaded his strikes with ease, crashing into his shoulder, thigh, and hand. Unable to dodge in time, Colonel Gorilla could only watch helplessly as the blue flame vultures collided with him. His face contorted in agony as he howled to the heavens, attempting to distract himself from the searing pain. "Gorilla, cease your futile resistance and join our Shadow Legion." Daida approached Colonel Gorilla with an icy demeanor, squatting down emotionlessly, then delivering a swift hand strike that knocked the agonized colonel unconscious. He then hoisted him onto his shoulder, vanishing into the Shadow Kingdom and instantly appearing before Subai, the leader of the Shadow Legion. Upon seeing Daida and the unconscious Colonel Gorilla, Subai smiled with satisfaction and waved his hand to bestow upon Daida a surge of pure dark energy, enhancing his perception and physical prowess, thus granting Daida a slight overall improvement in strength. Delighted by the newfound power, Daida gently lowered Colonel Gorilla to the ground and bowed in gratitude before retreating into the Shadow Kingdom, seeking to stabilize and comprehend his current abilities. Meanwhile, Subai regarded the still unconscious Colonel Gorilla with a cold gaze, walking over to him. He leaned down, extending his pale arm from within his dark cloak, pressing it against Gorilla's chest. A tremendous surge of dark energy erupted from Subai, flowing like a gentle stream into Colonel Gorilla's body. As time progressed, Gorilla's soul weakened, ultimately consumed by the dark power. Thus, Colonel Gorilla became an integral part of the Shadow Kingdom. Observing the still unconscious figure, Subai sighed in disdain and activated the power of the Horse Talisman, releasing a gentle healing energy to mend the injuries sustained by Gorilla. Cough, cough, cough. "Thank you, Master." The Gorilla General, now an integral part of the Shadow Kingdom, gradually awakened to a profound transformation within his body. The ailments accumulated from relentless training and the lingering effects of past injuries had vanished without a trace, igniting a wave of exhilaration within him. He promptly expressed his gratitude to the young master, Subai. "Very well, you may take your leave for now. Ensure the safety of your soldiers and do not reveal the identity of the Shadow Kingdom members," commanded Subai, obediently nodding in acknowledgement. The Gorilla General retreated into the depths of the Shadow Kingdom, swiftly returning to the warship. There, he seized control of all his subordinates, integrating them into the Shadow Kingdom, and quietly awaited the return of Smoker and his allies. Meanwhile, beneath the chimney peak of magnetic Drum Island, Gardanio and Coby were engaged in a fierce battle against Navy Colonels Gibeon and Big Silver, faced with the formidable assault from two Devil Fruit users. Big Silver was the first to falter, forced to retreat. Gibeon, valiantly attempting to confront both foes, succumbed after 50 exchanges, sent crashing to the ground by a single devastating blow. Observing the helpless Gibeon and Big Silver, Gardanio and Coby exchanged a knowing smile. In an instant, they executed a swift and lethal chop, rendering both Navy colonels unconscious. With them slung over their shoulders, they made their way to their young master, Subai. In a fleeting moment, Gardanio and Coby presented the unconscious forms of Gibeon and Big Silver before Subai, their demeanor one of utmost respect. Seeing this, Subai expressed his satisfaction with a snap of his fingers, releasing two streams of pure dark energy from his fingertips that swiftly surged into the bodies of Gardanio and Coby. Gardanio, the wax fruit user, felt his physical prowess significantly enhanced by the dark energy bestowed upon him. His previously frail and soft muscles became firm and robust. "Thank you for your generous gift, young master," he exclaimed, bowing deeply before vanishing into the Shadow Kingdom to assimilate the potent dark power. Simultaneously, Coby, the master of Fishman Karate, experienced a profound transformation as well. The color of his Busashoka Haki deepened, its hardness surpassing all that he had known before, a development of immense significance for one skilled in martial arts. After receiving the endowment of newfound power, Krolobi's aura surged dramatically. He bowed deeply in gratitude, then took his leave from Subai, returning to the Shadow Kingdom to assimilate this formidable force. once he had seen off his two senior subordinates, Subai. The young master of the Shadow Legion cast a piercing gaze upon the unconscious figures of Colonels Gibbon and Dayan lying on the ground. He strode purposefully towards Gibbon, extending his fair arms to rest upon the colonel's head. Join the family of the Shadow Kingdom. A tremendous wave of dark energy erupted from Subai's being, surging like a tumultuous tide into Gibbon's body. In an instant, his frail soul was violently torn asunder, and within mere minutes, Colonel Gibbon had become a part of the Shadow Kingdom. After managing the situation with Caban, Subai withdrew his fair arm and turned to face Colonel Dayan, who stood beside him. He extended his hand once more, pressing it against Dayan's head. A surging torrent of dark energy surged forth like a flood unleashed, entering Dayan's body with an unstoppable force. The colonel's soul had no time to react before being devoured by the overwhelming darkness. As time passed, Dayan's essence was completely enveloped and consumed by the shadowy aura. Thus, yet another naval officer was assimilated into the ranks of the Shadow Kingdom. After incorporating Dayan and Gibbon into the Shadow Kingdom, Subai, draped in a dark cloak, unleashed a terrifying brilliance from his deep purple eyes. With a grand gesture, he invoked the power of the Horse Talisman, channeling a gentle healing force into the bodies of the two naval colonels, completely eradicating their negative states. Furthermore, the young master Subai extracted two pure strands of dark energy from within himself, capable of significantly enhancing Dayan and Gibbon's strength. Once they fully assimilated this dark energy, their promotion to the rank of naval brigadier would be unequivocally assured. With diligent training, they might even ascend to the rank of major. Having joined the Shadow Kingdom, I shall not treat you poorly. These two strands of dark energy shall serve as your gift. Awakening from their unconsciousness, Gibbon and Dayan were filled with joy. The moment they fully became members of the Shadow Kingdom, an abundance of information regarding the kingdom and the Shadow Legion appeared in their minds. It was this knowledge that made them acutely aware of the preciousness of the dark energy bestowed upon them by young Master Subai. We are truly grateful for your benevolence, young master. We will exert ourselves to enhance our strength and strive to be promoted to naval brigadier in the shortest time possible. Hearing Gibbon and Dayan's fervent vows, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, nodded in satisfaction. He then waved his hand, signaling the two to return to the warship while they awaited Smoker's investigation into the destruction of the Drum Kingdom. After which they would return to the naval headquarters to assist Coby and Balumeb in recruiting other naval members into the Shadow Kingdom. It had been a while since Subai last saw Smoker, and he was curious about his current strength. He felt a yearning to engage in a sparring match with him, and since Smoker happened to be at Drum Island, he decided to choose him as his practice partner. Meanwhile, at the same moment Subai prepared to seek out Smoker, the senior officer of the Shadow Legion, Arlong, was engaged in a fierce battle with Naval Brigadier T. Pin, originally a knight from a certain kingdom, later joined the Navy. In the original narrative, he held the rank of Rear Admiral. At this point in the timeline, he was still a brigadier, a candidate for promotion to major within the naval headquarters. Known as the ship-cutting hero T. Pin, he possessed exceptional swordsmanship, capable of slicing pirate ships as easily as one would cut steak. Despite his fearsome appearance, he harbored a gentle heart, dedicated to helping others, with a motto of performing 100 good deeds each day. Gaunt and skeletal, T. Pin bore a cold expression. Yet he often uttered tender words in a fearsome manner. He cared deeply for his subordinates. Upon witnessing one of them injured and bleeding, he would not hesitate to tear a piece from his own coat to bandage their wounds, exemplifying a true love for his troops. For this reason, Brigadier T. Pin was deeply respected and cherished by his subordinates. Moreover, as a brigadier, he was filled with a sense of justice, willing to fight recklessly for the safety of civilians, even against foes whose strength far surpassed his own. Is this the power of a naval brigadier? Your swordsmanship is indeed formidable. Senior Officer Arlong of the Shadow Legion drew forth his massive sawtooth sword, saw blade, his bloodshot eyes widening as his murderous intent surged. He then activated his armament Haki, rendering his arms hard and dark, his muscular legs slightly bent as they began to gather tremendous power. With a resounding thunderclap, Arlong propelled himself from the ground, the firm earth shattering beneath him, a terrifying spiderweb-like pattern forming on the surface, transformed into a dragon-like form. Arlong shot toward T. Pin like a cannonball. His crimson eyes, fearsome serrated steel teeth, and the faint blue dragon aura enveloping him instantly intimidated Brigadier T. Pin. Dragon on darts. As Arlong hurtled toward him, T. Pin's expression grew serious. He gripped his straight sword and unleashed a series of devastating sword strikes, aiming to block Arlong's lethal attack. Mid-air, Arlong smirked disdainfully, swinging his mighty saw blade in circles, whether it was the fierce sword energy or the incoming rocks. Anything that dared to obstruct him was reduced to fragments, leaving Brigadier Pin in a state of embarrassment. As Arlong drew closer, fear began to permeate Pin's eyes. He fought to suppress his terror, gritting his teeth and tightening his grip on the sword, stepping forward to position it horizontally in front of himself, attempting to withstand Arlong's ferocious onslaught. This guy's power is truly terrifying. I must report this latest intelligence to the naval headquarters. The bounty on the sawtooth fishman Arlong is far too low. With a thunderous explosion, Brigadier Pin was sent flying backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, tumbling several dozen meters before struggling to regain his footing. His helmet shattered into pieces, the armor on his abdomen displaying spiderweb-like cracks, and his long sword broke in two, falling nearby. Bloodied and battered, he gasped for breath, determined not to submit even when unarmed. I respect you as a man. Come join our Shadow Legion. The image of the ship-cutting hero Pin was as follows. He wore a helmet adorned with a long red plume, his curly black hair cascading down, his gaunt face missing a single upper tooth, and his skin resembling a ghastly gray akin to that of a corpse. He donned blue abdominal armor bearing the naval insignia, a golden soft armor over the upper portion, and a cloak emblazoned with the word justice. His waist was wrapped in rope, clad in green trousers, and black boots adorned his feet. Upon hearing Arlong's words, Brigadier Pin displayed a hint of disgust, spitting derisively on the ground before responding with difficulty. You think I would join a pirate crew? Dream on. Even under the threat of death, I will never yield. Seeing Pin's indomitable spirit, Arlong, in his dragon form, erupted in laughter. He was well aware of his young master's abilities, no matter how tough the bones, once the dark power was unleashed. They would inevitably become part of the Shadow Kingdom and the Shadow Legion. The decision to join the Shadow Legion was not up to you. I must inform you. The brigadier leading the naval fleet to Drum Island to investigate the destruction of the Drum Kingdom, Smoker, has long been a member of our Shadow Legion, operating under the young master's orders while infiltrating the Navy, all to seek the opportunity to consume the elites of the entire naval headquarters. Upon hearing Arlong's words, the gravely injured Brigadier Pin widened his eyes in disbelief. The news that Smoker, who had led the fleet to investigate the destruction of the Drum Kingdom, had actually joined a pirate crew was of paramount importance. He must convey this to the fleet admiral. I dare to share this information with you, confident that you will not disclose it to others within the naval headquarters. You should consider carefully what Smoker's true intentions were in bringing you to Drum Island. Brigadier General Pin's gaze was laden with complexity as he pondered the implications of Arlong's words. Was it not the very purpose of Smoker's expedition to Drum Island to investigate the devastation of the Drum Kingdom? A sudden jolt of realization surged through Pin's mind, transforming his expression into one of sheer terror. He then spoke, his voice trembling yet resonant. From the captain of the Arlong pirates, Arlong, to the captain of the Black Cap pirates, Kuro, and subsequently to the leader of the Krieg pirates, Gin, along with the governing officer of Logtown. Smoker, how could they all be gathered together? Your shadowy brigade's young master, Subai, must possess the ability to control others. Smoker led us to Drum Island at your young master's behest, intending to subjugate us, the brigadiers and lieutenants of the Navy, and erode the Navy's influence to dominate the world. Upon hearing Brigadier General Pin's analysis, Arlong's crimson eyes glimmered with surprise. It appeared that this man, who held the rank of Brigadier General in the Navy and was soon to be promoted to Major, was not solely reliant on brute strength. It seems you possess quite a keen intellect. Join us in the Shadow Brigade, and the young master shall bestow upon you formidable power, far surpassing your current might. In response to Arlong's persuasion, a scornful smile crept across Pin's lips, his eyes flashing with malice. He then proclaimed loudly, "Join the pirates? I would rather die unarmed." Pin's eyes reflected a resolute determination as he tightened his leg muscles and executed a technique from the Navy's 6 styles known as Saru, shattering the ground beneath him as he propelled himself towards the broken sword like a cannonball. In an instant, he grasped the shattered blade. As he noticed Arlong's horrified attempt to intervene, Pin smiled as if liberated, and then plunged the sharp blade into his own chest. Justice shall never be extinguished. To serve the pirates, I would rather die. With a smile on his face, Pin's vision began to blur, his strength waning until he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Seeing this, Arlong, now in his dragon form, sighed regretfully. Why must it come to this? As long as he draws breath, our young master can restore him. Even if he takes his own life, it will not change the fact that he could become a member of the Shadow Brigade. Pin truly had spirit. He was entirely worthy of joining their ranks. Just as Pin's pupils began to dull, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, Subai, appeared beside him in an instant. With a delicate hand, he summoned an overwhelming healing force, which instantly mended Pin's fatal wound. He snatched Pin back from the clutches of death. Cough. Am I not dead? A pale Pin gasped as he struggled to rise from the ground. His dazed eyes gradually cleared. And upon seeing Subai, he instinctively froze momentarily before quickly attempting to distance himself. I have granted you a second chance at life. Where do you think you are going? Subai smiled softly, extending his pale hand, which crackled with lightning, and it swiftly surged toward Pin. As the light blue lightning surged toward him, Brigadier General Pin's expression shifted dramatically. He bore the discomfort of his body and awkwardly moved his stiff legs in a desperate attempt to evade Subai's attack. Pin, cease your futile struggles. Join our family in the Shadow Brigade, and I shall bestow upon you the supreme power to protect the innocent from malevolent forces. Upon hearing Subai's words, Pin hesitated momentarily, his eyes flickering with indecision. In that instant of uncertainty, the formidable lightning struck him, coursing through his body, leaving him paralyzed and convulsing on the ground. Pin, I know you are a kind-hearted man, but your strength is simply too feeble. The world is vast, and the people numerous. How many can you truly protect? Join the Shadow Brigade, and you shall gain the power needed to safeguard others and uphold justice. As the lightning incapacitated him, Pin gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing crimson. For the people, what does it matter if I join the pirates? Please grant me immense power. Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, smiled with satisfaction. His deep purple eyes became shrouded in darkness, exuding a terrifying aura that enveloped the paralyzed Pin, making him feel as though he were submerged in ice. Pin, the Shadow Brigade welcomes you. A glimmer ignited in Subai's black eyes as he leaned forward, placing his cloaked arm gently upon Pin's chest. Waves of pure dark energy flowed from his arm into Pin's body. As time passed, Pin's spiritual essence waned, and the dark energy within him surged. With a resounding crack, his weakened soul was entirely consumed, and he became a part of the Shadow Brigade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 19th talent from this local dimension. The system rewards the host with 1 nature-type Nirvana Flame Fruit, 1,000 Nightbet Brigade Ninjas, and 500 Troll Brigade Ninjas. As Pin fully integrated into the Shadow Brigade, Subai's system emitted a cold, emotionless mechanical voice, delivering news that astonished him. System. What is the nature-type Nirvana Flame Fruit? What is its star rating? Does Nirvana imply the ability to resurrect infinitely, akin to a phoenix reborn? After a brief hesitation, the system's database whirred to life, revealing the pertinent information about the nature-type Nirvana Flame Fruit. Nature-type Nirvana Flame Fruit Overview. The Nirvana Flame, also known as the Flame of Life, is the intrinsic fire of the Phoenix clan. When a phoenix encounters insurmountable harm or nears death, it ignites a Nirvana flame, burning away its life to be reborn anew. Each rebirth strengthens the phoenix, yet it will only choose to undergo nirvana in dire circumstances, as success is not guaranteed. The possessor of this devil fruit can, like the phoenix, experience multiple rebirths, maintaining immortality and growing increasingly powerful with each resurrection, as long as they are fortunate enough to succeed. However, encountering sea stone will prevent rebirth, and fatal blows will still result in death. The same applies to seawater. Having absorbed the system's detailed explanation, Subai's gaze toward Pin shifted dramatically. The capabilities of the nature-type Nirvana Flame Fruit were extraordinarily formidable. It would not be long before Brigadier General Pin's name resonated throughout this world. For the reason being, a reborn phoenix is akin to eternal life. Pin, consume this devil fruit and describe its flavor in detail. Subai showed no hesitation in his generosity toward his subordinate, and with a mere thought, the nature-type Nirvana Flame Fruit materialized in his hand. The natural type, Nirvana Fire Fruit, takes on the enchanting form of a phoenix poised to take flight. It is enveloped in a deep crimson hue, with its surface adorned by scales reminiscent of fish. Upon peeling back these scales, one discovers the tender, juicy flesh within, intricately marked with delicate, light pink spirals, patterns unique to this devil fruit, which Subai has long grown accustomed to. As he beheld the dazzling devil fruit materializing from thin air, Pin's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape in a subtle gasp, tears of excitement shimmering in his gaze. Thank you, my lord, for this generous gift. This devil fruit is truly invaluable. Like a treasure, Pin gingerly accepted the natural type, Nirvana Fire Fruit from Subai's hands. Cradling it in one hand while delicately caressing the textured surface with the other, he could hardly resist the urge to take a bite of its succulent flesh. My lord, I shall indulge. Pin Pin's expression of insatiable desire was evident as he slowly opened his mouth, his sharp teeth grazing the tender fruit flesh. Before swiftly taking a substantial bite, the luscious juice burst forth onto his tongue. Initially, he anticipated the flavor to mirror the exquisite appearance of the soft, juicy flesh. But as the juice flowed freely over his taste buds, his expression shifted abruptly from enjoyment to horror. His pallid complexion turned a ghastly shade, and he was compelled to bend over, gagging uncontrollably, even reaching to his throat in a desperate attempt to expel the recently consumed devil fruit. Do not stop. Consume the rest of the devil fruit and describe the taste. At his lord's command, Pin's face paled further, his expression one of utter dismay. Reluctantly, he bowed his head again, tightly closing his eyes, holding his breath as he forcefully tore into and swallowed the remaining flesh of the devil fruit. The fruit, the size of a fist, was devoured completely, yet he doubled over in agony, clutching his abdomen, retching violently, even expelling stomach acid. But not a trace of the once succulent flesh remained. After what felt like an eternity, Pin's complexion gradually regained some color, and as the urge to vomit subsided, he looked helplessly at his lord Subai and slowly spoke. My lord, the flavor of this devil fruit is truly indescribable. At first glance, the tender flesh seemed to promise a delightful sweetness, but upon taking a bite, I realized my initial assumptions were gravely mistaken. The taste resembles a ghastly mixture of overripe peaches and mangoes, fermented for over a fortnight, laden with excessive salt and spice, first overwhelmingly sweet, then sickeningly salty, culminating in an excruciatingly spicy sensation. Moreover, once the spice dissipates, a foul odor assaults my nostrils, plunging deep into my very core, leaving me with an overwhelming sense of impending doom, ultimately leading to my inability to hold back my retching. Listening to Pin's detailed account of the devil fruit's flavor, Subai, the leader of the Shadow Legion, erupted into hearty laughter, his wicked sense of humor thoroughly satisfied. With a flick of his fingers, a plump dark seed shot into Pin's body. This seed, compressed from an immense dark power, was now implanted in Pin's Dantian under Subai's guidance, continuously releasing dark energy to nourish and enhance Pin's physical and mental abilities. Feeling the energy from the dark seed and the transformation within himself, Pin's eyes widened in astonishment, covering his lower abdomen. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for your benevolence, my lord. I am eternally grateful. Subai, pleased with Pin's attitude, waved his hand casually and instructed, after consuming the natural type, Nirvana fire fruit, the fire of Nirvana will mend ordinary wounds. Should you encounter a fatal injury that leads to your demise, you will enter a moment of Nirvana. During this time, ensure you relay information to us. I will personally come to your aid or dispatch alone, Akin, Coby, Belumabur, and others to protect you. Upon hearing his lord's words, Pin was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He understood the capabilities of the Nirvana fire fruit. If he were to fall victim to a formidable foe, the Lord's protection would ensure his successful rebirth. With each rebirth, his strength would significantly increase, creating a cycle that would ultimately lead him to become a powerhouse in the world. The destruction of the magnetic drum kingdom, investigate at your leisure. Then attribute all blame to Blackbeard, claiming that after acquiring the natural type, dark fruit, his power surged, heightening the threat he poses to the world. You may even suggest that he has absorbed the abilities of Wapol, the user of the Munch fruit, and that his two missing sisters reside within him, making him a singular entity that wields the powers of 3 devil fruits. With the characteristics of the dark fruit, those who possess formidable devil fruit abilities should tread carefully. As Pin pondered his lord's directives, a chill ran down his spine. If Blackbeard could indeed wield the powers of 3 devil fruits, would he not come to seize the Nirvana fire fruit for himself? Pin, I am aware of your concerns. This Nirvana fire fruit is a top-tier fruit of 4 stars, on par with the Marine Admiral Akinosakazuki. If Blackbeard discovers this fruit's rebirth capacity, he will undoubtedly go to great lengths to acquire it. However, only you and I are privy to this information, as long as we keep it to ourselves. The knowledge will remain concealed. Simply state that you fortuitously acquired a flame fruit. After all, the rebirth characteristic requires death to activate, given your strength and rank. Few would dare to challenge you. After absorbing his lord's words, Pin's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. He exhaled a breath of relief, nodded, and respectfully took his leave, making his way toward the warship docked at Magnetic Drum Island. Watching Pin depart, Subai's deep purple eyes sparkled with intrigue. The ranks of naval officers within the Shadow Legion were steadily growing, and it was time to seek an opportunity to elevate the ranks of Coby, Belumabur, Xiao Ba, Zango, Smoker, Dasky, T, Pin, Kibby, Dane, and the others. Only with higher ranks would their voice and influence within the Navy increase, allowing them to sway the decisions of admirals and generals, and even impact the choices of the world government. One wonders if the once Admiral Black Wrist Zephyr has indeed established the Neo Navy. He is a target I have long coveted. Should he lead the Neo Navy to join the Shadow Legion, the overall strength of our faction would ascend to unprecedented heights. Zephyr, the former top combatant of the world government, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and the commander of the Neo Navy, renowned for his formidable armed Haki, was known as Black Wrist Zephyr. Throughout his life, he has crusaded against countless pirates yet has never taken the life of an enemy, earning him the title of the non-lethal Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Upon learning that the pirate who had caused the demise of many of his students had joined the Navy as one of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, he was consumed by an intense hatred for pirates, leading him to establish the Neo Navy. He was willing to seize the explosive rock to annihilate the world, but ultimately fell in battle due to the interference of the Straw Hat crew and the full might of the Navy. Note: Zephyr's disciples include the current admirals of the Navy, Akina Sakazuki, Akiji Kuzan, Kazara Borsalino, along with Navy Colonel Blackarm Zephyr and Rear Admiral Whitehunter Smoker. According to the current timeline, Blackarm Zephyr should still be serving as an instructor at Navy headquarters, and his beloved students should not yet have fallen victim to the attacks of Edward Weevil. Edward Weevil had taken the lives of his beloved students and severely injured his right arm, ultimately joining the Navy and becoming one of the Seven Warlords of the Sea. If I were in his shoes, I too would find such an outcome intolerable. As this thought crossed his mind, a vivid image emerged in Subai's mind. If he were to save those Navy students from the impending threat posed by Edward Weevil, and then heal Zephyr's right arm when he established the Neo Navy, perhaps he could persuade him to willingly join the Shadow Army. Chapter 118, Hunt Down Wapol. Support Doroton in ascending to the throne. For the moment, he set aside the idea of incorporating Blackarm Zephyr into the Shadow Army. The young lord of the Shadow Army, Subai, returned to a state of cold detachment, realizing that he must complete the tasks assigned by the system, eliminating Wapol, the user of the Munch Munch fruit, and devouring the entirety of Drum Island. He wondered whether Akin had managed to deal with the other Navy Rear Admiral, Branu. This individual was primarily skilled in negotiation and investigation of pirate crimes and strengths, and was likely not as formidable as Akin in terms of combat. Just as Subai pondered about Akin, near the port of Drum Island, Akin, who had just taken care of Branu, suddenly sneezed. With a puzzled expression, he rubbed his nose and then grabbed the collar of the unconscious Branu, bringing him before his master, Subai. Just as Subai was preparing to depart for the summit of Chimney Mountain, a shadowy figure flashed before him. Akin had emerged directly from the Kingdom of Shadows, holding the collar of Navy Rear Admiral Branu and standing before his lord. Master, this green-haired creature is the newly appointed Navy Rear Admiral, Branu. Upon seeing the green-haired, slightly wavy-haired Navy Rear Admiral Branu, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Subai's deep purple eyes. If this individual were to join the Kingdom of Shadows, it would be akin to installing a surveillance device among the high-ranking officials of the Navy, allowing Subai to effortlessly gather first-hand intelligence and internal secrets. A concentrated dark energy surged at Subai's fingertips. With a flick, this dark energy shot into Akin's Dantian. Return to the Kingdom of Shadows and refine this dark power. Come forth when I summon you. Subai bestowed upon his trusted subordinate Akin a pure dark energy. Akin felt a wave of warmth in his Dantian, his muscles relaxing as impurities in his meridians and blood were gradually flushed away. Upon hearing his master's command, he promptly bowed in farewell before gradually vanishing into the Kingdom of Shadows. As Akin retreated into the Kingdom of Shadows, Subai turned his keen gaze toward the unconscious Branu. This individual was a strategist within the Navy headquarters, although currently only a Rear Admiral. It was evident from the original narrative that he would soon be promoted to the rank of Vice Admiral. It is your honor to join the Kingdom of Shadows. Welcome to our family. The young lord of the Shadow Army, Subai, lifted the corners of his mouth in a smile of satisfaction. His deep eyes sparkled with pride as he slowly extended his fair arms from within the wide sleeves of his black robe. He pressed his palm against Branu's chest, fingers curling as torrents of overwhelming dark energy surged from his arm into Branu's body. The dark aura enveloped Branu entirely, and in his state of unconsciousness, he began to sweat profusely. His previously relaxed brow furrowed tightly as he emitted low, pained groans. The soul within him struggled desperately against the encroaching dark energy. Unfortunately, Branu's spiritual power was limited. He might resist for a few minutes, but the dark energy unleashed by Subai seemed boundless, relentlessly tearing at his pure soul. As time passed, Branna's soul grew weaker, ultimately succumbing to the powerful invasion of the dark energy, and he was completely consumed, becoming a part of the Kingdom of Shadows. After incorporating Branno into the Kingdom of Shadows, a flicker of battle intent ignited in Subai's bright purple eyes. Next, he needed to seek out Wapol, the user of the Munch Munch fruit, along with his subordinate Smoker. The pursuit and elimination of Wapol were to fulfill the tasks assigned by the system, while locating his subordinate Smoker was primarily to assign him some tasks and assess his recent training progress. Akin, Arlong, Kuro, and Galdino were still in a state of enlightenment, so it was Subai himself who would go forth to find and eliminate the Munch Munch fruit user, Wapol. The young lord of the Shadow Army, Subai, radiated an overwhelming dark power, and soon, his observation Haki spread outward from him, enveloping all of Drum Island within mere minutes. Under the influence of observation Haki, every flower and tree, every stone and insect on Magnet Drum Island became vividly perceptible to him, even the flies indulging in their meal. Was that scoundrel Wapol truly heading towards Chimney Mountain, intent on returning to the castle, unlocking the armory, and reclaiming dominion over the Magnet Drum Kingdom? What folly! With his meager skills, he might barely contend with ordinary folk. Yet before me, he barely registers as a sprout. Through the keen insights provided by observation Haki, he discerned the forthcoming movements of Wapol and his entourage. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Subai's eyes as he smirked devilishly, contemplating inwardly, should I eliminate Wapol with a single punch? It would undoubtedly diminish the thrill of the encounter and hinder my efforts to elevate Daliad into the throne. In Subai's contemplation, he intended to initially allow Wapol to wreak havoc in the town, and when public outrage reached a fever pitch, he would covertly assist Doriton in eliminating the villain Wapol. In this manner, Doriton would emerge as the people's hero, the savior of Drum Island, and subsequently, it would be considerably easier to support his ascension to the throne of the Drum Kingdom. However, he soon realized that Wapol had already infiltrated the town, and the innocent populace was likely to suffer. A glimmer of murderous intent ignited in Subai's eyes as he smiled through his fury, promptly employing the chicken charm spell to swiftly propel himself toward Wapol's location. Meanwhile, in a medium-sized town near the Chimin Mountain to the east of Drum Island's port, the White Iron pirate crew was rampantly pillaging and committing atrocities. With the assistance of his loyal subordinate, Cromalaman, Wapol had devoured several wooden houses as a delightful afternoon snack. Just as Wapol was poised to consume another dilapidated cabin, a ragged little girl, her face streaked with dirt and her hair in disarray, emerged from within, sobbing. Clad in tattered, thin clothing and barefoot, her small feet were frozen and discolored. The girl dropped to her knees before Wapol, her tear-filled, innocent eyes pleading for mercy. Lord Wapol, please don't destroy my grandfather's house. He is old and ill, and without shelter from the cold, he may not survive this winter. The girl sobbed uncontrollably, repeatedly bowing her head to Wapol, even as her forehead bled from the repeated impact, for the sake of her grandfather's safety. These trivial injuries meant nothing to her. Witnessing the small figure bowing before him, Wapol belched, then slowly crouched down, lifting the girl's chin with his right hand. Surveying her with a mocking expression, he then disdainfully declared, "Since you have pleaded so earnestly, I shall show mercy and spare your house. Cromalaman, deal with it." Upon hearing Wapol's words, a flicker of joy illuminated the girl's tear-streaked face. She was about to express her gratitude, but before she could utter a word, Cromalaman, with a devious smirk, gestured grandly. In an instant, several pirates positioned artillery and prepared to fire, obliterating the girl's and her grandfather's wooden abode into smithereens. "Grandfather! Grandfather!" The girl wailed in anguish as she witnessed the destruction of her home. She collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with an overwhelming rage as she realized her beloved grandfather had perished at the hands of these fiends. She vowed vengeance. "You all shall pay for this." Seizing a nearby wooden stick, the girl charged at Cromalaman. Wapol let out a hearty laugh, instructing, "Cromalaman, don't kill this little one. She is far too entertaining." Heeding Wapol's command, Cromalaman slightly lessened his strength, casting a scornful glance at the charging girl, then unleashed a punch that sent her flying several meters, leaving her unconscious upon impact. The horrific scene involving the girl and her grandfather was witnessed by all the townsfolk, their teeth gritted in fury. Yet, under Wapol's tyrannical reign, they dared not retaliate, forced instead to endure in silence. What a bore. Very well, I shall continue my feast. Upon hearing the words spoken by Wapol, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically, their faces contorted with rage as they clenched their fists, seething with fury while witnessing their homes being devoured. How they wished someone could rid them of this wretch. A man, helplessly observing his house being consumed by Wapol, muttered under his breath, only to be overheard by the gluttonous Wapol. Without hesitation, Wapol opened his gaping maw and swallowed the manhole, subsequently utilizing the power of his devil fruit to fuse him with the remnants of his house, transforming him into an aberration. How amusing. It was unexpected that such a twist could occur. Now he could remain forever with his abode. As Wapol erupted into boisterous laughter at his own macabre amusement, a shadowy figure descended from the sky, the leader of the Shadow Legion, Subai, who unleashed his armament Haki. His arms transformed to a pitch-black hue, and, empowered by the might of the Bull Talisman, he descended upon Wapol like a meteor, striking him with tremendous force. The terrifying impact drove Wapol into the ground, shattering the once solid earth beneath him into a web of cracks. The force of Subai's blow embedded Wapol's head deep into his body. Cough. How dare you ambush me, the king? I shall consume you. Logically, one would expect an ordinary person to perish from such a blow, but Wapol was no ordinary being. Thanks to his devil fruit ability, he could transform into a barrel shape, evading and mitigating the potency of his adversary's attack. At the moment of Subai's strike, Wapol had swiftly morphed into his barrel form, managing to diminish the attack's power by nearly 70%. However, the remaining 30% nearly cost him his life. Regaining his human form, Wapol glared furiously at Subai. Enraged, he opened his cavernous mouth, poised to consume this audacious individual before him. Slimmed Wapol. The formerly rotund Wapol once again transformed into a barrel shape, swallowing his own body, altering his skeletal structure, and then expelling himself, emerging as a tall and lean figure. His agility significantly enhanced. Swallowing, Wapol's house. With a fiery glint in his eyes, Wapol's demeanor radiated fury as he smirked confidently. His abdomen churned rapidly, amalgamating the remnants of the house, cannonballs, and metal he had previously ingested. Wapol morphed his hands into cannons, his head into a chimney, and his body into a dwelling, becoming a walking tank that charged towards Subai. During this charge, he launched cannonballs from both his hands and head. Boom, boom, boom. Several black cannonballs erupted from Wapol, prompting a cold snort from Subai, who slowly raised his arms, palms open. The explosive power generated by the Dragon Talisman erupted instantaneously, obliterating the incoming cannonballs with ease. Is that the extent of your abilities? You may as well perish. A flicker of fear crossed Wapol's eyes as he was momentarily cowed by Subai's explosive might. He swiftly reverted to his barrel form and decisively abandoned Jess and Cromalaman, fleeing alone at great speed. Witnessing their captain abandon them, Jess and Cromalaman exchanged glances, gritting their teeth as they stepped forward, determined to delay Subai and buy Wapol some time to escape. Static hairball, explosion. Cromalaman retrieved several fist-sized hairballs from his explosive head, quickly rubbing them to generate static electricity before hurling them towards Subai. Simultaneously, Jess drew flaming arrows from the quiver on his back, aiming at the hairballs soaring towards Subai. A barrage of sharp arrows soared through the air, igniting the hairballs and propelling them towards Subai. Such trifling tricks. And you dare flaunt them? All of you shall meet your demise. Subai, the leader of the Shadow Legion, chuckled darkly, his deep gaze radiating an unsettling brilliance. He unleashed an overwhelming aura, a murderous intent rising like the inferno of the 18 levels of hell, causing Cromalaman and Jess to collapse in terror, utterly paralyzed. Chapter 119. Superhuman type, swallowing fruit, and natural type, mushroom fruit. In the glaring spotlight of scrutiny, Cromalaman and Jess knelt upon the ground, incessantly bowing their heads while pleading with Subai for mercy. Observing the shameless display of these two wretches, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes. With a swift kick, he sent the prostrate Cromalaman and Jess sprawling several meters away. He then beckoned the little girl who had just been bullied to his side and gently inquired, "My dear, how do you believe these two should be dealt with?" Having lost her beloved grandfather to the treacherous White Iron pirates, the little girl harbored a deep-seated desire for vengeance against Cromalaman and Jess, wishing to see them utterly obliterated. Now bestowed with the power of life and death by Subai, she coldly declared, "Big brother, I believe in blood for blood. These heartless fiends not only caused my grandfather's demise but also the deaths of many innocent souls. I think they should be handed over to the people for judgment to quell their fury." Upon hearing the girl's words, Subai nodded in satisfaction. He invoked the power of the Bull Talisman, effortlessly shattering Jess's limbs, and then discarded him towards the ravenous crowd. The spectators, akin to demons risen from the depths of hell, howled as they surged forward, tearing him into shreds. As he beheld the frenzied mob, a glimmer of compassion flickered in Subai's gaze. The White Iron pirates had wrought suffering upon the populace for far too long, and such a reaction was, indeed, to be expected. Cromalaman, do you have any last words? I grant you the opportunity to speak. Should you dare to insult me, I will ensure your suffering is beyond comprehension." Cromalaman trembled, collapsing weakly to the ground. With terror-stricken eyes, he gazed at Subai and slowly uttered, "My kneeling here is merely a testament to my inferiority. I beseech you for a swift end. I do not wish to share Jess's fate." Being torn apart by a mob. Listening to Cromalaman's plea, Subai could not suppress a chuckle. He then manifested the power of the devil fruit extraction device. Placing his pale hand upon Cromalaman's head, a torrent of dark energy descended, extracting the mushroom fruit from him and encasing it within a transparent glass sphere. "Enough. Your value has diminished. As for granting you a swift end, I regret to inform you that I cannot oblige." After extracting every ounce of value from Cromalaman, a fierce glint erupted from Subai's deep purple eyes. He took a step forward and crushed Cromalaman's arms, then snapped his legs with brutal efficiency. Drawing his renowned blade, Gravel, he swung it effortlessly, severing a small caterpillar beneath Cromalaman. An excruciating pain surged through Cromalaman's entire being. He turned pale, barely clinging to life, gasping for breath. Observing this, Subai swiftly invoked the healing powers of the talisman, replenishing Cromalaman's strength, and then beckoned the frenzied crowd. "This wretched man is yours to deal with. Think of your loved ones who have suffered at his hands. Do not let him perish easily, for that would only grant him mercy." Upon hearing Subai's words, a flicker of clarity momentarily crossed the eyes of the maddened crowd, only to be quickly consumed by fury and a thirst for vengeance. In a frenzy, they pounced upon Cromalaman, tearing at him savagely, venting their pent-up rage and hatred. The echoes of Cromalaman's wails reverberated throughout Drum Island. Meanwhile, Wapol, fleeing for his life, trembled in fear upon hearing such a dreadful sound, and hastily sprinted toward the port. Convinced that if he could reach the White Iron Kingship, he might escape Subai's clutches. "Doriton, it is time to act. Wapol is yours to handle. I shall assist you from the shadows." Upon receiving his master's message, Doriton, stationed at the port, swiftly activated the powers of his devil fruit, transforming into a formidable buffalo form. His sharp horns pointed forward, and his muscular thighs bulged, reminiscent of ancient roots intertwining. With the infusion of dark power, Doriton's strength had vastly increased, far surpassing his previous meager state. Wapol, in his desperate rush to the port, found himself confronted by Doriton, who blocked his path with his massive form. "Doriton, what are you doing here? Don't stand in my way, move aside." Wapol glared at his former captain of the guard with a fierce expression devoid of any joy. Having once dared to defy him, Doriton had been imprisoned. And just as Wapol was about to execute him, the cursed Blackbeard had obliterated Drum Kingdom, forcing Wapol to flee and abandon Doriton's fate. "If you wish to live, clear the path, or I shall ensure your demise." Doriton, in his buffalo form, could not suppress a chuckle at Wapol's threat, amusement dancing in his eyes. "What is this? Our king of Drum Kingdom seeks to abandon his subordinates once more to flee? Last time, you left the citizens behind to escape the destruction wrought by Blackbeard. Now, you abandon the loyal Cromalaman and just to make another escape. The plight of your subjects is truly pitiful. For years, you have lived in debauchery, wreaking havoc upon the loyal and imposing tyranny, slaughtering healers. Today, I, Doriton, shall enact justice and rid the world of you, the despotic monarch." With anger fueling him, Doriton bent his powerful legs, gathering immense strength, and let out a mighty roar. His legs crashed down upon the ground, unleashing a thunderous sound that shattered the hard icy surface, sending terrifying spiderweb-like cracks spidering across the ground. Doriton launched himself forward like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. His crimson eyes and the dark mist swirling around him struck terror into Wapol's heart. "Wapol, prepare to die." As Doriton closed the distance, Wapol reacted swiftly, fusing cannonballs and steel from his abdomen to create a powerful cannon, aiming it at Doriton. Unfortunately for Wapol, Doriton showed no fear of the cannonball assault. His sharp horns, empowered by the dark energy bestowed by Subai, effortlessly tore through the cannonballs, showing no concern for bullets, blades, or any weaponry as he sped forward. "Stay away from me." Wapol, realizing his efforts were futile, felt a wave of panic. He attempted to transform into a barrel shape to endure Doriton's full-force onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. With a deafening explosion, the high-speed Doriton curled into a ball and collided with Wapol, sending him flying several meters. Wapol crashed into a solid snow-covered rock wall, barely managing to steady himself. Cough, cough. "Doriton, I will not let you go unpunished." Wapol's eyes turned a fierce crimson as he embraced a sense of impending doom. Opening his gaping maw, he voraciously consumed the nearby rock and trees, converting them into energy. Subsequently, he fused all the metal within him into a shape memory alloy known as Wapol alloy. With the Wapol alloy, his murderous intent surged, and he molded it into a hard-alloyed porcupine cloak, enveloping himself. He then transformed into a house-like shape, aiming his arms at Doroton and firing dark cannonballs. This is my most powerful technique. If I cannot defeat you with this, I am as good as dead. As Wapol spoke, a spark of inspiration struck him. He recalled the weaponry store within the ancient castle atop Chimney Mountain, stocked with an abundance of arms. If he consumed all the weapons, he could form a weapon man. Easily defeating Doroton, perhaps even killing that dark-cloaked youth would be within his grasp. After firing several cannonballs in his house form, Wapol shifted into a jet-like state, his arms becoming wings as he propelled himself skyward, aided by the ground's inertia, soaring towards Chimney Mountain's peak. Doroton, evading several cannonball attacks effortlessly, felt his rage boil over upon seeing Wapol's retreating figure. He quickly communicated with his master. Plans have changed. Wapol is heading towards Chimney Mountain. After relaying the message, Doroton concentrated, gradually merging into the ground and entering the Shadow Kingdom, using its shortcuts to appear at the summit of Chimney Mountain, awaiting Wapol's arrival. Doroton. Wapol intends to consume the weapons from the castle and transform into a weapon man against us. You must stop him at all costs. For the young master Subai of the Shadow Legion, the fact that Wapol consumed all the weapons and transformed into a weaponized form posed little concern. Given his mediocre abilities, even if he integrated every firearm into his being, it would scarcely inflict significant harm upon Subai. The primary reason Subai instructed Daliatin to prevent Wapol from devouring the weapons was due to the fact that the arsenal was intended for equipping the national army. Should Wapol devour them entirely, the impoverished magnetic drum kingdom would be left defenseless, rendering it vulnerable to the predation of other pirate factions. Standing resolutely atop Chimney Mountain, Daliatin, upon grasping his young master's intentions, felt a glimmer of admiration reflected in his keen eyes. At that precise moment, Wapol, in his jet-like form, had already descended onto a flat area at the summit of Chimney Mountain. After a flawless landing, Wapol was eager to rush into the ancient castle and consume all the weapons from the armory. Wapol, where do you think you can escape to? Daliatin's voice resonated powerfully, startling Wapol, who was lost in fantasy. As Wapol turned to look behind him, Daliatin, in the form of a buffalo, unleashed a powerful charge, his sharp horns effortlessly piercing through Wapol's metallic defenses and directly stabbing into his lower back. Feeling the excruciating pain radiating from his wound, Wapol sensed his vitality draining away. He struggled to turn his head to inspect the injury, only to discover two gaping wounds oozing blood. Daliatin, you scoundrel. How dare you ambush me? Curse be you. Severely injured, Wapol transformed into a highly defensive barrel shape and began to hop towards the castle's entrance. Daliatin, witnessing this, burst into laughter, then activated his devil fruit ability. His muscular legs bulged dramatically, and with a powerful stomp, he leaped into the air and descended like a meteor, crashing onto Wapol's barrel form. The force of Daliatin's assault transformed Wapol into a tin can-like state, nearly costing him his life. Forced to revert from his barrel form, Wapol collapsed, his massive frame stained with blood, and tears of fury streamed from his crimson eyes. He soon lost consciousness due to insufficient energy. Having easily dispatched Wapol, Daliatin laughed heartily, his aura reined in, before striding over to seize Wapol by the collar and dragging him into the Shadow Kingdom, where he soon stood before the Shadow Brigade's young master, Subai. Upon seeing Wapol, resembling a defeated dog, Subai's deep purple eyes reflected no trace of compassion. Activating the devil fruit extraction device, a blinding beam of light flashed within the apparatus as the superhuman-type Chomp Chomp fruit, once owned by Wapol, gradually solidified inside the glass dome. As time passed, within the transparent glass dome of the extraction device, a deep purple, oval-shaped, saw-like superhuman-type Chomp Chomp fruit, adorned with spiral patterns, successfully emerged. Chapter 120, The Mountain Demon, Bagong. Gazing at the solidified fruit within the transparent dome, Subai of the Shadow Brigade wasted no time in retrieving it, cradling it in his palm for a thorough examination. The rough spiral patterns, the deep purple skin, and the saw-like shape of the superhuman-type Chomp Chomp fruit were assessed by the system to be of 4-star premium quality, with development potential rivaling that of Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. Wapol, this worthless fool, is utterly unworthy of such a powerful devil fruit. The innocent suffer for the rich. I shall reclaim the Chomp Chomp fruit, and it is entirely justified. With a mere thought, the superhuman-type Chomp Chomp fruit vanished from his palm and entered the system's inventory. Presently, Subai's inventory housed both the superhuman-type Chomp Chomp fruit and the natural-type mushroom fruit, rated at 4 stars and 3 stars, respectively. This expedition to Drum Island yielded substantial rewards. He had recruited the 2 Navy Commodores, T. Pin and Branlu, as well as the formidable Navy Colonels, Jiben, D. In, and Xingxing, into his ranks. Furthermore, he had incorporated Dalyutin, the future king of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, into the Shadow Kingdom, indirectly asserting control over that realm. Additionally, acquiring 2 devil fruits, particularly the Chomp Chomp fruit, which held immense development potential, promised to significantly enhance the overall strength of the Shadow Brigade if a suitable user could be found. After a thorough assessment of the gains from his expedition to Drum Island, the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, radiated joy. The furrowed lines on his brow smoothed out entirely, and a self-satisfied smile graced his lips, while his deep violet eyes sparkled with a playful glimmer. Next, he aimed to fully incorporate Drum Island into the Shadow Kingdom. Currently, Subai and his companions had completed 3/4 of the island's assimilation, and it would not be long before the remaining quarter was captured. Once Drum Island was entirely within the Shadow Kingdom's domain, they could set their sights toward Alabasta. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, possessed considerable abilities, both intellect and strength. The prospect of him and Croc teaming up, 2 high IQ individuals, ignited Subai's imagination with possibilities. With renewed vigor, he unleashed his dark powers, accelerating the consumption of Drum Island. With the assistance of all the high-ranking members of the Shadow Legion, they successfully absorbed the entire island within 5 hours. A torrent of pure, formidable energy surged back into Subai's being, instantly revitalizing the exhaustion caused by his dark powers. Empowered once more, he flicked his fingers, releasing a dark force capable of shattering a sizable peak. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest issued by the system. Current rewards have been dispensed. Please check your inventory promptly. 2 brilliant beams of light entered Subai's system package, revealing the Snake Talisman, one of the 12 zodiac symbols of the Holy Master. Observing the emerald serpent depicted on the talisman brought him great joy. With a thought, the talisman materialized in his palm. The invisibility capability of the Snake Talisman might be ineffective against those who wielded observation Haki, but still, Subai sought further insight from the system regarding its powers. Snake Talisman Overview. When applied to a person or object, it grants invisibility. Some believe that the invisibility effect requires physical contact. Hence, when Ras put the talisman into a car's tape player, only the vehicle itself became invisible, while its cargo and passengers remained visible. The talisman cannot truly make objects disappear. Thus, dying agents can negate its effects. However, the system had slightly enhanced the talisman's limited capabilities, ensuring that issues such as being undone by dye, leaving footprints and dust, being detected by observation Haki, and being locked onto by electronic devices and magnetic fields would dissipate as the host's power increased. Listening attentively to the system's explanation, Subai felt a revelation wash over him. Initially, he had thought the Snake Talisman to be rather trivial, but now, with the system's enhancement, it would become a potent weapon in his arsenal. In future confrontations with formidable foes, once Subai activated the talisman's power, his enemy's vision would become useless, leaving them vulnerable to his strikes. The strength of the Snake Talisman was indeed impressive. Yet he pondered how much he needed to elevate his own power to wield it without hesitation. Upon hearing Subai's inquiry, the system fell silent for a moment before responding with its cold, mechanical voice. Only when the host becomes the sovereign of this world will the Snake Talisman reach its full potential. The enhancement of the talisman serves to equip the host with the capability to contend with the strongest adversaries in this realm, rather than propelling the host to immediate supremacy. A flicker of disappointment crossed Subai's deep gaze. According to the system's current assessment, the talisman's utility was limited. The idea of unifying this world solely with the Snake Talisman and his present strength seemed utterly unattainable. Well, possessing the ability to render oneself invisible is quite advantageous. System, activate the lucky roulette for me. Responding swiftly to Subai's command, the system's database whirred to life, and the lucky roulette materialized before him, displaying a dazzling array of items that left him in awe. What a splendid collection of treasures. It would be marvelous if they could all be mine. What good are they in these slots when they could be stored in my system package instead? Among the treasures were the Chronicle of Ages, the Riktage Baja Sutra, the Eye of Aurora, the Greenbeard Pirate Gloves, the Magic of the Mountain Demon Bagong, the Mask of General Cabo from the Ninja Crab Clan, the Mask of General Manny from the Mantis Ninja Clan, the Xuanwu Fruit, the Devil Fruit Ability Development Skill Cards, the Advanced Swordsmanship Skill Card, the Gluttonous Fruit, the Magic of the Moon Demon Zol, and the Magic of the Sky Demon Shimu. Gazing at the items laid out before him, Subai felt a rush of excitement. His face flushed. He patiently closed his eyes, held his breath, and silently prayed. After concluding his prayer, he suddenly opened his eyes with determination and commanded, "System, activate the lucky roulette." Ready at a moment's notice, the system responded to Subai's order. A sharp mechanical sound echoed as the lucky roulette began to spin slowly. As time passed, the rotation accelerated, and the yellow pointer at the center whirled counterclockwise like a streak of light. Subai strained his eyes, trying to discern the location of his desired item amidst the rapid motion of the lucky roulette. Ding! Does the host wish to pause? Ignoring the system's gentle prompt, Subai remained fixated on the pointer's direction. After a brief moment of consideration, he decisively instructed the system to halt. At his command, the system swiftly controlled the lucky roulette, reducing its speed until it finally came to a standstill. The once rapidly spinning wheel momentarily jerked before gradually slowing down, with the pointer pausing briefly at each segment, amplifying Subai's already heightened anticipation. "System, I beseech you, do not let anything go awry. The opportunity to draw from the lucky roulette is exceedingly rare. Please do not cause any mischief." As he observed the yellow pointer's slow movement, beads of sweat formed on Subai's brow, his tension surpassing that of facing a Navy admiral. The items flashed by: the rabbit talisman, the greenbeard pirate gloves, the gluttonous fruit, the magic of the moon demon Zol, the magical hairs of Old Father, the magical strands from Old Father's head, a summoning card for 10,000 ordinary Shadow Legion ninja soldiers, the Navy's humanoid weapon White Bear, PX 0, Bartholomew Kuma, the light fruit, the Wolfman fruit, and the Conqueror's Haki skill development card. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and finally, the yellow pointer on the lucky roulette came to rest on the magic of the Mountain Demon Bagong. The Mountain Demon Bagong, corresponding with the Jin trigram and the 8 trigrams, was one of the 8 great demons that once ruled the earth. Subdued by the immortal deity Zhang Guolao, whose divine token is a drum. Among the 8 demons, Bagong held the second rank. She was the elder sister of the Holy Master and the aunt of the demon dragon, possessing the extraordinary ability to consume anything and rapidly convert the quality of food into her own mass and power. "I'm so hungry, foolish servants. Remember to add plenty of salt to my food, or I'll make you pay." A colossal, verdant specter emerged from the system's fortunate wheel, gradually taking a more solid form. The mountain demon, Bagong, brandished its fearsome claws, glaring with fury at the figure before it, Subai. Bogang's features were striking: skin of deep green, a Japanese hairstyle, long lashes, small, crimson eyes, and lips of blazing red. Its massive body seemed to be formed from the very mountains, resembling a bare, green hill dotted with boulders, grotesquely corpulent with yellowish bulges. Short limbs that rendered it exceedingly hideous, ranking it among the least appealing of the 8 great demons. Representing the mighty mountains, her appearance indeed matched her title. As the eldest among the 8 demons, she was acknowledged as the most perilous, possessing the terrifying strength to reduce the water demon, Basha, to mere puddles with a single swipe. Moreover, Bagong held the dreadful ability of gluttony, converting everything she consumed into her own power. The larger the intake, the greater the damage. She devoured all of creation with boundless strength, her robust physique offering formidable defense, while her appetite grew insatiable, enabling her to expand with every meal. Gazing upon the mountain demon Bogang's monstrous form and repugnant visage, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, wore a sly smile, his deep violet eyes shimmering with intrigue. If he could absorb the demon's power, how terrifyingly potent would he become? Utilizing the flight ability of the chicken talisman, he soared before Bagong and politely introduced himself. "I am Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion. You, mountain demon Bagong, I require your power to dominate this realm. If you willingly surrender your strength to me, I shall ensure your rebirth and provide you with sustenance every day." The insatiably hungry Bagong extended her crimson tongue, licking her fiery lips, glaring with her blood-red eyes, and opened her foul maw to laugh heartily, derisively retorting, "Filthy peasant. Just because you are the young master of the Shadow Legion, do you think I would grant you my powers? Even if you were the reincarnation of a saint, you are unworthy to converse with me. Begone." Observing Bogang's obstinacy, Subai shook his head in bemusement, then snapped his fingers, unleashing a formidable surge of thunderous energy that resonated with the heavens. Dark clouds gathered as overwhelming power enveloped the specter of Bagong. Blue lightning and colossal waves of darkness surged toward her, and upon sensing the essence of her brother, the thunder demon, Jiangsu, Bagong gasped in horror, exclaiming, "How could you wield Jiangsu's thunderous might? He would never yield to a filthy peasant." A chilling murderous intent radiated from Subai's penetrating gaze as he momentarily restrained his thunderous and dark energies, stating nonchalantly, "I neglected to mention, When I awakened the Thunder Demon Zhongsu, I made a similar request for him to surrender his power. Alas, he was ungrateful, even attempting to strike me down, only to be effortlessly extinguished, leaving not even a remnant of his soul. Bogang's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the gravity of Subai's words. The fourth-ranked Thunder Demon, Zhongsu, had perished at the hands of this lowly peasant, his power plundered and reduced to a mere garment for another. You. It cannot be. Zhongsu's strength is not to be underestimated, and yet you, a mere child, claim to have slain him? Filthy peasant, cease your delusions and release me, or I shall devour you. Chapter 121. The Power of Mountains, the Intimidation of Admiral Huang Yuan. Seeing Bagang remain obstinately defiant, Subai found her foolishness laughable. The 8 great demons truly were cut from the same cloth. Like the Thunder Demon Zhongsu before her, Bagang was defiant even in the face of doom. If you refuse to believe, then do not blame me for being merciless. He laughed. Mountain Demon Bagang, surrender all your power to me. With a face as cold as ice, Subai's lips curled into a scornful smile as he extended his pale arm. His fingers curling as a tempest of thunder roared forth, shrouded in dark energy, charging toward Bagang. As the thunderous force hurtled toward her, Bagang opened her foul maw to retaliate, but her feeble attempt paled against Subai's dark might. The thunder dragon roared, the heavens trembled, and the clouds were torn asunder, hurtling toward Bogang's gaping mouth. In an instant, she was paralyzed, the dark energy consuming her very essence. Bagang, her soul being ravaged, let out a pained wail, her massive form writhing in agony. As time slipped away, the suffering Bagang could no longer endure, and she humbly begged, offering to relinquish all her power to Subai, pleading for him to spare her soul. I give you all my strength, I implore you, let me be. I, Mountain Demon Bagang, have never begged anyone. You are the first. Please, grant me mercy. Listening to Bogang's abject pleas, Subai erupted in laughter, gazing down at her grotesque face with disdain. Observing her grimace of pain, he laughed heartily, then allowed his murderous intent to surface, curling his bony fingers once more as a torrent of dark waves surged toward her. The waves swiftly engulfed Bogang's mountainous form, continuously shrinking as they drained her accumulated strength, returning it to Subai. As time passed, the waves diminished, and Bogang's body shrank correspondingly, until her essence was entirely consumed by Subai's dark energy, resulting in a pure power of mountains flowing into him. This power, as solid as rock, revitalized his very being, enriching his organs and bones. Feeling the transformation within him, Subai smiled in satisfaction, acutely aware of his newfound hunger and the need to consume vast amounts of food to amass strength. Unlike Bagang, who converted the quality of her food into mass and combat prowess, Subai could perfectly absorb all the nutrients without the necessity for excessive consumption, maintaining peak condition with the aid of his dark energy absorption ability. After absorbing the powers of the mountain demon, Bagang, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, unleashed the flight ability granted by the chicken charm and swiftly descended upon a towering chimney mountain at the heart of Magnetic Drum Island. Eager to experiment with his newfound strength, Subai clenched his right fist, channeling his entire might into its tip. He aimed squarely at the center of the chimney mountain and unleashed a tremendous punch, which, fueled by an apocalyptic force, shattered the nearly 1,000-meter-high peak. Not only that, but the punch continued its relentless trajectory, carving a deep trench of over 1,000 feet in depth and nearly 1,000 feet in width in the waters surrounding Magnetic Drum Island. Countless colossal sea creatures dwelling in the abyss were mercilessly obliterated in an instant, their massive forms reduced to mere pulp, while torrents of crimson blood surged from the ocean floor to the surface, staining the waters of Magnetic Drum Island. To his astonishment, Subai realized the sheer ferocity of Bogang's power was beyond his expectations, igniting his anticipation for the abilities possessed by the other 6 demons. He pondered whether the Wind Demon, Shouting Wind, could grant him control over the climate and influence the world's weather. Just as Subai was lost in his reveries, a sudden earthquake startled Admiral Kizaru Borsalino, who was enjoying a leisurely vacation on an island over 3,000 nautical miles away. He sprang from his comfortable lounge chair, furrowing his brow as he gazed towards Magnetic Drum Island, sensing that such a powerful tremor could not be a mere natural occurrence. Was it possible that Whitebeard had ventured into the first half of the Grand Line? Driven by curiosity, Admiral Kizaru donned his casual beach shorts, pulled on his navy cloak, and activated the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, transforming into a beam of light that sped toward Magnetic Drum Island. Not only was Borsalino alarmed by the tremors, But the Straw Hat crew in their small garden also felt the terrifying vibrations and immediately set sail towards Magnetic Drum Island to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Subai, having only begun to sample the powers of the mountains, remained blissfully unaware of the imminent danger. Just as he emerged from his daydream, he was confronted by a man clad in orange beach shorts. The sudden appearance of this figure triggered a potent sense of crisis within Subai, prompting him to retract his power and assume the guise of an ordinary person, attempting to slip away unnoticed. "Excuse me, handsome young man. Might you enlighten me on what transpired here?" Admiral Kizaru inquired. Subai's expression fluctuated between anxiety and composure as he forced a smile, gesturing towards the blood-red waters. A tremendous earthquake just occurred, and a trench suddenly appeared, causing countless sea creatures to surface. "I came out of curiosity, but I know little else. Wishing to avoid trouble." Subai concealed his true strength and engaged in conversation with Admiral Kizaru. After a moment of contemplation, Kizaru transformed into a streak of light and sped off towards the vacation island. "Almost forgot. I have yet to enjoy my afternoon tea." As for whether the earthquake was natural or man-made, it matters little. As Kizaru vanished into the distance, Subai breathed a sigh of relief. While he could match Kizaru in strength, revealing his true capabilities would complicate the future of the Shadow Legion. Exposing his power might see his bounty soar to 500 million berries, with other high-ranking members likely receiving similar boosts. Such attention would undoubtedly provoke a full-scale pursuit by the Navy, jeopardizing his plans to discreetly develop and expand the Shadow Kingdom's influence. Relieved by his cleverness, Subai summoned his high-ranking officers, realizing that having incorporated Magnetic Drum Island into the Shadow Kingdom, there was little reason to linger. Their next destination was the territory of the Warlord of the Sea, Crocodile, in Alabasta. Before departing, he considered visiting Dr. Kureha, Tony Chopper's mentor. With her exceptional medical skills, she could be a valuable asset to the Shadow Kingdom, even if he possessed healing abilities through the horse charm. With this thought in mind, Subai led his senior officers to the summit of Chimney Mountain, the former residence of Wapple. At that moment, Dr. Kureha was engrossed in developing a new medicine with her assistant, Chopper, entirely unaware of their visitors. "Young master, since no one responded to our knock, shall we simply break the door down?" suggested his loyal officer, Alron. Subai, however, decided against this approach and quickly summoned Dalyatan, motioning for him to knock once more and call out to Dr. Kureha and Chopper, perhaps due to Dalyatan's booming voice or his familiarity with Dr. Kureha. After a short wait, Chopper timidly opened the castle door, welcoming the intimidating figures of Alron and the others inside. "Thank you for opening the door, Chopper. Here's a delicious treat for you," Subai said, producing a fresh orange from his pocket and praising the little reindeer, which caused Chopper to beam with excitement. Despite his protest, "I'm not happy at all," as he involuntarily wiggled his small body. After having a brief exchange with Chopper, Subai and Dorotan proceeded directly to the entrance of Dr. Kureha's laboratory. They knocked politely on the door and patiently awaited her emergence. "Has Dorotan come? Have you brought a friend?" Dr. Kureha, clad in a white lab coat, stepped out of the laboratory with her hands on her hips. Observing Dorotan's respectful demeanor, she waved her hand dismissively, signaling that such formality was unnecessary, before casting a sharp gaze towards Subai. "This young man seems somewhat unfamiliar. He must not be a resident of Drum Island. What brings you here? Is it a family member or a friend who is unwell? My consultation fees can be quite steep." Listening to Dr. Kureha's words, Subai smiled subtly and replied directly, "I have come to extend an invitation for you to join my Shadow Kingdom. I have heard that you are already 139 years old, yet you still maintain a figure reminiscent of youth, a remarkable feat indeed. To be candid, I possess an ability that could restore nearly 80 years of youth to you. However, in exchange, I would ask you to join the Shadow Kingdom. What do you say?" Upon hearing the young man's bold proclamation, Dr. Kureha could not help but burst into laughter. Having practiced medicine for nearly a century, she had never encountered anyone claiming to reverse the aging process. Meeting someone who boasted so audaciously without a hint of modesty was utterly amusing. "Ha ha ha, Dr. Kureha, I fully understand your skepticism. Thus, I propose to make you 50 years younger first, and then we shall see if you are inclined to join the Shadow Kingdom." After delivering his words, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, extended his fair arm from the loose sleeve of his dark robe. He swiftly activated the healing power of the talisman, erasing the ailments accumulated from Dr. Kureha's overexertion and the ailments characteristic of advanced age. Furthermore, he employed this healing prowess to smooth away the wrinkles on her face. Under the influence of a gentle green healing power, Dr. Kureha, the esteemed matriarch, experienced a remarkable rejuvenation, appearing over 50 years younger, radiating the allure of a mature woman. Her once withered bosom, diminished by age, gradually regained its fullness, while her fair complexion became as delicate as porcelain, and her sunken cheeks blossomed with a rosy glow. Gazing into the mirror, Dr. Correja could hardly fathom the transformation, her hands instinctively exploring her rejuvenated form. She struggled to accept the reality that at the age of 139, she had reverted to the prime of her life in her 40s, the epitome of maturity and charm. This was simply astonishing. Could it be that you possess the powers of a devil fruit, capable of reversing the flow of time? In response to Dr. Correja's inquiry, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, smiled softly and explained, "I am not a wielder of the devil fruit. Your newfound youth and beauty are merely the result of profound healing techniques." Upon hearing that her rejuvenation was a product of medical expertise, Dr. Correja's eyes sparkled with delight. She eagerly wished for Subai to impart this knowledge to her. In response, Subai wore a proud smile and suggested that Dr. Correja join the Shadow Kingdom, asserting that only by becoming family could the secrets of this rejuvenating ability be revealed. With an insatiable desire for youth, Dr. Correja did not hesitate, promptly declaring her willingness to join the Shadow Kingdom. Observing her radiant enthusiasm, Subai extended his fair hand, channeling a torrent of dark energy that flowed into her being like a gentle stream. As time passed, Dr. Correja, the renowned physician of Magnetic Drum Island, was irrevocably integrated into the Shadow Kingdom. The moment Dr. Correja became a part of the Shadow Kingdom, Subai fulfilled his promise by utilizing the power of the Horse Talisman, rejuvenating Dr. Correja by 30 years, transforming her from 139 to 59. Coupled with her remarkable beauty regimen, she appeared far younger, resembling a mature woman in her early 30s rather than her actual age. Chapter 122, a new side quest. The Golden Horn of the Chilean Lion King. After successfully incorporating Dr. Kirahana into the Shadow Kingdom, the young leader of the Shadow Corps, Subai, achieved his objective. It was now time to set sail for the Kingdom of Alabasta. Before embarking on their journey, Subai focused his mind and inquired about the upcoming side quest from the system. Responding swiftly to Subai's query, the system illuminated with dazzling lights from the database before a clear mechanical voice announced, "Side quests are being issued. Please review carefully." Side quest 1. Acquire the animal-type mole fruit and the animal-type sausage dog fruit. Reward: 10,000 ordinary ninja soldiers of the Shadow Corps. Side quest 2. Obtain the Golden Horn of the Chilean Lion from the Rare Beast Island. Reward: one of the 12 zodiac talismans of the Holy Master, the Monkey Talisman. Side quest 3. Bring the entire kingdom of Alabasta under the influence of the Shadow Kingdom. Reward: one opportunity to spin the lucky wheel. Upon reviewing the 3 side quests issued by the system, Subai's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. By bringing the entire kingdom of Alabasta under the Shadow Kingdom, he would earn another chance to spin the lucky wheel. The remaining zodiac talismans of the Holy Master included the rat, rabbit, goat, and monkey. Completing the side quest at Rare Beast Island would grant him the Monkey Talisman. With this in mind, he decided to first head to the nearby Rare Beast Island to secure the Golden Horn of the Chilean Lion, then proceed to the Kingdom of Alabasta to eliminate Crocodile's Baroque works. Having clarified his objectives, Subai waved his hand to signal his senior officers to return to the Shadow Corps ship, promptly commanding Xiao Ba and Coby to take the helm and set sail. Ready for departure, Xiao Ba and Coby immediately took control of the ship's wheel upon hearing their leader's command. The Shadow Corps ship began to move slowly, swiftly exiting the port of Magnetic Drum Island, heading towards the nearby Rare Beast Island. Standing alone on the deck of the Shadow Corps ship, Subai gazed at the undulating azure sea and the stormy sky. A glint of determination shone in his deep-set eyes, and he activated the power of the Pig Talisman. 2 high-temperature lasers shot forth, instantly slicing through the massive sea creatures lurking beneath the ship. The Grand Line was indeed fraught with peril, sickness, weather, and sea beasts had caused countless sailors to meet their demise. Observing the enormous sea creature corpses floating on the water's surface, Subai extended his fair arm from his black cloak and waved his hand. The power of the Chicken Talisman was swiftly activated, causing the floating meat to levitate and subsequently land steadily in the ship's kitchen. "Miss Carmen, please prepare these ingredients. There are quite a few this time, so it may require significant effort." Miss Carmen, who was basking in the sunlight, immediately donned an apron upon hearing her master's request, then entered the kitchen along with her 2 apprentices and a dozen skilled ninja chefs. With this minor interlude concluded, Subai remained on the deck, focusing his thoughts on inquiring about his current strength from the system. Ding. Data report is being compiled. Please hold on. The system's database shimmered with brilliant lights, And shortly after, Subai received the following report regarding his strength. Name, Subai subordinates, Arlong, Xiao Ba, Coby, Coby, Legia, Berumber, Kuro, Zango, Ajin, Yalida, Dida, Carmen. Smoker, Dasky, Sweetheart Queen, Galda Nua, T. Pin, Dong Li, Brokey, 7, 513 Ordinary Shadow Ninjas, and 1, 510 Night Bat Corps Ninjas, 1, 510 Troll Corps Ninjas, 1, 005 Hunter Claw Corps Ninjas, 500 Alien Ninja Corps Ninjas. The above count includes the officers and soldiers of the Shadow Corps, while the people of the Shadow Kingdom are not included here. Abilities, 6 styles of the Navy, Conqueror's Haki, and Basic Observation Haki, Basic Armament Haki, Basic Swordsmanship, Basic Fishman Karate, Basic Marksmanship, Basic Navigation Skills. Special Abilities, Ox Talisman, Tiger Talisman, Dragon Talisman, Snake Talisman, Horse Talisman, Chicken Talisman, Dog Talisman, Pig Talisman. All magic power of the Thunder Demon Su, and all magic power of the Mountain Demon Bagong. Items, Devil Fruit Ability Extraction Device, 2 Treasure Maps, 10 Peacekeeper Replicas, 1. 000 Firearms made of Sea Prism Stone, the gravel from the skilled craftsman of Liang Kwai Dao, a Super Moose Doll, a Mask of the Bull Warrior, Magical Octopus Leg from Dad, Magical Pufferfish Jerky from Dad, a Jade Prosthetic Left Foot of Barsa Chong, a Bracelet from Shiva Temple, belonging to Dida, a Diamond Clock from Clock Island, Superhuman Steel Fruit, Magical Lizard Jerky from Dad, Gemstones from the Bhutan Temple, belonging to Dasky, Superhuman Explosion Fruit, Superhuman Swallow Fruit, and Natural Mushroom Fruit. Buffs, Nun Territory, Cocoa West Village in the East Sea, Shells Town, West Rob Village, Akmish Island, Orange Town, Gold Island, Lobe Town. The waters of the Northern Mariana Islands, including Clock Island and Battleship Island, Whiskey Peak, Little Garden, Magnetic Drum Island. Allies, the Millennium Dragon Clan. As the system displayed the data report, the Shadow Corps ship, under the skilled navigation of Xiao Ba and Coby, sailed smoothly into the waters near Rare Beast Island. Gazing at the detailed report of his current strength, Subai smiled with satisfaction, and with keen eyes, he turned his gaze toward Rare Beast Island. Rare Beast Island, shaped like a disc, was lush with dense forests covering a vast area. As Xiao Ba and Coby skillfully navigated the ship to avoid the numerous reefs in the waters, a long dormant underwater volcano erupted dramatically just 100 meters from Rare Beast Island. The powerful air currents from the erupting underwater volcano stirred the turbulent waters, forming an imposing circular wall of water that blocked the Shadow Corps ship. As the ship was about to collide with the water wall, Xiao Ba and Coby, in a state of urgency, attempted to halt the swiftly moving vessel. However, Subai, with unwavering determination, gazed at the water wall and commanded, "Do not fear the water wall. Proceed at full speed. It shall not impede us." Xiao Ba and Coby, sweating profusely, felt a sense of relief upon hearing their leader's order. They quickly adjusted the ship's course, driving the Shadow Corps vessel with full power towards the water wall. What appeared to be an incredibly sturdy water wall parted the moment the Shadow Corps collided with it, allowing the ship and its crew to effortlessly pass through and continue towards Rare Beast Island. As time progressed, the distance to Rare Beast Island diminished. After sailing for approximately half an hour, the Shadow Corps ship successfully entered a hidden bay within Rare Beast Island. After anchoring the ship in the bay, Subai waved his hand, leading everyone aboard to disembark onto Rare Beast Island. Gazing upon the lush, verdant forest before him, Subai's deep-set eyes sparkled with an intense light. He swiftly activated his observation Haki, a formidable force that enveloped the entirety of Beast Island in an instant, allowing him to perceive every movement of the creatures within. The direction of the Chilean lion indicated that this creature seemed to be nearing the end of its life. Thus, there was no urgency to seek it out. The immediate priority was to incorporate the entirety of Beast Island into the Shadow Kingdom. With this thought in mind, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, promptly issued commands to his senior officers to unleash their dark powers with full force, hastening the consumption of Beast Island. Upon receiving the command issued by the young master Subai, all present swiftly responded, each leading a contingent of ninja soldiers to disperse across various locations of the Beast Treasure Island, unleashing dark powers. It appeared that other humans were present on the island, perhaps a pirate crew coveting the golden horn of the Chilean lion. This was indeed intriguing. It would be fascinating to see what they might conjure up. The young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, with his deep purple eyes, radiated a piercing brilliance, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He then gradually vanished into the Shadow Kingdom, reappearing in the cave where the Chilean lion resided. The cave of the Chilean lion was modest in size, somewhat damp within, yet dry grass was spread over the ground, serving as a makeshift bedding, providing a reasonable degree of comfort for the creature. Observing the aged Chilean lion, lying feebly upon the dry grass, Subai's gaze hardened with a fierce glint. By removing the golden horn from its head, he could fulfill the side quest assigned by the system, thus concluding the purpose of his expedition to Beast Treasure Island. He resolved to extract the golden horn first, leaving the matter of the pirates on the island to Klo, Arlong, and Jean, while subsequently summoning Point and Smoker to apprehend them. With this plan crystallized in his mind, Subai approached the ailing Chilean lion. Although the ancient creature sensed Subai's presence, its frail body was too weak to open its eyes, compelled to endure the pain of having its golden horn removed. To preserve the horn's vitality, Subai refrained from killing the Chilean lion, instead employing the healing powers of the horse talisman and the life force of the dog talisman to painlessly extract the golden horn. Additionally, he infused the aging body of the Chilean lion with ample life force from the dog talisman and healing energy from the horse talisman. As the overwhelming life force coursed through the Chilean lion, its once dormant cells began to regain vitality, and its pale lion eyes gradually brightened. The previously lifeless body erupted with unprecedented vigor. Rejuvenated, the Chilean lion, brimming with energy, leaped down from the pile of grass, stretching its stiff limbs before unleashing a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the entire Beast Treasure Island. The long-awaited roar echoed across the island, startling the animals who, upon hearing the voice of the Chilean lion, paused momentarily before hastily abandoning their tasks to rush towards the cave. What is that sound? Hound of Fury and President Snake. Follow these agitated creatures and investigate the situation. I shall indulge in these horns, hoping to gain the fabled power. Baron Badula, consumed with fervor, gleamed with excitement in his shadowy eyes as he gestured for his two subordinates to gather information. Upon receiving their captain's command, the Hound of Fury and President Snake swiftly sprang into action, racing towards the location of the Chilean lion's cave. Within the cavern of the Chilean lion, the rejuvenated King Chilean lion glared at the cloaked figure before him with eyes as large as bronze bells. Though he was nearing the end of his years, the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, casually unleashed a verdant beam of light that restored nearly 30 or 40 years of youth to the beast. Such a miraculous feat was unprecedented, even for the nearly century-old King Chilean lion. What do you humans seek on our Beast Island? Return my golden horn at once, or do not blame me for my hostility. Upon hearing the King Chilean lion's fierce roar, Subai merely smiled, his lips curving in amusement. With a mere thought, he summoned Albiz, the whispering fruit wielder from Battleship Island, to this very location. Under Subai's directive, the young Albiz took on the role of translator. Convey to him that I have taken the King Chilean lion's golden horn. However, in exchange, I have forcibly extended his life by 30 years. I hope he understands the gravity of this situation, otherwise, I will not hesitate to unleash my wrath. Subai uttered these menacing words with an unexpectedly gentle smile, causing Albiz to shudder in trepidation. She then relayed every word to the King Chilean lion without omission. As Albiz translated, a flicker of anger ignited in the King Chilean lion's bell-like eyes. Just as he prepared to retaliate, Subai acted first. Thunderstorm, Dark Dragon, devour all. Subai extended his alabaster arm from beneath his cloak, his fingers curling slightly as a small, agile lightning dragon sprang to life at his fingertips. Under his command, the dragon grew larger, its hue shifting from pale blue to deep black, exuding an ominous pull that seemed intent on drawing the surrounding rocks into its maw. Chapter 123, Devouring Beast Island, the Ferocious Horned Beasts. The fearsome visage of the King Chilean lion reflected palpable terror upon witnessing the black lightning dragon controlled by Subai. As the dragon roamed freely under Subai's influence, it absorbed an ever-increasing amount of rock, swelling to nearly fill the entire cavern, causing the once mighty King Chilean lion to feel immense pressure. Albiz, relay my message to him. A host of creatures will soon arrive in the cavern. Should the King Chilean lion remain obstinate, this cave may soon run red with blood. I hope he chooses wisely for the sake of the other creatures. Complying with her master's command, Albiz faithfully conveyed Subai's warning. Upon hearing Subai's threats, a flicker of anger ignited within the King Chilean lion's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a resigned glimmer. Stripped of its golden horn, it bore no distinction from a common lion. Faced with Subai's menace, resistance seemed futile. Rather than watch its companions fall, submission might offer a chance to reclaim lost power. Roar. Upon hearing the King Chilean lion's response, Albiz's cherubic face brightened with delight. She first calmed the King Chilean lioness' emotions, then swiftly turned to relay the entirety of the news to her master, Subai. Upon learning of the Kirin Lion King's willingness to submit, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, felt a surge of elation as a smile graced his lips. He extended his fair arm, gently placing it upon the body of the Kirin Lion King, channeling an immense dark power into it. As moments slipped by, the Kirin Lion King's soul was entirely consumed by the dark energy, marking its complete integration into the Shadow Kingdom. Observing the Kirin Lion King before him, Subai nodded in satisfaction. With a swift motion, he gestured, and the golden horn reappeared atop the Kirin Lion King's head. Just as the Kirin Lion King expressed astonishment, Subai spoke, "As it happens, I am in need of a mount, and you shall serve as mine. This golden horn is of no use to me, so I shall return it to you." With the horn restored, the Kirin Lion King was filled with excitement. Its previous resentment towards Subai evaporated. Not only did it retain its golden horn, but it also gained decades of longevity by merely serving as Subai's mount. Witnessing the young master, already possessing earth-shattering strength, the Kirin Lion King felt a genuine willingness to serve. "Once your companions arrive, explain everything to them. I shall deal with the pirates on the island first." After uttering these words, Subai vanished into the Shadow Kingdom, reappearing beside Arlong, Klo, and Ajin. As he regarded his 3 senior aides, a gleam of determination sparkled in his deep-set eyes. With a mere thought, he summoned hundreds of troll ninja soldiers, instructing them to seek out Count Badula, the rabid dog, and President Snake. These 3 had long occupied Beast Island, and Arlong would handle the rabid dog, while Klo would confront President Snake, leaving Count Badula to Ajin. Upon receiving their master's orders, Arlong and his companions swiftly set off, disappearing into the Shadow Kingdom. Following the clues provided by the troll ninjas, they soon confronted the rabid dog and President Snake, launching a fierce assault on the unprepared duo. While they had yet to find Count Badula, they decided to observe the battle between the rabid dog and President Snake, ready to assist if needed. Ajin, demonstrating initiative, retreated to the outskirts of the combat zone. At that moment, Arlong and Klo transformed into their beast forms, brandishing their powerful fists, clad in dark, imposing armor, towards the rabid dog and President Snake. Faced with Arlong's sudden onslaught, the rabid dog reacted quickly, narrowly avoiding Arlong's left hook by leaning back. In a swift motion, he leapt from the ground, executing a powerful kick aimed at Arlong's face. "I am the strongest man in the world. What are you to dare ambush me? You seek death." Hearing the rabid dog's boastful declaration ignited a flame of fury within Arlong's shadowy eyes. With a disdainful smirk, he felt his aura intensify, exuding a terrifying killing intent that sent a shiver down the rabid dog's spine. "If you are the strongest man in the world, then I am the strongest in the universe. Prepare to pay with your life, fat dog." In a fit of rage, Arlong clenched his fists, his muscular legs tensing as he pounded the ground with tremendous force, causing it to fracture like spider webs. Transforming into a dragon, he opened his massive jaws and, utilizing the ground's recoil, charged towards the rabid dog. Upon witnessing Arlong in his dragon form, the rabid dog was momentarily stunned, quickly stabilizing his stance. His powerful legs coiled as he prepared to counter Arlong's fierce attack with his signature kicking technique. "Do you think your feeble skills can withstand my might? Preposterous." As the rabid dog extended his robust legs to block, Arlong, with a cold snort, unsheathed his large saw blade from behind. In a flash, he effortlessly severed the rabid dog's legs with his razor-sharp blade. With a heart-wrenching scream, the rabid dog fell, crimson blood spraying from his knees. Arlong, reverting from dragon form, turned to face him. With a thought, the observing ninja soldiers sprang into action, swiftly applying ropes and chains to staunch the blood flow and bind the rabid dog. "Klo, I have finished here. It is your turn now." Arlong dragged the rabid dog, resembling a lifeless creature, to where Ajin stood. Meanwhile, Klo, engaged in a fierce battle with President Snake, quickened his pace upon hearing Arlong's taunting remark. The already beleaguered President Snake found himself battered and bruised, ultimately kneeling in a desperate plea for mercy. "You truly lack backbone. I had hoped for more sport." Gazing down at the pitifully pleading President Snake, Klo, in his white tiger form, expressed disdain. He shifted back to his human form, adjusted his black-framed glasses that had slipped down his nose, and strode towards President Snake, preparing to unleash a powerful kick. Klo then commanded the troll ninjas to bind the self-proclaimed most handsome man in the world and deliver him to young Master Subai. "Ajin, our missions are complete. It is now your turn." Upon hearing Arlong and Klo's synchronized remarks, Ajin initially appeared taken aback, then wore an awkward smile. Just as he prepared to explain, news arrived from the troll ninjas regarding Count Badula. According to the intelligence relayed by the ninjas, Count Badula was currently at the far west of Beast Island, feeding a large group of red-eyed voracious beasts, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Upon receiving the news regarding Count Badula, Akin swiftly unleashed the powers bestowed upon him by the Hercules beetle fruit. He spread his transparent wing cases, his robust legs slightly bent, and with a forceful push against the ground, he soared into the air, heading toward the western coast of Beast Island, where Count Badula was located. Concerned for Akin's safety, his colleagues Chloe and Aaron, after entrusting the Serpent President and the Rabid Dog to their subordinates, hastened to follow in Akin's wake. Racing toward the western shore of Beast Island, the speed of Akin's party was remarkable. They traversed the entire length of Beast Island, from its easternmost tip to the west, in a mere 5 minutes. Upon landing effortlessly on the grassy terrain, Akin's gaze fell upon the herd of herbivorous creatures, and a flicker of confusion sparkled in his eyes. These animals, resembling sheep and grazing on grass, why were they called horned beasts? Just as Akin pondered, a massive beast, evidently the leader of the herd, raised its head and spotted the unexpected guest. Akin and the leader of the horned beasts exchanged glances, and the latter erupted into an enraged roar, prompting the other horned beasts to turn and glare at Akin with fiery red eyes. Sensing the hostility, Akin felt a twinge of apprehension and decisively activated his devil fruit powers, swiftly spreading his transparent wing cases to ascend into the air, soaring over the agitated herd toward Count Badula's location. Meanwhile, Count Badula, engaged in feeding the horned beasts, noticed the uninvited guest hovering above and quickly retrieved a flute from his pocket. He raised it to his lips and played a melodious tune that echoed into the ears of the horned beasts, inciting them into a frenzy. "Come, teach this insolent fool a lesson." Suspended in the air, Akin snorted disdainfully, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He drew 2 staffs from his waist and, with a powerful flap of his transparent wings, dove downward, striking down 2 ferocious horned beasts. Following this, dozens of them fell before his might. Witnessing the slaughter of his cherished horned beasts, Count Badula seethed with rage, his eyes ablaze as he desperately continued to play the flute, commanding the remaining beasts to leap and attack the airborne Akin. "You pitiful wretch, if you have the guts, come down. I, Count Badula, shall claim your head as a trophy." Upon hearing Badula's brazen taunts, Akin could not suppress a laugh. With a flash of speed, he darted behind Count Badula. "You wish for me to descend? Very well, here I am. What can you possibly do now?" Akin appeared like a wraith behind Count Badula, who was so startled that he broke into a cold sweat. As he reached for his gun, Akin did not grant him the opportunity. With a mere flick of his wings, he sent the pale-faced Count crashing to the ground. Scrambling to his feet, Count Badula mounted the back of the horned beast leader and commanded the herd to charge at Akin with all their might. "You think you can withstand an entire herd of horned beasts? I assure you, they will trample you into pulp." Akin, now in his rhinoceros beetle form, felt a surge of determination. His aura intensified as he cloaked his shoulders, arms, and thighs in a dark, menacing hue. As the herd surged toward him, Akin's eyes blazed with fury. He steadied himself, his muscular arms seizing the horned beast leader's head, channeling all his strength into a fierce contest of will. Know this: the rhinoceros beetle is not only capable of flight, its strength is unparalleled. As Akin grappled with the leader, his face reddened from exertion. He opened his mouth and roared in frustration, channeling all his power into his arms, crushing the horned beast leader's antlers into dust. Stripped of its formidable horns, the leader's eyes widened in terror, desperately attempting to retreat. However, Count Badula, oblivious to its plight, continued to urge it forward. In a frantic fit, the horned beast leader bucked violently, throwing Count Badula off its back. In fear, it glanced at Akin and then led the remaining herd members in a hasty retreat. Without the horned beasts and the rabid dog, Count Badula was left utterly vulnerable. Struggling to regain his composure, he saw the menacing Akin advancing toward him. Terrified, he cast aside all pretense of dignity, kneeling and fervently bowing his head, pleading for mercy from Akin. "Your fate is not mine to decide when you meet my master. I hope you still possess the courage to plead for your life." Akin, shedding his rhinoceros beetle form, laughed heartily, sheathing his staffs before delivering a swift blow that rendered Count Badula unconscious. He then instructed his ninja subordinates to transport the hapless noble to their master, Subai. Chapter 124. The Monkey Talisman, Subai's Terrifying Power. Having effortlessly dealt with the rabid dog, the Serpent President, and Count Badula. Akin and his companions returned to the side of Subai, the master of the Shadow Brigade. Observing the three wretched figures resembling drowned rats, Subai raised an eyebrow and, with a thought, sent a message through the Shadow Kingdom to T. Pen and Smoker at the Navy headquarters. T. Pen, Smoker, come to Beast Island in the Grand Line. There are 3 ignorant pirates here to apprehend. Upon receiving their master's orders, T. Pen and Smoker, who were honing their skills at the Navy headquarters, immediately set forth, leading over 3,000 well-equipped soldiers aboard 2 massive warships, braving the winds and waves toward Beast Island. As the Navy hastened toward the island, Subai unleashed a formidable dark power that engulfed the entirety of Beast Island, firmly establishing it within the dominion of the Shadow Kingdom. With the secondary mission accomplished and Beast Island firmly under his control, Subai no longer lingered on the island. He bound the hapless rabid dog, the Serpent President, and Count Badula to a large tree at the entrance to the island, and then led his senior officers aboard the Shadow Brigade ship, setting sail for the Alabasta Kingdom, home to one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. 3 days after the Shadow Brigade set sail from the Beast Island, the warships led by T. Pinch and Smoker forcefully breached the watery barrier and landed in the bay of Beast Island. As they disembarked, they were greeted by the sight of the infamous trio, Rabid Dog Hot Dog, President Snake, and Count Badula, bound to a tree, gasping for breath. Smoker, in his smoke form, exchanged a knowing glance with T. Pinch, and together they expertly secured the trio with sea prism stone handcuffs and shackles, escorting them to the ship's prison for transport back to Navy headquarters for a just reckoning. These 3 were notorious pirates with bounties in the millions of berries, and their capture would undoubtedly enhance their personal records, bringing them one step closer to promotion. On the deck of the warship, Smoker and T. Pinch gazed at the tumultuous waves, reflecting on the vastness of their world. With bounties soaring into the millions and even billions, these pirates appeared as mere trifles before their young master. They wondered how long it would take for them to attain such formidable strength. It was time to train diligently. If necessary, they could seek assistance from Coby and Balumber. With their connections, Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Kazuru, along with Master Zephyr, would surely be willing to mentor them. As T. Pinch spoke, Smoker took a deep puff from his cigar, exhaling leisurely in rings, and replied with buoyancy, as we return to Navy headquarters. I shall recommend you to Master Zephyr. You will undoubtedly receive his esteemed guidance. The warship continued its journey, distancing itself from Beast Island and approaching Navy headquarters. Upon their arrival, the Shadow Brigade ship made a stop at an unnamed island nearby. Upon stepping onto the sandy shore, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, Subai, heard the cold, mechanical voice of the system announce, "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the system-issued side quest 2. The Monkey Charm, one of the 12 zodiac charms of the master, is being distributed. Please check your system package promptly." A radiant light enveloped Subai's system package, revealing the monkey charm nestled within. With a mere thought, the charm appeared in his palm, and he nodded in satisfaction at the monkey design emblazoned upon it. With the acquisition of the monkey charm, Subai noted that he still required the rat, rabbit, and goat charms to complete the set. The completion of the main quest, Annihilate the Baroque Works, would reward him with the goat charm, while the remaining rat and rabbit charms depended on future tasks issued by the system. Brief overview of the monkey charm. Its purpose is transformation, allowing the target to become an animal, with no other transformations permitted. The user must clearly envision which animal they wish the target to become, regardless of their familiarity with the animal's appearance, and direct the charm's rune stone towards the target to unleash the spell. The intended target, excluding overly large ones like the ground, will transform into the envisioned animal. To revert, the user must simply visualize the target returning to its original form and repeat the steps. Caution: if the holder uses the monkey charm for transformation, they must ensure they can reclaim it or keep it on their person. If the charm is stolen or lost, the user cannot revert and will remain an animal for life. Clutching the monkey charm in his hand, Subai exerted a slight pressure, activating its power. Under his deliberate control, he transformed into the form of the Chilean lion, startling his steed. This monkey charm is quite intriguing. It can be used not only on oneself, but also on others. Restoring his human form, Subai aimed the charm's power at his trusted subordinate, Arlong, who instantly morphed into a bumbling sea turtle. Nearby, Chloe and Ajin burst into laughter at the sight of Arlong's transformation, nearly gasping for breath from their mirth. Chloe, Ajin, what has you so amused? Let me join in the fun. Gleaming with a mischievous light in his eyes, Subai activated the monkey charm again, reverting along to his original form before targeting Klo and Ajin, transforming them into a silly donkey and a wild boar, respectively. The sounds of braying and grunting echoed throughout the unnamed island as Arlong, now back in human form, could not contain his laughter upon seeing Klo and Ajin in their current states. He quickly called over Xiao Ba, Coby, and Alvida to share in the amusement. After a few minutes, Subai finally used the charm's power to restore Klo and Ajin to their human forms. They exchanged glances with Arlong, recalling their previous transformations, and erupted into hearty laughter, devoid of any resentment. All right, it's time for us to set sail for Alabasta. Crocodile, the president of Baroque Works, is a tough adversary, and I doubt you will be able to defeat him. Therefore, I shall handle Crocodile myself. Arlong, you will take on his top general, Mr. 1. Ajin will contend with Mr. 1's partner, the thorn fruit user, Bola. As for Klo and Galdino, Coby, you will face Mr. 2 and Mr. 4 along with their partner, Dorify. The rest will take on the Million Elder, 10 Million Elder, 100 Million Elder, and the other members of Baroque Works. Upon hearing the command issued by their young master Subai, the members of the Shadow Legion swiftly returned to their vessel, the Shadow Legion ship, to intensify their training and preparation for the impending battle against the Alabasta Kingdom. The helmsman, Xiao Ba, and Coby returned to the cockpit, skillfully maneuvering the ship's helm and propelling the Shadow Legion ship with full throttle, charting a rapid course towards the Alabasta Kingdom as dictated by the permanent compass. The dark silhouette of the Shadow Legion ship glided across the cerulean expanse of the ocean. Subai stood alone at the bow, gazing contemplatively at the frothy waves and the occasional leaping fish. He contemplated the inevitable confrontation with Crocodile as forces upon their arrival at the Alabasta Kingdom. Should they succeed in vanquishing Crocodile, the Navy headquarters would undoubtedly re-evaluate his bounty. A higher bounty signified a greater threat to the world, which in turn would attract the Navy's scrutiny. After weighing the pros and cons, a resolute glint ignited in Subai's deep purple eyes. Their expedition to the Alabasta Kingdom must be executed with utmost urgency, swift enough that the Navy would not have time to react before the Shadow Legion had already embarked towards the next island. Currently, the presence of numerous weaklings within the Shadow Legion was a concern. Once they had thoroughly consumed the Alabasta Kingdom, he planned to streamline their ranks, retaining only the most capable members to serve as advisors to Cobra. The formidable individuals, including Crocodile, Arlong, Kuro, Akin, Galdino, Coby, and Xiao Ba, would continue to accompany him on this journey. As Subai contemplated which members to designate as advisors to Cobra, the Shadow Legion ship suddenly trembled violently upon encountering a colossal sea cat that resembled a lucky cat. With its gaping maw, it aimed to engulf the Shadow Legion ship whole. A sea cat? I wonder what it tastes like. Arlong, take care of it. Upon hearing his master's command, Arlong, who was fishing at the railing, promptly set aside his rod. His robust legs bulged with muscle, enveloped in a dark, armed Haki, propelling him like a cannonball towards the giant sea cat. During his rapid approach, Arlong transformed into a dragon-like form, his crimson eyes blazing as he delivered a powerful punch to the sea cat's head. The sheer force of his blow caused the creature's skull to cave in, splattering red and white matter in all directions, drawing the attention of numerous sea kings lurking nearby. Arlong, I instructed you to deal with it, not to attract more sea kings. Subai, cloaked in black, scratched his head in exasperation as he noticed the surrounding sea kings converging, including colossal sea kings stirring in the depths. In response, Subai unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, a tremendous force that enveloped a radius of 100 miles. The overwhelming pressure sent countless sea kings fleeing in terror, too afraid to linger, lest they lose their lives in a moment of carelessness. The giant and colossal sea kings retreated, while the smaller varieties were less fortunate. Overwhelmed by Subai's Haki, they collapsed, belly up, floating helplessly on the surface, rendered easy prey for the members of the Shadow Legion. After effortlessly acquiring a bounty of fresh ingredients, Subai instructed Miss Carmen to head to the kitchen to prepare a feast. He then urged Xiao Ba and Coby to accelerate their voyage, emphasizing the necessity of reaching the Alabasta Kingdom before nightfall. As time passed and darkness descended, Miss Carmen's culinary creations were presented at the dining table. All senior members of the Shadow Legion gathered, toasting and indulging in the lavish meal. Once satiated, deep into the night, the Shadow Legion ship neared the waters just over 50 nautical miles from the Alabasta Kingdom. In the pitch-black night upon the sea, The lanterns hanging from the mast of the Shadow Legion emitted a fervent glow, akin to a beacon guiding wayward souls home, while this illuminated the path for the helmsmen, Xiao Ba and Coby, facilitating their navigation. It simultaneously attracted the attention of numerous pirate ships from the Baroque works, drawn like cats to the scent of fish. Upon discovering the whereabouts of the Shadow Legion, these pirate vessels ignited their glaring incandescent lights, directing their blinding beams toward the Shadow Legion's position. Having spotted a crew of pirates, there's a bounty to be claimed. Brothers, let us charge forth. First come, first served. We must not let the other fleets of the Million Elders seize the opportunity. The voice of the captain of the first fleet of the Million Elders rang out, piercing the silence of the night, igniting a fervor among the other fleet captains. They hastily commanded their ships to close in on the Shadow Legion, eager to be the first to claim the bounty. As dozens of pirate ships surged toward their position, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, let out a cold snort, a derisive smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He extended his pale arm from beneath his dark cloak, his left hand aiming at the pirate ship on the right, and his right hand at the ship on the left, his eyes fixated on the approaching vessels. Let me demonstrate the might of the Pig Talisman, Dragon Talisman, and the power of thunder upon you. Standing alone on the deck, Subai unleashed the capabilities of the Chicken Talisman, lifting himself into the air as the terrifying aura of Conqueror's Haki radiated outward. His deep purple eyes morphed into a fierce crimson, twin beams of laser-like energy bursting forth, obliterating the two pirate ships in an instant. Simultaneously, a cataclysmic force of thunder erupted from his left hand, a pale blue thunder dragon swirling wildly in the air, swiftly homing in on its targets and annihilating 13 ships of the Million Elders in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, the explosive power of the Dragon Talisman activated from his right palm, unleashing a searing force that reduced the ships of the 10 Million Elders to mere rubble, leaving not even ash in its wake. Chapter 125, The Marauders of the Desert, the Unrepentant Sand Pirates. In an instant, as the dragon explosive and thunderous power cascaded down, the tumultuous sea bore witness to the obliteration of the fleets of the 1,000,000 and 10 million elders, their remnants sinking to the ocean floor. Hundreds of fearsome pirates, now drenched and desperate, pleaded for their lives. Yet, Subai felt no ounce of compassion for these bloodstained marauders. He beckoned his helmsmen, Xiao Ba and Coby, to hasten their speed. Upon hearing their young master's command, they yanked the control levers, and the Shadow Legion surged forward, leaving the disheveled pirates behind as they raced toward the port of Alabasta Kingdom. As the Shadow Legion vanished from their sight, the drenched pirates erupted in furious curses, only to be met with the gaping maw of a colossal sea beast. The Shadow Legion sailed rapidly through the waters, and as time elapsed, the golden land of the desert kingdom of Alabasta materialized on the horizon. Accelerate our speed. Continue our advance toward Alabasta Kingdom. As they neared the shores of Alabasta, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, felt a surge of excitement. He sent a message through the Shadow Kingdom to Rear Admiral Smoker and T. Pin at the Navy headquarters, commanding them to come to Alabasta, where a plethora of pirates would be apprehended for their achievements. Upon receiving Subai's orders, Rear Admiral Smoker and T. Pin, newly arrived at the Navy headquarters, were elated. They promptly shared this information with their comrades, Coby, Zhang, Balumeb, and others. Upon hearing the news, they too were thrilled and immediately applied to the headquarters for permission to carry out their mission in Alabasta. With Rear Admiral Branu coordinating internally, Coby and Balumeb's applications were swiftly approved. Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Kazuru, eager for the operation, gave them fervent admonishments to exercise caution against one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, who wielded the powers of the sand fruit in the desert-laden Alabasta Kingdom, making him as comfortable as a fish in water. As Coby and his companions absorbed their mentor's warnings, a glint of determination shone in their eyes. The journey to Alabasta was fraught with peril and opportunity. If they assisted King Cobra in repelling the predatory pirates and sand marauders, recognition and rewards from the Navy headquarters, along with promotions, would surely follow. With their young master Subai backing them, the group harbored no fear of the infamous crocodile. Meanwhile, Smoker, T. Pin, Coby, Balumeb, and others were fervently rallying their troops to embark for Alabasta, while the Shadow Legion had already docked at the port city of Canola Flower within Alabasta's realm. As the port city renowned for its perfume, Canola Flower was saturated with the aroma of fragrances, pervading the streets, restaurants, opera houses, and markets. The bustling city was filled with throngs of people, all donning the distinctive robes and sun hats of Alabasta to shield themselves from the blazing sun. The Shadow Legion, upon their first arrival, stood out in stark contrast to the locals, drawing many curious glances. The sun is drying out my skin. We must change into the local robes, or I'll turn into dried fish. Arlong's remark resonated with Xiao Ba and Coby, both of the fishman race. Observing their cracked skin, Subai waved his hand, instructing Eureka and Sweetheart Queen to procure some garments from a nearby clothing store, while the rest would accompany him to hunt down the local sand marauders, the Rululu pirates. Arlong, hold on just a bit longer. Eureka will be back with the clothes soon. Hearing their young master's words, Arlong and his companions nodded enthusiastically. The group then followed Subai's lead toward the northern side of the port city Canola Flower, where a formidable band of sand marauders lay in wait. Sand pirates, as their name suggests, roamed the desert, sailing in specially crafted ships, plundering passing caravans and travelers along their way. In this vicinity of the desert, there exist approximately 11 or 12 bands of marauders, among which the notorious Lililili band stands out as the most infamous, their reputation for brutality spreading far and wide. Their hands are stained with the blood of countless innocents. While typical marauder groups primarily engage in robbery and seldom resort to murder, the Lililili band is distinctly aberrant. Their primary objective is slaughter, with looting and pillaging coming second. They engage in rampant arson, murder, abduction, human trafficking, forced prostitution, and every conceivable form of malevolence. Initially, upon learning of the heinous acts committed by the Lililili band, King Cobra of the Alabasta Kingdom promptly dispatched an army of 50,000 into the desert to eradicate this band of brigands. However, this only led the marauders to band together for mutual protection. Each time the royal forces attempted to subdue them, the brigands would unite with other nearby factions, forming a formidable alliance, thus effectively countering the kingdom's military efforts. Moreover, the desert's exceptionally arid climate and scorching sun significantly amplify the demand for water. Each time the royal army ventured into the desert, they would often find themselves unable to locate the Lililili band for an extended period. By the time they finally discovered their whereabouts, they were frequently compelled to retreat due to shortages of water and provisions. The Lililili band's prolonged dominance in this desolate expanse is attributable not only to their ability to unite and exploit the local climatic advantages, but also to their intimate knowledge of the desert routes. They have also discovered an oasis, utilizing its water source, alongside secretly acquired weaponry from other nations, which emboldens them to stand against the royal forces. As Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, entered the kingdom of Alabasta, he promptly dispatched his chief general, Mr. One, to recruit the Ruhr pirate crew. To demonstrate his sincerity, Crocodile invested a substantial sum to procure a devil fruit of the Zoan type, specifically the desert lizard form, which he generously bestowed upon the crew's captain, Ruhr Dako. Upon witnessing Crocodile's earnestness and formidable power, Dako was thoroughly convinced and led his 30,000-member pirate crew to join Crocodile's ranks. They were incorporated into the Elder Billionaires team, tasked with guarding the northern desert of the port city known as Canola Flower, primarily to delay the advance of the 50,000-strong Royal Army of Alabasta, thereby alleviating pressure on the other officers of Baroque works. The notorious pirate, Ruhr Dako, a user of the Zoan-type desert lizard fruit, carried a bounty of 83 million berries, with an additional reward of 5 million berries for his capture. The Shadow Corps' primary objective upon their arrival in Alabasta was this infamous band of pirates, and the coveted bounty of 83 million berries was to be claimed by them. Agent alone, accompany me as we soar into the skies to locate the lair of the Ruhr pirate crew. The rest of you shall remain here for the time being. Should we discover their hideout, we will notify you, commanded the young master. Obeying his words, the high-ranking officers dispersed to attend to their own tasks, leaving only Ajin, alone, and the flying Subai behind. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Subai's profound gaze as he activated his chicken charm ability, suspending himself in midair. Observing their young master take flight, Ajin and Alone swiftly followed suit, each utilizing their devil fruit powers, one transforming into a dragon, soaring through the skies, while the other morphed into a rhinoceros beetle, taking to the air with vigor. Suspended aloft, Subai unleashed his formidable observation Haki, extending his perception across the entirety of the Canola Flower City, encompassing even the nearby stretches of desert. The Ruhr pirate crew typically operated in units of 100 and were currently lying in ambush along the route between the desert and canola flour. Inadvertently caught by Subai's keen perception. With the location of their target now confirmed, Alone and Subai ceased their aerial hovering. The trio swiftly navigated towards the position of the Ruhr pirate crew, reaching their destination in a mere 2.5 minutes. Gazing down upon the band of marauders concealed within the yellow sands, the young master of the Shadow Corps snorted disdainfully and muttered, "Since you are so fond of hiding in the dunes, you may remain here forever." A flicker of ferocity ignited in Subai's penetrating eyes as he extended his fair right hand, fingers slightly curled, summoning the power of thunder. Suddenly, a clap of thunder resounded, and several bolts of terrifying lightning cascaded down towards the pirate crew, instantly transforming over 100 fearsome bandits into charred remains. As the desert winds swept over, these wretches were eternally entombed in the boundless sands. After effortlessly dispatching a group of bandits, Subai let out a slight sigh of relief. He continued to channel his observation Haki, navigating the desert alongside Ajin and Arlong. The scorching sun blazed overhead, leaving them parched and weary, with Arlong beginning to show signs of dehydration. Observing this, a flicker of guilt crossed Subai's eyes. He intensified his use of observation Haki, extending his perception across the vast desert expanse. The stronghold of the ruthless bandit group, Luli, appeared within his senses, along with the location of an oasis. Arlong, hold on a bit longer. I've found the oasis. Let us go. With a determined thought, Subai summoned the elite officers back in the city. Upon receiving their young master's command, they swiftly abandoned their tasks and hurried into the Shadow Kingdom, soon appearing by Subai's side. At this moment, Subai, Ajin, and Arlong had reached the oasis within the desert. Although the oasis was not particularly large, its water supply was abundant, which explained how it could sustain the lives of tens of thousands of bandits. Pleased by the timely arrival of the elite officers, Subai nodded approvingly. He then waved his hand and proclaimed, "These bandits are heinous criminals. Your current task is to unleash your abilities and annihilate them. As for the bandit leader, Luli Deku, I shall leave him to Ajin and Dida." Upon hearing their young master's orders, Ajin and Dida quickly acknowledged and turned to race toward the oasis. The bandits, engrossed in revelry and indulgence, remained oblivious to the impending doom approaching them. As Dida, armed with a sniper rifle, stepped into the oasis area, he was met with the sight of skeletons and desiccated corpses buried in the yellow sands. Continuing forward, he noticed fresher corpses until he reached the vicinity where the bandits were reveling, witnessing the savage slaughter of innocent civilians. Seeing the bloodied and barely alive innocents alongside the maniacally laughing bandits, Dida's eyes turned crimson with rage. Clenching his teeth in silent fury, he raised his sniper rifle, aiming at all the visible bandits. With a restrained anger, he declared, "Flame Vulture, Destruction, World." From the rifle's barrel, dozens of fiery vultures erupted, soaring with astonishing speed toward the foreheads of the bandits. In an instant, the vultures struck true, and before the wicked bandits could react, their eyes widened in shock, pupils dilating as they collapsed, expiring in an instant. Having effortlessly dealt with the throngs of minions, the furious Dida pressed deeper into the oasis. The further he ventured, the more his anger intensified. The once sacred oasis had transformed into a hellish nightmare under the tyrannical rule of these despicable bandits. Stained with crimson blood and littered with pale corpses, the deaths of numerous minions caught the attention of the bandit group's 4th and 3rd commanders. Exchanging glances, they gathered over 500 tall and burly bandits and made their way toward the oasis's perimeter. Within minutes, they encountered the lone wolf, Dida. Upon seeing the figure clad in a trench coat, holding a long-barreled sniper rifle, the 4th commander, Su Shuya, and the 3rd commander, Xiao Ba, glared furiously. They brandished their weapons, howling to the heavens, before commanding their 500 minions to execute the audacious Dida. The 500 minions surged forward with various weapons in hand. Dida, however, merely smirked disdainfully, casually raising his sniper rifle and firing rapidly. Chapter 126, Slaughtering the Bandit Group, Reinforcements from the Baroque Work Society. The sound of gunfire erupted as countless flaming vultures burst forth from the dark barrel of the sniper rifle. Soaring high, they appeared almost sentient as they darted toward the bandits before Dida. The bandits, upon seeing the oncoming flaming vultures, scoffed and laughed boisterously. opening fire in an attempt to eliminate the threat. However, these flaming vultures were incorporeal. Even when pierced by bullets, they continued to soar freely, evading the bandits' attacks with ease. As it became clear that bullets could not harm the vultures, panic ensued among the bandits, who wielded their machetes, bludgeons, and hammers to retaliate. In the face of hundreds of attackers, the flaming vultures utilized their flight and agility to their advantage, deftly dodging the assaults before charging toward the bandits' faces. With a series of explosive impacts, countless flaming vultures collided with the bandits, disintegrating into brilliant sparks and claiming the lives of the wicked. In an instant, only 70 or 80 bandits remained, struggling to survive. Witnessing the near-total annihilation of their minions within mere moments, the fourth and third commanders eyed Dida warily. They exchanged a knowing glance, raised their weapons, and propelled themselves forward with tremendous speed, one to the left and one to the right, toward Dida. As the two reckless bandit commanders charged at him, Dida's face twisted into a sinister smile. Due to the Shiwa temple bracelet he wore, 2 additional arms were concealed beneath his oversized brown trench coat. Foolish ones, prepare to meet your demise, Dida bellowed in fury, tearing off his brown trench coat to reveal 4 muscular arms. 2 of his arms wielded the sniper rifle Sunset, aiming directly at the forehead of the 4th commander, Sushuwiya, unleashing a ruthless shot. Simultaneously, his other 2 arms brandished short-barreled shotguns loaded with C4 bullets. The 3rd commander, Xiao Ba, attempted to halt his advance upon seeing the dark gun barrels aimed at him, but it was too late. With 2 sharp gunshots, the C4 bullets struck the foreheads and hearts of the 3rd commander, Xiao Ba, as crimson blood oozed from his wounds. He widened his eyes in disbelief, attempting to lower his gaze, but before he could act, he felt a heavy weight envelop him, darkness closing in, and he collapsed into a pool of blood, lifeless. Having effortlessly dispatched the 3rd and 4th commanders along with over 500 minions, Dida exhaled a sigh of relief. He bent down to retrieve his trench coat from the ground, and then pulled out a pristine handkerchief from his pocket, meticulously cleaning his sniper rifle and shotgun. After meticulously cleansing the grime from his firearm, Dida's eyes gleamed with determination as he strode purposefully towards the heart of the oasis. Simultaneously, in the nearby desert, the ghost mannequin, transformed into the form of a rhinoceros beetle, was engaged in a fierce battle with the second-in-command of a band of marauders. This second-in-command, known as Ufalichi, had a bounty of 30 million berries on his head and was a renowned swordsman skilled in the art of dual-wielding. Notorious for his bloodlust and merciless slaughter of innocents to satiate his twisted desires. On a mission to raid a merchant convoy, Ufalichi and his band of 300 cutthroat henchmen encountered the solitary figure of Akin, whose reputation as a formidable enforcer of the Shadow Brigade echoed throughout the Grand Line. Upon recognizing Akin, Ufa's eyes glimmered with avarice. In his view, the lone Akin was a treasure trove of wealth just waiting to be claimed. This guy is a senior officer of the Shadow Brigade, known as Ghost Man, with a bounty of 59 million berries. If we can eliminate him, we will be free from financial worries for the rest of our lives. Men, let's take his head. At these words, the marauders were filled with excitement, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they gripped their weapons tightly and charged towards Akin, eager to rend him limb from limb. Observing the overconfident henchman before him, Akin shook his head in resignation. He swiftly morphed into his beetle form, unfurling his transparent elytra and propelling himself forward with explosive speed, creating a deep crater in the soft sand beneath him, akin to a rocket soaring through the air. With his razor-sharp, translucent wings extended, Akin wove effortlessly through the ranks of the marauders, unleashing a tempest of carnage. The once arrogant henchmen were cleaved in twain, collapsing into pools of their own blood, their lifeless eyes gazing vacantly into the desert sky. Within mere minutes, the hundreds of marauders fell before Akin's onslaught, leaving Ufalichi in a state of irrational fury, his eyes ablaze with rage as he advanced menacingly towards Akin, wielding 2 gleaming blades. Akin, drenched in the blood of his enemies, landed gracefully on the ground, a hint of amusement dancing across his cold visage as Ufa approached. He retrieved 2 batons from his waist, his bronze muscles rippling with the power of Haki. At that moment, Akin stood as an indomitable warrior, soaring into the air and gazing down upon Ufalichi. With a surge of murderous intent, he descended like a meteor towards his foe. Ufa, taken aback, attempted to evade Akin's imminent strike, But despite his frantic movements, Akin had already locked onto his position. Meteor strike, blast, annihilation. As Akin closed in, Usopp braced himself, attempting to block Akin's onslaught with his twin blades. You think these pitiful weapons can withstand my full force? How laughably absurd. Prepare to meet your end. With a thunderous explosion, Usopp was sent flying dozens of meters away, rolling helplessly across the golden sands like a deflated balloon, finally coming to a halt. Damn. Ugh, sand in my mouth. I will not let you go. Injured and battered, Usopp struggled to rise, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Akin. If looks could kill, Akin would have perished countless times. To still be standing. It seems you possess some skill, albeit limited. I shall end you in an instant. Akin smirked disdainfully at Usopp's venomous glare, fully aware that this wretch could not be allowed to live. Only through his demise could he ensure his own safety. Titan, lightning bolt. Akin erupted with a terrifying aura, his killing intent escalating to unprecedented heights. Usopp, having never witnessed such a display, trembled in fear, his face paling as he contemplated his defiance. Ultimately, he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Lord Kin, I beg you spare my life. I, Usopp Lichi, promise to reform and dedicate my remaining days to atone for my sins. As Usopp prostrated himself, Akin approached, his eyes glinting with contempt. Had you known this day would come, would you have acted differently? The innocent civilians you tormented would have knelt before you, pleading for their lives, yet you took pleasure in their suffering. Such filth like you have no right to continue living. Embrace death. With that, Akin unleashed a powerful strike upon Usopp's head, the force shattering it like a ripe watermelon, blood and gore spraying forth. Having effortlessly dispatched Usopp, Akin disdainfully wiped his hands clean on Usopp's garments before sheathing his batons and striding confidently towards the oasis. Meanwhile, within the oasis, news of the deaths of Usopp Lichi, along with the third and fourth commanders, reached the ruthless leader, Roulette. As he listened to his underlings relay the grim details, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes. Having received intelligence about the Shadow Brigade's arrival in the port city of Canola, Roulette, pressured by Crocodile's influence and unwilling to abandon his hard-won territory, had hesitated to retreat to the capital. As the members of the Shadow Brigade descended upon them, they ruthlessly eliminated the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd commanders, causing immense anguish to their leader, Roulette. With his trusted aide slain, he found himself isolated and powerless, devoid of any formidable subordinates to command. Faced with the imminent assault from the Shadow Brigade, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Cursed fate. Had I known the Shadow Brigade was this formidable, I would have fled at once to seek refuge under Crocodile. Recalling Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Roulette swiftly retrieved a din mushy from his pocket and dialed Crocodile's contact, intending to inform him of the impending attack and request reinforcements. Brew. This is Mr. Zero. Roulette, do you have something to report? Speak quickly. Listening to Crocodile's deep, gravelly voice emanating from the din mushy, Roulette felt an unprecedented sense of security. Anxiously, he relayed the details of the Shadow Brigade's assault. Upon receiving the news, Crocodile's fury was palpable, veins bulging on his forehead. Are you suggesting that the Shadow Brigade intends to annihilate the Sand Pirates? Understood. I will dispatch Mr. 4 and his partner to assist you. Until reinforcements arrive, I hope you can hold them off with all your might. Hearing Crocodile's words, a glimmer of joy illuminated Roulette's eyes as he nodded fervently, vowing to endure until help arrived. The call ended with a beep, and Roulette's eyes blazed with fury. The knowledge of impending reinforcements extinguished his fear, igniting a fiery rage within him. With Mr. 4 and Miss Christmas coming to their aid, victory against the Shadow Brigade seemed assured. The Sand Pirate leader's eyes blazed with determination as he hefted his massive cutlass onto his shoulder and rallied the remaining lackeys of the oasis, setting forth towards the exit. Yet, just as he prepared to march out with his forces, he encountered the solitary figure of Dida, who stood defiantly at the oasis exit, wielding a sniper rifle. With a piercing gaze, Dida surveyed the gathered pirates and proclaimed, "Surrender within 1 minute, and you may lose an arm. Resist, and you will face annihilation." The countdown begins. As the countdown commenced, many of Roulette's lackeys trembled, glancing between Dida and their leader, uncertain of how to proceed. Surrendering might spare them, but it could lead to execution by their own leader. Conversely, resistance would likely result in being gunned down by Dida's sniper rifle, leaving them to perish in the desert. 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1. The countdown reached its conclusion. As no one chose to surrender, Daida scoffed, a derisive smile curling his lips. He dramatically shed his cloak, revealing 4 arms hidden beneath. The pirates and Roulette gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom a normal human possessing 4 arms. A mix of astonishment and dread coursing through them as they hurled insults at Daida. "You monster! How can you have 4 arms?" Unfazed by their taunts, Daida's cold gaze swept over the crowd. He lifted his sniper rifle, unleashing a barrage of powerful flaming vultures into the sky. Meanwhile, his other 2 arms brandished short-barreled shotguns, loaded with special sea prism stone ammunition, aimed at Roulette. Hundreds of flaming vultures spiraled through the air, dazzling like fireworks. They soared momentarily before honing in on their targets, darting toward the faces of the pirate lackeys. In an instant, numerous pirates fell, blood oozing from gaping wounds in their foreheads, their brains spilling forth in a gruesome spectacle. The sea prism stone bullets shot forth like meteors, striking Roulette's ribs and calves before he could react, rendering him vulnerable. "Damn it! How dare you ambush me? I will make you pay for this." Seething with rage and grievously wounded, Roulette unleashed his devil fruit powers, transforming into a desert lizard. His grotesque tongue flicked about. Powerful leg muscles bulged, and his skin became armored with hard scales, claws replacing his hands, his eyes morphing into slitted pupils. Seeing Roulette's transformation, Daida dropped his disdainful demeanor and swiftly executed the Navy's 6-style Soro, retreating several meters to maintain distance from his foe. He steadied himself, utilizing his sharpshooting skills to fire relentlessly. A torrent of bullets rained down on Roulette, who, now in lizard form, agilely evaded the barrage of sea prism bullets. However, he found himself overwhelmed by the relentless pursuit of the flaming vultures, suffering additional injuries with each attack. As the distance between Roulette and Daida diminished, the lone wolf's eyes glinted with malice. A mocking smile crept onto his lips as he shifted his stance, ensuring he maintained a distance of over 15 meters from Roulette. Frustration mounted for Roulette, whose eyes burned crimson with fury. In a frenzy, he was willing to sacrifice anything, even his own well-being, to capture Daida. "I must admit, your strength is commendable. If not for your numerous transgressions, perhaps the young master would have considered recruiting you into the Shadow Kingdom. Alas, your hands are stained with the blood of innocents, and you deserve nothing less than death." Upon hearing Daida's words, Roulette paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, scoffing at the notion. "If I were to operate independently, I would rank at least at Mr. 6 within Baroque works. The so-called young master would need to consider my willingness to serve. Not just anyone is worthy of my loyalty." Daida couldn't help but chuckle at Roulette's arrogance, regarding him with the look one might give a fool. "You must know Mr. 5 from the Baroque pirates, the one with the explosive fruit powers? With his mere strength, he was utterly unworthy of our young master's attention, ultimately meeting his demise in the small garden." Upon receiving the news of Mr. 5's death, the bandit leader Roulette was struck as if by lightning, his crimson eyes bulging wide, akin to copper bells, in disbelief that what Daida spoke was indeed true. To be frank, the superhuman abilities of the explosive fruit lie in the hands of our young master, and soon your desert lizard fruit shall also become a possession of the young master. Daida's audacity to relay such words to the bandit leader Roulette clearly indicates that he harbors no fear of these revelations reaching another's ears. Vulture, poison, death. From the barrel of the sniper rifle in Daida's hands, 3 obsidian-black vultures emerged, exuding a foul stench. Their viscous, ink-like bodily fluids dripped onto the desert sands, sizzling upon contact with a hissing sound. The desert bandit leader, Roulette, was taken aback, immediately recognizing the lethal poison coating the vultures. If they were to make contact, he would surely meet an untimely demise. Lizard armor, sandstorm tornado. As the bandit leader Roulette activated his powers, a brilliant white light enveloped his already resilient scales, rendering them even more impervious. The ordinary flame vultures posed no threat to him, and even the venom of the poisonous vultures could not corrode his armor. Furthermore, as he unleashed the power of the devil fruit, his muscular lizard tail thrashed vigorously, stirring up fierce winds and conjuring many sandstorm tornadoes that surged toward Daida's position. In an instant, dust soared, and yellow sands filled the air. The violent sandstorm tornadoes rushed toward Daida, blinding him with their ferocity. He struggled to open his eyes, raising his sniper rifle to fire a barrage of flame vultures in an attempt to dispel the swirling chaos created by Roulette. Do you truly believe your mere flame birds can obliterate the sandstorm tornadoes I have conjured? How utterly laughable. I suggest you surrender now, and perhaps I shall show you mercy and leave you with a complete corpse. The debris within the sandstorm spun violently, slicing into Daida's flesh like sharp blades, inflicting numerous tiny wounds from which blood flowed freely, yet he remained unfazed. As the tornado drew ever closer, Daida furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. He glanced at the arrogant figure of Roulette and clenched his teeth, as if making a momentous decision. Carrion vulture, absorb death. With this proclamation, a massive, hairless skeletal vulture burst forth from the dark barrel of Daida's sniper rifle. Unlike the flame and venom vultures, this skeletal creature radiated a terrifying aura of death, its hollow eye sockets glimmering with ghostly green flames, while malevolent energy coiled around its bony wings. Upon being released, the skeletal vulture opened its beak, lined with sharp teeth, and let out a chilling caw before soaring effortlessly into the air, unperturbed by the surrounding sandstorm. What in the world is this creature? It appears skeletal, yet possesses the ability to fly and emit eerie sounds. The skeletal vulture circled high above, cackling maniacally as it locked its piercing gaze on the wounds adorning Roulette's body. It then dove downward with astonishing speed, pecking violently at the bandit leader's injuries and tearing away a large chunk of flesh, which it greedily swallowed. Sated by the taste of blood, the skeletal vulture perched atop Daida's head, its sharp eyes once again fixated on Roulette's wounds, preparing for a second dive. If all you can do is dive, then I shall grind your bony frame to dust. The hovering skeletal vulture comprehended Roulette's taunt, its fury igniting. It extended a long, crimson, tube-like tongue, capable of flexibly elongating and retracting. In a fit of rage, it dove again, this time not to peck, but to ensnare Roulette's back with its sharp tongue, plunging it deep into his vulnerable flesh and voraciously siphoning his fresh blood. As the life essence flowed into the skeletal vulture, it began to manifest hints of pink flesh, becoming increasingly reminiscent of a normal vulture. Cough. This vulture can indeed drain blood. If I do not find a way to escape, it will drain me dry. Roulette's complexion paled, the bronze of his skin fading to a sickly gray as Daida, witnessing his weakened state, swiftly drew his weapon and fired repeatedly, each shot finding its mark. The specially crafted sea prism stone bullets detonated within Roulette's body moments after impact, inducing excruciating pain that left him gasping and rolling on the ground to alleviate the torment. Observing the bandit leader's pitiful plight, Daida smirked derisively and gestured for the skeletal vulture to cease its bloodletting, indicating that they should first deal with the nearby minions. Upon receiving the command, the skeletal vulture swiftly retracted its tongue and soared high, targeting the nearby bandit foot soldiers without hesitation. As the skeletal vulture approached, the bandits panicked, fumbling for their firearms while retreating toward the oasis. Conventional gunfire was no match for the skeletal vulture. They ought to find a more suitable resting place for their remains. Daida bent down to retrieve his coat, brushing off the sand with indifference as he mocked the futile struggles of the bandit lackeys. As time passed, all the bandit minions fell victim to the skeletal vulture's insatiable thirst, reduced to desiccated husks. Just as the skeletal vulture prepared to deliver a final blow to Roulette, Daida waved his hand, signaling for it to spare the bandit leader's life. This man possessed the powers of a devil fruit user and needed to be delivered to his master, where his abilities could be stripped away before an execution could take place. Responding to Daida's command, the skeletal vulture cawed excitedly before transforming into a dark streak of light, darting back into Daida's sniper rifle, succumbing to a brief slumber. As Daida coldly approached the nearly lifeless figure of the sand pirate leader, Roulette, he raised his leg high and kicked him in the face, releasing the pent-up fury within him. With a flicker of thought, he summoned over 30 troll ninja soldiers, instructing them to bind this wretched creature, resembling a dying dog, with sea stone chains and deliver him to their young master. The troll ninja soldiers, obedient and fierce in appearance, swiftly subdued Roulette, expertly binding him before vanishing into the shadows, arriving before the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai. Upon seeing Roulette in such a bind, Subai paused momentarily before extending his fair arm from beneath his dark cloak, pressing his palm against Roulette's skull. With a mere thought, a device to extract the powers of the devil fruit materialized instantly, activating with a powerful suction that began to devour Ruluruladako's very soul. The intensity of the pain surged through Ruluruladako's head like a knife, and he cried out in anguish, pleading for mercy from Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion. This villain, steeped in sin, had long crossed the line. Had he foreseen this fate, would he have acted differently? With blood of countless innocents staining his hands and the souls of the deceased haunting him, Subai, upholding the banner of justice, could not allow this demon to roam free, perpetuating his reign of terror. Taking a deep breath, Subai steadied himself. Knowing that dizziness was merely a precursor to the end of this ordeal, he commanded the extraction device to draw energy at full speed. Ruluruladako, the possessor of the desert lizard fruit, was soon overwhelmed, succumbing to unconsciousness, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Just as he fainted, Subai revived him, ensuring he remained acutely aware of his torment. Evil begets evil, after all. After what felt like 5 or 6 minutes, a brilliant earthy yellow light erupted from the transparent glass dome of the extraction device, and a tangible, sandy-hued devil fruit took form within. Once drained of its worth, Ruluruladako lay on the ground, seemingly liberated, gasping for air without concern for his dignity. Subai cast a ruthless glance at him, flicking his fingers to release a faint blue bolt of lightning, which crackled into Ruluruladako's body. In less than 2 seconds, the notorious leader of the Canola Flower Desert Bandits met his demise. Having effortlessly dealt with this menace, Subai stored Ruluruladako's corpse in his system bag, intending to hand it over to T, Pinjin, and Smoker for a bounty exchange and to accumulate merit. The power of this devil fruit was not particularly formidable, somewhat lackluster, and he had yet to decide who might benefit from it. For now, he would simply retain it. Observing the desert lizard fruit solidifying within the glass dome, Subai waved his hand, easily claiming the fruit. The desert lizard fruit, roughly the size of a palm, bore a sandy hue, resembling a plump desert lizard. Complete with limbs, a head, and a tail, its features, including claws, remarkably well defined. A thin, almost translucent layer, akin to cling film, still clung to its surface, making it difficult to distinguish between the fruit and the actual lizard. With the band of pirates annihilated, it was now time to lay in wait for Mr. 4 and his partner to unwittingly deliver themselves. This would effortlessly complete another side quest issued by the system, a delightful prospect indeed. Subai removed his dark cloak, donning a locally acquired outfit, transforming from a sinister, cold-hearted villain into a bright, cheerful young man. Noticing their young master changing into new attire, all the senior officers present seized the opportunity to select outfits for themselves. Among them, Yalata and the Sweetheart Queen donned exquisite local songstress costumes. Their alluring light purple bodices layered with delicate, sheer crimson silk, the flowing skirts swaying gently, reminiscent of burning clouds at dusk, cinched at the waist with elegant tassel belts that accentuated their curvaceous figures. Their alluring beauty left the male officers utterly captivated. Soon Mr. 4 and his partner from the Baroque works would arrive. Who among you shall confront them? Hearing their young master's inquiry, Coby and the young 8 exchanged glances before eagerly volunteering. Subai expressed his satisfaction with their initiative, bestowing upon each a healing charm and instructing them to ensure Mr. 4 and his partner were brought back alive. The remaining members were to accompany him across the desert to the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, Alubarna. In the mind of Subai, the young leader of the Shadow Legion, the Baroque works, established by the formidable warlord Crocodile, is primarily composed of numerical members and various tiers of elders, the million, 10 million, and 100 million elders. Among these, the numerical members possess the greatest strength. The smaller the number, the higher the rank and corresponding power, starting from the enigmatic Mr. 0 and extending down to Mr. 13. Following these formidable figures are the 100 million elders, 10 million elders, and million elders. As for the bounty hunters residing on Whiskey Peak, they are classified as auxiliary members of the Baroque works and exhibit the least strength. Currently, the Shadow Legion has successfully eliminated all auxiliary members of the Baroque works at Whiskey Peak, as well as the fleets of million and 10 million elders stationed near the Alabasta Kingdom, along with the 100 million elder marauding groups lying in ambush within the desert. Under the relentless onslaught of the Shadow Corps, Crocodile's Baroque works has suffered considerable devastation, with many of its numbered members, including Mr. 3, Mr. 5, Mr. 8, and Mr. 9, falling before the might of the Shadow Corps. Currently, the remnants of Baroque works consist solely of Mr. Zero, Crocodile, the enigmatic mastermind, alongside his top generals, Mr. 1 and the elusive Mr. 2, as well as the soon-to-arrive Mr. 4, who is on his way to the Canola Flower Desert. Mr. 4 poses little threat. The primary strength lies with Mr. 0, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3. Mr. 3 is already one of my subordinates, and by vanquishing and consuming Mr. 0, Mr. 1, and Mr. 2, I will accomplish my main objective. In the depths of his contemplation, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, pondered whether Crocodile and Xiao Ba were lying in wait for the duo of Mr. 4. In the sweltering Canola Flower Desert, the golden sands scorched by the blazing sun, the fishermen Crocodile and Xiao Ba sought refuge beneath a colossal cactus, savoring sweet coconut juice as they lounged comfortably in the oasis, awaiting the arrival of Mr. 4's duo. According to the intelligence provided by the young master, Mr. 4 possesses a pet, a gun resembling a dachshund that has consumed the animal-type dog fruit, sausage dog form. Our primary objective is to defeat Mr. 4 and bring this gun back, while remaining vigilant against Miss Christmas, a user of the mole fruit, who excels in burrowing and is notoriously elusive. As Crocodile meticulously analyzed the strengths of Mr. 4 and Miss Christmas, Xiao Ba suddenly sensed a faint tremor beneath their feet, as if some entity was stirring below. Alert to Xiao Ba's reaction, Crocodile swiftly unleashed his observation Haki to investigate further. Xiao Ba, prepare for battle. The entity below is Miss Christmas, who has consumed the animal-type mole fruit. I shall handle her, while you confront Mr. 4 and his gun. Listening to Crocodile, Xiao Ba obediently nodded, swiftly drawing his 6 renowned blades and assuming a combat stance, his gaze fiercely fixed on the entrance of the oasis. Meanwhile, Crocodile, with an expression of indifference, secured his karate robe belt, grounding himself in a stable stance, his left hand poised in front of him and his right hand resting at his waist, embodying a martial arts posture while continuously releasing his observation Haki to sense Miss Christmas's movements underground. Unbeknownst to Miss Christmas, who was fervently digging her tunnel, her presence had already been revealed. She remained oblivious to the impending confrontation with Crocodile and Xiao Ba, determined to launch a surprise attack from below. Prepare yourself. The creature underground is about to emerge, with his observation Haki clearly perceiving the situation beneath, just as Miss Christmas was about to break through the surface. Crocodile swiftly executed the fishman karate technique, water stream, manifesting a torrent of water that formed a sphere enveloping his fist. Boom, boom, boom. Crocodile unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, his fists crashing down upon the ground like a tempest, delivering a sudden and forceful blow akin to a whack-a-mole game, stunning Miss Christmas as she emerged. As Miss Christmas's head broke the surface, she was met with 3 consecutive powerful punches from Crocodile, leaving her dazed, stars dancing before her eyes. In response to the pain, she hastily activated her mole fruit ability, retreating into the earth to distance herself from Crocodile. Sickle Weasel, Air Burst / Fist. Just as Miss Christmas burrowed deeper, Crocodile reacted instantaneously, his robust arms tensing, veins bulging like ancient roots. Clenching his fists, he unleashed the ability of the sickle fruit, striking the ground with unrestrained ferocity. The sharp air slashes cleaved through the soft sands, directly impacting Miss Christmas's back. Reeling from the devastating blow, Miss Christmas coughed up blood, gritting her teeth against the searing pain, continuing her escape underground. Acutely aware that only by delving deeper could she evade Crocodile's air slashes. Damn it, how does he know my exact location? This shouldn't be possible. No one besides the boss should know where I am underground. He is the first. Unfamiliar with observation Haki, Miss Christmas could not fathom how Crocodile discerned her whereabouts. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the oasis, the rotund Mr. 4, accompanied by his pet sausage dog, Gun Ras, approached the poised Xiao Ba with an air of nonchalance. Observing Xiao Ba's battle stance, Mr. 4's brows furrowed, and with a serious demeanor, he unsheathed the forebat he had on his back and commanded Ras to attack. Upon hearing his master's command, Ras barked excitedly, then opened his mouth wide like a cannon, aiming at Xiao Ba and unleashing a pitch-black shell. With a piercing gaze, Mr. 4 glared at Xiao Ba, raising his forebat high and striking the projectile as it shot forth. The dark shell, propelled by 400 pounds of force, hurtled rapidly toward Xiao Ba. As the shell whizzed toward him, Xiao Ba swiftly wielded his 6 blades, unleashing a fierce sword aura that erupted from his form. Under the scorching sun, 6 blinding beams of light surged forth, imbued with a formidable energy that seemed to tear the heavens apart as they sliced through the shell. The overwhelming sword energy obliterated the dark projectile, redirecting its remnants toward Mr. Four and Gun Ras. 6-blade flow, tempest slash. The fearsome aura enveloped Mr. Four and Gun Ras, who attempted to retreat, but the speed of the attack granted them no opportunity to escape, and they were struck by the razor-sharp energy. In an instant, blood burst forth, and cries of agony echoed through the air. After suffering a grievous blow to his right shoulder, Mr. Four knelt on the ground. Pain etched across his face as he clutched his bloodied shoulder, trembling uncontrollably from the agony, cold sweat seeping from his skin. Gasping for breath, the wounded Mr. Four was soon joined by Gun Ras, who hurriedly approached him, wagging his tail frantically, then bared his teeth at Xiao Ba, warning him to stay back. "You, my dear Gun, are quite intriguing, fiercely protective of your master." Xiao Ba sheathed his 6 blades, casting a cold, indifferent gaze upon the kneeling Mr. Four, then mockingly declared, "So this is the level of Mr. Four, a member of Baroque Works? It seems your boss, Mr. Zero, has rather poor judgment." Listening to the humiliation of his master, Mr. Four's already crimson eyes instantly filled with fury. He let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens, suppressing the searing pain in his shoulder as he gradually rose from the ground. Gripping the 4-ton baseball bat in his left hand, his gaze fiercely fixed on Little Eight. "Reizu, transform into artillery form and fire continuously." Upon hearing his master's command, the Dachshund gun, Reizu, swiftly morphed into a weapon, its mouth resembling a cannon, unleashing a barrage of dark cannonballs the size of goose eggs. Mr. Four swung the 4-ton bat with great vigor, knocking all the cannonballs away. A dozen ebony projectiles hurtled towards Little Eight, who had just sheathed his sword, a flicker of annoyance crossing his eyes. With all 6 of his arms exerting force, he swiftly drew 6 renowned blades from his waist and slashed forward. An endless wave of sword energy coalesced into a white torrent, sweeping towards Mr. Four and the Dachshund gun, Reizu. In an instant, the dark cannonballs were cleaved into fragments by Little Eight's ferocious sword energy, exploding midair. Both severely injured, Mr. Four and his pet Reizu furrowed their brows, at a loss for what to do. Miss Christmas had yet to arrive for support, leaving Mr. Four torn between retreat and confrontation. The swordsmanship of this adversary was far too formidable. Their cannonballs were utterly ineffective against him. If only Miss Christmas were here, she could launch an underground attack. Feeling the ominous presence of Little Eight before him, the corpulent Mr. Four's eyes glimmered with fear. He cast a helpless glance at his pet Reizu and subtly signaled. Reizu, instantly grasping the cue, bared his teeth and barked ferociously at Little Eight. Woof, 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 woof. Hearing Reizu's fierce barking, Little Eight shifted his focus from Mr. Four to Reizu, the dachshund gun that had consumed the dachshund fruit. Realizing it was the target of his master, since it was so protective of its owner, he decided to deal with it first before eliminating Mr. Four. Little Eight's eyes turned terrifying, his aura escalating, and the killing intent blazing in his proud gaze. His muscular arms swelled to their peak, and his trumpet-shaped mouth began to gather water projectiles, while his iron claw-like hands firmly gripped the renowned blades, striding menacingly towards Mr. Four. Unlimited firepower. Smoke bomb. Knowing he was no match for Little Eight, Mr. Four promptly commanded his pet Reizu to launch cannonballs and smoke bombs at the approaching adversary. The cannonballs aimed to disrupt Little Eight's movements and inflict damage, while the smoke bombs were intended to conceal their presence, facilitating their escape. In the mouth of the pet dachshund Gunrisu, a smoke bomb suddenly crashed to the ground, rapidly enveloping the severely injured Mr. Four and Gunrisu in a thick veil of white smoke. Mr. Four, filled with elation at this turn of events, gritted his teeth against the searing pain from his wounds and exerted every ounce of strength to flee towards the periphery of the battle zone. Aware of Mr. Four's intention to escape amidst the obscuring smoke, the sharp-eyed Xiao Ba was filled with disdain, his trumpet-shaped mouth curling into a sneer. He swiftly concentrated his energy into a water cannonball and, with blinding speed, fired it directly into the heart of the white mist. Boom, boom, boom. The formidable water cannonball struck the ground, instantly creating a massive crater, sending forth splashes of water and debris like shrapnel from an explosion, indiscriminately shooting in all directions. Among them, several small stones, propelled by the force of the impact, pierced Mr. 4's corpulent body, inflicting further injury. Damn it, this guy still manages to hurt me. We need to retreat. Mr. 4 grumbled in frustration, grimacing in agony, his face contorted with rage and hate, resembling a terrifying demon clawing its way out of the depths of hell. Do you really think a smoke bomb can conceal your movements from me? How utterly laughable. Xiao Ba mocked, bursting into derisive laughter. He then nonchalantly brandished his 6 renowned blades, assuming a combat stance, and unleashed his observation Haki, sensing the movements of Mr. 4 and Gunrasu within the smoke. To abandon a comrade and flee is a crime worthy of death. Upon hearing this, Mr. 4's expression shifted drastically. He turned in terror towards the source of the voice and saw a red figure darting past him. Xiao Ba, wielding his famed sword, had appeared before him. Prepare to die? Xiao Ba roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. His 6 arms spun rapidly, the blades whirling like a meat grinder as they descended upon Mr. 4. Observing the imminent threat to his master, Gunrasu would not stand idly by. He swiftly opened his mouth, gathering several dark cannonballs within, and with astonishing speed, he fired them at Xiao Ba. Sensing the approaching cannonballs, Xiao Ba merely raised an eyebrow, snorting dismissively. With a few effortless slashes, he reduced the projectiles to mere fragments before continuing his lethal advance towards Mr. 4. A flash of cold light appeared as Xiao Ba's razor-sharp blade cleaved through Mr. 4's chest, crimson blood erupting like brilliant fireworks into the air, nearly draining Mr. 4 of his life force. As blood gushed forth, the hefty Mr. 4 collapsed onto the soft desert sands, the flow from his wounds resembling a stream trickling through the mountains, incessantly sapping his vitality. Looking at the fallen Mr. 4, who resembled a dead dog, Xiao Ba spat contemptuously. With a mere thought, he summoned over 30 towering ninja soldiers wielding ropes and chains. Under Xiao Ba's command, they swiftly bound Mr. 4 like a dumpling and transported him back to the Shadow Kingdom, awaiting the judgment of their young master. As for Gunrasu, he was knocked unconscious by the hilt of Xiao Ba's sword, subsequently taken to the side of the young master, Subai, by the shadowy ninja soldiers. The battle for Xiao Ba, the 6-sword-style master, came to a swift conclusion. Meanwhile, a fierce confrontation raged between Coby and Mississippi Christmas. Harnessing the power of observation Haki, Coby focused intently, closing his eyes and adopting a martial arts stance, attuning his breath to sense the movements beneath the ground. 50 meters below, Mississippi Christmas, a mole fruit user, was carving out a secret chamber within the hard rock, panting heavily as she contemplated how to counter the poised Coby above. This guy as Fishman Karate is simply too formidable. If I reveal myself, I will undoubtedly be treated like a punching bag, and my life will be in peril. The thought left Mississippi Christmas's countenance darkened. She extended her sharp claws, digging furiously into the earth to continue her excavation, intent on luring the monstrous creature lurking below towards Coby, aiming to achieve her goal of using another's strength against him. 100 meters to the east lay the lair of the desert scorpion, and 500 meters down, the den of the rattlesnake awaited. Just 5 meters from the surface grew a giant Venus flytrap. If she could direct these monsters towards Coby, they might inflict some damage. With determination, Mississippi Christmas eagerly continued her labor, first visiting the lair of the desert scorpion, awakening the slumbering creature, and then coaxing the enraged scorpion to attack Coby above. Seeing her plan likely succeed, her small, unattractive eyes sparkled with excitement, and she redoubled her efforts, fervently digging and enticing the subterranean beasts to assault Coby above. On the ground, Coby furrowed his brow. Just moments ago, his observation Haki had distinctly sensed several enormous creatures rapidly approaching his location from beneath the earth. What was happening? These beasts seemed to be in a frenzied state. Realizing the situation was dire, Coby swiftly assumed a combat stance, transforming his left hand into a fist and his right into an open palm, directing his formidable energy towards the emerging monsters. With a powerful strike, he unleashed a devastating blow, the sheer force of which sent the desert scorpions reeling in confusion. The venomous tail of a scorpion erupted from the ground, lunging toward Coby. As the sharp tail descended, Coby deftly executed the Sora technique from the Marine 6 styles, propelling himself into the air with a powerful push from his muscular legs. He then descended rapidly, delivering a lethal blow from the Fishman Karate, obliterating the scorpion into a pulpy mass, sending it back to the cycle of rebirth. Next came the giant lizard and the rattlesnake. It seemed the underground was teeming with perilous creatures, Flames of fury ignited in Koby's eyes as he retracted his outward observation Haki into his body. He then enveloped his robust arms with the dark and formidable Busashoka Haki. Crouching low, he forcefully kicked the ground once more, launching himself into the air. Targeting the locations of the desert giant lizard and rattlesnake, he unleashed the power of his devil fruit, swinging forth a sharp air scythe. The sound of slicing air echoed as 2 desert regions erupted in a cloud of dust, revealing pools of crimson, the unmistakable blood of the subterranean monsters. Remaining stationary would only draw more creatures, a situation he could not afford. A flash of clarity crossed Koby's furious gaze as he activated the Jeppo technique, soaring into the sky. He then reactivated his observation Haki, honing in on Mississippi Christmas's precise location beneath the surface. This cunning adversary had cunningly hidden beneath the roots of a giant carnivorous plant. To capture her, he would have to eliminate the monstrous plant first. Sensing the outline of the giant flytrap below, a chill ran down his spine. He gracefully landed above Mississippi Christmas's position, unleashing the full extent of his scythe fruit's abilities. Air scythes rained down upon the desert, provoking all the giant flytraps to emerge in a frenzy, eager to attack Koby. Scythe of the desert. In midair, Koby was multitasking. While gracefully executing the moonwalk, he unleashed the formidable power of the devil fruit. The gravel beneath him coalesced into sharp, scythe-like forms, swiftly reaping the emerging giant Venus flytraps. In an instant, over 100 of these colossal carnivorous plants were severed into pieces by the razor-sharp desert scythes. Their roots unearthed and reduced to mere powder, transformed into vital nutrients for the desert. Miss Christmas, concealed deep underground, was struck with terror upon witnessing this. The formidable creatures she had regarded as powerful, from the desert scorpion to the recent giant Venus flytrap, were vanquished by Koby in less than 3 rounds. This left her, who had been hiding below, utterly dissuaded from the notion of revealing herself. If you do not emerge voluntarily, then I shall come to capture you. In midair, the Koby plummeted swiftly to the ground, firmly establishing his stance. He unleashed a fluid series of martial arts maneuvers reminiscent of the graceful movements of a fishman. With precision, he directed his assault towards the earth, resulting in a thunderous explosion that resonated through the air. The desert beneath him was violently excavated, creating a substantial crater, drawing ever closer to the depths of Mississippi Christmas. Desert Scythe, Earth Spike. Under the command of Koby, the desert beneath his feet first transformed into a sharp scythe-like shape, followed by a surge of sand that coalesced into hundreds of pointed spikes, erupting from the ground. As the underlying gravel continued to compress, Miss Christmas found her breathing space increasingly constricted. She endeavored to carve out a hidden chamber with her claws, yet the density of the gravel was ever growing, rendering her efforts futile. Remaining underground would undoubtedly lead to her demise from lack of oxygen. Thus, Miss Christmas was compelled to emerge from the earth, precisely aligning with Koby's intentions. As Miss Christmas's figure appeared, Koby seized the opportunity, employing the Navy's 6 styles technique known as shave to rapidly position himself behind her. He then unleashed the fishman karate, striking her squarely on the back. Following this, he activated his devil fruit powers, with the air scythe forcefully cleaving into Miss Christmas's chest and back. A pained wail echoed as the severely injured Miss Christmas collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, her life hanging by a thread. Observing her imminent demise, Koby swiftly summoned his shadow ninja soldiers, instructing them to bind Miss Christmas with ropes and iron chains and deliver her to their master, Subai. A swarm of shadowy figures emerged, the ninja soldiers obediently securing Miss Christmas in a tight embrace before hastily bringing her before Subai. The young master of the Shadow Army, Subai, gazed with delight at the kneeling forms of Miss Christmas and Mr. Four, alongside the sausage dog, Gung La Su. A glimmer of joy flickered in his deep purple eyes as he extended his fair arm, materializing the devil fruit extraction device and placing Gung La Su within it. Subsequently activating the apparatus, a powerful suction began to consume the abilities of Gung La Su's devil fruit, who yelped in agony within the transparent glass dome. Yet, all was in vain. As time passed, the extraction of La Su's devil fruit powers was successfully completed, reverting him to an ordinary long-barreled shotgun. The animal-type dog fruit, sausage dog form, appeared prominently within the glass dome. Witnessing this, Subai's elation surged as he beckoned with his finger, causing the dog fruit to enter his system's inventory. Next, it was time to extract the mole fruit, presenting another opportunity to complete a side quest. A fierce glint ignited in Subai's eyes as he waved his hand, enveloping the head of Miss Christmas, the mole fruit user, with the extraction device. As the apparatus activated, a formidable force relentlessly tormented Miss Christmas's very soul. Chapter 130. Capture. Swiftly decapitate the fruit user. Das bonus. Beholding the nearly lifeless form of Miss Christmas, Subai's deep purple gaze revealed no hint of compassion. The devil fruit extraction device whirred into action, and a dazzling purple light flickered within the transparent glass dome as the animal-type mole fruit, once held by the high-ranking officer of Baroque Works, began to congeal within the apparatus. As time gradually flowed, within the extraction device's glass dome, a deep purple, mole-shaped fruit with spiral patterns successfully materialized. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai retrieved the animal-type mole fruit from the dome, examining it closely in his palm. With its irregular spiral texture, deep purple skin, and mole-like shape, this animal-type mole fruit was rated as a low-tier, 3-star fruit by the system, possessing limited developmental potential, primarily excelling in its ability to burrow. Having acquired both the animal-type mole fruit and the animal-type sausage dog fruit required for the system's side quest, Subai now awaited the mechanical voice of the system. With a mere thought, the mole fruit vanished from his palm, entering his system's inventory. Presently, Subai's inventory contained the superhuman-type steel fruit, the superhuman-type suck-suck fruit, the natural-type mushroom fruit, the animal-type desert lizard fruit, the animal-type mole fruit, and the animal-type sausage dog fruit. Among these devil fruits, only the suck-suck fruit boasted a higher star rating, while the others were rather lackluster. After a thorough assessment of the demonic fruits within the system package, the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, wore a radiant smile. His previously furrowed brow now completely relaxed. A proud grin graced his lips, and a joyful glint occasionally flickered in his deep purple eyes. Of the 3 side missions issued by the system, he had successfully completed 2, leaving only the task of incorporating the entire Alabasta Kingdom into the Shadow Kingdom's sphere of influence unfinished. Time was of the essence. The Baroque Works must be eradicated. With clarity on his next objective, Subai gestured grandly, leading his high-ranking officials further towards the capital of Alabasta. Just as Subai prepared for departure, the long-awaited mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing side mission 1. Dispatch of 10,000 ordinary ninjas from the Shadow Legion is underway. Please verify the number at your convenience. A plume of inky smoke entered Subai's system package, and exactly 10,000 ordinary ninjas from the Shadow Legion materialized within the Shadow Kingdom. With a mere thought, these ninjas swiftly appeared around him, a dense mass of figures that filled him with a profound sense of security. Currently, the remaining members of Baroque Works included Mr. 2, Mr. 1, and his partner, Pora, as well as Mr. 0 and Robin, all of whom possessed formidable combat capabilities. The next step was to head directly to the capital of Alabasta and deliver a thorough beating to Crocodile, thereby allowing his senior officials to recruit Mr. 2 and Mr. 1 into the Shadow Legion. As for Pora, who possessed the thorn fruit, she would be incorporated into the Shadow Kingdom, while Robin would be released, belonging to Luffy. Having contemplated these strategies, Subai instructed the yet-to-return Xiao Ba and Coby to take 10,000 ordinary ninjas from the Shadow Legion and completely engulf their current location, the port city of Konoha, into the Shadow Kingdom. The other cities of Alabasta would be overseen by different officials. Alyabarna, the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, served as the royal residence. Outside the opulent palace lay wide streets teeming with countless pedestrians, merchants, and carts. The air filled with the sounds of haggling and the calls of vendors, alongside the braying of camels. However, beneath this veneer of prosperity lay the struggles and helplessness of many. Apart from the capital, the rest of Alabasta had not seen rain for 3 years. Under the deliberate machinations of Baroque Works, the citizens believed that the drought was due to King Cobra's clandestine use of the rain-inducing agent dancing powder, which incited a civil war. The rebel forces wreaked havoc, numerous cities fell, and the populace was forced to flee to the capital in search of survival. Upon entering the capital Alyabarna, the members of the Shadow Legion sensed that they were being observed from the shadows. Likely, these hidden figures were arranged by Crocodile, with Pora, the thorn fruit user, as the probable executor. Young master, shall I unearth these individuals and silently eliminate them? A long-faced aide inquired. Subai furrowed his brow but shook his head nonchalantly. No need. Since Crocodile wishes to investigate us, let him do so. releasing a formidable observation Haki. Subai enveloped much of Alvida in his awareness, discerning the murderous intent radiating from each individual. He distinctly identified Mr. One and Pora from Baroque works, as well as Gaka, the vice-captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard, who wielded the powers of the dog fruit in its wolf form. The unexpected presence of Mr. One in Alvida would not be taken lightly. He resolved to recruit him into the Shadow Legion. As Mr. One executed his mission in Alvida, he suddenly felt a chill at his back. He spun around swiftly but saw no one. Confused, he scratched his head and prepared to leave Alvida, clutching his target's head. Thinking of escaping? Those I have set my sights on shall not evade me. A fierce glint shone in Subai's deep eyes, and with a sly smile, he shared Mr. One's location with his senior officials, declaring, "Whoever can defeat him and bring him back will be rewarded with pure dark powers." Chapter 131. A ferocious beating for the wind god Pteranodon, Balloomber in dread. Upon hearing the promise from their young master, the senior officials of the Shadow Legion were overcome with excitement, their faces flushed, eager to immediately locate Mr. One, Das Bones, from the Baroque works. "Leave the capture of Mr. One to me, my brothers. I shall take my leave first." The ambitious Aaron's eyes shimmered with fervor as he swiftly unleashed the powers of his devil fruit, transforming into the form of a flood dragon, with powerful legs propelling him. He leapt into the air, hovering momentarily before soaring towards the location of Mr. One. Witnessing Aaron's lead, Klo and Akin exchanged glances before synchronously invoking their devil fruit abilities, transforming into the forms of a white tiger and a rhinoceros beetle, respectively. Klo, in his white tiger form, let out a thunderous roar before dashing towards Mr. One's location with incredible speed. Meanwhile, Akin, now in his rhinoceros beetle form, unfurled his transparent wings, creating a tempest with a few flaps before launching himself into the air, racing towards Mr. One. Observing his three commanders spring into action, the young master Subai grinned with satisfaction. He turned his gaze to nearby Alvida, Sweetheart Queen, Dida, and Galdino, inquiring, "What's the matter? They've all gone after Mr. One. Why are you three not joining them?" In response, Dida and Galdino wore expressions of resignation, stating, "Young master, you know our capabilities. That Mr. One, who has consumed the chop fruit, is formidable. Even if we all rushed in, we might not stand a chance against him. Rather than hinder Aaron and the others, it would be wiser for us to step back." Contemplating the situation, Subai scratched his head thoughtfully. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He activated his observation Haki, pinpointing the location of Gaka, the vice-captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard, who possessed the powers of the dog fruit, wolf form. He commanded the others to defeat him and bring him before him. Successfully bringing Gaka would grant him purified dark powers as a reward. Upon hearing their young master's orders, the group rejoiced and swiftly headed towards Gaka's location, eager not to lag behind. After watching his senior officials depart, a glimmer of determination flashed in Subai's eyes. He utilized the chicken talismans to become invisible and rapidly flew towards the port city of Canola Flour. His return to Canola Flour was prompted by the arrival of T. Pin, Smoker, and Coby, who had already landed there. Since they had come, he could not allow them to leave empty-handed and was also keen to test the abilities of Coby and Balloomeb. As this naval landing in Alabasta consisted entirely of Subai subordinates, he approached the meeting with Coby and the others with utmost confidence. His figure resembled a fleeting light, gracefully descending onto the deck of the Navy ship. Smoker, who was leisurely enjoying a cigar on the deck, paused upon seeing his young master, quickly straightening up to pay his respects. However, before he could bend down, a pair of fair-skinned hands lifted him up. No need for formalities. T. Pin, Coby, and Balloomeb. Are they not here with your fleet? No one else will be arriving, I trust? Upon hearing his young master's inquiry, Smoker promptly removed the cigar from his mouth and replied honestly, T. Pin, Coby, and Balloomeb are currently strengthening themselves in the gym. This fleet is all we have brought to Alabasta. Rest assured, young master. Subai nodded in satisfaction, seizing Smoker's arm, and together they swiftly entered the ship's gym. Arriving before T. Pin, Coby, and Balloomeb, who were vigorously training. Observing the trio, Subai smiled faintly, extending his fair arm with fingers slightly curled, as four exceptionally pure dark powers surged into the bodies of the four present. As the dark powers entered their bodies, it was akin to seeds ready to sprout, continuously releasing dark energy and enhancing their physical capabilities. Feeling the transformation within, T. Pin, Coby, and Balloomeb instinctively halted their training, lifting their gazes towards Smoker's direction, only to be met with the sight of their young master, Subai. Young master, what brings you here? Subai quickly dispelled the snake talismans, revealing his concealed presence, which thrilled everyone present. It had been a while since they had seen their master, and now his aura seemed even more formidable, clearly indicative of a significant increase in strength. I was in Aruba when I learned of your arrival in Alabasta, so I hurried over to assess your recent training progress. Who shall go first? Eager to demonstrate their skills, Coby was the first to act, transforming with great enthusiasm into the form of a wind god wyvern, his broad wings stirring up a fierce gale as he soared towards Subai. As the tempest approached, Subai stood unfazed, nonchalantly waving his hand. A dreadful bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the wind and instantly dissipating it. Witnessing the effortless neutralization of his gale left Coby in awe. But he pressed on, activating his devil fruit powers again. With powerful legs, he leapt into the air, propelled by his wings, and aimed directly at Subai. Akin to a cannonball in flight, Coby emanated a terrifying murderous intent, and his momentum escalated. Subai, observing with approval, nodded slightly. It had been a while since he had seen Coby, and his progress was commendable. Desert Hell, 3,000 worlds. In the face of Coby's full-speed assault, Subai placed his left hand on the hilt of his famed sword, Gravel. In a flash, the blade glimmered, and the broad back of the sword effortlessly parried Coby's full-force strike. With a few casual swings, Coby found himself battered and bloodied. Coby had indeed trained well. His level appeared to be on the cusp of reaching the rank of a lieutenant. Balumeb, it is your turn next. Listening to his young master's words, Balumeb visibly flinched, forcing a smile as he unleashed his devil fruit powers, transforming into a dazzling streak of light, charging towards Subai. Your speed is commendable, but still somewhat immature. As Balumeb approached, Subai remained calm and composed, decisively activating the snake talismans, rendering himself invisible. This left Balumeb, in his elemental state, momentarily bewildered, compelling him to revert to his physical form. At the instant he returned to his corporeal state, Subai's palm erupted with terrifying lightning, streaking towards Balumeb with blinding speed. Realizing too late, Balumeb attempted to evade but was caught by the overwhelming force of the lightning, leaving him disoriented and incapacitated. Is this where it ends? You still need to practice. Just as Subai thought that Barumabur had lost the ability to continue fighting, the unyielding Barumabur stood resolutely from the ground. He swiftly drew 2 Nepalese kukris from his waist, casting a fierce glance at Subai. Lightning, thousandfold flying birds. Observing Barumabur's resurgence, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Subai's deep-set eyes. The previous thunderous assault had inflicted minimal damage on him, a wielder of the lightning fruit, which explained why he could swiftly recover from the paralysis of the lightning. Defiant, Barumabur transformed into a dazzling streak of light, which morphed in midair into countless terrifying lightning-infused birds. Their crimson eyes glowed menacingly, their forms shrieking as they dove towards Subai. The admiration in Subai's gaze deepened. Barumabur had evidently invested great effort into mastering the lightning fruit, and it was no surprise that Kizaru had diligently guided him. If it's lightning, then I shall respond in kind. Gazing at the golden birds filling the sky, Subai steadied his breath, placing his right hand on the hilt of his sword while gripping the scabbard with his left. With a swift motion, the blade gravel gleamed coldly, piercing through the space before him. Instantly, a surge of cutting power erupted, transforming hundreds of lightning birds into a cascade of flowing light, which gracefully descended from the sky. Seeing his most powerful technique effortlessly countered by the young master, Barumabur's face registered astonishment. Gritting his teeth, he activated the lightning fruit's ability once more, standing suspended in midair, his gaze fixed intently on Subai. He then pointed his gun, channeling a blinding golden beam of light, directing it towards Subai, unleashing beams akin to powerful lasers. Laser beams. As Subai beheld the multitude of golden rays, his eyes widened in astonishment. This was Kizaru's signature technique. He had not anticipated that Barumabur had been taught this as well. It seemed that Barumabur's choice to apprentice under Kizaru was indeed a well-considered one. Kizaru was not one to be lax in his teachings. Barumabur, it appears you have been diligently training during this time. Subai praised him with genuine satisfaction. He then extended his arms, and a terrifying devouring force manifested before him as a black hole, capable of consuming all. The torrent of laser beams was entirely engulfed by the black hole. Truly, the power of the mountain demon was remarkably effective. After consuming all the laser beams released by Barumabur, a gleam flashed in Subai's eyes. He stood unmoving, awaiting Barumabur's lethal move. Young master, you are truly formidable. The next technique I am about to unleash, I have yet to fully master, but its power is extraordinarily potent. Upon hearing Barumabur's words, curiosity flickered in Subai's cold, proud gaze as he stood high above the clouds, looking into Barumabur's eyes, seemingly urging him to execute his attack immediately. Young master, have you ever been struck by light? Barumabur, radiating terrifying thunderous might, was engulfed in crackling electricity, serpentine bolts and thunder dragons hovering in midair. Subsequently, an overpowering aura surged, transforming into an enormous, sharp thunder sword that lunged towards Subai. The sword's velocity surpassed that of light, nearly overwhelming Subai, who had yet to acquire the rabbit charm. Moreover, as the heavy sword charged towards Subai, Barumabur morphed into a slender current, instantly appearing behind him. With an unstoppable kick, infused with the might of armament Haki, he struck Subai's back, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Caught off guard, Subai was forcibly pierced by the thunder sword, a drop of crimson blood spilling from his wound, astonished that under Huang Yuan's tutelage, Barumabur could inflict injury upon him after so long. Ha ha ha, it has been ages since I fought so delightfully. Barumabur, you are quite impressive. Subai activated the horse charm's ability, his injuries healing instantaneously. In that moment, an overwhelming Conqueror's Haki surged forth, followed by his armament Haki enveloping his entire being. Laser-like intensity gathered in his eyes, and the dragon burst in his palm stirred with anticipation. His muscles, bolstered by the bull charm, swelled with remarkable vigor. With a resolute call of sword come, the renowned blade, Shayli, flew from its sheath to be grasped in his hand, radiating a terrifying aura of thunderous power and the devouring might of the mountain demon, blue and black energy swirling around it. If you can withstand my next move, I shall grant you supreme power and appoint you as the captain of the 1st Division of the Shadow Troops. Upon uttering these words, a formidable pressure erupted from Subai, murderous intent surging forth as a vast wave of sword energy surged towards Barumabur. Barumabur, taken aback by the overwhelming aura of his master, swiftly transformed into elemental form, attempting to block the torrential sword energy. Yet, regardless of where he fled, the sword energy relentlessly pursued him. In desperation, Barumabur conjured a light shield to withstand Subai's full-force strike. Clang, clang, clang. The terrifying sword energy descended, instantly reducing the light shield to dust, the residual force propelling Barumabur backward for hundreds of meters before he uncontrollably plummeted to the ground, shattering it and stirring clouds of yellow dust. In the face of Subai's relentless assault, Barumabur was unable to withstand even a single round, suffering instant defeat. Chapter 133, The Multifaceted Smoke Ability, T-Pin vs. Subai. As the battle concluded, a shower of yellow dust fell, and the gravely wounded Barumabur groaned in agony. His face pale. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his once formidable aura now diminished, life force ebbing away as if he were on the brink of death. Witnessing Barumabur's impending demise, Subai's eyes gleamed with determination. With a wave of his hand, he channeled the energy of the horse charm, a gentle green healing force enveloping Barumabur, instantly mending his wounds. Restored to his vigorous state, Subai regarded him with admiration, flicking his finger to condense pure dark energy into a seed shape, which shot into Barumabur's dantian. This dark seed continuously unleashed immense power, nourishing and strengthening Barumabur's muscles and tendons. With a significant enhancement in strength, Barumabur inherited some of Subai's thunderous and mountain demon abilities. Barumabur, I have high hopes for you. Upon our return to the Navy headquarters, strive to elevate your rank and aim for the position of Rear Admiral before the Shadow Troop's ship reaches Sky Island. Upon hearing his master's words, Barumabur was astonished, nodding vigorously before retreating to the side, gesturing for Smoker and T-Pin to step forward and spar with the young master. Having trained for so long, I am eager to see your strengths. Let us face off together for a swift resolution. I still need to apprehend Crocodile. Smoker and T-Pin exchanged glances, then gritted their teeth, roaring towards the sky, weapons in hand, unleashing their devil fruit abilities as they sped towards Subai. Smoker activated the smoke fruit's powers, rapidly elementalizing and releasing a white fog from his body, enveloping Subai entirely. He then compressed the oxygen in the air, aiming to suffocate him and render him incapable of fighting. However, this technique, though formidable, posed little threat to Subai, who possessed the undying ability from the dog charm and the healing prowess of the horse charm. This is a commendable move, indeed a deadly weapon on the battlefield. Smoker, do you have any other tricks? Unleash them all. Realizing that his ultimate technique was ineffective against Subai, Smoker's eyes ignited with fierce battle intent. He snapped his fingers, and the foggy realm was suddenly filled with thousands of soldiers charging towards Subai. What a remarkable technique, turning illusion into reality. If unleashed during the War of the Best, it could have decimated countless pirates or marines. As the smoke-formed army surged with overwhelming murderous intent towards him, Subai grinned triumphantly. His eyes blazed with laser intensity, and with a sweeping motion, the Legion was obliterated in an instant. With his attack thwarted, Smoker's gaze ignited with fiery rage. His fingers curled, his arms darkening as a torrent of black smoke surged into the foggy domain. Subai observed with curiosity. But upon catching the scent, he realized that this black smoke contained deadly poison. Inhaling even a trace would be fatal. You have truly mastered the smoke fruit's capabilities. It seems that skill card for developing devil fruit abilities was not in vain. Yet, mere poison posed no harm to Subai, as he sensed injury. The horse charm's power activated swiftly, and pure healing energy enveloped him, restoring him to peak condition. Now, it is my turn. The young master of the Shadow Legion. Subai erupted with a chilling aura of sword energy. He slightly bent forward, swiftly unsheathing his blade. A breathtaking silver light cleaved through the heavens. In a flash, it descended with remarkable speed, crashing into Smoker's smoke domain, the terrifying brilliance of the sword dispersing the mist. The fierce sword energy then sliced Smoker, who had transformed into smoke, into countless fragments. As Smoker's elemental body rapidly reformed after the onslaught, Subai seized the moment to activate his Snake Talisman, rendering himself invisible. He then darted forward, the blade of his renowned sword, Xiao Ba, imbued with a deep black Haki. With a few swift strikes, blood erupted from Smoker's chest. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of fear flickered in Smoker's piercing eyes, a fleeting shimmer that Subai keenly observed. Noticing Smoker preparing to counterattack, Subai smiled subtly, unleashing a domineering Conqueror's Haki that enveloped the battlefield in an overwhelming aura, forcing Smoker to kneel in defeat. Observing Smoker prostrate at his feet, Subai retracted his Haki and extended a hand to help him up, brushing off the dust. The healing power of the horse talisman surged forth, and in an instant, Smoker's injuries vanished. My lord, your strength is simply unmatched. My training is still lacking, Smoker exclaimed, overwhelmed by the surge of dark energy that flowed into him from Subai's hand, infusing him with the terrifying might of the bull talisman, perfectly compensating for his deficiencies in physical combat. Feeling his muscles swell with newfound power, Smoker stammered in excitement. Subai, witnessing this, laughed heartily and gestured for him to step aside, inviting Pin to engage with him in combat. Upon hearing his name called by the young master Subai, Pin's eyes widened in astonishment. He quickly moved to stand before Subai, activating his devil fruit ability to unleash a fierce inferno of rebirth, ready for battle. Satisfied by Pin's fighting spirit, Subai nodded approvingly, extending his fair arms as the power of the mountain demon activated, creating a black hole in the void before him, attempting to absorb all the rebirth flames released by Pin. Feeling the pull of the black hole, Pin furrowed his brow, refraining from using his devil fruit powers for the moment. Instead, he drew his sword and executed one of the Navy 6 styles, shaving through the air with exceptional swordsmanship towards Subai. In response to Pin's formidable attack, Subai unsheathed his renowned blade, Xiao Ba, cloaked in dark Haki. With rapid footwork, he met Pin's onslaught, the two weapons clashing violently, producing a deafening sound and a shower of sparks. The sheer force of their confrontation was staggering, revealing that Pin's swordsmanship was, in fact, slightly superior to Subai's. It seems my swordsmanship requires diligent refinement. Chapter 134. Pin's defeat and the arrogant Mr. One. The young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, wielding the famed sword Xiao Ba, felt his aura surge to new heights. The powers of thunder and darkness coiled around the blade like two serpents, causing the already sharp edge to radiate a blinding brilliance. Let the sword come forth. Under the control of Subai, the famed sword Xiao Ba seemed to possess a mind of its own, hovering in midair. Immediately, a tremendous sword intent erupted, transforming the very heavens and earth. Dark clouds enveloped the sky, thunder rumbled, and ominous black mist ascended. Ping distinctly sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent locking onto him. Nirvana fire, great character explosion. Unwilling to be outdone, Ping decisively unleashed the power of his devil fruit, summoning flames of such intensity that they appeared capable of incinerating heaven and boiling the seas, which then morphed into a great character shape, shooting towards Subai's direction. The blazing inferno was relentless and undying. Even Subai would have to evade its ferocity. He quickly activated the devouring ability of the mountain devil, exerting all his strength to absorb the nirvana fire while swiftly maneuvering closer to Ping. Seeing his master attempt to approach, Ping naturally would not allow it. With a slight curl of his fingers, sparks flew, and under his control, the nirvana fire transformed into a solid protective shield, defending against Subai's assault. Heavenly punishment, thunderclap. The power of the thunder devil was unleashed, and in the skies above, Thunder rumbled and coalesced, ultimately forming a menacing dragon that roamed the clouds, tearing through the dark clouds and charging towards Ping-In. The formidable Nirvana fire. Upon encountering the Thunder Dragon, was instantly extinguished, dissipating like fleeting fireworks in the night sky. With a ferocious roar, the Thunder Dragon opened its gaping mouth, poised to rend Ping-In apart and consume him whole. Faced with the thunderous onslaught of the dragon, Ping-In did not dare to slacken his efforts. He exerted all his might to unleash the power of his devil fruit. The overwhelming bloodlust surged forth, and the towering flames, bolstered by his full strength, soared higher, their potency escalating. In an instant, they devoured the Thunder Dragon released by Subai entirely. The nearly kilometer-long Thunder Dragon was utterly insignificant before the raging flames, vanishing without a trace. This left Subai, the young master, astounded. The power of the Nirvana fire fruit was indeed terrifying. He had initially thought its offensive capabilities would be lackluster, but it proved otherwise. Its might was astonishing, coupled with a fearsome recovery ability. Given this, I shall not hold back any longer. Subai floated in midair, 9 brilliant beams of light igniting within him, each representing the power of one of the 9 zodiac talismans he had mastered. At that moment, the magical energy of the 9 talismans erupted, converging into Subai's body, significantly enhancing his strength. Furthermore, the powers of the Mountain Devil and the Thunder Devil within him surged to their peak, elevating Subai's prowess several tiers once more. Ping-In, let us see how you fare against my next move. Surrounded by the explosion of tricolor Haki, Subai hovered in the air, his black robe fluttering fiercely in the wind. In his left palm crackled the power of thunder, while his right hand contained the devouring force that enveloped all. He emanated a formidable aura of murderous intent and sword energy, with boundless dark power swirling behind him. The layers of buffs combined sent chills down Ping-In's spine, rendering him momentarily paralyzed with fear. At that moment, Subai resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, his deep-set eyes ablaze with fury, his terrifying presence continuously escalating. Thunder, darkness, devouring, sword intent, and the power of talismans, 5 energies erupted, transforming into a cascade of colorful light that surged towards Ping-In. Ping-In was struck with dread. He exerted all his strength to wield the power of Nirvana fire, but alas, against the cataclysmic brilliance of the 5-colored light, it was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly futile. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted. Ping-In, akin to a kite with its string severed, was sent tumbling across the ground nearly 100 times before finally coming to a stop. Struggling to rise, he barely managed to stand for 2 seconds before his eyes rolled back, consciousness fading, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground, utterly incapable of continuing the fight. You lot, one stronger than the last, will likely find yourselves in the position of Marine Admiral in no time. Subai retracted all his power, then approached Ping-In, casually waving his hand as the healing energy of the horse talisman descended rapidly. Severely wounded and in a disheveled state, Ping-In was instantly restored to health. He awoke from his stupor, quickly scrambled to his feet, brushed off the dirt, and stood beside his master, face filled with shame. The recent cultivation results have been quite commendable. Now, you shall proceed to other cities in the Alabasta Kingdom. Once we have eradicated the Baroque works, arrangements will be made for you to apprehend the criminals. Listening to their master's orders, the individuals present nodded in unison before taking their leave, returning to the Marine ranks and leading their soldiers toward other cities in the Alabasta Kingdom. As he watched his subordinates depart, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, radiated a piercing light from his deep-set eyes. He swiftly vanished into the Shadow Kingdom, reappearing in the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, Alyabarna. Within the realm of Aruba, Subai can distinctly sense the movements of Das Bonus, as well as potentially perceive the whereabouts of Akin, Chloe, and Aaron. It remains uncertain which of these 3 individuals will be the first to eliminate Das Bonus, as one of the most formidable warriors within the Baroque works. Das Bonus is a highly trusted subordinate of Crocodile, although they are unaware of each other's identities. Das Bonus has garnered the confidence of the higher-up Crocodile due to his exceptional effectiveness in carrying out tasks. In the capital of the Alabastan Kingdom, Arabana, Das Bonus, clad in a black cloak and clutching a package, was hastening towards the western city of Xiao Ba at an astonishing pace. As he departed from the densely populated urban area and ventured into the desolate desert, action, resembling a rhinoceros beetle, approached him first. You must be Mr. One from Baroque Works, the user of the superhuman type Quick/Fruit, Das Bonus, am I right? I am Action of the Shadow Army, here to extend an invitation for you to join our organization. I hope you will not take this lightly. Upon hearing Action's words, Day's bonus revealed his face from beneath the hood of his cloak, disdain flashing in his fierce eyes. He had little regard for the olive branch offered by the Shadow Army, yet soon he would pay for his arrogance. Chapter 135, The Arrival of the Desert Emperor. Day's bonus joins the Shadow Army. A flicker of anger glinted in Action's eyes, observing Day's bonus's haughty demeanor. Action's fury transformed into a sardonic smile. He swiftly activated his devil fruit ability, his transparent wings unfurling rapidly, and then soared into the air, hovering above Day's bonus. Since you were so unappreciative, do not blame me for being impolite. After uttering these words, Action's hardened fists were enveloped in a domineering Haki, and he spun rapidly, descending with tremendous force. The sound of air being torn asunder echoed as Action, in his rapid descent, roared, his terrifying howl sending shivers down the spine of Day's bonus. The quick/fruit user. In a flurry of panic, Day's bonus quickly prepared to defend himself, activating his devil fruit power to transform his body into a rigid and razor-sharp blade, attempting to block Action's incoming strike. Micro-dust slash. Just as Action was about to land, Day's bonus's fingers morphed into sharp blades, crossing his arms in its shape, aiming a fierce slash at Action's position. Countless minuscule and sharp gusts of blade wind swiftly cut across Action's cheek and body. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions rang out as Action's fist collided violently with Day's bonus's face. Day's bonus let out a pained scream, blood gushing from his nose, painting his face in crimson. No wonder the young master sought you out. Your devil fruit ability is indeed formidable. Action nonchalantly wiped the blood from his face and activated his devil fruit power once more, propelling himself towards Day's bonus like a cannonball. Spiral slash. As Action charged at him, Day's bonus dared not underestimate the threat, transforming his arm into multiple sharp blades and thrusting forward with rapid spins. Attempting to counter Action's fierce assault, the gleam of his blade shone ominously. In the midst of Action's rapid advance, upon witnessing Day's bonus's reaction, he hastily drew a cane from his waist, raising it defensively in front of him. Clang, clang. The cane met Day's bonus's body, producing a resounding clash. And with all his might, Day's bonus barely managed to fend off Action's onslaught. Just as the battle between Action and Day's bonus raged fiercely, Day's bonus's special telephone snail from Baroque Works began to ring. Hearing the blue sound from the telephone snail, Day's bonus quickly retreated several meters, creating distance between himself and Action, before hastily retrieving the phone to answer. This is Mr. One from Baroque Works. What orders do you have, boss? As it was a call from Crocodile, Day's bonus did not dare to delay. He moved swiftly while speaking, urgently informing about the Shadow Army's attack and requesting reinforcements. This is Mr. Zero. Mr. One. Where exactly are you in Arabana? I am dispatching other operatives to assist you. While swiftly moving, Day's bonus succinctly conveyed his location to Crocodile over the phone. After hanging up, Crocodile considered sending Mr. Four and Miss Christmas to support Day's bonus, but suddenly recalled that both had already been dealt with by the Shadow Army. After Mr. Four and Miss Christmas fell to the Shadow Army, their codenames had remained unfilled, causing Crocodile some distress. Following the Shadow Army's assault, Mr. 5, Mr. 4, Mr. 3, and their partners had all perished at the hands of the Shadow Army, leaving Baroque Works severely understaffed, making it difficult for the enigmatic Mr. Zero, Crocodile, to issue commands and urgently in need of assistance. With no personnel available and Miss Sunday, Nico Robin's codename, yet to recruit new operatives, Crocodile decided to personally visit Mr. 1, while simultaneously testing the strength of the Shadow Army. Within the rain-based palace, Crocodile gazed out at the sky, a complex expression crossing his face as he crushed the wine glass in his hand, then transformed into a swirling mass of yellow sand, soaring towards Arabana. At this moment, Action maintained the upper hand, unleashing a barrage of brutal punches and violent cane strikes that left Day's bonus battered and defenseless. Destruction slash, blooming daisy slash, spiral slash, palm slash, human slaughter. Even as Day's bonus exerted every ounce of strength, he could not withstand Action's relentless assault. Forced to retreat, he aimed to hold on until Crocodile's arrival, yet Action's momentum was overwhelming, growing stronger with each exchange. Day's bonus found himself powerless, helplessly witnessing Action's fist, the size of a sandbag, crash into his face, sending him flying several meters away. Like a kite severed from its string, Day's bonus found himself uncontrollably spewing blood midair. And then with a thunderous crash, he landed heavily on the ground, barely clinging to life. Before Arlong and Croc arrive, let's deliver this fellow to the young master. With a thought, Action commanded the ordinary ninjas of the Shadow Army to emerge from the ground, each wielding ropes and sea stone chains. binding the severely injured Day's bonus like a dumpling, escorting him into the Shadow Kingdom. In an instant, the ninjas of the Shadow Army presented the quick/fruit user Day's bonus before the young master, Subai. Observing Day's bonus, who had been bound yet retained his dignity, Subai's deep eyes revealed a glimmer of appreciation. Come. Join our family in the Shadow Army and become my most steadfast subordinate. Subai extended his fair hand and unceremoniously pressed it against Day's bonus's head. Immediately, a torrent of formidable dark energy surged forth, rampaging through Day's bonus's body and violently tearing at his soul. As time relentlessly passed, Day's bonus's frail essence was utterly devoured, rendering him a complete part of the Shadow Legion, now a subordinate of Subai. Observing Day's bonus, who had now become one of his own, Subai gestured grandly for the nearby ninja warriors to untie him. Day's bonus, pay your respects to the young master. With Day's bonus bowing deeply in utmost reverence, Subai felt immense satisfaction. He burst into hearty laughter and, with a casual wave of his hand, the energy of the Horse Talisman spell instantaneously healed Day's bonus. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 20th talent from the native dimension. The system rewards the host. Chapter 136, The Plan for Establishing a Faction. Subai's terrifying ambitions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 20th talent from the native dimension. The system rewards the host with a skill card for developing the abilities of the Devil Fruit and the Mask of General Bart from the Nightbat Legion. The mechanical voice of the system resonated loudly, and Subai nodded in satisfaction. The Mask of General Bart means I can summon Nightbat ninjas at will? With a mere thought, the Mask of General Bart from the Nightbat Legion materialized in his grasp. Gazing at the mask's design, its grotesque visage, sharp horns, and crimson eyes, he resolutely unleashed dark energy, merging the Mask of General Bart into his very being. In an instant, within the depths of Subai's consciousness, the Bat Mask emerged prominently, positioned beneath 9 zodiac talismans and the formidable auras of the Mountain and Thunder Demons. Nightbat Ninja, assemble. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki intertwined with the chilling, bone-piercing darkness erupted from Subai's being, enveloping the realm in a crimson and obsidian shroud. Countless Nightbat ninjas materialized in the air, ready for command. In an instant, the previously clear sky succumbed to darkness, as the legion of Nightbat ninjas soared freely, poised to heed Subai's every directive. Nightbat Legion, heed my command. Commence the consumption of the Alabasta Kingdom. Upon hearing Subai's order, the legion reacted swiftly, their wings roaring as they flew toward the cities within Alabasta. With the assistance of these Nightbat ninjas, I can swiftly engulf the Alabasta Kingdom. The perimeter will be secured by Smoker and his team, severing electromagnetic signals and blocking information. The Navy headquarters will remain oblivious to the unfolding events. Subai's cunning plan successfully shrouded the world in deception. The annexation of the Alabasta Kingdom is merely a matter of time. The immediate priority lies in eliminating the Baroque Works' formidable leader, Crocodile. Once Crocodile is dealt with, all subsequent matters will unravel seamlessly. Currently, Nefertari Vivi is already a part of the Shadow Kingdom, and her father, Cobra, will likewise become a member. Once the insurrection within the Alabasta Kingdom is quelled and Cobra is reinstated to govern, Subai will emerge as the kingdom's clandestine orchestrator. At that juncture, positioning his high-ranking officials within the court will be a mere formality. In Subai's contemplation, the vast expanse of the Alabasta Kingdom, coupled with its formidable military strength, renders it the most suitable stronghold for the Shadow Brigade. To dominate this realm, the establishment of a powerful faction is imperative. One must first lay the groundwork for their forces, subsequently amassing a formidable army by recruiting the strongest individuals from various locales. Once military prowess is sufficiently robust, one can then take the initiative to conquer other kingdoms. As for the selection of a commander to oversee the forces in Alabasta, Subai has already identified a fitting candidate. Should Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, join the ranks of the Shadow Brigade, Subai's high-ranking officials would become surplus, allowing him to retain individuals such as Arlong, Jean, and Clock in the kingdom for governance. With these loyal and capable officials at the helm, the military strength of the kingdom is bound to ascend several tiers. At that juncture, Subai can lead Crocodile to apprehend other members of the 7 warlords or high-ranking officials under the 4 emperors. Following the principle that the strength of recruited officials correlates with the rewards from the system, Subai, accompanied by Crocodile, would swiftly capture powerful entities and thus assemble an exceptionally potent battalion in a short span. Furthermore, Subai's own abilities would experience a significant enhancement. With a robust brigade supporting the Alabasta Kingdom, the quest for supremacy would become exceedingly attainable. Currently, Subai faces 3 pivotal challenges: the naval forces, the 4 emperors, and the Revolutionary Army. Once these three factions are effectively consolidated, the remaining kingdoms or pirates would pose no substantial threat in the face of overwhelming might. The immediate objective is to integrate Crocodile into the Shadow Brigade, after which the next step would be to journey to Skypiea to seek out Enel, the user of the Rumble fruit, whose considerable strength aligns with that of the Seven Warlords, thus qualifying him as a candidate for a high-ranking position within the Shadow Brigade. In Subai's contemplation, after resolving matters concerning the Alabasta Kingdom, the next course of action would be to embark on an expedition to the Sky Island in search of Enel, followed by a pursuit of the enigmatic Moonlight Moria aboard the terrifying three-masted ship. Once Moonlight Moria is integrated into the Shadow Army, Subai would command 2 members of the 7 Warlords of the Sea under his banner. At that juncture, Subai's prowess would undoubtedly be formidable, enabling him to effortlessly recruit the pirate Empress Boa Hancock from Amazon Lily. Subsequently, he would seek out high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army, namely Bartholomew Kuma and Emporio Ivankov, alongside the formidable Imazuna, Lightning. It is imperative to incorporate all members of the 7 Warlords into the Shadow Army before the onset of the Marineford War. While the likes of Marco, Diamond Jozu, and Vista from the Whitebeard Pirates could be approached sooner. Just as Subai pondered whether to preemptively engage the 3 captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, a surge of inspiration struck him, illuminating the thought that the high-ranking officers of the Big Mom Pirates and Kaido's forces, those with bounties exceeding $1 billion, might also merit inclusion in the Shadow Army. The 3 sweet commanders under Big Mom, Charlotte Katakuri, Charlotte Cracker, and Charlotte Smoothie, combined with Kaido's Calamities, Jack, Queen, and King, alongside Marco, Diamond Jozu, and Vista from Edward Newgate's crew, would comprise an assemblage of 9 terrifyingly powerful individuals. With such a formidable alliance, bolstered by the 7 warlords and senior figures of the Revolutionary Army, Subai would possess an overwhelming advantage, capable of trampling the Marines and the 4 emperors during the Marineford War. It is worth noting that Impel Down harbors many notorious and formidable criminals, and should Subai manage to infiltrate its depths, it would herald a calamity for the world. A visit to Impel Down is thus essential, where figures like Magellan, Shiryu, Jinbe, Port Asti, Ace, Emporio Ivankov, Imazuna, Lightning, the Red Count Bartholomew, Douglas Bullet, Gold Lion Shiki, the Crescent Moon Hunter Katarina Devon, the colossal battleship St. Juan Wolf, the barrel-like Baskerville, the tyrant Abelo Pizarro, and the world destroyer Bondi Wall await, each a high-caliber force that must be either recruited or eliminated, as Subai meticulously planned his future endeavors. A gust of yellow sand surged rapidly towards Aruba from the southeastern skies. To his astonishment, Crocodile had personally arrived. Chapter 137, Crocodile. One of the 7 warlords of the sea faces utter defeat. In an instant, the sky was filled with yellow sand, accompanied by the deafening roar of a hurricane. In the midst of the air, the formidable Crocodile darted across numerous cities, arriving before Subai. You, a mere child still reeking of milk, are the leader of the Shadow Corps? To have bested my esteemed subordinates, you must possess some skills, but alas, you have encountered me. With a scornful smirk, Crocodile brandished his golden hook, waving it before Subai as if to intimidate him into submission. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, I am indeed the leader of the Shadow Corps. My purpose for coming to the Alabasta Kingdom is to become its unseen emperor and to recruit you into my ranks. Upon hearing Subai's declaration, Crocodile let out an incredulous laugh, slowly lighting a cigar. As he exhaled clouds of smoke, his piercing gaze scrutinized Subai. And with a smirk, he retorted, "What makes you think you can seize the Alabasta Kingdom from me? To suggest that I should join the Shadow Corps and serve under you is quite audacious." Crocodile, proud and arrogant, wasted no time in unleashing his devil fruit powers upon hearing Subai's aspirations. In an instant, the desert stirred, and a swirling vortex of sand surged towards Subai. Unfazed by the impending danger, Subai calmly raised his arm, his palm gradually opening. With a flick of his fingers, an overwhelming power of thunder erupted. As the wrath of the Thunder God manifested, electric dragons coiling around his fingertips. "Thunder God, assist me." The fearsome Conqueror's Haki erupted, and a resounding peal of thunder echoed through the clear sky, followed by descending purple lightning dragons. Crocodile stood dumbfounded, his eyes wide as he witnessed the devastation wrought by the thunder dragons, obliterating the sandstorm he had conjured. "You possess the powers of the Logia-type lightning fruit? Impossible. You exhibit no aura of a devil fruit." Ignoring Crocodile's astonished inquiries, Subai pressed on with his onslaught, the lightning manifesting as a ferocious tiger with gaping jaws. Lunging swiftly toward Crocodile. Recognizing the imminent threat of the thunderous beast, Crocodile could not afford to underestimate it. Once more, he activated his devil fruit ability, transforming his right arm into a blade of sand, and fiercely slashing at the thunderous tiger. Desert Blade. The swirling sands coalesced under Crocodile's command into a massive sword, crashing down upon the colossal form of the lightning tiger with cataclysmic force. Boom! The collision of sand and thunder erupted in a cacophony of sound, sending shockwaves rippling outward from the epicenter of their clash. To withstand my attack, it seems the title of Seven Warlords of the Sea is indeed well-deserved. Subai marveled at Crocodile's power, while Crocodile regarded Subai with newfound respect. The two stood poised, each probing the other's capabilities. Crocodile unleashed his devil fruit powers once again, a vast sandstorm rushing towards Subai with blinding speed. The magic of the mountains, devouring the heavens and earth. In the face of the relentless storm, Subai remained composed, calmly raising his left hand and pointing into the void. A black hole emerged, exerting a terrifying gravitational pull that consumed the tempest entirely. Crocodile, what do you think of this move? Do you unleash your full repertoire? As his ultimate technique was effortlessly neutralized, Crocodile's expression shifted dramatically. With a complex gaze fixed upon Subai, he clenched his teeth, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Desert Storm, Annihilation Space, Shikigami. Boundless sands converged under Crocodile's command, encircling Subai and forming a sealed space, imprisoning him within. Within the tempest of the sandstorm, fierce winds howled and grains of sand danced like shards of glass, leaving Subai battered and bruised. Is this truly Crocodile's most formidable attack? The ability to conjure such a realm is indeed impressive. Yet, amidst the chaos of the sandstorm, Subai moved with the ease of a leisurely stroll, his overpowering Conqueror's Haki enveloping him in a barrier that repelled the onslaught of razor-sharp sand. Abyssal thunder, shadows entwined. Upon Subai's form, a tremendous surge of thunder roiled, and a chilling, bone-piercing darkness expanded outward, entwining around his arms like a malevolent mist capable of devouring all. In this moment, Subai's aura ascended relentlessly, a terrifying murderous intent akin to a colossal tidal wave, threatening to overturn the very heavens and earth, relentlessly battering against the stormy space. Break for me! Subai roared skyward, his voice resounding throughout the cosmos. Dark energies, thunder, devouring forces, explosions, and lasers, intertwined in a dazzling display, ceaselessly bombarding the tempestuous space. As the sovereign of this stormy realm, Crocodile could acutely sense the might of Subai. The multifaceted energies unleashed a relentless onslaught upon the space. And before Crocodile could withstand more than 3 minutes, the stormy realm cracked and collapsed in a cacophony. What manner of monster are you, capable of shattering this stormy space? Your power is utterly horrifying, Crocodile exclaimed, disbelief etched upon his features as he scrutinized Subai, searching for clues to his strength. Crocodile, will you voluntarily join the Shadow Corps, or shall I compel you to do so? As Subai's words reached him, Crocodile's expression darkened considerably. He sought to employ the powers of his devil fruit to transform into sand and flee. I advise you to abandon any thoughts of escape. This space has been locked down by my thunderous and devouring powers. Should you wish to test your fate, feel free. Caught in a dilemma, Crocodile's eyes flickered with indecision. After a brief hesitation, he resolutely transformed into his sandy form and sped off towards the southeast like a bolt of lightning. Crack! Crack! The thunderous roar erupted as Crocodile, now in sand form, collided violently with the wall of thunder. In an instant, his eyes rolled back, his body paralyzed, and he collapsed into the desert, rendered immobile. Crocodile. Join us in the Shadow Corps. Chapter 138, Subduing Crocodile, The Emergence of the Moon Demon Curse, Lawn. Subai's cold eyes gleamed with a fierce and playful light. Without hesitation, he invoked the power of the chicken charm, swiftly darting to Crocodile's side and hoisting him from the ground, as if he were a mere chick. You will never make me yield. I, Crocodile, would rather perish here at the hands of the Navy than join your Shadow Corps. Hearing Crocodile's defiance, Subai was reminded of the true fragrance principle. Unwilling to join the Shadow Corps? That decision is not yours to make. With powerful arms cloaked in Haki, Subai summoned terrifying thunderous energy that coalesced into a fearsome punch, striking Crocodile with such force that he was nearly buried in the ground. Following this devastating blow, Crocodile's consciousness began to blur, his eyes rolled back, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. Observing the disheveled Crocodile, a smile crept onto Subai's lips. He decisively placed his palm upon Crocodile's sturdy chest. Boom, boom. The heavens erupted with thunderous roars as a crimson murderous intent surged forth from Subai. Enveloped in Haki, his arms exuded an overwhelming dark aura. materializing into a menacing 100-foot dragon, swirling with an earth-shattering pressure near Crocodile's form. At Subai's command, the dark energy coalesced into the dragon, which opened its gaping maw to consume Crocodile's very soul, its sharp teeth gnashing as they tore the essence apart. As time slipped away, Crocodile's soul grew increasingly feeble until, at last, the fearsome dragon swallowed him whole, utterly devouring him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 21st talent from this local dimension. The system rewards you with the magical energy of the Moon Demon Curse, Lon, and one skill development card for the Devil Fruit ability. Upon hearing the mechanical voice of the system, Subai's eyes widened in excitement. Incredible! This time, the system has rewarded the magical energy of the Moon Demon Curse, Lon. Gazing at the ethereal energy swirling within the system's package, Subai concentrated and commanded the system to directly infuse Lan's abilities into his being. The Moon Demon Curse, Lon, signifies the moon and corresponds to the Kin symbol in the 8 trigrams. Thousands of years ago, Hishingu, one of the 8 immortals, sealed the demon known as Zhou Lan into the depths of hell with a divine token in the form of a lotus bud. Zhou Lan, the eldest of the 8 great demons, the elder brother of the Holy Master and the uncle of the Little Dragon, possesses the extraordinary ability to traverse any vacuum environment effortlessly. Utilizing magic, he can transmit his voice through the void, wandering unfettered among the stars and celestial bodies, wielding immense power to alter gravitational forces at will. The characteristics of the Moon Demon Zhou Lan are striking. He has 4 arms, glowing red eyes, and skin of a pale blue hue. His hair, dark with a purplish tint, cascades down his long, horse-like face, which tapers from wide at the top to narrow at the chin. A serpentine tongue flickers from his mouth, and he dons a robe of red and purple, reminiscent of Eastern attire akin to that of ancient Ming dynasty figures. His imposing stature exudes a demeanor of calmness tinged with arrogance. The portal to his hellish domain lies between the Earth and the Moon, near the orbit of a space station. The Black Hand Gang once successfully opened the portal to Zhou Lan's realm. Subsequently, he drifted to the Moon from his spacecraft, enveloping it in a dark purplish-black energy, with the intent of dislodging it from its orbit to disrupt the ecological balance of Earth, thereby creating an environment to his liking. Ultimately, he was sealed back in hell by the Lotus Bud retrieved by Jackie Chan. As the eldest among the 8 demons, his power surpasses that of the others. His abilities include the capacity to defy planetary gravity and float freely, moving and remaining stationary at will, causing lunar explosions, enduring prolonged levitation, soaring toward the moon, surviving in a vacuum, transmitting sound through the void, existing in high-altitude conditions without pressure, controlling and altering gravitational forces, absorbing gravity, and converting it into beams of attack. He can manipulate gravitational waves, utilize gravitational energy, create lunar eclipses and phases, erode the moon, change its appearance, and even invert day and night. Gazing at the towering figure of the Moon Demon Zhou Lan, a cold glint of murderous intent flashed in Subai's deep purple eyes. Zhou Lan, will you submit or perish? The choice is yours. As Subai's bold words echoed, Zhou Lan's serpent-like tongue flicked out, his crimson eyes filled with disdain. You, a wretched worm, think you can compel me to submit? Utterly laughable. Seeing Zhou Lan's demeanor reminiscent of Zhong Su and Bo Gang, Subai shrugged helplessly and, without further ado, initiated an attack. Since you refuse to submit, you shall meet the same fate as Zhong Su and Bo Gang. In a fit of rage, Subai unleashed a torrent of killing intent, channeling the thunderous power of Zhong Su and the devouring force of Bo Gang, sending a blue and black surge toward Zhou Lan. In his spectral form, Zhou Lan's strength was diminished, and he summoned gravitational energy to counter the wave of energy released by Subai. The clash of gravitational beams and Subai's thunderous might erupted in a cacophony that resonated through the heavens. Observing Zhou Lan's desperate struggle to dissipate his assault, Subai's icy gaze glinted with contempt. You can withstand the thunderous might of Zhong Su and the devouring power of Bo Gang, but can you withstand this next move? A mischievous grin spread across Subai's face as an overwhelming dark aura emanated from him, signaling the emergence of his formidable Conqueror's Haki. Following this, he unleashed the Dragon Destruction and Pig Laser abilities in succession. Drawing his renowned blade, a glimmer of cold light erupted, unleashing a terrifying pressure that manifested as a torrent of sword energy aimed at Zhou Lan. Faced with the onslaught of powerful abilities, the Moon Demon Zhou Lan exerted all his magical might, striving to neutralize Subai's relentless barrage using gravitational forces. Had Zhou Lan been at his peak, He might have contended with Subai. Alas, his strength was but a fraction of its former self. With all his effort just to withstand the thunder and devouring attacks, he was ill-prepared for the multitude of assaults now directed at him. A vibrant, kaleidoscopic wave of energy crashed into Zhou Lan, shattering his spectral form into countless starlit fragments that merged into Subai, augmenting his own power. Was this truly all that remained of the Moon Demon's formidable might? Chapter 139. The Moon Demon's Abilities, Establishing a Kingdom's Influence. Subai closed his eyes, reveling in the transformation coursing through his body. He opened his palm, curling his fingers to instantaneously convert a radius of 100 meters into a vacuum, causing any oxygen-dependent life forms to suffocate and perish. With the power to manipulate gravity at will, could he also control meteorological phenomena? A radiant gleam ignited in Subai's deep-set eyes as he spread his arms, invoking the Moon Demon's powers to govern the gravitational forces over the capital of Alabasta. The moisture in the air, affected by gravity, condensed and fell as rain, revitalizing the parched oasis. The cracked earth, nourished by the downpour, became soft and fertile, while the dry waterways brimmed with life once more. A torrential rain transformed the entire kingdom, and the citizens, overwhelmed with gratitude, prostrated themselves on the ground, offering thanks for nature's bounty. Perhaps, like Fujitora, he could summon celestial meteors from beyond the skies for battle. Under Subai's control, meteors from the outer atmosphere plummeted rapidly, targeting the direction of the kingdom of Alabasta. Crashing down with a thunderous roar, a meteor nearly a kilometer in diameter, if allowed to fall completely, would deliver a cataclysmic blow to this world. However, after witnessing the strength of the meteor, Subai merely flicked his fingers, redirecting the descending meteor swiftly, piercing through the atmosphere and returning to the vastness of space. The powers bestowed by the curse of the Moon Demon, in its azure form, would serve as a formidable weapon for me. Even if Kizaru and Akainu were to appear, I would exhibit no fear towards them. Having grasped his own strength, Subai raised his hand to summon Crocodile, bringing him swiftly to the palace of the capital. Upon seeing the silhouettes of Subai and Crocodile, King Cobra of Alabasta turned pale with terror, momentarily forgetting to call for his guards. To unify the kingdom of Alabasta. Your assistance is indispensable, Cobra. Join the sacred Shadow Kingdom. As these words escaped his lips, a surge of overwhelming dark power erupted from Subai Mountain's thunder, and the moon's demonic energy swirled around him, the aura of the three-colored Haki enveloping his form, while the mystical symbols flickered ominously, soon consuming the frail soul of King Cobra. In an instant, King Cobra of Alabasta, like his daughter Princess Vivi, became part of the Shadow Kingdom. I, Minister Cobra, pay my respects to the young master. Observing the king's respectful demeanor, Subai nodded in satisfaction. Arlong, Croc, Ajin, return at once. I have tasks to assign you. With a single command, all senior officers appeared in the palace, lining up orderly, ready to heed Subai's orders. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, King Cobra of Alabasta, who has now officially become a member of our Shadow Kingdom. This signifies that the Kingdom of Alabasta is now under our dominion. The purpose of gathering you all here is to ensure you remain in Alabasta, assisting Cobra in developing military strength and subsequently waging war to annex nearby small nations and regions, thereby accumulating power for the future overthrow of the world. Listening to Subai's words, Arlong, Ajin, and Croc exchanged glances, then respectfully clasped their hands, pledging to diligently support Cobra in transforming the Kingdom of Alabasta into a world power with unmatched military prowess. With you all present, I am at ease. Crocodile, accompany me to Sky Island. After briefly introducing Cobra and Clock, Akin, and Aaron, Subai set off towards the town of Magic Valley on Gaia Island, accompanied by Crocodile. Prior to this, as Subai and Crocodile soared over the rebel stronghold of Kartlia, they gazed down upon the throngs of restless insurgents numbering in the hundreds of thousands. A cold glint flashed in Subai's eyes. He commanded Crocodile to descend into the city, subsequently summoning a cataclysmic force of thunder, using overwhelming power to intimidate the rebel leader, Kosha. Upon learning of the rebels' disarray under Subai's might, King Cobra of the Alabasta Kingdom swiftly mobilized over 100,000 royal soldiers, accompanied by General Aaron, the Grand Commander Akin, and Prime Minister Kuro, to Kartlia. Faced with the arrival of the royal army, the insurgents grew increasingly agitated, with ambitious leaders attempting to incite a coup amidst the chaos, only to be forcefully quelled by Crocodile. The rebel leader Kosha was imprisoned, while others either perished or fled, leaving the multitude of insurgents leaderless. The various factions, intimidated by Subai's absolute power, were compelled to submit to King Cobra of the Alabasta Kingdom. Cobra, how to win the allegiance of these rebel soldiers should be self-evident. Should it not? Remember this. Water can carry a boat and can also capsize it. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. I hope to return from Sky Island to find a flourishing kingdom. King Cobra nodded vigorously, along with his officials. As they watched Subai and Crocodile depart towards Gaia Island, their figures gradually vanishing into the horizon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the primary mission issued by the system, the successful annihilation of the Baroque works. The system rewards the host with one opportunity for a lucky draw at the Grand Roulette, along with the Soul Separation Goat Talisman, one of the 12 Zodiac charms from the adventures of Jackie Chan, and 2 treasure maps. After bestowing the rewards for primary mission 1, the mechanical voice of the system continued to resonate, announcing the arrival of the rewards for the side missions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing side mission 3, successfully incorporating the entire Alabasta Kingdom into the sphere of influence of the Shadow Kingdom. The system rewards the host with one opportunity for a lucky draw at the Grand Roulette. As the mechanical voice of the system abruptly ceased, Subai had garnered 2 lucky draw opportunities, alongside the Goat Talisman and 2 treasure maps. Gazing at the assortment of items within the system's package, Subai promptly retrieved a treasure map and handed it to Crocodile, instructing him to decipher the information inscribed upon it. As for the Goat Talisman, Subai clutched it tightly in his palm. The mark of the little goat on the talisman flickered with a radiant light. The talisman's power activated, and in an instant, Subai's soul was set free. His ethereal form leisurely traversed the realms, at one moment intruding upon the dreams of the formidable Whitebeard, daring the world's strongest, at another, breaching the dreams of Robin from the Straw Hat crew, causing her to indulge in whimsical fantasies. After gaining a clearer understanding of the capabilities of the Sheep Talisman, the soul entity Subai returned to his physical form. He placed the Sheep Talisman between the Horse and Monkey Talismans and refrained from moving it again. System. I wish to utilize one opportunity on the Lucky Roulette. Chapter 140. Unveiling the Lucky Roulette and the plan for ascending to the Sky Island. At the command of the host, Subai, the system swiftly responded. The database activated, and the Lucky Roulette appeared, dazzling Subai with a plethora of items. He was still missing the Rat and Rabbit talismans from the Master S12 Zodiac talismans, and he wondered if this round of the Lucky Roulette could finally complete his collection. Gazing at the various items on the roulette, Subai resolutely ordered the system to initiate the lottery phase. He envisioned the potential rewards: the Riktajiba scripture, the Eye of Aurora, the Mask of General Manny from the Mantis Ninja Squad, the Xuanwu Fruit, the Life Restoration skill card, the Advanced Swordsmanship skill card, the magical power of the Heavenly Demon Shimu, the Rabbit Talisman, and the magical power of the Earth Demon DQA. Having already acquired the magical essences of the Thunder, Mountain, and Moon demons, he pondered which demon-s power he might obtain next. The capabilities of DQA and Xiaofeng were quite impressive. As Subai contemplated, the Lucky Roulette commenced its spinning, the pointer whirling at great speed. Watching the rapidly rotating roulette, Subai held his breath, anxious not to land upon a trivial item and squander this precious opportunity. Time continued to elapse, and the speed of the roulette gradually stabilized, allowing Subai to faintly discern the items within the segmented areas. Ding! Does the host wish to pause? The system's cold mechanical voice echoed, but Subai disregarded the system's gentle reminder. Compared to the demon's magical power, I would prefer to acquire the Rat Talisman. With it, I could amass an army of undead, enabling me to better upend this world. As he focused intently on the swiftly spinning Lucky Roulette, Subai steadied his breath and made a swift prediction, then decisively commanded, "System, pause." Upon Subai's command, the system registered the information and rapidly relayed it to the Lucky Roulette. The roulette suddenly jolted, then its spinning gradually slowed, the fast-moving pointer decelerating as it traversed the various segments. Talisman. Talisman. It must be the Rat Talisman. If not, perhaps the Mask of the Shadow Legion General. Failing that, at least a demon's ability. The vivid crimson pointer danced among the segments of the Lucky Roulette, each leap tightening Subai's heart. The Rabbit Talisman, the gloves of the Greenbeard Pirate, the magic fur of Old Man's Monkey, the magical power of the Heavenly Demon Shimu, the magical power of the Earth Demon DQA, the Life Restoration skill card, the Purification Fruit, the Devil Fruit Fusion device, the Binding skill card, the top-tier Swordsmanship skill card, the magical power of the Water Demon Basha. As time progressed, the pointer's movement slowed, ultimately halting upon the Rabbit Talisman, one of the Master S12 Zodiac Talismans. Rabbit Talisman Overview. When applied to a person or object, it can amplify speed. And under specific conditions, it may even exceed the speed of light, allowing for time travel. If combined with the Chicken Talisman, it can achieve high-speed flight. When utilized in combat, the Rabbit Talisman can enhance attack speed and improve evasion. A stream of light burst forth from the segment of the Lucky Roulette and entered Subai's system inventory. With a thought, the Rabbit Talisman materialized in the palm of his hand. As Subai gazed at the Rabbit Talisman in his palm, he tightened his grip slightly, and the rabbit insignia upon it radiated a brilliant glow. Under the intentional control of the host, Subai, the powers of the Rabbit Talisman and the Chicken Talisman were simultaneously activated. In an instant, he soared into the sky and, in the blink of an eye, traversed several kilometers in less than 0.3 seconds. If the ability of the Rabbit Talisman were to be bestowed upon the Shadow Legion ship, it could reach any desired destination in the blink of an eye. With this in mind, why not first pay a visit to Amazon Lily and bring the pirate Empress Boa Hancock under my command? The mere thought of the graceful figure and exquisite beauty of Empress Boa Hancock sent Subai's heart racing. Empress Boa Hancock. I must have her. For now, I shall exhaust all opportunities on the lucky draw wheel. I wonder what delightful items await. Subai cleared his mind of distractions and called upon the system once more, commanding it to use his final remaining chance for the draw. Heeding the host's command, the system responded, scrambling the items on the lucky draw wheel, replacing some while introducing new ones. The second round of the lucky draw commenced. Host, please prepare. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in Subai's ears, a glimmer igniting in his deep-set eyes, and his breathing quickened. The lottery was akin to the psychology of a gambler. An array of dazzling items lay before him, some of great value and others rather lackluster. The desirable items included a Devil Fruit Fusion device, the magical power of the Earth Devil, a mouse talisman, and the mask of the General of the Shadow Legion. On the contrary, the less desirable items comprised the magical leg hair of an old man, the intimate garments of Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, Robin's alluring black stockings, an empty wine barrel previously consumed by Whitebeard, and the leftover cherry pie of Blackbeard. I hope this time I acquire the mouse talisman with that. I would complete the set of the 12 Zodiac talismans. I wonder if I could directly inherit the power of the Holy Master. The lucky draw wheel slowly began to spin in Subai's thoughts, its speed increasing as the pointer whirled rapidly, rendering the items within the grid nearly invisible. The next plan is to set sail for Sky Island and capture that fellow, Enel, while keeping Crocodile by my side for the time being. As the auspicious wheel of fortune spun with great velocity, Subai had already devised his subsequent course of action. Currently, the desert kingdom of Alabasta was under the stewardship of Cobra, along with Orin, Kuro, and Akin, and it was anticipated that the kingdom would soon flourish and transform at a rapid pace. Subai's expedition to Sky Island was driven by two objectives: to subdue the lightning fruit wielder, Enel, and to procure all the gold residing on the island as a foundation for his burgeoning enterprise. As the saying goes, a single coin can thwart a hero's ambitions. In order to establish a formidable force, the Alabasta Kingdom must invest substantial resources into technological advancements for military enhancement. The soldiers, who act as the machinery for the kingdom's territorial expansion, must be equipped with the finest and most advanced weaponry, ensuring they are treated with the utmost respect to inspire their unwavering loyalty. Hence, to amass a significant fortune in a short period, the gold on Sky Island is of paramount importance. With such financial backing, the Alabasta Kingdom will experience rapid growth, not only in military prowess, but also in the realms of livelihood, education, healthcare, sanitation, and environmental conditions. It may even attract elite talents from around the globe to enlist and serve. The Wheel of Fortune paused. Chapter 141, a new major quest, departing from Magic Valley Town. At Subai's command, the system promptly responded, relaying the directive to the auspicious Wheel of Fortune. Upon receiving the command, the wheel trembled slightly, and its rotation gradually slowed, with the pointer's oscillation diminishing in frequency. The Rat Talisman. It must be the Rat Talisman this time. Let me gather the 12 Zodiac Talismans of the Holy Lord. The remnants of Nami's tangerine peel, the demonic aura of the Earth Demon, the alluring black stockings of Wadibe, the original lingerie of Vinsmoke Reiju, Violet's dress, the demonic essence of the Heaven Demon, the Rat Talisman, the Devil Fruit Fusion device, Little Suddy's whip, the skill card for overwrap. Time flew by. and the pointer on the wheel of fortune slowed even further, ultimately landing decisively within the territory of General Razzo of the Blade Ninja Corps. A violet stream of light surged into Subai's system inventory. The mask of General Razzo from the Blade Corps? Although he did not acquire the Rat Talisman, the ability to summon the ninjas of the Blade Corps at will was still quite remarkable. With a sense of satisfaction, Subai focused his thoughts, and the mask of General Razzo instantly materialized in his hands. Examining the mask, he noted its protruding fangs, blue curved horns, creased forehead, and blood-red eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely unleashed his dark powers, merging the mask of General Razzo into his very being. In an instant, within Subai's consciousness, General Razzo's mask prominently appeared, situated beneath the 11 zodiac talismans and the ominous energies of the three great demons, Mountain, Thunder, and Moon. To the right of General Bart's mask, Assassin Ninja Troops, Nightbat Ninja Troops, arise. The formidable Conqueror's Haki enveloped Subai's form, in eerie darkness surging forth. A golden light entwined with a violet glow erupted from within him, instantly enveloping the realm. At Subai's command, countless Nightbat Ninja Troops and Assassin Ninja Troops manifested. On the ground, Assassin Ninja Troops emerged in succession, quickly surpassing 1,000. In the skies, tens of thousands of Nightbat Ninja Troops soared freely, obscuring the sun. Observing his formidable army, Subai nodded in satisfaction. System, it is time to issue the tasks. Upon hearing the host's command, the system's database whirred to life, and a cold, mechanical voice resonated. Ding. Mainline tasks are being issued. Please review. 1. Mainline task. Vigorously develop technology, annex the Vinsmoke family, and incorporate the Germa 66 Legion under your command. Task reward. The demonic essence of the heavenly demon, Shimu. 2. Mainline task. Infuse fresh blood into the Shadow Corps by recruiting 3 cadres with strength comparable to the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Task reward. The mask of General Nika from the Ordinary Ninja Corps. 3. Mainline task. Incorporate Sky Island into the Shadow Kingdom and expand the influence of the Alabasta Kingdom's territory twofold within 3 months. Task reward. Devil Fruit Fusion Device and Life Restoration Skill Card. Gazing at the 3 tasks presented by the system, Subai's deep-set eyes shimmered with excitement and joy. For him, the tasks issued were not particularly daunting. The first task of annexing the Vinsmoke family would be a mere formality. As long as Subai could ascertain the whereabouts of the Germa Kingdom, with his thunderous might, subjugating the Germa 66 Legion and the Vinsmoke family would be effortlessly achievable. Furthermore, recruiting powerful individuals was an integral part of Subai's plan. Future candidates from the 7 Warlords of the Sea, such as Dracule Mihawk, Gecko Moria, Boa Hancock, Jinbei, and Bartholomew Kuma, would all be invited to join the ranks of the Shadow Corps. Completing the second task was merely a matter of time, posing no concern whatsoever. As for the third task issued by the system, their next objective was to venture to Sky Island. Consuming Sky Island would also be a matter of time. The sole method to double the territorial influence of the Alabasta Kingdom was through warfare, forcibly annexing the neighboring smaller nations by means of conflict. During the turmoil within the Kingdom of Alabastan, neighboring nations not only refrained from extending a helping hand, but also profited immensely from the conflict, exacerbating the situation by selling weapons and illicit substances to the rebels at exorbitant prices. Now that Subai governs Alabastan, none of those nations that once took advantage of the chaos will escape the impending justice. All shall face retribution. In the realm of inter-kingdom warfare, the world government can only urge for peace and cannot intervene to favor any side. Moreover, with a rightful cause, support from other great powers on the international stage can be garnered, making territorial expansion a feasible endeavor. The astute Subai has already devised a strategy for such an expansion. Given that these kingdoms are so eager to profit from war, he plans to dispatch the brilliant strategist Kuro to sow discord among them, igniting conflict. Subsequently, he will send capable operatives like Akin and Aaron to execute decisive actions against enemy officials. This approach will not only eliminate some nefarious officials, but also provide a suitable pretext for Alabastan to engage in warfare. We have a soldier who has gone missing within your borders. We now require access to search your kingdom. The expansion strategy of the King of Alabastan will be entrusted to Cobra, Kuro, Aaron, and Akin, while the immediate priority is to escort Kuro and Crocodile to Sky Island. After suppressing the overwhelming presence of his conqueror's Haki and the formidable aura of darkness, Subai waved his hand to summon the Shadow Troop. Soon after, he and Crocodile boarded the vessel, utilizing the flying capabilities of the Chicken Charm and the swiftness of the Rabbit Charm. setting forth towards the direction of the Magic Valley in Gaia Island. The journey is long, and Subai and Crocodile tirelessly navigate the seas aboard the Shadow Troop vessel. Day and night. In a maritime expanse over 1,000 nautical miles from the town of Magic Valley, the two discovered a fleet of super-colossal vessels escorting the Celestial Gold. The Celestial Gold refers to the treasures that member nations of the world government are obliged to offer annually to the Celestial Dragons, the aristocracy of the world. More than 170 member nations dutifully deliver their treasures to the government's naval escort vessels, which then transport the Celestial Gold to the sacred land of Mary Geos. Young master, look over there. A pirate ship is rapidly approaching the naval escort fleet. Following Crocodile's indication, Subai beheld a pirate ship surging full throttle towards the naval escort vessels. Who would dare to audaciously seize the Celestial Gold destined for the Celestial Dragons? Just as Subai was taken aback, a spark of recognition illuminated his expression, for on the pirate ship, he spotted a familiar face. This individual was none other than Bellamy, the wielder of the Spring fruit. Chapter 142, The Clam and the Snipe Struggle, while the fisherman gains. On the pirate ship, not only was Bellamy present, but also family officers of Donquixote Doflamingo, namely Lao Ji and Dellinger. Why was Bellamy associating with the subordinates of the Doflamingo family? Just as Subai was taken aback, he suddenly noticed that the pirate ship carrying Bellamy was heading straight towards the naval fleet. The half-fishman youth Dellinger bared his sharp fangs, effortlessly stretching his body before leaping into the sea, swiftly diving towards the naval fleet. Was the Doflamingo family attempting to seize the Sky Gold? Observing the splashes created by Dellinger in the water, Subai recalled that at this moment, Doflamingo had not yet become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Due to the butterfly effect caused by Subai, Doflamingo was delayed several years in attaining the title of warlord, inadvertently leading to Bellamy's premature induction into his family. According to historical trajectory, Doflamingo and his crew would hijack the Sky Gold to threaten the world government. The world government, cowed by his celestial dragon status, would be unable to strike against him, ultimately being compelled to grant him the title of warlord. Realizing this, an idea sparked in Subai's mind. Since the officers of Doflamingo's family had proactively appeared to rob the Sky Gold, he could take advantage of the ensuing chaos during the conflict to send in his ninja troops, infiltrating the colossal ship laden with Sky Gold and absconding with all the treasures, leaving Doflamingo's family to shoulder the blame. If Doflamingo and his crew failed to produce the entirety of the Sky Gold to the Celestial Dragons, would the Navy issue a massacre order against them? The fate of Doflamingo and his crew mattered little to Subai. Having chosen to rob the Sky Gold, they must face the consequences. Hovering high in the sky, a chilling glimmer emanated from Subai's profound gaze. With a mere thought, he summoned thousands of Nightbat ninjas and ordinary ninjas, instructing them to infiltrate the colossal ship and transport all the Sky Gold to the Kingdom of Shadows. Upon receiving the command, the ninjas swiftly set off, first infiltrating the Kingdom of Shadows, and subsequently appearing aboard the colossal ship laden with Sky Gold, busily transporting billions in treasure. Meanwhile, upon the tumultuous surface of the sea, the merman youth, Derlinger, renowned for his extraordinary physique, had submerged beneath the hull of a colossal naval frigate. He assumed a poised stance for attack and unleashed a powerful punch that struck the ship's underside with immense force. A thunderous roar erupted, sending tumultuous waves crashing across the waters. Within a 10-mile radius, the marine life was caught in the throes of chaos, rendered unconscious by the terrifying shockwave. The frigate's hull bore a gaping hole, as water surged relentlessly into the vessel's interior. This unforeseen calamity caught the naval crew off guard, prompting them to react swiftly, plunging into the sea in a desperate bid for survival. However, as the soldiers leapt into the depths, they beheld a shadowy figure, akin to a specter in the night, circling ominously nearby. Disaster! There's a monster beneath the waves. Brothers, flee! One soldier cried out, his voice a desperate warning. Yet, when he cast his gaze around, he was met with the horrifying sight of the sea stained crimson, the lifeless bodies of his comrades drifting aimlessly upon the surface. Alas! There remains one survivor. Derlinger's words echoed ominously in the ears of the surviving sailors, reminiscent of a death knell. In an instant, the waters were dyed red. Effortlessly dispatching the massive frigate, Derlinger extended his crimson tongue, licking the corner of his mouth, and continued his advance towards another frigate. As the first frigate was obliterated, Several nearby vessels simultaneously sounded the alarm, and hundreds of fully armed naval soldiers rushed onto the deck, brandishing their long rifles and cannons, aiming their fire at the position occupied by Delinger. In the vast expanse of the sea, the formidable Derlinger moved with remarkable swiftness, rendering conventional artillery and bullets utterly ineffective against him. While all naval soldiers were focused on Derlinger, the new ship, the Vich Below, piloted by Bellamy and Lao Ji, boldly surged into the midst of the naval escort fleet. The notorious hyena Bellamy from the North Sea was an unexpected presence. Did he intend to seize the Celestial Gold? Leading the escort of the Celestial Gold to the sacred land of Mary Geos was Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Upon recognizing the faces aboard the approaching pirate ship, a fierce glint of anger ignited in his shadowy eyes. To attempt to rob the Celestial Gold would require stepping over my corpse. As a seasoned Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider possessed considerable strength. Upon detecting Bellamy's presence, he swiftly activated the Navy's 6 powers, employing the moonwalk technique to leap aboard the Vich Below in an instant. Such was the formidable aura of a veteran Vice Admiral, truly fearsome. Just as Ghost Spider prepared to confront Bellamy, a voice emerged from behind him, belonging to Lao Ji, who was already positioned and ready. Hearing the taunt from behind, veins bulged on Ghost Spider's forehead. His complexion turned a shade of iron, and with a scornful expression, he drew his blade and turned to face Lao Ji. Ghost Spider, your opponent is me. It has been a while since I last exercised. I hope you can provide me with a sufficient workout today. With these words, the enraged Vice Admiral Ghost Spider engaged in fierce combat with Lao Ji, while Bellamy seized the opportunity to mercilessly slaughter naval soldiers, collaborating with Derlinger to obliterate one naval giant ship after another. As time passed, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider found himself ensnared by the full force of Lao Ji, rendered powerless to prevent the destruction of his fleet. When the last of the giant ships was annihilated, in utter despair, Ghost Spider resolved to abandon the fight, utilizing the moonwalk to flee. With the naval escort fleet reduced to him alone, he realized that to relay the events of the day to Admiral Sengoku, he must survive and escape. Ghost Spider, a seasoned Vice Admiral, demonstrated his mastery of survival. Observing the desperate flight of Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, Lao Ji felt a genuine admiration for him. Next came the moment of our grand harvest. Ecstatic, Bellamy and Derlinger hastily opened the hold of the giant ship, only to be met with a vacant room. What was happening? Why was it empty? In disbelief at the scene before them, Bellamy and Derlinger quickly split up to open all the other holds. Yet each cabin was equally devoid of treasure. This indicated that their expedition had resulted in the plundering of empty ships. How could this be? Were all the ships empty? Could there have been a mistake in the intelligence? It seemed improbable. How could a seasoned Vice Admiral like Ghost Spider be assigned to escort a mere collection of empty vessels? As Lao Ji and the others pondered their predicament, Subai and his crew had already absconded with all the celestial gold, making a swift exit. Chapter 143. The Navy's Demon-Slaying Order, Donquixote Doflamingo. After Subai and Crocodile had made off with the substantial celestial gold, the subordinates of Doflamingo, including Lao Ji, Derlinger, and Bellamy, reluctantly steered the Vich Below towards the direction of Magic Valley Town in search of the gold, now in vain. In the bar of Magic Valley Town on Gyre Island, Doflamingo, who was indulging in drink, was abruptly struck by the news of Lao Ji's failed mission. His once rosy and slightly intoxicated complexion instantly drained of color, and beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead. Lao Ji's mission had failed. Was Vice Admiral Spider transporting a mere fleet of empty vessels? How could this be? The intelligence could not be mistaken. Where had the enormous treasures of heavenly gold vanished? Just as Doflamingo, in a fit of rage, overturned the table before him, he received a call from his informant within the Navy, Virgo. BRR. 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 Flustered, Doflamingo coldly retrieved the transponder snail from his pocket and answered Virgo's call. Young master. This is Virgo. I have urgent intelligence. Vice Admiral Spider's transport of heavenly gold has encountered peril. Aside from him, the entire naval escort has been annihilated. Upon learning this news, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was furious and immediately issued the demon-slaying order, dispatching Admirals Kizaru and Akainu with orders to recover all the heavenly gold we seized in the shortest possible time. Young master, you must act with caution. The Navy is expected to arrive in Magic Valley Town within 3 days. As Doflamingo listened to Virgo's report, his astute gaze turned vacant. All the heavenly gold we seized? Hadn't Rao G, Bellamy, and Dringe claimed that Spider was escorting a fleet of empty vessels? Virgo, what does the Navy mean by this? Were they not escorting empty ships? Why are they making such a fuss about recovering the stolen heavenly gold? On the other end of the line, Virgo, taken aback by the young master's near roar, stood in stunned silence before timidly responding. Young master, Vice Admiral Spider's convoy was definitely not transporting empty vessels. I was supervising nearby when the heavenly gold was being loaded onto the great ship. I can attest that they were not empty. Virgo's revelation was like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Even Doflamingo, whose composure was as steadfast as a mountain, could not withstand such a blow. He collapsed to the ground, utterly despondent. The demon-slaying order, authorized by the world government, was to be executed by the Navy headquarters, entailing indiscriminate destructive attacks on the designated area, aimed at eradicating all beings and entities that posed a threat to the dominion of the world government. Let me briefly elaborate on the configuration of the Demon Suppression Order. This order represents a ruthless and devastating assault, consisting of 10 warships, 5 vice admirals, and the elite forces of the Navy. The vessels executing the Demon Suppression Order are the most formidable and aggressive in the Navy, all crafted by the esteemed shipyard on Seven Water Island, their quality beyond doubt. They pose little challenge to ordinary large sea kings. Each warship manned by approximately 1,000 Navy soldiers. The core strength lies within the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. This time, Admiral Sengoku dispatched 5 seasoned and formidable vice admirals to appease the world nobles: Weasel, Doberman, Fire Mountain, Stollerberry, and Ghost Spider. Additionally, Admiral Kazuru and Akainu were sent to oversee the operation, determined to reclaim every last berry of the heavenly gold, leaving not a single one behind. Toripol, Pika, Diamante, what do you think we should do now? Distraught, Doflamingo struggled to devise a solution, reluctantly turning to his 3 trusted subordinates for assistance. Just as despair loomed over them, the door of the bar in Magic Valley was suddenly kicked open. Subai and Crocodile strode in side by side, exuding an air of confidence as they approached the bar and ordered 2 bottles of whiskey and rum. Could that be Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? What brings him to Magic Valley, and who is the man beside him? The sudden appearance of the renowned warlord Crocodile astounded all patrons present, and their jaws nearly dropped when they witnessed him humbly toasting Subai. In an instant, Crocodile and Subai became the focal point of the bar, drawing the attention of Doflamingo and his entourage. Young master, the man beside Crocodile is the captain of the Shadow Army, possessing considerable strength. If we can win them over, we need not fear the Navy's Demon Suppression Order, Toripol suggested. Hearing this, Doflamingo's eyes sparkled with excitement. In his view, the unexpected arrival of Subai and Crocodile was a beacon of hope. Toripol, Pika, and Diamante exchanged glances and then surrounded Doflamingo, approaching Crocodile and Subai under the pretense of inviting them for drinks, subtly initiating conversation. Subai and his companions were already inclined to recruit Doflamingo and his crew into the Shadow Army, while Doflamingo sought to ally with Subai and Crocodile. As they drank heartily, a mutual agreement began to form. Doflamingo, it is not impossible for us to assist you in dealing with the Navy's Demon Suppression Order, but the condition is that you must join the Shadow Kingdom under my command. Upon hearing Subai's words, Doflamingo's inebriated expression darkened with anger. As the chosen one possessing Conqueror's Haki, how could he submit to another? Just as he prepared to refuse, Toripol and Diamante hastily intervened, urging him to reconsider. Young master, if we offend Crocodile and Subai, we might truly be finished. Listening to the counsel of his trusted aides, Doflamingo forcibly quelled his fury, managing a smile as he extended his hand to Subai, declaring that as long as they could repel the invading Navy, they would indeed join the Shadow Kingdom. The 2 parties reached a collaborative agreement. With remarkable swiftness, Subai unleashed his dark powers, swiftly marking Doflamingo, Toripol, Pika, and Diamante with the exclusive soul sigil of the Shadow Kingdom. Crocodile and Doflamingo, you shall handle the 5 vice admirals of the Navy. As for Admirals Kazuru and Akainu, they are mine to contend with. With mastery over the powers of thunder, mountain, and moon, along with the capabilities of 11 talismans, Subai's strength had surged, more than sufficient to confront the 2 admirals. However, against the combined forces of Kazuru and Akainu, he could only hope for a stalemate, unable to dominate completely. Nightbat Brigade, Blade Edge Brigade, assemble. Blue Demon Dongli, Red Demon Bragi, summon forth. As the ruler of the Shadow Army, Subai commanded, and in an instant, a multitude of Nightbat and Blade Edge ninjas appeared. Moreover, the renowned giant warriors, Blue Demon Dongli and Red Demon Bragi, were summoned to the battlefield at once. Members of the Shadow Army, including Arlong, Kuro, Akin, Little 8, Kruby, Yarlita, Dida, Sweetheart Queen, Galdi, Nino, Machida, Das Bonus, all emerged. All these formidable allies are at your beck and call. Doflamingo's sharp gaze flickered with a hint of panic as he surveyed the menacing presence of the Shadow Army, followed by a wave of relief for not having crossed Subai. Observing Doflamingo's intimidated demeanor, Subai smirked, subsequently enveloping the entire Gaia Island in his overwhelming observation haki. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Navy's Demon Suppression Order fleet arrived at Gaia Island as scheduled, and upon entering the area shrouded by Subai's observation haki, the vanguard of the Shadow Army, consisting of Arlong, Akin, Kuro, Des Bonus, Kruby, Dida, along with Doflamingo's family members, launched an assault on the Navy fleet. In an instant, a barrage of attacks surged towards the Navy's Demon Suppression Order fleet. Within the span of a mere moment, 2 warships carrying 1,000 elite Navy soldiers were obliterated. The veteran Vice Admirals Weasel, Doberman, Fire Mountain, Stollerberry, and Ghost Spider, upon recognizing the enemy's presence, erupted in fury, drawing their weapons and employing one of the Navy's 6 styles, Moonwalk, charging towards the Shadow Army and Doflamingo's crew. Faced with the advancing Vice Admirals, Arlong and his comrades adhered strictly to Subai's orders, evading entanglement and swiftly retreating into the Shadow Kingdom. We are your opponents. Just as the Navy Vice Admirals prepared to strike at Lao Ji and Bellamy, 2 beams of light, one pink and one yellow, flashed in the air. The newcomers were none other than Doflamingo and Crocodile, unleashing their full might, the powers of the Sand Fruit and the String Fruit exploding forth. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile? Will you also join this battle? If you insist on aiding Doflamingo, we will report your actions to Admiral Sengoku after the battle and strip you of your title as a warlord. You would do well to reconsider. With a disdainful expression, Crocodile puffed on his cigar, retorting defiantly, the title of warlord holds no value to me. Before long, Crocodile transformed into his elemental form, morphing into a swirling mass of yellow sand, swiftly advancing towards the location of Admiral Mongoose. Not to be outdone, Donquixote Doflamingo spread his arms wide, his index and ring fingers curling as he unleashed the power of the String Fruit, instantly seizing control of both the Flame Mountain and Stollerberry. With deft manipulation, he directed the Flame Mountain and Stollerberry to launch an assault on the nearby Ghost Spider and Doberman. The fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. Under the control of Subai, a multitude of Nightbat and Blade Ninja soldiers launched a ferocious assault on the remaining 8 naval vessels. The battlefield descended into utter chaos as 8,000 naval soldiers sought to utilize the formidable artillery mounted on their ships to repel the encroaching Shadow troops. Unfortunately, as products of dark forces, the Shadow Ninjas were virtually immortal. As long as the Shadow Kingdom existed, they could resurrect endlessly, unperturbed by the specter of death. Damn it, how can these fiends be so unkillable? Just as the scales of victory tilted in favor of the Shadow troops, a blinding golden beam illuminated the naval fleet, followed by a dazzling magma red that captivated all present. The special guests of this demon-slaying decree, Admiral Kazuru and Akainu, made their entrance. Crocodile, I hereby strip you of your title as a warlord of the sea in the name of the Navy Admiral. You despicable pirate, perish. Admiral Akainu roared furiously, half of his body transforming into searing magma, propelling himself like a cannonball towards Crocodile. Meteor Volcano. The scorching magma painted the sky crimson, as a barrage of molten fists descended from above, completely blocking Crocodile's escape route. The desert-form Crocodile's eyes flickered with a hint of apprehension, confronted with Akainu's relentless assault. He decisively activated the powers of the Sand Fruit. In an instant, golden sands filled the air, and a desert blade materialized, barely deflecting the descending magma fists. Crocodile, how bold of you to let your guard down in battle. A piercing golden beam flashed as Admiral Kazuru, with unparalleled speed, appeared behind Crocodile. Laser. Kazuru hovered in the air, coldly raising his arm, his fingertip emanating a dazzling golden light, followed by the explosive release of a devastating laser beam. The power and velocity of the laser were astounding, instantly piercing through Crocodile's shoulder. Kizaru, what skill is there in ambushing? Fortunately, Crocodile was in his desert form. Otherwise, enduring Kizaru's laser would have resulted in severe injury or even death. Isn't it quite normal to ambush when facing a bunch of villainous pirates? Hearing Kizaru proclaim ambush as a noble act, Crocodile seethed with rage, signaling nearby Doflamingo to prepare for a joint assault against the two admirals. Just as Doflamingo and Crocodile readied themselves to engage Kizaru and Akainu, in the void above, a terrifying aura of darkness surged. An overwhelming presence enveloping the entirety of Gaia Island and the surrounding seas. The soldiers aboard 8 naval demon-slaying warships found their eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth. Collapsing in place, 5 seasoned vice admirals of the Navy felt an immense pressure, gritting their teeth as they struggled to withstand the oppressive aura emanating from Subai. Upon sensing the release of Subai's formidable presence, Admirals Kizaru and Akainu felt their own powers surge, their combined might, albeit faintly, rivaling that of Subai. Indeed, the strength of the Navy's elite was commendable, yet, regrettably, it paled in comparison before my might. A piercing light erupted from Subai's deep, cold gaze, and in an instant, the heavens trembled with thunder, an eclipse manifesting as the overwhelming darkness consumed the once molten sky, overshadowing the power unleashed by Kizaru and Akainu. Chapter 145. The battle concludes, capturing 5 vice admirals. The 2 admirals exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to comprehend the reality of the scene before them. As they stood frozen, Subai's eyes gleamed with a predatory light. Thunderous fury, billion-volt thunder dragon. The satin-black robe draped over Subai billowed ominously with the force of his aura, as purple lightning serpents danced at his fingertips. At his command, the serpents transformed into a colossal dragon, soaring through the obsidian clouds. Netherhound, Yada no Kagami. Facing the descending roar of the thunder dragon, Akainu and Kizaru could not afford to underestimate the threat. They unleashed their most potent techniques in an attempt to obliterate the raging dragon mid-flight. Akainu's arms morphed into searing magma, which then contorted into a fierce, bloodthirsty canine head, rocketing towards the thunder dragon with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, Kizaru activated his devil fruit powers, crossing his arms as he radiated blinding golden light, summoning countless beams that cascaded from the sky like falling stars, hurtling towards Subai. The rampaging thunder dragon showed no inclination to evade, confronting Akainu's Netherhound and Kizaru's Yada no Kagami head-on. Boom, boom. The earth-shattering explosions resonated as the thunder dragon unleashed by Subai and the combined might of the 2 admirals met with cataclysmic force, resulting in mutual destruction. To have withstood my most formidable strike, you 2 possess a modicum of skill. A glint of icy resolve flickered in Subai's profound gaze as a smirk crept onto his lips. He unleashed his domineering aura, overwhelming Kizaru and Akainu. As the sovereign of the Shadow Kingdom, Subai existed above the masses, perpetually bolstered by the forces of darkness. The aura he released was such that few in the world could withstand it without flinching. The oppressive force surged toward Kizaru and Akainu, despite being the Navy's elite. They found themselves dwarfed in the face of Subai's might. How can this man possess such strength? Why was his existence not detected sooner? Gritting their teeth, Kizaru and Akainu struggled to endure Subai's pressure. Kizaru, Akainu, join us in the Shadow Kingdom. I shall bestow upon you unparalleled power and endless longevity. Subai, coveting the abilities of Kizaru and Akainu, extended an olive branch to them. Regrettably,